Chapter 1. Li Shui arrived back in the country on a 7 o'clock flight. This time, he returned alone, and he did not bring any of his subordinates. They had spent several weeks hammering out a cooperation agreement with a group of foreign businessmen. Giving the young people a break so they could enjoy the foreign beaches was also a good idea. He didn't arrange for anyone to pick him up domestically, but as soon as he got off the plane, he saw Zhuo Mingyuan waiting for him with a group of people. By his side stood Lu Chao from airport security, looking like they were there to greet some VIP. Li Shui raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you here?" The intense work schedule had made him lose a lot of weight, his facial features sharp, with a slight air of impatience around his eyes. As Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated about how to answer, Lu Chao jumped in first, lamenting, "Oh my goodness, I'm almost retired. Don't ruin me." They had just finished dealing with a person at security whose luggage contained a 1-meter-long bomb. After setting up a perimeter and deploying the explosion prevention equipment, it was finally under control when he received a call from the Bai family saying Li Shui was coming back alone and they should be careful with security. Soon after, an assistant from the highest-ranking person in the Bai family arrived. Li Shui glanced at this senior figure who looked both aged and authoritative, bowing his head, and smiled faintly, "Not that serious." Lu Chao almost rolled his eyes skyward. How could it not be serious? All the people in Jinhai City who wanted Li Shui dead could circle the city. Li Shui seemed to understand what Lu Chao was thinking, the smile on his face fading slightly. Killing me is easy, dealing with the aftermath isn't. Back in the days when the Bai family and the Qin family were locked in fierce competition, Li Shui experienced everything. There were still bullet wounds on his body today. Now that the Qin family has fallen and the Bai family controls Jinhai completely, does he intend to live in fear? Touched by Li Shui's nonchalant attitude towards life and death, Lu Chao touched his nose, unsure of what to say further. Quickly stepping forward, Zhuo Mingyuan diffused the tension by laughing and saying, "The boss was actually going to come himself, but unexpected guests arrived, and there's a dinner tonight." Given Bai Jing's current status, if he had to personally attend to someone, it must be an incredibly important person. Li Shui responded with a brief without asking further questions. Once outside the airport and in the car, Zhuo Mingyuan reported some important matters during this period. After answering a few of Li Shui's questions, once Zhuo Mingyuan thought the situation was sufficiently explained, he relaxed his expression and mimicking Lu Chao, said with a wry smile, "In the future, it's best to take along some guards when you go out. If something happens to you, all of us would have to go see Lord Yama." Li Shui, resting his eyes while leaning back in the seat, opened them upon hearing this, glancing at Zhuo Mingyuan with a semi-smile. He called out, "Assistant Zhuo." Zhuo Mingyuan immediately stiffened. "What's this nonsense? Let the outsiders play their games, why follow along?" The original trace of amusement faded from Li Shui's face entirely. Sighing inwardly, Zhuo Mingyuan kept his mouth shut and avoided the topic further. Li Shui, unwilling to make things too obvious and embarrass everyone, changed topics. "Where's Jin Yan?" That little pup always flattered him, knowing he returned, how could he not come? Hearing the name, Zhuo Mingyuan showed a troubled expression. Li Shui already knew Jin Yan's nature well, and seeing Zhuo Mingyuan's expression clarified the situation. Frowning, he asked, "What foolishness did he do this time?" Knowing there was no way to hide it from Li Shui, Zhuo Mingyuan recounted the entire event. When Li Shui went abroad this time, he didn't take Jin Yan along. After he left, Jin Yan snuck back to Bai Hao's side. Bai Hao was close friends with Song Silai, the young master of the Song family. Since the Song family was in trouble now, Jin Yan was sent to protect Song Silai. Just a few days ago, both of them fell into a trap and were kidnapped. Although they were eventually rescued, Jin Yan sustained injuries and was currently hospitalized. After hearing the story from Zhuo Mingyuan, Li Shui asked, "Who were those people connected with?" Zhuo Mingyuan let out a sound of dissatisfaction. "Could be anything else. Song Silai doesn't have 3 sisters worried about not getting their share of the inheritance." Li Shui pulled a sardonic smile at the corner of his lips. While Grandpa Song was still alive, these daughters already tore their masks off. One could only imagine the chaos in the Song family after his death. Without pursuing the matter further, he simply instructed the driver to head to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing the person wrapped up like a mummy on the bed, Li Shui couldn't help but laugh angrily, and grabbed a chair to sit beside the bed, waiting for the person to wake up. Seeing this gesture, Zhuo Mingyuan stepped closer and asked, "Should I get someone to prepare some food?" Li Shui shook his head, "No need." Then he told them to leave first and said he would drive back later. Zhuo Mingyuan knew his temper well, so didn't dare to persuade further, but neither did he dare to really leave him alone, thus, security personnel were arranged to wait downstairs. Li Shui hadn't been sitting for long when Jin Yan woke up. This time, Jin Yan's injuries were severe, his body felt like it had been chopped into pieces, and every movement brought excruciating pain. He hadn't realized someone was by his bedside when he awoke, and lay on the hospital bed groaning non-stop. Upon hearing the sound, Li Shui didn't take his eyes off his phone as he asked indifferently, "Awake?" When Jin Yan heard Li Shui's voice, the hairs on his back stood up. He was both terrified and extremely thirsty, but in the end, managed to suppress his fear enough to stretch out his neck and rasp out hoarsely, "I want. I want." Hearing this, Li Shui put his phone away and coldly cut in, "Don't start yelling, 'I want' right after waking up while lying in bed next to a man." Jin Yen nearly couldn't catch his breath. He bit down hard on a deep breath, feeling like his chest would explode, before squeezing out what came next. Water. Li Shi glanced at him disdainfully, then stood up and poured a glass of water, inserting the straw into Jin Yan's mouth with none of the gentleness one might expect. Jin Yan felt close to tears from the rough treatment. He was a patient, yet why was he being treated cruelly as if punished like a class enemy? Still, he dared not speak up against Li Shi and could only pitifully suck on the straw. After drinking the water, Jin Yan felt much more refreshed. Licking his cracked lips, he looked at Li Shi and asked, "Uncle Li, you're back." Li Shi didn't even bother replying to this piece of nonsense. Setting the cup on the table, he turned and stared straight at him. Jin Yan's face still bore bruises, and his left hand was fractured from the injuries sustained earlier. Sitting back down, Li Shi casually questioned, "Tell me, how exactly did you get hurt like this?" Jin Yan's martial skills were formidable, and those people were targeting Song Silai, not Jin Yan specifically. As just a minor bodyguard, there wasn't any reason they'd go out of their way to specially attend to him. Jin Yan trembled, glancing at Li Shi's piercing glare and dreading not answering. After hesitating for a while, he finally explained himself in a weak and hesitant tone. The gist was that whenever those people tried to move against Song Silai, he would step forward to act as the punching bag, sometimes taunting them. If not for their consideration that Jin Yan was under the Bai family protection, a lowly bodyguard like him wouldn't have survived this long. However, Jin Yan hadn't given much thought to these matters. All he knew was that with his tough build, getting beaten a few times wasn't an issue. Song Silai, on the other hand, was a pampered rich boy who shouldn't be allowed to take such abuse. As Jin Yan spoke confidently, he suddenly noticed how chilling Li Shi's expression was and immediately deflated, looking like a deflated balloon. Seeing Jin Yan acting like an idiot, Li Shi wanted to kick him. But seeing him lying helplessly in the bed, he refrained. Instead, he grabbed a handful of flesh on Jin Yan's face and pulled it hard, scolding him, "You ungrateful puppy." Not sparing Jin Yan any lenience, Jin Yan cried out in agony as tears burst forth, blurting incomprehensibly, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry." Li Shi didn't let go until the doctor waiting outside came in and gently intervened. Only then did Li Shi stop torturing him. Chapter 2. When Li Shi left the hospital, it was already 9 o'clock. He hadn't rested all day and had been scolded by Jin Yan, so even though he noticed someone from the Bai family following him, he didn't have the energy to lose his temper. Actually, it wasn't reasonable for him to curse Jin Yan as an ungrateful puppy. Jin Yan was not ungrateful, he was too accustomed to Bai Hao's kindness, which made him blindly loyal to Bai Hao. Li Shi still remembered the first time he met Jin Yan, when that kid was hiding behind the garden munching on a chicken leg with oil all over his face. At the sight of Li Shi, the kid was half dead with fear and couldn't even run away in time, instead stuffing the whole chicken leg into his mouth, nearly needing emergency care at the hospital. Li Shi had already heard that Bai Jing's orphan nephew had picked up a little beggar, but he never paid attention until he saw Jin Yan. The kid seemed amusing. Bai Hao was only 13 back then, raised outside the family due to his special background. He was a rather deep thoughtful child and not well liked. On the other hand, Jin Yan was a stubborn fool who bounced around like a cheerful little donkey. Li Shi, preoccupied with fighting others or being fought against, rarely encountered someone as foolish as Jin Yan in life, so he occasionally teased him. Each time they met, Jin Yan would be scared and flee immediately. Later, Bai Hao went abroad for studies, unable to take Jin Yan along. So, Li Shi took Jin Yan in and kept him close for several years. Now that Bai Hao has returned, this young rascal still finds every opportunity to go running back to Bai Hao. Li Shi sometimes wanted to wake him up with harsh words, but upon reflection, he could only swallow those words one by one. In matters of emotion, he had no qualifications to teach Jin Yan any lesson. Li Shi's mind wandered far. It wasn't until he passed the first gatehouse of his residence that he snapped back to reality. This place was a villa estate developed by the Bai family, managed entirely under closed regulations, providing high privacy. In their area, there were only 10 families, with gardens surrounding each villa approximately 4 to 5 times larger than the residential zones. This was an invaluable property in Jinhai City, where land was scarce and valuable. Back in the day, Li Shi worked hard for the Bai family to secure this land, earning countless people's envy. By the time Li Shi parked his car in the garage and got out, Manager Wu had already come out to greet him. Wu personally took the luggage from Li Shi's hands, looking kindly while smiling and saying, "Mr. Li is back." Manager Wu was originally left to Bai Jing by Bai Jing's grandfather. Having watched Bai Jing grow up, Wu cared for him in many ways. Though officially labeled as a manager, he was truly an important elder figure in the household. It was already very late at night, and old Manager Wu, at his age, should have been resting long ago. Li Shi nodded slightly and said, "You can rest now. Don't bother about me." Wu still smiled as he greeted Li Shi inside and said, "I've prepared some food for you. Would you like to eat before resting?" Recently, Li Shi's sleep and appetite had not been good, and he hadn't eaten much throughout the day. Although he had little appetite now, he couldn't bring himself to disregard the goodwill of the elder, so he reluctantly nodded. Just as he took off his coat and sat down at the dining table, there was noise outside. Wu brought in a bowl of stomach-soothing soup, smiling and saying, "The master must have returned." Li Shi grunted in response, holding the bowl and lowering his eyelids as he sipped a bit of the soup without getting up to greet. As the footsteps gradually approached and finally stopped opposite him, he set down the bowl and lifted his head. Admittedly, Bai Jing possessed an extremely handsome face, his features carefully sculpted, sharp nose, thin lips, and his profile from eyebrows to jawline flawless. Even the faint scent of alcohol on him now only added to his allure of laziness and sensuality. While less cutting-edge and bitter than Li Shi, Bai Jing carried a demeanor of authority in every movement, making him both attractive and intimidating. Li Shi and Bai Jing had known each other since childhood for almost 20 years. Despite believing his emotions were calm, he momentarily lost focus when seeing Bai Jing again. Perhaps feeling unwell due to intoxication, Bai Jing had been massaging his temples since sitting down. Li Shi, regaining his composure, asked after watching Bai Jing drink the hangover-relieving soup, "Shall I call the doctor?" Bai Jing shook his head, raising it to begin unfastening his cuffs while replying, "Old Wei came today, and I drank a lot." Old Wei used to be a powerful figure who still wielded considerable influence across various fronts despite stepping down. Thus, Bai Jing had entertained him thoroughly today. Li Shi mentally processed this name, linking it to recent information, causing his tone to turn somewhat cold. Is he trying to interfere with the Qingdong project? The eastern part of the old city in Jinhai was planning a major project aimed at becoming a secondary center integrating tourism and residency. Once completed, it would become one of Jinhai's largest landmark projects in years. Li Shi had been handling this matter. Bai Jing shook his head and smiled. It was just mentioned that the Wei family won't be involved in this matter. After Old Wei stepped down, the Wei family had become much lower profile, unwilling to get involved in such complicated affairs even when approached as potential partners. Li Shi was reassured and switched the topic to the recent cooperation deal he'd closed overseas. Bai Jing listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions. Uncle Wu served dishes to them beside the dining table, sighing slightly in his heart. The two hadn't seen each other for over half a month, but there were no embraces or kisses, no soft words of endearment, not even polite inquiries about each other's well-being. A nice dinner reunion after a long separation once again turned into a work meeting. The conversation went on until late. Li Shi was utterly exhausted when he went to shower, so much so that he didn't notice when the bathroom door opened. It wasn't until Bai Jing wrapped his arms around Li Shi's waist from behind and pulled him close that he became aware. Li Shi was still damp with water vapor, yet Bai Jing didn't seem to care, tightening his grip instead and furrowing his brows as he asked, "Why have you become so thin?" Li Shi's expression remained cold as usual. "I'll be fine after resting for a few days." Speaking closely together, he could feel Bai Jing stirring behind him. Li Shi hesitated for a moment, then pulled away to kneel down. Bai Jing caught onto his intention, grabbing his wrist and pulling him back up. Li Shi looked confused, raising his eyes to meet Bai Jing's. Bai Jing released his hand, wiping away the droplets of water rolling down Li Shi's face. His gaze swept over the scar left from the gunshot wound on Li Shi's body. He sighed faintly and said, "Don't bother, we're not doing it today." Before Li Shi could say anything more, Bai Jing had already turned and left. Watching his retreating back, Li Shi momentarily froze, then reverted to an indifferent look. By the time he finished showering and came out, Bai Jing was already asleep. Li Shi turned off the wall lamp and got into bed, facing Bai Jing but keeping some distance between them. Their relationship had always been like this, neither too intimate nor truly heartfelt, more like a tightly stretched string, waiting for the day it might snap. Bai Jing perhaps didn't care at all, since if Li Shi hadn't deliberately intervened 3 years ago, Bai Jing would have been engaged by now. At this thought, Li Shi let out a slightly self-deprecating laugh. The psychologist had told him before that his feelings for Bai Jing bordered on pathological. However, no matter how deeply they tried to dig or how many inducements were used, no one could extract more from him. His guard was too strong, making therapy futile no matter how good the psychologist. Yet, Li Shi wasn't overly concerned about it. He knew his issues, and he also knew that no one could help him. Therefore, even though he was fully aware that Bai Jing didn't love him, he still made every effort to stay by Bai Jing's side. Just like a dying tree clinging tightly to its last source of life-sustaining nutrients. Chapter 3. The next day, the monthly meeting at the company was presided over by Li Shi. The heads of various departments all sucked in a cold breath when they saw him walk into the room, and some individuals with less than stellar hearts quickly fished out medicine from their pockets to take a couple of pills. This wasn't entirely their fault, hadn't the news been that this man was still overseas on a business trip. So how had this Yama, a term for the god of death, returned? Li Shi was known for being utterly unapproachable, and if someone made a mistake that he caught, there wouldn't be any good days ahead. Even if one had 1,001 legitimate reasons, he wouldn't even bother to raise an eyelid to look at you. The entire process of the meeting was somewhat oppressive, and conflict erupted regarding one of the company's recent shopping mall projects. The project wasn't small, more than 4,000 square meters in construction area, with a total investment of over 9 million yuan, and the responsible person was Bai Heng, Bai Jing's half-brother. Originally, it was already decided that the design institute for this project would be Huarui Design Institute, but now it had been changed to another relatively unheard of one. Li Shi asked why the change had been made. Bai Heng had his staff pass up the materials, cleared his throat, and began explaining the rationale. As Li Shi listened to him, he flipped through the design drawings, but after looking through a few pages, he abruptly interrupted Bai Heng's explanation, saying lightly, "I've worked here for many years, but it's my first time seeing someone use the company as a way to support a mistress." Bai Heng had been speaking with animated enthusiasm, but suddenly, as if someone had clamped down on his neck, he froze completely in his seat. A few people around were confused about what had just transpired, and those who knew better dared not make a sound. Bai Heng tried to open his mouth to explain, but under Li Shi's gaze, he couldn't manage to get a single word out. What Li Shi said wasn't wrong. His mistress had just given birth to a son, and the dean of the new Cooperative Design Institute was the father of his mistress. This design institute didn't have the proper qualifications to take on such a large-scale project, but to please his father-in-law, Bai Heng still indulged in a little nepotism. Bai Heng knew it was impossible to hide this matter from Li Shi, yet he never expected Li Shi to so publicly humiliate him. After all, he was still second master of the Bai family, wasn't he? A deathly silence descended upon the entire venue. Li Shi closed the materials and pointed to another person, entrusting the responsibility of the project to him. He then decreed that in the future, no projects under the company could collaborate with this design institute, effectively blacklisting them. Enraged by Li Shi's composed demeanor, Bai Heng shivered in rage for a long while before jumping up and retaliating, "You dare." Li Shi turned around to look at him, feeling oddly surprised that a worthless nobody without shares in the Bai family actually shared blood with Bai Jing. He lowered his eyes and spoke coldly, "Additionally, before Master Bai has returned home to reconcile with his mistress, he won't need to come to the company for work." In an instant, Bai Heng looked dumbfounded, standing there like a wooden stake. Those who had suffered under his arrogance secretly celebrated in their hearts but maintained a calm exterior as they waited for Li Shi's next instructions. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Bai Heng gritted his teeth and sat back down, suppressing his anger until the meeting ended. He had intended to say a few words to Li Shi, but to his surprise, Li Shi didn't respond at all, packed up his things, and left. Several sycophants came over to console him, repeatedly mentioning his identity within the Bai family, which only poured oil onto the fire. Bai Heng pushed away these people and quickly chased after Li Shi, shouting behind him, "What are you, except a mere dog of the Bai family?" Most people hadn't yet left right after the meeting ended, and the moment this sentence was spoken, everyone seemed frozen in place. Li Shi's steps stopped suddenly. He turned toward Bai Heng, his aura becoming exceedingly fierce. Despite being younger, Bai Heng was nearing 30, yet his legs felt weak enough to buckle under him. When Li Shi stood before him, his face bore a hint of a smile, but his eyes were icy cold. He reached out to pat Bai Heng's face and mocked, "Even if I am the Bai family's dog, you're certainly not the dog's owner." With that, he didn't spare Bai Heng another glance and walked away. No one around dared to breathe heavily. Only after Li Shi had gone for a while did the stiff atmosphere of the conference room begin to move again. Bai Heng's face flushed a deep red like liver color, but he didn't dare go find Bai Jing. While he could boast about his status in the Bai family in front of Li Shi, in front of his elder brother, he didn't even dare lift his head. But still unwilling to accept such humiliation from Li Shi, Bai Heng angrily packed up his belongings and rushed back to the Bai family estate to lodge a complaint. Today's incidents had already been reported in full detail to Sua Mingyuan, including every word Bai Heng had spoken. However, when Li Shi entered Bai Jing's office, he made no mention of this, only stating the results of his handling of Bai Heng along with some changes in decision-making. Bai Jing, however, clearly paid little attention to Bai Heng's issues, merely making a vague noise from his nose and dropping the matter altogether. Sua Mingyuan saw through the situation. Glancing at Li Shi's icy face and reflecting on what people said about him outside, Sua Mingyuan felt somewhat uneasy. Everyone talked about how cold and cruel Li Shi was, how he never left any room for others and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but in fact, all of these actions had been directed by Bai Jing. He was merely the person thrust into the spotlight, a knife wielded too well by Bai Jing. Just like with Bai Heng, Bai Jing had long wanted this bumbling idiot out of the company, but it couldn't be done directly by him. Though Bai Jing's father had never held the reins of the Bai family's power, if he deliberately caused trouble, sparking internal conflicts within the Bai family, that would be an extremely distressing matter. It wasn't until Li Shi left that Sua Mingyuan finally came back to himself. Seeing Bai Jing's troubled expression, he hesitated whether or not to say something. Even though Li Shi had already moved in with Bai Jing, Sua Mingyuan still wasn't sure about Bai Jing's true feelings. Sua Mingyuan had followed Bai Jing for so many years, yet rarely did he hesitate like this. This time Bai Jing even put down the files in his hands, his face showing a hint of curious smile as he asked, "What is it really?" At this point, there was no turning back. Sua Mingyuan recounted the morning's events, highlighting the important points. After listening, Bai Jing didn't seem particularly shocked. He picked up the file again and continued reading. Just as Sua Mingyuan regretted involving himself in something unnecessary, Bai Jing suddenly asked, "Where's Qi Lu?" Sua Mingyuan paused, then replied after some thought, "She's abroad attending a fashion week." Qi Lu was Bai Heng's official wife, a lady who loved participating in various social events. Bai Jing lowered his head and signed the document, spread a bit of news about Bai Heng. Sua Mingyuan was momentarily stunned. Bai Heng kept a mistress outside, which Qi Lu didn't know about, and since Qi Lu hadn't given Bai Heng any children, the status of this mistress was relatively high. If Qi Lu found out, Bai Heng would surely have a tough time ahead, and the old Bai family residence would likely turn into chaos. Bai Jing had always been extremely averse to matters related to that side of the family, so why would he now choose to stir up trouble? Bai Jing waited for a response but heard none for quite a while. He looked up. Zhou Mingyuan quickly steadied himself and gave a quick affirmation with an understood. Chapter 4. After finishing the company business, Li Shiyi went to the hospital. He thought that Jin Yan, that good-for-nothing kid, wouldn't be eating well in the hospital, so he first went to Jingguanjuan and packed some nourishing soups and light, refreshing side dishes. However, when he pushed open the ward door with the food box in hand, there was not a single person in sight. After asking the nurse, he learned that Jin Yan had gone to see another patient. Hearing this, Li Shiyi frowned immediately, thinking that Jin Yan himself already looked half dead but was still running around everywhere. The little nurse, seeing the displeased look on Li Shiyi's face, quickly provided the room number and further explained the specific location in which floor and direction. Li Shiyi thanked her, put down the food box, and prepared to go find Jin Yan. Meanwhile, Jin Yan didn't know his own doom was about to come. He was busy helping Bai Hao persuade someone, and that someone was none other than Song Sile, the young master of the Song family. In reality, Song Sile hadn't been injured at all, although his father had been arrested, he wasn't dead yet, and it wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't return. Furthermore, his sisters wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, as the son Lao Song Huahua had struggled for ages to have, Song Sile had always been spoiled, grown up being doted on with love and care. With the recent family upheaval, including the kidnapping that terrified him out of his wits, he now lay on the hospital bed throwing tantrums and claiming he couldn't eat. Bai Hao was not normally a patient man, but because it was Song Sile, he suppressed his temper entirely. He held a bowl and placed it before Song Sile, saying, "Drink the porridge." Song Sile's red eyes teared up like he was on the verge of crying, wanting to continue acting up until he saw the current expression on Bai Hao's face indicating his patience was almost gone. So, he sniffed, muttered, "Then you feed me." Bai Hao's expression darkened, and he whispered sternly, "No nonsense." Song Sile really didn't dare act out anymore after this, slouching his pretty face and obediently took over the bowl to start drinking the porridge. Jin Yan, who had been sitting on the sofa persuading Song Sile for half an hour, let out a sigh of relief and earnestly advised, "Young Master Song, you must eat properly. Your health is originally fragile. It won't do if you keep skipping meals. Look at me, I'm very strong and can eat at least 3 bowls in one meal." Hearing Jin Yan's energetic voice, Bai Hao turned around, looking at the person with a hanging arm and a bruised face and asked frowning, "Is your injury all right?" Hearing Bai Hao's question, Jin Yan nearly jumped up to perform a set of boxing movements and repeatedly answered, "Fine, fine. Your humble servant is doing great." Song Sile listened to their conversation and looked up at Jin Yan. His previous air of capriciousness when speaking to Bai Hao was nowhere to be seen now, replaced by a hint of indifference and vigilance. In this world, he hated his 3 sisters most, but his disdain for Jin Yan was even deeper, none of his sisters could match it combined. During this kidnapping incident, Jin Yan had risked his life to save him. All Song Sile felt was regret, if only those kidnappers were tougher and shot Jin Yan instead. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal such thoughts. Song Sile lowered his head and drank his porridge again, suddenly coughing loudly the next second, turning red-faced. His trembling hands almost couldn't hold the bowl steady. Bai Hao immediately turned his head upon hearing the cough, gently taking the bowl from his hands, patting his back, and lecturing, "Drink slowly." Jin Yan hurriedly stood up too, using his uninjured hand to pour a glass of water. But moving around tugged at his wounds, making him wince in pain. Before he could hand the water over, the door was knocked twice, then without waiting for any response, the visitor entered the room. Li Shiyi stood at the doorway, observing the scene where one on the bed was coughing while the other patted his back, and near the bedside, one was helplessly looking at the situation holding a glass of water. Without exchanging any greetings, Li Shiyi raised his hand, suppressing his anger, and ordered Jin Yan, "Come over here." Jin Yan set down the water and approached Li Shiyi somewhat guiltily, asking, "Uncle Li, why did you come?" Bai Hao also immediately stood up, respectfully calling out, "Uncle Li." Even Song Sile on the bed straightened his body and greeted. Li Shiyi slightly nodded toward Bai Hao but didn't spare a glance at Song Sile. Instead, he directly grabbed the flesh on Jin Yan's neck and dragged him outside, coldly cursing, "Who allowed you to get out of bed?" Jin Yan howled in pain, continuously begging for mercy, too busy to even turn around to say goodbye to Bai Hao. As Bai Hao watched the two leave, a flash of coldness passed through his eyes. Song Sile unhappily complained, "Your Uncle Li never pays attention to anyone else." Bai Hao kept silent, causing Song Sile to mumble quietly, "No wonder your uncle doesn't like him." Bai Hao gave him a warning look, leaving Song Sile puzzled, but why does Jin Yan seem to get along with him pretty well? Although the sentence was incomplete, Bai Hao understood what Song Sile meant, shouldn't someone like Li Shiyi despise Jin Yan? During the years I've spent abroad, Jin Yan has always been working under him. Song Sile curled his lips and said, "Looks like Jin Yan isn't stupid after all, he knows whose leg to hug at the right time." Bai Hao's face turned cold due to this remark, so Song Sile quickly changed the topic and started discussing matters concerning his family with Bai Hao. He didn't care about which leg Jin Yan was hugging as long as there was a rift between Bai Hao and Jin Yan, preventing them from returning to their childhood intimacy. That alone would achieve his purpose. Li Shui dragged Jin Yan back to the ward, called the doctor again, and had him examined thoroughly. Only after confirming that there were no issues did his expression lighten slightly. Jin Yan cheerfully approached Li Shui. "Uncle Li, don't worry, I'm fine." After saying this, he tried to strike the pose of Popeye using his uninjured hand, only to receive an unimpressed glance from Li Shui. Sheepishly, he put his hand down and sat properly. Li Shui asked, "What were you doing over there?" Jin Yan hesitated in response. "I just wanted to see if young Master Song was alright." Li Shui gave him a sidelong look, coldly laughing. "Were you seeing young Master Song or were you actually checking on young Master Bai?" Jin Yan froze, then almost jumped off the bed in surprise when he realized what it implied, stammering repeatedly, check. Li Shui, looking at his now bright red face resembling a monkey's rear, felt like smashing his head open to see what was inside. For saving Song Sil, Jin Yan had nearly lost his life. And for days, no one came to visit or take care of him, leaving him tossed aside in the hospital as if he were useless trash. Yet once he slightly recovered, instead of resting, he eagerly went near Bai Hao again. But really, who cared about him? Li Shui's anger made his stomach ache. Watching Jin Yan with disappointment, he scolded, "You're just a piece of trash." Though cursing, upon seeing his pitiful expression, Li Shui couldn't bear it. Picking up the food box and shoving it into Jin Yan's arms, he walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Jin Yan had eaten nothing but plain soup in the hospital for several days and was craving something better. As soon as he saw the Jingguanjuan boxes, his eyes lit up. Without being shy with Li Shui, he opened the box and began devouring everything hungrily while making enthusiastic comments, how flavorful and delicious the soup was, how tender the meat was. Li Shui found his noisy chatter headache-inducing. Just as he turned around to scold him, seeing Jin Yan's gleeful eating expression, he couldn't help but find it amusing, his irritations fading away by more than half. He liked seeing Jin Yan so full of vitality. The kid had been like that since he was small. No matter what happened, he never complained or lost heart, remaining cheerful every day, as if life was meant to be this simple and radiant. Li Shui moved closer and roughly ruffled Jin Yan's hair, nearly pressing his face into the food box. When Jin Yan raised his head with an aggrieved expression, Li Shui hid his smile and admonished, "You're not allowed to meddle in the Song family's affairs anymore." Jin Yan looked troubled, but Li Shui knew what he was going to say and cut him off, "Not even if Bai Hao asks." The Song family's affairs were very complicated. What was Jin Yan but a nobody? Or rather, even Bai Hao, though considered talented among the younger generation of the Bai family, could wield how much of the current power of the Bai family. If Bai Hao wanted to protect Song Sil, that was his business. But Jin Yan, this insignificant cannon fodder, shouldn't be risking himself pointlessly. Jin Yan understood that Li Shui was looking out for him and quietly nodded. But secretly in his heart, he thought, if his young master instructed him to do something, whether it was climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, he'd still have to go and do it. Jin Yan silently agreed to Li Shui's command. In his heart, however, he secretly resolved that if his young master asked him to do something, he'd still jump into flames or scale dangerous peaks regardless. Chapter 5. In the evening, Bai Jing went to the old Bai residence. It wasn't due to Bai Heng complaining. His father, Bai Jingyuan, had not been feeling well recently, his minor ailments never seemed to cease. Manager Su called him, insisting that he come home for once. When Bai Jing arrived, Manager Su was already waiting at the gate. The man who was always cautious and steady now had his brows furrowed tightly with an expression full of worry. Once Bai Jing got out of the car, Su briefly described Bai Jingyuan's health situation and then looked around before whispering a few words into Bai Jing's ear. After listening, Bai Jing revealed a faint smile and reassured Manager Su that he had it in mind. Manager Su nodded and sighed in relief. As they entered, Zhao Jian was feeding Bai Jingyuan medicine, crying softly all the while. She complained about how Bai Heng was being bullied at the company and accused Bai Jingyuan of favoring their elder son over her and her child. Not being a smart person to begin with, and now even more confused in his older age, Bai Jingyuan did not scold but instead continuously comforted Zhao Zhuyun. Manager Su followed Bai Jing inside and coughed lightly behind them. Hearing this, Zhao Zhuyun turned around. Seeing Bai Jing, she froze, dropping the small spoon in her hand into the porcelain bowl, splashing out some of the medicine. Unlike Zhao Zhuyun's tension, Bai Jing smiled unhurriedly as he greeted, "Father, Aunt Zhao." Standing up, Zhao Zhuyun didn't dare to meet his eyes. Her smile was forced. "Bai Jing has returned, why didn't you tell us beforehand? That way, we could have waited for you to eat together." Sitting down opposite them, Bai Jing kept his usual gentle smile, "No trouble, Aunt Zhao. I've already eaten." He looked towards Bai Jingyuan, whose face remained cold, and said, "I heard father hasn't been feeling well recently. I already made an appointment with old Master Fu to see him tomorrow. Fu Lao is a renowned Chinese doctor across the country, long retired, and very few people in Jinhai can still invite him." Bai Jingyuan hummed in agreement, his expression softening significantly. Though not close with this son, Bai Jing's respectful attitude helped him regain a sense of paternal authority. Yet when thoughts of Bai Heng surfaced, his expression hardened again, and he began interrogating about what happened in the company earlier today. Bai Jing didn't rush it, calmly recounting everything from beginning to end. He also mentioned various problems Bai Heng had caused the company in the past. Seeming as though slapped in the face by the truth, Bai Jingyuan quickly cut off Bai Jing with embarrassment. However big his mistakes might be, it certainly isn't up to some outsider to reprimand him. What is Li Shui supposed to be anyway? The smile on Bai Jing's face diminished. If it weren't for her, the spot reserved for me in the ancestral graveyard of the Bai family wouldn't be vacant now, would it? You! Bai Jingyuan suddenly stood up, flushed with anger and looking pale in turns. Pointing at Bai Jing, he cursed, unfilial child, and then turned upstairs, unwilling to look at him another eye. Trying to follow after him, Zhao Zhuyun was suddenly stopped by Bai Jing. Aunt Zhao. Trembling slightly, Zhao Zhuyun responded to him, and Bai Jing's smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze felt chilling deep inside. Please kindly help deliver a message to Bai Heng for me. From now on, if there are any issues, come find me directly. Father is growing old and not in good health, so please don't disturb him anymore. Nodding timidly, Zhao Zhuyun only fully relaxed once Bai Jing left. Actually, she no longer wanted to fight anymore. Knowing her own son better than anyone, even 10 Bai Hengs couldn't match up to Bai Jing. Her cries in front of Bai Jingyuan were simply trying to get more things for Bai Heng. But Bai Jingyuan was arrogant and obstinate, always thinking he could still control Bai Jing and bring the Bai family under his power. As Zhao Zhuyun thought about it, a sudden chill ran through her bones. If one day Bai Jing disregards even the last shred of father-son sentiment, what fate would befall them? Bai Jing rarely returned, and yet he ended up parting ways unamicably with Bai Jingyuan again. When the driver drove out of the old estate, Bai Jing raised his hand irritably and massaged between his eyebrows. Upon reopening his eyes, his pitch-black pupils brimmed with coldness. People outside assumed he had a decent relationship with Bai Jingyuan, but that was merely a facade he deliberately crafted. There was no affection for Bai Jingyuan in his heart. Bai Jingyuan was extremely dissolute when he was young. Even after marrying Bai Jing's mother Shen Hanqiu, he continued indulging nightly in revelries outside. Before Bai Jing was even born, Bai Jinyuan's illegitimate daughter showed up at his door. Then he became utterly infatuated with Zhao Zhuyun, who was young and alluring, and formed another family elsewhere. Shen Hanqiu had a mild and patient disposition. She bore grievances silently, leading a melancholic life until passing away prematurely from illness. To say that Bai Jing doesn't hate is impossible, but he still respects and endures Bai Jingyuan patiently now, all because of his grandfather Bai Weitang. Since childhood, the old man doted on Bai Jing, especially after Shen Hanqiu passed away, taking Bai Jing under his wing to personally educate him. His final wish before passing was for Bai Jing to treat Bai Jingyuan kindly, stating that if they truly ended up killing each other as father and son, he would never rest in peace. That man, proud and unbending throughout his life, was shedding tears when he said those words. Every time Bai Jing thought of that scene, a heavy sadness would weigh down his heart. His grandfather, who had raised him since young, knew clearly what went through his mind. And since it was his grandfather's last wish, he had no choice but to step back. The old man had devoted countless efforts to pave his way, others may not know, but he himself understood best. He couldn't possibly disregard his grandfather's legacy. So as long as Bai Jingyuan didn't go too far, he would continue playing the role of a filial son. The car drove for a while, about to take a fork in the road, and Bai Jing still hadn't spoken. Unable to bear the silence, the driver finally asked, "Where should we go, sir?" This question snapped Bai Jing out of his reverie. He picked up the phone and called Li Shui, only learning she was at the hospital, so he ordered the car to head over and pick her up. Li Shui was just preparing to leave when Bai Jing informed her that he was coming, so she decided to wait a bit longer in the hospital. Jin Yan, knowing the call was from Bai Jing, had been sneakily glancing at Li Shui ever since. Irritated by Jin Yan's gaze, Li Shui bluntly demanded, "If you have something to say, spit it out." This made Jin Yan finally utter an "oh," but it took him some time before tentatively asking, "Uncle Li, are things between you two okay?" He didn't dare to mention Bai Jing's name, but Li Shui understood what he meant, answering with 3 casual words, "So." This response seemed different from what Jin Yan had expected. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If things aren't well, don't force yourself. Anyway, when you get old, I'll take care of you." Li Shui was caught off guard and found himself somewhere between laughter and bewilderment. Did this fool think he could starve himself to death? Deliberately teasing Jin Yan, Li Shui smirked ambiguously and replied, "If I'm still alone when I'm old, I won't reject you. We'll muddle through together." Jin Yan reacted as though struck by lightning, panicking, "Uncle Li, I've always seen you as my elder." Noticing Li Shui's unchanged expression, he stammered, "In my heart, you're like a father to me." Li Shui's face darkened instantly. Just then, his phone rang. It was Bai Jing. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and got up to leave, stopping halfway suddenly and striding back. Pushing Jin Yan's face into the pillow, gritting his teeth, he hissed, "I'd never have a stupid son like you." Chapter 6. All the way down to getting into Bai Jing's car, Li Shui's expression hadn't improved. Bai Jing knew he must have been upset by Jin Yan again, which made him chuckle. When Jin Yan was a child, he was bullied by Li Shui all day long, but now that he has grown up, he is not so foolish anymore. Li Shui asked him, "Are you going back to the old house?" Bai Jing nodded with a somewhat helpless look on his face. "I got scolded by the old man again." Li Shui couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth in a cynical smile. The Bai family is quite a large family, and the most outstanding member is Bai Jing's grandfather Bai Weitang. Bai Weitang is a man of considerable means. He gathered some official children to cooperate in Jinhai City, obtained a lot of insider information, and seized the opportunity for the old city renovation project. He started from the then neglected real estate industry and slowly developed the company to its current state. But it was precisely this person who inexplicably bore Bai Jingyuan as a son. Apart from playing with women, Bai Jingyuan had no business acumen and even at an older age, still thought about competing for power with Bai Jing, intending to hand over the Bai family to his bumbling son. Li Shui looked up at Bai Jing and said, "If you are willing to endure it, then bear it, if not, let me handle it." The Zhao family, relatives of Ji Yun, had set up a company outside and managed to get their hands on a lot of resources through Bai Jingyuan. Li Shui had long wanted to remove this parasite. Bai Jing didn't say anything. Li Shui thought he was concerned about the old conservatives in the family who supported Bai Heng, frowned, and continued, "If those old people are dissatisfied, blame it on me." Bai Jing turned his head and stared at Li Shui for a long time, suddenly asking, "Have you ever considered yourself?" Li Shui had already served as Bai Jing's shield many times, and he was too lazy to consider whether Bai Jing's words were genuine or just a test. In a cold voice, he replied, "I always only consider myself." His sacrifices and efforts for Bai Jing were his own choice. No one could force him to do something he didn't want to do, and if there was something he was willing to do, even if everyone said it was wrong, what harm would it do? Bai Jing chuckled, finding himself completely powerless against such a Li Shui. If it were someone else, wouldn't they seize the chance to count their good deeds, or at least say some heartfelt words to warm the atmosphere? As for him, his cold face indicated everything was unrelated to Bai Jing. Even if the other party harbored some remorse in their heart, looking at him erased it completely. Bai Jing shook his head, "Don't interfere in that matter, I'll take care of it." Although Li Shui was displeased, since Bai Jing insisted otherwise, he would not act rashly. Instead, he mentioned another thing, saying, "I've almost chosen the surrogate, find time to settle things down." Originally, this matter could be pushed further. Bai Jing was only in his early 30s and wasn't yet at the point where he absolutely needed a child. However, now Bai Heng had a child, and in a few years, Bai Jingyuan will surely use the child as leverage, so the matter must be scheduled immediately. Bai Jing remained silent. Li Shui waited for a long time without getting an answer. Rubbing between his eyebrows, showing some impatience, he said, "You can have your bloodline, your heir, even if it's a child born by another woman for you. But, Bai Jing, you know, I won't let you marry, that's my bottom line." If it were 3 years ago, today would have ended unpleasantly once more. For Bai Jing, no one has ever been able to force him to do or not do anything. He used to dislike Li Shui for this reason as well. Li Shui was too domineering, on some level a man equal to himself. Such a person could be a friend, a subordinate, or even a rival, but should never be a lover. So, what Li Shui sought, Bai Jing could not give. Yet fate liked to tease people this way, entwining them for so many years until eventually they found themselves together. Seeing Li Shui's restless look, Bai Jing calmly said, "You decide." Li Shui abruptly turned to look at him. However, Bai Jing reached out and pulled Li Shui closer, holding his chin and forcing him to lift his head. Squinting, he asked, "Li Shui, is there nothing else in your mind apart from these things?" Always calculating for him. Should Bai Jing feel fortunate that there existed such a person who anticipated everything for him? Or should he feel bored because their conversations could never escape these topics? The two were extremely close now. Every breath Li Shui took was filled with Bai Jing's scent. His gaze slid slowly downward over Bai Jing's straight nose, finally resting on his lips. "Yes." Li Shui lowered Bai Jing's hand, not retreating but advancing further. Supporting Bai Jing's lips, he hoarsely said, "Like going to bed with you." Bai Jing laughed lightly. This car was highly private. After raising the screen partition, the driver up front cannot see what happens at the back, allowing complete freedom. Unbuttoning his coat and loosening his tie and cufflinks, Bai Jing pressed Li Shui down and kissed him thoroughly without any restraint. Li Shui was awakened the next morning by Uncle Wu. He hadn't slept this well for a long time, but since it had been too long since he last engaged in that activity, and yesterday with Bai Jing they were utterly out of control, he woke up feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Bai Jing had already gone to work early in the morning. Before leaving, he specially instructed Li Shui to sleep more. If it hadn't been for the lunchtime approaching, Uncle Wu wouldn't have called him. The food today was all relatively bland. While drinking porridge, Uncle Wu smiled warmly at Li Shui from beside. The elderly man always liked him, his expressions could be considered as an indicator of the feelings between him and Bai Jing. When things were bad between them, he would sigh with concern etched on his face, but when things were good, he was like this now, smiling kindly. Li Shui felt helpless under the gaze, yet he was utterly powerless against this old man, so he hurriedly ate his meal. In the end, just before leaving, he was forced to drink a bowl of soup and practically fled in a panic. After growing up, there was no longer such care or warmth from elders in his life, so whenever he encountered it, he was somewhat at a loss. Li Shi's mood remained pleasant until he left the villa complex. Bai Jing's second great-uncle was about to celebrate his 70th birthday. He and Bai Jing's grandfather were the closest brothers among their clan, so Li Shi was considering what birthday gift to send when his phone suddenly rang. At the sight of the caller display, his expression immediately changed. The phone kept ringing, but Li Shi made no move, his fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly they turned pale with effort. Not until the ringtone stopped and then rang again did he finally pick up. "Hello, this is Li Shi. Mr. Li. I'm really sorry to bother you." The speaker was a young woman, who probably didn't expect her call to be answered so abruptly, sounding somewhat flustered. Li Shi said nothing, and after a pause, she continued, "It's like this, Ms. Jiang isn't doing well recently. Would you mind coming over to see her if you have some free time?" Li Shi fell silent. After waiting for half a moment without a reply, she asked hesitantly, "Mr. Li?" "I understand," Li Shi coldly responded and then hung up the phone without waiting for her to say anything else. This was merely a small episode. The car continued moving smoothly down the road, but only after the shrill honking sounded 3 times in succession did Li Shi react and move out of the way. Human memory is truly amazing in this way. You think you've buried those memories deeply enough, that you've grown strong and impregnable. But even the smallest clue, perhaps just a title, can trigger floods of related memories, those flesh and bone tied recollections that you least want to confront. They surge from all directions and consume you, making all your efforts futile. Li Shi clenched his teeth, veins standing out prominently on his forehead, as an unbearable rage filled him. He smacked the steering wheel in anger, despising himself like never before. So many years, and he still couldn't break free from this nightmare. The nightmare that destroyed his entire life. Chapter 7. After Jin Yan's wounds healed and he was discharged from the hospital, he became a thoroughly idle person. Li Shi had been incredibly busy recently, and although Jin Yan wasn't clear on the specifics, he knew that a major project Li was in charge of was about to launch. Therefore, Li was now working overtime every day and had no time for him at all. Jin Yan couldn't even reach his young master, his calls were always rejected, and messages went unanswered. So, he stayed home every day taking care of plants, his face growing rounder. Just as he was getting so bored that he felt like he might mold, something happened. Uncle Bai Weifang of Beijing was holding a birthday banquet at a hotel. With too many guests arriving, there weren't enough people to handle everything, so quite a few helpers were borrowed from Beijing's side, including Jin Yan, who would be responsible for security. Once Jin Yan learned that Bai Hao was also going, he was ecstatic. He dug out his most expensive suit, carefully applied some hair wax, then made what he thought was a very cool expression in front of the mirror. He looked left and right, satisfied, before flashing a foolish grin, instantly transforming from a godlike figure back into a clumsy youth. Upon arrival, however, they were all so busy it made their heads spin. Installing surveillance, handing over work, verifying guest lists, Jin Yan didn't have a moment to drink water throughout the day, and he had absolutely no time to find his young master. Jin Yan was irritated, thinking to himself how he just couldn't understand these people. Celebrating a birthday was simple, wasn't it? The family should celebrate quietly instead of inviting all the city's nobility and dignitaries, allowing a group of strangers to cause trouble. Though Jin Yan wasn't entirely wrong, this view could only be considered childish. The adult world's games weren't played this way. Bai Weifang, although not as influential as Bai Weitang, still had several successful children. Especially his son-in-law, whose career was rapidly ascending, and Bai Jing's support ensured that nobody dared to overlook him. In essence, gatherings like this were really all about exchanging connections and resources. It wasn't impossible that during one meal, deals could be finalized. Of course, Jin Yan wouldn't understand such complexities, his mind was occupied solely with food and Bai Hao. Since it wasn't dinner time yet, many people were still chatting idly in the garden. The area Jin Yan was responsible for had fewer people, so he could hear the conversation of a few women nearby quite clearly. There was nothing particularly remarkable, they merely gossiped about who had gotten nose jobs or injections, which husband had a mistress on the side, and which family finally bore a son thanks to some secret remedy given by a certain expert. That's women for you. Regardless of social status or wealth, when they gather, they inevitably gossip about secrets and scandals. Jin Yan didn't find it boring, instead, he listened intently, but as he did, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he discovered Li Shi standing behind him, watching him with a half-smile. Feeling guilty, Jin Yan approached with a dog-like grin and greeted, "Uncle Li." Jin Yan was already 20 years old, but he looked younger. Energetic and lively all the time, he seemed like an overly active teenager. Today, dressed formally, his tailored suit highlighted a nice waistline, his legs were straight and long, and after showing his forehead, his facial features appeared even more three-dimensional. At first glance, he indeed looked handsome and upright. Li Shi cast him a faint glance and asked, "Are you here for a blind date?" Jin Yan scratched his head and grinned stupidly, halfway lifting his hand before realizing he shouldn't mess up his hair, pulling it back quickly. How could Li Shi not know what was on Jin Yan's mind? He doused him with cold water, saying, "Bai Hao has something to do and will come later." Don't bother anyone else and just do your job. Jean Yen let out a disappointed "oh," but quickly perked up again, starting to complain about what happened in the afternoon to Li Shi. In the afternoon, they met someone in a wheelchair who wasn't on the guest list. They definitely needed to check this situation, but before they could even start asking questions, they were harshly scolded by a member of the Bai family. Originally, this matter was due to the Bai family failing to confirm the guest list properly, but in the end, the blame was pushed onto them. Jean Yen muttered under his breath, "These rich and powerful people are truly unreasonable." Of course, he probably forgot that Uncle Li was now also among those rich and powerful individuals. This struck Li Shi as strange, prompting him to ask, "Do you know that person?" Jean Yen shook his head, "No idea. I've never seen him before." Li Shi frowned and asked, "What's his name?" Jean Yen thought for a moment, hesitating before uncertainly answering, "It seems, it's Ning something, Ning Yi? Ning Yu?" He was deep in thought, when Li Shi suddenly dropped a name, Ning Yu. By this point, Jean Yen had already forgotten the exact name of the person, but looking at Li Shi's reaction, he felt something was off. Curiously inching closer, he cautiously asked, "Uncle Li, do you know this person?" Li Shi curled his lips into a nonchalant smile, more than just knowing. He didn't elaborate but pulled out a pack of cigarettes and tossed it to Jean Yen before turning to walk into the hotel. Jean Yen fumbled to catch the cigarette, taking a few steps forward before stopping. Since Li Shi hadn't called for him, he knew it wasn't his business to meddle in. Yet somehow, he felt uneasy deep inside. Inside the hotel, Ning Yu had taken some medicine. Ning Hui looked at him with worry and asked, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Ning Yu shook his head, smiling gently, "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." How could Ning Hui possibly feel reassured? She reached out to touch his forehead, noticing that his temperature was still too high. Her face turned serious as she said, "This won't do. We're going to the hospital immediately." Saying this, she got up to leave. Ning Yu stopped her but remained silent, only staring at Ning Hui silently. Ning Hui clenched her teeth, her eyes welling up instantly. "You treating yourself like this, not caring about me, have you ever thought how heartbroken Mom and Dad would be if they found out?" Ning Yu's hand trembled, and when he spoke again, his voice was choked with emotion. "Sis, don't be angry. I just want to see him, take one look at him and then leave." At a loss due to overwhelming sadness, Ning Hui had no idea what to do with her younger brother. At that moment, there came a knock on the door, and she quickly wiped away her tears, straightening her expression to open the door. Upon opening the door, Zhou Qin, White Wei Fang's eldest daughter-in-law, walked in. Upon seeing Ning Yu sitting in a wheelchair, Zhou Qin ignored Ning Hui who was greeting her, rushing over to Ning Yu. Her eyes turned red as she looked at his legs and asked, "How did this happen? Why didn't you tell us about such a major event?" Ning Yu, though supposed to be the most distressed one, smiled and comforted her instead, "Auntie, please don't worry. This is temporary. The doctor says I'll improve gradually if I keep doing physical therapy." Zhou Qin wept silently while nodding, then went on to inquire after Ning Yu's condition with care. Ning Yu had just undergone surgery and now also had a slight fever, leaving him extremely weak physically. Yet he showed no signs of impatience, responding carefully to every word from Aunt Zhou. It was Ning Hui who worried her brother wouldn't hold up any longer and couldn't help asking, "Auntie, where's Bai Jing?" Zhou Qin sighed, "I sent someone to call him before I came. Today, with so many guests around and your uncle absent, none of the younger generation are competent enough. So all sorts of issues have fallen on his shoulders, making it hard for him to get away anytime soon." Ning Yu smiled faintly, saying, "It's okay, nothing urgent here." With obvious concern, Zhou Qin added, "You two used to be so close friends. When he sees you like this, I wonder how heartbroken he'll be. Luckily he knows many people, let him help you find ways to recover faster." Ning Yu obediently nodded, holding Zhou Qin's hand and comforting her not to cry any further. As they talked amongst themselves, none noticed that Li Shi had walked in. He stood by the door and tapped on it lightly. Hearing the sound, the three turned back and their expressions immediately changed. Zhou Qin has never liked Li Shi. With a frosty tone, she asked directly, "What are you doing here?" Li Shi knew full well that he was the thorn in Aunt Bai Jing's side, thus he paid her no heed. His gaze landed on Ning Yu as he indifferently said, "Meeting an old classmate." Ning Hui had long heard plenty about Li Shi, including his despicable and relentless tactics, especially his obsession with Bai Jing. Standing up, she blocked Ning Yu, coldly retorting, "You're not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Li Shi found himself inexplicably amused by the tense atmosphere. Both women were glaring at him with heightened vigilance, as if he were some demon or monster ready to devour Ning Yu should he approach. Before he could respond, Ning Yu broke the deadlock, "Sister, there are many guests today. You'd better accompany Aunt out first. I need to say a few words to Li Shi." Unconvinced, Ning Hui had Ning Yu squeeze her hand, whispering, "It's all right." Unable to resist her brother's request, Ning Hui left with Zhou Qin, yet shot a fierce warning glare at Li Shi before departing. Chapter 8. Only after the two of them left did Li Shi approach Ning Yu and began looking him up and down. Ning Yu had lost a lot of weight, his skin appearing porcelain-like under his dark hair. His nose was elegantly straight, his lips curving into a handsome arc, and his eyes were as black and bright as ever. He was still as calm and gentle as he had been in those days. Sitting in a wheelchair didn't affect his demeanor at all. Li Shi had met all kinds of good-looking people over these years, but compared to Ningyu, they all seemed insignificant. No wonder Bai Jing, someone so indifferent to romance, couldn't help but think of Ningyu constantly. Li Shi's gaze fell on Ningyu's legs as he asked, "What happened?" Ningyu's mild smile faded from his face, and he responded lightly, "A car accident, I'm temporarily unable to move." He was unwilling to appear inferior before Li Shi, thus emphasizing the word temporarily. Li Shi came straight to the point, asking bluntly, "Why didn't Master Ning stay abroad to properly treat your legs? Why come back?" Ningyu stared at his legs for a long time before slowly answering, "After this car accident, I've come to realize many things." Li Shi could not see the expression on his face, only hear him continue, "In life, you should strive for what you want. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it forever." His words sounded lofty, causing Li Shi to involuntarily shake his head and laugh. "Is Master Ning declaring war on me?" Ningyu finally looked up at him, his eyes filled with a hint of condescension. "Li Shi, you know full well why Bai Jing is with you." Li Shi raised an eyebrow, asking, "Even if I know full well, then what?" The two of them had walked through so many years together, endured so many things. In the most perilous times, they almost lost their lives. Ningyu had always stayed on the sidelines, observing from afar. Now that Bai Jing had secured the Bai family's status, the two had just begun to live peacefully when he returned, claiming he didn't want to have regrets. Did that mean Li Shi should step aside, heartbroken and defeated? Ningyu probably hadn't expected Li Shi to be so resilient and no longer pretended to be peaceful or elegant. Coldly, he said, "If 3 years ago you hadn't taken a bullet for him, how would he possibly?" "Master Ning," Li Shi suddenly bent over close to Ningyu, interrupting him. Gazing into Ningyu's beautiful eyes, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "If I hadn't taken that bullet for him," he moved closer, leaning near Ningyu's ear and lowering his voice. "He might not even be alive today." "You." Ningyu was so angry he was speechless, the blanket covering his legs twisted by his hands. At this moment, he began regretting his decision. He had been too naive, underestimating Li Shi who wasn't about to back down easily. Li Shi straightened up, recovering his usual nonchalant air. Seeing Ningyu's white-as-a-sheet face without any trace of color, he suddenly found it uninteresting. This wasn't really his style anyway. Of Bai Jing's previous lovers, he never paid much attention to them. Even during Bai Jing's engagement, he never panicked. This time, his urgency to confront Ningyu and warn him off was merely due to some uneasiness within. Youthful emotions were indeed the purest kind. If there were an opportunity, who wouldn't want to relive their past dreams? Li Shi decided not to say more, and Ningyu remained silent. Li Shi turned around and left the room. Just as he closed the door behind him, he looked up to see Bai Jing walking towards him from the elevator, accompanied by Sua Mingyuan, who was reporting something. Both men paused in surprise upon seeing Li Shi. Li Shi didn't greet them and walked forward silently. As they passed each other, Bai Jing grabbed his hand, asking, "Why did you come?" Li Shi looked up, locking eyes with Bai Jing. Bai Jing stared intently at his face and suddenly became cold. "Did you see Ningyu?" Li Shi felt pierced by the guarded look in Bai Jing's eyes, smiling somewhat bitterly. See, touching a sore spot brought out the real person. Bai Jing could no longer maintain his outward grace and civility. Sua Mingyuan stood nearby, clearly hesitating, unsure whether to advise or remain quiet. Before he made up his mind, Li Shi pulled his hand away from Bai Jing and strode off. Watching Bai Jing's gloomy face, Sua Mingyuan grew anxious inside. This Li Shi, must it be so difficult for him to humble himself and utter a few soft words? But Li Shi paid no mind to anyone else's thoughts, entering the elevator and heading downstairs. Passing through the lobby, he encountered several familiar faces who greeted him. He nodded to each one in acknowledgement. The moment he stepped outside, Jin Yan rushed up, asking worriedly, "Uncle Li, are you all right?" Li Shi was startled, but once he recovered, he chuckled and looked at Jin Yan, saying, "How could anything be wrong with me?" Jin Yan had been worried ever since Li Shi left, but Li Shi hadn't let him follow, so he waited downstairs. Li Shi was about to tease him a little when his phone suddenly rang. Taking out the phone, Li Shi's smile slowly faded, and after disconnecting the call, he said to Jin Yan, "I have something to attend to first, you go back to your post." Li Shi and Bai Jing being a couple was already half public knowledge, and yet he wasn't present at Bai Weifang's birthday banquet. Others would surely speculate. Logically speaking, no matter how significant the situation was elsewhere, it shouldn't trump this event, but Jin Yan didn't say a word more, responding decisively, "Uncle Li, I'll follow you." Li Shi said it wasn't necessary, but Jin Yan insisted. Just as Li Shi was about to put on a stern face to lecture him, he caught sight of someone out of the corner of his eye. Li Shi patted Jin Yan on the shoulder with a faint smile and said, "Who's that coming?" Following his gaze, Jin Yan immediately brightened upon seeing Bai Hao. If Li Shi weren't beside him, he probably would have run over excitedly. Li Shi felt irked by the boy's expression, giving him a light kick and saying coldly, "Scram, you brat." Jin Yan turned around and looked at Li Shi, hesitating somewhat. Li Shi impatiently remarked, if I really needed you, wouldn't I tell you? Jin Yan agreed after a moment, joyfully saying, Uncle Li, call me if there's anything, before running off. Li Shi watched his almost bouncing figure leave, can't help but smiling slightly at how easy the foolish kid was to deceive. The phone rang again, and this time Li Shi did not hang up. The other side, upon hearing his voice, skipped formalities and sounded panicked, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, please come quickly. Ms. Jiang hasn't eaten for several days now, her condition is very poor. Li Shi cut the person short, I'm on my way. Make sure she's well taken care of. The other side acknowledged, and as Li Shi was about to hang up, an email popped up on the screen. Thinking it was work-related, he opened it to find an unnamed audio file. Furrowing his brow, Li Shi played it and held the phone to his ear. There was silence at first. He thought it was some meaningless spam mail and was about to close it when Ning Yu's voice came unexpectedly. I just want to ask one question. Do you love Li Shi? Li Shi abruptly stopped in his tracks, turning to look at the hotel, his eyes fixed on the floor where Ning Yu was. He knew who Ning Yu was asking about, what Ning Yu intended to do, and that the conversation was happening in the room he was currently looking at. It remained completely silent on the phone, with no response from the other end. The crowd bustled past, chatting cheerfully with champagne glasses, while servers stood tall and straight weaving through the guests. But Li Shi stood rooted in place, glaring at that room, gripping his phone tightly. After a long period of silence, Bai Jing's deep voice finally emerged. I don't. Chapter 9. Iha Sanatorium was located at the easternmost end of Jinhai City, surrounded by sea on three sides, with an extremely beautiful environment. Besides its basic medical facilities, there were specialized nutritionists and physiotherapists. Even the caregivers attending to patients had to pass through a strict selection process. Of course, such excellent conditions came with fees that were exorbitantly high, and for most ordinary people, it was something they could only dream of. When Li Shi arrived, it was already night. The person waiting at the entrance immediately greeted him and walked with Li Shi inside while quickly summarizing Jiang Manqing's condition. Ms. Jiang is currently in a very unstable emotional state, suffering from severe anorexia and depression. Her body functions are declining, she often experiences hallucinations and delusions, and there have been instances of suicidal behavior. Suicide. Li Shi had shown no reaction up to this point, but when he heard these two words, he suddenly interrupted the other person, sneeringly countering with a question. The person was taken aback, not understanding why such a sarcastic expression would appear on his face. Hesitating, they nodded before not daring to say another word. When they reached the ward, the nurse was feeding Jiang Manqing her medicine. She was sitting on the bed, her body so emaciated it seemed like she had transformed into just skin and bones, her complexion carrying a dark yellow hue. Her eyes protruded on her face in a manner that looked somewhat terrifying. Who would have thought that over 30 years ago, she was once a well-known beauty in Jinhai City? Perhaps due to the sedative properties in the medicine, Jiang Manqing's consciousness wasn't entirely clear. Her entire demeanor was quite sluggish. Standing at the doorway for half a moment, Li Shi noticed she hadn't even sensed his presence. After feeding her the medicine, the nurse tidied things up and started walking out. Jiang Manqing's gaze followed her movements until she saw Li Shi, at which point her eyes widened sharply. Subsequently, tears cascaded down from her horrifyingly bulging eyes. Li Shi stared at her without any emotion, his gaze as if he weren't looking at a pitiful patient but rather some kind of lifeless object, or perhaps not even that, more like air. Jiang Manqing was shaking all over, her lips quivering too. After a long struggle, she managed to painfully utter two words, E. Li Shi clenched his fists tightly, feeling as if his body had suddenly caught on fire. The excruciating pain erupting from his heart seared into his flesh, even making his consciousness slightly hazy. Jiang Manqing didn't stop because of Li Shi's impassive stance. Sobbing, she looked at Li Shi and hoarsely whispered, I'm sorry. Come here to your mom. Let me see you. She spoke brokenly, finding it exceedingly hard to complete her sentences, her tone filled with sorrow that caused anyone who listened to feel heartbroken. Li Shi gritted his teeth, there was a voice roaring furiously in his mind, like an injured beast, so angry that it wanted to shatter everything in front of him. He thought he was emitting such a roar, but in fact, he did nothing but move closer step by step in response to Jiang Manqing's calls, finally stopping in front of her. Jiang Manqing looked up at him, crying almost to the point of collapse, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Shi lowered his gaze to look at her, as if hearing something utterly inconceivable. He opened his mouth, yet his expression remained numb, you're sorry. Jiang Manqing kept nodding, sobbing, it wasn't like that back then. Your father. Shut up. Li Shi bent down and grabbed her, with such force it seemed he wanted to crush her bones. He couldn't endure anything related to his father coming out of this woman's mouth, it would be a desecration of his father's memory, and he couldn't tolerate even a second of it. Jiang Manqing let out a cry of pain involuntarily. Li Shi snapped back to reality, releasing her with evident disdain. As he was about to straighten his posture, Jiang Manqing suddenly extended her left hand and grabbed him, raising her right hand to slash viciously toward his neck. This sudden change left Li Shi unprepared, and he could only hastily raise his hand to protect his neck. When he pushed Jiang Manqing away and stepped backward, a long and deep bloodline had already been cut across his wrist and palm. Blood continuously flowed downward, forming a small puddle on the floor within moments. The blade was still clutched in Jiang Manqing's hand, and she intended to pounce again. Only then did the frightened people around them regain their senses and rush forward to pin her down on the bed. The previous anguish and regret disappeared from Jiang Manqing's face completely. Her wide eyes were full of profound hatred, her face contorted grotesquely, resembling a vengeful spirit staring fiercely at Li Shi, her voice sharp enough to pierce ears. Li Shi. Go die. Why don't you go die? The young nurses were shaking with fear at the sight, never imagining that the woman who had been too weak to open her mouth moments ago could have caused such injury. Look at that wound, how much hatred must there be for someone to use all their strength to try and kill another? If Li Shi's reaction had been slower or if the blade had slit his throat instead, none of them dared to think about the outcome. Jiang Manqing continued struggling, spewing increasingly venomous curses from her lips. Someone held her down to administer a sedative, while others loudly questioned where the blade came from. Yet another rushed over to treat Li Shi's wound. Chaos reigned in the room, but Li Shi's pain was becoming more evident, though his mind began clearing up. He had underestimated today's situation. Normally, Jiang Manqing wouldn't stand a chance against him. But since Ningyu appeared, he hadn't been fully focused. And it seemed Jiang Manqing had prepared meticulously for this day, fasting, repenting, sobbing, pleading, every step had been carefully orchestrated. In fact, from the moment she called out, he should have been wary. Jiang Manqing had never called him by his name in such an intimate manner. The only person in the world who did so was already gone. She was using their relationship to provoke his emotions. Regaining control, Li Shi remained eerily calm. He brushed off those surrounding him trying to examine his wounds and walked to stand before Jiang Manqing, looking down at her from a superior height. Then he raised his injured hand, gently brushing away the strands of hair covering her face. With his movement, streaks of blood appeared on Jiang Manqing's cheeks. Her wide eyes stared into his, trembling with inexplicable fear coursing through her entire body. Li Shi suddenly smiled faintly. I won't die. Leaning closer, his voice took on a peculiar softness, but you remember, Qin Guangji is dead. Jiang Manqing froze, her face twisting into an expression of excruciating anguish, emitting a hoarse wail from her throat. Li Shi showed no mercy, his smile growing even gentler. Right in front of your eyes. Bang! He mimicked pulling the trigger of a gun, his head exploded under my shot. Do you remember? Jiang Manqing seemed to recall some horrifying scene, plunging herself into a terrifying madness. Li Shi. You devil. May you suffer and rot in hell. Ignoring the terrified doctors and nurses left speechless by his words, as well as the curses hurled at him from behind, Li Shi turned coldly and walked away. Going to hell. Hell meant nothing to him. Ever since his father and aunt left, he had felt himself dwelling in it every second. There wasn't much left in this world that made him feel cautious. So if someone made him endure tenfold pain, he would reciprocate with hundredfold vengeance. Even if that person happened to be his own biological mother. Chapter 10. Although Li Shi was injured, fortunately, this was a sanatorium and his wounds were promptly dealt with. During the stitching, he stared indifferently at his blood-soaked palm, thinking somewhat regretfully that if it continued to bleed like this and drained all the blood from Jiang Manqing's side of his body, it would be a good thing. The director received the news and rushed over in a hurry. Li Shi's face was pale due to blood loss, but the director looked even worse. He never expected Li Shi to come alone, without bringing even an assistant or secretary. If this incident became public, he would probably have to go back to his hometown to farm. The director apologized to Li Shi while bowing his head and promised to investigate thoroughly, but Shi replied with one sentence, no need to investigate. Startled, the director looked at him with confusion. However, Li Shi was too lazy to explain further and only instructed, tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut and not let today's incident slip out. This was what the director desired most, so he quickly nodded in agreement. Looking at Li Shi's injured hand, he cautiously asked, shall I arrange accommodation for you, or find someone to send you home? Li Shi didn't agree, claiming he had other plans, dismissing the director with just a few words. He kept no one around him, the doctors and nurses all withdrew, leaving the room silent and slightly oppressive. Staying here was impossible for him, he feared that if he stayed any longer, he might lose control and kill Jiang Manqing. Leaving wasn't possible either, he couldn't trust these people. Jiang Manqing had been detained here for years, and there was no way she could have obtained such a sharp blade by herself. It must have been provided by someone. With so many people coming and going, investigating now would be futile and create more chaos. This would only harm him, it would let more people know that the person in the sanatorium who wanted to kill him was his own mother. Li Shi took out his phone and accidentally opened the recording file again as he swiped through it. His fingers paused on the screen for so long that the screen dimmed before he finally came to and erased the recording with a blank expression, then dialed by Jing's number. The call remained unanswered for a long time. He thought perhaps the dinner gathering hadn't ended yet, about to give up when a male voice suddenly responded, Zhuo Mingyuan's voice. Hello. Li Shi remained silent. Zhuo Mingyuan seemed somewhat awkward and cleared his throat before saying, The boss can't answer the phone right now. Li Shi asked, where are you guys? Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated and answered reluctantly, the hospital. Because of Ningyu? Yes. Alright, understood. Li Shi hung up the phone. Suddenly, his temple started to ache faintly. He pressed on it with his hand, but instead of subsiding, the pain intensified. He didn't know when this problem started. It had recurred frequently, probably because of excessive work pressure. He always handled it with medication. But today, he had no medicine with him, so Li Shi could only grit his teeth and endure, his jaw tightening in tension. After much waiting, when he felt slightly better, he called Jin Yan again. Jin Yan was dragging the unconscious Bai Hao out when the phone rang. With one arm supporting Bai Hao and another struggling to reach for the phone, he eventually panted into the receiver after quite some time. Li Shi asked what he was doing, to which Jin Yan, gripping Bai Hao who nearly fell over, replied with a troubled face, Uncle Li, the master got drunk, and I'm preparing to take him home. Li Shi said indifferently, then indulge in post-drinking promiscuity conveniently. Jin Yan almost threw the phone away, his face red as if he turned into a tomato spirit. It was as if Li Shi could feel his embarrassment through the phone and laughed once, alright, nothing else, I'll hang up. Jin Yan knew Uncle Li wouldn't call at this late hour for no reason and questioned persistently, Uncle Li, are you done with your errands? I'll come pick you up. Li Shi said it wasn't necessary, making Jin Yan sense something amiss even more, his tone becoming urgent, Uncle Li, where are you? Li Shi had no choice but to tell him, I'm at Iha Sanatorium. Take Master Bai Hao back first and then come over. Upon hearing the name, Jin Yan's heart sank halfway, and after hanging up the phone, he wished he could sprint with Master Bai Hao on his back at Olympic speeds. Unfortunately, Bai Hao was both taller and heavier than him. No matter how fit Jin Yan was, he could only drag Master Bai Hao with great difficulty outside. After struggling for quite some time, he finally hailed a cab and expended considerable effort dragging Bai Hao onto it. After settling Bai Hao slumped on the seat, Jin Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled heavily. It's not Bai Hao's fault that he got so drunk, he's naturally sensitive to alcohol, and after a few drinks, he's out of it. But today, he drank even more than usual, and now he's completely unconscious. Actually, Bai Hao has always been on the fringes of the Bai family. His mother was an illegitimate daughter of Bai Jingyuan and a prostitute, which made her position in the Bai family quite awkward. As she grew up and refused the marriage arranged by Bai Jingyuan, she was driven out. Later, she met Bai Hao's father, they fell in love and got married, and then Bai Hao was born. What should have been a happy family of three turned tragic when Bai Hao was 10, as his parents died in a car accident, leaving him orphaned and alone. Upon receiving the news, the Bai family brought Bai Hao back, but Bai Jingyuan wouldn't allow him to live in the Bai residence. Instead, they provided him with accommodations outside the main estate and a nanny to care for him. Other than that, he has always been alone. Jin Yan thought about things from his childhood and looked at Bai Hao, who was now frowning due to drunken discomfort, and felt a bit sorry for him. He understood his young master's temperament, even though Bai Hao clearly knew those people trying to get him drunk had ill intentions and intended to humiliate him, he wouldn't flinch before drinking down every toast. Just like when he was little, every time Bai Hao was brought back to the Bai household during holidays, he would return home with bruises all over his body from fighting with the other Bai family offspring. Over there, no one protected him or stood up for him, and he always lost out. Yet, every time, he would go back because he didn't want others to think he was weak and easy to bully. Li Shi once said that Bai Hao was too ambitious, but Jin Yan thought he could understand his young master. After enduring so many cold stares and sarcasm throughout his life, Bai Hao's desire to climb higher wasn't just ambition, it was to make the Bai family acknowledge him and force those who had insulted his parents to apologize. Jin Yan's thoughts wandered far, and only when the driver called him several times did he snap back to reality. Bai Hao's house was too far away, and since Jin Yan was in a hurry to pick up Li Shi, he decided against sending Bai Hao home and instead chose his own current residence nearby. After paying the cab fare, Jin Yan dragged Bai Hao's arm with great difficulty and finally managed to pull him out. They were now at the entrance of the park, past the streetlight ahead, a small alley beside them led to where Jin Yan lived. Bai Hao's entire weight was resting on Jin Yan, and while keeping an eye on the ground to steady their steps to avoid falling, suddenly noises broke out ahead. Jin Yan looked up and saw a group of small-time hooligans. They probably came out of some nightclub and each of them wore excited expressions. Jin Yan, unable to evade holding Bai Hao so tightly, had to push past them. However, just as feared, one of them, sporting a gold chain, squinted at them and gave a shout, stepping forward to block Jin Yan's path. His friends stopped as well and immediately got what the guy meant, forming a circle around Jin Yan and Bai Hao. The gold-chained one spat on the ground and asked arrogantly, "Brother, can I borrow some money?" Jin Yan, seeing this guy, put on a piteous face and pleaded, "Big brother, I've got an emergency, please let me pass." Before the gold-chain guy could respond, another guy with tattoos all over his arms and bald head walked forward furiously, "Motherfucker, cut the bullshit. Hand over the money, or I'll fucking slice you." Big brother, don't be angry, I'll give it. Jin Yan reached into his pocket for the wallet, and the gold-chain guy smugly gave a signal to his tattooed friend upon seeing his timid act. By the time Jin Yan managed to take out the wallet, it was snatched away by the bald man before he could even open it. Jean Yan tried to grab it back but shrank under the ferocious glare of the bald man. He carefully asked, "Big brother, the brothers can use the money to buy drinks, but please return the contents inside." The bald man slapped Jean Yan's face with the wallet, sneering and saying, "What if we don't return it? Stupid fuck." Jean Yan remained silent, and the gold chain guy impatiently ordered, "Take everything else from the guy next to you, quickly." Jean Yan stared at them, realizing there was no way out of this peacefully. He sighed silently and said, "Please wait a moment," then dragged Bai Hao to sit on the bench under the lamppost. Since there were plenty of the ruffians and the bench was only a few steps away, none of them moved to stop him. Jean Yan placed Bai Hao on the bench, draped his suit jacket lightly over him, twisted his neck sore from supporting Bai Hao, and while unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt, walked back toward the gangsters and said, "All right, let's get this done together and save time." His carefully styled hair with gel had long since become a mess, strands of bangs falling down, and his black pupils sparkled under the lamplight. His earnest expression while speaking was almost comically naive, as if he were a little kid wielding a plastic golden hoop bar claiming he'd beat you up. The group of young hoodlums all stood there stunned for a moment before bursting into raucous laughter. "What the fuck, this idiot. This kid needs to be taught a lesson, doesn't he? Beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy." Amidst their mocking jeers, the blonde one stepped forward first, raising his hand to slap Jean Yan. Jean Yan turned his head aside to dodge it, grabbed the blonde's wrist and twisted it downward, then swiftly raised his elbow and struck the other's face. The blonde let out an agonized cry, holding his nose and stepping back. When he straightened up, blood already flowed through his fingers from his broken nose. It all happened so fast that everyone around was momentarily dumbfounded. The blonde seethed with anger, trembling all over, pointing at Jean Yan incoherently, "Shit. Beat him." Only then did the others snap back to reality. A hooligan on Jean Yan's left cursed and pulled out a knife, lunging toward him. Jean Yan kicked the knife away with his foot, using the force when landing to execute a beautiful roundhouse kick, sending the man flying. That guy cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, and curled into a ball on the ground clutching his stomach, unable even to stand. Actually, Jean Yan had intentionally lessened the force behind that kick. If he had used full strength, the guy would have needed hospitalization. This is why Jean Yan initially preferred losing some money rather than starting a fight with these people. Battling them was too much like bullying. He could play with guns before they'd even figured out where to rob school kids of their pocket money. The fight ended quickly. Jean Yan bent down searching for his wallet among the sprawled out men on the ground. Suddenly, a chubby hand reached out and handed his wallet back. He turned and saw the bald guy, quivering with fear, muttering, "Mister, your wallet." Jean Yan took his wallet back and even smiled at the bald guy, saying, "Thanks." Then he rushed back to Bai Hao, lifting him up and walking away, disappearing in no time. Only after making sure he couldn't be seen did the bald guy turn back, limping over to the blonde and kicking him lightly, "Damn it, you fucking idiot." The blonde screamed in pain, rolled his eyes upward, and fainted. Chapter 11. After arriving home, Jean Yan pulled Bai Hao onto his bed. He undid the buttons of Bai Hao's shirt, took off his shoes, and pulled a blanket over him. There was no time to do anything else, so he rushed out of the door. He called a taxi straight to the sanatorium, calling their group leader on the way to say he wouldn't return due to some personal matters. Leader Lao Su yawned lazily at the other end of the line and said it didn't matter if he didn't come back since there wasn't much going on anyway. Only a few people were left in the hospital. Jean Yan was confused for a moment and asked, "How did they get to the hospital?" Lao Su lowered his voice and said, "The boss showed up, accompanied by a man who arrived in a wheelchair in the afternoon. He looked really handsome." Jean Yan went silent, eventually muttering an absent-minded, "Oh." Suddenly realizing that Jean Yan was one of Li Shi's people, Lao Su became awkward. Actually, he's not all that good-looking." With a low voice, Jean Yan said, "Boss, I'm hanging up." Suddenly, he understood why Uncle Li had called him, because there was no one beside him. After reaching the sanatorium, Jean Yan followed the location Li Shi had previously mentioned over the phone and searched until he arrived at the room. At the door, he lightly knocked but received no response. Turning the door handle, he found it unlocked, so he pushed it open and walked in. Upon seeing the person inside, Jean Yan's eyes instantly reddened. Li Shi was sitting by the window with his head leaning against the wall. His eyes were closed, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his complexion was pale to near transparency. There were dried bloodstains on both his suit coat and the shirt beneath. His right hand, swathed in bandages, hung limply at his side, clearly a newly inflicted wound. Without hesitation, Jean Yan slapped himself across the face. Because Li Shi hadn't rested well due to a headache, when he heard the door open, just upon opening his eyes, he saw Jean Yan striking himself. Frowning, he reprimanded, "What kind of sickness is this?" Lowering his head, Jean Yan choked out, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I'd gone with you, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." He genuinely had no idea that Uncle Li was coming here. Had he known, no matter what big issues arose, he would have insisted on following. Li Shi sighed impatiently as he stood up and approached Jean Yan, scolding, "Stop crying, you're 20 already. Have some dignity." Suppressing his tears, Jean Yan carefully examined Uncle Li's hand. Seeing his remorseful expression, Li Shui exhaled heavily. It's just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days. Alright, let's go. Jin Yen muttered an acknowledgement, hanging his head and reluctantly following him outside. Usually chatty, Jin Yen didn't speak a word all the way until they got in the car. Li Shui had suffered from a terrible headache throughout the night which would sporadically relapse. Now, the pain returned fiercely, but he didn't want Jin Yen to notice. He deliberately engaged him in conversation, asking, "How was it last night? Did anything happen there?" Listlessly, Jin Yen replied, "Nothing happened except that Miss Chi Lu came back and had a public fight with Master Bai Heng." Startled, Li Shui momentarily couldn't help laughing despite himself. This certainly didn't feel like nothing happening. Recalling the scene, Jin Yen finally regained some excitement in his tone. "Uncle Li, you can't imagine. Master Bai Heng's shirt buttons were ripped off, exposing his chest. He was scratched all over by Mistress Chi, his face covered in blood, and even got kicked in the groin." Cold sweat dripped down Li Shui's forehead. As he watched Jin Yen cheerfully recount the incident, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain calm and asked, "And then?" Jin Yen chuckled a couple of times. "Then, they were kicked out of the hotel by Master Bai Lao." Li Shui joined him in laughter, but his smile looked frail and devoid of energy. Alas, under the cover of the dark night, Jin Yen, focused on driving, never noticed. By the time they arrived, it was past 3 o'clock in the morning. Li Shui wanted Jin Yen to stay here directly, but Jin Yen refused. Since childhood, he had been particularly afraid of Bai Jing. Should he meet Bai Jing, his hands and feet would go numb. Moreover, Bai Hao was still at his place. He just couldn't be entirely at ease. Li Shui didn't push further, allowing Jin Yen to drive the car back while reminding him to be careful on the road. Watching him leave, he then entered the house. Quietly stepping upstairs, he hesitated briefly at the door before adjusting his expression and pushing the door open. To his surprise, the room was empty. Bai Jing had yet to return. The energy that had been supporting Li Shui all along seemed to dissipate in an instant. Sitting on the bed, his body felt completely drained. He turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. The cold crept through from every corner. Lowering his gaze to look at his own hand, the image of Jiang Manqing's grotesque face surfaced in his mind once again. His headache worsened severely. Li Shui was about to get some medicine, but as soon as he stood up, his vision went dark and a buzzing filled his ears. He lost his sense of balance and fell to the ground, hitting his injured hand hard against the bedside table. The pain caused him to curl up into a ball. After a long while, he managed to climb up with great effort, kneeling on the floor and pulling open the cabinet drawers. By the pale moonlight streaming through the window, he searched for something and eventually took out a white bottle, swallowing all the remaining pills inside in one breath. Breathing heavily on the floor, Li Shui was too exhausted even to open his eyes. However, the headache felt as if someone had forcibly split open his skull, leaving no room for rest. The painkiller hadn't taken effect yet, so Li Shui, unable to bear it, started banging his head against the cabinet. Cold sweat streamed down his body, soaking through his shirt and sticking it to his back. His consciousness grew fuzzy from the pain, and he involuntarily called Bai Jing's name several times, though there was no one in the empty room to answer. It wasn't until much later that the pain gradually subsided. Unwilling to stay in the enclosed environment alone, Li Shui slowly got up with the help of the bed and made his way to the balcony, collapsing into a chair with all his strength gone. The moonlit night was serene, and faint cloud layers could be seen moving behind the dim sky. Li Shui lit a cigarette and placed it on the table, gazing at its faint glow flickering in the breeze as it waxed and waned. Time ticked by. When the first cigarette burned out, he lit a second. When the second was done, he lit a third. The pile of cigarette butts on the table grew larger and larger as dawn began to break. At 8 a.m., several vehicles drove in one after another and stopped at the gate. Li Shui stood up and saw many people getting out of the cars, carrying various items and bringing them into the house. There was a knock on the door, and Li Shui answered. Uncle Wu pushed the door open and froze upon seeing him. He seemed not to believe the person before him, whose clothes were blood-stained, hand-wounded, and face pale like a ghost, was really Li Shui. Wide-eyed, Uncle Wu examined him repeatedly, his mouth trembling as he was about to call for help. But Li Shui spoke first, pointing outside and asking what was happening. Uncle Wu looked at Li Shui, sympathy evident in his eyes, and hesitated for quite a while before answering softly, Young Master Ningyu of the Ning family, will be staying here for a while. Li Shui reacted as if he'd expected this, forcing a faint smile onto his lips. At that moment, Bai Jing's car arrived. He stepped out first, then walked around to the other side of the car, gently carrying Ningyu out. As Li Shui watched them, he suddenly called out, Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu looked up at him, witnessing for the first time in years an expression of bewilderment on the proud man's face. There's a saying, what's yours will always be yours, what isn't won't come no matter how hard you beg. I didn't believe it before, but now I find myself somewhat believing it. Uncle Wu's heart ached as he looked at Li Shui, yet he didn't know how to console him. He sighed softly, Mr. Li. Li Shui turned around and smiled with a tinge of helplessness. But I can't turn back. Chapter 12. Bai Jing carried Ningyu into the best room near the garden, and was about to let go when Ningyu woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Jing, and gave a smile first. His skin in the morning sunlight was so fine it seemed ready to burst at a touch. He whispered softly, "I want some water." Bai Jing looked at him for a long time before finally slowly moving his gaze away from Ningyu's face. He stood up and personally poured a cup of warm water, watched Ningyu drink, and then took the cup from his hands to place it on the table. Then he asked, "Have some breakfast?" Ningyu nodded gently, and Bai Jing instructed someone to prepare the food without asking Ningyu what he wanted specifically, ordering a few types of pastries that Ningyu liked, and reminded them, "Put sugar in the milk." Ningyu's lips curled upwards as he listened, and eventually, even his eyes could not help but bring out a smile. He had always liked sweet things since childhood, and the pastries Bai Jing chose were all his favorites. He never expected Bai Jing to still remember after all these years. When people left, Bai Jing touched Ningyu's forehead to test his temperature and relaxed slightly once realizing it wasn't feverish anymore. Ningyu let Bai Jing take care of him obediently. When Bai Jing lowered his head, he saw the dependent and trusting expression on Ningyu's face, which made Bai Jing's heart stir involuntarily. In the past, before he established a relationship with Li Shui, Bai Jing would keep the ones he liked around for a while, and could find freshness in those who were beautiful and obedient. But after Li Shui got injured and he brought her back, he only kept her for 3 years. Li Shui was someone who never showed weakness, nor did she ever reveal such an affectionate look. Over time, their relationship became monotonous. He desired a lover who understood warmth and tenderness, not someone consumed by hard work all day. Ningyu naturally didn't miss the flutter in Bai Jing's eyes. As Ningyu tried to reach for Bai Jing's hand, Uncle Wu suddenly walked in, dispersing the faint trace of ambiguity in the air. Uncle Wu first greeted Ningyu, then confirmed various arrangements with Bai Jing. At one point, he almost mentioned Li Shui's injury, but remembering her instructions, he suppressed it again forcefully. After he finished speaking with Bai Jing and returned upstairs, Li Shui had already finished washing up and tidied himself. Uncle Wu took the blood-stained clothes Li Shui changed out of, and seeing the red-stained bandages on his hands, his complexion immediately turned pale. However, Li Shui acted nonchalantly, picking up his coat to cover the shocking fresh red color. "It's nothing, just a small wound." Uncle Wu was uneasy. "Let a doctor check it out." "No need, I can handle it myself." Uncle Wu shook his head, feeling utterly powerless with him. He took out an envelope from his chest pocket and handed it over, saying, "This is something you entrusted me to find." Li Shui accepted it and finally showed a hint of a smile. After thanking Uncle Wu, he left the room and went downstairs. Uncle Wu sighed heavily looking at his retreating figure, frowning and wondering why exactly this young master from the Ning family had come back at such a critical moment. The Ning family was one of the few families that Bai Weitang had originally collaborated with. Ningyu, Bai Jing, and a few others had grown up together, with the older generation being allies, naturally making these younger ones an interest-driven coalition. Ningyu and Bai Jing had a relationship during middle school, which even Bai Weitang knew about. Uncle Wu remembered how the old man smiled then, not caring much about it, simply saying, "Bai Jing will handle it well." Sure enough, they parted ways after university. It was unclear whether to call Bai Jing composed or indifferent and selfish. But Uncle Wu also knew that their young master truly liked Ningyu because, for all these years, apart from his family, Ningyu's picture was the only one in his room. When Li Shui came downstairs, he encountered Bai Jing right at the staircase exit coming out from Ningyu's room. Li Shui stopped in his tracks. Bai Jing said nothing, and the two faced each other silently. People passing by were intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere and carefully avoided them. Ultimately, it was Bai Jing who lost patience first. Looking at the bloodshot eyes and terrible appearance of Li Shui, he asked deeply, "Where did you go last night?" Li Shui replied indifferently, "I went to the bar and had a few drinks." Bai Jing smiled, but there was only coldness in his eyes. Since Li Shui could leave yesterday's important event without a word and show no respect for the elders in his household, there was no need for Bai Jing to maintain any politeness either. After all, between the two of them, Bai Jing was never the one who owed anything. Bai Jing spoke calmly and confidently, "Ningyu has just returned to the country and will stay here temporarily." His tone was light, not seeking Li Shui's opinion but rather implying a sense of superiority. Li Shui clenched his fist under the coat, yet his face remained indifferent as he said, "All right." Bai Jing had originally braced himself for Li Shui's relentless, so his matter-of-fact attitude now raised Bai Jing's suspicions. Squinting his eyes, Bai Jing examined Li Shui closely and asked coldly, "What are you up to?" Li Shui paused, then suddenly let out a scornful laugh after snapping back to reality. Recalling the recording from yesterday, he mimicked Ningyu's tone and asked, "I just want to ask one question, do you love Ningyu?" Bai Jing remained silent, and Li Shui stepped closer to him one step at a time, smiling as he said, "If you love him, my plan is simply to kill him. But if you don't love him, it doesn't matter to me if he stays here for the rest of his life." He then tilted his head and looked straight at Bai Jing, asking, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Bai Jing glanced at him coldly. Li Shui straightened Bai Jing's somewhat disheveled collar, saying, "Don't look at me like that, you've known I'm crazy since today anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation and left. So Bai Jing didn't see the sorrow and pain welling up in his eyes, hidden behind the forced smile. Uncle Wu arranged a driver to take Li Shui away, then resumed commanding people moving in and out of the house without showing any emotion, not even glancing at Bai Jing as he passed by. Bai Jing stopped him, and Uncle Wu lowered his head respectfully, yet his manner was distant. Helplessly, Bai Jing said, "I wasn't planning on doing anything." Uncle Wu smiled but said nothing. If not intending anything already allowed someone to enter their home freely, then what would happen when he truly intended to do something? Bai Jing knew that nothing could be concealed from this old man who had watched him grow up, so he revealed his inner thoughts candidly. "I still want to give it another try, without marrying a woman or having children. Isn't it also possible to spend a lifetime with someone we know and love?" At that moment, Uncle Wu felt so disheartened that he couldn't utter a word. Something terrible had happened in his family once before, and it was thanks to Li Shui using every means necessary to save his son that Uncle Wu avoided the devastating heartache of burying his child. In everyday life, it was this same Mr. Li, whom everyone else avoided, who noticed Uncle Wu's health issues first and promptly called the best doctors to treat him. Even Bai Jing, whom he had watched grow up from a child, hadn't done that much. Even if we didn't mention these favors, Uncle Wu still remembered how 3 years ago, when Li Shui was sent to the hospital due to recurring wounds, he nearly died multiple times during emergency treatment. "I am merely a servant and have no right to say much. I only hope that the young master won't regret today's decision in the future." Uncle Wu had never spoken such harsh words. However, he was old, so old that his hair had turned completely white, half of his body already feeling as if inside a coffin. He had witnessed too many people and seen through countless false displays of affection, yet the one whose deep emotions had moved even him beyond restraint was none other than Li Shui. Uncle Wu thought, if he had never spoken a word on behalf of such a person as Li Shui, he might never find peace in death. Chapter 13. When Li Shui arrived at Wei Zai's hospital, the blood on his hand had soaked through the bandage. Wei Zai helped him retreat the wound. The face of this usually gentle person was full of coldness. "If you don't want to live, just leave it untreated. There's no need for you to waste my time." Li Shui knew that Wei Zai was worried about him, so he just smiled without saying a word. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Wei Zai continued to scold him with a serious face. Li Shui couldn't bear his nagging and interrupted him, asking, "Where's Fu Ying?" As expected, as soon as his lover was mentioned, Dr. Wei's cold face immediately became warm like spring. "She will come over in a while. She has her prenatal checkup today." Hearing that Fu Ying would come, Li Shui's expression changed instantly. If Fu Ying found out he was injured, her reaction would be even more terrible than Wei Zai's. And since this young lady was now pregnant, Li Shui didn't dare show any disrespect to her, so he hurriedly urged, "Just hurry up." Before he finished speaking, there were 2 knocks on the door, followed by an extremely sweet voice, "Dr. Wei, your child misses Daddy, so I came to see you." Then the door opened, and a petite figure rushed toward Wei Zai. Wei Zai, startled, turned pale, threw away the bandage, stood up, and opened his arms to tightly embrace Fu Ying. After being embraced, Fu Ying smiled foolishly, while Wei Zai broke out in cold sweat. After regaining his senses, he was furious but unwilling to scold Fu Ying. He slammed his hand on the table and said, "How many times have I told you? Don't act so recklessly. What if you fall?" Being shouted at, Fu Ying looked dazed and confused, her eyes red-rimmed when she lifted her head. Wei Zai, feeling sorry for her, hugged her tightly and consoled softly, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Sitting silently in his seat, Li Shui coldly said, "Dr. Wei, do you remember that there is a patient here who is bleeding non-stop?" Hearing the voice, Fu Ying abruptly turned around. Seeing Li Shui, she was so excited that she almost bounced up. Without hesitation, she shoved Wei Zai aside and rushed toward Li Shui. Li Shui quickly grabbed her with his uninjured hand and rebuked, "Slow down." Fu Ying pouted. One after another acted this way. She wasn't made of snow, melting just by walking. Li Shui pulled her to sit beside him. Fu Ying then noticed his hand and dropped her bag, standing up anxiously asking, "Are you hurt? Who did this? How did it happen? Is it severe?" Li Shui didn't answer, raising his head and looking at Wei Zai with an "I told you so" expression. Wei Zai shook his head laughing and started treating his wound again. Fu Ying leaned in closely, suddenly gritting her teeth and growling, "Who hurt you? Auntie will kill them." Li Shui frowned deeply, "You're going to be a mother. Enough talk of death. Sit down and stop moving around." Fu Ying huffed unhappily but obediently sat back down, her face still fuming. Wei Zai's smile widened slightly at the sight of these two. Fu Ying originally had a lawless nature, and now that she was pregnant, no one dared to provoke her. The only person who could control her now was Li Shui. This story goes way back. Fu Ying is the youngest daughter of the Fu family, which is powerful and influential. 3 years ago, they formed a business alliance with the Bai family. But not with just anyone, it was none other than Bai Jing. However, what seemed like a perfect match, Fu Ying avoided it like the plague. She had long been infatuated with someone else, liking only one person from childhood until now. But the fuss didn't approve of Wei Zai. Even though they came from a prestigious medical family and Wei Zai was exceptionally talented, how could he possibly compare to Bai Jing, who controlled everything in the business world? The marriage between the Fu and Bai families was a powerful alliance that would bring unimaginable benefits once the barriers in various cooperative projects were removed. Under the overwhelming pressure of the entire family, Fu Ying's resistance was completely ineffective. Due to her antics, she was even locked up by her family. As the wedding date drew closer day by day, Fu Ying became more anxious every day, trying every trick in the book like crying, throwing tantrums, or threatening to hang herself. Wei Zhe had even prepared to kidnap her for the marriage. It was right at this moment that Li Shui suddenly appeared. He used every method possible to block this marriage, even using the Bai family to threaten Bai Jing. Tensions escalated between the two to an irreparable level. And Fu Ying, upon receiving this news, was delighted to death, wishing to cheer Li Shui on enthusiastically. In the end, Li Shui won this battle. Bai Jing gave in and abandoned the marriage alliance with the Fu family. Fu Ying, carrying the disgraceful name of being jilted, made the Fu family feel guilty enough to finally agree to let her be with Wei Zhe. So, in Fu Ying's words, Li Shui was their great benefactor, and no matter how much they repaid him in this life, they would still owe him. Because of this, she shamelessly clung to Li Shui, who, unable to escape her, eventually became close friends with the couple. Yesterday was Bai Weifang's birthday, and someone from the Fu family had attended. Fu Ying remembered what her brother had told her, so she suddenly asked, "Were you not at the banquet for Grandpa Bai yesterday?" Li Shui replied, "I had things to do, so I left early." Fu Ying's gaze fell on his hand, knowing that his injury was certainly related to this. But since Li Shui didn't say anything, she wouldn't persistently ask either. Everyone has their own past, wounds they can't talk about. Fu Ying knew from the moment she met Li Shui that something must have happened to him, otherwise he wouldn't always carry such deep melancholy in his eyes, even when smiling. She looked at him with concern, asking, "Is Bai Jing aware that you're injured?" Li Shui lowered his gaze, revealing a self-deprecating smile as he shook his head. Fu Ying knew nothing, she had no idea Ningyu had returned, or that Ningyu was staying in their home, or about Bai Jing's recent changes. She just looked at Li Shui's current expression and inexplicably felt sorrow rise within her. She asked softly, "Li Shui, do you love him that much?" Li Shui responded helplessly with a laugh, "Yes." Fu Ying questioned, "Can't you change and love someone else?" Li Shui continued to smile, "What about you? Can you exchange Wei Zhe for someone else? After all, there are plenty better than him." This made Fu Ying angry, and without thinking, she blurted out, "There is no one better than him." After speaking, she herself was stunned. Li Shui said no more. When it comes to matters of the heart, how could there be someone better, or an easy swap? Each person has their one and only soulmate, and if you've encountered them, everything else is merely making do. Wei Zhe quietly sighed and gently pulled down the sleeve covering Li Shui's elbow. He reminded him, "Be careful, remember not to touch water or make sudden movements." Li Shui nodded and added, "Give me some more medicine, the kind I used to take." Wei Zhe frowned, "Are your headaches still severe?" Li Shui simply hummed in response. Wei Zhe stated, "That medication is for pain relief, but taking too much isn't good. Let me schedule you a checkup, to find out exactly what's wrong." "No need, it's just high work pressure, a chronic issue." Li Shui. "It's fine, I know my limits." Helpless, Wei Zhe could only instruct him to pay more attention to his health in the future and come to the hospital immediately if any discomfort arose. When Li Shui left, watching Fu Ying lost in thought, Wei Zhe took her hand and asked softly, "Still not going to tell him about that matter?" Fu Ying lowered her head and tightened her grip on Wei Zhe's hand, "I don't dare tell him. He loves Bai Jing so deeply, if he finds out, I can't imagine how desperate he would become." Wei Zhe let out another quiet sigh. Truthfully, even he couldn't decide what was best. If they were going to tell him, it should have been 3 years ago. Dragging things this long, they weren't sure whether they had helped or harmed Li Shui. Perhaps becoming pregnant had made her overly sentimental. Fu Ying, seeing Li Shui longing for what he could not have, suddenly rested her head against Wei Zhe's chest and choked back tears, saying, "Thankfully, the person I love also loves me." Her tears spilled over, for every time she imagined Wei Zhe loving someone else, her heart felt like it was tearing apart. Wei Zhe held her tightly, gently patting her shoulders to comfort her, but Fu Ying cried even harder. Thinking about how Li Shui lay in the hospital 3 years ago, Fu Ying realized just how selfish she was. Back then, part of her had actually been secretly glad that Li Shui's sacrifice had fulfilled her own love. But, who was going to fulfill Li Shui? Chapter 14. Jin Yen was awakened in the morning by a phone call. Yesterday, he had fallen asleep on the couch, and his mobile phone under him buzzed incessantly. With his eyes closed, he fumbled around for a long time before finally pulling the phone out of the sofa crevice. Without even checking who it was, he groggily answered the call with a "hello." Li Shui's cool voice came through, "Still not up?" Jin Yen jolted upright so hard that the sofa quivered. He replied sheepishly, "Not yet." It was nearly noon already. Li Shui didn't seem to feel any remorse for waking him up and simply said, "The thing you asked me to find has been located. Come get it when you have time, I'm at the company." Jin Yen excitedly exclaimed, "Ah," but got scolded by Li Shui, making him awkwardly scratch his face and say, "I see, thank you, Uncle Li." "Then that's it, I'll hang up." Wait. Li Shui responded impatiently from his nasal tone, and Jin Yen dared not waste more of his time, asking, "Uncle Li, do you have any plans today? Do you need to go out?" "No. Are you sure you're not lying to me, Uncle Li? Indeed not. This time, Li Shiyi became too lazy to deal with him and hung up. Still uneasy, Jin Yan hesitated about whether to call back to confirm when suddenly the bedroom door opened, and Bai Hao walked out. He had obviously just finished bathing, as his hair was still wet, and he had a towel draped around his neck. On his body was Jin Yan's clothing, though it was a bit too small, with sleeves unable to even cover his wrists. Jin Yan gawked blankly at Bai Hao, then abruptly widened his eyes. He fidgetedly grabbed the blanket and wrapped himself tightly, only exposing his head. Stammering, he said, Young master, you're awake. Bai Hao didn't reply, wiping the water off his face with the towel while telling him, I unwrapped a new pair of underwear. Jin Yan felt as if his face was on fire, shrinking into the covers slightly, mumbling a hoarse, oh. Suddenly Bai Hao asked, who were you just talking to on the phone? Afraid Bai Hao would press further, Jin Yan, being an awful liar, nervously shifted his gaze everywhere and stammered, no. Nobody. Bai Hao stared at him, his expression growing cold, but didn't say anything else. He turned and went back into the bedroom. Jin Yan kept his eyes glued to Bai Hao's silhouette until it disappeared, then hastily threw off the covers, lowering his head to check his own body. After confirming there were no unusual reactions, he exhaled deeply. Recalling Bai Hao in his clothes just now, his earlobes flushed red again. Why did everything seem fine when they were kids, but now whenever he saw his young master, his breathing grew tight. Jin Yan suddenly remembered something and jumped off the couch, running to the bedroom door without bothering to put on slippers, shouting, young master, let me cook you some food. I've learned how to cook recently. I've practiced for a long time, and even Uncle Li praised me. Afraid Bai Hao would decline, he rambled non-stop. No sound came from inside, and Jin Yan waited anxiously, his spirit sinking as he drooped. Eventually, Bai Hao gave him a lukewarm response. Had the bedroom door not been left slightly open, Jin Yan would have happily danced around. Instead, he stifled a chuckle while covering his mouth, leaped back to the couch like someone full of adrenaline, quickly putting on slippers, neatly folding the quilt, and then rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. Even while brushing his teeth, he couldn't help humming songs. Listening to the noises outside, Bai Hao inside the bedroom couldn't help but remember their childhood days. At first, when Bai Hao lived alone, the house was always silent. Then after adopting Jin Yan, there wasn't a single quiet moment anymore. Bai Hao liked tranquility, while Jin Yan was active. Jin Yan would shout, young master, all day long, showing Bai Hao even insects caught somewhere. Homework could also make him jump up and down as if he never ran out of energy, resembling a wound-up spring toy. The kitchen clinked with sounds of cooking. Bai Hao recalled when Jin Yan used to watch the maid cook as a child and end up getting scalded so badly that he cried. The memory made Bai Hao smile, but soon his face turned solemn again. Bai Hao looked down, thinking it's a pity, once people grow up, many things change. Nowadays, Jin Yan cooks his own meals, always keeping ingredients stocked in the fridge. However, Jin Yan hasn't mastered complicated dishes yet and simply stir-fried a few simple ones. Bai Hao took a few bites, saying nothing. Though embarrassed to ask, Jin Yan was delighted just seeing Bai Hao continue eating, smiling so widely his cheeks almost reached his ears. Hearing that foreigners placed great importance on etiquette, Jin Yan specially prepared a pair of serving chopsticks for Bai Hao, so enthusiastic that his whole body swayed side to side. While Bai Hao tasted the food quietly in the dining room, Jin Yan hummed cheerfully, completely immersed in his joy. Bai Hao, however, watched him expressionlessly and suddenly asked, was it you who sent me home last night? Jin Yan thought Bai Hao was going to thank him, so he nodded shyly. Then why didn't you send me back? Jin Yan immediately put down his chopsticks, explaining somewhat flustered, Master, I had something to attend to last night, and this place is closer, so I... Bai Hao interrupted him, what thing? Jin Yan stammered inarticulately, then Bai Hao questioned further, does it have anything to do with Li Shi? Jin Yan didn't reply. Bai Hao continued, he didn't show up at the banquet last night. Do you know where he went? Jin Yan lowered his head, gritting his teeth, I don't know. Bai Hao couldn't help but sneer inwardly but kept his composure and did not press him anymore. The atmosphere became awkward for some reason. Just then Bai Hao's phone rang. Watching him pick up the call, Jin Yan proactively returned to eating, albeit absent-mindedly poking his rice bowl with his chopsticks, his ears perked as they followed Bai Hao's speaking voice. Bai Hao soon hung up and resumed eating. Jin Yan glanced at him once, twice, 3 times. When Bai Hao finally gave him an impatient look, Jin Yan timidly asked, Master, do you have a dinner engagement tonight? Can I go with you? Bai Hao said nothing, his face devoid of any expression as he stared at him. I can help you drink. And drive. Or like last night, just see you home. He racked his brain to think of his own merits, quickly adding when Bai Hao remained unmoved, Master, I won't be any trouble to you. In fact, Jin Yan wasn't usually such an overbearing person, but this time he really wanted to follow Bai Hao. Even if it were just a minute or two longer, he still wanted to spend time with Bai Hao. He missed Bai Hao so much. During Bai Hao's time studying abroad, he never came back, even Uncle Li said Bai Hao was very busy and studies were tough, so Jin Yan didn't dare make a call either, fearing that he might disturb Bai Hao. Every day felt like an eternity as he waited, hoping and counting down until Bai Hao finally returned, but after Bai Hao returned, it seemed like he was busier than ever, and Jean Yan could only see him every so often. Thinking about all this, Jean Yan's mood began to dip. Unconsciously fidgeting with his hands, he nearly poked a hole through the bottom of his bowl. Bai Hao withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Jean Yan, who looked gloomy, as though a dark cloud hovered above his head. After quite a long time, Bai Hao abruptly spoke, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at Dong Yuan. Jean Yan almost sent his bowl flying out with his chopsticks. Turning around, he gaped incredulously at Bai Hao. Frowning, Bai Hao scolded him, sit properly. Look at yourself now. Jean Yan hurriedly straightened up, hesitantly confirming, Master, am I allowed to go with you? Bai Hao ignored him, yet Jean Yan knew that Bai Hao had agreed. Afraid of appearing too elated lest Bai Hao changed his mind out of annoyance, Jean Yan couldn't help but let a smile escape from the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't stop smiling foolishly even while washing the dishes after finishing his meal. Bai Hao observed Jean Yan, feeling complex emotions. Sometimes Bai Hao even felt he was being overly demanding of Jean Yan. People strive for greater heights just as water flows downward, this was simply the norm of the world. He himself did the same, so on what grounds should he be dissatisfied with Jean Yan? Chapter 15. In the afternoon, Jean Yan first drove Bai Hao home, and then went to the company to find Li Shi. It was the weekend today, and Li Shi had been injured yesterday. Jean Yan didn't know how he managed to come to the office. When he arrived, he first met Li Shi's secretary Tang Shui at the office door. Tang Shui was a curvaceous beauty with an even fierier personality. She worked in a straightforward and decisive manner, being so competent that many men felt inferior to her. As she came out of Li Shi's office, walking in 10-centimeter stiletto heels, she brought along a gust of wind. Seeing Jean Yan, she turned him around sweetly and called out, Xiaoyan Yan. Jean Yan forcefully turned his face away to avoid brushing against Tang Shui's impressive chest and struggled shouting, Sister Tang, let me go. Tang Shui saw Jean Yan's face turning red like it was about to bleed and found this pure child simply adorable. She pinched his cheek and asked, tell me, do I look beautiful today? Without sparing a glance for Tang Shui, Jean Yan hastily nodded, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Not even annoyed by his perfunctory response, Tang Shui pinched his cheek again before smilingly letting go of him. Once free, Jean Yan hopped several meters away like a rabbit. Tang Shui beckoned him, come here. Jean Yan shook his head like a tambourine. Tang Shui fixed her expression, come over. I've got something serious to say to you. Jean Yan reluctantly shuffled closer step by step. Tang Shui asked, are you coming to see the boss? Jean Yan nodded, still ready to flee at any moment. Tang Shui, feeling both exasperated and amused, said, oh, you're terrified just because I hugged you. Do you have any idea how many people beg me to hug them and I don't? Nevertheless, she no longer teased Jean Yan but instead seriously asked, do you know what has happened to the boss recently? Today they were all called back to work overtime because Li Shi was taking over an acquisition case. The Bai family's core businesses were in real estate and hotels. However, these years they also started venturing into tourism, investing in several resort areas. They were also planning to acquire Asia Guang Travel Agency in Lin City. Such travel agencies usually had low profit margins, but what they valued was its distribution channels across more than 10 cities nationwide. Acquiring such an existing agency would save much trouble compared to restructuring a new company. This had been planned for quite some time, but it wasn't under Li Shi's responsibility. His biggest previous project was the redevelopment of the old city area in Jinhai City. This project was only just completed, yet suddenly he was now handling the acquisition of Asia Guang Travel Agency, almost as if seeking trouble. And considering the scale of this case, there was absolutely no need for him to be personally involved. Tang Shui felt that Li Shi's actions were somewhat abnormal, but her boss had always been a workaholic, so she was merely suspicious. Jean Yan never disclosed anything about Li Shi, closing up like a clamshell, making it impossible for anyone to pry any information out of him. Shaking his head, Jean Yan replied, I don't know. Tang Shui was not stupid. As a shrewd individual, she could instantly discern whether Jean Yan was telling the truth or not. Yet, her intelligence lay in knowing when to push relentlessly and when to keep distance, otherwise, she wouldn't have been with Li Shi for so long. Tang Shui stopped asking and patted Jean Yan on the shoulder saying, go in, if you can, persuade him to take a break. His complexion is terrible. Jean Yan nodded and said, thank you, Sister Tang. Tang Shui smiled faintly. For what? Li Shi was after all her breadwinner, and currently an irreplaceable one. Though working with him might drain someone, his generosity with money equally attracted numerous loyal employees. Especially regarding Tang Shui, Li Shi led a very clean personal life. She once heard a friend complaining that every day she had to arrange the schedules for her boss more than 10 mistresses, memorizing their preferences, birthdays, various anniversaries, which left Tang Shui feeling nearly overwhelmed just listening to it. Looking at her own boss, she couldn't help but sigh. When Jean Yan entered the office, Li Shi was reviewing materials related to Asia Guang Travel Agency. His wound seemed fine, but his complexion was particularly unwell. Jean Yan lost most of his initial excitement. He walked to the opposite side of Li Shui, looking at him worriedly. "Uncle Li, rest for a bit." Li Shui didn't respond, pushing a white envelope on the table toward him. Jin Yan didn't even bother to look, asking, "Uncle Li, have you eaten?" Finally raising his head from those thick reports, Li Shui replied, "I've eaten, and I rested at noon." What he said was a lie. He hadn't eaten all day and hadn't rested since the night before. But it wasn't something within his control. Li Shui was someone who could calmly self-reflect, and he knew there was an issue with his mental state currently, a very serious one at that. This situation had happened before and he could only get through it on his own. When Li Shui became stubborn, no one could persuade him otherwise. Jin Yan also knew that Li Shui was lying, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wouldn't press further on matters concerning Bai Jing either, that would just be like sprinkling salt on Li Shui's wound. Jin Yan opened the envelope for a look and managed to force out a smile, muttering softly, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Shui asked him, "Where's Bai Hao?" Jin Yan replied, "The young master has gone home." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he hurriedly added, "But we'll have dinner together later." Li Shui had never had a good impression of Bai Hao, so Jin Yan always tried hard to portray Bai Hao positively in front of him. Li Shui didn't comment much else and merely gave a small smile, saying, "That's good." Then he asked again, "Do you have enough money?" Jin Yan quickly nodded, "Enough, plenty enough." After contemplating for a moment, Li Shui still took out a card from his wallet and tossed it to him, "Take it, just in case, if." Before Li Shui could finish his sentence, Jin Yan had already run off, shouting while running, "Uncle Li, call me if you need anything. Don't forget to call me." Li Shui stared at the credit card left untouched on the table for quite some time before coming back to reality, shaking his head with a light chuckle. What a brat. By the time it came to eating in the afternoon, Jin Yan first called Bai Hao. Bai Hao said he would drive over himself, so Jin Yan went straight to the entrance of Dongyuan to wait for him. It was quite a hidden place, looking unremarkable from the outside, but once you entered the gate, the courtyard was beautifully adorned with small bridges and flowing streams, stunning in its appeal. Moreover, this location didn't operate as a regular business. It was frequented by wealthy and powerful individuals either to conduct business or hold private events. Jin Yan had been here with Li Shui before without giving it too much thought, just finding the scenery nice and the food decent. Of course, whenever he mentioned the idea of having a picnic by a river, Li Shui would give him an icy glare. Jin Yan didn't have to wait long before Bai Hao arrived. The ill-fitting clothes from earlier had been changed, now replaced by a hand-tailored black suit and trousers, paired with a white shirt and a dark tie around the collar. With his striking facial features and cold, solemn expression, Bai Hao exuded an aura typical of a high-ranking business elite. Li Shui had once commented that the Bai family had good genes, every single one of them able to survive simply off their looks. Of course, that comment was only something Li Shui dared say, anyone else uttering it wouldn't know how they'd end up. Bai Hao handed his car keys to the valet, who hesitated to even look up while taking the keys. Unbothered by this, Bai Hao walked over to the stunned Jin Yan and said, "Let's go." Jin Yan snapped back into focus, hastily responding as he followed Bai Hao inside. As they walked, Jin Yan discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, afraid that he might have actually drooled while staring in admiration. Of course, he showed no remorse for his behavior. Who could blame him when his young master was so outrageously handsome that it angered both heaven and man? Chapter 16. This dinner gathering tonight was organized by Song Sile, and the people he invited were all close friends from his daily life. When he saw Bai Hao, his eyes curved into a smile. Before he could speak, however, he saw Jin Yan walking in behind Bai Hao. Song Sile's smile nearly faltered, but Jin Yan greeted him warmly from behind with a wave of his hand, "Young Master Song." Song Sile twitched at the corner of his mouth, but managed to respond with a strained smile. Everyone else in the private room had already arrived. Bai Hao and they were familiar, but this was Jin Yan's first meeting. Someone asked who he was, so Bai Hao introduced him briefly, "Jin Yan, my friend." Before Jin Yan could greet everyone, Song Sile pulled him over and whispered mysteriously, "Do you know Li Shui? This person works under him." At this point, several people who hadn't paid much attention to Jin Yan turned their gazes towards him. Jin Yan quickly waved his hands awkwardly, No, I just do errands." Kong Yi, sitting opposite Song Sile, was a high-ranking official's son and also the best-born among them. Since Bai Hao came in, Kong Yi had been busy playing on his phone without lifting his head. Only at this moment did he raise it lazily and said, "Li Shui, indeed a remarkable figure." Someone nearby asked, "Hey, young Master Kong, wasn't your uncle the one reviewing that case involving the Qin family? Is there any insider information you could share with us?" Kong Yi threw his phone on the table and lit another cigarette, still maintaining an indifferent attitude. "There's no inside story, only two things to say, don't provoke the Bai family, and don't even think about provoking Li Shui." Bai Hao was sitting quietly on the side. The fact that Kong Yi said this right in front of him indicated that he didn't consider Bai Hao as part of the Bai family or worth his respect. Bai Hao's expression remained unchanged, while Song Sile tossed the lighter next to him towards Kong Yi. "Shut up, will you? You don't know squat." This second Master Kong had a fiery temper. Even though the lighter hit him on the head directly, he merely looked at Song Sile with a darkened face and didn't utter a single word. Some people persisted in asking Jin Yan in a lowered voice, wasn't the sex video of Secretary Feng, the mastermind behind the Qin family, uploaded online? And weren't those files accusing him later all arranged by Li Shi? True or false? Jin Yan looked shocked at the person asking and then scratched his head, embarrassed. Is there such a matter? I really don't know. I usually just pick up and deliver things for others. Seeing that Jin Yan wouldn't divulge anything, the person became slightly dispirited and made a dismissive tch sound. To prevent the situation from going cold, the seasoned old oil slick Wang Bing quickly changed the subject and asked Song Sil, is everything okay with your grandpa? It might seem like a meaningless question, because if Song Fuhua had problems, would Song Sil be here listening to their jokes? Song Sil replied indifferently, no issues. He'll be out soon. Originally, Song Fuhua was being held in custody due to some accusations. However, after doctors diagnosed him with conditions such as hypertension, coronary heart disease, old cerebral infarction, diabetes, which carried a potential risk of myocardial infarction and sudden cardiac death, he was transferred to a hospital where he lived like a respected elder. Now it was all about different interests playing their games, it was simply a matter of time before he gets released. After answering, Song Sil didn't elaborate further. Bai Hao sat beside him, leaving him little mood to care about anyone else. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jin Yan enthusiastically pouring a glass of water for Bai Hao and asked fawningly, young master, what fruit would you like? I'll fetch it for you. Song Sil coughed lowly twice to suppress showing any look of disgust. He tugged at Bai Hao's hand and asked him, how was yesterday? Didn't you drink too much? Relations between the Bai and Song families were not very good, once even bitter rivals, so naturally there wasn't a place for Song Sil at Bai Weifang's birthday banquet. Bai Hao answered solemnly, not bad. Upon hearing this, Jin Yan angrily leaned forward, not bad. Young master, you were completely drunk. Those people kept forcing drinks on you, I saw it. Bai Hao. Bai Hao warned, calling out his name. Jin Yan retracted slightly. As Bai Hao's best friend, Song Sil felt these words should be fine to say and perhaps make Song Sil feel the same resentment. But seeing both their grim faces, he hurriedly added, but young master Song, don't worry. Later, I took the young master to my place, and I even cooked lunch for him. Song Sil was almost spitting blood from rage. He thought Jin Yan did this on purpose, but looking at Jin Yan's candid demeanor, he really didn't seem like it. Biting his lips, Song Sil chose not to speak. Soon, dishes started to arrive. Contrary to Jin Yan's expectations, no one at the dinner gathering forced drinks on others. Everyone merely clinked glasses for formality's sake and mostly spent their time discussing business. Jin Yan couldn't interject into these conversations, nor did he try. Instead, he busied himself with quietly serving Bai Hao dishes, stacking his bowl high like a small hill. As the third round of drinks passed, Song Sil finally broached today's actual topic, also the purpose of hosting this dinner. He intended to collaborate with them to start a company. It was still only an idea. Details like what they'd do and the scale of the company had yet to be determined. Song Sil supported his head with one hand and lightly tapped the glass in front of him with the other, smiling innocently, I know nothing anyway, as you all know, so I just have the money. Shit. Someone couldn't help but laugh and curse, though no one dared to contradict him. Of all the people present, none had a better background than Song Sil. But if they compared wealth, adding everyone together wouldn't even match up to him alone. This wasn't surprising, given that Song Fuhua dealt in both legitimate and illegal activities. Although operating in the underworld carried more risks, it brought in money fast and in large amounts. Moreover, Song Fuhua, cunning as ever, collaborated with foreign entities, fabricated numerous invoices, signed purchasing contracts, transferred the funds abroad, and diversified his investments extensively, effectively laundering all the ill-gotten gains. Furthermore, Song Fuhua set up a separate account specifically for Song Sil, containing a sum large enough to terrify anyone. Of course I'll follow young Master Song's lead in this venture. What a fool would pass up such an opportunity? I'll say it first, this is entirely my own harebrained scheme, and my father will have no part in it. If your grandfather were in charge, where would there be room for us? Kong Yi also put down his chopsticks and said indifferently, all right, count me in. Bai Hao didn't speak. Song Sil glanced at him and grinned mischievously, if you want in, Bai Hao, I'll foot your share. Of course, it won't be a free gift, consider it a loan, with interest separately calculated. And if you choose not to join, fine too. I still plan to pull you over to help manage the company. Bai Hao was different from them. He'd only returned from overseas a short while ago and didn't have the kind of money they did lying around. Song Sil's actions weren't unreasonable either. Among all these second-generation heirs, Bai Hao was the only one with real talent. During school days, he was perpetually ranked top of his grade, later enrolled in one of the best schools abroad, securing every available scholarship, and upon returning home completed several cases exceptionally well. To rope Bai Hao onto their ship certainly wasn't a bad investment. Someone chimed in after Song Sil, exactly, White Master has to join us. Otherwise, this company won't last a few days before it falls apart. Bai Hao simply smiled without responding. Did he really have the qualifications to play? With the support of their father's networks, anyone here could easily throw out tens or hundreds of thousands for practice. As for him, he couldn't even get through the door of the Bai family corporation. What was he, really? Some tried enthusiastically to persuade him while others smirked silently within their hearts. Kong Yi scowled, now realizing what was happening. The whole elaborate plan was actually young Master Song's way of using money to keep people happy and tether them close by. On the other side, Jin Yen stood out awkwardly against the entire atmosphere of the dinner gathering. He kept his head low, listening to them talk about financing, venture capital, bank negotiations, none of which he understood. Feeling somewhat gloomy, Jin Yen idly poked at the shrimp in his bowl with his chopsticks. He'd always been particularly slow since childhood, failing math exams back in elementary school despite putting in real effort. Those concepts simply didn't click for him. On the other hand, his body was always strong, he could run 10 laps when others ran 3, reacted quickly, and had never lost a fight. It was Li Shui who told him not to force himself with studies he couldn't grasp and allowed him to pursue what he truly liked. That's why he ended up working security for the Bai family. Chapter 17. They were all chatting animatedly. Kong Yi drank in silence without uttering a word, occasionally raising his head to glance at Song Siluo's face. He noticed that her eyes had been on Bai Hao from beginning to end, then lowered his head again and continued drinking. Jin Yen dismembered the shrimp in his bowl as if performing 5 horses splitting a corpse, unable to eat, feeling more and more distressed, thinking how foolish and incapable he was. When their young master Bai Hao was bullied by the Bai family, he could do nothing. When it came to setting up a company, he also couldn't provide much help. He took out his phone, pretending to have an urgent call and told Bai Hao, "Young master, I will go outside to take a call." Bai Hao was deeply engrossed in listening to Song Siluo's plan and merely nodded without even turning his head. He currently wasn't interested in participating but felt it was always wise to keep multiple options open. Moreover, since Song Siluo was talking nonsense with all sorts of impractical ideas, Bai Hao decided to listen carefully so that he could correct her properly. Once Jin Yen stepped out of the door, he immediately headed toward the lavishly yet low-key decorated restroom, randomly choosing a cubicle and sat on the toilet seat, sighing miserably with furrowed brows. He checked his phone for the balance in his card, letting out another loud sigh echoing throughout the restroom. Jin Yen propped his chin up with both hands, his face scrunched up in deep thought. How could he quickly earn a lot of money? After some deliberation, he realized there seemed to be no other option than to participate in illegal boxing matches. Previously, he accompanied his captain Old Su to an underground boxing arena where fighters were locked in a 10 square meter beast cage. The audience watched from the side or upstairs, there were no rules, each punch drawing blood. Old Su once said that fights to the death happened frequently. However, the prize money was extremely high, winning one match would guarantee comfort for quite some time. Thus, many people dared to risk their lives despite the evident danger. But Jin Yen knew if Li Shui ever found out about his participation in illegal boxing matches, even if he won, she'd probably kill him herself. Jin Yen let out another sigh, just as his phone rang. It was a message from Xiao Mei. Her real name was Xiao Yu, also part of their group, only her looks resembled a girl so everyone in the group referred to her as Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei asked, "Little Yen, what's the deal with this Ningyu? Our big boss has accompanied him at the hospital for an entire day, and I'm starving myself almost to faint." Jin Yen replied, "I don't know." Xiao Mei bombarded him with exclamation marks, "You don't know? He is practically inside our inner circle now and you still don't know? Has our boss not taken any actions?" Jin Yen froze suddenly, having no clue that Ningyu had already moved into the Bai household. That explained why his Uncle Li was working overtime over the weekend. And now, how awkward was it for his Uncle Li? Should he go back or not? If he went back, how would others mock him? But if he didn't, should he just leave like this, running away shamefully? Why? He was the legitimate master of that house. Jin Yen was filled with frustration when suddenly an outside bang startled him, nearly dropping his phone. He steadied himself just in time and heard someone throwing up violently followed by the sound of rushing water. A voice spoke, "That's it, who made you drink so much?" The person being addressed did not reply for a long while before a cough was heard and then slurred, "Fuck. What's Bai Hao worth? In the Bai family, he's nothing." Kong Yi. Jin Yen instantly clenched his fists inside the cubicle. What does Song Siluo see in him? Huh. His mother is a whore, and he's nothing but a male prostitute. Jin Yan's mind went blank momentarily, but before his consciousness caught up, his body reacted first. He burst out of the stall, grabbed the man named Kong Yi, and punched him fiercely in the face. Kong Yi was already too drunk to stand steadily and fell down straight away from Jin Yan's punch. As Jin Yan attempted to continue, Wang Bing blocked him, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Frozen in place, Jin Yan stood motionless. The punch somewhat sobered Kong Yi, who shakily stood up, licked the blood off his mouth, and sneered coldly, "What? Isn't this just the dog brought along by the male prostitute?" In an instant, Jin Yan's face darkened. He broke free from Wang Bing's grip, kicked Kong Yi hard, and sent him flying. The commotion soon alerted the waiters outside, and more people flooded into the restroom. Jin Yan, driven mad by the words, "male prostitute," paid no attention to anyone trying to stop him, repeatedly landing blows on Kong Yi's face. It was only until a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them, "Stop. Jin Yen abruptly halted his movements. Turning his head, he saw Bai Hao's pale face, stiffening his body, letting go of Kong Yi, standing up, and bowing his head in silence, unable to speak. Bai Hao's expression was terrible, and Song Siluo followed him in, pushing through the crowd to see Kong Yi beaten until blood came from his nose and mouth. She angrily said, "Jin Yen, are you crazy?" Jin Yen still didn't speak. Wang Bing was awkwardly trying to figure out how he would answer if Bai Hao asked why Jin Yen hit someone, but Bai Hao didn't ask at all. He only spoke coldly to Jin Yen, "Apologize." Jin Yen tightened his fists without saying a word, and Bai Hao's voice almost squeezed out through gritted teeth, "I said apologize." Jin Yan's face went pale, and after a long time, he finally lowered his head, walking over to Kong Yi, unwillingly uttering an apology. Kong Yi held a handful of tissues pressed against his face, keeping his head tilted up to prevent the blood from flowing down. He coldly looked at Jin Yen and said harshly, "Just wait for your comeuppance." After that, he completely ignored everyone and walked straight out. Wang Bing along with quite a few others rushed out after him, while Song Siluo pulled on Bai Hao's sleeve and softly said, "Let me go check outside first." People were leaving one by one, and soon the restroom was left with only Bai Hao and Jin Yen. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Jin Yen reached to pull Bai Hao, his voice trembling, "Young master." Bai Hao forcefully pushed his hand away and coldly questioned, "Why did you hit him?" Jin Yen clenched his teeth, refusing to answer. How could he possibly express the reason for hitting him? And how could he repeat those words in front of Bai Hao? What kind of person was Bai Hao? Just based on Jin Yan's expression alone, Bai Hao could already guess more or less what happened. Coupled with their entrance when Wang Bing didn't start an argument but instead had a face full of embarrassment. Still, this wasn't a valid excuse for Jin Yan hitting someone. With those punches, not only had Jin Yan offended Kong Yi, but any possible future connection between Bai Hao and Kong Yi was now impossible as well. Jin Yan had severed one of Bai Hao's connections and brought him big trouble. Bai Hao rubbed his eyebrows irritably, wondering which brain cell had malfunctioned earlier to even agree to bring Jin Yan to such a gathering. He obviously knew Jin Yan was just a dumb brute who hadn't even studied much and only knew some boxing skills. When Jin Yan attempted to touch Bai Hao again, Bai Hao evaded once more, speaking gravely, "Go back." Bai Hao being calm and cold like this meant he was extremely upset. Each time he acted this way, he wouldn't speak to Jin Yan again, making Jin Yan feel like it was the end of the world. With red-rimmed eyes, Jin Yan croaked out hoarsely, "Young master, I'm wrong. I'll apologize again. I won't let him bother you." Bai Hao had initially been about to leave when he suddenly stopped, grabbing Jin Yan's collar, pulling him closer, and shouting lowly, "Do you think you have Li Shi's abilities or Kong Yi's family background? Or do you feel Li Shi is your crutch so you can act recklessly without thinking? Can your damn actions go through your brain, Jin Yan?" Jin Yan struggled hard to hold back tears, choking as he apologized, "Sorry." Bai Hao shook him off impatiently, turning around to walk away. Jin Yan chased a few steps before slowing down and stopping. His actions were calculated, but every time it came to matters involving Bai Hao, he forgot everything else. Chapter 18. Li Shi stayed in his office until 7 in the evening. He hadn't rested for a whole 2 days and one night, eating very little, and it was only when his eyes could no longer make out the figures on the financial reports that he stopped working. He closed his eyes to rest during the car ride home. Though clearly awake, the driver had to call him several times before he responded, his body so exhausted it no longer obeyed his brain's commands. Uncle Wu's face lit up when he saw Li Shi enter, thinking Li Shi wouldn't come back at all. But his smile barely lasted a few seconds before his brows furrowed tightly. Li Shi didn't even take off his coat and sat on the couch holding his aching stomach, telling Uncle Wu, "Please have someone make me some plain congee, with nothing added." Uncle Wu obliged and brought him a glass of warm water. Li Shi nodded, "Thank you for the trouble." Uncle Wu felt a tightening in his heart as he sensed Li Shi's courteous distance. He knew that the hard-won closeness and trust built over the years were now gone. What else could he say? The current environment made Li Shi feel insecure, and so he rebuilt a high wall around himself to isolate once again. Uncle Wu went to the kitchen while Li Shi looked around. Bai Jing and Ningyu weren't there. He guessed they must have gone out together. Sitting in the spacious and bright living room, he noticed traces everywhere of the life he'd left behind. Once this would bring him comfort, but now every second felt like torture. Uncle Wu quickly served the congee and asked if he wanted some appetizing side dishes. Li Shi shook his head and began drinking the congee with his uninjured hand. "Be careful, it's hot," Uncle Wu reminded from beside him. At that moment, someone entered the door carrying several sheets of paper, speaking to Uncle Wu, "Look over this, most things are ready. The large items will be delivered tomorrow morning." Uncle Wu glanced quickly at Li Shi, seeing he wasn't paying attention, then slightly turned aside to quietly tell the man, "Wait outside for me." The man, somewhat confused, still quickly replied and walked out. After he'd gone far enough, Li Shi suddenly said, "You don't need to worry about me. It's already come to this point, what is there I can't accept?" Uncle Wu sighed without reply. Li Shi finished only half a bowl of congee before setting it down and heading upstairs. On the way, he suddenly received a phone call. A friend on the other end said, "Shi, there's always a kid by your side, isn't his name Jin Yan?" Li Shi paused in his steps, "Yes. Today, he came to my place and had dinner with us. In the process, he beat up the second son of Director Kong's family. I just heard about it from someone below, so I thought I'd let you know. Li Shui frowned. The other side continued, I don't know the details myself, you should ask him directly. Alright, thanks. Don't mention it. When Li Shui hung up, he immediately dialed Jin Yan's number. On the other end, a low and listless voice answered, and Li Shui simply said, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, my office. Jin Yan wasn't someone who liked causing trouble, his personality was particularly good. Normally, he didn't even lose his temper. If he hit someone, it meant the other party had provoked him first. Most likely, it had something to do with Bai Hao. But Li Shui was too tired now to play games or hide daggers in smiles, so regardless of how big the matter was, he decided to deal with it tomorrow. Though extremely fatigued, he thought sleep would come quickly. However, as he lay in bed, suppressed memories from work resurfaced in his mind. He didn't dare to take sleeping pills, doctors had warned him not to rely on them after long-term use in large doses. Li Shui could only close his eyes tightly, continuously guiding himself through psychological therapy, forcing himself to think of things that could calm his emotions. Time passed bit by bit. Li Shui's consciousness fell into confusion. He vaguely heard a sound and couldn't determine whether he was sleeping or awake. That voice grew clearer. Li Shui heard someone calling his name. Would you look at these clothes Dad bought you? Do you like them? Hey brother. Boys grow up, they can't wear such bright colors. Oh, if you don't like them, then never mind. In his dream, Li Shui urgently tried to respond, but before he could speak, someone started sobbing uncontrollably in his ear. Shui. Shui, come back quickly, something's happened at home. This sound seemed to trigger something, and Li Shui began to tremble, his brows furrowed tightly, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His breathing through his nostrils was short and urgent. The images before his eyes turned crimson red. Jiang Manqing lay sprawled on the ground, her face contorted with malevolence as she screamed at him, Li Shui, go die. Why don't you just die already? Why aren't you dead yet? Li Shui opened his mouth wide, gasping for air. His hands flailed around beside him as if he were enduring some extreme pain, convulsing violently. Li Shui. Someone shouted his name urgently. A sharp pain came from the Renzhong acupoint between his eyebrows, and it felt like he'd been dragged out of the water. The sounds around him instantly became clear. He opened his eyes and first saw the dark ceiling above. After a long pause, his eyes finally moved slowly, and then he saw the person kneeling by the bed, looking down at him. The room was not lit, and in the darkness, Li Shui's vision seemed to be veiled by a thin mist. He couldn't make out this person's features or expressions clearly. But the voice, the breath, the scent, it was all Bai Jing. Li Shui reached out and hugged Bai Jing's neck. At the very moment Li Shui extended his hand, Bai Jing had already supported his waist and pulled him into an embrace, one hand continuously gently stroking the slightly cool, damp skin at the back of his neck. Every second, Li Shui clung tighter to Bai Jing, as if only by merging himself into Bai Jing could he truly feel safe. It was like this instinct was carved deeply into his very flesh and blood. Time passed unknowingly, and Li Shui's breathing gradually returned to calm. Rationality slowly re-emerged. When he realized what he was doing, a hint of struggle flickered in his eyes. Bai Jing's burning body heat transmitted from their pressed bodies. Li Shui closed his eyes, ultimately letting go and pushing Bai Jing away. So much pain. So much reluctance. So much desire to beg Bai Jing to hold him just a little longer. But thinking about how disgusted Bai Jing would be holding him now, thinking that those warm hands might have just embraced and caressed someone else. Li Shui's heart clenched painfully together. He reached out and switched on the wall lamp, seeing Bai Jing in his pajamas. Then wiping the sweat off his own face, he said as calmly as possible, sorry for waking you up. After finishing, he got out of bed and slowly walked into the bathroom under Bai Jing's inscrutable gaze. Li Shui turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face, performing the action somewhat anxiously. Drops of water rolled down his cheeks and quickly soaked his collar. He grabbed a towel to dry his face and looked up to find Bai Jing standing by the door. Out of instinct, Li Shui quickly hid his injured hand by his side. Bai Jing glanced at him, walked over silently, took the towel from his hand, wrung it out, and wiped off the water droplets from Li Shui's neck. Li Shui froze. Bai Jing asked him, what happened to your hand? Li Shui hesitated for a long time before answering, I accidentally hit it. Bai Jing did not expose Li Shui's evident lie. He pulled Li Shui out of the bathroom, found a new set of pajamas, and walked directly to Li Shui, unbuttoning his shirt. Li Shui tried to step back to avoid his action, but Bai Jing gripped his waist. When Bai Jing tugged the pajama down a bit, Li Shui's slender and pale body was revealed. The grotesque scar left by the gunshot wound stood out under the light, somehow carrying an ironic meaning at that moment. Bai Jing avoided looking at it and helped Li Shui, whose hand injury made it hard for him to move easily, change into fresh pajamas. Li Shui remained silent, gazing at Bai Jing, thinking pitifully that even these tiny traces of tenderness generated by Bai Jing's sympathy for him were impossible for him to reject. When they returned to bed, Li Shui faced away from Bai Jing, leaving enough space between them for two people to fit through. Bai Jing approached, pulling him into an embrace. Li Shiyi stiffened his body. Bai Jing only whispered softly into his ear, "Sleep." Li Shiyi listened to the steady breathing behind him, relaxed his body, and slowly closed his eyes. He thought Bai Jing knew. No matter how aloof he pretended to be, how high and mighty and untouchable, Bai Jing knew how much he loved him and needed him. But this kind of love and need, for Bai Jing, was nothing more than disposable baggage. Chapter 19. Li Shiyi left very early the next day. Bai Jing had already woken up when she disappeared, and he didn't even know when Li Shiyi got up. When he went downstairs, Ningyu was already sitting by the dining table. Seeing Bai Jing, Ningyu smiled and greeted him, "Good morning." Bai Jing walked over to him, noticed that he looked good, and returned a smile. Uncle Wu arranged for someone to bring breakfast. Bai Jing asked, "When did he leave?" Naturally, he referred to Li Shiyi. Uncle Wu shook his head, saying he wasn't sure either. Bai Jing fell silent for a moment, then asked again, "What happened to his hand?" Uncle Wu sighed inwardly. Li Shiyi had been injured for several days, and only now Bai Jing seemed to notice. He made an assumption and answered, "It should have been on the day of Mr. Bai Weifang's birthday banquet." Bai Jing frowned tightly but remained silent. That day Li Shiyi had left earlier. Bai Jing later sent Ningyu, who had developed a high fever, to the hospital and stayed there overnight. In the middle of the night, Li Shiyi had called, but he let Sua Mingyuan answer it. Ningyu had been quietly listening all along. Seeing Bai Jing lost in thought without speaking, Ningyu picked up a crab yellow bun and placed it in his bowl, laughing and said, "Try this one, it's delicious." Bai Jing always liked Chinese-style breakfasts just like his grandfather. Ningyu had specially arranged for it to be made. Only after that did Bai Jing snap out of his reverie and asked Ningyu, "How did you sleep last night? Was there anything uncomfortable?" Ningyu lowered his gaze, looking somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Everything is fine. Don't keep having people adding things, it's too much trouble." Bai Jing nodded, "If you need anything else, just let Uncle Wu know, and he'll arrange it." While talking to Ningyu, Bai Jing's hands were busy, dialing Sua Mingyuan's number. After Sua Mingyuan answered, he said, "Help me check where Li Shiyi went that night at the banquet." Sua Mingyuan said something unclear on the other end, and Bai Jing listened attentively. Ningyu ate her breakfast quietly, not letting her gaze linger too much on Bai Jing. Occasionally when she glanced up, her expression remained gentle and peaceful. Bai Jing quickly hung up the phone, and then didn't say anything until before leaving. He told Ningyu, "I'll arrange for someone to come pick you up this afternoon." Every day during this period, Ningyu had to go to the hospital for some checks and rehabilitation training. Bai Jing had accompanied him yesterday. When Ningyu hadn't mentioned it just now, she thought he wouldn't accompany her anymore, so she silently sighed with relief and smiled, "All right," then added, "You take care of your work first. I can go alone." Seeing Ningyu sitting in her wheelchair, looking slightly upward at him like that, Bai Jing softened inside, "I will accompany you." After Bai Jing left, Ningyu had herself wheeled into the glass greenhouse. She loved drawing since childhood and had her own gallery abroad. The greenhouse was fully equipped with various tools. She shooed away the people around her, picked up the color palette carefully to adjust colors, and her slender, white fingers holding the brush revealed her dedication. When she bent her head, one could see the slight upward tilt of her eyes, as well as the faint shadows cast by her eyelashes on her face. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ningyu glanced at the number, lifted her head to confirm that no one was around again, and only then answered. The person on the other side said, "Young master, everything is arranged." Ningyu asked, "Is there any problem?" "Rest assured, young master, no one will find out." Ningyu responded affirmatively, then added, "Can you help me contact Fu Ting from the Fu family and tell him I'd like to have dinner with him?" "Understood, young master." After hanging up the phone, Ningyu smiled lightly and then lowered her gaze, carefully sketching on the drawing paper. Li Shiyi arrived at the office early in the morning, and shortly before 9 o'clock, Jin Yen showed up. He looked like an eggplant hit by frost, his face sullen, head downcast, exuding dejection. Li Shiyi put down the documents in his hand, "Tell me what's going on." Jin Yen cautiously glanced at Li Shiyi, opening his mouth and starting with 5 words, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry. Don't beat around the bush." Jin Yen sniffed, and then recounted the entire situation. He didn't mention Bai Hao, but Li Shiyi knew that such a pitiful appearance of his must be due to Bai Hao saying or doing something hurtful to him. Li Shiyi directly asked, "Where's Bai Hao?" Jin Yen didn't want to answer, but Li Shiyi's eyes were far too sharp, like knives cutting through a person. He hung his head despondently and said, "Master Bai is angry." And immediately tried to explain, "But it's all my fault, it's entirely my mistake." "Enough." Li Shiyi interrupted him. There was no need for Jin Yen to continue. He already knew how Bai Hao felt. Originally, Bai Hao was an exceptionally talented person, but due to his background, his character became abnormally extreme. Now, driven by ambition, he was fixated on moving forward at any cost, long buried deep in his obsession. A person like that, no matter how much Jin Yen did for him, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Li Shiyi asked Jin Yen, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Jin Yen nodded. "All right, go back and rest." Jin Yen looked at Li Shiyi in surprise, thinking he would be scolded heavily. He hastily said, Uncle Li, you don't need to worry about me, I'll solve it myself, I won't bother you. Li Shui coldly replied, bother. Now, I'm not sure who's more of a bother. Bai Hao was already disfavored in the Bai family, but his blood still belonged to the Bai family. Calling Bai family members male prostitutes, what did it mean? Besides comparing ranks, there were also people in the Bai family who worked in politics. Jin Yan didn't say anything. Li Shui said, just go home and enjoy your meals, wait as long as he asks you to, I'd like to see what comes out of waiting. Afterward, seeing Jin Yan's dumbfounded face, Li Shui asked again, did you give it to Bai Hao? Jin Yan scratched his head and chuckled stupidly, not yet. I want to give it to Master Bai on his birthday. Li Shui expressionlessly stared at this fool, alright, go. Jin Yan didn't leave, saying he wanted to wait and have lunch with Li Shui. But when Tang Shui came in to deliver documents and before she could touch his face, he fled in fear. Not long after Jin Yan left, Li Shui's phone rang. He picked it up, it was Hall Director Kong. He picked up, giving a lukewarm, hello, then the other side laughed and said, I just got back from a business trip and heard the kid cause trouble. He was drunk and blabbering nonsense, so don't take it to heart. Since the other party lowered their stance first, Li Shui couldn't refuse the offer of stepping down, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I should be the one apologizing. The other side laughed twice and had some casual chats with Li Shui before hanging up. For now, the matter passed as Li Shui expected. It seemed that young Master Kong wasn't foolish either. After sobering up, he remembered everything he insulted, and didn't recklessly demand help from his father. However, since he endured such an enormous breath this time, in the future, they mustn't give him any handles to grab, otherwise it would result in intensified retaliation. Li Shui thought about it and decided to find a time to warn Jin Yan, letting him stay away from that person in the future. As noon approached, Li Shui went to Bai Jing's office to discuss the acquisition plan of Asia Guan. After the discussion finished, he organized his things and was about to leave when Bai Jing lifted his head from the documents and said, let's have lunch together. Li Shui was surprised, not knowing what Bai Jing was up to. In the company, they always kept out of each other's ways and never interfered. There was no sticky affection between them as lovers. Apart from intersecting in official matters, they remained strictly divided like strangers, which was why many people in the company still didn't believe they were a couple. Li Shui called Tang Shui and told her not to order takeout anymore for lunch. Then he went out the door with Bai Jing. They rarely walked together, both tall with excellent legs and outstanding demeanor. Bai Jing was reserved and stable, whereas Li Shui was colder and sharper. Neither was inferior to the other. Many female employees were watching them with flushed faces and pounding hearts. Bai Jing took Li Shui to a restaurant not far from the company. The manager personally came to greet them, indicating Bai Jing had informed them ahead of time. After entering the private room and ordering the dishes, they talked about some work-related issues. Bai Jing didn't bring up Ningyu, and neither did Li Shui initiate the topic. Since last night's hug, they seemed to have returned to how they were before. When the dishes were served, Li Shui, whose right hand hadn't healed yet, could only eat with his left hand, but struggled to scoop the food several times without success. Feeling frustrated, he gave up. Bai Jing was sitting next to him, but it never crossed his mind to ask Bai Jing for help. Bai Jing observed him silently for a while, then quietly picked up the food and placed it in his bowl. Li Shui said thanks, then Bai Jing suddenly asked, why didn't you bring anyone to the sanatorium? Though it was a caring question, his tone was somewhat strange. Li Shui slowly put down the spoon in his hand, looked up, and frowned. What do you mean? Bai Jing also put down his chopsticks, his gaze landing on Li Shui's injured hand. You knew she was crazy, yet you went alone to approach her. Li Shui was taken aback. Bai Jing continued calmly, Li Shui, don't meddle in unnecessary things. Li Shui finally understood. He glanced at his hand, do you think I did it intentionally? Bai Jing didn't respond. Li Shui's thoughts were too complex. 3 years ago, what tricks hadn't he used to stop their engagement? Bai Jing couldn't help but think this way. Especially after returning from Ningyu, troubles occurred one after another. Were these all coincidences? Li Shui looked at him, finding it laughable and pitiful, but Bai Jing, if I were to make a move, it would be on your precious darling. Otherwise, if I accidentally exhaust myself to death, wouldn't that be just what you want? Bai Jing's face darkened as he lowered his voice in a warning tone. Li Shui looked at the dishes on the table and lost his appetite. It turned out Bai Jing had unprecedentedly invited him for lunch merely to warn him not to mess around. He stood up and said to Bai Jing, so you'd better keep an eye on him, especially now that he's still a cripple who can't even walk. After saying that, he smiled faintly, then picked up his coat and walked out without looking back. Chapter 20. After their lunch ended unpleasantly that day, Li Shui and Bai Jing fell into a cold war. Li Shui didn't move out, but he was always the first to leave in the morning and the last to come home at night, avoiding any chance of meeting Bai Jing and Ningyu. Bai Jing still lived in their room. Li Shui knew Bai Jing too well, the current situation meant Bai Jing was still hesitating. Once he decided to be with Ningyu, he would certainly take action to remove him from the Bai family. But after so many years by Bai Jing's side and being familiar with everything about the Bai household, the outbreak of this war might drag countless people into it. So Bai Jing wouldn't act rashly, and neither would Li Shui. On the surface, Li Shui appeared unmoved. But every night before entering the room, he would hesitate for a long time outside the door. He feared Bai Jing wouldn't be inside after opening the door, and he feared even more if Ning Yu were there. This was the final line Li Shui had drawn in his heart, yet he hadn't thought through what to do if that line was crossed. He could afford to be so bold in the past only because Bai Jing never loved anyone. To him, all bed partners were dispensable, and his engagement to Fu Ying was merely for business. That's why Li Shui always couldn't let go. Since Bai Jing wasn't bound to anyone, why couldn't the one by his side be him? Everything changed after Ning Yu came back. What if Bai Jing loved Ning Yu as much as he loved him? If they two wanted to be together, what could he do? Could he threaten Bai Jing like he did 3 years ago? But the threat from 3 years ago turned out to be useless, and had it not been for the fact that Li Shui took a bullet for Bai Jing, no one knew how things would have ended. The Cold War lasted for several days. On this particular day, Jin Yen suddenly came when Li Shui was at work. He usually smiled all the time, but this time, his expression was unusually serious, with his brows slightly furrowed and lips tightly pressed. Tang Xue was even startled when she saw him. He said to Tang Xue, "Sister Tang, I need to find Uncle Li." Tang Xue understood the gravity of the matter and without a word of jest, immediately brought him into Li Shui's office. Li Shui had just returned from a meeting and was reviewing the verification documents sent over by the lawyer regarding Asia Guan. Seeing Jin Yen was unexpected. "What brings you here?" Jin Yen didn't answer. Not until Tang Xue left and he locked the office door did he walk over to Li Shui. Then he pulled out a file bag from his hand and placed a magazine on the table in front of Li Shui. Li Shui glanced at it. It was an extremely dull gossip magazine, the cover filled with some very revealing paparazzi shots alongside sensational captions such as "Secret Affairs of Wealthy Families" or "Mistresses." Li Shui frowned, unable to comprehend what Jin Yen was trying to pull. With a lowered head and a frighteningly stern expression, Jin Yen spoke, "Uncle Li, look inside, page 27. Upon hearing that, Li Shui flipped open the magazine. That page was about the Qin family. The Qin family used to dominate Jinhai City, but now they were either dead or fled. With their downfall complete, these gossip magazines felt free to ruthlessly uncover the supposed secret history of wealthy families within the Qin dynasty. There wasn't much meaningful content. Most of it detailed the romantic histories of the few sons of the Qin family. When it mentioned the third son of the Qin family, Qin Guangji, a picture accompanied the text. In it, a woman knelt down, her top off, her hair held up by someone, forcing her head back while her mouth contained a man's penis. Sensors blurred key areas in the image, but the woman's face was unmistakably clear. It was Jiang Manqing. The article described her as Qin Guangji's most beloved mistress, named Jiang XXX, emphasizing the scandalous detail that she had a family of her own which she abandoned for Qin Guangji. The piece subtly suggested that the fall of the Qin family was related to this affair. Li Shui read each word of that paragraph, his grip on the magazine growing tighter, distorting its shape. "Uncle Li." Jin Yen called out worriedly. In a sudden burst of anger, Li Shui threw the magazine away, lowering his head and continuously pressing his temples. After a long while, he finally looked up at Jin Yen and said, "You go and investigate, get hold of Old Wei, and liaise directly with whoever necessary." His eyes were already bloodshot, with deep bite marks on his lower lip, and his whole body trembled as he spoke. Jin Yen understood that saying anything at this moment would be useless, so he simply nodded, picked up the magazine, and left. After Jin Yen left, Li Shui first took out medication from the drawer and placed 2 pieces under his tongue. Then he clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing the unnatural shaking of his body, causing blood to seep from his palms. He couldn't guess who had done this. White Jingyuan. White Heng. Ning Yu. Remaining forces from the Qin family. Or maybe someone else he'd made enemies with. As he pondered, Li Shui couldn't help but chuckle. There were too many enemies. Counting them all, he found that he lost count. Later, Jin Yen called first to say that he had already dealt with the magazine. This magazine was rather lowbrow anyway, and much of its content was fabricated. Readers wouldn't take it too seriously. No one would scrutinize that photo either, so the impact wasn't very significant. The writer initially refused to admit it but ended up wailing after Jin Yen beat him until his nose and face were swollen, saying he had simply written based on an email he received. He didn't even believe the contents himself. Anyway, such scandalous photos usually wouldn't result in legal action by the involved parties. The lead stopped there, as no information could be traced from that email. The person behind this was really clever. Choosing this method made them reluctant to openly investigate. Originally, people wouldn't trust such things. A major investigation would only confirm those contents instead. He wanted Li Shui to feel awkward and frustrated. After a few days with no follow-up, Li Shui calmed down and started thinking clearly. It couldn't possibly be done by Bai Jingyuan. If it were Bai Jingyuan, he wouldn't have waited till today to release it. Nor would it be Bai Heng, the bumbling fool. If it were him, he would have publicized it everywhere instead of going through such a small magazine for these little tricks. Gradually eliminating possibilities, the only one left whom he wasn't sure about was Ning Yu. Being unsure meant it was possible Ning Yu was responsible. And since it was possible, Li Shui wouldn't let it go. On this day, Li Shui left the company early and went home. Uncle Wu was surprised to see him and asked, "Where's Ningyu?" Uncle Wu answered, and Li Shui immediately headed towards the garden. Uncle Wu was frightened by his cold demeanor and worriedly called out, "Mr. Li." Li Shui stopped, turned around, and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If you're concerned, you can notify Bai Jing." Having said that, he didn't wait for Uncle Wu to reply before turning and leaving. When Li Shui arrived at the garden, Ningyu was still painting. He sat under a tree, with a painting easel in front of his wheelchair, fully engrossed in the process. Li Shui approached him, but Ningyu never lifted his head. Li Shui looked at the man drawn on his board. He had deep-set features and handsome eyebrows, his lips slightly pressed together with an elegant and indifferent air. "I've painted him many times." Ningyu spoke first, Li Shui remaining silent, "so many times that I can describe him stroke by stroke without needing him to stand before me." As he finished speaking, he put down the brush and smiled reminiscently. "Do you remember when we were in high school? You bumped into us in the classroom." He paused briefly. "That was our first kiss." Li Shui tightened his hands. Ningyu seemed lost in some melancholic thought all of a sudden. "Later, he told me that he wanted to start a family, to get married and have children, so I obediently left. I never imagined why you ended up beside him." Li Shui remained quiet. Ningyu also didn't require a response. It was like he muttered to himself in low tones, "First time holding hands, first time embracing, first kiss, first time making love, first love, they were all him. Li Shui, I can't let him go." Li Shui listened to Ningyu reminiscing about his past with Bai Jing, and his heart clenched painfully. He threw the magazine onto Ningyu's lap, saying coldly, "Your relationship with him is none of my business." Ningyu looked at Li Shui with confusion while holding the magazine. Li Shui said indifferently, "You should know what's on it well enough. You're smarter than I thought, able to obtain photos like those." Ningyu frowned slightly. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't know?" Li Shui was calm yet mocking, as if looking at a clown. "I've already traced the source of the photos. Haven't your people informed you?" It turned out Ningyu was pampered like a greenhouse flower, nowhere near as composed as someone like Li Shui who always lived on the edge. For a second, Ningyu showed panic in his eyes, and it was exactly this moment that confirmed to Li Shui that Ningyu was behind this. Li Shui suddenly laughed, his whole presence becoming sharp as blades. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Ningyu and said, "Ninghui cannot bear children, so whose child is hers now?" This sentence hit Ningyu like thunder, startling him. He abruptly raised his head, widened his eyes incredulously, and exclaimed, "You investigated me, investigated my family? Why can't I check on your Ning family? Are they special?" Li Shui leaned down to look at Ningyu. "What do you think will happen if I expose this? You lunatic." Ningyu tried to grab Li Shui, but Li Shui dodged, causing Ningyu to fall to the ground. Li Shui watched Ningyu struggling on the ground. He squatted down and grabbed Ningyu's chin tightly, his voice freezing over completely. "So, Mr. Ning, consider carefully what you can and can't touch. Let's not make this a habit." After Li Shui left, Ningyu still lay on the ground with red eyes. He stared at Li Shui's retreating back, his fingers slowly tightening and deeply digging into the soil. Chapter 21. That afternoon, Ningyu fainted and was sent to the hospital. Li Shui learned about it from Uncle Wu's call. Uncle Wu did not seem to blame her. He didn't believe that Li Shui had done anything. However, Li Shui's cold and stubborn personality meant she would not offer many explanations, which led to yet another misunderstanding between her and Bai Jing. Uncle Wu tried to persuade her over the phone, "Talk to young master properly. Don't argue with him." Li Shui sighed helplessly. "What should I say? Should I tell him Ningyu fainted on his own? Would he believe me?" Uncle Wu sighed, and Li Shui added, "You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself." In the evening when Li Shui returned, surprisingly, Bai Jing had already come back from the hospital and wasn't staying with Ningyu. Seeing Bai Jing's expression, Li Shui knew tonight wouldn't end easily. She took off her coat, loosened her tie, and sat opposite Bai Jing. Everyone else had left, and Uncle Wu before leaving expressed his concern to Li Shui, "Talk well, don't be stubborn." Bai Jing was always a calm and composed person. Ever since he was young, his grandfather taught him that people must learn to control their emotions. Being too open with feelings made one easy to read, and being readable could lead to vulnerabilities. Thus, in life, Bai Jing rarely lost his temper. As his age grew along with his experience and standing, he became increasingly stoic. Few people or things could stir up his emotions anymore. But oddly, every time facing Li Shui, he lost control. When they were younger, the two fought countless times. Even now past their 30s, Bai Jing hadn't expected he would still have days where he wanted to hit her out of sheer anger. Li Shui said nothing, but Bai Jing's eyes looked full of impatience. "Why are you investigating Ninghui? 3 years ago, you ruined my engagement with the Fu family, and now you're trying to destroy the relationship between the Bai family and the Ning family?" So Bai Jing already knew. Li Shui replied calmly, "You'd better ask first what your precious little darling has been up to." Li Shui's presumptuous attitude irritated Bai Jing. "Ningyu just returned from overseas. What can he possibly have done? Li Shui, I warned you last time, don't do unnecessary things. Why can't you stay out of trouble?" "Stay out of trouble?" Li Shui suddenly stood up, her fierce gaze fixed on Bai Jing. If I really caused trouble, then tell me, could Ningyu still be lying in the hospital pretending to be sick? The thing Bai Jing hated most was being threatened. Yet Li Shiyi kept threatening him repeatedly. Bai Jing's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead, emanating a terrifying aura. Let me tell you this, if you dare hurt him in any way, I will make you pay tenfold. Li Shiyi smiled, though her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Good, good. I'm waiting. She had to support herself on the table to stand steady, an unknown bitterness in her mouth accompanied by a metallic taste. After turning around and walking a few steps, she almost stumbled and fell. Supporting herself against the wall to stabilize herself, she quickly walked away. She looked like she was fleeing in defeat. After that day, Li Shiyi moved into a hotel. Yet even there, she couldn't sleep night after night. Whenever she did manage to fall asleep, she was plunged into various nightmares, forcing her to resume taking sleeping pills. The headaches worsened too, especially in the morning. Her head felt as if countless needles were pricking inside, causing such intense pain that sometimes she couldn't see clearly. Hence, the dosage of her painkillers increased gradually. Her anxiety grew, yet there was no way to release it. She realized she had to make plans early. Should she go to war with Bai Jing, or should she let go entirely? The acquisition case for Yaguang was already set. Li Shiyi would soon travel to Linqing for negotiations. A lot of her belongings were still at the Bai residence, so initially, she planned to send Jin Yan to pick them up. However, Jin Yan happened to be busy with work, and she didn't want to bother him running around, so she decided to return there herself over the weekend. She calculated that Bai Jing would be accompanying Ningyu to the hospital in the afternoon. But upon arriving, she saw the two figures in the glass greenhouse at a distance. Contrary to his formal appearance at the company, Bai Jing was dressed very casually, an unbuttoned casual shirt and rolled-up sleeves giving him a relaxed look. Leaning slightly on the edge of a table, holding a cup in his hand, Ningyu sat beside him pointing at a painting on the easel in front, saying something. Bai Jing listened attentively, tilting his head slightly, glancing alternately between the painting and Ningyu's face. His expression was extremely gentle. Li Shiyi stood frozen in the middle of the path leading to the gate, gazing at the pair dumbly for a long time without moving. She had seen countless expressions on Bai Jing, decisive, cold, impatient, disdainful, furious. But she had never seen him smile so tenderly. Li Shiyi had once deluded herself into thinking that perhaps Bai Jing might harbor a tiny bit of affection and care for her. Otherwise, a man like him wouldn't leave even the slightest chance when he decided to take action. Through all those many times, every time when it seemed he could have simply let her be, he still reached out his hand toward her. With this notion in mind, she argued countless times with Bai Jing, fought with him endlessly, pleaded, and struggled but refused to give up. This self-assumed liking was what kept her going as her sole motivation. But today, seeing such a side of Bai Jing, she realized what true affection looked like. Li Shiyi raised her hand to press against her eyes. The summer sun was too blinding, so blinding that it made her want to cry. Uncle Wu stood in front of the house, watching Li Shiyi, who was covering her eyes helplessly, and approached her with pity, calling softly, "Ms. Li." Li Shiyi lifted her head, her eyes were slightly red. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, "I came back to get some things." Uncle Wu nodded and led Li Shiyi inside the house. Li Shiyi placed the box she was carrying onto the table and told Uncle Wu, "It's medicine for lowering blood pressure. Just follow the instructions on the package." Uncle Wu glanced at the box and was speechless. The medication wasn't available domestically, and it was hard to find overseas too. He'd asked someone about the price before but gave up because it was just too expensive. For the amount of money it cost, there were far better ways to spend it, and he certainly didn't want to waste his money on a few small pills. Li Shiyi said, "I'm going upstairs," and walked away indifferently, as if all she brought was nothing more than several radishes or Chinese cabbage. Uncle Wu still looked astonished. As he stood by the box, he discovered a piece of paper tucked inside. When he took it out and opened it, there was a handwritten Chinese instruction manual with particularly large characters. Uncle Wu's hands trembled holding the manual. This Li Shiyi. Li Shiyi went upstairs and took her ID from the bedroom, packing a few pieces of clothing. Once everything was packed, she paused and looked around this room where she had lived for 3 years. After a long while, Li Shiyi finally walked over to the bed Bai Jing usually slept in and sat down. She slowly extended her hand, hesitated for a moment, then finally placed it on the pillow. Li Shiyi hung her head, her expression filled with faint nostalgia. She didn't know whether Bai Jing had ever slept in this room again, but this was the only way she could feel his warmth one last time. Perhaps this would be her final opportunity to get so close to Bai Jing. As Li Shiyi descended the stairs, she saw Bai Jing standing in the living room, while Ningyu was not around. Bai Jing must have already learned from Uncle Wu that she had returned, and upon seeing her, he showed no particular surprise on his face. Li Shiyi said nothing, merely letting her gaze flicker across Bai Jing momentarily before withdrawing. At the moment they were about to pass each other, Bai Jing called her name. Li Shiyi. Li Shiyi stopped in her tracks. "After you return from Linqing, we should have a proper talk." Li Shiyi turned her head slightly and saw the cold, determined expression on Bai Jing's face, knowing he had made his decision. "Fine." She responded indifferently, then quickly walked out. Not until she sat in the car did Li Shui lift her hand to press against her aching chest. She knew Bai Jing no longer wanted her. Chapter 22. Li Shui took a team to Lin City. Besides Tang Shui and the people in the company who had been following up on the Yaguang case, there were also professional lawyers specializing in business and finance. The negotiation process wasn't as smooth as imagined. Yaguang's internal management was rather chaotic. Debts that were overlooked during the previous review needed to be assumed since Bai family was conducting a full acquisition. Hence, Li Shui was leveraging this point to push for a lower price from the other party. Though Li Shui has reached his current position, he is an extremely independent person. He doesn't like being surrounded by a crowd of people fussing over him, so usually, only Tang Shui takes care of his daily life. Tang Shui felt sorry seeing how busy he got, even without drinking water. By now, many people knew Ning Yu was back and that he had already moved in with Bai Jing. 3 years ago, the affair between Li Shui and Bai Jing created quite a scandal, and many awaited his downfall with malicious pleasure. Those with enmity against him spoke even worse, saying no matter how much he slaved for others, he would no longer be desired for intimacy. Various rumors spread, making Tang Shui feel somewhat humiliated at times. She couldn't understand why Li Shui still worked so hard. Anyway, all the achievements belonged to the Bai family's business ventures and had nothing to do with him. Of course, this was Li Shui's personal issue, and Tang Shui wouldn't rudely meddle in it. All she could do was to minimize Li Shui's burdens in work and life as much as possible. As the deadline for the negotiations approached, Li Shui held meetings with the lawyers every day. He wasn't in a hurry, it was just his meticulous nature that drove him to fully understand all data and regulations before moving forward with any decisions. On the other hand, Yaguang's representatives were suffering immensely. They had investigated Li Shui earlier, but even with psychological preparation, they still found it unbearable facing Li Shui directly. Though Li Shui wasn't the main negotiator, most of the time he listened. Whenever he did speak, it hit the crux of the matter, devoid of any unnecessary words. His cool, calm voice and the emotionless, slightly cold face somehow increased the pressure on everyone. A day before the deadline, both sides finally reached an agreement, and Li Shui managed to achieve the negotiation goals while staying within the opposing side's limits. During the final meeting, Tang Shui noticed the Yaguang representatives looking at Li Shui with greenish faces. Another major deal was concluded, yet Li Shui didn't show any signs of happiness. He also refused to attend the dinner party arranged by Yaguang, giving only brief instructions to Tang Shui before leaving early. As for where he was going, he didn't inform Tang Shui. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Li Shui didn't call the driver assigned to him, instead, he hailed a taxi. The driver asked where he wanted to go, and Li Shui replied, Tianhe Elementary School. The driver grinned and chatted idly with Li Shui, going to pick up a kid? Li Shui responded casually, and the driver, upon noticing the refined and high-quality suit and the slightly tired expression on his face, remained silent. Tianhe Elementary School wasn't far from Yaguang Company, and they arrived in about 20 minutes. Li Shui paid the fare and got out of the car. Elementary schools usually have 2 classes in the afternoon, and it was almost 4 o'clock now. There were already many parents waiting at the school gate. Li Shui didn't mingle with the crowd of parents, instead, he stood quietly in a secluded corner, scanning each parent's face attentively. After 4 o'clock, more parents gathered, including a group standing near the stationery shop by the school gate. At around 4:10, a man squeezed close to the shop nearest the school gate and accidentally knocked down the cartoon sticker hung by the owner. Hastily bending down to pick it up, he muttered apologies while rehanging it. This man wasn't young, probably around 45 or 46 years old, with ordinary looks and attire, easily lost in a crowd. But the moment Li Shui saw him, his gaze locked firmly on him. At 4:15, the elementary school gates opened, and a throng of students rushed out. The man stretched his neck looking into the sea of children until a clear, childish voice called out, Dad. Before the man could confirm the location, a little girl ran over and hugged his leg. His face immediately softened, bending down to lead the little girl out. As they started to move, Li Shui stepped out from the corner, silently trailing them from a distance. When there were fewer people around, the man squatted down and straightened the red scarf that had been askew on the little girl's chest, then he took off her Mianjiang backpack and held it in his hand. The little girl pointed at the stationery shop and said something, so the man took her inside. When they came out, the little girl was holding a large cartoon sticker. She eagerly tore one off and stuck it on her own hand, then she tore another one and stuck it on the man's hand. The man obediently extended his hand, allowing his daughter to do as she pleased, with nothing but indulgence in his eyes. Li Shui followed them for quite a while. He watched the little girl hopping along happily, the stickers in her hand moving up and down with her actions. When they passed by some fitness equipment, she would stop to touch and play with it, showing much liveliness and cuteness. The man did not show any signs of impatience, instead, he smiled warmly as he watched his daughter play, occasionally reminding her of a few things. After the little girl ran back to him, he patted her head and led her along. Li Shui thought, this was enough. Seeing both father and daughter living well, he felt reassured and decided not to disturb them further. He had already made up his mind to leave when the man turned to cross the road with his daughter and caught sight of Li Shui, freezing on the spot in shock. Li Shui didn't evade, slowly walking forward and calling out, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Hui still stared at him in a daze. How? Li Shi said, I just happened to be here on business, so I dropped by to see you. Zhao Hui, then fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, so Li Shi suggested, let's go in and sit for a bit. Zhao Hui hesitated. The little girl, however, suddenly tugged at his clothing. Dad, I want ice cream. Still hesitant, Zhao Hui saw the longing in his daughter's big eyes and finally nodded, all right. The three entered the fast food restaurant. Besides ice cream, the little girl ordered other items too. Li Shi wanted to pay, but Zhao Hui wouldn't allow it. They pushed several times before Li Shi, seeing Zhao Hui's firm attitude, silently retracted his hand. They found a corner seat. The little girl clutched her cone-shaped ice cream in her hand, munching it happily as she swayed and hummed a song. Her legs swung about in the air as she gleefully enjoyed herself. The two adults, however, were exceedingly awkward. Zhao Hui's eyes remained fixed on his daughter, avoiding looking at Li Shi completely. He even refrained from having the girl address Li Shi or offer the most basic courtesies. But the usually aloof Li Shi seemed entirely unfazed, instead trying somewhat to please the father-daughter duo. Li Shi asked, how have you been, Uncle Zhao? Zhao Hui still didn't look up, evading Li Shi's gaze. Fine. Li Shi asked again, are your finances comfortable? Do you need money in any area? Zhao Hui cut him off immediately, my money is sufficient. Though Zhao Hui was older and his child just started elementary school, Li Shi had learned earlier that their family income was not high. Not wanting to push the issue further, Li Shi pulled out a card from his wallet and handed it over. There isn't much money in this card, but the password is. Li Shi. Zhao Hui suddenly burst out passionately, shouting his name so loud that everyone around looked over. Li Shi froze. After suppressing his emotions for so long, Zhao Hui exploded, bowing his head and clutching his hair with both hands, his face filled with pain. Please don't appear before me anymore, I beg you, don't come find me again. The little girl didn't know what had happened. She trembled initially at her father's shout and then broke into tears upon seeing her father's anguished expression. Hearing his daughter cry, Zhao Hui snapped back to reality, quickly embracing and comforting her. Ching, don't cry, Dad's okay, don't cry. Li Shi placed the card on the table, his fingers trembling slightly as he choked out, sorry, it's all my fault, sorry. He kept repeating, sorry, over and over again, but Zhao Hui stayed silent, refusing to look at him, tightly hugging his daughter as if she might be snatched away. Li Shi stood up, biting his tongue to swallow the lump in his throat, forcing his voice back to normal. Sorry, I won't come again. After saying that, he was about to leave. However, Zhao Hui called him to stop. Wait. Li Shi halted. You take this back. Zhao Hui glanced at the card on the table. Take it back. I don't want to have any more connection with you, nor to see you again. Li Shi could hardly hear what Zhao Hui was saying. In a daze, he numbly took back the card and kept mutely agreeing, all right. I understand. The little girl's sobbing pierced through him like a knife as he quickly strode out of the restaurant, not stopping even after stepping outside. His mind replayed Zhao Hui's words, how he didn't want to see him anymore, and so Li Shi thought that he should go further away, much further away. Amidst the chaos, Li Shi stumbled hurriedly through crowds of people, unaware how many collisions occurred or how much abuse he endured until he eventually stopped at the entrance of an alleyway. He leaned against the wall, his energy almost depleted. Recalling what had just transpired, his fingers gradually clenched, the veins on the back of his hand bulging out as they tightened. Coarse scratches from the wall cut into his fingertips, drawing blood. He should have had a younger sister. If she were still alive, she'd probably be in middle school by now, likely as lively and carefree as the little girl earlier. But his little sister never got the chance to see this world before she was gone. Every time Li Shi remembered her, guilt consumed him, he wanted nothing more than to kill himself with his bare hands. Chapter 23. After Li Shi went on a business trip to Linqing, Jin Yan had not contacted him. Li Shi was busy, and so was Jin Yan in these few days. The Bai family recently wanted to acquire a piece of land, but as it involved demolition issues, there were numerous contacts with the local government and residents. People came one after another, and meetings were held repeatedly. However, there were opposing voices regarding this matter, which also touched on the interests of other factories and companies. Therefore, safety issues became especially crucial. Jin Yan and his team were constantly on edge, too busy to even sleep. When things came to a pause and all the people were sent off, the security team led by Jin Yan gathered that night. It wasn't at any fancy high-end restaurant, just a roadside food stall. There were a line of stalls around, each having a red canopy set up, with a sign standing beside showing the names in colored flashing fonts, such as, Old 5 Barbecue, You Family Fried Rice, Live Flavor Seafood. Though a bit dirty and earthy, these places were filled with men loudly drinking, playing finger games, occasionally laughing and cursing, brimming with life's essence. Su Lao was the group leader, the oldest among them, particularly good at taking care of others. He kept shuttling back and forth between the stalls carrying several crates of alcohol, fearing that the boys wouldn't have enough to drink. There were small tables at each stall. 4 people sat at Jin Yan's table, him, Xiao Yu, Scarface, and Old Su. However, old Sue was busy attending to others, so only the three of them were left together. Scarface was tall, about 6 feet 3 inches, with an extremely short buzz cut. His tight vest accentuated his bulging chest muscles, and the ghastly scar from his outer corner of the eye to his cheekbone made him look robust and fierce. Despite his towering figure, he took up considerable space. Xiao Yu sitting next to him couldn't stretch out his legs, feeling quite annoyed. He kicked Scarface and said, "Back off. What's with being so big and bulky? It's annoying." This sight was somewhat startling. Xiao Yu, with pale skin and delicate features like they were painted, especially those slanted upward eye corners, oddly emitted a soft and seductive aura, looking incapable of physical labor, yet he could command such a giant however he wished. Scarface remained silent, casting a heavy gaze at Xiao Yu before actually moving aside. Seeing Scarface nearly huddling into himself, Jin Yan moved over too and quickly said to Xiao Yu in the middle, "Boss Yu, please move closer to my side." Xiao Yu ignored Jin Yan, stretched out his legs, and grabbed a bottle of cold beer, gulping it down heartily. Some drops trickled down from the corner of his mouth, sliding down his chin, his prominent Adam's apple, and finally disappearing along his elegant outline under his shirt. Beside him, Scarface slightly narrowed his eyes, then quickly shifted his gaze away. Xiao Yu put down the beer bottle and sighed contentedly before asking Jin Yan, "Little Yan Zhai, what are your plans concerning Boss Li? Have you figured anything out?" As soon as this topic was brought up, Jin Yan looked as if he'd been whipped by winter winds. He didn't say a word, prompting Xiao Yu to sit straighter and speak seriously. "Let me tell you, that Ning family young master is no ordinary guy when it comes to identity and background. It doesn't seem like Big Bai treats him just for fun." Xiao Yu had followed Ning Yu to the hospital a few times, truly never seeing Bai Jing act so gently and patiently. Jin Yan hung his head low, his brow furrowing deeply. Even though he was upset, he didn't throw a tantrum, merely muttering in dissatisfaction, "Why is Uncle Li so nice? Why, when Jin Yan was young, he used to be very scared of Li Shui because Li Shui always teased him, making him cry every time." But later, when Jin Yan grew up a bit more, he realized that Li Shui was the person who visited him and his young master the most and cared for them the best. Even Bai Jing, as the uncle of his young master, couldn't match a tenth of what Li Shui did. Xiao Yu tousled Jin Yan's hair, "Idiot. Love is something without reason." Actually, he had already phrased it very tactfully. He felt that there wasn't even love between Bai Jing and Li Shui, it wasn't even a matter of losing affection. Jin Yan's face fell as he rubbed the edge of the table with his chopsticks, like sharpening a knife. After a while, he slowly put down his chopsticks and said, "Wherever Uncle Li goes, I'll go there too. Maybe I won't stay in the Bai family anymore." This wasn't much different from what Xiao Yu expected. He leaned closer to Jin Yan teasingly, "Are you going to let go of your young master?" Jin Yan stared at Xiao Yu like he was a fool. These two things don't conflict. Jin Yan thought that someone like him, uneducated and dim-witted, was a burden to Bai Hao instead of a help. Recalling Bai Hao's words from last time, his expression darkened again. The two chatted aimlessly, while Scarface remained silent, quietly listening throughout. At the next table, there was a guy who had gotten pretty tipsy. Seeing how quietly they were sitting and being so different from everyone else, he approached with a beer bottle in hand. His eyes first landed on Xiao Yu, as he extended his hand to touch Xiao Yu's face with a leering smile. "Sis Xiao, how come you're..." But before his hand could reach Xiao Yu's face, it was grabbed by Scarface beside him. Scarface didn't apply much force, but this man felt like his hand was clamped by red-hot pliers, unable to move even a bit. Blinking blankly at Scarface, the latter stayed silent while Xiao Yu tilted his head lazily and said, "If you call me Sis Xiao one more time, I'll cut out your tongue." Having finished that sentence, he picked up his bottle of alcohol and stood up. Loosening Scarface's grip, he hooked arms with the guy and wandered off to drink together. Jin Yan sat frozen there for a moment and thought silently that later he should hurry up and change Xiao Yu's nickname in his phone. After staying a bit longer, it was almost 10 p.m. Jin Yan didn't join in the others' revelry anymore. After saying something to old Sue, he quietly slipped away under the pretense of going to the restroom. He called a taxi, reported his location, and then excitedly patted the envelope in his pocket. Today was Bai Hao's birthday. But Jin Yan couldn't get in touch with Bai Hao no matter what. He guessed Bai Hao might still be mad about last time and didn't want to see him. That didn't matter, though. If Bai Hao saw this present, he would definitely forgive him immediately. Jin Yan thought for a bit and dialed Li Shui's number again. The call was answered, and he cautiously asked, "Uncle Li, are you awake?" "Yes." Relieved, Jin Yan smiled and asked, "Uncle Li, when will you be back?" "I'll come pick you up." Li Shui said, "Tomorrow." "Are you done with work?" "Yeah, everyone has gone." Li Shui pondered for a second but didn't answer right away. He just said, "We'll see. You wait for my news tomorrow." Jin Yan heard the hoarse voice, feeling his exhaustion from all these days of hard work, so he stopped disturbing him and hung up quickly. By the time he reached that high-end villa complex, Jin Yan got out of the car. The security guard recognized him, so Jin Yan passed through the gate restriction and walked towards the familiar house, where he stopped. The Bai family hadn't been bad to Bai Hao either. Although they didn't let him stay in the old Bai residence after bringing him back, they didn't neglect him either. But for a kid like him, living alone in such a large villa, with only a maid responsible for 3 meals a day, it wasn't exactly pitiful, but perhaps lonely. The house was dark and deserted inside. Jean Yen assumed Bai Hao must currently be attending a birthday party. He didn't know when Bai Hao would come back, or even whether Bai Hao would return at all. Unable to find Bai Hao, he resorted to this clumsy method. Jean Yen touched the outer fence railing with his hand, his face full of reminiscence. Sitting down in a corner, he took out the envelope from his chest and carefully held it in his hands. Perhaps because he came back to this place where he once lived with Bai Hao, he became sentimental. Looking up at the yellow streetlights, Jean Yen slowly began recalling past events. Chapter 24. When Jean Yen was 10, his mother left. Actually, he knew she was going to leave. After all, that night she cooked him a lot of food, and there were several meat dishes on the table. Usually, there was never any meat on their dinner table at home. This woman was fiery-tempered. When she scolded Jean Yen, she would always grab his ear and curse, calling him little rabbit or short-lived brat. She would also hit him when she got really angry. That night, however, she was unusually gentle with Jean Yen. She didn't beat him even though he had scored in single digits on his math exam. During dinner, she kept putting food onto his bowl. Jean Yen was made uneasy by his mother's behavior. With a piece of bok choy dangling from his mouth and not yet chewed, he looked up foolishly and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" She pressed his head down impatiently, saying, "Eat your meal." Yet her eyes reddened. Jean Yen seemed carefree on the outside, but he wasn't stupid at all. That night, lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Even though his mother moved softly, Jean Yen still heard her packing. He lay still, staring at the yellowish ceiling filled with cracks as tears streamed down from the corner of his eyes, quickly soaking his pillow. Later, the rustling noise outside stopped, and her footsteps paused right outside his bedroom door. Jean Yen dared not make any sound. He puffed his lips so hard they touched his nose tip, his features squished together, and his face was smeared with tears and snot. He looked ridiculous and pitiful. He thought, "Go ahead and leave, once you're gone, I won't get beaten anymore. Once you're gone, I don't have to run from those debt collectors. Once you're gone, never come back." It was as if his mother had heard these thoughts, for she ultimately didn't even take a look at him. Her footsteps faded away, and the sound of the lock closing could be heard from outside the door. At this moment, Jean Yen suddenly sat up and screamed out, "Mom!" No one responded. There would be no one to answer him ever again. Jean Yen lifted his head and wailed loudly. He knew it, his mom was gone. His dad came back only after several days. This man was drunk and cursing continuously. Jean Yen immediately knew he had been gambling and had lost everything. Jean Yen was so afraid of his father that he hid in the corner without uttering a sound. The man stared at him fiercely and asked in a loud voice, "Where's your mom?" Jean Yen hardly dared to breathe and shook his head. The man searched through the house with bloodshot eyes. Upon discovering his wife had run away, he furiously destroyed everything in the house, then grabbed Jean Yen and beat him. Jean Yen cried out for help, calling for his father and ancestors, but none of the neighbors dared to assist. After spending some more time with his dad, Jean Yen also ran away. The reason was that his father had started using drugs. During withdrawal episodes, he nearly attacked Jean Yen with a knife. With no one to rely on, Jean Yen moved frequently to evade debts, severing ties long ago with their previous relatives. Too young to find a job, unable to earn a cent, Jean Yen ended up wandering homeless on the streets. At first, things weren't too bad. By rummaging through trash bins, Jean Yen managed to find something to eat and spent nights sleeping under an overpass. Covering himself with cardboard, he could last through the night. But as winter approached, conditions deteriorated rapidly. The freezing wind felt like it was cutting into his skin with knives. Jean Yen still remembered the day he met Bai Hao. It was the first snowfall of winter. By that time, he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Bundled up in several layers of old clothes he scavenged from trash bins, his hands were covered in frostbite, and his 10 fingers swelled like sausages. Early in the morning, while walking down the street, few people were around yet. Several breakfast shops began lifting their shutters to start business. The owner of the steamed bun shop pushed out the steamer. As soon as the lid was opened, rows of big meat buns emitted clouds of steam, making it hard to open one's eyes. Jean Yen stood beside it, staring hungrily, drooling at the sight. The owner noticed his gaze, gave him a fierce glare, and waved his hand dismissively, "Shoo! Go somewhere else." His tone and expression were like chasing away a stray dog. Jean Yen frowned slightly and dragged his feet away. After aimlessly searching the streets for another round, finding nothing, he eventually collapsed from exhaustion at the entrance of a small alley, feeling faint. At some point, the sky above suddenly started to flake with snow. Jean Yen stared with wide eyes, watching the flakes drift gently down onto his eyelashes, nose tip, and mouth. He felt as though he might die. Though he wasn't entirely sure what death entailed or how it would feel afterward, he understood that if he closed his eyes here, he wouldn't wake up again. Surrounded by people rushing past, Jean Yen listened to their hurried footsteps one by one until he gradually closed his eyes. Just before losing consciousness completely, he saw a vague figure standing in front of him. Recalling this memory, Jin Yen couldn't help but smile. It was the first time Jin Yen met Bai Hao. Even though he couldn't see Bai Hao's facial features clearly and didn't remember his expression at the time, that vague figure became etched in his memory. Bai Hao saved Jin Yen. Not only did he send him to the hospital for treatment, but he also took him home. The housekeeper called Bai Hao Master, and Jin Yen followed her lead, calling out to Bai Hao as Master every day. Back then, he didn't even know what the word Master really meant. There were no parents or other elders in Bai Hao's home. Jin Yen didn't ask why. If Bai Hao gave him food, he ate it, and if Bai Hao didn't say anything, he wouldn't rummage around. One day, however, Bai Jing and Li Shui arrived, and Jin Yen, who was gnawing on a chicken leg in the garden, got the fright of his life. He thought they had come to kick him out. Contrary to his expectations, not only was he not driven away, but under Li Shui's arrangements, he was able to go back to school. From that point forward, when Bai Hao went to school, so did Jin Yen. When Bai Hao returned home, so did Jin Yen. They ate meals together. Afterward, while Bai Hao did his homework, Jin Yen played by himself. Once Bai Hao finished, he would teach Jin Yen how to do his own homework. Every day, the two spent long hours together. For Jin Yen, after such a period of wandering, what he was most grateful for wasn't just that Bai Hao had saved his life, but that he had given him a home. Leaning against the wall, Jin Yan's lips curled slightly upward, his fingers lightly brushing over the envelope. Whenever Bai Hao came to mind, he felt as if there was a sun inside his chest, warm and cozy, inexplicably making him feel happy. The night grew deeper. As the clock neared midnight, a car slowly approached. Jin Yen was seated by the railing at the side of the house, in a shadowed area, so he couldn't see who was in the car, and those inside naturally couldn't see him either. The car stopped in front of the house. Jin Yen quickly recognized it. It wasn't Bai Hao's car. He was still pondering this when Bai Hao stepped out from the passenger side. Jin Yen abruptly stood up, his smile widening, but before he could call out, someone else got out of the driver's seat, Song Siluo. She walked to Bai Hao's side and whispered something, and Bai Hao nodded, turning to walk inside. But before he'd gone far, he was stopped again. Then, Jin Yen saw Song Siluo walk up to Bai Hao, lean in, and kiss him. Bai Hao didn't resist. He raised his hand and pressed it to Song Siluo's nape, kissing for quite a while. Jin Yen stood there dazedly, unaware of when the envelope had slipped from his hands. When Song Siluo drove off, Bai Hao reached the doorway, and Jin Yen emerged from the darkness. Seeing him, Bai Hao furrowed his brows and asked, "Why are you here?" Still looking stunned, Jin Yen answered, "Today is your birthday, master. I've come to give you a birthday gift." After speaking, he realized the envelope was gone and frantically searched for it. Running back to the corner where he'd fallen, he picked it up off the ground and hurriedly handed it to Bai Hao, a little flustered. Bai Hao looked at him with impatience. Jin Yen stammered, "Master. Happy birthday." Without saying anything, Bai Hao accepted the envelope. Jin Yen, however, stayed put. After a long pause, he finally lowered his head and asked, "Master, why are you with Song Master?" A hint of awkwardness flickered in Bai Hao's eyes, and he cut Jin Yen off mid-sentence, asking instead, "Did you see that?" Jin Yen nodded, keeping his head low. Bai Hao's hand clenched slowly, and he coldly replied, "It's none of your business." At that moment, Jin Yen looked up, and Bai Hao noticed tears welling in his eyes. Jin Yen wiped them away with the back of his hand, thinking it wasn't enough, and vigorously wiped again. "I saw you too." He pressed his hand against his chest, "It hurts so much here." Tears continued to flow, blurring Jin Yan's vision until he could no longer see Bai Hao. Dumbfounded, Jin Yen asked, Do I like you, master?" Jin Yen had never considered what kind of feelings he harbored for Bai Hao because all his feelings were centered around Bai Hao. Even when Uncle Li teased him, Jin Yen would blush, but he had never scrutinized or analyzed the nature of those emotions. After all, as long as Bai Hao was happy and doing well, whatever choices he made, Jin Yen would follow along. But Jin Yen hadn't expected that love was different. Love carried jealousy, an uncontrollable desire for possession unmatched by any other emotion, which explained why he now felt such profound sadness. Bai Hao stared at Jin Yen, taken aback, watching the unshed tears swirling in his eyes. After a long while, he finally responded in a hoarse voice, "No." Bai Hao avoided Jin Yan's gaze and said irritably, "You're talking nonsense." He turned around, his back facing Jin Yen as he said, "Go. Don't come looking for me unless necessary." After saying that, he walked straight in without even glancing at Jin Yen. Jin Yen didn't chase after him like he used to. He stood under the streetlight for a long time. He didn't know what exactly he had done wrong or why Bai Hao disliked him so much now. He knew crying was a sign of weakness, but no matter how hard he rubbed his eyes, tears kept falling uncontrollably. After an unknown period of time, Jin Yen dragged his feet and left, looking back every few steps. Bai Hao watched his retreating figure, loosening his tie somewhat irritably. He couldn't understand why he felt this way, and this confusion only worsened his irritation, forming a vicious cycle. Bai Hao thought, "I haven't done anything wrong, what did I do? So what if I'm with Song Siluo, should I care about Jin Yen? Who was Jin Yen anyway? If it weren't for him picking him up, Jin Yen would have frozen to death already. And if not for Bai Hao, would Jin Yen still be living such a comfortable life under Li Shiyi's care? His thoughts became increasingly chaotic, drowning in a cacophony of inner noise. Feeling restless, Bai Hao couldn't even sit down properly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the envelope on the table, and he roughly grabbed it, tearing it open with force and shaking its contents violently. Then, a photo fluttered out softly. In an instant, all sounds came to an abrupt halt. As if rooted to the spot, Bai Hao dared not even blink. The girl in the photo was around 15 or 16 years old, her features delicate and graceful. She wore a simple white dress, standing in the garden, looking shyly and nervously at the camera. The photo was old, so old it had yellowed, almost every corner marked by the passage of time. Breathing heavily, Bai Hao carefully picked up the photo, trembling all over, his eyes welling up with redness. It was his mother. Weitya. Chapter 25. After Jin Yen returned home, he did not sleep all night. His eyes were swollen like walnuts. Lying in bed, he thought about one thing after another, what he had done, what he had said, whether he had caused any trouble without noticing, which might be why Bai Hao disliked him so much. But Bai Hao had asked him to protect Song Sila, and he went. In the end, Song Sila didn't get hurt. Regarding the incident with Kong Yi, Uncle Li had also said it was fine, no one would bother either him or Bai Hao. After thinking for a long time, Jin Yen still couldn't find an answer. Tossing and turning like this, the sky gradually brightened. Even when the elderly people outside started exercising with their radios on, Jin Yen still hadn't fallen asleep. He had been busy for several days already, and last night, he stayed up late. Now his eyes hurt terribly, even the faintest light would make him cry. His head felt like there was someone drumming inside, constantly pounding. Jin Yen was just about to wash his face when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Li Shiyi saying that he would arrive at around 10 in the morning. Jin Yen replied, "All right, Uncle Li, I'll pick you up." He checked the time, roughly calculated, and realized he could sleep for another 2 hours. He didn't bother washing his face and pulled the quilt over himself to rest properly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to drive later. However, as soon as he fell asleep, he slept soundly and deeply, ignoring the prolonged ringing of his phone by the pillow. After Li Shiyi landed and didn't see Jin Yen, he made a few calls but none were answered. Tang Shui offered to rearrange the car for him, but he said, "Never mind, Jin Yen must have come. Maybe he just didn't hear. You go ahead." Tang Shui was somewhat worried seeing his pale complexion. Since that afternoon when Li Shiyi went out alone, Tang Shui always felt something was off. He seemed distracted, often unable to respond promptly when she reported things to him. He didn't seem like the usual Li Shiyi anymore. Despite Tang Shui's attempts to persuade him, Li Shiyi insisted on waiting for Jin Yen. When Tang Shui offered to stay and wait with him, he declined, leaving her no choice but to go with others first. After they left, Li Shiyi let out a small sigh of relief. He now wanted to be alone, not wanting to deal with anyone or speak. After waiting a bit longer and still not receiving any calls from Jin Yen, Li Shiyi decided to call a taxi himself. The driver asked where he was going, and he gave the address of the hotel he was staying at. Once the driver entered the highway from the airport, Li Shiyi suddenly changed his mind and said, "To Yangshan Cemetery." The driver glanced at him through the mirror, thinking, who gets off the plane with a suitcase and goes straight to the cemetery? Truly an odd man. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Li Shiyi paid the driver and got out. He went directly to the cemetery management office, stored his luggage there, bought 2 bouquets of flowers, and then slowly ascended. The staff at the management office recognized him. After he left, someone whispered, "Mr. Li is back." "Yes. Do you think how long he'll stay this time?" "Who knows?" Sigh. Their conversation ended with a soft sigh. The cemetery environment was very pleasant, surrounded by tall trees. Li Shiyi walked up a wide, long path, passing by stone after stone tombstone until he stopped before 2 black tombstones. On the left, devoted Father Li Wenjue, erected by Li Shiyi. On the right, beloved wife Li Weining, erected by Zhao Hui. Li Shiyi placed the flowers in front of each tombstone and slowly knelt down. Whenever he came here, he never stood, he only knelt. "Sorry, I came without preparation. I just suddenly missed you." Li Shiyi slightly turned toward the tombstone on the right and smiled, "Auntie, I've seen Uncle Zhao. He's doing well." His daughter, mentioning the word daughter, Li Shiyi paused momentarily, his eyes brimming with deep sorrow, "is also very cute, don't worry." The woman in the photograph looked at him with a smiling face. Li Shiyi thought, she had always loved to smile when she was alive, if the child had been born back then, it would have definitely inherited her mother's charm and would have been so adorable. Li Shiyi then turned to the tombstone on the left and said, "Dad, I'm doing pretty well recently." As he spoke, he tightened his right hand and pressed his inner arm against himself, trying not to reveal the long scar. The cemetery was quiet, and Li Shiyi was the only person in this area. He muttered, saying whatever came to his mind, realizing he had spoken quite a bit without noticing. However, as he continued talking, Li Shiyi gradually stopped. His eyes stared straight ahead, and the expression on his face changed from vivid to numb. In the past, these two people had always eagerly awaited his words. Whenever he paid them more attention, they would be overjoyed, not knowing what to do with their happiness. But now, no matter how much or how carefully he spoke, there was no one to respond to him. Li Shui grew up in an extraordinarily strange family since he was young. In other families, there were strict fathers and gentle mothers, but in his family, it was completely opposite. His father, Li Wenjue, practically gave him everything he desired. In Li Shui's memory, not only had he never been beaten or scolded, but he had never even heard a sharp reprimand. Moreover, his aunt, Li Weining, who was only 12 years older than him, also showered him with unconditional affection. Logically, living in such a family, Li Shui should have been very happy. However, his mother, Jiang Manqing, was extremely strange. Li Shui realized when he was still very young that Jiang Manqing disliked him. He remembered once reaching out to grab Jiang Manqing. Before he could touch her, she kicked him to the ground with her high heels. Fortunately, it was winter, and Li Shui was dressed warmly. Additionally, Li Wenjue had laid many soft pads on the floor, otherwise, with that force and angle, Li Shui would have either died or been severely brain damaged. He was too young back then to get up by himself. As he lay there, Jiang Manqing coldly stared at him and said, "If this happens again, I'll kick you to death." At that moment, Li Weining returned home from school, heard that sentence, rushed forward, grabbed Li Shui and shielded him in her arms, red-eyed yelling, "You lunatic." But Jiang Manqing remained unfazed, glancing dismissively at Li Weining before turning around and entering the bedroom. Jiang Manqing not only treated Li Shui coldly, but also seldom spoke at home. Most of the time, she stayed in her own room. When Li Wenjue served her food, she would sit far away with her bowl. If anyone else came close, she would show obvious disgust. Although they lived in the same space, Li Shui felt like Jiang Manqing drew an absolutely clear boundary. She was in her world, while they were in another. Neither side could cross into the other's realm. Li Shui once thought that all families were like this, and all mothers were this way, strange, cold, and disliking their own children. Later, he found out it wasn't true at all. Other people's mothers were all incredibly gentle, holding their children's hands, bending down to kiss their foreheads lightly, feeling heartbroken and distressed when their children got sick. The older Li Shui grew, the more he was wounded by Jiang Manqing's indifference, causing his personality to become increasingly reclusive and odd. When he walked on the street and saw other kids crying incessantly, their mothers gently consoled them, he would stand on the side and stare fixedly. When they noticed him and looked at him curiously, he would remain expressionless as he walked away. His desk partner brought lunch made by his mother, containing various vegetable and fruit shapes. The other classmates marveled, but he secretly threw it on the ground when no one was paying attention. His desk partner cried loudly, and the teacher scolded Li Shui harshly. Yet, as he was being lectured, his face remained emotionless. Li Wenjue and Li Weining noticed the change in Li Shui and became even better to him. However, no matter how good they were to him, the void created by the absence of maternal love couldn't be filled by other affections. Especially when Jiang Manqing looked at him, her eyes showed disdain as if she wanted to strangle him immediately. When Li Shui grew a bit older, after hearing various rumors and gossips, he gradually pieced together the story between his father and Jiang Manqing. Chapter 26. Li Wenjue and Jiang Manqing had known each other since childhood. They lived in the same building, a cramped tenement where two people couldn't even pass each other on the stairs. All the families there were struggling financially. Li Wenjue's father passed away early, his mother was seriously ill, and he also had a younger sister. He dropped out of school at an early age to earn money for the family. As for Jiang Manqing, after her mother's death, her father remarried and her stepmother had a boy. Her father neglected her, so she lived with her grandmother who was in poor health. Life was difficult for the two of them. But Jiang Manqing was extraordinarily beautiful. In such a dirty, disordered, dilapidated place that reeked with unpleasant odors, and where everyone was lazy and disheveled, her face stood out so much that once you saw it, you would never forget. So from a young age, countless suitors surrounded Jiang Manqing, and Li Wenjue was one of them. However, Li Wenjue was ordinary-looking, uneducated, and came from a very impoverished background. He knew his place and never thought about having any relationship with Jiang Manqing. He quietly helped take care of Jiang Manqing's grandmother and occasionally sent some things to her house. Jiang Manqing, though, never paid Li Wenjue any attention. Too much flattery made her vanity swell endlessly, and she began to feel that she was different from others. She wanted to leave this cramped tenement and climb higher, reaching another social class, leading an entirely different life. To Jiang Manqing, Li Wenjue was just a pest among the underclass, not even worthy to tie her shoelaces. With such ambition, Jiang Manqing stopped studying. She associated with one man after another, and through them met even more powerful men. Later, at a party, Jiang Manqing met Qin Guangji, the third son of the Qin family. At the time in Jinhai City, the Qin family was a towering presence, climbing into their circles was something beyond most people's dreams. And Qin Guangji himself, with his handsome and suave demeanor, was the dream lover of countless women. Jiang Manqing was only 19 years old at the time but already well developed, with an alluring figure. Coupled with her slightly naive allure and her exquisite beauty, there was no surprise that Qin Guangji was drawn to her. Finally, Jiang Manqing achieved her goal, she entered the desired social circle, living a life of extravagant luxury that she had always yearned for. Unfortunately, Jiang Manqing was still too young. She thought she could easily toy with men's hearts, yet how little did she know she herself was being manipulated by others. A year later, Qin Guangji was getting married, a marriage crucial for his interests in the family. Without hesitation, he discarded Jiang Manqing. Jiang Manqing couldn't bear it, especially since she had already undergone 2 abortions for Qin Guangji. Her relentless pursuit caused his parents to find out. Not only did she receive no benefits, but she was also scolded. Lying immobilized in the hospital, reports of Qin Guangji's lavish wedding with a wealthy miss flooded the media. Even worse, upon hearing of her hospitalization, her frantic grandmother slipped down the stairs and died. As one calamity after another struck, Jiang Manqing nearly collapsed. It was then that Li Wenjue carried her home and helped handle her grandmother's post-mortem affairs. Behind closed doors, however, others mocked Li Wenjue, saying how he would accept such a ruined woman, without caring whether it dirted him. Li Wenjue never responded. Instead, he silently took care of Jiang Manqing. Jiang Manqing at that time was driven mad by the trauma. Falling back from such high status into the mire was something she couldn't endure. She constantly beat and cursed at Li Wenjue, mocking him for being like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Yet when she calmed down, she realized that aside from this toad, there was no one else left by her side. The men who used to fawn over her had long disappeared. Whether out of revenge or gratitude, Jiang Manqing proactively proposed marrying Li Wenjue. Li Wenjue knew Jiang Manqing didn't love him, she even despised him. Still, facing the person he had loved since childhood, how could he possibly refuse? After they were married, Jiang Manqing wouldn't let Li Wenjue share the same room as her. This unbelievable, embarrassing request, Li Wenjue accepted. It wasn't until one time when Jiang Manqing, drunk, pulled Li Wenjue onto the bed and kept calling out Qin Guangji's name during the process. That was how Li Shui came to be. Initially, Jiang Manqing intended to abort the child. How could she possibly bear Li Wenjue's child? But the doctor warned her that if she continued aborting, she might never be able to conceive again. Plus, Li Wenjue knelt before her for a long time, begging. She reluctantly agreed to give birth to Li Shui. For Jiang Manqing, Li Shui was more like a disgrace, a constant reminder that once she had fallen back into the mire, she would never be able to rise again. After Li Shui learned about these events, he refused to speak to Li Wenjue for a long time. Whenever he saw Li Wenjue, he thought of him as weak and pitiful. He even hated why Li Wenjue had let Jiang Manqing give birth to him, forcing him to live in such a deformed family with such a sullied mother. Li Shui became trapped in self-centered thoughts, feeling everyone owed him something, holding deep animosity towards everything, and becoming moody and unpredictable. At the time, Li Wenjue worked on construction projects outside, spending all his days at the construction site. It was extremely hard for him to return home. Having not seen Li Shui for too long, he specially bought a stack of clothes for Li Shui from the store. His own jacket had holes in it, yet he hadn't thought about getting a new one. When Li Wenjue returned home carrying a bunch of bags, Li Shui had already come back from school. Li Wenyi and Zhao Hui were also there, while Jiang Manqing remained in her room just like before. Li Wenjue eagerly took out the clothes he had bought, solicitously asking, do you like these clothes your dad bought for you? Li Wenyi burst out laughing, oh brother, boys grow up and no longer wear such flashy colors. Li Shui stood by silently without saying anything. Feeling embarrassed, Li Wenjue scratched his head, oh, if you don't like them, then we won't keep them. While they were talking, the silent Li Shui suddenly stood up, gathered the clothes, and walked to the trash can, dumping them forcefully inside. The trash can was too small, and the clothes spilled all over the corner. Everyone was stunned. With a cold face, Li Shui passed by Li Wenjue and said 2 words. Disgusting. Then, he picked up his school bag and left, ignoring the dim look on his father's face and the sadness on his aunt's face. From then on, Li Shui never showed any good attitude toward Li Wenjue. Though his aunt could still converse with him and receive responses, when Li Wenjue talked to him, he ignored him completely. No matter how hard Li Wenjue tried to please him, it was futile. Occasionally, Li Shui would even mock him with hurtful words. But no matter how cruel the words were, Li Wenjue didn't get angry or scold Li Shui. Li Wenjue's tolerance only deepened Li Shui's hatred for him. Li Shui thought, what kind of father lacked dignity and self-respect? Who cares? That year, Li Shui achieved the highest score citywide and was admitted to the best high school. Although he could have commuted daily, he chose boarding. The news of his excellence made Li Wenjue initially proud, but the boarding announcement immediately dazed him. Worried that Li Shui wouldn't take care of himself at school, Li Wenjue persuaded him for a long time, but Li Shui answered curtly, because I don't want to see you. In an instant, Li Wenjue's eyes welled up with tears. Li Shui inexplicably felt a sense of vindictive pleasure. It seemed this way proved how high and mighty he was, how arrogant, and how indifferent to others' love or hatred. This time, it appeared that Li Wenjue was finally heartbroken. Afterward, he avoided appearing in front of Li Shui as much as possible. But every time Li Shui went to school, Li Wenjue would stand by the window watching him for a long time. If Li Shui looked back, he would quickly hide behind the wall, waiting until Li Shui turned away to peek cautiously again. Not until Li Shui crossed the street and disappeared around the corner did he leave. Even after entering high school, Li Shui remained aloof. Several well-known rich heirs entered their class, Bai Jing from the Bai family, Ning Yu from the Ning family. While others tried everything to connect with them, he always stayed solitary. At the time, Li Shui decided to study abroad in university, so he began preparing early, including language exams and various documents and recommendation letters. In the end, with exceptionally outstanding scores, he was admitted, along with Bai Jing, as the only ones from their high school to enter that particular university. However, when making these decisions, Li Shui never discussed them with Li Wenjue. He had only mentioned it to his aunt. Li Wenyi simply told him that whatever he wanted to do, the family would support him. She further assured him not to worry about money, explaining that his father had worked tirelessly all these years, taking on many projects and saving enough for his tuition. After 3 years of high school, Li Shui had grown up considerably and gradually moved out of those dark emotions. He realized he didn't need to hurt the person who loved him most to find a sense of existence. However, Li Shui felt somewhat awkward and couldn't let go of his attitude just yet. Besides, he wasn't used to being intimate with his family. After everything was settled, Li Wenyi found out she was pregnant. She had been married to Zhao Hui for several years, and now at the age of 30, she was finally having a child. Zhao Hui secretly told Li Shui that his aunt worried that after having a child, Li Shui might feel neglected. So she decided to focus entirely on Li Shui first and would only think about having her own child after Li Shui went to college. Upon finishing his words, he patted Li Shui's shoulder gently and whispered, "They love you very much." Li Shui remained silent for a long time after hearing this. It wasn't until tears streamed down his face that he snapped back to reality. On the day of going to the airport, everyone came to see him off except for Jiang Manqing. She always left early and returned late, perhaps not even knowing when Li Shui was leaving. Yet, Li Shui didn't care at all, he had already stopped feeling heartbroken or sad over Jiang Manqing. Before boarding the plane, Li Wenjue kept reminding Li Shui to take care of himself and not to be afraid to spend money. Looking at the almost threadbare clothes on Li Wenjue, Li Shui said deeply, "Buy something for yourself to wear." This was the first time Li Shui showed concern for Li Wenjue, and Li Wenjue was dumbfounded. Li Shui then walked up and hugged him, saying, "Dad, take care of yourself too." Li Wenjue's lips trembled for a while before he tearfully responded, you can. Li Shui lightly embraced his aunt next and looked at her slightly swollen belly, saying, "When I come back, I'll be an older brother." Li Wenyi laughed, not an older brother, an ancient older brother, almost an uncle. At that moment, everyone burst into laughter. The airport announcement started to remind passengers to board the plane. Li Shui dragged his luggage inside. He turned around one last time, and those three were still there, smiling and waving at him. Li Shui smiled faintly, took another look at them, and then turned away. He didn't know. That one glance was the final one. He didn't realize that the first time he hugged his father and aunt after growing up would also be the last. Chapter 27. After going abroad, Li Shui led a very busy life. He was studying business, and the competition at the academy was intense. He also needed to adapt to the language barrier. Even though he was smart, in order to win those substantial scholarships, he had to work harder than others. So, he almost fully devoted himself to his studies whenever he wasn't sleeping, leading a completely different life from those overseas students who partied every day and went wild at nightclubs. Bai Jing was his classmate, but they didn't interact much. Moreover, Li Shui clearly understood that someone like Bai Jing wouldn't look up to him. And of course, with his pride, he also looked down on Bai Jing. His father and aunt often called him, and each time they carefully considered the time difference before calling. This means they would rather not sleep in the middle of the night just to repeatedly ask him the same questions over the phone. It was always about whether he had enough money, if he could get used to the food, if his teachers and classmates were good, and if anyone bullied him. Li Shui answered these questions again and again, yet when the next call came, it was still the same set of questions. He told them several times to rest well, and that he would call them in the evening, but they wouldn't listen. Li Shui had no choice but to let them do as they wished. Days passed in an orderly manner, everything was gradually getting back on track, and Li Shui had completely adapted to the pace of life and study here. Until one day, Li Wenjue suddenly called, panic evident in his voice, saying that Jiang Manqing had gone missing. Li Shui immediately turned cold and said, "If she's missing, then so be it. It's not such a big deal." It took Li Wenjue a long time before he finally said, She is your mother after all." Li Shui sneered, "I don't have a dirty, despicable mother like her." After that, he hung up the phone. This time, it was after a long while before Li Wenjue called back. As soon as the call connected, his voice was full of weariness, your mom she. Li Shui abruptly cut him off, nearly shouting in rage, "I said never mention her again. Even if she dies out there, what does it have to do with me?" Li Wenjue fell silent. Although Li Shui's relationship with his dad had improved considerably, he still despised Li Wenjue's humility towards Jiang Manqing. He icily remarked, "Don't call anymore. I don't want to hear your voice." After that, Li Wenjue really did not call again. A few days later, his aunt called. Li Shui thought she might be trying to console him and perhaps bring up the matter of Jiang Manqing, so he ignored the call. The phone rang 3 times, and with growing irritation, he simply turned it off. However, that night, Li Shi inexplicably felt continuous heart palpitations, waking up startled multiple times. When he turned his phone back on in the morning, even as the screen lit up, Zhao Hui's call came through. Li Shi's hand trembled for some unknown reason. He picked up the call, hearing Zhao Hui sobbing on the other end. "Shi, you must come back quickly, something has happened at home, you must return." Li Shi's hands went limp, and his phone fell to the ground. Yet he could still hear Zhao Hui's near hysterical cries. Li Shi booked the earliest flight back home. On the plane, he shook uncontrollably, he couldn't even hold a cup of water steadily. Upon exiting the airport, Li Shi hailed a taxi and urged the driver to hurry all the way. The driver, annoyed by his persistent urging, saw his pale face and refrained from complaining further. When they reached their destination, Li Shi rushed upstairs as fast as he could. He burst into the house and saw Zhao Hui sitting on the floor with his head bowed. He didn't see Li Wenjue or Li Weining. Gasping for breath, he asked urgently, "Where's Dad? Where's Aunt?" Zhao Hui lifted his head, and only then did Li Shi notice how swollen his eyes were, dark circles hanging heavily beneath them, lips turning blue and white, looking entirely defeated. Zhao Hui stared blankly at Li Shi for a moment, then slowly raised his head, looking in another direction. Li Shi followed his gaze and saw 2 boxes placed on the coffee table. At a glance, his voice grew louder as he demanded, "Uncle Zhao. Where are my dad and my aunt?" Zhao Hui continued to stare fixedly at the 2 boxes, tears streaming down his puffed-up eyes. Li Shi heard him say faintly, "There." Li Shi froze in place, unable to understand why a great fear gripped him. His voice trembled as he asked, What do you mean?" But suddenly, Zhao Hui sprang up from the floor, madly lunging toward Li Shi. Grasping his collar and lifting him up, he shouted hoarsely, "Why didn't you answer Weining's call? You could have stopped her. Why didn't you answer?" Stunned, Li Shi gazed at Zhao Hui, his pupils constricting slightly. Zhao Hui shoved him away and turned back, stumbling a few steps before falling to the ground. He crawled toward the coffee table instead, hugging one of the boxes tightly as he wailed heart-wrenchingly, "Weining! Weining!" He didn't know how long he had been crying, but his voice had long become hoarse, and each shout brought forth choking sobs that pierced through the air. Sometimes, he couldn't even produce any sound, only gaping his mouth open in silence, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Only at this moment did Li Shi realize, this was an urn, and inside were his father and aunt. Li Shi's whole body began to shake uncontrollably. Suddenly, he rushed into the bedroom, shouting, "Dad! Aunt!" The bedroom was empty, no one responded to him. He then ran into the kitchen, raising his voice louder as he shouted again, "Dad! Aunt!" Still, no one answered. He searched every room in this manner, his voice becoming distorted by the end. When he returned to the living room, looking at those 2 boxes, he instinctively took a step back, another step back, until he retreated into the corner as if there was something terrifying in front of him. He squatted down, cradling his head in his hands, murmuring repeatedly, "What? You're lying, it's not true." Zhao Hui continued to hug the urn tightly, sobbing miserably. His voice sounded like a rasping scream from the depth of despair that echoed throughout the room. Li Shi crouched in the corner, speaking nonsensically. The entire world seemed to collapse around him. No one knew how much time passed. By the time the sky outside had completely darkened, Li Shi slowly stood up and walked over to Zhao Hui, without saying a word, knelt straight down. Although he wasn't entirely clear about everything yet, he already knew his death had some connection with his actions. Zhao Hui stared at him, filled with hatred and anguish in his eyes. After a long while, he opened his mouth and recounted the whole series of events leading up to the tragedy. Not long after Li Shi left for abroad, Jiang Manqing vanished. Li Wenjue found her location after searching for a long time, only to discover she had hooked up again with Qin Guangji, now acting as his mistress. Upon finding her residence, Li Wenjue went to see her but was humiliated by Qin Guangji. It didn't stop there, Qin Guangji sabotaged his engineering projects, accusing him of poor quality work to withhold payment. Li Wenjue was not just feeding himself, he also needed to pay other workers on his team who relied on these earnings to support their families. Some children of these workers would lose access to education due to lack of funds. Li Wenjue knew it was Qin Guangji behind all these manipulations. He tried visiting Qin Guangji several times, but the latter avoided meeting him. Filing police reports proved fruitless too. With no other options left, Li Wenjue led the workers to Qin Guangji's company in trance to confront him directly. Qin Guangji's relationship with Jiang Manqing had always been clandestine. His wife came from a family just as influential as his own, so if the truth ever surfaced, it wouldn't be easy to resolve quietly. That fateful night, Li Wenjue was brutally beaten to death in a dark alleyway. After receiving the call, Li Weining nearly fell apart immediately. She was already close to her delivery date, and this severe emotional shock greatly affected her. The doctors insisted she remain bedridden or risk losing her baby. However, Li Weining refused to accept this. Zhao Hui had stopped her from leaving home, but when he wasn't around, she secretly went to find Jiang Manqing, hoping to use her as leverage against Qin Guangji. Unfortunately, Qin Guangji was present with Jiang Manqing at the time. Li Weining was intercepted by Qin Guangji's bodyguards and, during a violent altercation, she tumbled down the stairs, hemorrhaging blood instantly. She was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, but both her and the baby couldn't be saved. Li Shui knelt on the floor, listening to the entire tragic tale unfold. His fingers clutched the floor tightly, nails splitting open under the pressure. Yet, as if feeling no pain, raw flesh bled freely beneath them, still pressing hard against the cold ground. Zhao Hui had cried himself dry of tears, staring blankly forward. Then, out of nowhere, he blurted out, It was a girl. Li Shui's entire body jolted, his mouth full of bites that bled profusely as he continuously bowed his head, repeating over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Had he patiently consoled his father during their first phone call, his father wouldn't have gone repeatedly seeking Jiang Manqing. Had he rushed home upon the second call from his father wouldn't have been killed. Had he picked up his aunt's third call instead of ignoring it, this wouldn't have happened to her. There were plenty of opportunities to change the outcome, but each time, he made the wrong choice. The person responsible for killing his father, his aunt, and his younger sister, all three victims, were Qin Guangji, Jiang Manqing, and himself. Chapter 28. After all these years with Zhao Hui and Li Weining, he could understand Li Shui's personality quite well. Zhao Hui looked at Li Shui and said in a hoarse voice, you shouldn't think about revenge anymore. Focus on your studies. Li Shui remained silent. Zhao Hui gave a self-deprecating laugh, your father and your aunt were cremated without you seeing them one last time. Do you think it was my decision? Li Shui suddenly lifted his head, and Zhao Hui's voice was full of despair, where is the fairness and justice in this world? What are people like us to the Qin family? Li Shui. The Li family only has you now. You can't throw yourself away. Though there might be hatred or resentment in Zhao Hui's heart toward Li Shui, Li Weining loved Li Shui so much that Zhao Hui absolutely didn't want anything bad happening to him. Li Shui stayed silent for a long time before he finally nodded expressionlessly, all right. Zhao Hui hadn't rested for days and hadn't eaten properly either. He was too weak even to stand. Li Shui wanted to help him up, but he waved off Li Shui's hand and slowly made his way into Li Weining's room. The hands by Li Shui's side slowly clenched. After Zhao Hui closed the door, Li Shui turned around and knelt down in front of the two urns once again. His mind was filled with the horrifying images of his father and his aunt's deaths, along with his little sister. She had already been formed, never having a chance to open her eyes to the world before she passed. Li Shui felt as if he were kneeling on knife tips, or in a sea of fire. Every part of his body was in pain, wanting to roll around and wail, until gradually losing sensation. He could only look forward blankly, unable to shed any tears. He thought of how his aunt worried that he would feel neglected after the baby came, so she decided to focus solely on taking care of him. And then he remembered, the last words he spoke to his father were, don't call me anymore. I don't want to hear your voice. Li Shui smiled oddly in the darkness, a strange smile that seemed almost terrifying. He whispered softly, Li Shui, you got what you wanted. You'll never hear his voice again. It was unclear how the night passed. As dawn was breaking, Li Shui slowly stood up. After his legs regained their sensation, he went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and then took a kitchen knife and hid it inside his clothes. Then he went out and headed straight to Qin Guangji's company. Li Shui waited for a long time. To avoid being noticed by security, he hid in a corner beside the building. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a black sedan stopped in front of the main entrance of the company. Someone rushed over and opened the car door. A tall man stepped out. Li Shui had never seen Qin Guangji in person, but with a stoic expression, he walked forward, firmly gripping the handle of the knife under his clothing. When he got close to the man, he shouted, Qin Guangji. The man turned and his gaze fell upon him. Li Shui quickly pulled out the knife, but Qin Guangji's bodyguards immediately blocked his way. Before Li Shui could strike, one of them grabbed his wrist and kicked him away. The commotion caught the attention of those inside the building, and all the security personnel ran out, pinning Li Shui to the ground. Li Shui struggled furiously as Qin Guangji pushed aside the bodyguard standing by him, and slowly approached. Looking down at Li Shui, he used his foot to lift Li Shui's chin, asking indifferently, are you Li Wenbin's son? A glossy leather shoe pressed against Li Shui's throat. Li Shui turned his head, glaring at Qin Guangji with bloodshot eyes, I won't let you go. Oh. Is that so? Qin Guangji raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised, and as he spoke, he suddenly stomped on Li Shui's face, laughing, then I'll wait for you. Li Shui's face was violently scraped against the ground, leaving him unable to speak. Qin Guangji glanced indifferently at someone nearby, who immediately approached and bent down to listen. Qin Guangji whispered a few sentences into his ear, and the man kept nodding in agreement. Only after Qin Guangji left did he instruct the security guards to take Li Shui away. Qin Guangji called the police, and Li Shui was sent to a prison cell. Not only that, he was beaten up severely inside. Later, a lawyer arrived, stating they would sue him for attempted murder with clear evidence from witnesses and physical proof. There was no avoiding jail time. With his hands cuffed behind him and his face swollen with bruises, Li Shui, hearing this, suddenly smirked. He smirked again. Laughing, his whole body began to tremble. Was it funny? How could it not be funny? Qin Guangxi's hands were stained with the blood of 3 members of his family. Now, he dared to pose as the victim, claiming he would sue him. The person opposite Li Shui looked as if he had gone mad, and his laughter incited a burst of anger. The man walked over, lifting his foot to kick Li Shui hard in the chest. Li Shui fell to the ground, the pain causing his whole body to convulse. He tried to prop himself up with his face against the floor, but after several attempts, he couldn't manage it. The lawyer glanced at Li Shui once, then returned to his seat, adjusted his tie, picked up his briefcase, and walked out. Li Shui lay on the ground, unable to move. He didn't realize how excruciating injuries could be. In the past, he had been so well protected by Li Wenjue and Li Weining that his life had been overly smooth sailing. Suddenly, it was as if a layer of skin had been peeled off him and thrown into an oil cauldron, leaving him without even the strength to struggle. Before losing consciousness, Li Shui thought about whether there was such a thing as a soul after death. If there was, he vowed to transform into the fiercest vengeful ghost, finding Qin Guangxi, breaking his bones, peeling his skin, drinking his blood, tearing him apart piece by piece. When Li Shui woke up again, he wasn't in a dark dungeon, but in a spacious, bright hospital room. He moved his eyeballs slightly and saw the person sitting beside him, Bai Jing. Beside Bai Jing stood a man in a suit, reporting something in a low voice. His hand was on the document he was reading, not noticing Li Shui until the man noticed first and spoke, "Young master, he's awake." Bai Jing lifted his head, meeting Li Shui's gaze. Closing the file in his hands, he handed it to the man and said, "You may leave first." The man complied and left the room, leaving only the two of them. Li Shui remained silent, his frowning eyes fixed on Bai Jing, unsure whether what he was seeing was real. It was Bai Jing who spoke first. "I know everything about your family." He evaluated lightly, "You were too impulsive." Li Shui curled his lips, smiling sarcastically. Impulsive? He didn't understand his own impulsiveness either. But after hearing about his father and his aunt's deaths, nothing else came to mind except going immediately to chop Qin Guangxi into pieces. With a hoarse voice, Li Shui asked, "Did you get me out?" He didn't understand why Bai Jing would save him, when they weren't even close friends and barely exchanged words. It seemed Bai Jing understood his thoughts and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes. I think someone like you isn't meant to waste away inside." Bai Jing's grandfather had fallen ill recently, which is why he returned to the country before Li Shui. 2 days ago, the incident where Li Shui attempted to stab Qin Guangxi caused quite a stir, and their family had also received the news. Li Shui fixed his gaze on Bai Jing for a long while, his attitude seeming rather casual, as if this were no big deal. But Li Shui knew that if anyone else had tried, they might have sacrificed their life and still not managed to save him. Only now did Li Shui suddenly grasp just what power and money truly meant. Whether the Qin family or the Bai family, they lived in the same world as him, his father, and his aunt, yet they seemed to belong to entirely different worlds altogether. After much hesitation, Li Shui shifted his gaze and said expressionlessly, "Power really is a wonderful thing." Bai Jing chuckled lightly and asked, "Would you be interested in working for the Bai family?" Li Shui eyed Bai Jing cautiously. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bai Jing explained, "You might not fully understand. My family and the Qin family are mortal enemies, destined such that one must eliminate the other." Smart as he was, Li Shui instantly comprehended, understanding now the true reason Bai Jing had saved him. Bai Jing intended to use him as a pawn, hoping that someday he could retaliate fiercely against the Qin family. Even if that didn't happen, the blood feud on Li Shui's shoulders ensured Bai Jing needn't worry about his betrayal. No matter what happened in the future, Li Shui wouldn't side with the Qin family. Having run out of options now, Li Shui didn't care about being a pawn, a pig, or a dog. He'd agree to anything. Besides, Bai Jing had given him a lifeline and an opportunity to avenge his father and aunt. Regardless of Bai Jing's motives, his gratitude alone was enough for Li Shui to repay him with his life. Li Shui nodded, "All right. But I have one condition." Bai Jing didn't seem surprised. "What is it?" Li Shui's face turned cold, the tensed lines under his jaw appearing sharp and unyielding. "Leave Qin Guangxi for me." Bai Jing was momentarily startled by the ferocity in Li Shui's aura. After a long pause, he smiled and replied, "Of course." Chapter 29. Li Shui and Zhao Hui arranged the funerals for Li Wenjue and Li Weining. On the day of the burial, Li Shui knelt in front of their graves for a long time without saying a word. He didn't know what to say. Saying sorry, apologizing, or repenting, all of that felt too light. In fact, he even thought he didn't deserve the right to kneel before them. Zhao Hui had lost a lot of weight, his hair turning much grayer. Actually, he also knew it was too harsh to blame everything on Li Shui, but he couldn't control himself. Especially when he thought about it, Li Shui was Jiang Manqing's child, with Jiang Manqing's blood flowing through him, and it was impossible not to feel disgusted by him. After the funeral, Zhao Hui left Jinhai City for Linqing. He feared staying here, night after night thinking about the tragic scenes of Li Weining and her child, would make him fall apart. Li Shui said nothing, handing over all the remaining money in the house to Zhao Hui. When Zhao Hui refused, Li Shui secretly slipped the card into Zhao Hui's luggage. When Li Shui returned to school later, his interactions with Bai Jing suddenly increased quite a bit. At that time, Bai Weitang was still alive, but his health was already very poor. Most of the time, he needed to rest in bed. He had delegated some of his power to Bai Jing, so Bai Jing had to juggle both his studies and the company's affairs. Li Shui followed him around, gradually getting involved in the Bai family business. He also did some work as an assistant secretary. Only after they officially joined the company back home did he start taking on independent responsibilities. Because he closely monitored the movements of the Qin family, Li Shui inevitably learned about Jiang Manqing's situation. She was living well. Even though she was still being kept as a mistress outside the family and Qin Guangji had other mistresses, he provided her with extremely luxurious material conditions. She didn't have to do anything all day except dress beautifully and spend money lavishly. Li Shui looked at her picture. Jiang Manqing was already 40 years old, but there was no sign of aging on her face. Instead, she had developed a more mature charm. Her figure was well maintained. It was no wonder that Qin Guangji still willingly kept her. The photo was taken at a gala. Jiang Manqing was elegantly made up, her hair styled neatly at the back, wearing a strapless evening gown, laughing happily and wantonly as if she had completely forgotten that there had ever been Li Wenjue and Li Weining, as if their deaths had nothing to do with her. By then, Li Shui had shed the naivety and impulsiveness of his youth, transforming into a composed man in a suit. He had fallen once, and only due to good fortune and meeting Bai Jing was he able to stand again. He wouldn't give Qin Guangji another chance. So, despite hating to the point where it felt like his heart was about to bleed, Li Shui gritted his teeth and endured those feelings of hatred, doing nothing. But from that point onward, he threw himself into work almost frantically, so busy that he would forget to eat, utterly disregarding his own health. Once during a meeting, it was his turn to speak. As soon as he stood up, he collapsed due to low blood sugar. There was a chorus of shocked cries around him. Li Shui wasn't entirely unconscious, but the sounds seemed to be coming through water, close one moment and distant the next, blurry and unclear. He tried to say he was fine, struggling to produce a sound when suddenly someone picked him up. For a brief moment, the person was extremely close to him, and Li Shui felt a familiar scent. His heart tightened, trying to struggle up but finding no strength in his body. Li Shui was carried into Bai Jing's rest room. After placing him on the bed, Bai Jing went out briefly. When he returned with water, Li Shui had already sat up. Bai Jing frowned unhappily. "What's wrong with you?" Li Shui's vision was still speckled with strange dots. He closed his eyes and shook his head slightly, waiting until the picture became clear before answering, "Just low blood sugar. I'm fine now." Bai Jing didn't say anything, just handed over the water. When Li Shui took the cup, their hands touched, and for some reason, his fingers trembled slightly. Gripping the water cup tightly, Li Shui avoided Bai Jing's gaze, muttering as he walked away, "Let's continue the meeting." Bai Jing stopped him. "Enough for today. Go home and rest." Li Shui's gaze still lingered elsewhere as he firmly said, "I said I'm fine." "Li Shui," Bai Jing furrowed his brows, "that's an order. It's not even a big deal, why?" Li Shui grew agitated, turning to confront Bai Jing, but the moment their eyes met, his words got stuck in his throat. An inexplicable nervousness overwhelmed him. The water cup nearly fell from his hand. Li Shui froze momentarily, then turned away, shaking off Bai Jing's hand and striding out. After that, Li Shui realized that something was wrong with him. He was fine when he didn't see Bai Jing, but if they were in the same space, he would subconsciously look for Bai Jing's figure. Sometimes even before he realized it, his gaze would fall on Bai Jing. Li Shui had always been a person with extremely strong self-control from childhood, and he disliked this feeling of being out of control. But he did not dwell on it too much. Every day, his mind was filled with work, constantly thinking about how to bring down the Qin family, so there was no time to care about such trivial matters. However, human emotions probably all begin to take root and sprout from these seemingly unimportant details, unconscious attention and concern. One day when Li Shui went to deliver some documents, he encountered a man outside Bai Jing's office. The man was handsome, carrying an exquisite food box, and was quietly begging the secretary outside the office, "I'll just go in for a moment, give this to him and come right out." The beautiful secretary smiled politely, "Sorry Mr. Shen, Mr. Bai is working now and can't meet you." "I will really just go in for a moment," the man continued to insist. Li Shui walked over, and upon seeing him, the secretary immediately greeted him. Li Shui nodded slightly and then headed toward Bai Jing's office without saying anything. The man immediately left the secretary and followed Li Shui's footsteps. The secretary became flustered, wanting to stop him but avoiding excessive physical contact. In her haste, she accidentally twisted her high heels and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Li Shui promptly reached out to hold her steady. "Thank you, Mr. Li," the secretary said hurriedly after stabilizing herself. Li Shui released his grip and coldly said, "Let him go in if he wants to, don't bother stopping him." "But I'll take responsibility for everything." Having said that, Li Shui strode directly into the office. The man frowned slightly, seeing Li Shui enter and paused uncertainly in his steps. When Li Shui entered, the manager of the engineering department was also there. Nowadays, most things in the company were managed by Bai Jing. Only those things where Bai Jing himself was unsure were discussed with Grandpa Bai Weitang. Bai Jing was brought up entirely by Grandpa Bai, so although he was still young, his approach to dealing with affairs was rather conservative. As a result, the heads of various departments didn't dare to treat him lightly. The engineering department had almost finished its report. Seeing Li Shui, Bai Jing told the manager, "That's all, you can go out first." The manager let out a slight sigh of relief and greeted Li Shui before heading out. Just as he stepped outside, he saw the man holding the food box and was surprised for a moment. But the man, seeing him step out, assumed Bai Jing had finished his work and happily carried the food box inside. Li Shui placed the document he held on Bai Jing's desk. It was the financial report he prepared, with a detailed analysis of key projects and their logical connections at the back, which could clearly judge the total assets and business results of the company. As Bai Jing flipped through the document, Li Shui was about to speak when the man suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Jing's expression darkened upon seeing him. The man hesitated for a moment, then approached Bai Jing and placed the food box on the office table, whispering, "This is what I made myself." Bai Jing remained silent. The man felt nervous inside, then mustered his courage to lightly kiss Bai Jing on the corner of his mouth. "Then I won't disturb you." With that, he straightened up quickly and walked out, making sure to gently close the door behind him as he left. Li Shui wasn't the first time witnessing Bai Jing being intimate with someone else. Back in high school, one time he skipped the PE class, and just when he pushed the classroom door open, he saw Ningyu straddling Bai Jing, kissing him deeply. He slammed the door shut at that moment, glaring at the scorching sun in June full of annoyance, wishing he could have thrown them both out. But the reason why he was mad was simply because they had taken up the classroom, ruining his afternoon nap. He hadn't even registered the fact that it was two men together. Anyway, as far as he was concerned, as long as it didn't bother him, others could do whatever they wanted, it had nothing to do with him. But now, when he personally saw the other person's kiss land on Bai Jing's lips, Li Shui felt a sudden tightness in his chest. It wasn't irritation, nor discomfort, it was a kind of pain tinged with sadness. This emotion was extremely unfamiliar to Li Shui, but he showed no outward signs of it. Instead, looking at Bai Jing's unhappy face, he said, "Don't blame Secretary Su. I asked her to let him in." Bai Jing furrowed his brows. Why was Li Shui suddenly caring about such trifles? With his usually aloof and indifferent character, Li Shui didn't bother with further explanations and was reluctant to discuss the work report with Bai Jing. He said coldly, "I'll step out first." After walking a few steps, he added another sentence, "You still have time to call him back." Back in his office, Li Shui massaged his brow slightly, feeling a little restless. Living for so many years, he actually had no romantic experiences up until now. It was like he was some kind of oddity. During his teenage years, he was always immersed in emotions that he thought were profound at the time, hating this person or dissatisfied with that one, finding everyone disagreeable. Always being alone, he never gave anyone the chance to get close to him. As he grew older, it took great effort to finally open up and start accepting others, but then his family suffered a sudden calamity, and once again he closed off his heart. Over these years, apart from learning and working, he had experienced none of the pleasures of this glittering world. The people around him had nothing to do with him beyond work, he had no friends. The only one who was closer to him was Bai Jing. But even their relationship wasn't particularly intimate. Although they trusted each other, neither excessively interfered in the other's life. Li Shui never treated Bai Jing with servility because Bai Jing had saved him. He maintained his own way of handling matters. For him, committing himself fully to work and helping Bai Jing succeed in his career was his greatest form of repayment and value. Therefore, if they had differences in opinion on work-related matters, he would not simply bow down and concede. He argued where necessary and admitted when wrong. However, just now, due to that scene, Li Shui suddenly realized that he might have developed certain feelings toward Bai Jing that he shouldn't. Chapter 30. One evening, Li Shui went to a gay bar. He actually didn't even know whether he loved men or women, but he had to find out, was it men he loved, or was it just Bai Jing who could elicit such reactions from him? He had never been part of this circle and lacked friends who could introduce him to it. So after making some inquiries on his own, he visited the most famous one. When he arrived, it was already late, and the nightclub was at its liveliest. Wrinkling his brow due to the loud music, Li Shui chose a relatively secluded and quiet corner to sit down. After ordering a drink, Li Shui sat there watching the crowd in the dance pool go wild. He neither made any attempts to chat with anyone nor participated in other activities. Instead, he sat alone as if disconnected, his surrounding atmosphere frozen. This wasn't exactly what he'd imagined. Li Shui thought he might have come to the wrong place. There was no way he could confirm here whether he would fall for other men, and it was even less likely that someone experienced would quietly sit down next to him and resolve his doubts. Feeling both bored and irritable amidst the noise, Li Shui decided to leave after sitting for a while. Just as he picked up his coat, someone suddenly sat beside him. Li Shui was startled. The person leaned closer, smiling slightly as they asked, "Handsome guy, are you interested in having a drink?" Li Shui moved away slightly, then finally looked closely at the person in front of him. It was hard to even call this person a man. Though wearing eyeliner and earrings, they still couldn't hide their baby face. Li Shui even doubted whether this person was truly an adult. Seeing Li Shui inspecting him, confident in his appearance, the young man stopped talking and moved closer to Li Shui, narrowing his eyes. Opening his mouth slightly, he revealed a tender tongue licking his lips lightly. Li Shui frowned, pushing the person away as he asked, "Are you an adult? Can you even enter a bar?" It was like being splashed with a bucket of cold water in winter. The young man rolled his eyes. Truth be told, he had noticed Li Shui from the moment he entered. His type, suited elite males, had excited him. Upon getting closer and realizing the stern features of Li Shui's face, he became even more thrilled. He had anticipated an incredible night, but all it took was one sentence from Li Shui and his spirits were crushed entirely. The young man jumped up, sticking out his tongue at Li Shui mockingly, "Che, killjoy." He liked elite men, but hated ones who behaved like overprotective mothers, overly critical. Watching as the young man skipped over to another seat and hung around the neck of another man, Li Shui felt a slight shock before refocusing, picking up his coat, and leaving. Before leaving, he decided to use the restroom first. However, the moment he opened the door, a series of moans shocked him into stopping in his tracks. Infuriated, Li Shui turned and walked back out, quickening his pace as he wove through the crowd. This seemed to be a bizarre and surreal world. Regardless of whether or not he cared for men, Li Shui was certain that he stood apart from it as an oddity. He even began to question whether there was something wrong with himself or if the problem lay within this world. Is love really like this? A complete disregard for anyone's sexual urges. At that moment, Li Shui realized, even though he might be reluctant to admit it, he had indeed been influenced by his father's lifelong obsession with loving only one person, a woman who was so base and despicable. Leaving the bar, Li Shui stood aimlessly in the night wind for a while. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Jing. It sounded like Bai Jing was busy. He casually responded upon answering the call. Clutching his phone tightly, his forehead hair was ruffled by the night breeze covering his eyes. Swallowing dryly, he forced himself to maintain his usual cool tone. "Nothing, wrong number." Li Shui hung up the call and walked home tiredly after standing there for a long time. Even though Bai Jing hadn't said anything much beyond a simple acknowledgement, upon hearing Bai Jing's voice, knowing that Bai Jing was present calmed his heart. Suddenly, Li Shui developed an intense self-loathing toward himself. How could there possibly be any chance between him and Bai Jing? From that point onward, Li Shui started trying to keep his distance from Bai Jing. In fact, he didn't need to deliberately make an effort because if they ignored work, they really had very few opportunities to see each other anyway. On the contrary, Bai Jing was somewhat puzzled by Li Shui's cold attitude toward him, asking Zhou Mingyuan privately, "What did I do to offend him?" Zhou Mingyuan laughed lightly, "He's always been like that, I'm used to it." Bai Jing thought this was true, yet also felt something was amiss. In the past, though Li Shui appeared indifferent, he wasn't to the extent that he refused even a glance at Bai Jing anymore. Bai Jing shook his head and didn't dwell further on this small issue. On the weekend, Bai Jing had a dinner appointment with an old man who had retired from a high position. This old man had extensive connections, and Bai Jing wanted to bring Li Shui along for them to become familiar, which would be good for their future. The tall tree behind the Qin family was Feng Guoguang, the current top leader of Jinhai City, and he wasn't from the same political faction as this old man. In the future, if they were to act against Feng Guoguang, it might be necessary to get help from this old man's side. Li Shui cast aside those notions of affection and love after considering the gravity of the situation, agreeing to Bai Jing's plan and began preparing. The dinner gathering was set in a private villa. The scenery here was pleasant, with fresh air and surrounded by mountains and water. It was something elderly people tended to enjoy. The atmosphere during the meal was quite agreeable. Li Shui didn't say much eloquent words, but whenever the old man needed something, before the people around him noticed, Li Shui had already placed what was needed by his side. This caused the proud old man, accustomed to being in a high position, to look at him several times. Later, he even commented, "There are very few young people nowadays who are so thoughtful." Bai Jing smiled slightly, while Li Shui beside him remained composed and respectful without becoming overconfident because of that statement. Both Bai Jing and Li Shui were extremely smart, refraining from bringing up issues related to the Qin family and Feng Guoguang during the dinner. It wasn't time yet, it never would be soon enough. All they could do now was leave a good impression on the elder through this meal, and their task would be accomplished. This estate was vast and located far from the downtown area. The next day, the old man had other plans here. Therefore, after the dinner gathering ended, Bai Jing and Li Shui sent the old man back to his room. On the way back, they passed through a long corridor, with unknown blue flowers planted on both sides. The petals were layered, plump flower heads clustering together, extending alongside the long corridor in clusters, looking beautiful indeed. Bai Jing said while walking, "This is a great place. I should also bring my grandfather here to stay." Upon hearing this, Li Shui replied, "You decide the time and I'll make the arrangements." Bai Jing laughed, "No rush about that matter." While they were conversing, two people approached and brushed past them. Li Shui happened to glance up casually and then froze completely where he stood. Qin Guangji and Jiang Manqing. Last time, Qin Guangji couldn't touch Li Shui because Bai Jing had his grandfather step in. Since Qin Guangji himself was responsible for harming 3 lives, he naturally didn't want to escalate things. Although he couldn't understand how someone like Li Shui could have any connection with the Bai family, having the Bai family involved would change the nature of the matter entirely. Qin Guangji turned his head away, not wanting to provoke the Bai family at this moment. Jiang Manqing also gave Li Shui a casual glance, similar to looking at a tree or a flower, showing no ripple of emotion in her eyes. Then she shifted her gaze and started talking to Qin Guangji. Li Shui stood rooted in place, clenching his fists tightly, grinding his teeth audibly. Knowing they existed was one thing, understanding the need to be rational was another, but seeing them with his own eyes was a whole different matter. As Li Shui heard Jiang Manqing's laughter fading into the distance behind him, he desperately wanted to ask her, "Do you still remember Li Wenjue? Do you remember when it was him who carried you home when everyone was cursing you? Do you remember how it was always him who took care of you, providing a safe haven? But where were you when Li Wenjue was beaten to death? Where were you when my sister fell? And where were you when I was imprisoned?" Li Shui moved a step forward, turning around. Bai Jing held him back. Li Shui's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling violently as he gritted his teeth and barked, "Let go of me." Bai Jing gripped his wrist firmly, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Li Shui struggled fiercely, roaring furiously, "I'm going to kill them." Bai Jing forcefully pulled Li Shui closer, stared straight into his eyes, and his voice became somewhat cruel, "All right, go kill them. And then what? Are you planning to sacrifice your life as their tomb offering?" "Huh?" Li Shui suddenly ceased his struggle. "Bai Jing," he murmured, "are you suggesting I repeat the mistakes of last time? I won't stop you." Bai Jing released Li Shui, his expression indifferent. "If you think your father and aunt will be glad to see you act this way, then go ahead." Each word from Bai Jing pierced directly into Li Shui's heart, but only such words could wake him up from his madness. Yes, he could indeed go and kill those two right now, but how would he face the retribution from the Qin family? If he gave up his own life, his father and aunt would never forgive him. No one in this world cared more about him than they did. Li Shui clenched his fists tightly, striving hard to suppress the surging emotions. "I understand." Although he had calmed down, his expression was very grim. Bai Jing furrowed his brows and said, "We won't go back today. We'll stay here for the night." Li Shui didn't put up a fight either, nodding slightly in agreement, "All right." Perhaps still worried that Li Shui might do something impulsive, Bai Jing booked a suite with 2 bedrooms connected together. Bai Jing left the door open so he could immediately notice any movement from Li Shui. Li Shui seemed somewhat distracted. No matter what Bai Jing said, he just nodded absent-mindedly, his thoughts consumed by the fleeting glance Jiang Manqing had cast at him earlier. That night, Li Shui had a nightmare. In the dream, he was back to his teenage years, standing under a high platform, anxiously looking upward. On top of the platform stood Li Wenjue and Li Weining. Li Wenjue shouted down with a smile, We're about to jump down. You catch us." In the dream, Li Shui panicked, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Don't jump. Dad, don't jump." But it was as if Li Wenjue couldn't hear him at all, still laughing as he shouted, "I'm jumping." The moment those words were out, he leapt off, falling directly down through the air. Li Shui suddenly jolted awake, gasping for breath. He realized the lights in the room were already on, and Bai Jing was right in front of him. Li Shui felt completely drained and cried out weakly, "Quick, quick, the phone." Bai Jing frowned but didn't have time to ask which phone before Li Shui abruptly grabbed the phone from the bedside table. He opened the screen, checking the call log, trembling hands searching as he muttered, "Where's the call? Where's the one from my aunt?" Unable to endure any longer, Bai Jing snatched the phone from him, saying sharply, "Li Shui. They're gone." Li Shui froze, dumbfounded, staring at Bai Jing, then the tears started flowing from his eyes. Bai Jing had never seen Li Shui cry before. Even when Bai Jing rescued him from jail all bruised and battered, Li Shui hadn't shed a single tear. In everyday life, he acted like an emotionless work machine. Bai Jing was stunned into silence by Li Shui's tears. Li Shui was a man with a strong defense mechanism who never showed his vulnerable side to others, let alone in front of anyone. Even he himself didn't expect why he'd suddenly burst into tears. Covering his face with his hand, the tears continued to stream through the cracks between his fingers as he croaked hoarsely, "Why wasn't it me who died?" His father had worked hard his entire life taking care of a seriously ill mother and a young sister, and later raising Jiang Manqing and him. A life spent laboring endlessly, wearing only tattered clothes, never having a single day of comfort, and he met such a tragic end. Why? Why was it Li Shui who lived instead? Why were Qin Guangji and Jiang Manqing the ones alive? Bai Jing remained motionless. By nature, Bai Jing was an aloof person. With great expectations placed on him by Grandpa Bai, his upbringing was strict, leaving him with little sympathy. Yet watching this side of Li Shui, seeing this equally strong-willed man break down like this, Bai Jing also couldn't bear to see him in such distress. Lifting his hand, Bai Jing pressed Li Shui's head down into his chest and said heavily, "Li Shui, bear with it a bit longer." It was only 6 simple words. Not particularly heartfelt, not even close to being consoling, but they instantly dissipated the overwhelming regret and icy chill inside Li Shui. Li Shui had been living alone for too long. He had almost forgotten how warm human touch could be, how comforting it was to have someone support you during tough times. However, Li Shui clenched his teeth, trying to stop the tears. Just like his father, he fell for someone who was completely unsuited for him. Would they end up with the same fate then? Chapter 31. After that encounter with Jiang Manqing, Li Shuyi never saw her again. Time flew by, and it was already 4 years later. During these 4 years, Li Shuyi worked even harder, sometimes even needing Bai Jing to forcibly order him to rest. Moreover, due to over-suppressing himself, his mental knots became more serious. Not only did he suffer from long-term insomnia, but his emotions would sometimes fall into an extremely unstable state. It was Bai Jing who found him a psychologist, and after countless psychological treatments combined with medication, the situation was gradually brought under control. The Qin family had never taken Bai Jing and Li Shuyi seriously, especially after Bai Weitang passed away, and Bai Jing officially took over the company, but was suppressed everywhere. The Qin family believed he wouldn't amount to much and grew increasingly arrogant. An upheaval happened overnight. Suddenly, a sex video of Feng Guoguang with a woman was exposed online. The woman appeared extremely young, looking less than 20 years old. The background was in a luxurious villa. Ironically, Feng Guoguang had just given a public speech for the country and its people the day before, and his hypocritical mask was forcefully torn off, causing public outcry. This was just the beginning. After Li Shuyi submitted the whistleblowing documents prepared for many years, Feng Guoguang was controlled by the Discipline Inspection Commission. The Qin family panicked, not yet figuring out how to save Feng Guoguang when Bai Jing, who had always been outwardly weak, suddenly began to counterattack, working together with other families to merge Qin's business. One person worked openly, and the other covertly, one targeted Qin's family while the other investigated Feng Guoguang. Together, they played a good hand, leaving the Qin family unprepared. The Qin family activated all their connections, intending to absolve themselves if things got worse. However, Feng Guoguang's wife, who had followed him for decades, believing they shared an unbreakable bond, was deeply hurt by the video and handed over all evidence of Feng Guoguang's bribery. The amount of bribes the Qin family was involved in was enormous, the circumstances extremely serious, including fake accounting and tax fraud, plunging both the family and the company into chaos. Qin Guangxi's elder brother was arrested. He knew no one could protect him anymore, and he was ready to escape abroad. But even before reaching the airport, he was caught and brought back. Then, he was taken to the old house where the Li family used to live. That place was already scheduled for demolition, soon to be developed into a new commercial center. All the neighbors had moved out, and the entire building felt desolate. When Qin Guangxi entered, Li Shuyi was leaning against the window, gazing at the distance outside, lost in thought. Qin Guangxi's hands were tied behind his back, and his mouth was covered with tape. Seeing the expressionless face of Li Shuyi, for some reason, all his hairs stood on end. So many years had passed, the boy who once groveled under his feet had grown into a tall, mature man taller than himself. As for Qin Guangxi, he aged every day, becoming cowardly and fearful, losing the sharp edge he once possessed. When Qin Guangxi turned to run out, he was kicked down by Dao Ba. Only then did Li Shuyi seem to notice the commotion, lifting his head and glancing at Qin Guangxi, casually saying, "Break his legs." With such an offhand tone, Qin Guangxi's eyes widened in terror. Dao Ba responded with a sound, picked up a wrench from the nearby table, walked to Qin Guangxi, pinned down his foot, and smashed the wrench down hard on his ankle. The bone shattered instantly. A guttural, terrible groan came out of Qin Guangxi's nose as his face contorted painfully. Large sweat drops immediately rolled down his forehead. After one leg was broken, Dao Ba grabbed his other foot, while Qin Guangxi frantically shook his head, making sounds toward Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi didn't look at him, lowering his gaze to light a cigarette, then placing it on the table, watching the smoke rise with a calm expression. Once again, a dull sound rang out in the room. Qin Guangxi's 2 broken feet dragged unnaturally behind him as the unbearable pain rendered him unconscious. When he woke up again, the tape over his mouth had been removed. In the room, apart from Li Shuyi, there was another person bound to a chair opposite him, Jiang Manqing. As soon as Qin Guangxi saw her, hatred surged within him, and he gritted his teeth. If not for this woman. If not for this vile creature. How would he have come to this? Jiang Manqing's mouth was still taped, and her usual neat hair was now dangling loosely. Her carefully applied makeup was gone, and she looked anxiously at Qin Guangxi before glaring venomously at Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi still leaned against the window, his head tilted towards the outside, with sunlight falling around him, showing faint dust floating in the air. Qin Guangxi tried to stand up, but as soon as he moved, an excruciating pain shot through his feet. He groaned softly, and Li Shuyi finally turned around, seeing him writhing in agony on the ground. He said abruptly, "My father stood here watching me for my entire life, but I never looked back at him once. By the time I wanted to turn around, he was already gone." His tone was mild, and his face remained calm, yet Qin Guangxi was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He shook his head, his voice trembling violently, and said brokenly, "Li Shuyi, no. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to harm your father." He suddenly lifted his head and looked at Jiang Manqing, raising his voice. "It was this woman, she said that with Li Wenjue dead, he wouldn't bother her anymore. She kept egging me on." Li Shuyi's expression did not change, as if he had expected this answer. Jiang Manqing sitting on the chair showed no remorse, still glaring venomously at Li Shuyi. If her mouth hadn't been covered, Li Shuyi thought she would surely have screamed curses, cursing him for ruining her beloved person, her luxurious life, and her lifelong dream. Qin Guangji continued babbling, desperately trying to prove his innocence. Li Shui listened lazily, becoming increasingly impatient until he picked up a gun lying on the nearby table and held it in his hand. Qin Guangji fell silent instantly. He stared wide-eyed at the gun, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally as he begged from the floor, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Li Shui, please, don't kill me. Li Shui glanced up at him and smiled, saying, you were wrong. Then go ask them if they forgive you. Qin Guangji followed his gaze and saw the photo frame standing on the desk. In the photo, Li Wenjue held Li Shui while Li Weining, looking much younger with 2 braids, stood beside her brother, smiling with her eyes curved like 2 crescent moons. They all seemed to be looking at him. Qin Guangji felt a chill rise from his feet. Born into the Qin family, being the youngest son, wherever he went, who wouldn't bow and scrape to him? Over time, he stopped seeing these people as anything. Their lives were insignificant to him, whoever blocked his way or displeased him was someone he wanted to punish. This feeling of controlling others' lives was addictive, but one day, when his identity reversed, and he became the one tortured, threatened, and treated like garbage, he realized how terrifying it was. Qin Guangji trembled, forcing himself to sit up, repeatedly bowing his head toward the photo, each strike landing heavily on the floor. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was wrong. Li Shui watched expressionlessly as blood streamed down from Qin Guangji's forehead. Then, he slowly rose, walked over to Qin Guangji, squatted down, and placed Qin Guangji's finger on the trigger. He then raised his arm toward Jiang Manqing, saying quietly, if you kill her, I'll let you live. Jiang Manqing finally lost her composure, struggling furiously, causing the chair to fall. She frantically shook her head at Qin Guangji, her face filled with pleading and terror. With Li Shui gripping his wrist tightly, the gun moved in sync with Jiang Manqing's struggles. Li Shui gave Qin Guangji no time to hesitate, whispering in his ear, 1. Just as the count began, Qin Guangji violently pulled the trigger. There was a clicking sound. Nothing happened. The gun was empty, without bullets. Li Shui simply wanted to torment Jiang Manqing, letting her fully experience the taste of being abandoned by the one she loved. Li Shui took the gun from the dazed Qin Guangji, slowly stood up, and started loading the bullets, chambering it, then disengaging the safety. He bent down and grabbed Qin Guangji by the collar, dragging him forward. Qin Guangji finally realized something, tears and snot streaming down his face, leaving a trail of urine as he lost control of his bladder. Li Shui, I beg you not to kill me. I'll do whatever you want. Qin Guangji struggled hard to break free from Li Shui's grip, but Li Shui didn't tangle with him. As soon as they reached Jiang Manqing, he let go. Standing upright, Li Shui looked down disdainfully at the couple. As Qin Guangji tried to crawl away, Li Shui stepped on his broken leg, causing him to cry out in pain involuntarily. Jiang Manqing's hair, soaked with sweat, clung to her face. When she saw Li Shui aiming the gun at Qin Guangji, she went berserk, emitting sharp and piercing sounds from her nose. Li Shui enjoyed the scene for a moment, then chuckled lightly before pulling the trigger. The pistol was equipped with a silencer, and before Jiang Manqing even had time to react, her face and hair were splattered with blood. Time seemed to stand still. Jiang Manqing didn't dare to move an inch. After a long while, she finally managed to turn her stiff gaze, looking at Qin Guangji lying on the ground, a bloody hole in his head, his eyes wide open even in death. Her eyes widened dramatically, as if her eye sockets would split apart. Li Shui lowered the gun, slowly walked up to Jiang Manqing, and squatted down. He wiped the substance from her face that could be either blood or brain matter, then smiled and said, don't be afraid, I won't let you die. Jiang Manqing shivered uncontrollably. Li Shui's smile gradually faded from the corner of his lips as he pronounced word by word, I want you to live in the terror of this moment for the rest of your life. Jiang Manqing's whole body shook violently, then she stiffened and fainted. Li Shui gave her an expressionless glance, then stood up and walked over to the window. He stared at the photo, reaching out to pick it up but then frowned in disgust when he saw the blood on his fingers. He wiped hard at the blood on his sleeve with such force that his fingers were almost rubbed raw. Lifting his hand again, he still thought it unclean and decided not to touch the photo, simply standing there blankly staring at it. When Bai Jing entered the room with his men, the sight greeted him was a dazed Li Shui. Bai Jing wrinkled his brows, repelled by the stench of blood in the room. He ordered for Li Shui to be taken out, but Li Shui refused to leave. Bai Jing was too busy, his phone hadn't stopped ringing since he stepped inside. Listening to reports from the other end while walking up to Li Shui, he said sternly, go home. I'll handle the situation here. Li Shui kept silent, staring at Bai Jing for a long while before finally moving towards the door. Just as he reached the doorway, he paused, turning back and calling out, Bai Jing. Bai Jing looked up at him. Li Shui met his gaze, his eyes piercing as though attempting to engrave Bai Jing into his heart forever. But then he said nothing, turned around, and left. Chapter 32. Afterwards, Li Shui could not remember clearly. He fell seriously ill after returning home, sometimes conscious and sometimes delirious, dreaming all kinds of dreams. The only thing he had an impression of was that every time he dreamt of Bai Jing, the Bai Jing in his dreams would calm him down. It seemed as though with Bai Jing present, there were no problems. This deep sense of trust even spread into his dreams. When Li Shui got better, he no longer repressed his feelings for Bai Jing. But due to his possessiveness, they spent a few very unpleasant years together. In fact, Li Shui knew it well, Bai Jing had never liked him. What Bai Jing did for him could also be done by anyone else who was just a friend. But because of his own pitiable lack of affection, he treated Bai Jing as his last lifeline. Li Shui hadn't recalled the past for too long. Now when he remembered, it was like reopening those wounds that had never healed, carefully concealed underneath. He looked at the tombstone and wondered, even if he took revenge, so what? What good did it do to kill Qin Guangxi or drive Jiang Manqin crazy? Would time flow backwards? Would the lost ones return? And for his mistakes, those underestimations, capriciousness, and arrogance towards his father and aunt, how could they be remedied? At this moment, Li Shui suddenly didn't know why he was still alive. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, several muffled thunderclaps came from the distance. The sky began to darken, and soon, fine rain started pouring down quickly from the sky. Li Shui knelt in front of the grave, his aura filled with extreme sorrow, as if the whole person had become completely lifeless. Cold rains hit his body, but he didn't move. When his legs completely lost sensation, he slowly lay down and curled up next to Li Wenbin's gravestone. Amidst the pitter-patter of the rain, it seemed as though the entire world became quiet. Li Shui closed his eyes, pressing his head against the cold tombstone devoid of warmth, and remembered how Li Wenyin used to tell him, when he was born, he cried uncontrollably every midnight. To avoid disturbing the family, Li Wenbin would wrap him in quilts and take him to the corridor of the dormitory building, walking while comforting him. Many people returning home late at night saw this scene from afar and thought it was haunted. Thinking of Li Wenyin laughing non-stop back then, Li Shui also couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face. But as he smiled, his eyebrows furrowed tightly again. He muttered lowly, "Dad. I'm so tired." Everyone thought Li Shui was strong to the point of being omnipotent. They thought he wouldn't feel pain, wouldn't be sad, wouldn't be scared, and wouldn't get tired. But this was Li Shui. This pitiful, cowardly man who could only seek comfort and warmth from a cold gravestone was Li Shui. The rain continued to fall. Rainwater flowing down the tombstone looked like the people in the photograph were crying. Jin Yen slept until the afternoon. Actually, he woke up once in between, but because of the rain, the outside was pitch dark. He glanced and thought it wasn't dawn yet, so he drowsily went back to sleep. When he woke up again, 2 more hours had passed. Jin Yen rubbed his eyes, grabbed his phone, and upon seeing the displayed time and missed calls, abruptly jumped out of bed. He called Li Shui's phone repeatedly, only to find it off. He then switched to calling Tang Xue's phone. As soon as she picked up, he anxiously asked, "Sister Tang Xue, is Uncle Li with you?" Tang Xue immediately increased her volume and asked, "Didn't you go to pick him up?" Jin Yen panicked, "Sorry Sister Tang Xue, I overslept, it's all my fault." Tang Xue interrupted him, "Just calm down first. Maybe he left without waiting for you." Jin Yen hurriedly replied, "His phone is off." Upon hearing this, Tang Xue's heart sank. Li Shui, with his busy work schedule, rarely ever turned off his phone. "Alright, you go check at the airport now, I'll ask around here," Tang Xue instructed. Jin Yen responded affirmatively, jumping off the bed and rushing to dress while running outside. In his hurry, he struggled multiple times to put on his clothes. After Tang Xue hung up the phone, she first contacted the hotel where Li Shui currently resided. The hotel staff said that Li Shui had not returned. She then checked some of Li Shui's regular spots, finding no trace of him. Meanwhile, Jin Yen reported back, saying that Li Shui had already left the airport. Hearing Jin Yan's voice trembling on the verge of tears, Tang Xue wasted no time and immediately called Zhuo Mingyuan's phone. Zhuo Mingyuan was right at Bai Jing's house. Today, Bai Jing had a few old friends visiting. They said they came to discuss things but were actually there to see Ningyu. Ningyu didn't shy away from their gazes and allowed them to look as they pleased, his conduct impeccable without fault. He was naturally handsome, and such a gentle personality made it hard for anyone not to feel some degree of fondness towards him. Unlike Li Shui who, in his daily encounters with these people, would merely nod his head and seldom exchange more than a few words. They sat inside the glass room on the balcony, enjoying drinks and conversations while appreciating the rain-drenched garden. The pitter-patter of raindrops falling on the glass roof added a special charm to the atmosphere. However, the weather had grown somewhat cool by now, and after sitting there for a while, Ningyu went downstairs. As soon as Ningyu left, someone started gossiping and asked Bai Jing, "Are you really giving up on Li Shui?" Bai Jing remained silent. That person shook their head and sighed deeply in resignation, "It's such a pity that Li Shui doesn't care for me. If he did, I wouldn't mind staying unmarried my entire life." Everyone present was considered outstanding, but no fortune came easily. Each worked tirelessly every day, and having someone like Li Shui, capable, hardworking, and willing to serve close by, would be ideal for any of them. A nearby individual delivered a subtle insult, "Not marrying? As long as one is still playing around outside, it's not exactly fair, is it?" Caught red-handed, the person gave out a hee-hee laugh. Though enjoying himself amidst various relationships, this type could hardly settle down beside one person for an entire lifetime. As they chatted intermittently, Zhuo Mingyuan received a call and hesitated slightly. Bai Jing glanced at his expression and set his wineglass down. Talk amongst yourselves. He got up and walked out of the glass room before directly asking Zhuo Mingyuan, what's the matter? Zhuo Mingyuan replied, Li Shui has disappeared. Bai Jing's face darkened immediately. What do you mean disappeared? Jin Yan didn't pick him up after they split ways at the airport. Zhuo Mingyuan said further, now we can't find him. The air grew tense for a brief moment. Bai Jing pulled out his phone and asked Zhuo Mingyuan, give me Tang Xue's number. Zhuo Mingyuan recited a string of numbers, and as Bai Jing typed them in, he instructed, you go check the airport cameras. Seeing the frostiness on Bai Jing's face, Zhuo Mingyuan inexplicably felt a bit nervous. After connecting with Tang Xue, Bai Jing thoroughly questioned her about the entire itinerary, including what Li Shui had done and where he'd been. When Tang Xue mentioned that Li Shui had gone out alone in the afternoon and seemed abnormal upon return, Bai Jing pondered silently. Lin Cheng. He remembered that Li Shui's uncle Zhao Hui lived there. Tang Xue's voice carried a tone of frustration. Mr. Bai, this is all my fault, I should have insisted on staying behind. Bai Jing didn't respond much, only instructing Tang Xue to keep her phone handy in case Li Shui called. Just as he finished speaking, Zhuo Mingyuan informed him that Jin Yan had already reviewed the surveillance footage. Li Shui had seemingly left the airport on his own around 10:30, but details of where he went afterward were still unknown. Bai Jing remained silent, his brows furrowed in deep thought. After a long pause, he finally said, prepare the car. Zhuo Mingyuan complied as Bai Jing headed back to inform his old friends, I have to leave for a while, make yourselves comfortable. Without waiting for more questions, Bai Jing departed, leaving the group staring at each other in bewilderment. Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan quickly descended the stairs, with Zhuo Mingyuan's phone ringing non-stop. Ningyu was downstairs arranging dinner, noticing their peculiar demeanor. Wheeling his chair cautiously behind them, he inquired, is something wrong? Bai Jing kept walking and curtly replied, nothing, go back. Not sparing Ningyu a glance. Inside the car, Bai Jing gave the driver an address, Yangshan Cemetery. Upon hearing it, Zhuo Mingyuan instantly understood. He tried dialing that side's phone, but at this hour, there was no one in the office. Bai Jing impatiently rubbed between his eyebrows, stop calling. With his stubborn nature, others trying to dissuade him wouldn't work anyway. The vehicle sped ahead. When they arrived, it was still raining. Zhuo Mingyuan intended to open the umbrella for Bai Jing, but without a second's hesitation, Bai Jing rushed out, and Zhuo Mingyuan struggled to keep pace. Ascending the long staircase, they saw from afar a curled-up figure lying on the ground. Bai Jing's breath hitched, while Zhuo Mingyuan shouted in alarm, Li Shui. Bai Jing rushed over, crouched down, and flipped Li Shui onto his back. Soaked through by the rain, his damp hair stuck to his eyes, his complexion deathly pale, his lips turning blue, and his breathing short and faint. Bai Jing reached out to touch his face but withdrew his hand startled by the icy chill. This isn't the temperature a human body should have. Bai Jing didn't dare let Li Shui fall asleep like this. He slapped his face hard, shouting his name repeatedly, and after much effort, managed to make Li Shui open his eyes. Looking into his half-closed eyes, Bai Jing wiped off the rainwater from his face and spoke deeply, don't sleep. Then he pulled Li Shui up, allowing Zhuo Mingyuan to support him as Bai Jing crouched down to lift Li Shui onto his back. Li Shui was delirious with fever. Only when he felt Bai Jing's warmth against his body did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming, that it wasn't an illusion. But muddled thoughts crossed Li Shui's mind, why is it always Bai Jing? Why does Bai Jing always show up beside him at his weakest moments? Why, whenever he wanted to give up, does Bai Jing keep appearing? Li Shui tried reaching out to Bai Jing but couldn't even lift his fingers despite using all his strength. He hung his head and hoarsely called Bai Jing's name in his ear. Bai Jing. Without slowing his steps, Bai Jing only repeated, Li Shui, don't sleep. Li Shui's eyes welled with tears. He tried with great difficulty to say the rest of his words, speaking them haltingly. I admit defeat. I surrender. You love Ningyu, so I'll turn myself into Ningyu. You love someone else, so I'll transform myself into someone else. I beg you, please don't abandon me. As he continued, his voice choked and nearly faded, tears streaming down his face, dripping onto the ground and blending into the rainwater. At every moment, Li Shui was humbled like an ant begging for Bai Jing's love, yet he had to constantly preserve that shred of pathetic pride and dignity. Like a paradox about to split in two, he ultimately chose Bai Jing over himself, giving up on himself. It was the first time Bai Jing heard Li Shui pleading like this. That proud Li Shui, who, having lost all family members, was stepped on and bullied until almost dead without ever lowering his head, was now pleading like this. Zhuo Mingyuan had to reach out in time to steady Bai Jing, who faltered in his steps. His teeth clenched as his chest heaved violently. He had to breathe very, very deeply just to ease the sharp pain surging through his heart, one that felt like being torn apart. Chapter 33. After Li Shui finished speaking, he completely fell silent, leaving only the hot breath spilling onto Bai Jing's ear. Bai Jing carried him and walked down as fast as possible. Zhuo Mingyuan looked at Li Shui, who seemed drowsy, anxiously calling out his name several times but receiving no response. Upon reaching the car, Zhuo Mingyuan quickly pulled the door open, and Bai Jing gently placed Li Shui on the back seat, then told him, "You sit in the front, tell the driver to go to Mr. Wei's hospital." "All right." Zhuo Mingyuan agreed and walked toward the passenger side. After the car started moving, Bai Jing turned his body behind to shield Li Shui, then supported him, quickly stripping off his rain-soaked clothes. He then grabbed a blanket kept in the car and wrapped it tightly around Li Shui. Bai Jing's own coat was also damp. He unbuttoned and threw it aside, pulling Li Shui, covered with the blanket, tightly into his embrace. After being soaked in the heavy rain for so long, lying on the cold ground, and absorbing the chill, how could Li Shui not have any problems? Initially, he felt cold, his teeth clattering, and later he felt hot as if his entire body would burn up. Bai Jing held Li Shui, seeing his tightly closed eyes, flushed face, slightly opened mouth, and rapid breathing, while his body shivered uncontrollably. Bai Jing repeatedly lowered his head to test the temperature of Li Shui's forehead and urged the driver to drive faster, his voice growing increasingly impatient. When they reached the hospital, Zhuo Mingyuan had already contacted Wei Zhe earlier on the way, so Wei Zhe was waiting by the door in advance. Bai Jing carried Li Shui out of the car, and without saying a word, Wei Zhe immediately arranged for him to be taken into the treatment room. As soon as he was pushed inside, his temperature was measured, 41 degrees Celsius. This temperature was already quite dangerous, and prolonged exposure could potentially harm vital organs like the brain, liver, or kidneys. Wei Zhe administered an 4 drip for Li Shui and conducted physical cooling methods. There was nothing else that could be done, they could only first observe whether the 4 drip would work and if the fever could subside before deciding further treatment options. When Wei Zhe came out, Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan were there. In fact, Wei Zhe and Bai Jing rarely interacted, and considering they were romantic rivals, Wei Zhe had never had a good impression of Bai Jing. Neither of them spoke first, until Zhuo Mingyuan broke the silence. "Is it serious?" "It's not serious. It would have been better if you brought him a bit later, let him burn himself to death," Wei Zhe said irritably, angry at Li Shui for neglecting his own health and at Bai Jing for failing to take care of him as his partner, thus making sarcastic remarks. "Dr. Wei." Bai Jing's voice had a hint of coldness, "I hope you can focus on his treatment. If not, we can transfer to another hospital anytime." Bai Jing didn't feel like he had made any mistakes that warranted enduring Wei Zhe's sarcasm. The reason he chose this place was because these past few years whenever Li Shui experienced discomfort, he went to see Wei Zhe. Compared to other doctors, Wei Zhe was more familiar with his condition, which wasn't due to Bai Jing being unable to find someone else, just that Wei Zhe was simply the best choice for the job. Wei Zhe closed Li Shui's medical record and smiled slightly, "The one who's sick isn't me, and neither is the one suffering. If you want to transfer hospitals, please do so." After saying that, he refused to look at Bai Jing anymore and turned to walk away. Zhuo Mingyuan, noticing Bai Jing's grim expression, tentatively asked, "Should we transfer hospitals?" "I can arrange it right now." "No need." Bai Jing didn't hesitate for even a second. As soon as those words left his lips, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, he saw Ningyu's name. Taking a few steps away, Bai Jing answered the call. Ningyu informed him that all their friends had gone, saying that since Bai Jing was busy, they would reschedule dinner next time. Bai Jing grunted softly and didn't say anything more. Ningyu hesitantly asked on the other side, "Did something happen?" Then warmly added, "Can I help in any way?" Bai Jing's voice softened a little, "Nothing." Ningyu didn't press further, changing the topic, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Bai Jing glanced at the time and replied, "It's uncertain." "You don't have to wait for me." Ningyu acknowledged it with a single, "Okay," and then added, "Then I won't disturb you." After hanging up, Bai Jing looked up and immediately noticed Zhuo Mingyuan looking at him, seemingly hesitant to speak. Without waiting for Bai Jing to ask, he initiated, "There's something I've always wanted to mention, but haven't told you. A few days ago, I went to Iha." Bai Jing knew that Zhuo Mingyuan had family members recuperating there, but couldn't understand why he suddenly brought this up, raising his brows questioningly. "I happened to stop by and see Jiang Manqing." Zhuo Mingyuan paused, then continued when he noticed Bai Jing didn't interrupt. According to the nurse who took care of her, the day Li Shui visited her, she had hidden a blade in her hand and slashed it toward Li Shui's throat. Luckily, Li Shui reacted quickly, otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, the throat might have been cut open, and that person could have already died. Zhuo Mingyuan couldn't continue after picturing the scene. Bai Jing said nothing, but his gaze made Zhuo Mingyuan's scalp tingle. He chuckled wryly and said, "I thought you wouldn't care, so I didn't tell you immediately." At first, Zhuo Mingyuan was investigating this matter by calling the headmaster, learning only that Li Shui's hand had been scratched by Jiang Manqing without knowing just how dangerous the situation was. Bai Jing hadn't pressed further at the time, nor had Li Shui volunteered the details. "Find someone to investigate how that woman got the blade," Bai Jing replied calmly despite his troubled expression. Zhuo Mingyuan nodded hurriedly in response. Actually, speaking honestly, Zhuo Mingyuan felt somewhat confused himself sometimes. Occasionally, he thought that Bai Jing would be glad if Li Shui disappeared instantly, yet when something went wrong with Li Shui, Bai Jing would never turn a blind eye. Back then, all because White Hen criticized Li Shui once, it led to turmoil at home. That day too, upon hearing about Li Shui's disappearance, Bai Jing abandoned his friends without hesitation. But Ningyu had returned and moved into their house, and Li Shui had also relocated to a hotel. Recalling how close things were to breaking beyond repair 3 years ago, Sua Mingyuan decided to add an extra comment, "I'm just speaking my mind now. Don't blame me for interfering." Taking out a cigarette, he remembered they were in a hospital and tucked it back in. You know what he's been through with his family. It hasn't been easy for him. Regardless of how wrong he was 3 years ago, he has repaid for it with his life. If you are going to be with Ningyu, let him go. Sighing, Sua Mingyuan added helplessly, "Don't show him sympathy, making him think there's hope, only to push him away again. It's too cruel." After finishing his words, Sua Mingyuan wiped his nose and said, "I'll say no more than this one time." Sua Mingyuan is slightly older than Bai Jing and Li Shui. They have worked together for many years, which formed a certain bond between them. Yet, despite their camaraderie, he is just an employee of the Bai family and has no right to meddle in Bai Jing's romantic affairs. The reason he spoke up today was that he witnessed firsthand how Li Shui lay beside a gravestone in the rain and couldn't help but feel some pity. Bai Jing remained silent throughout, not showing any displeasure. Knowing that his words had been heard, Sua Mingyuan relaxed slightly. He was about to suggest staying behind while letting Bai Jing return first when 2 people suddenly came running from afar. The one in front was moving too fast and almost knocked Sua Mingyuan off balance. It was Qin Yan who grabbed him tightly, anxiously apologizing, sorry. Are you alright, Uncle Sua?" Steadying himself, Sua Mingyuan ground out through gritted teeth, "Why do you always act so recklessly?" Qin Yan apologized repeatedly while Tang Shui, who followed closely behind, asked worriedly, "Assistant Sua, is our Mr. Li alright?" Sua Mingyuan explained the situation briefly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes became red-rimmed, "It's all my fault. Had he picked up Li Shui as scheduled, none of this would have happened, Li Shui wouldn't have gone to the cemetery alone or been soaked in the rain for so long. It's all his fault, spending the entire night lost in idle thoughts and neglecting his responsibilities." Seeing Bai Jing standing nearby, Qin Yan bowed deeply, "Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." Tang Shui also turned around and said quickly, "Mr. Bai, we're truly sorry for our negligence. This kind of thing will never happen again. You should rest. We'll take good care of things here." As Tang Shui and Qin Yan kept saying sorry and causing inconvenience, Sua Mingyuan couldn't help but feel awkward. Who were Tang Shui and Qin Yan to Li Shui, and who was Bai Jing to Li Shui? Their levels of closeness seemed somewhat mixed up. Without saying a word, Bai Jing brushed past the 2 people blocking the doorway and walked straight into Li Shui's ward. Chapter 34. This room was spacious with great lighting, but due to the rain outside, the entire house seemed a bit gloomy. Bai Jing turned on the light and saw the person lying in bed motionlessly at a distance from him. His steps paused for a moment. After a while, he slowly walked over. Li Shui was still running a high fever. In his sleep, he looked extremely uncomfortable, his brows tightly furrowed, and his breathing heavy. It wasn't clear whether it was because the hospital gown was too big or if he was too thin, but the cuffs hung loosely, revealing wrists that were frighteningly delicate. Bai Jing took Li Shui's hand. His fingers were white and slender with plump finger pads, his nails neatly trimmed and quite handsome. Bai Jing stared at them, suddenly recalling an old memory. During one of the toughest times fighting against the Qin family, Bai Jing and Li Shui had worked in the office for nearly 3 days without closing their eyes. Exhausted beyond measure, Bai Jing had unintentionally fallen asleep while reading through documents. When he woke up again, he found himself resting his head on Li Shui's legs, with his coat covering his body. Li Shui's hand was lightly placed over his eyes, shielding him from the glaring sunlight. In the background, there was a sound of careful page turning. Bai Jing realized that Li Shui had already organized all the files. Which ones required his personal handling, which ones just needed his signature, which ones were important and urgent, and which ones could be delayed, all were categorized one by one. Bai Jing could no longer remember what Li Shui had said back then, the look on his face, or even whether Li Shui had rested afterward. The only thing that remained vivid in his memory was the cool sensation of those fingers gently brushing over his eyelids. Silently, Bai Jing flipped over Li Shui's hand, noticing a long scar extending from his wrist to between his middle and index fingers. It crossed his entire palm, cutting his lifeline into pieces as if foretelling that this man's life would come to an abrupt end at some point. This sudden thought unsettled Bai Jing greatly. He began disliking the appearance of the scar more and more. He resolved to have Li Shui remove it, restoring it back to its former state as much as possible. Gently, Bai Jing placed Li Shui's hand back and sat down on the couch in the room. Before long, Sua Mingyuan came in and asked if he wanted anything to eat, but Bai Jing shook his head. He hadn't seen Tang Shui or Qin Yan, so he asked where they had gone. Sua Mingyuan said that Qin Yan went to the cemetery to retrieve Li Shui's luggage, while Tang Shui, upon hearing about the need for hospital observation, went to the hotel to fetch some change of clothes for him. Bai Jing was taken aback. Hospitalization? Yes, Sua Mingyuan replied. Tang Shui just confirmed it with Dr. Wei. Frowning, Bai Jing originally intended to bring Li Shui home after his medication infusion. Sua Mingyuan seemed to understand his thoughts, ready to advise him to let Li Shui stay in the hospital for safety when he noticed Bai Jing pressing the call button next to Li Shui's bed. Sua Mingyuan followed Bai Jing's gaze, realizing the first bottle of medication was almost done. Bai Jing had been watching the person in bed carefully while speaking with him. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, Sua Mingyuan didn't know what to say. Wei Zhe personally came to replace the 4. There were 4 bottles of medication for Li Shui. The first bottle had the smallest dosage and was easiest to administer, whereas the latter 3 had stronger medicinal effects, necessitating the drip to be adjusted to its slowest speed, otherwise, his body wouldn't handle it well. Dr. Wei touched Li Shui's forehead. The medicine hadn't acted fast enough yet, so his temperature hadn't decreased, but his breathing had steadied slightly. Dr. Wei glanced at Bai Jing, who was constantly observing Li Shui, and said, "You should go back. Staying here won't help, he won't wake up today." Regardless of the sedative components in these medications, with such severe fever like Li Shui's, waking up anytime soon wasn't feasible. Bai Jing said nothing, focusing his gaze on Li Shui's face, looking at him for a while before returning to the sofa. Since Bai Jing refused to leave, Dr. Wei couldn't force him out either and left the ward with the empty medicine bottles. Jin Yan grabbed the luggage as quickly as possible and fetched Li Shui's clothes from Tang Shui. Tang Shui initially planned to return to the hospital with him, but she had just returned from a business trip, with an emergency waiting for her at home, delaying her return for several days. She couldn't really leave now. Seeing her phone ringing incessantly and the agitated expression on her face, Jin Yan comforted her. "Tang Shui, you deal with your issues first, I'll watch over Uncle Li, don't worry." Tang Shui nodded, thinking about all the troubles waiting for her at home, and managed a weary smile. "All right, thank you for your effort." After bidding farewell to Tang Shui, Jin Yan rushed back to the hospital as fast as he could. Jin Yan was deeply concerned about Li Shui lying alone in the hospital room, and after parking his car, he rushed upstairs. However, when he entered the room, he found both Bai Jing and Sua Mingyuan there, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sua Mingyuan noticed Jin Yan's sweat-drenched appearance, parts of his clothes damp from the rain, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Are you rushing off to be reborn?" Jin Yan sheepishly smiled, then quietly placed his bag on a nearby table and wiped the sweat from his face. He glanced at Bai Jing sitting coldly on the sofa and felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Bai Jing must be upset that he left along with Tang Shui, wasting so much time here. Nervously addressing Bai Jing, Jin Yan stuttered, Mr. Bai, you should go home. Thank you for today." Glancing at the clock, Sua Mingyuan realized it was almost 8 o'clock. Bai Jing hadn't eaten anything all evening, and Sua also encouraged him, "Go back and rest, I'll keep you updated." Before Bai Jing could respond, Jin Yan said, "Uncle Sua, you should go as well. I'll stay here and watch over Uncle Li." Bai Jing stood up and asked Jin Yan, "Do you have my number?" Caught off guard, Jin Yan responded, "No. I don't." Bai Jing then dictated a series of numbers while Jin Yan fumbled for his phone to store them. Bai Jing added, "Call me if anything happens." Jin Yan nodded, "All right, Mr. Bai." As Bai Jing moved towards the door, seeing Sua Mingyuan still standing motionless, he cast him an impatient glance before walking away. Sua followed closely behind. Once outside, Bai Jing said as they walked, "Contact Tang Shui and take over all of Li Shui's responsibilities. Have her organize the relevant materials and place them on my desk by tomorrow morning." "Understood," Sua Mingyuan quickly replied from behind. Back home, Wu Bo approached Bai Jing and asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" Placing his coat aside, Bai Jing answered somewhat wearily, "Not yet." Just as he was about to ask the kitchen to prepare something, Zhang Auntie, who specially cared for Ningyu, emerged wheeling Ningyu out of the room, smiling, "Mr. Bai, please sit, dinner will be ready soon." Bai Jing looked at Ningyu and took a seat at the dining table. A short moment later, Auntie returned from the kitchen carrying several delicately prepared dishes, each one Bai Jing's favorite. Ningyu picked up a bowl, served soup, and placed it beside Bai Jing with a reminder, "Be careful, it's hot." Without a word, Bai Jing watched Ningyu, who blushed slightly, explaining, "I was worried you didn't eat, so I asked Aunt Zhang to keep the food warm." With a nod, Bai Jing picked up his utensils and offered a polite "thank you" to Ningyu. Throughout the meal, Ningyu remained silent, not asking where Bai Jing had been, what he did, or why he returned so late. Instead, he quietly served Bai Jing more dishes and carefully removed the ginger and garlic that Bai Jing disliked. Wu Bo stood nearby watching, inexplicably reminiscing about Li Shui. Sighing inwardly, he remembered how Li Shui never did such thoughtful things, their meals always being separate, any conversation revolving strictly around work rather than such tender consideration. Reluctantly breaking his thoughts, Wu Bo turned to leave, but Bai Jing suddenly called him back. Stopping mid-step, Wu Bo listened intently. "Li Shui is hospitalized. Arrange for someone to deliver meals there tomorrow." After a pause, he added, "For all 3 meals." Wu Bo widened his eyes and rushed back to Bai Jing, urgently questioning, "Why is he hospitalized? What happened?" "It's due to getting caught in the rain, and a high fever followed." Upon hearing this, Wu Bo's concern eased slightly, relieved that it wasn't an injury or some serious illness. Without hesitation, he immediately turned towards the kitchen to arrange for someone to stew some nourishing soup, but only after a few steps, Ningyu called him back, "Wu Bo." Turning, Wu Bo waited for his instruction. "I recall my sister packed some herbs effective for reducing fever. Wu Bo, check through them, and use whatever can be helpful." Nodding, Wu Bo agreed, "Good, Mr. Ning." After Wu Bo left, Ningyu refrained from asking anything further. Once Bai Jing finished eating, he simply said, "Rest early." Bai Jing appreciated Ningyu's tactfulness, his gentle thoughtfulness, and his ability to maintain boundaries without causing embarrassment or becoming overly assertive. Every word and action Ningyu made, including his way of handling matters, embodied the ideal Bai Jing envisioned in a lover. Yet, despite Ningyu's perfect conduct, Bai Jing now found himself devoid of any stirring feelings, his mind consumed solely by Li Shi's tearful plea, "If you love Ningyu, then I'll transform myself into Ningyu." Recollecting that scene once again, Bai Jing felt a sharp pain tighten his chest. With an unchanging expression, he picked up his coat and walked upstairs, saying goodnight to Ningyu before leaving. Ningyu responded with a smile, "Good night." Only when Bai Jing's figure had completely disappeared did the smile on Ningyu's lips gradually fade. People outside thought he was the true master of this house. They believed he was the one Bai Jing truly loved. They assumed their hearts were already intertwined for life. But no one knew that even after Li Shi moved out, Bai Jing never left that bedroom. Even fewer knew that from start to finish, Bai Jing had never touched him, not even with a kiss. Yes, Bai Jing admitted outright that he didn't love Li Shi. But, lowering his gaze, Ningyu thought, does he really love you? Ningyu. Chapter 35. The next day, there were 3 groups of people who came to deliver food for Li Shi. The first one was naturally Uncle Wu. He came very early, but Li Shi didn't wake up for a long time, so Jin Yan asked Uncle Wu to go back. The second person was Tang Shui. She was busy in the morning and managed to come over for a short while, but she didn't stay long either and returned to the company after delivering her items. The third person was Fu Ying. She had heard about Li Shi's situation from Wei Zhe, despite her big belly, personally prepared porridge with the help of her assistant, and sent it through Wei Zhe. Actually, the hospital conditions at the Wei family's facility were excellent, and their meals were not inferior, but this was Fu Ying's thoughtfulness, so Wei Zhe didn't stop her. In the end, Li Shi did not wake up all morning. Jin Yan looked at the row of thermoses and lunchboxes worriedly. There were various soups, congis, appetizers, and even some easily digestible pastries. Jin Yan glanced at the person lying in the hospital bed with closed eyes, touched the other's forehead, then his own, and felt that the fever seemed to have subsided. He leaned over the bedside and softly called out, "Li. Uncle." That voice was barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Li Shi's breathing through his nostrils was steady, with no reaction at all. Jin Yan furrowed his brows, moved closer again, blinked as he stared at Li Shi's lean yet handsome profile, and slightly raised his voice, calling, "Li. Uncle. What are you doing?" A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jin Yan was startled and jumped, careful not to make much noise to avoid disturbing Li Shi, moving like he was acting out a slow-motion mime scene, somehow quite amusing. Jin Yan turned around and saw Bai Jing looking displeased. Stammering, he explained, I wanted to call Uncle Li to have breakfast. Li Shi hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Though his fever had gone down and Wei Zhe had said there was no problem, Jin Yan was still worried about his health and wanted to wake him to have some porridge. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing walked to the bedside, and Jin Yan quietly moved aside. Bai Jing observed Li Shi for a moment, checked his temperature, and confirmed that he was indeed much better than the previous day. There's no need to call him. Let him wake up on his own. Bai Jing spoke. Jin Yan nodded, watching as Bai Jing stood there motionless, and silently sat down on the sofa next to him. Just as he sat down, Sua Mingyuan entered, holding a laptop and a pile of files. He placed everything on the small coffee table in front of the sofa. Jin Yan quickly stood up again. Sua Mingyuan asked him, have you eaten yet? Yes, Sister Tang Shui brought me food. In that case, go rest. Jin Yan hesitated, Uncle Sua, I'm not tired. I want to wait for Uncle Li to wake up. Sua Mingyuan glanced at Bai Jing, seeing that he did not oppose, and thus remained silent. However, inwardly, he thought Jin Yan was foolish for not reading the atmosphere and couldn't help but flick his finger to tap Jin Yan's forehead. When Jin Yan covered his head saying, ouch, Sua Mingyuan felt somewhat regretful. He had originally thought that after the comment he made yesterday and with Ningyu present, Bai Jing would start keeping distance from Li Shi. Unexpectedly, this person attended a meeting in the morning and then left the company in the afternoon, bringing some important documents to handle at the hospital. Sighing silently, Sua Mingyuan followed Bai Jing for more than 10 years and still couldn't figure out what went on in Bai Jing's mind. Why should he blame Jin Yan, such an innocent child? So, Bai Jing read documents on the sofa while Jin Yan sat by the bed, staring at Li Shi. Sua Mingyuan started off being present but later, due to some matters, returned to the company. Once Sua Mingyuan left, the room fell utterly silent except for the occasional sound of Bai Jing flipping through pages. During the middle of the session, Wei Zhe came by, took Li Shi's temperature, and upon seeing Bai Jing, revealed a look of surprise. But he didn't say anything, just gave Jin Yan a few instructions before leaving. After seeing Wei Zhe off, Jin Yan cast a glance at Bai Jing, who was intently focused on the documents, then awkwardly sat back down like a statue, not daring to move his head. It was strange, Li Shi appeared more cold and hard to get along with compared to Bai Jing, yet Jin Yan had been scared of Bai Jing ever since he was little. He had never stayed this close or this long with Bai Jing, feeling both nervous, awkward, and uncomfortable. With a dejected face, Jin Yan looked at Li Shui as if reciting a spell. "Uncle Li, please wake up soon." Actually, he could have chosen to leave, but Jin Yan also couldn't explain why he was uneasy about leaving Bai Jing alone with Li Shui, especially given Li Shui's current unconscious state. Strangely enough, perhaps Jin Yan's prayers worked. Li Shui really did slowly wake up. Jin Yan was so delighted by Li Shui's open eyes that he momentarily forgot about Bai Jing behind him. He leaned closer and softly called out, "Uncle Li, Uncle Li, Uncle Li." Li Shui furrowed his brows slightly and replied in a hoarse voice, "I'm not dead yet." Though Jin Yan felt slightly deflated by Li Shui's retort, it only made him even happier, realizing Li Shui was truly awake now. He immediately poured a glass of water. However, just as the cup was handed over, Li Shui shook his head. Remembering something, though feeling weak all over with no strength, he tried to sit up. Jin Yan understood his intention, set aside the water cup, and helped him up. As soon as Li Shui sat upright, before he could say anything, his eyes met Bai Jing's. He froze for a moment. Bai Jing maintained eye contact, then placed the files in his hands down and moved toward them. Jin Yan, whose hand was still resting on Li Shui's shoulder, looked up at Bai Jing with an awkward smile. Bai Jing said, "Step aside." Instinctively, Jin Yan let go of his grip. Bai Jing bent down, lifted Li Shui, and headed straight to the restroom. It dawned on Jin Yan then, his Uncle Li had been asleep the whole night and had received plenty of intravenous fluids. Of course, upon waking up, he would need to use the restroom. He should have offered to help instead of trying to feed him water. Once carried into the bathroom, Li Shui steadied himself on the sink as soon as his feet touched the ground. Bai Jing didn't loosen his hold, keeping one hand firmly around his waist while attempting to unbutton Li Shui's pants with the other. Seeing this, Li Shui's face turned serious as he gripped Bai Jing's wrist and croaked, "Get out." Bai Jing frowned, confused after all these years why Li Shui still seemed uncomfortable or bothered by him. Instead of speaking, Li Shui quietly increased the pressure, pushing Bai Jing's hand away. Upon observing Li Shui's pale, bloodless face, the chapped lips from his high fever, and those obstinate eyes, Bai Jing withdrew his hand and stated firmly, "I'll be outside the door." After Bai Jing stepped out and closed the bathroom door gently behind him, Li Shui let out a quiet breath of relief, revealing a look of vulnerability and discomfort. The bathroom door hadn't been fully shut. Hearing the sound of the flush and waiting a little longer, Bai Jing re-entered. Li Shui was standing by the sink, washing his hands. Since the day before yesterday morning when he arrived at the hospital, it had been over 24 hours without eating anything. Not only that, but he had also endured a high fever. Watching his unsteady stance, Bai Jing walked over quickly, encircled his waist, and supported him, letting Li Shui lean against him. Then he turned on the tap, waited for the cold initial burst to pass, adjusted the temperature, and finally allowed Li Shui to wash his hands. Without putting up a fight, lacking the energy to resist, Li Shui silently washed his hands. Afterward, when Bai Jing handed him a towel to dry his hands, Li Shui attempted to express gratitude, but before any sound came out, Bai Jing lifted him again. "White Jing." Li Shui was genuinely irritated now, though his voice was still hoarse from his illness. Uninterrupted by Li Shui's complaints, Bai Jing continued walking and slowly laid him back down onto the hospital bed. Jin Yan stood on the side, watching Bai Jing carry Li Shui to the restroom and then bring him back. He tried hard not to let his jaw drop. If it weren't for Zhuo Mingyuan coming earlier with him, Jin Yan might have suspected some impostor pretending to be his uncle, the Lord Bai Jing. In his memory, Bai Jing and Li Shui never even held hands. Though they were known as a couple, their relationship always seemed unreal. Suddenly seeing such intimate moments between them left Jin Yan both uneasy and disbelieving. Chapter 36. After Li Shui was put back on the bed, he stopped speaking. Bai Jing also didn't open his mouth, and Jin Yan dared not to speak either. The atmosphere in the room became awkward for some reason. Li Shui had been feeling dizzy since he woke up, with all sorts of chaotic images overlapping in his mind. He could hardly distinguish what was real from what he dreamt or imagined. He looked at Bai Jing and asked hesitantly, "Was it you who brought me here yesterday?" Bai Jing looked at Li Shui without answering, as if he thought there was no need to reply to such a question. Li Shui knew that he was acknowledging it. With a pale face, he asked, "Did I?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he found his voice shaking. After calming down a little, he finished his sentence, "Say anything?" Bai Jing stared at him. At this moment, Li Shui resembled a criminal awaiting judgment. Despite striving to remain calm on the surface, deep anxiety and panic shone through his eyes. "No," Bai Jing said indifferently. "When we found you, you were almost unconscious." Suddenly furrowing his brow, he asked Li Shui, "What were you trying to say then?" Li Shui's eyes blinked without pause, focusing tightly on Bai Jing's expression while speaking. It wasn't until Bai Jing looked at him with slight confusion and suspicion that he could be fully assured. Bai Jing hadn't heard what he had said, hadn't heard him begging humbly to not abandon him. The heart that was about to jump out of Li Shui's chest finally settled back down. He let out a light breath, and his tense body relaxed. Whether it was due to the heavy rain drowning out his voice at the time or because he was too feverish to even speak, as long as Bai Jing didn't hear those words, it was fine. Li Shui couldn't bear to think about it. If Bai Jing had heard, given how things ended between them before he left, Bai Jing's reaction would likely be more than just distaste, it would be absolute contempt and disdain. Li Shui understood Bai Jing well. They were essentially the same kind of person. Bai Jing had saved him initially because of his spirit, and if he, Li Shui, were someone pleading for others' sympathy and pity, Bai Jing wouldn't even have spared him a glance. Li Shui closed his eyes briefly, looking somewhat weary. No, I didn't mean to say anything. Jin Yen stood by confused, and seeing their conversation seem to come to a halt, he approached Li Shui, lowering his head apologetically. Uncle Li, I'm sorry. He made no excuses, didn't mention that he'd worked continuously for several days without sleep. He simply said, Uncle Li, I overslept that day, making you wait so long at the airport. I'm sorry. That's enough, it's not such a big deal, Li Shui interrupted him. Go find me something to eat. Realizing this, Jin Yen turned around and pointed to a row of thermal cups and food boxes on the table. Uncle Li, what would you like to eat? There is soup, porridge, and pastries. Li Shui was taken aback, listening as Jin Yen rambled on about who had sent the food over, his heart warming slightly. He smiled and asked, is there plain rice porridge? Jin Yen nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Uncle Wu said when you're not feeling well, you don't like eating other things but prefer drinking plain rice porridge. He opened the thermos, which V uncle had sent over at noon, and it was still steaming hot as he poured it into a porcelain bowl. Jin Yen raised the bed, pushed the table up, and carefully placed the bowl in front of Li Shui, instructing, Uncle Li, be careful, it's hot. Li Shui nodded, reaching for the spoon, scooping up some porridge, but lacked the strength to lift the spoon. He tried many times, and every time he exerted force, his hand would involuntarily loosen, unable to grip the spoon tightly. Jin Yen pressed Li Shui's hand down, grinning, Uncle Li, let me feed you. In front of Li Shui, he always acted like a child who gets reprimanded, and rarely did he have the chance to take care of Li Shui. Li Shui didn't insist on doing it himself, though annoyed by his current frail state, as his stomach ached faintly, he couldn't skip eating. As Li Shui let go, Jin Yen hadn't even lifted the bowl when his phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw it was Bai Hao calling, and he froze. Li Shui glanced at his screen and told him, answer the call first. Though Jin Yen was hesitant at first, Bai Hao seldom initiated calls to him. Worried about any issues, he replied, all right, picked up the phone, and walked out. Li Shui lowered his head, moving the bowl back in front of himself. Both hands gripped the side of the bowl, wanting to lift it and drink directly, but once the bowl left the table, Li Shui was already too weak. Just as he intended to place the bowl back, his hand trembled, and the bowl looked like it would fall. A hand suddenly reached out to support the bottom of the bowl. Li Shui looked up, but Bai Jing didn't meet his gaze. He frowned slightly and directly picked up the bowl, then sat down at the bedside, lifted half a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and lightly touched his lips to test the temperature before offering it to Li Shui. Li Shui didn't move, and they silently stared at each other for a moment. Worried that the porridge would cool, Bai Jing's voice carried hints of impatience, Li Shui. Finally lowering his gaze, Li Shui opened his mouth and slowly swallowed the porridge. He thought that since Bai Jing was so straightforward with him, why should he feel overly emotional? One fed and one ate, yet there was no trace of any ambiguity in the atmosphere. Li Shui suddenly asked, why did you go look for me? Tang Shui called and told Zhuo Mingyuan that you were missing. Li Shui fell silent for a long while before responding in a hoarse voice, how, did you find me? Bai Jing hesitated momentarily in his movements, this question puzzled even himself when he had to think about how to answer. After hearing a few sentences from Tang Shui, Bai Jing could somehow deduce immediately that Li Shui had met Zhao Hui and that he would have avoided others and gone alone, to see his father and aunt. Bai Jing couldn't fully articulate why himself, was it just coincidence? Or did he understand Li Shui well enough, knowing what Li Shui would do much like how he understood his own actions? As Li Shui didn't receive an immediate reply, but wasn't ready to let it go, he kept staring at Bai Jing intensely. Lowering his head as he served another spoonful of porridge, Bai Jing avoided his gaze and said, the staff at the cemetery office called. Taken aback, Li Shui managed to bring back some awareness and faintly revealed a bitterly sarcastic smile on his lips, feeling any hope he might have held completely vanish. What had he been hoping for, exactly? That Bai Jing actually cared for him a little. That Bai Jing went to the graveyard because he was worried, not simply as a reluctant response to pleas. It seemed like it always happened this way, every time he tried to read Bai Jing's intentions into something else entirely. Without proper responses, Li Shui became upset and demanded too strongly until eventually leading to cold arguments with Bai Jing. This time, Li Shui did not fly into anger, instead, he felt pitiful, so pitiful that he couldn't face Bai Jing loving someone else, desperately trying to justify his clinging to Bai Jing. When Bai Jing extended the spoon toward him again, Li Shui shook his head and said, that's enough, I'm full. Looking at Bai Jing, neither sarcasm nor provocation lay in his words, thank you. Sorry for troubling you. At once, Bai Jing's face darkened. He had lost count of how many times he had heard this exact phrase ever since Li Shui had been hospitalized. Everyone apologized or thanked him. But now, when these words finally came from Li Shui's mouth, Bai Jing could no longer suppress his irritation. If you don't want to cause me trouble, then stop tormenting yourself. Intentionally trying to provoke Li Shi, Bai Jing hated seeing the dejected expression plastered across his face. At this moment, Bai Jing preferred even an argument with angry retorts than such lifelessness from Li Shi. Yet Li Shi refused to act accordingly, and instead, smiled once more. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Li Shi could roughly guess what Bai Jing was thinking. Perhaps Bai Jing believed this to be some self-devised plot, a disappearing act combined with playing the victim role. There always seemed to be someone who could conveniently reach out to Bai Jing at crucial moments, making sure Bai Jing could discover Li Shi's absence just in time. Li Shi resorted to using the most malicious assumptions about Bai Jing's view of him, which strangely acted as a peculiar defense mechanism, hurting himself preemptively before the other side did. Thus, no matter what Bai Jing might say afterward, Li Shi wouldn't feel hurt anymore. The atmosphere between them chilled to its extreme, fortunately interrupted just then by Jin Yan and Wei Zhe entering. Jin Yan had just finished a phone call, turned around to see Bai Jing feeding Li Shi porridge, so he sought Wei Zhe, figuring it best for Li Shi to get rechecked after waking up. Wei Zhe approached Li Shi and glanced at the bowl, noting it still contained about half a bowl of porridge, asking, "Have you eaten?" "Yes." Li Shi's voice was still somewhat raspy. "How are you feeling now?" "All right. Just a little dizzy, a bit sleepy." Li Shi furrowed his brows briefly. Although he had slept for so long already, sleepiness had returned now. Wei Zhe knew this was a lingering effect of the high fever. Moreover, Li Shi's fever hadn't completely subsided yet. So Wei Zhe chuckled and said, "You sleep first, I'll give you an 4 later." Shaking his head, Li Shi responded, "Just prescribe some medicine. I can eat them at home for a few days." "Li Shi," Wei Zhe sighed, "do you know what your temperature was?" "It's just a small illness. No need for hospitalization." Frustrated, Wei Zhe looked over at Bai Jing who spoke, "Follow whatever arrangements you've made. If you say when he can be discharged, then stick with that." Glancing at a stunned Li Shi, Wei Zhe nodded, completely ignoring the subject matter at hand, and thus decided the issue along with Bai Jing. Li Shi didn't protest further. Let Bai Jing decide how things would play out. Li Shi had utterly lost all interest in arguing. Jin Yan looked at Li Shi, whose eyes were almost closing, and softly said, "Uncle Li, you sleep. I'll lower the bed for you." Li Shi nodded, but before closing his eyes, he said to Bai Jing, "Arrange the company affairs as you see fit. As for our matters." He paused for a second, "I'll talk to you when I'm discharged." He didn't want Bai Jing to think he was using illness to cling, so with the last bit of strength he had, he whispered lightly, "You don't need to come anymore." No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Shi fell asleep. Jin Yan was startled upon hearing the last sentence. He had just witnessed Bai Jing feeding Li Shi congee and happily thought that they had finally reconciled. Turning around, Jin Yan cast a somewhat puzzled glance at Bai Jing and saw that Bai Jing's face was dark and gloomy, which frightened him. Quickly, he turned back immediately. Chapter 37. Li Shi didn't sleep soundly and woke up after just over 3 hours. He had a needle in his hand, receiving today's intravenous drip. Lying down for too long made him uncomfortable all over, so he asked Jin Yan to help him sit up. He wasn't as weak as at noon anymore, but still felt dizzy. Li Shi frowned and said unhappily, "Why am I not getting better?" Jin Yan helplessly replied, "Uncle Li, you were running a fever of 41 degrees yesterday." He muttered softly, "A little higher and you'd be cooked." Li Shi certainly wasn't deaf. He glared at him with half-closed eyes, "Do you think I can't deal with you just because I'm sick?" Jin Yan chuckled and quickly took out the porridge. Li Shi only ate half a bowl again, then told Jin Yan, "Tell Uncle Wu that there's no need to send things over anymore." Jin Yan didn't understand why, but seeing how serious Li Shi looked, he silently nodded. Li Shi remembered the phone call at noon and asked Jin Yan, "Did you give Bai Hao the photos?" "I did." Li Shi had already prepared himself for Jin Yan to excitedly describe the scene to him, telling him how surprised and moved Bai Hao was, but waited a long time without hearing anything. Seeing Jin Yan looking listless, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Jin Yan glanced at him curiously, thought for a moment, and replied, "Nothing." The young master was very happy. "But he's been so busy that we didn't get a chance to talk much." Li Shi sensed something was off but didn't press further. Jin Yan took a look at his expression and cautiously said, "Uncle Li, the young master called me at noon and said he wanted to come see you." "Let him come," Li Shi responded. Jin Yan immediately went out happily to call Bai Hao back. As soon as he left, Li Shi also picked up his phone and dialed Tang Shue's number to ask about matters in the company. Tang Shue told him that all the unfinished work on his hands had now been handed over to Bai Jing, and some new projects were also being handled by others. After listening, Li Shi remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, "Tang Shue, you should find yourself another job soon." "President Li." Tang Shue's voice became urgent. Li Shi seriously said, "Things aren't settled yet, but you should prepare in advance." Honestly, even if Li Shi completely separated from Bai Jing, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to leave the Bai family. It wasn't about clinging to Bai Jing. This company contained more than a decade of his hard work, the best years of his life, his career. Cutting ties cleanly would be no different from cutting off his own flesh and blood. But now whether to leave or stay wasn't up to him to decide anymore. This illness came at just the right time, conveniently allowing Bai Jing to take away his power without the two having to confront each other face to face. To be honest, Li Shui wasn't powerless to fight back. No company could remain absolutely clean without any mistakes being found. He'd been by Bai Jing's side for over a decade. What was there that he didn't know? Some of the issues regarding finances were problems he himself had helped cover up. If he decided to act decisively, he could cause Bai Jing quite a bit of trouble. Additionally, there were plenty of nasty internal matters within the Bai family, and exposing each of these scandals would spark public gossip and make the Bai family a laughingstock among other families. 3 years ago, he actually had acted on similar lines. To prevent Bai Jing from becoming engaged to Fu Ying, he not only threatened Bai Jing but also had someone investigate the Fu family. A single person declared war on 2 families, causing a citywide scandal in Jinhai City. Even now when Li Shui recalls those events, he feels that he must have been possessed by madness back then. Alright, I understand, Tang Shui replied on the other end. As long as you're here one day, I'll follow you one day. Li Shui smiled and shook his head. If I don't leave, I should consider giving you a raise. Tang Shui also relaxed and joked, I'll remember that. After hanging up the phone, the smile faded from the corner of Li Shui's mouth. In fact, even if he left, it shouldn't affect his subordinates. However, since Tang Shui was close to him, he wondered whether Bai Jing would tolerate her staying. It was laughable. By the end, he had become a burden to others. Uncle Li. The young master said he will be here soon. Jin Yan's voice interrupted Li Shui's thoughts. He looked up and saw Jin Yan's smiling, foolish face. What's so funny about, young master? Li Shui asked seriously. Huh? Jin Yan looked puzzled. Li Shui stared at him. You start laughing every time you mention the young master. Jin Yan suddenly stopped smiling. His face turned red in an instant. He crept to the bedside, showing a rare sign of awkwardness. Uncle Li, I want to ask you. Li Shui raised an eyebrow. The kind of liking, what is love like? Li Shui was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the confusion and puzzlement on Jin Yan's face, he inexplicably felt a pang of melancholy. He never sought to fully expose Jin Yan's feelings for Bai Hao, nor did he consider himself qualified to interfere or intervene in such matters. Moreover, he believed that Jin Yan's unconsciousness about his own feelings was perhaps better, because if one doesn't ask for it, they will never experience the pain of unattainable longing. But eventually, everyone grows up. Li Shui's own feelings had never brought him sweetness or excitement. Facing Jin Yan, he didn't want to mask or disguise anything, so even the answers he gave were tinged with bitterness. When you see him being nice to others, being close to someone else. Recalling that day when he'd seen Bai Jing with Ningyu, Li Shui's lips curved into a faint, somewhat helpless smile. It would hurt. Jin Yan originally thought that Li Shui would mock and play around with him as usual, giving no real answer to such a silly question. However, as he watched Li Shui speak, an inexplicable lump formed in his chest. It wasn't for himself, but solely for Li Shui. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he could beg Bai Jing, could he plead Bai Jing not to be kind to others, not to get close to anyone else, and perhaps just like Uncle Li. Even just a little bit. Li Shui looked at Jin Yan silently, his red-rimmed eyes gazing dumbly back at him, making Li Shui regret why he had even said these things. He changed the subject, don't come tomorrow. If you have work, do it. If you don't, rest by yourself. Jin Yan shook his head, no, I'll come to watch over you. Li Shui frowned, just a fever, it's not some terminal illness where I'm about to die. Why are you watching over me? Phew. Uncle Li, don't say that nonsense. Li Shui was stubborn, and no matter how long Jin Yan argued, he couldn't persuade him. In the end, Jin Yan helplessly agreed. Not long after dinner, Bai Hao arrived, holding a beautifully packaged fruit basket. He placed the items on the table and called out, Uncle Li. Li Shui nodded, sit down. Bai Hao sat down on the couch, and knowing that Bai Hao didn't like tea, Jin Yan poured a glass of water carefully placing it on Bai Hao's table. Young master, here's your water. Bai Hao glanced at him without saying a word, only speaking to Li Shui, Uncle Li, I came today to thank you. Thank you for helping me find my mother's photos. When Bai Ye left the Bai family, she had departed hastily, taking very few belongings, making those rare youthful photographs extremely precious. Li Shui frowned upon hearing this, why are you thanking me? You should thank Jin Yan. Bai Hao remained silent. The photo indeed came from Jin Yan, but such an item had to be found in the old Bai family residence, and it certainly required great effort to retrieve after all these years. There was no way Jin Yan had the capability alone, it had to have been done through Uncle Li. Jin Yan nervously waved his hands nearby, I didn't do anything, all thanks to Uncle Li. Bai Hao also nodded, Uncle Li, I've caused you trouble. That's enough, Li Shui sighed impatiently, unwilling to dwell on the issue further, asking Bai Hao, how have you been lately? Is work going smoothly? Li Shui had never doubted Bai Hao's ability, asking merely out of politeness, but unexpectedly, Bai Hao's next words gave him a big surprise. I've already resigned. What? Li Shui furrowed his brows, thinking he must have heard wrong. Bai Hao spoke calmly, I realized I'm not suitable to stay in the Bai family company, so I quit. Seeing Bai Hao act smugly, Li Shiyi sneered, Bai Hao, aren't you too rash? Bai Hao also smiled, but the laughter carried a strong undertone of irony. Uncle Li, others have parents supporting them, but I only have myself. How can I compete? How can I remain calm? Li Shiyi became furious, his headache intensifying. Are you only focusing on the present? Can you at least? Bai Hao cut him off, my own affairs don't require anyone's consent. He stood up, Uncle Li, rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. Saying that, Bai Hao walked away. Jin Yen stood beside Li Shiyi, who now sported a cold expression, glancing once more at Bai Hao's departing back. He hesitated before running after him. If Li Shiyi's health weren't so bad, he would have chased out too and slapped Bai Hao hard to try and wake him up. With Bai Hao's intelligence, he shouldn't be someone with such a narrow vision and limited mindset. However, Bai Hao had become overly fixated on his own grievances. He felt himself slighted and envied the white family's less talented but well-protected children for their smooth sailing due to parental favoritism. He wanted a sudden rise to fame, craved great power, and perhaps would only be satisfied if he immediately attained the current position of Beijing. But had he even thought about how long he'd been back in the country, or his actual abilities, or the scope of his worldly experiences? Li Shiyi's decision to place him in the branch company was precisely with the intention of gradually training him up step by step. Did Bai Hao think that being in the main company meant something grand already? What about Bai Hein? Didn't he work in headquarters too, yet mean nothing significant? Li Shiyi's head throbbed more as he thought deeper, until finally, unable to endure it, he pressed the call button. Wei Zhe had already left, so another doctor came instead. Li Shiyi requested medication, and after consulting Wei Zhe via phone to confirm, the man finally prescribed it. Chapter 38. Jin Yen chased Bai Hao out of the hospital, but he didn't know what to say. Eventually, it was Bai Hao who first stopped and turned to ask him, is there something you want? No. No. Then go back. Jin Yen hesitated for a moment before asking, young master, what are your plans for the future? Bai Hao frowned, why are you asking this? I just wondered if I could be of any help. Bai Hao smiled slightly, I'm going to work at the Song family household. How can you help? Without waiting for Jin Yan's reply, he continued, or are you also planning to leave the Bai family and follow me? Though he was asking Jin Yan, his tone carried an inexplicable malice. Jin Yan's face paled, and he lowered his head, stammering without knowing how to answer. The smile on Bai Hao's face grew increasingly sarcastic. You see, Jin Yan always acted as if he couldn't survive without Bai Hao, but when it came down to crucial decisions, he knew clearly what the best choice would be. Just like when Bai Hao was about to go abroad. He had finally made up his mind to take Jin Yan with him. Though at that time, he still had school to attend and Jin Yan was just a child, after spending so much time together, he ultimately couldn't let Jin Yan stay alone in the country. So even though it was troublesome and required lowering himself to ask others for help, he still wanted to bring Jin Yan along. But before he even spoke, Li Shiyi asked Jin Yan first. What did Jin Yan say at the time? With a face full of flattery, he answered Li Shiyi by saying, I'd rather follow Uncle Li than go abroad with young master. Bai Hao thought that his former self was laughably pathetic, all heated up over nothing, thinking Jin Yan was so dependent on him. But when he thought about it again, why would anyone choose to follow someone like him, a nominal young master kept on the outside, and abandon Li Shiyi, who had absolute authority within the Bai family? Perhaps Song Siluo was right. Jin Yan only looked dumb but was actually quite smart, knowing exactly whose leg to hug at the right time. Just as Bai Hao was ready to leave after collecting his thoughts, Jin Yan suddenly reached out and pulled him, asking, young master, are you going to the Song family, for the sake of Master Song? After looking at him for a long while, Bai Hao finally answered, yes. They were only friends before, though Song Siluo had a somewhat spoiled temperament, he had indeed helped Bai Hao quite a lot. On his birthday, Song Siluo confessed her feelings to him, and Bai Hao considered it for a while before accepting. Love and romance were optional for him, but being with Song Siluo wasn't disadvantageous either. Even though he knew his own thoughts weren't entirely noble or honorable, that day when Jin Yan accidentally encountered them together, Bai Hao felt both embarrassed and infuriated. Of course, he wouldn't tell Jin Yan any of these thoughts. After all, it wasn't wrong to say that he was doing this for Song Siluo. Jin Yan slowly withdrew his hand and forced a smile that was more painful than crying, I understand. After Bai Hao left, Jin Yan stood in the same spot for a long time. When he returned, Li Shiyi had just taken his medicine and was resting with his eyes closed. Seeing him come back, and noticing the look on his face, Li Shiyi didn't ask anything. Jin Yan sat beside Li Shiyi quietly for a long while, then suddenly said something seemingly disconnected from the conversation, Uncle Li, I regret it. Li Shiyi looked at him. Jin Yan whispered softly, if I had followed young master abroad at the time, that would have been better. His refusal at that time was because he didn't want Bai Hao to be placed in a difficult position. He could do nothing and wasn't good at studying. If he went abroad with Bai Hao, it would only distract Bai Hao and be a burden. He'd rather stay in the country and follow Li Shiyi, taking care of himself independently, maybe hoping to one day help Bai Hao when he returned. You might follow Bai Hao or not, sooner or later he will leave the Bai family. Li Shi understood well how the Bai family treated Bai Hao, but it wasn't his place to interfere in their family matters. All he could do was offer as much guidance as he could to Bai Hao within his capacity, but evidently, Bai Hao didn't appreciate such kindness. It was getting late. Li Shi looked at Jin Yan's exhausted expression, remembering that he had stayed here all night the previous day. He sighed, "Go home." Jin Yan felt dispirited and didn't want to stay here and dampen Li Shi's mood with his gloomy face. So he nodded, "Uncle Li, rest well, I'll come visit you tomorrow." Early the next morning, not long after Li Shi woke up, Jin Yan wasn't there yet, but instead, a person arrived whom he least wanted to see. Fu Ying came with Wei Zhe leading her hand and carrying a small bag of pastries, while Wei Fu held a food box. When she saw Li Shi, her eyes curved into two crescent moons as she smiled. She was about to step forward but was immediately stopped by Li Shi's icy voice, "Stay where you are." Fu Ying stopped in fright, and Li Shi furrowed his brows at Wei Zhe. "Isn't she thoughtful enough? Aren't you? Don't you know she's pregnant now? Why did you bring her here?" Wei Zhe was caught off guard by the scolding and laughed helplessly. "Your fever has already subsided, so why make it sound so serious? Get me a mask." "No, no, no. Let me just make her stay far from you, okay?" Wei Zhe led Fu Ying to the farthest corner from Li Shi and added a few soft cushions to the chair before letting Fu Ying sit down. Fu Ying, seeing the dark look on Li Shi's face, nervously said, I was worried about you." Li Shi glanced at her stomach and retorted, "You should worry about yourself first." He picked up his phone and calmly stated, 5 minutes. "What?" Fu Ying froze in surprise. "You'll sit here for 5 minutes and then leave." Fu Ying tried to stand up hastily but sat back when she noticed Li Shi frowning at her. She turned to Wei Zhe and complained, "Look how he's treating me." Wei Zhe also felt that ever since Fu Ying got pregnant, Li Shi had been overly sensitive out of concern. Even if Fu Ying took a few more steps, he'd glare. Of course, he didn't know that an accident involving Li Shi's aunt had deeply scarred him. 5 minutes is too short. 15 minutes. Wei Zhe suggested cautiously. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh come on. I've just arrived, and you're rushing me off without even letting me rest. Fu Ying feigned weakness outright. Li Shi had no choice with her, but the room still had a heavy sick air. Since he himself wasn't fully recovered yet, what if Fu Ying got infected by mistake? A pregnant woman falling ill would be quite troublesome. So, he sternly said, 10 minutes. Once time's up, go home and stay there. Alright, Fu Ying pouted unwillingly. Wei Zhe placed the food box in front of Li Shi and started taking the dishes out one by one. "Stop drinking porridge all the time. Eat some dishes, they're all made by Auntie at home as per Fu Ying's request." Li Shi nodded slightly and picked up his chopsticks. Wei Zhe, noticing his sullen expression, thought of the previous night and asked, "Does your head hurt again?" Li Shi simply responded with an affirmative sound. Wei Zhe frowned, "How are you feeling now?" "It still hurt when I woke up, but it's better now." Li Shi, Wei Zhe sighed, "I'll arrange an examination for you this afternoon." "It's unnecessary." Wei Zhe cut him off, exasperated, "It's not troublesome since we're already at the hospital. Why are you so stubborn all the time?" Realizing his tone was harsh, he added apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't mean." "I know." Li Shi lowered his gaze, "Go ahead and arrange it." He fully understood that Wei Zhe scolded him out of worry. This issue had been brought up multiple times, and it was because he neglected it himself, treating his body like nothing important. After they finished talking, Fu Ying interjected, "Li Shi, don't be with Bai Jing anymore." She actually didn't want to bring up this topic to upset Li Shi, but after hearing about Ning Yu's matter, she was so angry she wanted to tear Bai Jing apart. They could do whatever they wanted to themselves, but they shouldn't put Li Shi in the middle, making things awkward for him. Afraid that Li Shi might still hold on to the idea, she couldn't help but try to persuade him. Li Shi saw Fu Ying's furious face and found it amusing. He gently said, "We're not together anymore. Even if I want to be with him, it's not possible." What Fu Ying said choked her, and she felt indignant on behalf of Li Shi. Words slipped out uncontrollably, "Don't miss him. Do you even know 3 years ago?" "Fu Ying." Wei Zhe interrupted her sharply. Startled, Fu Ying realized the gravity of her statement and went pale. Li Shi stared at her fixedly as his smile slowly faded. 3 years ago? What happened 3 years ago? "I almost married him." Fu Ying replied irritably. Li Shi shook his head, "Why are you still holding on to this grudge?" "Of course I'm mad. If I really married him, I would have smashed my head in on our wedding day. How many times have I told you, why does someone becoming a mother always talk about death non-stop?" Wei Zhe furrowed his brows beside them, "Exactly." Ignoring them both, Fu Ying grinned at Li Shi, "You're so handsome, intelligent, and capable. Are you afraid of not finding someone else? Let me tell you, there are plenty who are better than Bai Jing in this world. I know several people myself. So hurry up and dump Bai Jing, and I. Dump me and what will you do?" Stunned, Fu Ying turned around only to find Bai Jing standing by the door, looking at her with a calm expression. Hearing the voice, Wei Zhe and Li Shi also looked back. Bai Jing met Li Shiyi's eyes and offered a less than sincere apology. Sorry, I saw the door open and just walked in. Chapter 39. Fu Ying didn't fear Bai Jing at all and retorted fiercely on the spot, of course, I'll kick you out to find someone better for Li Shiyi. Bai Jing smiled nonchalantly, not because he was overly confident, but he genuinely couldn't imagine what Li Shiyi would be like with someone else. There had indeed been people who showed interest in Li Shiyi, but Li Shiyi never even glanced at those individuals. His feelings had always been extremely intense, either love or hate, with no middle ground. Bai Jing had always occupied the position of being loved. Fu Ying could see Bai Jing's disregard for her clearly, it felt like a fire burning in her heart. She furrowed her brows and asked Li Shiyi, if I introduce someone else to you, will you consider it? Wei Zhe looked at Fu Ying's demeanor and knew she was genuinely upset. He sighed helplessly. In principle, Wei Zhe should have been very wary of Bai Jing as his former rival in love. But almost every time they met, instead of guarding against any spark between Bai Jing and Fu Ying, Wei Zhe found himself preventing Fu Ying from provoking Bai Jing, lest it lead to an awkward situation. There were many people trying to make themselves clean and presentable just to get into Bai Jing's bed, yet Fu Ying seemed intent on tearing Bai Jing apart. Wei Zhe wasn't sure if he should feel happy or worried about this scenario. Behave yourself, Wei Zhe walked to Fu Ying's side and gently persuaded her. But Fu Ying remained unmoved, stubbornly looking at Li Shiyi with determination. Li Shiyi nodded seriously, yes. Fu Ying's expression turned from gloomy to sunny. She shot Bai Jing a challenging look and said with a laugh, that's settled then. After you're discharged, I guarantee I'll find you a hunk. Li Shiyi watched her eyes gleaming brightly and couldn't help but laugh along, all right. Standing nearby, Bai Jing's face slowly darkened. Wei Zhe shook his head and took Fu Ying by the hand, all right, we'll find you a handsome man. But for now, you need to go, Mrs. Wei. Fu Ying's smile widened as she leaned forward and quickly kissed Wei Zhe on the cheek, my Wei doctor is still the most handsome. Wei Zhe was stunned, his ears turning red. Li Shiyi truly couldn't do anything about these two who constantly flaunted their affection everywhere, but watching them filled him with genuine joy. Having seen too many messy relationship affairs, there was something reassuring in Wei Zhe and Fu Ying that made one still believe in love. It was quite comforting. Wei Zhe led Fu Ying outwards, but just as they reached the door, she suddenly stopped and earnestly told Li Shiyi, take good rest, otherwise your gunshot wound might hurt again. Hey, why did you block that bullet for someone else? How stupid is that? You. That's enough, alright. Wei Zhe watched his partner fully committing herself in this performance, fearing he'd burst out laughing any time. He gripped her arm a little harder, pulling Fu Ying a few steps away before leaving the ward. Before Li Shiyi could react, Bai Jing was already standing in front of him, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. What's wrong with your gunshot wound? As he spoke, he reached to unbutton Li Shiyi's hospital gown. Li Shiyi blocked his hands, I'm fine. He realized Fu Ying intentionally taunted Bai Jing, but he didn't expect Bai Jing's reaction to be so extreme. Li Shiyi was already pale and weak-looking with no trace of color on his face. Afraid of harming him, Bai Jing dared not struggle, yet his gaze lingered on Li Shiyi persistently. Growing impatient under Bai Jing's persistent gaze, Li Shiyi raised his head and changed the subject, why are you here? If there were no reasons, Bai Jing would never visit. Bai Jing didn't answer immediately, first sitting down beside the bed before saying, last night Song Xiaoxiao invited me to dinner. I met her. Li Shiyi frowned. Song Xiaoxiao was the eldest daughter of Song Fuhua, and the half-sister of Song Siluo. The relationship between the Bai and Song families had never been good, with little interaction. He couldn't figure out why Song Xiaoxiao suddenly approached Bai Jing. However, he didn't rush to ask and quietly waited for Bai Jing to continue. She told me, Bai Jing paused briefly, the car accident involving Bai Yi years ago was not an accident. It has something to do with Song Fuhua. Li Shiyi's eyes widened sharply, what? Bai Jing detailed the entire story. Years ago, Bai Yi and her husband had started a small business. Approaching the new year, the two drove out to procure goods. On the way, their car skidded on the icy road and plunged off a cliff, resulting in instant vehicle destruction and death. Everyone assumed it was an accident. However, Song Xiaoxiao informed Bai Jing that someone tampered with the car, otherwise, it wouldn't have lost control to such an extent. Li Shiyi looked displeased, evidence. Bai Jing shook his head, no evidence. This information was obtained by Song Xiaoxiao from an old subordinate of Song Fuhua. Just released, Song Xiaoxiao's position was becoming precarious, prompting her to investigate her father frantically. This was how she uncovered this long-forgotten matter. No evidence. Li Shiyi gave a cold laugh. Of course, without evidence, she could say anything she wanted. How could they know if she wasn't deliberately pulling the Bai family down to help her shift suspicion? After pondering for a while, Bai Jing finally said, I don't fully believe it, but I don't completely disbelieve it either. Song Fuhua was an extremely despicable person. When the Qin family was powerful, there had been quite a few collaborations between him and the Qin family. Bai Jing remembered how this man had once tried to meddle in the Bai family's business, only to be outwitted by his grandfather Bai Weitang who taught him a harsh lesson. Song lost most of his fortune and almost never recovered. This aligned with what Song Xiaoxiao had mentioned. She also claimed that Song Fuhua bore a grudge at that time but did not dare to confront the Bai family directly again. Knowing there was still Baiya, an estranged daughter of the Bai family, he harbored revenge. Li Shui became furious after listening. What does the grudge your grandfather had with him have to do with Baiya? Besides, she has left the Bai family for so many years, living quietly in a small town. Why must someone want to kill her? Bai Jing remained silent. After finishing his words, even Li Shui paused and was startled. That was right, why did he ask such a naive question? How did his father and aunt die? If Qin Guangji could take action so ruthlessly, why couldn't Song Fuhua vent his anger through Baiya? But Baiya, having suffered from indifference and abuse within the Bai family, met such a tragic end simply because of her blood relation to them. What did she do wrong? Her sole mistake was being born as a daughter of the Bai family. Li Shui looked at Bai Jing, his voice slightly hoarse. She's at least your sister, didn't you inquire about her more in the past? If the Bai family had shown more care toward Baiya back then, regardless of whether Song Fuhua's actions were real or fake, matters would not have been handled so hastily and lightly. Bai Jing's expression grew complicated. Since childhood, he had always been the pride of everyone around him, so how could he possibly pay attention to Baiya? The only impression he retained of her was that she was a very quiet and shy girl, who seemed easily frightened when people spoke louder to her. He had no special feelings for her, always observing her situation in the Bai family with cold eyes. Later, upon hearing about Baiya's death, all he did was briefly acknowledge it in his mind without recalling her appearance. He never even thought of investigating the specifics of the car accident. He was like that, let alone other members of the Bai family. Bai Jing's silence felt like a knife slowly carving open Li Shui's heart. He already knew Bai Jing's apathy, yet he still shivered at Bai Jing's indifferent attitude towards Baiya. He was even vaguely thinking, if one day he himself died, would Bai Jing's reaction be the same? After all, Baiya was at least related to Bai Jing by blood, whereas what was he? What was his place? Li Shui, about this matter. Bai Jing began to speak, but before he finished, his phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he frowned but still answered the call. I'm not at the company right now. No need. I'll arrange someone to pick you up this afternoon. I'll accompany you. Alright, that's it. Listening to Bai Jing's voice, even with just a few short sentences, Li Shui immediately judged that the caller on the other end was Ningyu. Though he had assumed he had become numb enough to calmly accept the fact that Bai Jing loved Ningyu, why was he still so uncomfortable at this moment that it was hard to keep his facial expressions composed? After hanging up the phone, Li Shui experienced another intense bout of headache. He could maintain control over his conscious self, but he couldn't suppress his emotions while racked with pain. He had grown tired of shedding tears, losing control, and begging in front of Bai Jing. Moreover, he was exhausted by Bai Jing's pitying consolations and hugs. Regardless of its truth, stay vigilant. And don't tell Bai Hao. Though Li Shui maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, his hand under the blanket clenched so tightly it was nearly tearing the sheet apart. He didn't even have the strength left to ask Bai Jing why he revealed these things to him now that they had reached this stage. Was it out of gratitude for Li Shui's care for Bai Hao? Or did Bai Jing plan to leave these problems in his hands after his discharge? I meant the same. Bai Jing hesitated, noticing that Li Shui stopped talking, so he asked again, when will you be discharged? Not sure yet. Li Shui replied impatiently, that's enough. You can leave now. Caught off guard, Bai Jing froze, his face suddenly turning cold. Seeing Bai Jing making no move to leave, Li Shui's irritation peaked. Is there something else? Nothing. Then hurry up and go. His trembling hand under the blanket struggled to control his sharp cries. If Bai Jing stayed any longer, Li Shui might lose control completely. Apparently genuinely upset, Bai Jing stood up without uttering another word, and strode away from the ward in big steps. As soon as his figure disappeared from the doorway, Li Shui's tensed body relaxed. He panted and turned over to reach for the medicine bottle on the bedside table. His fingertips barely touched the cabinet before falling down helplessly. Sweating profusely, Li Shui gritted his teeth, mustered up some strength, grabbed the medicine bottle, and shook out the pills with trembling hands. Bai Jing had just stepped out of the ward when he encountered Jin Yen walking toward him. Jin Yen carried a bag and greeted him with a lowered head upon seeing him. Mr. Bai. Bai Jing was brimming with anger and paid no heed to Jin Yen, not even sparing him a glance. As such, he failed to notice how deeply the bag in Jin Yan's hand was cutting into his palm, making his fingers swell and turn bluish-purple due to poor circulation. The usually cheerful man now lacked the familiar expression on his face. Chapter 40. Jin Yen walked to the door, adjusted his expression for a moment, and then smiled as he stepped in. Uncle Li, I'm here. His expression changed before he could finish speaking. Li Shui lay on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by white pills scattered all over. Jin Yen threw the bag he was holding, rushed to the bed, bent down to lift Li Shui up onto the bed. His voice was full of panic. Uncle Li, what happened? Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Li Shui had just swallowed the pills and wanted water, but found no water in his cup. He got out of bed to pour some, but tripped as soon as he touched the ground. The medicine bottle fell with him. He had such a headache that he couldn't speak, and even couldn't see clearly who was there. he only vaguely recognized Jin Yan's voice. Seeing Li Shui wincing and groaning constantly, not knowing where it hurt, Jin Yan didn't dare to touch him. All he could do was shout his name loudly while pressing the call button desperately. Soon, a nurse came over, saw what was happening inside, and ran out again. Not long after, Wei Zhe arrived hurriedly with several others. As soon as Jin Yan saw Wei Zhe, he anxiously said, "Dr. Wei, my uncle Li." Panic left him unable to continue. "I know. Don't worry, go wait outside," Wei Zhe replied while stabilizing Li Shui's head, giving Jin Yan a quick instruction. Jin Yan, seeing them gather around Li Shui for treatment, didn't dare to disturb further, so he turned and walked out. Upon stepping outside, he stood blankly for a while before slowly sitting down on a chair. He didn't know what day it was, but every bad thing seemed to happen to him. When he first arrived, upon walking to the door and finding it slightly ajar, ready to push it open, he heard Bai Jing say, "Bai Ye's car accident wasn't an accident, it has something to do with Song Fuhua." This news stunned Jin Yan. He couldn't move, standing there listening to Bai Jing and Li Shui's conversation, and thus learning about the whole event. It wasn't until Li Shui asked Bai Jing to leave that Jin Yan came back to his senses and quickly departed himself. By the time he returned, Li Shui was already like this. Jin Yan felt utterly disoriented, not knowing what to do next. His young master was now with Song Sil and had left the Bai family. It was as if he cut off all his retreat options. If Song Sil learned at this point that Song Fuhua might have been responsible for his parents' deaths, he would lose his mind. Jin Yan's hand, gripping his knee, shook uncontrollably, filled with agony. Not long after, the door opened, and Jin Yan immediately stood up. Wei Zhe and several others pushed Li Shui out. Lying on the stretcher, his face as pale as paper, his eyes closed, no one knew whether he was unconscious or asleep. "What's wrong with my uncle Li?" Jin Yan anxiously asked Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe frowned, his expression solemn. "I'll take him for a checkup. You don't need to wait here in the hospital, just go take care of your business." After saying that, Wei Zhe pushed Li Shui away with the others. The corridor was very quiet, and the sound of the wheels rolling on the ground was clearly audible. As Jin Yan watched Li Shui being pushed farther away, he inexplicably felt deeply frightened, as if Li Shui wouldn't return once he left. Earlier, Jin Yan had planned to ask Li Shui about Bai Ye's matter. But now, since Li Shui was ill like this, if he found out that Bai Hao went to the Song family and was together with Song Sil, he would definitely explode in anger. Jin Yan did not want to upset him anymore. Standing there, Jin Yan's expression of fear gradually disappeared. Then, he took out his phone and turned around, leaving the hospital. When Bai Jing returned to the company and made his way back to the office, people greeted him along the way. However, once they saw his serious face, the polite, "Mr. Bai" greeting got stuck in their throats. Swallowing it back wasn't right, but letting it out seemed dangerous. Several faces turned red like liver-colored. Zhuo Mingyuan, seeing him, knowing he had plans to accompany Ningyu to the hospital in the afternoon, briefly informed him of a few urgent matters and handed over some documents for him to review and sign. After finishing his explanation, seeing Bai Jing open the document but remain motionless for a long time, as if a layer of ice surrounded him. Zhuo Mingyuan didn't even need to ask to know that Bai Jing must have encountered frustration from Li Shui again. Sometimes Zhuo Mingyuan thought of asking Bai Jing whether he realized that all his current emotions revolved around Li Shui. Ordinarily, Bai Jing always remained calm and composed, driving Bai Jingyuan mad, scaring Zhao Ji into trembling, playing around with Bai Heng, and no one else in the Bai family dared to give him instructions. Even facing Ningyu, the person he deemed as his true love, he retained rationality, making Ningyu follow his lead freely. When facing Li Shui, he seemed to become a completely different person, angry, nervous, out of control, doing all sorts of things that went beyond reason, and even starting fights. Zhuo Mingyuan would never forget how shocked he was the first time he saw the bruise on Bai Jing's lips. He wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct, but he believed that if someone didn't care deeply about another, they wouldn't be so easily affected by them. After Bai Jing finished signing the documents and threw them on the desk, he said, "That's it. Handle the rest yourself." Seeing Bai Jing's impatient expression, Zhuo Mingyuan nodded and left the room. "Wait," Bai Jing called out before he reached the door. Zhuo Mingyuan turned around. Bai Jing said, "Find me a life assistant who is meticulous in their work." Zhuo Mingyuan froze for a moment, pondering over his question, "For Li Shui?" Bai Jing responded indifferently. He had previously learned from Tang Shui about Li Shui's condition. Tang Shui had her own work commitments and couldn't fully take care of Li Shui, thus, it was necessary to assign a life assistant for him. Staring with wide eyes, Zhuo Mingyuan asked without thinking, "Is Li Shui going to stay at the company?" Bai Jing looked as if he had heard something absurd, raising an eyebrow and frowning. "If not at the company, where else would he stay?" Afterward, he added, "It's not urgent. Let him recover at home for a while before working again." Responding vaguely, Zhuo Mingyuan quickly stepped out of the room. He feared asking more questions that might irritate Bai Jing. He had always thought that after Li Shui's discharge, he would part ways with Bai Jing, and Bai Jing, due to Ningyu, naturally held the same idea. Shaking his head, Zhuo Mingyuan was thoroughly confused. In the afternoon, Ningyu arrived, and Bai Jing accompanied him to the hospital for a checkup and rehabilitation session. This was the first time Bai Jing had gone out with Ningyu since the incident involving Li Shui, and they stayed together for quite a long while. On the way back, Ningyu said gently, "I told you I could go by myself. Don't bother accompanying me everywhere when you're busy with work." Bai Jing replied coolly, "No problem." However, his gaze never fell on Ningyu, seemingly lost in thought. Ningyu's expression darkened momentarily but then lit up with a smile as he said, "Do you have anything else to do? If not, can you accompany me to the seaside?" This was the first time he made a request since returning, and Bai Jing nodded, instructing the driver to head toward the beach. Jinhai City was originally a coastal city, so the car arrived shortly. They chose a quiet spot, stopping the vehicle. The assistants carried Ningyu's wheelchair to the sandy beach near the shore. Bai Jing lifted Ningyu carefully out of the car and walked steadily forward before gently setting him down onto the wheelchair. It was now twilight, and the clouds in the sky were burning with golden hues under the sun's remaining rays. The sea waves surged lightly, as if also catching fire. Ningyu quietly admired the stunning scenery in front of him, but suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Back when we came here years ago, I could still run and jump. I remember throwing sand at you and got thrown into the sea in return." He frowned indignantly, "You threw me into the sea even though I couldn't swim. If I hadn't clung tightly to you, I probably would have drowned." Recalling those youthful days, Bai Jing's expression softened significantly. "I knew you couldn't swim, so why wouldn't I let you cling to me?" Ningyu froze for a second, then widened his eyes, "So it was intentional? You did it on purpose?" Bai Jing just smiled and remained silent. Ningyu softly said, "Can you help me stand up and walk along the beach?" Bai Jing turned around and pulled Ningyu up with both hands. After making sure Ningyu stood firm, he stepped back. Ningyu lowered his gaze and followed slowly, taking a step forward. After walking for about 7 or 8 steps, seeing Ningyu start to tire, Bai Jing said, "That's enough. We'll stop here." Ningyu nodded, pausing for a moment before saying, "When I was trapped in the car, my legs hurt terribly. I didn't know whether I would survive." He bit his lower lip, trying to control his emotions as he continued, "I faintly thought about what would happen if I died, and even regretted not having one last look at you. I've always been regretful, wasting so many years of my life." Ningyu, Bai Jing interrupted him, the softness in his expression fading away gradually. His gaze became deep, reverting to the enigmatic Bai Jing. Ningyu was stunned. Bai Jing stared at him, taking a long pause before opening his mouth, "Sorry, I." Ningyu tightened his grip on Bai Jing's hand and raised his head, kissing him. Chapter 41. Li Shui woke up again in the evening. The room was quiet. He tried to sit up, but as soon as he exerted force, a wave of pain surged through him. Turning his head, he saw that there was still a needle inserted into the back of his left hand. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a young nurse walked in, her eyes focused on the nearly empty drip bag connected to Li Shui. She tiptoed to the bedside and was about to remove the needle when she suddenly met his gaze and was startled. "Mr. Li, you're awake." Li Shui nodded. She smiled and said, "I'll take the needle out now, please don't move." She bent down, her actions swift and efficient. After pulling out the needle, she pressed on the puncture site for a while until the bleeding stopped, then tidied up and straightened up. "Thank you," Li Shui said softly. "You're welcome," the young nurse replied with a sweet smile, then asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I ask the cafeteria to send some food over?" Li Shui shook his head, "No need, I'm not hungry right now." The young nurse thought he might be dissatisfied with the hospital food, but before she could speak, seeing the cold, weary expression on his face, she swallowed her words and only said, "You can rest for a while. Dr. Wei is in a meeting now, he will be here soon." Li Shui glanced out the window at the night sky and asked puzzled, "A meeting?" The young nurse nodded and explained, "Mr. Li, you had tests this afternoon. Dr. Wei is discussing the results with other doctors." Li Shui was momentarily stunned. After the nurse left, he began recalling what happened in the afternoon. It all started when Bai Jing came over and mentioned something about Bai Ya. Thinking about the current chaotic situation within the Song family, Li Shui couldn't help but frown. Not long after, Bai Jing received a call from Ningyu and left. Around that time, he experienced a headache attack, and while trying to get water, he accidentally fell and hit the ground hard. While losing consciousness from the pain, he seemed to hear Jin Yan's voice. Li Shui slowly sat up, looking around the room, then picked up his phone from the bedside table. His phone was on silent mode. As soon as the screen lit up, it displayed various missed calls and unread messages. Among these, there were those who genuinely cared about him and others with ill intentions trying to fish for information. The former were few, while the latter made up the vast majority. Apart from that, there were almost no work-related matters. It seemed Bai Jing had stripped him of all his powers. Those people who originally intended to use him as a stepping stone to connect with the Bai family, upon realizing the shift in power dynamics, had simply turned their backs on him without further inquiry. Li Shui didn't care about any of these people. He quickly skimmed through the messages, replying to a few important ones, and then opened the text message Jin Yan sent him, "Uncle Li, I've got some work temporarily and won't be able to come see you right away. Take good care of yourself and remember to eat your meals on time. Big smiley face." Li Shui couldn't help but smile at the lively emoticon at the end and replied, "Alright, take care of yourself." After the message showed as successfully sent, just as Li Shui was about to put his phone away and get out of bed for a walk, it vibrated again, signaling an incoming text message. There were no words in the notification prompt. Judging by the format suffix, it appeared to be a picture. Without much thought, Li Shui tapped to open it. The image was large, and the small loading gear took a while to load it completely. Then Li Shui saw it, the sky painted red by the sunset, the rippling sea surface, and two men kissing on the beach. Still holding his phone, the smile that remained after replying to Jin Yen froze on his face. This was a panoramic photo taken from a distance, making it difficult to clearly make out the two men's features. However, Li Shui immediately recognized the taller one as Bai Jing. Even his outfit matched what he wore when he came to the hospital that afternoon. Moreover, not far from them was a wheelchair. Li Shui stayed motionless, staring at the photo. As the screen dimmed, he would light it up again, repeating this back and forth for who knows how long until his vision blurred, forcing him to look up and suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Only now did Li Shui realize that being rejected, being despised, and receiving cold looks were all trivial compared to the most painful truth: the person you love has found someone they also love. No matter how deeply you feel for him, that's exactly how deeply he feels for someone else. Li Shui knew the photo was sent by Ningyu. Regardless of his intentions, whether to remind him not to harbor false hopes or intentionally to disgust him, Li Shui no longer cared. He had never been so clearly aware that he was merely an outsider from beginning to end. Now that Ningyu had returned, everything should return to its proper place. Let those who are meant to be together remain united for life. He no longer wanted to fight with Ningyu either. What was there to fight for? Confront Bai Jing with the photo and ask why he kissed Ningyu? Or cry pitifully and ask why he doesn't love him? Just imagining those scenes made Li Shui feel ridiculous. Even if he really fought and won this time, there would always be other Ningyus in the future. The problem between him and Bai Jing had never been about Bai Jing loving Ningyu, it was about Bai Jing not loving him. Various thoughts flashed through Li Shui's mind. He suffered while also observing his own suffering coldly. He put his phone on the nearby cabinet. The device was so light, yet his trembling hands could barely hold it steady. Footsteps echoed by the door. Li Shui thought Wei Zhe was coming, so he closed his eyes and adjusted his expression. But when he looked up and saw who stood by the door, he froze. Bai Jing hadn't come too close. First, he glanced at the desk, noticing there was no medicine bottle. He was about to ask whether Li Shui had already received an 4 drip today, but Li Shui interrupted him. "What are you here for?" he asked expressionlessly. Sensing the chill from Li Shui, Bai Jing frowned unhappily. "I'm just passing by to check on you. When will you be discharged?" There was no way the hospital was anywhere on the way to the company or home, but Li Shui didn't have time to dwell on it. Upon hearing Bai Jing's question, he laughed bitterly. "What does it matter to you?" Bai Jing's expression turned serious. Li Shui then considered a possibility and coldly said, "We," initially intending to mention their bedroom, he quickly corrected himself, "You can throw all my things out of your bedroom. I don't want them anymore." Frowning, Bai Jing replied, "Li Shui, what's gotten into you? Am I crazy? Isn't this what you want?" Li Shui laughed sarcastically. "Or are you here to console the patient? Master Bai, whether I live or die is none of your concern. You'd better take care of your sick family member instead." Bai Jing himself had been conflicted. Every time he rushed to the hospital, Li Shui gave him nothing but contempt, as if seeing him was utterly disgraceful. Originally, Bai Jing wanted to ask when Li Shui would be discharged so that he could come to pick him up. However, instead, he was mocked by Li Shui once again. Bai Jing's heart burned with anger. "Li Shui, don't push your luck." Li Shui clenched his fists. Bai Jing had just kissed and embraced Ningyu and now came here accusing him of pushing his luck. Then what should he do? Was it wrong for him to like Bai Jing, wrong to back off? Bai Jing! Li Shui exploded, his chest heaving wildly, finally unable to contain his fury. "Get out! And never appear before me again." Startled, Bai Jing took a few quick steps forward and grabbed Li Shui's collar, leaning down to stare at his eyes and gritting his teeth. "Are you telling me to leave? Who was the one crying and admitting defeat, begging me not to abandon him?" As soon as Bai Jing finished speaking, Li Shui widened his eyes in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The tense atmosphere and blazing anger between them disappeared completely. After what felt like ages, Li Shui finally managed to open his mouth, his voice trembling. "You, heard that?" Bai Jing's face darkened as he remained silent. Li Shui shifted his gaze, a tear slowly rolling down the corner of his eye. He mumbled repeatedly, "You heard it." He had always believed that he retained a shred of dignity in front of Bai Jing, never allowing himself to appear pitifully pleading. That was why he distanced himself from Bai Jing, trying hard to act indifferent. But Bai Jing had heard everything. Li Shui felt like he had been stripped naked and thrown into a crowd, shame washing over him completely. He couldn't even bear to think how Bai Jing had viewed him over these past few days, watching him perform theatrics and fake bravado, perhaps finding it all a laughing matter. Tears streaked across Li Shi's face, as if someone was carving each drop onto Bai Jing's heart with a knife. Looking at Li Shi's lost and dejected state, Bai Jing regretted letting the word slip out. He regretted even more for constantly clashing with Li Shi despite knowing that this person, the more painful they were, the more confrontational they became. Still gripping Li Shi, Bai Jing steadied his emotions and said, Li Shi, listen. It's about me and Ningyu. Before he could finish, someone violently pulled him away. He had just regained balance when another forceful push struck him. Lifting his head, Bai Jing saw Wei Zhe standing in front of Li Shi's bed, veins bulging on his forehead, fists tightly clenched, his demeanor full of wariness. What are you trying to do? Wei Zhe had clearly misunderstood, and Bai Jing quickly explained, I need to talk to him. Wei Zhe pointed toward the door, his voice cold and indifferent. Whatever you want to say, I suggest you do it outside now. Don't disturb my patient's rest. You. I said, get out. Wei Zhe's tone grew firmer. Wei Zhe was well known for being good-tempered, but today he seemed oddly strange. Bai Jing didn't want to argue with him, knowing that a confrontation would only make things ugly for both of them. He turned instead to look at Li Shi, who refused to even glance at him. Bai Jing realized whatever he said right now, Li Shi wouldn't hear it, so he retracted his gaze and said to Wei Zhe, please keep an eye on him. Call me if anything happens. Wei Zhe, not wanting to embarrass anyone too much, simply nodded in agreement. The moment Bai Jing left, Wei Zhe hurriedly bent down to check on Li Shi, letting out a sigh of relief upon confirming that he hadn't been injured. When he had entered just before, seeing Bai Jing gripping Li Shi's collar made him think they were fighting. What's going on between you and him? Wei Zhe frowned as he asked. Li Shi didn't respond, so Wei Zhe repeated his question. Only then did Li Shi seem to snap back to reality, his expression full of weariness. Nothing, just some arguments. Wei Zhe stayed silent. Then Li Shi asked, when can I be discharged? Wei Zhe's heart sank slightly. Not anytime soon. Why not? You're still not fully recovered. The fever has gone down already. Further observation is needed, in case something unexpected happens. Wei Zhe, Li Shi interrupted him by lifting his head, his voice steady. You know that my family members are all gone. There's no one in this world who can make decisions for me. Wei Zhe froze. Li Shi fixed Wei Zhe with a direct stare, speaking calmly, so tell me, what exactly am I sick with? After a brief hesitation during which Wei Zhe locked eyes with Li Shi, and confirmed that the calm wasn't feigned, Wei Zhe broke eye contact and whispered hoarsely, meningioma. Li Shi had undergone MRI tests earlier in the afternoon, which resulted in the diagnosis of a meningioma. Wei Zhe wasn't particularly knowledgeable about brain conditions, so after the results came out, he'd been discussing them in meetings with the hospital's neurosurgeons all day until just moments ago when he finished. He had never intended to hide it from Li Shi, but he also hadn't expected Li Shi to guess so quickly. Or perhaps, Li Shi had long suspected, which explained why, despite all his urging before, Li Shi had resisted coming to the hospital for examinations. Wei Zhe gave a detailed explanation. As Li Shi listened to the growth location of the tumor and its largest diameter section, he cut in and asked softly, how much longer do I have? Wei Zhe paused, startled, and then snapped irritably, what do you mean, how much longer? I've already said it's benign, and the chance of recovery is quite high. This was also what Wei Zhe found most reassuring. If it had been malignant, even a very successful surgery would only allow a few more years of life. Li Shi slowly smiled, asking quietly, Wei Zhe, what's the difference between me living and dying? Wei Zhe's breathing caught, his face turning icy. You're clearly not thinking straight right now, and I don't feel like talking further. Go to sleep early, we'll talk tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the medical file and walked out. Li Shi looked at the quiet ward around him, a bit disoriented and unsure if the commotion he just witnessed was merely a figment of his imagination. He reached for his phone, opening the photo gallery and finding the picture he'd viewed countless times. In the photo, Li Wenjue stared goofily ahead, while Li Weiniang's smile radiated playfulness and exuberance. And little Shi, cradled in their father's arms, frowned discontentedly. Li Shi traced the screen with his fingertips gently, cherishing each figure over and over again. At the Jinhai city coastline, a figure sitting on a wheelchair remained motionless, appearing from afar as though waves might surge up and swallow him at any moment. A man approached, his expression filled with worry. Young master, go back. It's getting dark, it's chilly here near the sea, you'll catch a cold. Ningyu didn't turn his head, still gazing out at the ocean and saying, let me stay seated for a little longer, I'll leave shortly. The man frowned but dared not dissuade further, responding and stepping back respectfully. Ningyu held a cell phone in one hand, his other hand resting lightly on the wheelchair armrest, tapping rhythmically. Evening sea breezes carried a damp chill, leaving Ningyu's heart feeling as cold as his body. Earlier that day, Ningyu kissed Bai Jing at this very spot and was rejected. He thought Bai Jing despised him because he was handicapped, promising fervently he would definitely improve, but Bai Jing replied that it was due to Li Shi. Bai Jing even told him that if he wanted to remain in the country, arrangements would still be made to care for him, or if otherwise preferred, help could be arranged to send him abroad. Ningyu couldn't help but doubt momentarily whether the person in front of him was truly Bai Jing. After all, how could Bai Jing possibly give even a slightest damn about Li Shi? Regardless of whether the two of them had a shared interest, had renegotiated some new terms, or if Li Shi had reused some coercive tactics, Ning Yu would never allow them to be together. He had always been sensible and considerate. But when it came to what he wanted, he wouldn't play the role of a naive and innocent good boy. The phone rang. Ning Yu glanced down and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he answered with a light sigh. Mr. Fu, the big master of the Fu family, really has a lot of influence. To invite him for dinner, one even needs to wait in line. Fu Ting said something from the other side, and Ning Yu's eyes lit up with a joyful smile. After talking for a while, Ning Yu finally nodded and replied, "All right, see you tomorrow then." Chapter 42. Jin Yen drove for a long time before he finally found Song Siluo's new residence. Outside the villa stood two men in black suits. With just one glance, Jin Yen knew these guys were in the same line of work as him. After parking his car, he walked over. One of the men scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Mr. Jin Yen?" Jin Yen nodded slightly, "Yes." The man stepped forward and said solemnly, "Sorry, please cooperate with us for a security check." Jin Yen understood this was part of their job, so he cooperated by lifting his hands. The man quickly patted him down from his shoulders to his trouser legs, finding no weapons, then scanned him with a metal detector. Aside from the cell phone in his clothes pocket, there were no issues. Sighing in relief, the man stepped aside and said, "Mr. Jin, please come in." Jin Yen walked inside, where the maid caring for Song Siluo greeted him warmly, "Sir, go directly upstairs. The young master is waiting for you in his room." Jin Yen nodded with gratitude, "Thank you." He moved slowly, memorizing the overall structure of the house as well as the distance from the stairwell to the front door before stepping up. The third room on the left side of the second floor had its door open. Jin Yen approached and indeed saw Song Siluo sitting on a rattan chair on the balcony, with several books placed in front of him but engrossed in his phone instead. Jin Yen paused at the doorway, "Young Master Song." Song Siluo didn't even raise his eyelids, only giving a muffled acknowledgement, "Come in." Jin Yen approached him, and Song Siluo put away his phone, asking, "What is it you want to tell me?" Yesterday, Jin Yen had called him, saying there was an extremely important matter that required a face-to-face discussion. Song Siluo was quite surprised, someone like Jin Yen actually had something to discuss with him. So he came today. Jin Yen glanced around, looking uneasy. "Let's talk inside. This matter concerns you, young master." "Concerns Bai Hao?" Song Siluo frowned. Bai Hao wasn't currently in Jinhai City, he had gone abroad to handle some asset-related issues. Song Siluo had been somewhat absent-minded until now, seeing the grave expression on Jin Yan's face, which made him tense up too. He got up and walked toward the study, with Jin Yan following closely behind. As they had just sat down on the sofa, the maid caring for Song Siluo entered carrying tea and placed it in front of Jin Yan. "Thank you," Jin Yan nodded towards her. Once she left, Song Siluo spoke again, "So what is it?" Jin Yan stared into his eyes and asked, "Young Master Song, do you know how Master Bai's parents passed away?" Song Siluo froze, his face showing bewilderment. "Of course I know, Bai Hao's parents died in a car accident." He paused briefly before adding, "What does this have to do with what you're about to say?" Jin Yan did not answer his question directly, locking his gaze on him. "Do you really not know the connection?" Song Siluo became increasingly puzzled and snapped, "What exactly are you trying to say? Stop beating around the bush." Song Siluo's expression showed no signs of guilt or cover-up, only irritation and impatience. Jin Yan sighed inwardly. He had never been particularly skilled at reading people. If Song Siluo was acting, Jin Yan wouldn't be able to discern it. His original plan wouldn't work. Wait a moment, Jin Yan stood up, walked to the door, looked both ways, and confirmed no one was around before closing it. Song Siluo raised an eyebrow, looking at him curiously, to which Jin Yan explained, "It's better to be cautious." Song Siluo remained silent and didn't stop him. On this point, he trusted Jin Yan completely and had never thought of guarding against him. After all, the last time he was kidnapped, Jin Yan had risked his life to save him, even taking bullet wounds for him. Closing the door, Jin Yan walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and pulled the glass doors shut before returning, stopping behind Song Siluo's left shoulder. "This is something I discovered by chance," he started. Song Siluo, intrigued by his words, turned to look at him. But just as he twisted his head, Jin Yan struck him swiftly on the back of the neck with the edge of his hand. Before Song Siluo could make a sound, he lost consciousness. Jin Yan flipped Song Siluo lying unconscious on the couch over, confirming he had truly lost awareness. Then he began searching Song Siluo's body, soon locating a gun. As he'd suspected, given the turmoil in the Song family, Song Siluo's situation was not safe, so naturally, he would carry a gun for precaution. Jin Yan set the gun aside on the nearby sofa and then took out a prepared thin rope and tape from his inner coat pocket. He swiftly tied Song Siluo's hands and covered his mouth with tape, before moving him to the corner of the room. Throughout this process, Jin Yan remained unerringly calm, showing no expression on his face. After everything was prepared, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Outside the old Song residence. A black Bentley approached slowly from the distance. It parked at the gate, and someone hurried over to bend down and open the car door. The first thing that landed was a black high heel, simple yet elegant. Above it, a snug low-cut red dress accentuated her graceful curves. Her long black hair was tucked behind her ears, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Song Xiaoxiao stepped out of the car holding a black leather clutch, its cover adorned with diamond-encrusted initials of her English name. Her nails were all painted in a fiery red, making her appear exceptionally sexy. The person who opened the door for her did not dare to raise their head, addressing her as, young mistress. Song Xiaoxiao didn't respond, instead glancing around at the security arrangements placed everywhere. She lazily asked, is this big display for welcoming me or scaring me? Hearing the mockery in her tone, the person dared not say anything, breaking into a sweat. Song Xiaoxiao casually glanced at him, saying nothing further, and walked inside. The man who had been standing behind her followed closely after she moved. As they reached the entrance, the guards outside didn't make way. Song Xiaoxiao kept walking, until one guard reached out to stop her and said, please cooperate with our inspection, young mistress. Before Song Xiaoxiao could act, the man behind her quickly advanced and grabbed the guard's wrist. The atmosphere became tense, but Song Xiaoxiao coolly called out, Shenwei. The man named Shenwei immediately released his grip, bowed his head, and retreated back behind Song Xiaoxiao. Looking at the man blocking her path, Song Xiaoxiao handed over her clutch with a smile, saying, of course. The guard let go of her wrist and accepted the clutch, inspecting it to confirm there were no issues before returning it to Song Xiaoxiao. Shenwei also underwent examination by his partner without any abnormalities being found. Upon receiving a signal from his comrade, the guard bowed and stepped aside, saying, young mistress, please proceed. Finally entering the main gate, Song Xiaoxiao wore a mocking smile on her face. She went straight up to Lao Song Fuhua's study. Once inside, she was required to hand over her mobile phone to be kept by Song Fuhua's people. Song Fuhua guarded against her so meticulously it seemed almost excessive. Song Xiaoxiao sat opposite Song Fuhua. Song Fuhua was taking medicine. Several bottles were placed on the table, and his hair had turned significantly white. His appearance looked increasingly elderly. Song Xiaoxiao initially thought the rumors about his numerous ailments were fabricated merely to deceive others, but now it seemed clear the recent prison ordeal truly caused him immense suffering. Without a word, Song Xiaoxiao watched as Song Fuhua, following the nurse's instructions, swallowed each dose of medication separately. Afterward, he paused for breath, raised his head, and asked, why have you come? Song Xiaoxiao feigned surprise, widening her eyes and replying, father is sick, so naturally his daughter must come and visit. Song Fuhua coldly snorted, do you still remember I am your father? Song Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, pretending to be annoyed, how could I forget? Song Fuhua coldly watched his elder daughter perform her act. This daughter of his, indeed surpassed even him in guile and cunning, in scheming, in strategy, she was far deadlier and more ruthless than himself. Had he stayed in jail a few more days, the Song family might well have slipped out of his control. Seeing Song Fuhua remain silent, Song Xiaoxiao smiled and said, today, I have come to seek reconciliation with you. As soon as her words ended, Shen Wei stepped forward, placing a document next to Song Xiaoxiao. She leisurely pushed the document toward Song Fuhua with a lazy grin. Song Fuhua opened the document and, upon reading just a few lines, his complexion changed dramatically. Furious, he swept the document off the table onto the floor and exclaimed, don't even dream of it. In the heat of his anger, he began coughing violently. Sign this, and we can all live happily ever after. Isn't that great? Song Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, keeping her indifferent, relaxed demeanor as if the person in front of her dying would mean nothing to her. Song Fuhua coughed violently, gasping for air with his face flushed red. Nearby attendants quickly brought over a glass of water. After gradually calming down, he stared at Song Xiaoxiao with narrowed, venomous eyes and declared, I'll tell you now, I'd rather die than hand over the Song family to you. And so? Song Xiaoxiao was unfazed, arching a brow as she responded. Their conversation reached a deadlock. Suddenly, Song Xiaoxiao's phone rang, and upon hearing the sound, her excitement showed clearly. The person holding the phone remained stationary. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Song Fuhua and smirked, it doesn't matter if I don't take this call, but you're going to regret it. Song Fuhua eyed her coldly, and finally gave that person a nod. The person stepped forward and handed the phone over to Song Xiaoxiao. She glanced at the number, and her smile became even more evident. It was a video call. After she pressed, accept, an image came through, causing Song Xiaoxiao to immediately exclaim in mock surprise. She turned the phone toward Song Fuhua, pretending to be astonished as she said, who's this? Isn't this the only heir of our Song family? On the screen, Song Siluo had his eyes closed, a strip of tape covering his mouth, with a gun pressed against his temple. Song Fuhua abruptly stood up, lunging for the phone, but Song Xiaoxiao quickly pulled it away. Enraged, Song Fuhua trembled all over and slapped Song Xiaoxiao hard across the face, yelling hoarsely, Song Xiaoxiao. Red handprints soon appeared on Song Xiaoxiao's cheek. She stuck out her tongue, licking her split and bleeding lips, laughing with gleaming eyes as she said, you killed someone else's daughter back then, did you ever think that one day your precious son would meet the same end? Having just erupted into a fit of rage, Song Fuhua could no longer support himself, collapsing back into his chair. Clutching his chest, he asked grimly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Xiaoxiao placed the phone slowly on the table, saying indifferently, "Uncle, he has already told me how you died." Song Fuhua's complexion instantly changed. Song Xiaoxiao sighed lightly, "It's not entirely his fault. Following you for his entire life, he ended up like a stray dog. Anybody would consider finding a new master." Song Fuhua snorted in contempt, "So what if that's true? Do you really think the Bai family will believe your few words? That they'd avenge someone who was kicked out so long ago, a useless girl?" Jin Yen didn't show his face, and Song Fuhua assumed the person holding the gun to Song Siluo was Song Xiaoxiao's subordinate. As a result, he spoke without any restraint, unaware that the gun wavered slightly during his speech, clear evidence of the great emotional disturbance of the person holding it, almost losing control of the weapon. "Useless girl." Song Xiaoxiao repeated with a laugh, "In your eyes, all daughters are useless burdens, unworthy lives, never able to compare with your precious son, no matter how talented or capable they might be." Song Fuhua responded with a cold snort, implicitly agreeing. But Song Xiaoxiao lost her composure, clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her flesh as she shrieked, "So you wouldn't even come see my mother one last time? And when Yu was born, you didn't even glance at her. You only remembered your precious son, Song Siluo." Song Xiaoxiao's mother had passed away due to complications giving birth to their third daughter. At the hospital then, once the baby was born, Song Fuhua left upon hearing it was a girl. The doctor had informed him the mother wasn't doing well, but despite Song Xiaoxiao desperately calling him, pleading for him to return and take one last look, he ignored her completely. It turned out his mistress, at another hospital, had given birth to, it was a boy, Song Siluo. At the time, Song Xiaoxiao was still in primary school, leading her younger sister by the hand, watching their mom, disoriented and delirious, muttering, "Xiaoxiao. Has your father come yet? Has he come yet?" She kept asking, repeating it countless times until she drew her final breath. As Song Xiaoxiao recalled the helplessness and pain of that moment, along with years of neglect from Song Fuhua regarding them three sisters, her gaze turned increasingly ruthless, each word dripping with deep hatred. "I'm telling you, Song Fuhua, if you don't sign that document today, I'll make you watch Song Siluo die right in front of you." Back then, she had been too young to do anything, unable to protect either her mother or her younger sister. But now, no matter the cost, she was determined to wrestle the Song family fortune away from them. Even if it meant mutual destruction with Song Fuhua and Song Siluo, she wouldn't let them triumph. Everyone in the room drew their guns and pointed them at Song Xiaoxiao. Shen Wei, standing behind her, took a step forward and positioned himself beside her, but Song Xiaoxiao laughed wildly, "Even if I die here today, it'll simply be one life exchanged for another. A useless daughter traded for the precious only child of the Song family, it's a fair deal." On the phone laid on the table, Song Siluo in the video was still unconscious, the gun steadily pressed against his head. A mere squeeze of the trigger would scatter his brain in blood. No celestial savior could reverse that outcome. Song Fuhua's face grew whiter by the second. Trembling weakly, he raised his finger, pointing at Song Xiaoxiao, trying to say something. His mouth moved, but before he could utter a single word, he collapsed. Chapter 43. After learning about his illness, Li Shiyi spent the entire night sitting on the balcony. The cigarette butts in the ashtray beside him piled up like a small mountain. Actually, he wasn't someone who enjoyed smoking. He only lit one during times of immense pressure or emotional unrest, taking a few light puffs, watching the tiny spark on the cigarette butt slowly burn out, and his thoughts would gradually calm down. But this time, it seemed that no matter how many cigarettes he lit, it wouldn't help. He felt exhausted. What people called ambition, drive, hope, and dreams for life slipped through his fingers like sand, impossible to hold on to no matter how tightly he clenched his fists. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to clench his hands anymore. As dawn broke, the world became lively again. Leaning against the railing, Li Shiyi looked down at the garden below where doctors, nurses, and patients came and went. He tried to sense some hint of life from these people, but after staring for half a day, his heart remained a dead pool. "Li Shiyi." A deep voice sounded behind him. Li Shiyi turned around slowly and saw Wei Zhe standing by the door with an ashen face. The nurse next to him looked equally tense. Li Shiyi took a moment to smile. "What? Do you think I'm going to jump?" Wei Zhe approached him and asked after confirming his presence, "How long have you been here?" Li Shiyi said, "Not long." Wei Zhe glanced at the cigarette butts on the table, suppressing his anger while trying to remain calm. "Go back to bed." Li Shiyi knew Wei Zhe was about to explode and didn't dare provoke him further. He turned around and walked into the ward. Wei Zhe followed him inside and told the nurse, "Take his temperature." The nurse nodded and walked over to Li Shiyi. Li Shiyi cooperated with her actions, and once the result came out, the nurse handed the thermometer to Wei Zhe. 39 degrees Celsius. Wei Zhe stared at the thermometer for a long time without saying anything. The atmosphere in the room grew terrifyingly cold. Li Shiyi noticed something was wrong and asked, "I'm feverish again." Wei Zhe ignored him. The nurse hesitated for a moment before cautiously nodding her head at Wei Zhe. "It's just a minor illness." Take some medicine, and it'll be fine. The nurse didn't dare to reply. Wei Zhe glared coldly at her and then ordered her to prepare the medication. After she left, he walked up to Li Shiyi's bedside and coldly asked, "Do you really not care about your own life?" Li Shiyi smiled faintly. Whether due to the high fever or staying up all night, the smile was weak. "No, I just don't want to leave your hospital." Though Li Shiyi could act nonchalant and joke with him, Wei Zhe couldn't bring himself to laugh. Perhaps for Li Shiyi, whether living in a hospital, hotel, or somewhere else made no difference, but Wei Zhe couldn't bear seeing him disregard himself so easily. Sitting down by Li Shiyi's bed, Wei Zhe said seriously, "Listen carefully. The tumor in your brain is still in its early stages. There's a good chance for recovery, but cranial surgery must be performed. If you keep dragging your feet, once the tumor tissue mutates, then what?" Wei Zhe paused, opening and closing his mouth but failing to articulate the rest. "Fine." Li Shiyi still smiled, "I'll consider it." This time, Wei Zhe didn't get angry or lose his temper. Looking at Li Shiyi, he said, "Li Shiyi, maybe in your eyes, Fu Wing and I are nothing. But we genuinely consider you a friend and sincerely hope you're well." Li Shiyi's faint smile gradually disappeared. He turned his head and closed his eyes, speaking hoarsely after a long pause, "I know." Wei Zhe waited a little longer but still didn't hear any reversal to the phrase, "I know." Given their relationship, there was only so much they could say. If Li Shiyi decided to do something, gods and spirits themselves couldn't stop him. And if he didn't want to, no amount of begging or persuasion could make him care. Wei Zhe sighed lightly and stood up to leave. Before he had fully stepped out, Li Shiyi stopped him. "Wei Zhe." Wei Zhe turned back, and Li Shiyi opened his eyes. His expression was more serious than ever. "There is absolutely," he paused for emphasis, "absolutely no way Bai Jing can know about my condition." Wei Zhe frowned. "You're still worried he'll be concerned about you at this point?" "Concerned?" Li Shiyi laughed helplessly, shaking his head as if hearing something funny. "He won't be concerned about me." Li Shiyi slowly closed his eyes. The pallor of his illness gave his face a cold look, "He will feel pity for me." And what he needed least of all, was Bai Jing's pity. He had already kidnapped Bai Jing once. 3 years ago, when he blocked the bullet for Bai Jing stayed with him. Even though neither of them said it aloud, they both knew, it was nothing more than compensation, a reluctant compromise made out of guilt. In truth, Li Shiyi could have refused. He might as well have told Bai Jing, "I don't need your regret or gratitude, I don't need you to make up for my losses, and I certainly don't need your sympathy." Maybe Bai Jing had been waiting to hear just those words all along. But in the end, Li Shiyi didn't say anything. In silence, he accepted Bai Jing's care. In silence, he lived 3 years with Bai Jing. Li Shiyi only admitted now that his dignity and pride weren't lost when Bai Jing heard those desperate pleas under the rain, they were gone much earlier, when 3 years ago, he silently accepted this relationship that was forced by him. Since then, those qualities, his self-respect, his pride, had long vanished. So even if he was about to die from illness, even if he only had a breath left, there was no way he would use these so-called sacrifices and pain to hold Bai Jing hostage again. It was enough. Li Shiyi experienced a second fever due to the brain tumor, making his treatment much more cautious. His body grew weaker after the series of troubles, worsened further by the side effects of new medication, causing him to sleep most of the time. Bai Jing visited twice, but each time Li Shiyi was asleep. He wondered why, after such a long time, Li Shiyi showed no signs of improvement. When Bai Jing questioned Wei Zhe always brushed him off with a few casual words. Initially, Bai Jing planned to arrange for Li Shiyi's transfer to another hospital. However, problems arose at the Song family, pulling Bai Jing into a whirlwind of chaos, leaving him increasingly busy. Consequently, the plans for transferring hospitals were temporarily put on hold. For days passed before Li Shiyi's recurring high fever finally stabilized. On that day, after waking up, he felt much clearer in mind, and eating his meal didn't leave him drowsy like it had before. Li Shiyi picked up his phone and checked for messages, but found none in particular. Just as he was about to set the phone aside, he suddenly realized something. Apart from that text message last time, Jin Yan had been completely unreachable for 4 whole days. In the past, if he ran into special situations during work, Jin Yan would also vanish for several days. But without fail, he would send Li Shiyi a message or call him, to inform him he was safe and to check in on Li Shiyi as well. There was no way he'd disappear without reason and cause worry, he wasn't that thoughtless. Yet this time, knowing perfectly well that Li Shiyi was hospitalized, he hadn't sent a single word. Furrowing his brows, Li Shiyi called Jin Yan repeatedly, only to find every attempt ended in an unreachable line. He asked others in the hospital, who confirmed that Jin Yan had never visited. Then he called Jin Yan's team leader Old Su, asking where Jin Yan had gone. Old Su reassured him that Jin Yan was fine, just out of town. Perhaps his phone battery died or got misplaced, but Li Shiyi should stop worrying. Li Shiyi didn't believe a word of it. Even if Jin Yan really did lose his phone over the course of so many days, there would be no way he didn't contact him even once. The more Li Shiyi thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Just as he prepared to call Zhuo Mingyuan to learn the truth, a knock came on the ward door. Without bothering to ask who it was, Li Shuyi responded casually. However, upon seeing the visitors, he was surprised. It was Qiao Yu and Dao Ba. Qiao Yu was always laid back and carefree, but for the first time, Li Shuyi saw real anxiety etched on his handsome face. When Qiao Yu saw Li Shuyi, he didn't even take time to exchange pleasantries. Instead, he blurted out immediately, "Mr. Li, forgive me for disturbing you." Li Shuyi remained silent as he gazed at Qiao Yu. Finally, Qiao Yu pleaded, "I've run out of options. Please, help save Jin Yan." Stunned, Li Shuyi dropped his phone. Chapter 44. Qiao Yu appeared even more flustered after speaking his piece. Taoba placed his hand on Qiao Yu's shoulder and called out, "Qiao Yu." Only then did Qiao Yu calm down and clarify the situation to Li Shuyi. Now a major event had occurred in the Song family. Song Fuhua was dead. The outside world all speculated that it was because Song Xiaoxiao had imprisoned Song Siluo, which had triggered Song Fuhua's sudden heart attack. He couldn't be saved despite emergency medical efforts. And the person who kidnapped Song Siluo was none other than Jin Yan. Based on the information Qiao Yu uncovered, after kidnapping Song Siluo, Jin Yan had taken her away by car. The Song family thought Song Siluo might be dead, but on the afternoon of the same day, the car was found in the suburbs with Song Siluo inside, unconscious but unharmed. Jin Yan had completely vanished. Now not only were the Song family searching for Jin Yan, but Kong Yi had also become involved. His family already wielded significant influence in the public security system, and this time Jin Yan had walked straight into their crosshairs. Qiao Yu had seen the wanted poster and realized just how serious the situation had become. Li Shuyi listened silently to Qiao Yu, his face pale with rage. "Why didn't you tell me about such a huge matter until now?" Qiao Yu remained silent, leaving Taoba to reply. "Mr. Bai said you're ill, so we shouldn't bother you with these things." Li Shuyi gritted his teeth. Now it made sense, why when he called old Su told him Jin Yan was fine. And why, regarding such an enormous event, he hadn't heard even a whisper of news. Apart from Bai Jing, who could have the ability to keep everyone around him silent and seal off all information so thoroughly. Li Shuyi didn't have the time to ponder whether Bai Jing had kept him in the dark out of genuine concern or fear that he'd cause trouble. He picked up his phone immediately and dialed Song Xiaoxiao's number. "Li Shuyi." Song Xiaoxiao sounded surprised. "Where is Jin Yan?" Li Shuyi cut straight to the chase, too impatient to exchange pleasantries. Song Xiaoxiao replied calmly, "I wish I knew where he went." Li Shuyi's expression suddenly turned cold. "What do you mean?" Song Xiaoxiao recounted the events of that day to Li Shuyi. After Song Fuhua collapsed, chaos erupted at the scene. Her people confronted Song Fuhua's followers, and Song Fuhua had passed away before arriving at the hospital. In the confusion, she wasn't able to focus on Jin Yan. After his escape, he never contacted her again. She thought Song Siluo was still under Jin Yan's control, yet Jin Yan ended up releasing her unscathed. Now Song Siluo was acting like a mad dog chasing after her, while Song Fuhua's old subordinates hated her as well. Her current predicament wasn't good at all. Listening, Li Shuyi became enraged. "Why did you seek out Jin Yan? What does your Song family's affair have to do with him?" "Li Shuyi, let's make one thing clear, it was the young man who sought us out first. Our cooperation has always been voluntary," Song Xiaoxiao scoffed, continuing, "I might even thank him, if it weren't for him, that old man wouldn't have expired so quickly." Her own father was dead, having been driven to fury by her, yet there wasn't a trace of sadness or remorse in Song Xiaoxiao's tone. "You should stop asking me questions and instead question Bai Jing's excellent nephew. Wasn't Jin Yan looking for him?" After saying this, Song Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. Li Shuyi had initially assumed Jin Yan was with Song Xiaoxiao, but clearly that wasn't the case. Li Shuyi finally understood why Jin Yan would suddenly kidnap Song Siluo. He had learned about Bai Ye and went to Song Xiaoxiao for confirmation. Li Shuyi immediately dialed Bai Hao's number. What Song Xiaoxiao had said wasn't entirely baseless. Jin Yan might not contact him or others, but he must have contacted Bai Hao. The first call went unanswered, so Li Shuyi followed up with a second one until a deep voice answered, "Uncle Li." Li Shuyi asked directly, "Where is Jin Yan?" Bai Hao paused briefly before replying, "I don't know." Li Shuyi felt anger flare at the indifference in Bai Hao's voice. "He couldn't possibly have avoided contacting you. Where exactly is he?" Bai Hao's tone remained cold and emotionless. "I already said, I don't know." As Li Shuyi opened his mouth to speak again, Bai Hao preemptively added, "Uncle Li, you should worry about yourself first. For this matter, my advice is to stay as far away from it as possible." Li Shuyi couldn't fail to hear the mockery in his words, but he lacked the energy to be angry. With Bai Hao reacting like this, further questioning would be fruitless. Li Shuyi didn't say more to Bai Hao after hanging up. He then reviewed the whole event in his mind before raising his head and saying to Qiao Yu and Taoba, "You keep an eye on Song Siluo and Song Xiaoxiao. If there's any trouble with the Bai family, just tell them it was my arrangement. Also, Qiao Yu, help me investigate what Bai Hao has been doing lately." Qiao Yu nodded. "All right." Li Shuyi continued, "I will take care of talking to Bai Jing, you don't need to worry." Xiao Yu said seriously, Mr. Li, I knew when I came to find you today that I wouldn't be going back. It's just work. No big deal if we don't have it. Now that something happened to Jin Yan, there's no way I can stand by. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Li Shui couldn't help but smile, yet the smile was rather ironic. Xiao Yu had only known Jin Yan for a few years, while Bai Hao and Jin Yan had known each other for even longer. If Xiao Yu could do this, then what about Bai Hao? To let him stay as far away from it as possible. The Bai family. Except for Bai Ye, every single one of them, it seemed, had cold blood running through their veins. After Xiao Yu and Taobao left, Li Shui got out of bed intending to change out of his hospital gown, but he hadn't taken a few steps before losing all his strength and could only slowly sit down against the wall. He didn't know what kind of medicine Wei Zhe had given him, but he hadn't had a headache these past few days, yet his body had no strength at all. Li Shui stood up again, but before he could get his clothes, Wei Zhe walked in and immediately frowned upon seeing him. What are you doing getting out of bed? Li Shui did not answer, instead asking expressionlessly, Wei Zhe, do you know what happened to Jin Yan? Wei Zhe froze. Li Shui saw his reaction and couldn't believe it. You actually hid this from me? Wei Zhe furrowed his brows. Yes, I hid it from you. But what good would knowing do? In your current condition, could you even go out and fight with people? Can't you just leave these things to Bai Jing to handle? Enraged, Li Shui shouted, do you think Bai Jing cares whether Jin Yan lives or dies? Do you think he'll save Jin Yan? Do you even know who Bai Jing is? As he spoke, his emotions grew too intense. Just as he finished speaking, white spots suddenly appeared before his eyes, making everything unclear. Seeing Li Shui standing unsteadily, Wei Zhe hurried over to stabilize him, calling anxiously, Li Shui. Li Shui clung to Wei Zhe's hand to steady himself, waiting until his vision cleared before letting go of Wei Zhe and sitting down on the couch nearby. Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. At least Wei Zhe was right about one thing, in his current physical condition, he couldn't even walk out of the hospital. But this matter couldn't be delayed anymore. Li Shui didn't even dare to think about whether Jin Yan was still hiding somewhere outside, captured by someone else, or perhaps already dead in some place. Li Shui looked at Wei Zhe and said, hand me my phone. In response, Wei Zhe retrieved the phone and handed it to Li Shui. Li Shui found Bai Jing's number, and his hand was trembling as he pressed the call button. The call connected quickly, and upon hearing Bai Jing's voice, Li Shui took a slight breath, steadied his nerves, and said, Bai Jing, help me rescue Jin Yan. I won't bother you anymore. As for the Bai family's things, I don't want a single one of them, not a penny either. Whatever conditions you propose, I will agree. Help me. Li Shui's speech became increasingly difficult. Rescue Jin Yan for me. Returning from Ningyue, splitting with Bai Jing, reuniting with Zhao Hui, falling ill himself, and now this issue with Jin Yan, Li Shui thought he'd grown numb. Yet with every word spoken, a pang of pain shot through his chest. Originally, he'd decided to completely let go. But in the end, once again, this became the bargaining chip between him and Bai Jing. But he couldn't help it, this was the only option left. This matter was far from simple. Song Fuhua had always stood in the gray area between the black and white worlds. People from these two worlds, whose stances were too clearly divided for direct contact in public view, regarded him like a common representative they both appointed. Higher-ups obtained what they wanted through him, while those below probed the news and trends from above via him, achieving a certain tacit agreement and balance. Now that he was dead, it remained unknown how much trouble this would cause for them and the extent of the entangled interests involved. Jin Yan's cooperation with Song Xiaoxiao could be considered a personal affair. But if Bai Jing truly intervened to save Jin Yan, he would be telling others that the Bai family was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Then, all the conflicts would concentrate on the Bai family. Bai Jing certainly had no reason to meddle in such troubles for either himself or the Bai family. Li Shui was aware of this fact, which was why he had gone to such lengths to plead. He was pleading with Bai Jing, and also threatening Bai Jing, if he didn't save Jin Yan, what happened 3 years ago would happen again. Li Shui was fully aware that uttering these words made him nothing short of shameless. Bai Jing remained silent, and as time ticked by, Li Shui's heart grew colder and colder. Just as he was about to give up, Bai Jing finally spoke. Fine, I'll help you rescue Jin Yan. Chapter 45. After Li Shui hung up the phone with Bai Jing, he sat motionless on the sofa for a long time. Wei Zhe felt pain in his heart looking at the distracted expression of Li Shui and explained, I didn't want you to worry. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to have a high fever in your current state? Since knowing Li Shui, Wei Zhe has never seen him rest. This person used to even think about work when he was sick, thinking about one project after another, various unavoidable dinners, and interpersonal relationships that needed to be maintained. Wei Zhe found it tiring just watching him. But this was Li Shui's way of life, so he could not say much. However, this time was different. This was no common cold or minor injury. Once a brain tumor worsens, it cannot be reversed. In such circumstances, Wei Zhe could only prioritize his well-being. Li Shui looked weary and said, Wei Zhe, let me be alone for a while. Wei Zhe sighed lightly and stood up, saying, I'll have someone bring some food over shortly. Li Shui nodded gently. After Wei Zhe left, Li Shi picked up his phone again and made a few calls, asking some acquaintances to help investigate the situation. Some were curious why he got involved in the Song family's affairs and whether Jin Yan's cooperation with Song Xiaoxiao was initiated by him. Li Shi did not explain but smiled and said, let's assume so. There were also some who asked about his relationship with Bai Jing, which he brushed aside with a few words. After making the calls, Li Shi tried calling Jin Yan again, still receiving no connection. He pulled out the last message Jin Yan sent him. By that point, Jin Yan should already have reached Song Xiaoxiao and most likely realized he wouldn't return anytime soon. He even fabricated an excuse about temporary work and didn't forget to remind Li Shi to eat regularly. Li Shi scrolled further through their text messages. He always replied less frequently, usually just with a word or two. In comparison, Jin Yan was talkative, mostly asking where he was, if he had finished work, and if he wanted company back home. There were questions about eating, offers to bring food, and even jokes or funny anecdotes he heard somewhere. The more Li Shi read, the warmer his eyes became, biting his teeth and muttering under his breath, little bastard. Li Shi knew that most people around him, whether Bai Jing, Bai Hao, Wei Zhe, or even Zhuo Mingyuan, never took Jin Yan seriously. To them, Jin Yan was nothing more than a trivial presence, barely important compared to any random passerby on the street. They all thought Jin Yan was foolish, carefree, and a little thick-headed. Li Shi used to believe this too. Until Bai Hao went abroad and asked Jin Yan if he wanted to follow. Jin Yan refused loudly at the time. Although Li Shi was slightly surprised, he didn't delve into it deeply, assuming Jin Yan was just young and would naturally feel scared moving to an entirely unfamiliar country. But who knew, after Bai Hao left, this kid cried daily, longing for Bai Hao to the point of shouting, "Master," in his dreams. Amused and exasperated, Li Shi asked why Jin Yan didn't go before, given how happy he appeared to stay. After hesitating for a long time, Jin Yan told Li Shi that Bai Hao had good grades and scholarships to sustain himself. If he joined, Bai Hao would need to use the Bai family's money. Additionally, appearing happier gave Bai Hao fewer concerns, allowing him to study peacefully without worries about him. Li Shi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and from then realized that Jin Yan, despite his seemingly careless and silly demeanor, actually thought far more deeply than anyone else. Li Shi considered his past care for Jin Yan as insignificant, nothing more than doing what came naturally. However, over these years, regardless of what others might say about him, Jin Yan consistently defended him wholeheartedly. 3 years ago, when he got injured and remained unconscious for a long time, the first person he saw upon waking was Jin Yan. Jin Yan grabbed his hand, crying uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. It was only later that Li Shi learned from the nurses that Jin Yan hadn't left his side for even a moment, sleeping outside the surgery room doors when necessary. At one point, Li Shi thought that his life would be like this forever. The concept of family was something he didn't dare imagine, and although he loved Bai Jing dearly, he never truly considered Bai Jing as a completely trustworthy and reliable family member. However, unknown to him, he'd already had a family member all along. Li Shi's vision blurred increasingly, unable to make out the words on the phone screen clearly. Later, Xiao Yu called and reported that there was still no news from Jin Yan. However, he discovered that Bai Hao had gone abroad a few days ago, helping Song Siyue manage her assets. Now that Song Fuhua was dead, Song Siyue handed over some businesses conducted overseas to Bai Hao. Thus, Bai Hao hadn't returned to the country. Li Shi was stunned and asked, "He's together with Song Xiao now?" Xiao Yu replied, "Yes." "When did this happen?" "They made it public last month on Bai Hao's birthday." "Bai Hao's birthday?" Li Shi recalled that at the time, Jin Yan had enthusiastically told him that he wanted to give Bai Ye's photo as a birthday gift to Bai Hao, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "I see. Continue monitoring Song Xiao, and also investigate who among his subordinates are looking for Jin Yan." Xiao Yu responded affirmatively, offering reassurance, "Mr. Li, don't worry. Mr. Bai is already handling this matter. With the Bai family stepping in, at least Jin Yan's life can be spared." Li Shi certainly hoped so. But what he feared most was that something had already happened to Jin Yan in those 4 days. That night, Li Shi didn't sleep well. Even when he dozed off vaguely, he would still hear his phone ringing in his dreams, only to wake up startled and find nothing. In such unease, the night passed. The next morning, Song Xiaoxiao called first. She informed Li Shi that she had just received news, Jin Yan had already been captured by Song Xiao, but no one knew where exactly he was. Li Shi frowned, "Is the source reliable?" "Reliable," Song Xiaoxiao gave a cold laugh. "Ever since Bai Jing confirmed our cooperation, some people on Song Xiao's side have become restless." "Alright, I understand." Just after Li Shi hung up, Xiao Yu called. "Mr. Li, there's something unusual about Song Xiao's side. Although he is searching for Jin Yan, he's not making any significant moves. It seems more like posturing." Li Shi tried to control his emotions and said, "Jin Yan is in his hands, check where he has been recently." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's voice became frantic. Okay, I'll look into it right away." After hanging up, Li Shi got out of bed. The day before, he had asked Wei Zhe, who told him that his physical weakness stemmed from 2 things, one was the aftermath of his high fever, and the other was due to the medicine he took, which had rather severe side effects, causing dizziness and shortness of breath. Li Shui hadn't taken that medication yesterday, and although he wasn't fully recovered yet, he felt much better. Li Shui took off his hospital gown and found a white shirt in the wardrobe. Since being hospitalized, he had lost a lot of weight, and the clothes that originally fit him were now too loose. While fastening the buttons of his shirt, he thought about Jin Yen. The more he thought, the darker his expression became. Why was Jin Yen captured so quickly? Why, with so many people searching for him, was it specifically Song Sil who found him? Li Shui considered a possibility and suddenly grabbed his phone, calling Bai Hao. As soon as Bai Hao picked up, Li Shui gritted his teeth and demanded, "You searched for Jin Yen. Was it you who told Song Sil?" Bai Hao remained silent. Li Shui's voice trembled. "Bai Hao, do you think why Jin Yen went to Song Xiaoxiao and why he kidnapped Song Sil? What do you think?" Bai Hao coldly retorted, "No matter what reason he had, a life was taken. If he dares to act like this, he must be prepared to face the consequences." "Good, good." In rage, Li Shui let out a bitter laugh. "Bai Hao, remember what you said today." After hanging up, Li Shui felt a chill running down his spine. He had underestimated Bai Hao's ruthlessness. He had thought that at most Bai Hao would ignore Jin Yen, but he hadn't expected Bai Hao to personally push Jin Yen toward certain doom. If anything happened to Jin Yen, he would never forgive Bai Hao. Soon, Xiao Yu sent news. Song Sil had been busy with Song Fuhua's funeral lately, but he managed to make a trip to the entertainment complex owned by the Song family. This place had been closed since Song Fuhua's incident, so Song Sil's sudden visit there was highly suspicious. While listening to the call, Li Shui headed downstairs, telling Xiao Yu to rush there immediately. He would meet up with them at the entertainment complex. Exiting the hospital gates, the car Li Shui had arranged was already waiting outside. He opened the door and got in, giving the driver the address and saying, "Drive faster." The driver complied, pressing the accelerator and speeding off as fast as possible. When Li Shui arrived at the entertainment complex, Xiao Yu was already there, rushing over to him and saying, "It seems like the Song family received some information and they all withdrew." Li Shui frowned and asked, "Where is Jin Yen? Have you found him?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, a person rushed over hurriedly, shouting loudly, "We found him. In the back warehouse." But. The person's expression was filled with panic, unable to speak coherently. Li Shui's heart sank, and he pushed the person aside, taking large strides forward. The warehouse was located at the back of the entertainment complex, specifically used for storing alcohol and food. Li Shui had just entered when he saw a bloodied figure lying far away on the ground. His legs buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to fall to his knees. Fortunately, Xiao Yu, who stood nearby, caught him in time. Li Shui closed his eyes briefly to steady himself before moving closer. When he clearly saw the person, it felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Jin Yen was covered in blood, his clothes were soaked in it, and there were dried bloodstains all over the floor, leaving no clue where exactly he was injured. He was still conscious, his eyes half opened, slowly moving around to perceive the surrounding sounds. Seeing Li Shui, Jin Yen tried to smile at him despite his condition. Li Shui stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jin Yen, feeling as if his mind had gone completely blank. Xiao Yu squatted down and checked him, his voice gritted tightly, "Jin Yan's hands and feet are all broken." Given Jin Yan's condition, they couldn't wait for the ambulance. Someone found a stretcher, and Xiao Yu along with knife scar carefully placed Jin Yan onto it. After getting him loaded into the vehicle, Li Shui followed suit. He seemed to regain his senses at this moment and reached out toward Jin Yan's face, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Jin Yan had never seen such a look of panic and helplessness on Li Shui's face before. In agony, Jin Yan wished he could die right away, yet managed to move his lips to struggle out a few words. "I am sorry. I'm sorry for causing trouble for Li Shui." Since the people who left in a hurry did not shoot him to death, Jin Yan realized that Mr. Li must have intervened in this matter. Actually, he preferred if Li Shui hadn't saved him at all. He didn't want to be a burden on Li Shui or to owe Bai family any favors due to his rescue. Looking at Jin Yan, Li Shui's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but he couldn't utter a single word. Since the passing of his father and aunt, he didn't know that he could feel such sorrow again, a pain so deep that each breath felt like knives cutting through his chest. Seeing Li Shui's grief, Jin Yan's eyes also turned red. He wanted to reassure him that he was fine, but instead, a large gush of blood came out from his throat as he attempted to speak. "Jin Yan." Li Shui lost all composure, reaching out to wipe the blood off Jin Yan's lips, only to find more flowing out. Jin Yan was breathing heavily, realizing that he wouldn't make it much longer. With wide-open eyes staring at Li Shui, he gathered all his remaining strength and whispered, "Don't blame the young master." After hiding, he wasn't sure if Bai Hao had been implicated, so he contacted Bai Hao. Bai Hao asked him where he was, and he revealed his location. Soon after, Song Sil's people arrived. But he didn't blame Bai Hao, not even a little bit. It was his own decision, his own choice. Knowing about Li Shui's grudge against the Qin family and witnessing firsthand how much pain Li Shui endured, Jin Yan didn't want Bai Hao to suffer the same way. Therefore, he chose to take on all the hatred alone, allowing his young master to always stay happy. Li Shi continued calling Jin Yan's name, but Jin Yan could hear nothing anymore. Something cool landed on his face. It reminded him of 10 years ago, when he collapsed by the roadside and the snowflakes fell, equally cool. Then he remembered that each blink would allow him to see by how again. Jin Yan's gaze gradually became unfocused, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Li Shi still called out Jin Yan's name, but Jin Yan could no longer hear him. As something cold and wet dropped on his face again, it felt like snowflakes falling once more. Blinking one last time, Jin Yan's expression softened as his gaze faded entirely, leaving behind only the faintest of smiles. Chapter 46. Wei Zhe arrived at the hospital close to noon that day. Fu Wing had felt unwell upon waking up in the morning, and he stayed by her side all along. Only after ensuring Fu Wing was fine did he come to the hospital. As usual, he first went to Li Shi's ward, but when he opened the door, the room was empty, with not a soul around. Wei Zhe, noticing the patient gown on the bed, immediately frowned. Wei Zhe found the nurse responsible for Li Shi first, and she too was startled when she heard that Li Shi was missing. After her fever subsided, Li Shi no longer required constant monitoring, and with her cold personality, others dared not disturb her unless necessary. The nurse had delivered medication in the morning and left, completely unaware of when Li Shi had left. After hearing this, Wei Zhe prepared to call Li Shi, but a strange number called him first. It was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu said they had just located Jin Yan and were now heading to the hospital. However, Jin Yan's condition was very critical, and they hoped Wei Zhe could make the necessary preparations. Wei Zhe asked, "Where is Li Shi? Is Li Shi alright?" "Dr. Wei, don't worry, President Li is fine." Relieved, Wei Zhe hung up and made immediate arrangements at the hospital. He also contacted his uncle, one of the top surgeons in the industry, who had just returned to Jinhai City after attending an academic conference. Wei Zhe invited him over so the surgery would have a better chance of success. Before long, Li Shi and the others arrived. The car had barely come to a stop when nurses rushed over with a stretcher. When Jin Yan was transferred to the bed, his breathing was already so faint that it was barely perceptible. Wei Zhe didn't expect the situation to be this severe. As the person was wheeled into the operating room, he looked up and said to Li Shi, "You need to be mentally prepared." Li Shi was taken aback, grabbed Wei Zhe's collar, and shouted in a low voice, "Mentally prepared? He has only just turned 20. What kind of mental preparation do you want me to have?" Xiao Yu quickly came forward to pull Li Shi's hand and dragged him back, trying to calm him down. "President Li, please stay calm." Wei Zhe glanced at Li Shi, said nothing further, and entered the operating room. Once Wei Zhe had gone, seeing that Li Shi was no longer as agitated as before, Xiao Yu let go. Li Shi stood motionlessly by the wall, and after a long while, seemed drained of all strength, leaning against the wall and slowly sliding down until he was sitting on the ground. Xiao Yu tried to pull him up, but Li Shi waved off Xiao Yu's hand, hoarsely saying, "Leave me alone." In Xiao Yu's memory, Li Shi had always been aloof, planning everything meticulously. He had never seen him look so disheveled. At this moment, Xiao Yu regretted why he hadn't informed Li Shi earlier about what was happening. Why had he secretly worried that perhaps Li Shi didn't care about Jin Yan's life or death? Jin Yan often referred to Uncle Li, but everyone assumed this was merely Jin Yan's one-sided admiration. Today, Xiao Yu realized how much weight Jin Yan held for Li Shi. Turning away a few steps, Xiao Yu made a call to Taoba, referring to knife scar likely as per context, about the situation here, and they discussed it briefly. It was decided that Taoba would continue investigating near the entertainment center while Xiao Yu stayed behind at the hospital. When Xiao Yu returned, Li Shi was still sitting on the ground, head resting on his knees without moving. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Yu wanted to help him up, but before he could act, footsteps were heard nearby. He turned and saw Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan, hurriedly greeting them. Zhuo Mingyuan asked, "How is the situation?" Xiao Yu shook his head lightly and answered in a low voice, "Still in emergency treatment." While he spoke with Zhuo Mingyuan, Bai Jing kept walking straight ahead until reaching Li Shi, calling out, "Li Shi." Li Shi's mind was in chaos and he hadn't noticed Bai Jing's arrival. Upon hearing someone call him, he blankly raised his head. He was wearing a white shirt, his face pale as paper, making the blood stains more striking and unsettling. Bai Jing stopped abruptly and crouched beside Li Shi, scanning his appearance with a stern expression. His voice was icy, "Are you injured?" Li Shi stared dazedly at Bai Jing, seemingly unable to recognize who was in front of him and unaware of what Bai Jing was asking. Upon hearing Bai Jing's question, Xiao Yu stepped closer and softly replied, "President Li is not hurt. That is Jin Yan's blood." Without another word, Bai Jing gripped Li Shi's arm and pulled him up. Li Shi offered no resistance as Bai Jing led him to sit on a chair nearby. Bai Jing instructed Zhuo Mingyuan, "Go get something to eat." Just as Zhuo Mingyuan was about to leave, Bai Jing called him back, "Just bring plain congee, nothing else." Zhuo Mingyuan responded, but Xiao Yu still had something to say to him, so they both walked out together. After the two of them left, Li Shi still hadn't spoken a word, and Bai Jing also temporarily didn't pay attention to Li Shi. His mobile phone had been ringing non-stop, one of the calls even coming from his great-uncle. This elder was the most influential figure in the Bai family since Bai Weitong's passing. Even he had personally called, showing just how complicated this matter had become. It wasn't long before Zhuo Mingyuan and Xiao Yu returned carrying things. Given the urgency, Zhuo Mingyuan had bought porridge directly at the hospital. This porridge had just been prepared, and Zhuo Mingyuan also purchased a small porcelain bowl from someone nearby. He opened the lid, slowly poured the steaming white porridge into the bowl, then handed it to Li Shui, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Li Shui hadn't quite heard what Zhuo Mingyuan said. He mechanically took the bowl. As soon as he lifted his hand, he saw the dried bloodstains all over it. Still lost in thought about the Bai family's affairs and Jin Yan's situation, Li Shui didn't even notice that he had grabbed the spoon wrong and started to drink the porridge without using it. Bai Jing had just finished his call and sat down next to Li Shui when he noticed this movement and promptly stopped him by grabbing his hand. Startled, Li Shui turned to look at Bai Jing, his gaze finally focused. Realizing what he was doing, his expression turned somewhat weary. He put the porridge aside. "I'll drink it later." Actually, he had no appetite at all. However, he hadn't eaten anything since early morning. He could no longer neglect his health like he used to. If he collapsed, what would happen to Jin Yan? Bai Jing picked up the bowl and held out his hand towards Zhuo Mingyuan. "Give me the spoon." Zhuo Mingyuan quickly handed the spoon over to Bai Jing. Bai Jing stirred the porridge with the spoon, blew away the steam, and then carefully scooped up a small amount, holding the bowl close to Li Shui's mouth. Li Shui looked blankly at Bai Jing, who revealed an impatient expression and commanded firmly, "Open your mouth." Li Shui remained unresponsive, which made Bai Jing genuinely annoyed. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "Don't waste time." Only then did Li Shui lower his gaze and slowly drink the porridge. Standing beside the two, Zhuo Mingyuan felt awkward. He thought it might be inappropriate to continue watching, but walking away seemed somehow wrong too. Xiao Yu stood farther back, his face betraying surprise at the scene unfolding before him. On multiple occasions, he had accompanied Bai Jing and Ningyu on trips and never once had Bai Jing acted this way towards Ningyu. By the time Bai Jing had fed Li Shui half a bowl, his phone rang again, yet he paid it no mind. When the porridge had cooled enough, Li Shui reached out to take the bowl. "I'll finish it myself." This time Bai Jing didn't argue. Watching Li Shui finish the entire bowl of porridge, he stood up and said, "You stay here at the hospital, I'll handle everything else." Only then did he finally take out his continuously ringing phone. Passing by Xiao Yu, he paused and instructed, "Find a wet towel and help clean the blood off his hands." Without waiting for a reply, he quickly walked away. Zhuo Mingyuan didn't even have time to exchange a few more words with Li Shui. Rushing after Bai Jing, he mused silently. They were already exhausted from their busy schedule, but upon receiving the news that Jin Yan had been found and rushed to the hospital, Bai Jing had set aside all matters to come here. Initially, Zhuo Mingyuan hadn't understood why Bai Jing came. Now he grasped the situation. Bai Jing probably, possibly, maybe, had just come to make sure Li Shui ate properly. Xiao Yu stared blankly at Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan's retreating backs. Rumors outside claimed that Bai Jing, because of Ningyu, had driven Li Shui away and that the two had completely broken ties. But just now, when Bai Jing was about to leave amidst incessant calls, he hadn't forgotten to ask Xiao Yu to clean the blood off Li Shui's hands. Was this really the attitude of someone who had severed all ties? Xiao Yu felt somewhat confused. Chapter 47. Jin Yan's surgery lasted a very long time. Li Shui waited outside the entire time. A nurse came halfway through to deliver some medicine to him. Xiao Yu noticed that he didn't look well and suggested he take a rest, but Li Shui refused. It wasn't until evening when the surgery finally ended. Wei Zhe emerged looking extremely exhausted. He told Li Shui that Jin Yan's life had been temporarily saved, and he would next be transferred to the ICU for further observation. Temporarily? Li Shui frowned and asked. Yes, Wei Zhe sighed. His internal organs were injured in several places, and he could fall back into danger at any time due to various complications. But don't worry too much, Jin Yan is in good physical condition overall, so it will be fine. Wei Zhe dared not tell Li Shui that during the surgery, Jin Yan's heart had once stopped beating. If his uncle hadn't been there, the surgery might not have even made it to the end. I understand, said Li Shui, seeing that Wei Zhe was nearly too tired to stand. He spoke softly, you've worked hard. Wei Zhe waved his hand. I still have some things to attend to. You return to the ward first. I'll let you know immediately if anything happens. All right, Li Shui replied. Once Wei Zhe left, he was about to turn around and talk to Xiao Yu when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone, recognized the name, then quickly turned the screen face down and told Xiao Yu, I'll answer a call. He walked away to a quiet place. Once he was alone, he pressed the call button. What is it? Nothing much, I just wanted to see if you're free tonight and invite you to dinner, said the caller with a gentle voice, tinged with faint amusement. Li Shui grew cold. Ningyu, what do you want again? I already told you, I'm inviting you to dinner. Oh, by the way, I also have a gift for you. Li Shui didn't respond, but Ningyu wasn't irritated as he continued, I'll be waiting for you at Jushi Garden. With a soft sigh, he added, even if you don't want to come and meet me, you should at least come to see this gift, it's specifically prepared for you. Li Shui, hearing Ning Yu's hidden pride and excitement in his words, knew without thinking that whatever awaited him wouldn't be good. There was a voice inside him telling him not to go, yet another voice countered. Ning Yu was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. If he didn't go now, Ning Yu would find other ways to approach him. They'd face each other sooner or later. What difference did it make whether it was earlier or later? Li Shui gripped his phone tightly. Fine, I'll come. Xiao Yu had been waiting behind all along. Seeing that Li Shui finally hung up and turned around, he greeted, Mr. Li, what would you like to eat? I'll buy it right now. Li Shui shook his head. I need to go out for a bit. Don't worry about me. Thank you for your help today. You should get some rest early. Hearing that Li Shui was leaving, Xiao Yu hurriedly asked, where are you going? Let me drive you. No need, Li Shui started, but Xiao Yu cut him off. Mr. Li, please don't argue anymore. In this situation, there's no way I can leave you alone. It wasn't just that Li Shui had only recently recovered from serious illness, his body wasn't fully restored yet. Even when he was healthy, Xiao Yu wouldn't allow him to go alone. Should anything happen to Li Shui, Xiao Yu wouldn't bear the consequences. Seeing Xiao Yu's firm attitude, Li Shui stopped arguing further. Before leaving the hospital, he went back to the ward first and changed out of the blood-stained shirt. Then, he called Wei Zhe to inform him that he needed to step out briefly and requested Wei Zhe to watch over Jin Yan for him. Wei Zhe was exasperated. Is it so hard for you to rest on the bed for a moment, Li Shui? Li Shui explained, sorry, but there are some things I must handle personally. I'll return as soon as possible. Wei Zhe disapproved, but since Li Shui had made up his mind, what could he do? Recalling Li Shui's reaction earlier in the day, Wei Zhe couldn't bring himself to stop him or make decisions for him. So, he simply said, all right, go ahead, but please be careful. Only after hanging up did Li Shui descend the stairs with Xiao Yu. Once in the car, Li Shui gave an address. Noticing how weak Li Shui sounded while speaking, Xiao Yu worriedly suggested, Mr. Li, you can take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive. Li Shui nodded and closed his eyes, but his furrowed brows showed he was still deep in thought. The journey wasn't long, and upon arrival at Zhu Shi Garden, Xiao Yu felt hesitant to wake Li Shui, but also worried about delaying his affairs. Before he could say anything, Li Shui woke up himself. He had never fallen asleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. Initially, Xiao Yu wanted to accompany him, but Li Shui declined, asking Xiao Yu to wait in the car. If anything happens, call me, Xiao Yu said. Li Shui nodded, got out of the car, and walked in. As soon as he entered the hall, a faint scent of incense hit his nose. Beside the door stood two screens, and behind them were waitresses in cheongsams with their hair coiled neatly and exquisite makeup who approached Li Shui immediately they saw him. After Li Shui gave Ning Yu's name, she gestured politely and said, Mr. Li, please follow me. Li Shui followed her as she led him upstairs, walking straight to a private room at the back before stopping and announcing, Mr. Ning is waiting for you inside. With that, she left along with another waitress stationed outside the room. Li Shui paused momentarily by the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. The private room was elegantly decorated, with a side near the balcony made entirely of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the glass, one could see the artificial hills and trickling streams in the courtyard clearly. Ning Yu was lost in thought gazing out when he heard the sound of the door opening. He turned around, seeing Li Shui, and smiled faintly, you're here. Please sit. Li Shui closed the door and walked over to sit opposite Ning Yu. In front of Ning Yu was a black ebony tea tray. He poured a cup of tea for Li Shui and slowly got up to bring the tea over. Li Shui looked at Ning Yu's legs. Ning Yu, noticing his gaze, spoke up proactively, I can barely stand. Even though standing was challenging, he managed because first, he wanted to show Li Shui that he was recovering and wouldn't remain an invalid forever. Second, he intended to shift from his usual disadvantageous position in front of Li Shui and not give him any opportunities today. Li Shui remained silent. After sitting down, Ning Yu carefully examined Li Shui and noticed how unwell he appeared compared to his previous vibrant self. Puzzled, Ning Yu asked, are you really sick? Earlier, he had scoffed at rumors of Li Shui's illness, thinking it was merely a ploy for Li Shui to compete with him for Bai Jing's attention. It's just a cold and fever, replied Li Shui, lacking the mood or time to beat around the bush with Ning Yu. Looking him straight in the eye, Li Shui asked bluntly, why did you ask me to come? What do you want? Don't be so impatient. Try this, the tea tastes quite good. Li Shui didn't move, and Ning Yu wasn't perturbed, switching topics instead. I heard the young man who's always been by your side got into trouble. Need my help? Hearing this sincere question from Ning Yu, Li Shui let out a sarcastic laugh. Ning Yu, don't you find it funny even yourself saying these words? Startled, Ning Yu then wore an expression of bewilderment. Li Shui, why do you always harbor such strong hostility towards me? I seem to have never done anything wrong to you. My visit to Bai Jing's house was her own decision, and I hope you leave her because Bai Jing simply does not love you. Did I do anything wrong? His innocent look questioning Li Shui, did I do anything wrong? Left Li Shui speechless, feeling like his heart had been pierced by Ning Yu's words, leaving a bleeding wound. Sighing, Ning Yu explained, actually, I didn't summon you here for anything major. Previously, during a dinner with Fu Ting, I heard something interesting and recorded a segment of it. I thought you might want to hear it too. As he spoke, Ningyu took out his phone. He fiddled on its interface until he finally placed it gently on the table. It was quiet inside the private room. Not long after, Fu Ting's voice emanated from the phone. Li Shi assumed it was a recording between Fu Ting and Ningyu, but as he listened further, he froze. Chapter 48. Bai Jing, can't you even control your own dog? Now he's come to bother me. I will handle it. Handle it? How do you plan on handling it? Your Bai family's foundations are almost exposed by him. I just want to ask you, does your engagement with Fu Ying still count? The engagement won't be affected. As for Li Shi, I won't keep him around anymore. What do you mean? You tell me what I mean. In the recording, Fu Ting suddenly fell silent, taking a long pause before speaking again. Do you need my help? No, I'll arrange it myself. Since you've made the decision, don't waver at the last minute. If he survives, it will be an endless trouble. I know. The recording ended here. No one in the private room spoke as time passed slowly, the air seeming to freeze solid. Ningyu looked up at Li Shi, who appeared dazed and soulless, and couldn't help but smirk. This gift Ningyu prepared for Li Shi was an unexpected gain. He had merely invited Fu Ting out for dinner to inquire about the events of the past, but little did he expect that Fu Ting would give him such a surprise. Fu Ting said that the engagement between Bai Jing and Fu Ying was approaching, but Li Shi wouldn't stop harassing them and Bai Jing failed to resolve the situation promptly. This started raising doubts in Fu Ting about Bai Jing. Thus, before arranging a negotiation meeting, he secretly rigged the room, and this conversation was recorded during that time. Actually, this recording meant nothing significant to Fu Ting. But Li Shi not only ruined their cooperation with the Bai family but also caused ridicule to the Fu family, so Fu Ting held onto it as an extra measure due to his hatred toward Li Shi. Li Shi's relationship with Bai Jing forced Fu Ting to be cautious before, but now that Ningyu had returned, handing over the matter to Ningyu seemed more appropriate. Ningyu took his gaze off Li Shi and poured himself a cup of tea. When I first came back, you told me that if you hadn't taken a bullet for Bai Jing, he might already be dead, Ningyu stated mildly. Now I'm giving you that statement back verbatim. Yes, without Li Shi stepping in front of Bai Jing might no longer be alive. But without that bullet, Li Shi's life would probably have been lost too. It was purely luck that Bai Jing got injured first. He saved Bai Jing's life, which in turn saved his own. And because of that, he received compensation from Bai Jing, a cancellation of the engagement, allowing him to spend 3 years together with Bai Jing. Li Shi didn't respond. He felt like someone had crushed him into pieces and put him back together carelessly, and now he didn't even know who this person in front of him was or what they were doing. The tea before him exhaled thin wisps of steam, and Li Shi, distracted, reached for the teacup. The cup had barely left the table when it slipped from his hands and landed back down. Hot tea spilled over his hand, quickly forming blisters. But Li Shi didn't flinch, pulling his fingers back and placing his hand under his body instead. Watching this, Ningyu felt pity and sorrow for him. Even if someone slashed this man right in front of him now, he doubted Li Shi would even cry out in pain. Don't blame Bai Jing for being cruel, Ningyu said coldly. You've gone too far. What makes you think you can threaten the Bai family to force his love? And don't think about revenge. He owes you nothing. If you hate anyone, hate me. As Li Shi listened to Ningyu's words, a faint reaction finally stirred within him. A very slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he nodded slowly. Yes, it's not his fault. It's my mistake. Then, he repeated quietly, it's my mistake. Ningyu observed coolly as this arrogant man who never cared about anyone acknowledged his mistake humbly before him. He knew that Li Shi would no longer pose a threat. Li Shi raised his head, his eyes filled with emptiness. Go back, let me fulfill your wish. Ningyu locked eyes with him, assessing whether Li Shi's promise could be trusted. Eventually, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, a middle-aged man arrived and pushed Ningyu away. After Ningyu left, Li Shi remained seated. He tried to stand, using the table to support himself, but despite multiple attempts, he failed. He couldn't stop himself from thinking about the past. The images flooding his mind made his hands shake uncontrollably. He remembered that day when they were having a Cold War. They sat silently inside the car, a vast distance between them, without uttering a single word. He exited the vehicle first. Just as he had stood steady, he heard the gunshot. He realized the danger but his body wasn't fully turned yet. Instinctively, he pushed Bai Jing back inside the car. Then, a bullet struck his chest. At the time, they didn't have many people with them and the bodyguards all rushed out. As he fell down, he was still reaching for the car door, trying to close it. But before his hand could touch the door, he lost consciousness. Later, it was found out that these people were sent by the Qin family to take revenge on Bai Jing. If Li Shi's reaction had been a bit slower and his actions not so fast, then this bullet would have actually hit Bai Jing. Although Li Shi never said anything, he always felt relieved whenever he thought about it, relieved that Bai Jing hadn't been injured. He didn't know, if there hadn't been this accident, Bai Jing might have arranged someone to wait for him in another place to take his life. Suddenly, a wave of nausea rose from his stomach. Li Shui, with a pale face, rushed to the bathroom, pushed the door open, and began violently vomiting at the sink. He hadn't eaten much that day, just a little congee, and when he finished vomiting, he even brought up bile mixed with blood. After rinsing his mouth and raising his head, looking at the person in the mirror with bloodshot eyes, looking completely disheveled, Li Shui couldn't help but laugh. As he laughed, tears slowly started flowing from his eyes. Li Shui had always thought that his father was too pitiful. How could there be such a pitiful person, loving one person all his life, and in the end dying because of that person? Today, he realized that he was even more pitiful than his father. Xiao Yu waited downstairs for over an hour, still feeling somewhat uneasy, and was just about to call Li Shui when he came out. Under the night sky, Xiao Yu couldn't see Li Shui's expression clearly, but by his way of walking, he faintly sensed something was off. Before Xiao Yu could move closer, he saw Li Shui miss a step while going down the stairs and fall from the steps. Xiao Yu was startled and ran over quickly to help him up, anxiously asking, "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Li Shui shook off the dust from his hands and softly said, "I'm fine." Xiao Yu carefully examined Li Shui. Luckily, it was only a small set of steps, so Li Shui wasn't seriously hurt, only with some scrapes on his face and hands. But upon getting closer, Xiao Yu noticed water marks on his collar and bloodshot eyes. "Mr. Li, what happened?" Xiao Yu hesitated to ask. Li Shui smiled and shook his head, "Nothing, let's go back." Xiao Yu was still hesitant, but he dared not ask further, so he said, "You wait here a moment, I'll drive the car over." Li Shui nodded, and Xiao Yu walked towards the parking lot. By the time he drove the car over, seeing Li Shui standing alone by the roadside, staring into space, he felt increasingly uneasy. Once Li Shui got in the car and turned a corner, he called Xiao Yu's name. Looking at him through the rearview mirror, Li Shui said, "No matter who asks about where I went today, don't say anything." Xiao Yu didn't know who exactly he met or what happened, so he didn't ask but just replied, "All right." At the hospital, Li Shui asked Xiao Yu to drive back and rest, then he didn't contact Wei Zhe either, going to the ICU ward alone. The on-duty doctor said that Jin Yan's condition was relatively stable. If he could get through the night without any issues, there wouldn't be any big problems. Li Shui thanked the doctor, then looked at Jin Yan through the glass window for a while. When he returned to the ward, as he just reached the door, he encountered Wei Zhe coming out. Seeing him, Wei Zhe's eyes widened. "Li Shui, how did you end up like this?" Wei Zhe couldn't believe that the person in front of him with wrinkled clothes and a wounded face was Li Shui. When his gaze dropped to Li Shui's red and swollen fingers and the blisters, his face darkened as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Shui didn't answer, he just said, "I've seen Jin Yan already, you should go back." Li Shui thought it was truly unfortunate for Wei Zhe to know him. Fu Ying was also pregnant, yet he kept causing trouble for Wei Zhe every few days. Wei Zhe glanced at him once and walked off in another direction. Li Shui withdrew his gaze, dragging his feet into the ward, and sat on the sofa closest to him after turning on the light. The blisters on his right hand stung and itched, but he didn't pay attention, directly rolling up the sleeve of his left arm. There was a large abrasion on his elbow, which he suffered when he fell down the steps. Li Shui checked that no bones were injured, so he ignored it. Just as he was about to stand up, the door opened, and Wei Zhe came in with medicine. Li Shui froze, and Wei Zhe said nothing, sitting beside him and pulling his hand to start treating his wounds. It was very quiet in the room, so when Li Shui spoke, despite how softly his voice was, it sounded especially jarring. "Wei Zhe, 3 years ago, Bai Jing wanted me dead, you and Fu Ying knew about it, right?" Wei Zhe's hand suddenly trembled. Li Shui couldn't help but smile. He was too stupid. Fu Ying had hesitated so many times, and even a few days ago, she almost said, 3 years ago. He himself just never took the time to think it through. Wei Zhe looked up, his eyes full of disbelief. He stared at Li Shui, feeling his throat tighten. "Li Shui, back then, when Fu Ying and we..." Wei Zhe's nerves left him speechless. "I know," Li Shui lowered his gaze. "You didn't do anything wrong." Wei Zhe and Fu Ying were right to hesitate. 3 years ago, he had barely come back from the brink of death. At that time, if they told him that the person he had loved for nearly 10 years, whom he had risked his life to save, wanted him dead. Li Shui closed his eyes, imagining it would have driven him to breaking point. "Who told you? How did you find out?" Li Shui chuckled softly, "It doesn't matter. It was something I'd eventually need to know." Li Shui. "Wei Zhe, could you get me some painkillers? You have a headache again?" "Yeah." Li Shui gave a light response. Actually, he didn't have a headache, he just didn't know how to tell Wei Zhe. He needed to tell Wei Zhe that the wound on his chest, which had healed 3 years ago, now ached so much he wished he could stab it with a knife, cutting into the flesh inside. Chapter 49. Wei Zhe didn't agree with Li Shui, but asked him instead, "Now that Jin Yan has been rescued, aren't you also preparing for surgery?" Li Shui remained silent for a long time before saying, "I'm being discharged tomorrow." "Discharged?" Wei Zhe seemed to have heard something unbelievable and raised his voice, "What kind of joke are you playing?" "Wei Zhe, this illness won't kill me right away, will it?" Li Shui smiled, "I still have things to do." Jin Yan was the one he needed to save, so Li Shui couldn't leave all the mess to Bai Jing. Besides, Li Shui thought about the wounds on Jin Yan's body, and a faint coldness appeared in his eyes. He wouldn't send someone to beat Song Siluo, that would be too easy. Since Song Siluo wanted the Song family, and Bai Hao also wanted to profit from it, well then, let them get nothing. This was something he had to do, and it had nothing to do with Bai Jing or the Bai family. Li Shui, do you even know what you're talking about? Wei Zhe was already completely enraged. In Li Shui's brain, it was as if there was a time bomb planted. The tumor is benign now. Before it irreversibly damages the surrounding brain tissues, important cranial nerves, and blood vessels, perhaps complete removal can be achieved, leading to a cure. However, every day, every second he delays, increases the danger because no one can guarantee that the tumor won't worsen at any given moment. This illness might not kill immediately, but if it reaches a point where immediate treatment is necessary, even the best surgery won't allow him to live much longer. Li Shui was gambling with his life. After taking back his medicated hand, Li Shui calmly said, I know what I'm talking about. Don't try to persuade me. You know it's useless. Wei Zhe threw away the cotton swab in his hand, veins popping on his forehead, don't even think about it. I will never agree to your discharge. Li Shui tried to ease the tension and laughed, can you actually have someone stop me from leaving? How could Wei Zhe have the mood to joke around with him? He abruptly stood up, the words rushing out without thinking, is it because of what happened 3 years ago? Just because he wanted you dead, will you not live? Li Shui, you live for yourself. Not for Bai Jing. The smile on Li Shui's lips slowly disappeared. I don't want to talk about this. Go back. I need some rest. Wei Zhe did not miss the flash of pain on Li Shui's face. He froze in place, regretting how he suddenly brought this up. Even though his intention was to dissuade Li Shui, it was akin to stabbing a knife into Li Shui's heart. If the roles were reversed, and Fu Ying wanted him dead, even knowing this was only hypothetical and impossible, Wei Zhe would still feel chilled to the bone. After Li Shui spoke, he lowered his head. Wei Zhe couldn't see the expression on his face but could sense the gloomy aura around him. Wei Zhe moved his mouth, not knowing what to say, and in the end, could only sigh and turn to walk out. As the room grew quiet again, Li Shui closed his eyes, allowing the chest pain to subside bit by bit. Then he stood up, just grabbed a change of clothes from the wardrobe when his phone rang suddenly. Upon seeing Tang Xue's number, Li Shui answered the call without hesitation. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I'm disturbing you so late. Tang Xue hadn't had any news recently, and Li Shui assumed she was busy with work. But hearing her voice now, he felt something wasn't right. What's wrong? When Tang Xue spoke again, she sounded tearful, I need your help. Li Shui furrowed his brows and said deeply, don't panic, tell me properly. Hearing Li Shui's words, Tang Xue tried her best to control her emotions and told Li Shui everything. Where are you now? I'm home, Tang Xue couldn't help but sob once more. Alright, wait at home. After hanging up the phone, Li Shui initially wanted to contact Xiao Yu, but thought better of it since Xiao Yu had just returned, so he dialed Knife Scar's number instead. Knife Scar quickly picked up the phone, and Li Shui briefed him on the general situation. Knife Scar said, Mr. Li, please rest assured, I'll handle it right away. After finishing that call, Li Shui immediately dialed another call to a familiar bank president. Just like that, one call after another passed, and the night went by quickly. Though Li Shui felt exhausted, he was somewhat relieved that he could temporarily suppress his chaotic thoughts, not repeatedly recalling the devastating words from the recording. Early the next morning, Li Shui got up and tidied up the scattered items in his ward. Then he headed straight downstairs to the ICU. After hearing from the nurse that Jin Yan was in stable condition, Li Shui finally showed a trace of genuine smile. Without further delay, he left the hospital. Li Shui returned to the hotel first. When the hotel manager learned he had come back, he specially came over to congratulate him on his recovery and then asked if he intended to continue staying. Li Shui nodded and said, of course. The manager smiled and asked, does Mr. Li need any special attention regarding his diet? The hotel always assigned dedicated personnel for customers like Li Shui. Li Shui replied, no, thank you for your concern. The Mr. Li should rest well, I won't disturb anymore. After the person left, Li Shui tidied up some things in the hotel before heading to Bai family's company. When he arrived, it was almost noon. Li Shui walked toward Bai Jing's office, and everyone he met along the way greeted him. Of course, each person's face revealed varying degrees of surprise. They probably all thought he would no longer appear here. When Li Shui reached the office, the secretary stood up immediately upon seeing him, revealing a polite smile, good day, General Manager Li. Li Shui nodded and said, ask your general manager by whether he is available to see me now. The secretary looked at Li Shui with confusion, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant. Li Shui remained standing where he was, looking at her. The secretary hurriedly picked up the phone, all right, I'll ask right away. It wasn't surprising for her to behave so flustered. In this company, Bai Jing's office was in some sense akin to Li Shui's own office. Li Shui had always entered and exited casually without advance notice or Bai Jing's approval. Even if there were important people inside discussing significant matters, Li Shui never hesitated. Of course, this privilege was tacitly approved by Bai Jing. After hanging up, the secretary said to Li Shui, "Please enter, General Manager Li." "Thank you." Li Shui thanked her and walked inside. He stopped at the door and knocked first, only entering after Bai Jing responded. Upon raising his head and seeing Bai Jing, Li Shui's body quivered slightly. He clenched his hand tightly, and the pain from his palm helped him regain composure. Zhuo Mingyuan was also inside the office, standing next to Bai Jing with a file in his hand. Seeing Li Shui, Zhuo Mingyuan asked surprisedly, "Are you discharged?" Li Shui nodded slightly and slowly walked to the opposite side of Bai Jing's desk. "General Manager Bai." As soon as Li Shui spoke, Bai Jing froze. Zhuo Mingyuan's reaction was even more exaggerated, with an expression almost resembling shock. "I'm here today to discuss something with you. I hope that the collaboration with Song Xiaoxiao can be handed over to me for negotiation. Of course, once the details are finalized, I will definitely let you review them." At that time, to save Jin Yan, Bai Jing chose to collaborate with Song Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for this decision, Song Siluo might have been more cautious due to fear, and Song Xiaoxiao might have gotten wind of the situation earlier. Jin Yan could have been dead long ago. Li Shui merely asked Bai Jing to help rescue Jin Yan. Since Jin Yan had been saved, it was natural that he handle these subsequent troubles. Bai Jing remained silent, quietly observing the person in front of him. Li Shui was far too thin. In the hospital, dressed in his patient gown, he looked very slender, with strands of hair falling across his forehead, making him seem somewhat weak and pitiable. Now, Li Shui's suit had not a single wrinkle. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing sharp features, exuding an air of extreme coldness. This was the Li Shui Bai Jing knew, but it also seemed like a completely unfamiliar Li Shui. In the past, when Li Shui entered his office, he wouldn't let the secretary know, nor would he address him as, "Bai General Manager." Compared to the deliberate coldness and distance Li Shui exhibited during their arguments, this person in front of Bai Jing showed absolutely no emotional fluctuation. It was as if they were just superior and subordinate, having never had any relationship. "The wound on your face," Bai Jing finally spoke, "how did it happen?" "Yesterday, I accidentally tripped, but it's just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days." Such calm, polite answers made Bai Jing somewhat lost. In the past, Li Shui would certainly have given him a cold look and asked, "What's it to you?" Realizing his own thoughts, Bai Jing even felt as if something was wrong with him. Isn't this exactly what he anticipated and hoped for? He disliked Li Shui's sharpness, stubbornness, and self-righteousness. So why is he dissatisfied with the current Li Shui who acts no differently than Zhuo Mingyuan or anyone else? Li Shui, seeing Bai Jing remain silent for a long time, assumed that Bai Jing was worried about him continuing to meddle in company affairs and trying to stay here longer. So Li Shui said, "You can rest assured. I absolutely will not interfere with other company matters. If you have any concerns, you can assign someone to keep an eye on me." Bai Jing had been about to sign a document with his pen when he heard Li Shui's words. His hand trembled slightly, and the tip of the pen created a hole on the paper. Bai Jing slowly put down the pen and said, "There's no need. I don't have such worries. If Li Shui could handle the Song family's matter, it would naturally be the best option." During the period Li Shui was absent from the company, others' work wasn't unsatisfactory either, but Bai Jing always subconsciously compared their performance with Li Shui's. After comparing this way or that, various dissatisfactions and mistakes were always found, leading Bai Jing to take over those tasks himself. The workload multiplied accordingly. However, originally, Bai Jing intended for Li Shui to take some time to recuperate after leaving the hospital. "Since that's the case, I'll go back to work then." Li Shui turned to leave but had only walked halfway when Zhuo Mingyuan, who had finally come back to his senses, called out to him. Li Shui looked back as Zhuo Mingyuan stammered, that. He suddenly felt somewhat nervous looking at Li Shui. "I've arranged a personal assistant for your daily life." "No, it's not me, it's..." Li Shui cut off Zhuo Mingyuan, nodding at him with a faint smile, "No need, thank you." After saying that, he left in large strides. Zhuo Mingyuan withdrew his gaze, confused, and looked toward Bai Jing. What's wrong with Li Shu? He wanted to ask Bai Jing what was wrong with Li Shui, but upon seeing Bai Jing's expression, immediately shut his mouth and held back his words. When Li Shui returned to his office, he was still somewhat worried whether someone else had already taken over his position. Upon seeing Tang Xue and recognizing his belongings on the desk, his mind was finally set at ease. Tang Xue stood up quickly upon seeing him and walked right up to Li Shui. "Good day, Manager Li." Li Shui asked, "Are your parents all right?" Tang Xue, looking down, softly replied, "They've had a bit of a scare, but they're both fine, nothing serious." The reason Tang Xue hadn't visited Li Shui during this time and hadn't even made a phone call was because there was trouble at her home. She had even requested leave from work and stopped showing up altogether. Her brother was a gambling addict. Over these years, while he was recklessly gambling outside, Tang Xue worked tirelessly to pay off his debts. Everyone envied her beauty and capability, earning such a high salary, yet who would know she had secretly grown exhausted, even afraid to fall in love. This time, her brother owed a huge sum of money and fled, leaving Tang Xue unable to raise the funds to pay it off. Consequently, her parents were kidnapped. They demanded payment before releasing them and stated they wouldn't even demand interest, instead, they just wanted her body as repayment. In sheer desperation, Tang Shui only called Li Shui yesterday. Later, Li Shui instructed her to withdraw money from the bank and sent someone to accompany her. After paying off the debt and rescuing her parents, the group led by Scarface also severely reprimanded those who had verbally insulted her. All's well that ends well. Li Shui nodded, about to head inside when Tang Shui reached out and grabbed his arm. Startled, Li Shui asked, "What is it?" Tang Shui's hand shook, as did her voice. "The money, I. You don't need to rush repaying it." Upon hearing this, Tang Shui lifted her head, and Li Shui saw tears streaming down her face, smearing her makeup. Helpless, Li Shui said, "Why are you crying?" "It's not a big deal." To Li Shui, it truly wasn't a significant issue, but for Tang Shui, Li Shui had saved her and her parents. Looking at Li Shui with a gentle expression, Tang Shui could no longer hold back her emotions, sobbing, If you like women, I'd willingly offer myself 10,000 times to repay you." Li Shui, amused, laughed and said, "Who said anything about you offering yourself?" Tang Shui sniffled and asked, Can I hug you?" Li Shui smiled, pulling Tang Shui's hand and enveloping her into his embrace. Tang Shui clutched onto his clothes tightly, resting her head on his chest and crying like a child. Li Shui gently patted Tang Shui's back, raising his eyes slightly when he noticed Bai Jing standing at the entrance of his office. Chapter 50. In Bai Jing's impression, Li Shui had never been so intimate with anyone. Actually, calling it intimate wasn't entirely correct. A beautiful woman cries, and the man gives her a hug to comfort her. This was perfectly normal. But since one of the parties involved was Li Shui, it seemed particularly strange. He had always been reclusive by nature as a child, disliking too much contact with people, and had never shown such a gentle gesture towards anyone. There were those who had once expressed interest in him, but after a few interactions, they ended up avoiding him, claiming he was an emotionless cold hard block of ice. But things were quite the opposite with Bai Jing. Bai Jing could order him around, could hurt him, could summon and dismiss him at will, or even choose whether to accept him or not. The initiative between the two of them had always rested with Bai Jing. Thus, even when Bai Jing detested Li Shui the most, he still felt somewhat smug about his own specialty. However, from the moment Bai Jing laid eyes on Li Shui today, there was something different in his gaze and tone when speaking to him. This vague sense of unease prompted Bai Jing to follow Li Shui after he left. Then, what he saw made him extremely uncomfortable. Tang Shui was still sobbing softly, and when Li Shui raised his head, their eyes met. Bai Jing thought that upon seeing him, Li Shui would push Tang Shui away. Instead, Li Shui gave him a casual glance before lowering his gaze again. As if the person he saw simply didn't matter and was no more important than air. Bai Jing frowned, about to speak when Tang Shui pulled away from Li Shui. She appeared quite embarrassed. Although due to work relations, she spent a lot of time with Li Shui, they did not have many personal exchanges. However, she had always admired Li Shui one-sidedly, respecting yet sympathizing with him, and considering him her role model for effort. After Li Shui helped her and showed her a small bit of kindness and warmth, she became somewhat out of sorts. Li Shui handed her a tissue. Tang Shui took it, blushing red as she said, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry." Clutching the tissue tightly, she continued, "Then I'll go back to work." Tang Shui knew that crying would solve nothing. To repay Mr. Li, she needed to work harder and avoid becoming his trouble or burden. "Go ahead," Li Shui responded lightly. Tang Shui bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude once more earnestly. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of Bai Jing and was startled. She quickly greeted him, "Good day, Mr. Bai." Bai Jing remained silent, not even directing his gaze at her. Tang Shui lingered no longer and quickly walked out. After Tang Shui left, Bai Jing stood silently in the same place, not uttering a word. Li Shui finally asked, "Is there anything you need?" Bai Jing's voice was cold and rigid. "Have lunch together at noon." "No need, I've already eaten." Li Shui sat down at his desk without raising his head while speaking. The last time Bai Jing invited him to dinner, although Li Shui did not show it on the surface, deep down he was delighted. But during the meal, Bai Jing had warned him against doing unnecessary things. At that time, Li Shui felt like someone had slapped him right across the face. He did not know what Bai Jing intended to warn him about this time, but regardless of what it was, Li Shui wouldn't go. After hearing the recording yesterday, he couldn't help but admire Bai Jing. How could Bai Jing endure living with him for 3 years? Li Shui couldn't imagine how disgusting each of their embraces and kisses must have felt to Bai Jing over those 3 years. No wonder, upon Ning Yu's return, Bai Jing clung to him as if he'd found a lifeline and was eager to cast Li Shui aside. Thinking about it, Li Shui himself began to feel nauseated. He looked up to see Bai Jing still standing there, and his face paled. "Anything else?" Li Shui inadvertently let some irritation and impatience seep into his voice. Bai Jing felt inexplicably restless inside, frowning as he asked, "Li Shui, what's wrong with you?" Li Shui suddenly felt helpless. Did Bai Jing really need to hear the word "go away" explicitly in order to understand him? Still, Li Shui couldn't bring himself to say it outright. After all, now he owed someone a favor, and he wasn't one to burn bridges after crossing a river. Li Shui sighed, Jin Yan's incident has put me in a bad mood, please excuse me. I need to work now. If there's nothing else, just go back. Having said that, he lowered his head again, immersing himself in work, without sparing Bai Jing another glance. Bai Jing stood by the door, completely stunned by Li Shui's response. What exactly was off? One day, Li Shui actually told him, please excuse me. Bai Jing wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say next. Li Shui being so polite, persisting further would only make Bai Jing seem unreasonably troublesome. Bai Jing wasn't about to put himself in such an embarrassing situation. He turned around and walked away with a cold expression on his face. Not long after Bai Jing left, Tang Shui came back to deliver materials to Li Shui. It was only a matter of minutes, yet all traces of her earlier weakness and pitiful demeanor had vanished, replaced once again by the usual calmness and composure. Tang Shui placed 2 documents in front of Li Shui. One was something he had asked her to prepare before, while the other she explained, this was just sent over by assistant Sui. After hearing this, Li Shui flipped through the document but merely skimmed it briefly before closing it again. He then instructed Tang Shui, have someone send it back. Tang Shui nodded, alright, Mr. Li. Li Shui wasn't sure what Sui Mingyuan's intention was. But aside from the cooperation he needed to discuss with Song Xiaoxiao, for all other core matters within the company, he insisted that he wouldn't get involved if he said so. In the afternoon, when Bai Jing was working, several times the office door opened, and he thought it was Li Shui. Each time, when it turned out not to be him, his expression grew grim. Several department managers left his office looking confused, unsure what they might have done wrong. When Sui Mingyuan came again, Bai Jing couldn't help himself anymore and asked, where's Li Shui? Sui Mingyuan paused, as he had no way of knowing. Unable to interfere in Li Shui's affairs either, he cautiously suggested, should I give him a call? Unnecessary. Bai Jing coldly declined. Sui Mingyuan didn't bring it up again, but unexpectedly, Bai Jing suddenly slammed the file in his hand heavily onto the desk, shouting, what mood is he throwing a fit about? Startled, Sui Mingyuan didn't know how to respond. In his opinion, it wasn't Li Shui throwing a tantrum, rather, it was their big boss doing so. It seemed Bai Jing hadn't really expected an answer from Sui Mingyuan either, because after this burst of anger, he calmed down. Just as the day was approaching its end, he suddenly asked again, where's Li Shui? Fortunately, this time Sui Mingyuan had prepared in advance, having already asked Tang Shui, so he quickly replied, he went to Song family's company. Bai Jing fell silent. Sui Mingyuan looked at him, remembering the files returned at noon, feeling somewhat moved. He had originally thought that he'd never see this day come. But now, it appeared. Li Shui truly intended to let go. After leaving Song Xiaoxiao's place, Li Shui went directly to the hospital. Jin Yan's vital signs had been stable throughout the day, and no emergency situations had arisen, meaning he'd been rescued from the brink of death. With the doctor's approval, Li Shui made preparations, put on protective clothing, and wore a mask before entering the ICU ward. Previously, through the glass window, it was hard to see clearly. But now, getting closer, watching the complicated machines by Jin Yan's bed and overhead, seeing the constantly fluctuating numbers on the cardiac monitor, observing the pale face like snow lying sunken into the hospital bed, Li Shui's vision gradually became blurry. This child used to be so healthy, lively, always full of energy. Sometimes he even got reprimanded by Li Shui due to excessive exuberance. However, the doctor stated that after this severe physical trauma, it would be impossible for him to return to the same state as before. Even lifting heavy objects would no longer be possible. In reality, Jin Yan had never enjoyed fighting. Once when he was young, Bai Hao had suffered injustice at home, his lips swollen and bruised. After seeing this, Jin Yan angrily asked Li Shui if he could learn to fight, saying that after learning, anyone who bullied his young master could expect retaliation. Now, Jin Yan's wish had come true. His young master was perfectly safe under his protection, without even needing to bear any resentment. As for himself, he had lost most of his life and ruined the rest of his days. Li Shui even felt jealous of Bai Hao. Why wasn't there someone like this silly fool willing to shield him? Why didn't anyone care for him this sincerely? It was only now that Li Shui realized why he liked Jin Yan so much and treated him so well, because Jin Yan was just another version of Li Shui. Seemingly sensing Li Shui's presence, Jin Yan's fingers twitched slightly on the bed, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused, as if covered by a layer of fog. Knowing he wasn't fully awake, Li Shui bent down and whispered in his ear, calling his name, Jin Yan. Jin Yan's eyes fixed on Li Shui, who softly asked, Jin Yan, do you want Uncle Li to take you away? Jin Yan's mind was blank, feeling extremely exhausted, every blink costing a great effort. Confused, he stared at Li Shui, slowly digesting his words. Uncle Li wanted to take him away. Where? Would he not be able to see his young master anymore after leaving? But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a voice inside told him, his young master probably never wanted to see him again. Jin Yan's expression remained bewildered, yet tears slowly trickled down from the corners of his eyes. He gave Li Shui an almost imperceptible nod before closing his eyes again and sinking into a deep sleep. Li Shui glanced at the numbers on the monitor to confirm everything was stable before stepping out of the ICU ward. Upon leaving, he encountered Wei Zhe, which was fortuitous as Li Shi had intended to seek him out anyway. Do you have time now? Li Shi asked. What's up? Wei Zhe replied. There's something I want to discuss with you. Wei Zhe followed Li Shi to a secluded spot, then furrowed his brows after hearing what Li Shi had to say. Are you really going to do this? Li Shi nodded firmly. Yes. I can help with the arrangements here at the hospital, Wei Zhe said, but for the other aspects. Li Shi interrupted, I'll handle the rest, don't worry about it. Wei Zhe sighed, all right then. That night, Jin Yan fell into peril due to various complications. Despite efforts to save him, he was eventually declared deceased due to ineffective resuscitation. Chapter 51. After Song Fuhua's death, although Song Xiaoxiao was in control of the Song family company, it faced numerous problems. At first, there was a great deal of opposition to Song Xiaoxiao within the company. She then carried out a massive reshuffle, kicking out many senior figures. This left the company with strained funds and internal issues. Furthermore, the higher-ups kept sending people to audit their accounts, preventing normal operations. Most of Song Fuhua's money was actually with Song Sile. Watching Song Xiaoxiao struggle both internally and externally, he remained calm, waiting for her to eventually come seeking his help. What Song Sile didn't expect was that the Bai family would suddenly intervene and collaborate with Song Xiaoxiao. Song Sile had just returned from Kong Yi when he received news of Jin Yan's death. Kong Yi told him that his father had already warned him, if he continued interfering with Song family affairs, he would be disowned, so he could no longer rely on his father's influence to pressure Song Xiaoxiao. Feeling quite agitated, Song Sile choked while drinking water. As he was coughing, someone came in to inform him that Jin Yan had died. Song Sile's hand trembled as the cup fell from his grip, shattering into pieces on the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the person. What did you say? The person, head bowed low, replied, Young master, Jin Yan has passed away. How did he die? Didn't we send him to the hospital? The injuries were too severe. They couldn't save him last night. Clutching his teeth, Song Sile roared, didn't I tell you to go easy on him? Go easy. Not to kill him. The person glanced up at Song Sile but remained silent. Song Sile had indeed instructed them not to kill Jin Yan, but only on the second day after they captured him. Initially, he told them to use any means necessary to find out why Jin Yan was collaborating with Song Xiaoxiao and what Li Shi was doing in the Bai family. If they failed to obtain the information, killing him wasn't an issue. Thus, they ended up being extremely brutal. Jin Yan, however, held firm. Even with broken limbs, he refused to divulge a single word. By the time things got critical, Song Sile had abruptly instructed them not to let him die. With both hands resting on the desk, Song Sile clenched his fists slowly. His breathing became heavier, his expression full of panic. Before he could decide what to do next, his phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen made his whole body shake. Lifting his head, he said, You can leave. The person responded and quietly closed the door behind him. The phone continued ringing, and Song Sile's hand reached out, hesitating before pulling back. This happened several times before the ringing stopped. Just as his heart began to settle, the phone rang again. This time, without delay, he picked up. Bai Hao. Are you busy? No. Having denied it, Bai Hao briefly explained the situation over there. After Song Fuhua's death, their original plan was to negotiate with those who had business relations with the Song family. They aimed to make them bypass Song Xiaoxiao and directly collaborate with Song Sile, who'd ensure some concessions. But unexpectedly, everyone's attitude changed all at once, they even avoided Bai Hao altogether. Listening silently, Bai Hao asked Song Sile, What's the situation on your side? My side, it's still the same as before, Song Sile answered nervously. Forget it, I'll return to the country tomorrow. Song Sile immediately became agitated, No. Please don't return yet. Why? Clutching the phone tightly, Song Sile forced himself to calm down, talk to those people again. We can offer greater compromises. If they keep pressuring, Song Xiaoxiao won't hold on for long. Song Sile dared not tell Bai Hao that, even if overseas businesses were abandoned, Song Xiaoxiao, now backed by the entire Bai family, wouldn't be affected much. He also understood that these changes in people's attitudes must be due to developments within the country. Bai Hao paused momentarily before saying, All right, I'll try tomorrow. The conversation seemed about to conclude when Bai Hao suddenly asked, By the way, have you found Jin Yan? Though knowing Bai Hao couldn't see him from the other side of the world, Song Sile's face paled instantly. Swallowing hard, he tried to remain calm in his response, No. Haven't Li Shi or others found him either? Bai Hao's voice carried evident confusion. Perhaps they've found him and hidden him somewhere. Bai Hao scoffed coldly, Could be. That's all then, goodbye. Song Sile let out an, and hung up the phone. When the screen displayed the 4 words, Call ended, Song Sile was already barely standing. He leaned on the table to slowly sit down, the back of his phone covered in sweat from his palms. Song Sile hung his head, his face full of gloom. If Bai Hao were to find out that Jin Yan was dead, killed by him no less, he would be utterly finished. After Li Shui came back, she didn't have much interaction with Bai Jing anymore. Most of the time, she stayed at the Song family company. Song Xiaoxiao didn't have many people she could rely on right now, making the company quite chaotic. Li Shui picked a few who had been working with her for years, borrowed a few auditing and tax experts from a well-known accounting firm with whom she had good relations, and brought them over to Song Xiaoxiao's side. After working day and night for a few days, they finally managed to temporarily control the situation. The cooperation between the Bai family and Song Xiaoxiao hadn't been detailed to such an extent, all her actions stemmed purely from personal will. For one, it was a way of thanking Song Xiaoxiao for providing information about Jin Yan so quickly back then. And secondly, he wouldn't leave any room for Song Xiao. Song Xiaoxiao was originally a very capable woman with great skills. Otherwise, under Song Fuhua's deliberate oppression, she wouldn't have been able to reach this point today. Now, with all the complicated relationships sorted out and the company stabilized, subsequent issues she could handle on her own. Moreover, the various specific cooperations between the Bai family and Song Xiaoxiao were fully determined. Though Bai Jing invested a lot of money this time and used up quite a bit of his social connections, the Song family's industries, which were entirely under the name Song, were now half-named Bai. From a long-term perspective, it truly wasn't a bad deal. After signing the contract, Song Xiaoxiao looked at the stern man opposite her and helplessly said, "Li Shui, you've just cut off half my flesh. What kind of expression is on your face now?" Despite saying that, Song Xiaoxiao's tone lacked genuine anger. If not for Bai Jing and Li Shui, she might still be stuck in the mire, unsure when she could find a way out. Asking Lao Si Luo for help was something she'd rather avoid even if it meant destroying the Song family. Li Shui glanced at her without speaking. Song Xiaoxiao's expression seemed intriguing. "Now I understand why everyone envies Bai Jing." She supported her chin with one hand and lazily smiled. "When you develop interest in women, consider me perhaps." Song Xiaoxiao may have spent the last few days working alongside Li Shui, but saying she felt nothing would be a lie. Actually, she had met plenty of excellent men before, but her ambitions were always vast, so these young girl-like sentiments had long been packed away. However, while working with Li Shui, the charm exuded by this man was truly impressive. Song Xiaoxiao had never considered relying on anyone, but if the person were Li Shui, she might actually consider it. Li Shui coolly remarked, "You're such an exceptional woman, it's a waste matching with someone like me." Song Xiaoxiao shook her head and clicked her tongue. Stop. If you say a few more things like that, I'll start competing with Bai Jing for you." Li Shui couldn't help but smile a little. It was the first time Song Xiaoxiao had seen him smile. He usually carried a cold demeanor, unchanging regardless of the news he heard. Now smiling, his aura softened considerably, naturally inspiring one to want to get closer. Song Xiaoxiao sighed softly. In the future, she should try to avoid contact with Li Shui as much as possible. She didn't want to become like those TV show women who go crazy for love. Li Shui took the signed contract back to the company, then directly headed to Bai Jing's office. Zhuo Mingyuan wasn't there, and the office only had Bai Jing alone. As usual, Li Shui called out, "Mr. Bai." Bai Jing didn't respond. Li Shui placed the contract on his desk. When Bai Jing raised his hand to flip through the file, Li Shui saw the ring on his ring finger, and his expression instantly froze. Bai Jing focused on the document below and didn't notice his awkwardness. That silver ring was too glaring to look at. Li Shui quickly diverted his gaze. By the time Bai Jing looked up, he had already returned to normal. "Any problems?" Li Shui asked coldly. "No." Bai Jing shook his head. There was a brief silence in the room. Bai Jing spoke first. "Li Shui, you." He clearly wanted to say more, but Li Shui quickly interrupted. "Sorry, Mr. Bai, I still have matters to attend to." With that, he didn't wait for Bai Jing to reply and turned to stride out, taking hasty steps as though chased by something terrifying. Upon returning to his office, Tang Shui greeted him, and Li Shui responded. As soon as he closed the door and locked it, tears began to stream down his face. Chapter 52. When Zhuo Mingyuan arrived at Bai Jing's office, he first specifically asked the secretary, Li Shui, if she was around. The secretary nodded at him and then lowered her voice to tell him that Li Shui had left just a few minutes earlier, looking rather displeased when she went. Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, muttering in his heart whether these two had argued again. Of course, he thought arguing was still better. If they didn't even argue anymore, that would be completely over. Zhuo Mingyuan was already prepared to see Bai Jing's big sullen face when he went in, but to his surprise, Bai Jing didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he was frowning deep in thought. When Bai Jing saw Zhuo Mingyuan come in, he gave him a glance without saying anything. Approaching closer, Zhuo Mingyuan asked, "Has Li Shui discussed well with Song Xiaoxiao?" Bai Jing made an acknowledging sound and pushed the contract Li Shui brought back to him. Before Zhuo Mingyuan could even pick it up for a glance, he noticed Bai Jing's ring first and was stunned. Bai Jing never wore any accessories, let alone a ring with such special significance, and it was worn on the ring finger. Ring finger. What does that imply? Zhuo Mingyuan thought of Li Shui first, but then found it implausible. Hadn't the secretary said Li Shui left with a sour face? And given their relationship now, it was like a taut rubber band that could snap at any time. There was no way things could suddenly develop to this extent. It wasn't Li Shui, and there was no one else close to Bai Jing except Ningyu. This was roughly what Sua Mingyuan had initially anticipated. Though Bai Jing did show anxiety and concern for Li Shui, once matters were resolved and everything returned to normal, the problems between them were exposed again. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Bai Jing would choose Ningyu. Sua Mingyuan sighed inwardly but said nothing. He picked up the contract and took a rough look through it, feeling rather helpless upon seeing Song Xiaoxiao's signature at the end. Li Shui, really, not until now, has she allowed Bai Jing to take any loss. Sua Mingyuan asked, should we help with Jin Yan's matter? They all knew about Li Shui's arrangement for Jin Yan's fake death, but since Li Shui didn't mention it, they didn't inquire or interfere. Bai Jing said, you can handle it as you see fit. Try to accommodate whatever he wishes. Sua Mingyuan nodded, put away the contract, and was ready to leave. Just before going, after a bit of hesitation, he still congratulated Bai Jing. Frowning, Bai Jing asked, what exactly are you congratulating me for? Sua Mingyuan's eyes landed on Bai Jing's ring, hesitating slightly as he said, congratulating you and Ningyu. Before his words were even finished, they were coldly interrupted by Bai Jing, who told you it was Ningyu? Sua Mingyuan was utterly bewildered. If not Ningyu, who else could it be? Who was so capable that within just a few days, they managed to get Bai Jing to willingly wear the ring on his ring finger? All Sua Mingyuan's thoughts were written on his face, but Bai Jing ignored him, his expression heavy with impending storm clouds. If you have nothing else, you can leave. Sua Mingyuan responded with agreement, but as he walked out, he remained deeply puzzled. He hadn't seen any new faces around Bai Jing recently. Could it be someone from before? But among those from before, Sua Mingyuan couldn't recall anyone significant enough to remember. After Sua Mingyuan left, Bai Jing irritably raised his hand intending to remove the ring. However, the moment his fingertips touched the little silver circle which had gained some warmth and no longer felt as cold and rigid as when he initially put it on, his movements paused. This pair of rings was a gift from Li Shui to Bai Jing a year ago. Superficially, they looked unremarkable, with no diamonds or intricate design, but inside the band were engraved the initials of Bai Jing and Li Shui's names. After Li Shui began being with Bai Jing, she probably understood that their relationship was neither straightforward nor mutual affection, hence kept a very low profile in her daily life. Giving the rings was the most intimate thing she'd done. Even she herself was somewhat embarrassed about it. She didn't present it solemnly, mentioned nothing about marriage, nor made any lifelong commitment. At the time, Bai Jing accepted the ring but didn't wear it. Initially, Li Shui wore her own, but shortly thereafter, Bai Jing also removed it and never put it on again. Bai Jing didn't know what had possessed him to suddenly retrieve the ring and wear it yesterday. Until now, he'd never done anything like this, and had never considered trying to please anyone. When Li Shui came earlier, Bai Jing unexpectedly became nervous without knowing why. Not a single word of the contract caught his attention because he was only waiting for Li Shui to ask about the ring. But surprisingly, Li Shui seemed entirely indifferent, taking barely more than a glance before walking away. The more Bai Jing thought about it, the angrier he got, but despite his anger, the ring on his finger wouldn't budge. He simply picked up his phone and called Dr. Ningyu, preparing to inquire about the injury Ningyu had accidentally sustained during rehabilitation a few days ago, and when it would heal. Ningyu not leaving meant he couldn't possibly clear things up with Li Shui to let him return. Otherwise, Li Shui's nature might result in yet another bout of sarcastic ridicule and arguments between them. Not long after Li Shui went back, Song Xiaoxiao received a call from Song Siluo. Song Siluo asked if she could come out for a talk. Song Xiaoxiao replied, of course I'm willing, but as you know, there's a lot going on at the company, and I can't find time. Song Siluo gritted his teeth while speaking, fine, when will you have time? I'll wait. Song Xiaoxiao smiled, then you wait first. And with that, she hung up the phone. The waiting stretched until the third day when Song Xiaoxiao finally gave in. Song Xiaoxiao didn't make any preparations before their meeting, she just brought Shen Wei along. She wasn't the least bit worried about Song Siluo harming her. If she died, Song Siluo wouldn't gain anything, and his outcome wouldn't be favorable either. Song Siluo wasn't stupid to that extent. The weather today was far from ideal, with dark clouds pressing against the horizon, an impending storm was evident. Song Xiaoxiao was still dressed in her dazzling red dress, though now accompanied by an outer jacket. Compared to her, Song Siluo in his black suit appeared especially gloomy. There was only Song Siluo in the room. Song Xiaoxiao sat opposite him, glanced at Shen Wei, and Shen Wei lowered his head and left. The moment the door closed, Song Siluo looked at Song Xiaoxiao's flamboyant attire and sneered before opening his mouth, Song Xiaoxiao, Dad has passed away, and you're really not the least bit guilty or sad? Song Xiaoxiao blinked at him, to be honest, if it weren't for drawing too much attention, I would have set off fireworks to celebrate. You! Song Siluo lost control in anger, are you even human? That was the person who gave birth to and raised you. Your biological father. Song Xiaoxiao stared at Song Siluo, and the expression on her face grew colder. Now that Song Siluo shouted at her, calling him her biological father, how many times in all these years had he mocked them when Song Fuhua didn't treat the three sisters like human beings? Back then, he never said they were his daughters. After finishing his words, Song Siluo himself felt uneasy. After all, his youngest sister, who was only a few minutes older than him, was almost given away by their mother in the past. Fine, let's not talk about this. I'll ask you, what conditions do I need to offer for Li Shui to stop? Song Xiaoxiao knew several people under Song Siluo had already been locked up, and it would likely be his turn next. He wasn't incapable of fixing this matter, but doing so would cost a considerable amount of money. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tisk once. Li Shui was ruthless indeed, ensuring that Song Siluo wouldn't inherit the Song family estate, nor hold on to his money. Why don't you ask him directly? Song Siluo became annoyed. If I could reach him, why would I come to you? Song Xiaoxiao laughed. That's something I can't control. You killed the person, how should he end it? Song Xiaoxiao, don't push us too far. It was him who kidnapped me first, he indirectly caused my father's death. Even if I had killed him with my own hands, I'd still be right. Song Xiaoxiao froze, furrowing her eyebrows, and then suddenly understood. Oh right, I forgot you didn't know about that matter, did you? What? Song Siluo eyed Song Xiaoxiao cautiously. Do you know why Jin Yan kidnapped you? Song Xiaoxiao wore that happy grin again, one that sent chills down Song Siluo's spine. Song Siluo remained silent, prompting Song Xiaoxiao to continue. Do you know how Bai Hao's parents died? Song Siluo remembered Jin Yan also asking him this question before kidnapping him, and a sudden sense of foreboding rose within him. Then he saw Song Xiaoxiao open her mouth, slowly spitting out a few words. They were killed by Song Fuhua. Song Siluo's eyes widened, and after a stunned pause, he roared abruptly, "You're lying." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Shenwei poked his head in. "Miss, the guest has arrived." "Let him in." Song Xiaoxiao turned her head toward Song Siluo. "How rude of me, I almost forgot to tell you we have another guest today." As soon as her words faded, Bai Hao entered. When Song Siluo saw Bai Hao, his whole body stiffened where he stood, rendered speechless. Bai Hao frowned upon seeing him and immediately asked, "What were you two talking about just now?" Clearly, he heard Song Siluo's uncontrollable outburst. "We were talking about Song Xiaoxiao." Song Siluo loudly interrupted her, glaring at her with intense hatred. Song Xiaoxiao raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, feigning innocence. "We didn't say anything." Ignoring her, Song Siluo quickly walked to Bai Hao's side, grabbing his hand and attempting to drag him out. "Let's talk about this back home." Bai Hao shook off his hand, his expression turning serious. "Song Siluo, how many things have you been hiding from me?" Bai Hao had planned to return to the country much earlier, but Song Siluo kept finding various excuses to keep him abroad. Later, when Bai Hao started sensing something amiss, he directly contacted Song Xiaoxiao, only then discovering that Song Xiaoxiao had long collaborated with the Bai family. During this time, Song Siluo had done absolutely nothing, there was no longer any place for him in the Song family. Song Xiaoxiao expressed her surprise at his complete ignorance, informing him that she was set to meet Song Siluo today, which was why Bai Hao came straight over after landing. "There's nothing I've hidden from you. Why did you suddenly come back?" Song Siluo's expression was panic-stricken, his voice trembling as he spoke. Bai Hao ignored him, immediately turning to face Song Xiaoxiao. "Miss Song, so you originally struck a deal with Li Shui. Jin Yan kidnapped Song Siluo, you used it to threaten your father, took control of the Song family, and then gave up corresponding benefits?" Song Xiaoxiao patiently listened to his analysis, her smile growing larger as she went along. After he finished, she offered a comment. "The latter part is correct, but the former isn't." Bai Hao didn't bother to ask where the former part went wrong, continuing coldly. "So Jin Yan escaping was just a ruse, and you hit him long ago, right?" Song Xiaoxiao was genuinely surprised this time. "Didn't you know? Jin Yan is already dead." Bai Hao felt a sudden buzz in his head, hearing nothing more afterward. Chapter 53. The room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Song Xiaoxiao propped her chin up with one hand, tilting her head as she scrutinized Bai Hao standing stunned in place, a look on her face like she was enjoying the spectacle. Song Sil stepped forward, tentatively extending a hand to pull Bai Hao aside, almost pleading. "Bai Hao, let's go back. We can talk about it when we return." Bai Hao roughly shoved him away, glaring furiously at Song Xiaoxiao, his expression grotesque. "What nonsense are you talking? How could Jin Yan possibly die?" Song Xiaoxiao replied lazily. "Young Master Bai, do you really not know, or are you pretending? If you're faking, I must admit your acting skills deserve respect." Song Xiaoxiao. Bai Hao was incensed by her words. "What kind of trick are you playing again?" Song Xiaoxiao glanced at Song Sil who had gone pale with panic and shook her head, smiling wryly. "I really underestimated you, didn't I? To think you managed to fool this young master Bai so thoroughly." Because Bai Hao had been close to Song Sil, Song Xiaoxiao had investigated him before. She thought that although Bai Hao did have some abilities, his character left much to be desired, making him of little great use. Hence, after learning about Bai Hao's parents, she opted not to inform him but instead contacted Bai Jing directly. But Song Xiaoxiao hadn't anticipated Bai Hao being this foolish. She took out her phone slowly, unlocked it, found a photo, and pushed it toward Bai Hao, sighing, "Take a look." His hands and feet were broken, his internal organs severely injured, vomiting so much blood. "Do you think he could survive something like that?" As Bai Hao listened to Song Xiaoxiao, his eyes fell upon the image on the phone, and he froze entirely. The background of the picture was a warehouse, blood stains covered the ground, and a rope soaked in blood lay there. These were the photos taken by Scarface and his men at the scene. I heard he was already dead by the time he got to the hospital. Song Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at Song Sil. Jin Yan did indeed kidnap you, but my father died of anger because of me. If you want revenge, come after me, why resort to such extreme measures? Song Sil turned deathly pale. I don't know what you're talking about. At this moment, Shen Wei entered, bending down to whisper something into Song Xiaoxiao's ear. Song Xiaoxiao nodded, stood up, pocketed her phone, and said, I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. You two carry on. As she walked out, no one stopped her. When she reached the door, she paused and spoke to Song Sil, oh, and by the way, what we discussed earlier wasn't just made up. Then she gave a slight smile, turned around, and left, her retreating figure radiating pleasure. As soon as Song Xiaoxiao left, Bai Hao sprang into action too. He quickly strode toward Song Sil, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and dragged him closer, his face ferocious, roaring, Song Sil, what have you done? Exactly what have you done? When Bai Hao initially went abroad, it was indeed to manage Song Sil's assets. Moreover, they, together with Kong Yi and others, had already decided to start a company. So Bai Hao also contacted some foreign manufacturers to pave the way for future cooperation. However, right when he was busy, a major upheaval occurred within the Song family. In tears on the phone, Song Sil nearly collapsed, saying Jin Yan had kidnapped him, and his father had also been killed. Bai Hao had originally wanted to return home. Later, after discussing it with Song Sil, they agreed that his return would make no difference. It might even be better to stay abroad to seek support from business partners. Subsequently, the situation became increasingly complicated, various kinds of trouble surfacing one after another. Watching his plans get disrupted and the dream of shining in the new company becoming more unattainable, Bai Hao grew extremely irate. Especially towards Jin Yan. Knowing that he and Song Sil were now together and fully aware of the fierce infighting within the Song family, Jin Yan had still gone ahead to kidnap Song Sil, helping Song Xiaoxiao harm Song Fuhua. And according to Song Sil, Jin Yan had approached him claiming he had important matters related to Bai Hao to discuss, so he had momentarily dropped his guard, allowing Jin Yan to take advantage. Betrayal. Manipulation. Even betrayal and manipulation from Jin Yan, whom he had personally brought back and grown up alongside. The anger burning in Bai Hao's heart flared like fire. He didn't know why Jin Yan had acted thus. Was it simply for vengeance against him? Or was he under Li Shi's orders? The only thing Bai Hao knew was that once conflicts of interest arose, Jin Yan would unhesitatingly stand against him. And while Bai Hao was almost driven mad with fury, Jin Yan actually called him, asking if he was okay, whether he'd been implicated. At the time, Bai Hao had questioned Jin Yan why he did it. But no matter how much he pressed, Jin Yan mumbled evasively without responding. Feeling utterly betrayed, Bai Hao asked where Jin Yan was, and after receiving an answer, hung up immediately, calling Song Sil to arrange people to intercept Jin Yan. Then Bai Hao planned to return to China himself to get the entire story clearly. Later, Bai Hao gradually calmed down and made another call, warning Song Sil not to take action but first locate Jin Yan, waiting until he returned to decide what to do. At the time, his flight tickets had already been booked. But then Song Sil sent him a message saying they hadn't found Jin Yan. Jin Yan seemed to have gotten wind of the plan and left first. This wasn't really surprising. Jin Yan wasn't stupid, even though he revealed his location under Bai Hao's intense questioning, he must have moved immediately afterward. Besides, that night Kong Yi called and accused Bai Hao of deliberately withholding information. Why did so many people fail to find Jin Yan? With this, Bai Hao became even more certain that Jin Yan was still on the run. Then, Li Shi suddenly asked him if he had told Song Sil about Jin Yan's location. Bai Hao thought that Li Shi might have already found Jin Yan, who mentioned Song Sil's failed capture earlier, prompting her to ask. He spent countless thoughts over this matter, focusing only on Song Xiaoxiao and Li Shi. He didn't know that Song Sil had already captured Jin Yan. He had no idea that after capturing Jin Yan, Song Sil didn't withdraw his men. If it weren't for Song Xiaoxiao obtaining the news in advance, who would have guessed that Jin Yan was in Song Sil's hands? Song Sil turned bright red from being choked by Bai Hao and soon began struggling fiercely for air. But Bai Hao seemed blind to his suffering and didn't loosen his grip at all. When Song Sil's struggles became smaller and weaker as he lost breath, Bai Hao finally let go, pushing him away hard. Song Sil fell onto the ground after knocking over a chair, clutching his neck and coughing violently while tears and snot streamed down his face. Bai Hao squatted down in front of him. Upon looking up and seeing Bai Hao's grim expression, Song Sil trembled all over and tried to crawl backward with his elbows supporting himself on the floor. Bai Hao leaned closer and grabbed Song Sil's wrist, causing Song Sil to groan from the pain. Bai Hao showed no change in expression, fixing his gaze on him and asking word by word, "Did you lie to me? Did you kill Jin Yan?" Song Sil shook his head frantically. "No, I didn't. It was Song Xiaoxiao, she wanted to frame me." Song Sil struggled desperately to pull his hand back, seeing that Bai Hao wouldn't release him. Raising his head, he cried out pleadingly, "Why are you doing this to me, Bai Hao? My father is dead. They killed my father. I did nothing wrong." Bai Hao froze for a moment, eventually loosening his grip. Then he paid Song Xiao no more attention, standing up and walking away briskly. Li Shui had been attending meetings all afternoon. He hadn't initially planned to come, but Bai Jing wasn't present, and Zhou Mingyuan insisted, almost crying at one point. Li Shui couldn't refuse, treating this as the last favor he'd do for Zhou Mingyuan. After the meeting ended, Li Shui discovered there was a missed call from Song Xiaoxiao. As he hadn't picked up, Song Xiaoxiao also sent a text message saying that Bai Hao had returned. Of course, she hadn't informed Bai Hao that Jin Yan was still alive or mentioned Bai Ye's situation. Li Shui skimmed through the message quickly and decided to discuss further with Song Xiaoxiao upon returning home. He still needed to visit Jin Yan. Seeing the heavy clouds outside, he knew a heavy rainstorm was coming, so without much delay, he gathered his belongings and instructed Tang Shui before leaving. Xiao Yu was supposed to accompany him today and had been waiting downstairs for some time. Seeing Li Shui descend, Xiao Yu hurried over, greeting him respectfully and adding, "The car is ready." Li Shui nodded and walked out with Xiao Yu. Just as they stepped outside and were about to get into the car, someone suddenly called out to him. Turning around, Li Shui saw Bai Hao. His expression turned cold, and he halted his steps. Bai Hao approached, but before getting too close to Li Shui, he was blocked by Xiao Yu. Without showing anger, Bai Hao remained where he was, staring unwaveringly at Li Shui and demanding in a low voice, "Where's Jin Yan? Where have you hidden Jin Yan?" Bai Hao refused to believe that Jin Yan was dead until now. How could Jin Yan possibly be dead? With Li Shui here, there's no way Jin Yan could have died. Li Shui watched Bai Hao indifferently, remaining silent for quite a while before finally speaking. "Do you know what Jin Yan's last words were before he passed?" Hearing this, Bai Hao froze, an icy chill rising up from his feet straight to his heart. "Don't blame the young master." Li Shui slowly recited these 4 words and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He was already fading, his whole body soaked in blood, yet he still used his last breath to tell me, "Don't blame the young master." Bai Hao's body shuddered. Involuntarily stepping back 1 step, moments later, he rushed forward again, yelling furiously, "I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Jin Yan is not dead." Xiao Yu's veins bulged on his forehead. From the moment he spotted Bai Hao, he had wanted to give him a good beating. Seeing Bai Hao now reach for Li Shui, he lost control completely, raising his leg and kicking Bai Hao away. Before Bai Hao could get up, Xiao Yu stepped forward quickly and kicked him hard in the stomach again. Thinking about how Jin Yan's excellent skills were now gone forever, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, every kick aimed at Bai Hao's vital spots. It wasn't until Li Shui walked over that Xiao Yu stopped, stepping aside. Blood trickled from Bai Hao's nose and mouth, making it impossible for him to stand. Still, he shook his head muttering, "You lied to me, Jin Yan isn't dead." Li Shui squatted down, took out his wallet, and then pulled out 2 cards. "I've taken care of all of Jin Yan's remaining possessions. There are just 2 items left related to you." Li Shui held up the first card. "This one is the money Jin Yan saved after he started working. The password is your birthday. He said these funds were all for you." Placing the card into Bai Hao's hand, Li Shui expressionlessly said, "He didn't want to go abroad with you back then so he wouldn't become a burden. So consider this money as repayment for your support of him." Li Shui then picked up the second card. This was his treasure, nobody was allowed to touch it, not even me. Bai Hao's eyes fell on the card and recognized what it was instantly, his high school student ID card. It featured his photo and student number. It had a chip that stored personal information and was required for various places like the library or gymnasium. Bai Hao remembered throwing this card away with some trash after graduation. Why did Jin Yan have it? And why would Jin Yan keep such a thing? As if answering Bai Hao's question, the protective film covering the photo suddenly peeled off and slowly dropped down. The sky grew darker, rumbling faintly with distant thunder. Xiao Yu bent over and said, "Mr. Li, let's go." Li Shui nodded and told Bai Hao, "I've handed everything over to you. You saved him once, and now he has repaid you by giving his life. From now on, you two are even." As Li Shui stood up to leave, Bai Hao suddenly grabbed his arm and roared, "It wasn't me. It was you. Li Shui, it was your fault that Jin Yan died. Why did you drag him into your affair with Song Xiaoxiao?" Bai Hao became more and more agitated, as though finally finding a reason to defend himself. "That's right. He also caused the death of Song Fuhua. He killed someone." Originally, Li Shui planned to let Bai Hao go. For Jin Yan, Li Shui originally didn't intend to push Bai Hao into a corner. But watching this person constantly shirking responsibility, constantly excusing himself, Li Shui snapped. He yanked Bai Hao's collar furiously and hissed through gritted teeth, "Let me tell you Bai Hao, Jin Yan never owed you anything. Nor did he owe Song Fuhua. Your parents were killed by Song Fuhua, and Jin Yan did what he did because of you. But what did you do? You handed him over to Song Xiao yourself, letting him be tortured to death. Do you know what you've done?" Bai Hao's mind went blank, staring dumbfounded at Li Shui for a long time before tremblingly whispering, "How? How could that be possible? My parents died in a car accident. Their car had been tampered with, which is why it lost control and plunged down the cliff. Whether you believe me or not, I'm only telling you that Jin Yen never did anything to wrong you. Bai Hao shook his head, unable to stop trembling. He felt scared, so scared that he wanted to scream for help. But when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Looking at him, Li Shui was reminded of himself years ago, the moment he rushed back from overseas after hearing about the deaths of his father and aunt. Li Shui's voice no longer carried anger but rather resembled a mournful wail at its breaking point. Do you think he would wait for you forever in one place? Do you think no matter how much you hurt him, how much you look down on him, he won't leave you? Do you think? Li Shui choked up, that you will never lose him? Back then, he warned Bai Hao, but Bai Hao didn't care. Just like in his youth, when someone also warned him, and he too did not cherish those who loved him. Because they were both scarred from past wounds, they deliberately blocked their ears and shut their eyes, choosing ignorance, indulging in their own worlds while harboring deep hostility toward everything. They even sought to affirm their own existence by hurting those who loved them. It would take losing everything, being consumed by despair and powerlessness, to truly awaken. But by then, it would already be too late. The raindrops began falling fast. Though Li Shui's body was still recovering, Xiao Yu was growing increasingly anxious and urged him once again. Li Shui finally released Bai Hao and got up with Xiao Yu's help. Then, he cast a last glance at Bai Hao and turned away without looking back. Thunder roared, and the rain poured down heavily. Lying on the ground, Bai Hao couldn't even open his eyes due to the rain pounding against him. He tightly clutched the two cards in his palm, recalling their youth when a young Jin Yen had said to him amidst his distress, Master Bai, don't worry. If the Bai family doesn't support you in the future, I will. Jin Yen. Bai Hao curled up into a ball and burst into tears in the heavy rain. Chapter 54. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Xiao Yu drove the car, barely able to see the road, only maintaining a safe distance while slowly following the vehicles ahead. Li Shui hadn't spoken a word since getting in the car. Xiao Yu watched him take out a small medicine bottle from his chest, pour some pills into his hand, then swallow them, and worriedly asked, Mr. Li, are you okay? Li Shui shook his head. After swallowing the pills, he instructed, just focus on driving. Xiao Yu nodded, retracting his gaze but feeling uneasy deep inside. It wasn't the first time he'd seen Li Shui take medicine. By the time they arrived at the hospital where Jin Yen was now, over an hour had passed, just as Jin Yen had finished eating some liquid food and was still awake. As soon as Xiao Yu saw the injuries all over his body and the limbs that were immobilized, his teeth clenched tightly in regret for not dealing with Bai Hao more harshly earlier. Seeing them, Jin Yen managed to force a smile. After leaving the ICU ward, his condition stabilized, though he remained conscious for short periods and found speaking exhausting, so Li Shui usually didn't let him talk. Sitting by Jin Yan's bedside, Li Shui touched his head and gently caressed the jagged wounds on his face with his thumb before quietly asking, does it hurt? Jin Yan was stunned, he'd never seen such a gentle side of Li Shui. After a moment's silence, Li Shui suddenly said, Jin Yan, Bai Hao is back. These words shocked even Xiao Yu. He didn't understand why this should be told to Jin Yan, given his obstinate nature. If he thought about going back to find Bai Hao, what then? Jin Yan looked at Li Shui and then at Xiao Yu, trying hard to utter words, is he okay? Xiao Yu nearly lost his temper but disregarded Li Shui's presence as he scolded, look at yourself. You're in this state and you're still worrying about him. Let me tell you, he's doing just fine. Even when he heard you had died, he showed no sadness or remorse, thinking it was your fate. The moment Xiao Yu finished speaking, Jin Yan's eyes welled up. He didn't blame Bai Hao, not a bit. He was already accustomed to always being the one abandoned by others. Like when his mother left, abandoning him, and his father despised him as a burden, wanting to kill him. Now his young master making the same choice wasn't anything strange. Still, there was some pain. Jin Yan couldn't believe his young master thought he deserved to die, believing himself had been hated to this extent. Li Shui also felt disheartened, asking, do you want to see him? If you do, I'll bring him over. He decided to tell Jin Yan because he didn't want Jin Yan to regret it later. In matters of emotion, it wasn't within his right to make decisions for Jin Yan. Tears already brimming in Jin Yan's eyes, he couldn't help but let out a sniffle, forcing his breaths to hold back the tears. Then, he shook his head. No need to see. He was afraid of seeing Bai Hao. He was afraid Bai Hao would look at him and ask in annoyance, why haven't you died yet? How are you still alive? He was scared. Seeing the child's lips almost biting through, Li Shui reached out to cover his eyes, if you don't want to see, we won't. Jin Yan's eyelashes quivered constantly under his hand, and quickly, a sense of dampness could be felt in his palm. With a soft sigh, Li Shui whispered, sleep. Jin Yan nodded, beginning with continuous sniffles through his nose, until gradually, his breathing slowed down. When Li Shui finally released his hands, Jin Yan had fallen asleep. His brows furrowed, his eyelashes dampened by tears, and his red nose made him look wronged and pitiful. Standing up, Li Shui asked Xiao Yu, are you leaving tomorrow? To avoid disturbing Jin Yan, Xiao Yu lowered his voice in response. Bai Jing would go to Country A the next day to discuss a huge project that might last 3 or 4 days, and their entire security team would accompany him. Li Shi smiled, take advantage of the time to take another look. His gaze fell on Jin Yan. Once you return, you won't have the chance to see him anymore. A baffled expression appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Li Shi didn't hide his intentions, sharing his plan with him. After hearing Li Shi's words, Xiao Yu struggled for a long time to regain his voice. Somehow, against his will, he asked impulsively, will you leave like this? Can you bear it? Surprisingly, Li Shi glanced over, realizing Xiao Yu had crossed boundaries and apologized softly, sorry Mr. Li. Li Shi casually waved it off, the smile on his face slowly fading, I can't bear it. Saying this, his tone carried an undertone of helplessness, but there's nothing else I can do. Looking at him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel heartache. Li Shi was acting extremely strange today. The cold and sharp edges he usually showed seemed to have been smoothed out, even his behavior toward Bai Jing didn't carry a hint of the usual disguise anymore. Yet, within those simple words, unwilling, and no choice, there probably lay emotions far deeper and more complex than anyone else could understand. When Jin Yan recovers, I will let him come back and see you, Li Shi said. Your life is still long, there'll be plenty of chances for reunions. Strangely enough, compared with the current gentle and carefree version of Li Shi, Xiao Yu preferred the old Li Shi, cruel and cold-hearted. He turned away, silently nodding. After Xiao Yu left, Li Shi stayed with Jin Yan for a little while longer, then made some calls to arrange things for the coming days. Later in the evening, as boredom set in, he went downstairs and took a walk in the small garden. Even though it was midsummer, due to the heavy rain earlier in the afternoon, the ground was slippery, so not many people were around in the garden. Li Shi aimlessly walked around several times until he felt tired. Then, he randomly found a bench to sit on. Next to him stood a street lamp, whose yellowish light shone upon him, making him appear relaxed and unhurried. He hadn't sat for long when he started hearing strange noises from above. He looked up and saw a moth circling around the lamppost. For a while, he watched the moth continuously fly toward the source of light. It fell down a few times, groggily crawling along the ground, then flapping its dark gray wings adorned with semicircular patterns to rise again. Perhaps genuinely bored, Li Shi stared at it mesmerized. At last, when the moth landed near his feet with a snap, he nudged it gently with the tip of his shoe. The moth initially had no reaction, only fluttering its wings slightly. When Li Shi pushed it forward with his shoe tip again, it realized the danger and awkwardly struggled to fly away. At this moment, Li Shi realized how frivolous his action was, suppressing a laugh. Just then, someone sat beside him. He turned his head and recognized the person with a tinge of surprise. Why did you come? Bai Jing didn't respond but instead asked, how is Jin Yan? He's fine, Li Shi replied briefly. Li Shi didn't wish to elaborate further, and neither did Bai Jing continue probing questions. A silence fell between them. In previous days, Li Shi would have already risen and walked away. He disliked being alone with Bai Jing. However, all things under the premise of last somehow engendered a sense of deep reluctance within people. Be it a love that once burned bright or a hatred carved deeply into the soul, when faced with their conclusion, perhaps it should be left unaddressed. I am leaving tomorrow, Bai Jing spoke again. Okay. Li Shi lazily nodded. Help me keep an eye on the company. Upon hearing this, Li Shi glanced at Bai Jing and laughed at himself for the absurdity of such a request. Don't you fear that, by the time you return, the company might no longer be yours? Bai Jing responded indifferently with 2 words, as you wish. Suddenly, Li Shi couldn't find amusement anymore. Bai Jing had fully assumed that Li Shi wouldn't betray him. Enraged internally, Li Shi began thinking of ways to retaliate against Bai Jing, imagining how to wreak havoc in Bai family's company, creating piles of messes for Bai Jing to handle upon his return, challenging him to remain composed then. The more he thought about it, the more self-contemptuous he became, spitting inwardly. Forget it, he was just daydreaming. Regaining focus, he noticed 2 teenagers walking past in front of him, one carrying a lunchbox, the other having book bags strapped both over his chest and shoulders, chattering excitedly about something. Li Shi watched them enter the hospital building and disappeared from sight before suddenly asking Bai Jing, for how many years have we known each other? While still furrowing his brows calculating his age during high school, Bai Jing answered with a profound voice. 17 years. Li Shi's eyes widened as he turned to stare at Bai Jing incredulously, this long. Bai Jing, seeing his expression, unexpectedly found it endearing, resisting the urge to smile and nod. Li Shi's memories instantly drifted back to his high school days, his brows knitted even tighter. What was the name of our homeroom teacher back then? Fan what? Fan Mingyu. Right, Fan Mingyu, Li Shi grumbled. Every class meeting, she would spend half an hour praising you. He criticized, did your family really bribe her? Back then, he already disliked class meetings. If they had to be held, so be it, he just needed to wrap up what had to be said, but why did Fan Mingyu have to praise Bai Jing in so many different ways? She always called on everyone to learn from Bai Jing. Because of this, during his high school years, Li Shi had grumbled a lot about Bai Jing under his breath. Bai Jing could barely hold back his smile now and said, not given. Li Shi clearly didn't believe it. The image of the young Bai Jing flashed in his mind as he looked at the man before him and sighed, 17 years, our excellent student union president, the handsome young lord of an illustrious family, the prince charming in countless teenage girls' hearts, and now, both are uncles. Bai Jing's expression showed some helplessness. It was awkward for someone his age to hear such comments, especially from Li Shi, which indeed made his feelings complex. After Li Shi finished speaking, he couldn't stop laughing. These words weren't originally his, they were something he'd overheard from the girls during high school. Back then, Bai Jing and Ning Yu were the two most popular boys, and the girls were torn between them. Li Shi later wanted to tell them, don't choose, they already had their Prince number 1 and Prince number 2 together. Recalling those days, the smile at the corner of his lips slowly faded. In fact, thinking about it now, Bai Jing and Ning Yu, matching backgrounds, appearances, falling in love as youths, staying together till now, it was a rather beautiful story. And him? He was more like a villain causing chaos everywhere, not supposed to be part of this tale at all. Regret? Li Shi suddenly asked a random question. Bai Jing looked at him, but Li Shi kept his eyes fixed far away. Do you regret saving me? Bai Jing didn't answer. He couldn't answer this question. Because he had indeed regretted it. 3 years ago, when he and Li Shi were clashing endlessly, reaching the peak of irritation and annoyance, he had regretted it then. He didn't want to deceive Li Shi. The atmosphere, which had been relaxed just a moment earlier, became oppressive again. Li Shi didn't dwell on it though, merely shaking his head with a laugh. I really asked a stupid question. Li Shi could understand Bai Jing. If any fool came to threaten him, forcing him to be with someone he didn't love, he'd surely shoot the person dead right away. He understood but couldn't let go. After all, what happened to his father loomed large in front of him, so when Bai Jing wanted him dead, it felt like he truly died. Bai Jing instinctively touched the ring on his ring finger and said, Li Shi, Ning Yu will leave with me tomorrow, and I've already. I know, Li Shi interrupted, standing up. I get what you mean. No need to say more. Bai Jing frowned, uncertain if Li Shi truly understood. Ever since Li Shi left the hospital, Bai Jing found it hard to read him. What exactly was going on in this man's mind? Was he happy or sad? Bai Jing couldn't figure that out. But seeing Li Shi's calm demeanor, Bai Jing chose not to pursue the conversation further. Actually, Bai Jing believed he'd done enough to make things clear. He had handed the company entirely over to Li Shi, or the ring, and Ning Yu would leave tomorrow. Since Li Shi hadn't mentioned separating, Bai Jing took it as implied consent. Alright, I'll go see Jin Yen. You should go back too. After finishing his sentence without waiting for Bai Jing's response, Li Shi walked forward. After taking a few steps, he couldn't resist looking back. Bai Jing was still sitting there watching him, so he stopped again. He thought of the time when he was at his most painful and desperate. This person had cared for his dignity, pressing his head into his chest, telling him, Li Shi, bear with it a little longer. All the pain, hatred, and resentment in his heart disappeared then. He also wanted to tell Bai Jing that Bai didn't understand the Li family well. Li Wenjue had been used by Jiang Manqing all his life but wouldn't say a bad word about her. Even if Bai Jing had gotten married 3 years ago, what could he have done? Of course, these words he would never utter. Saying them would be meaningless anyway, it was all in the past. That clumsy moth had somehow returned, circling around the street lamp continuously. Li Shi lifted his leg and walked back toward Bai Jing. Standing firmly, he bent down and placed an extremely light kiss on Bai Jing's forehead. That pose seemed as if he was kissing the most precious treasure in his life. Li Shi. Bai Jing, taken completely off guard, had a look of bewilderment on his face. Farewell. Li Shi smiled. He stepped back, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Bai Jing, repeating seriously, farewell. Then he turned around and didn't look back once. Years later, this scene became one of Bai Jing's most painful memories. What he regretted the most was that at the time, he hadn't realized this kiss was Li Shi's final farewell to him. Chapter 55. On the first day Bai Jing left, Li Shi went to work as usual. In the morning, he first convened a meeting of the various department heads. The subordinates were very cooperative with him. Not long after he returned to his office, the materials he specifically requested began arriving one by one. Li Shi was somewhat surprised while flipping through the documents, among them were some crucial core materials. He originally thought that Bai Jing would still hold back a bit, but unexpectedly, this person didn't put up any guard against him at all. Li Shi's expression remained indifferent as his fingers lightly tapped on the table now and then. No one could tell what he was thinking about. After a long time, he suddenly shook his head and laughed. Never mind, anyway, it's all about losing. What difference does it make if you lose everything down to your underwear or lose completely naked? Li Shi called Tang Shui in. Ask Lawyer Zhang and Lawyer Zhou to come over at noon. All right, Mr. Li. As Tang Shui was about to leave, Li Shi stopped her and said after a moment of contemplation, have you made arrangements for the thing I mentioned to you before? Tang Shui was stunned. After staring at Li Shi for a while, she realized what he was talking about. When Li Shi was hospitalized, he had asked her to look for a new job. The hand hanging by Tang Shui's side clenched slightly as she lowered her gaze and softly answered, not yet. Previously, when he suggested she leave, it was because Li Shui and Bai Jing had almost reached a point of irreparable conflict. Since Li Shui couldn't stay, neither could she. But after Li Shui was discharged from the hospital, everything seemed to return to normal. There was no indication that Li Shui would leave, so Tang Xue no longer considered this issue. Li Shui asked her, "What do you think about going to Song Xiaoxiao's company?" He had previously brought up this idea with Song Xiaoxiao, whose company was short-staffed. Knowing Tang Xue's outstanding work abilities, Song Xiaoxiao naturally was extremely willing to take her in. Tang Xue remained silent. Li Shui said, "Your salary will remain unchanged, and if you—" "What about you, Mr. Li?" Tang Xue interrupted him. She wasn't considering the salary, rather, she wanted to stay by Li Shui's side. Whether Li Shui chose to switch companies or start his own business, even if the salary dropped 1,000 times lower, she was still willing to follow him. Li Shui smiled, "After working for such a long time, it's also time for me to take a long vacation." At these words, Tang Xue understood. She would never pester or embarrass Li Shui. Raising her head promptly, she seriously replied, "All right, Mr. Li, I'll follow your arrangements." Li Shui nodded, "Go to work." After Tang Xue left, Li Shui frowned. He felt somewhat apologetic toward her deep inside. But once he leaves, Tang Xue wouldn't be comfortable staying here either. How many people in the company hate him so much they're grinding their teeth? To say nothing else, just by him alone would make Tang Xue have a tough time. Song Xiaoxiao cherishes talent, Tang Xue wouldn't lose out there. When the lawyers arrived, Li Shui didn't even have time to eat lunch and held a meeting with them for the whole afternoon. When the two left, their faces were filled with disbelief. Lawyer Zheng even subtly asked whether Li Shui was being threatened or had some unavoidable difficulties, making Li Shui laugh helplessly. It's not their fault, his usual image is far from good. Today's actions must seem like madness to those two. In the afternoon, Li Shui finished work early, first calling Wei Zhe, and then driving himself to the shopping mall recommended by Tang Xue, which had a highly reputed maternal and infant product store. This store was on the right side of the first floor of the shopping mall. It was large, with an outer wall painted with a cartoon kangaroo mother holding several baby kangaroos peeking out of her pouch, some laughing, some crying, adorable indeed. Transparent display windows showcased many small clothes for babies. The entire store's layout was warm-toned, giving off an immediate sense of warmth. As soon as Li Shui entered the shop, a saleslady greeted him. He didn't know much about picking these things out, so he didn't shoo her away and let her trail along, providing introductions and recommendations. Li Shui listened to her and occasionally picked up something he was interested in. All the clothes were small, not much larger than his palm. Thinking about how newborns would look wearing these tiny outfits, Li Shui's gaze grew increasingly gentle, revealing a slight smile. The saleslady beside him watched him, thinking that such a handsome man came here alone and was so patient and meticulous about picking things for his child. Unconsciously, she envied his wife. Li Shui spent more than an hour choosing. By the time he arrived at Wei Zhe and Fu Ying's house, it was already dinner time. Wei Zhe personally met him at the door. However, who knew that when Li Shui's car stopped, a small truck behind it also stopped closely following, its side also painted with a kangaroo mother. Wei Zhe stared in shock as two people got out of the car and began unloading things from the trunk, boxes and bags all printed with kangaroo patterns. In no time, they piled up into a small hill right in front of him. Li Shui had gotten out of the car earlier and stood by as they finished unloading and checking everything. He took the pen to sign on a slip before walking toward Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe asked, "What's this?" Li Shui faintly replied, "For the baby." Wei Zhe's mouth twitched, "Did you buy these?" Li Shui was too lazy to respond to such an obvious question. Fu Ying was pregnant now, so he didn't want any strangers going in and out of the house. Therefore, he hadn't let anyone deliver the goods inside. Rolling up his sleeves, he said 3 words to Wei Zhe, "Let's move stuff." Then without waiting for Wei Zhe's response, he walked ahead himself. Wei Zhe helplessly shook his head and also rolled up his sleeves to follow. Fu Ying had been watching the maid cook in the kitchen when she heard sounds outside. Coming out, she saw the 2 big men carrying various boxes and bags into the house. Fu Ying looked at Wei Zhe with surprise. Wei Zhe spread his hands, "I think he emptied the whole store." Fu Ying burst into laughter with a puhui, then excitedly checked out those items, clothes, shoes, toys. Everything was there. Although their home already had some of these prepared, Fu Ying still couldn't stop loving them. While gently scolding Li Shui, she couldn't resist touching this or looking at that. Finally, she even called the maid over to check together. Wei Zhe glanced at Li Shui and sighed, "I think she'll be sleepless tonight." "And you, why did you buy so much?" Li Shui smiled but didn't answer. Fu Ying was having twins, and the gender was unknown. Even though newborns' clothes weren't very distinguishable by gender, Li Shui bought both boys' and girls' outfits anyway. After all, some of them would surely come in handy. Fu Ying's due date was only 2 weeks away. After standing for a while, Li Shui worried she might get tired and asked Wei Zhe to help her sit down. When Wei Zhe heard Li Shui telling him this, he suddenly felt baffled, thoroughly unable to comprehend how someone like Li Shui had yet to have anyone love him. His personality wasn't flashy, nor did he use flowery words, but if he truly cared for someone, it was complete devotion and unconditional love. He cherished and spoiled the person he loved deeply. How come until now, no one could walk beside him and reciprocate the same deep affection? Wei Zhe silently felt annoyed. Fu Ying, however, noticed nothing about his thoughts. After sitting down, she hung her head and patted her belly, talking to the babies, praising Li Shui as their honorary godfather. Her words made everyone unable to suppress a smile. After they all ate dinner together, Fu Ying beckoned Li Shui over to sit beside her. Then, she pulled out her phone, flipping through 3 photos, explained the basic information of these 3 people, and asked Li Shui what he thought, if any of them caught his eye. Li Shui frowned and lectured her, "Don't waste your focus on such matters." Fu Ying became unhappy. "What do you mean, such matters? It's important, isn't it?" Li Shui had no choice but to say, "Deliver the baby first, we can discuss this later." Fu Ying puckered her lips, reluctantly replying, "All right." Actually, she wasn't fully satisfied with these 3 candidates either. Though their appearance, family background, and temperament were already the best among the people she knew, compared to Bai Jing, Fu Ying still found them somewhat lacking. Although she extremely disliked Bai Jing, she couldn't help admitting that these people were indeed inferior when compared to Bai Jing. Of course, finding someone matching Bai Jing's conditions was genuinely difficult. But Fu Ying wasn't discouraged. Once her babies were born, she'd have plenty of time and energy to carefully choose someone perfect for Li Shui. As the two chatted, Wei Zhe, on the side, classified the items Li Shui brought and placed some in the storage room and others in the nursery. Occasionally, he'd look up and interject a few words. The maid tidied up in the kitchen, occasionally bringing fruits or pastries. The atmosphere in the house was very warm. When it neared 9 o'clock, Li Shui prepared to leave. Before departing, he asked the maid to take a photo of him, Wei Zhe, and Fu Ying. Fu Ying didn't give it much thought, just grumbled about how ugly and plain-looking she was now, not wanting to be photographed at all. Wei Zhe furrowed his brow, full of confusion as he asked Li Shui, "Have you ever seen anyone more beautiful than Mrs. Wei now?" Li Shui didn't hesitate for a second, answering calmly and frankly, "Never." Fu Ying turned red from being teased by the two of them and lightly struck Wei Zhe's shoulder. The photo was taken with Fu Ying's phone, and she sent the one she was most satisfied with to Li Shui. After staring at it for a while, Li Shui chuckled and told Fu Ying, "Remember to show the kids my picture in the future." Wei Zhe's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face. Fu Ying shot him a glare, "What pictures? As for red envelopes and lucky money during holidays, don't you even think of skipping out." Li Shui sighed with a smile, "It's really not easy being a godfather." When leaving, Wei Zhe escorted Li Shui out to the garage, walking far enough that their conversation wouldn't be overheard by Fu Ying before turning serious and asking, "Li Shui, what do you mean?" "Nothing much, just a keepsake. In case." Wei Zhe gritted his teeth, "No, in case. I'm asking you, when exactly are you going to have surgery? No matter how important your reasons are, shouldn't it be done already?" Li Shui hesitated for a long moment before saying, "After a few more days. Once Bai Jing returns, I'll undergo the surgery." "Li Shui, you," Wei Zhe was so angry he couldn't even speak. "Don't tell Fu Ying. Do you think I dare tell her? Can she handle it?" Li Shui avoided his gaze, "Sorry." Wei Zhe said coldly, "You should apologize to yourself, not me." Li Shui opened the car door, "Go back. I'll call you once Bai Jing gets back, and then you can help me arrange the hospital stay." Wei Zhe's expression softened slightly, though he still spoke somewhat irritably, "Drive carefully." Li Shui nodded, calling out again, "Wei Zhe." Wei Zhe looked up at him, and Li Shui, with an unusually serious look, said, "No matter what happens later, my condition must absolutely never be revealed to Bai Jing." Wei Zhe furrowed his brow, "I understand." Li Shui got into the car and drove it out of the garage. He rolled down the window, waved at Wei Zhe one last time, and then drove away. As the car smoothly drove on, the figure in the rearview mirror became smaller and smaller. Li Shui couldn't help muttering another, "Sorry." Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Shui glanced at the number and put on the earpiece to answer. "Mr. Li." Jean Yan's side has been arranged." "I see." Li Shui turned the steering wheel to drive out of Wei Zhe's neighborhood. Several cars passed by, their headlights briefly illuminating his face, which was filled with a chilling intensity. "Old Wei, prepare some things for me." "Yes, Mr. Li." "When do you need them?" "Tomorrow." "All right, Mr. Li." Chapter 56. The next morning, as usual, there was another meeting. Li Shui was sitting above assigning tasks one by one. However, the people below were suffering endlessly. Was Li Shui crazy? To push several days' work into one day was simply absurd. For him, being alone didn't matter much, but others had families and children to care about. These individuals were all shrewd, though they complained mentally without end, they kept their faces stoic until the meeting concluded. When they heard that Li Shui would be traveling on a business trip to Lin City and wouldn't return for 2 days, everyone heaved a great sigh of relief. They all decided secretly to work overtime that day just to finish everything before Li Shui's departure. None wanted to deal with phone or video discussions with him while he was away, it was simply too terrifying. After the meeting ended and Li Shui returned to his office, Tang Shui immediately greeted him, "Mr. Li, I've already called Assistant Sui." "What did he say?" "Mr. Bai is also in a meeting, so Assistant Sui said he would inform Mr. Bai after the meeting ends." Li Shui nodded. It was enough that Bai Jing knew he was going to Lin City, no need to elaborate more. Bai Jing never interfered with his private matters. Tang Shui hesitated, watching Li Shui, until he sat back down at his desk and dove into his work once again. She couldn't ask her question. Though Li Shui announced that he was heading on a business trip to Lin City, he hadn't let her arrange any itineraries, which left Tang Shui feeling vaguely uneasy. At noon, Attorney Zheng came over again. Tang Shui served him coffee, and he thanked her with a nod. Once she left, he took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Li Shui. Without saying a word, Li Shui began scanning through the document, until he reached the signature line where he picked up his pen intending to sign. "Mr. Li." Attorney Zheng interrupted quickly. Li Shui paused, raising his eyebrows as he asked, "Problem?" "No problem," Zheng answered dryly, swallowing hard before adding, "but I must remind you, once you sign, there will be no turning back." Li Shui smiled faintly upon hearing this, lowering his eyes and writing his name down without hesitation. By lunchtime, Li Shui stepped out of his office and asked Tang Shui, "Do you have time for lunch?" Tang Shui stood up, looking at him blankly. Li Shui waved the document brought by Attorney Zheng casually, "Let's have lunch." "Then, I have something to entrust you with." Tang Shui nodded and followed Li Shui out. Her mind was devoid of any romantic thoughts. Instead, since Li Shui had been discharged from the hospital, she felt that she had been waiting for, yet avoiding facing, the inevitable thing in this seemingly calm life, finally arrived. The afternoon rushed by in busyness. People coming to see Li Shui noticed that his secretary, known for greeting visitors with a three-point smile and stunning beauty, now seemed frigid like ice. The previously amiable gaze now hid daggers, refusing to interact with anyone trying to probe Li Shui's current status, showing no mercy whatsoever. Finally, the time to clock out arrived. Li Shui finished his last bit of work, deleting the personal folder from his computer, shut down the device, and organized the documents on his desk. He capped his long companion pen, slightly damaged yet irreplaceable, and gently placed it back into the pen holder. Standing at the doorway, Li Shui looked around the office one last time, then drew his gaze back, shutting the door. Tang Shui was still buried in her work at her desk. Li Shui approached and tapped lightly on her desk. Lifting her face, Tang Shui found Li Shui smiling, "Miss Tang, it's time to go home." Tang Shui struggled to maintain her expression, softly saying, "Mr. Li, please go ahead, I'll leave later." Li Shui's eyes rested on her face, and words he initially thought of went unspoken. He feared that if he spoke, the person before him would burst into tears. Too sincere a farewell might not be a good thing. Li Shui turned and left, and Tang Shui watched his retreating back until he disappeared completely. Lowering her head, tears streamed down her cheeks. Downstairs, Li Shui saw that the people he arranged had already arrived. They greeted him enthusiastically, and as his car drove off, they quickly followed behind. On the way, Li Shui received a call from Song Xiaoxiao. Surprisingly, she giggled non-stop upon hearing his voice, barely able to articulate any words clearly. Li Shui didn't urge her. Only after she had calmed down a little did he ask, "What's got you so happy? Haven't you heard? Song Xiaoxiao sounded extraordinarily excited, "Bai Jing's fine nephew hasn't disappointed me." Li Shui froze, furrowing his brows as he asked, "What happened?" Song Xiaoxiao laughed again, taking quite a while before she could finally explain to Li Shui the entire situation in broken sentences. Bai Hao had approached her later, asking about Song Fu's role in his parents' deaths. Since Li Shui had already revealed it, she decided not to hide anything more and gave Bai Hao the full account. She even included details of Jin Yan's visit when he expressed his desire to handle everything alone, how he didn't want Bai Hao to be involved so as not to affect his relationship with Song Xiao. After listening to this, Bai Hao had departed with a dark expression, which Song Xiaoxiao did not take too seriously. But then came today's sudden news. Bai Hao had shot Song Xiao, injuring him, while also getting injured himself. They were both hospitalized. "Do you know, Li Shui? Song Xiao has gone crazy. He didn't die from Bai Hao's bullet because he fired one into his own temple." Song Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a tisk, adding, "Who would have thought my little brother is such a passionate fool?" Li Shui wasn't amused by her schadenfreude and instead asked after a moment of silence, "How serious are the injuries?" "It's not severe, the bullet hit Song Xiao's hand, and Bai Hao just got a flesh wound. They'll be out of the hospital in a few days." "I see. Remember to keep Jin Yan's involvement confidential." Song Xiaoxiao found great amusement in the drama but was perplexed by how calm Li Shui sounded. Li Shui offered no further explanation. Whatever Bai Hao did next, it wouldn't change what Jin Yan had suffered, nor would hearing such an event bring him relief. Instead, Jin Yan would only worry about Bai Hao more. That kid was beyond hopeless, precisely why Li Shui had considered taking him away. Song Xiaoxiao suddenly ceased laughing, stretching lazily as she said, "Let's get one thing straight, Li Shui, even if Song Xiao ends up with Bai Hao later, I won't give Bai family any face." Currently, Song Xiaoxiao did not have complete control. With Song Fuhua dead, Song Sil naturally still had old guard supporters trying to shield and advocate for him rather than acknowledging her as legitimate leadership, since she was viewed as the one who drove her father to his grave. However, given more time, she'd make them all realize just how ruthless she could be. Li Shui responded indifferently, "Do whatever you want, you run the company profitably, and Bai Jing won't care about these things." Song Xiaoxiao understood and declared happily, "That makes sense." The two continued chatting briefly before Li Shui ended the call, feeling a bit regretful that he hadn't met Song Xiaoxiao earlier. They might have become good friends. He greatly admired her character, and this was part of the reason he stopped investing energy in Song Sil, choosing instead to promote Song Xiaoxiao into power. Song Sil was bound to have a hard life moving forward. Upon reaching their destination, passing familiar gatekeepers, Li Shui discovered Uncle Wu was already informed and waiting outside. The moment he stepped out of the car, Uncle Wu approached eagerly, clearly moved, exclaiming, "Mr. Li has returned." Li Shui smiled lightly. "I've come back to pick something up." Uncle Wu showed a look of confusion. Li Shui explained, "I'm taking everything else with me. I won't be coming back." "How can Ningyu hasn't already?" Ningyu went home, leading Uncle Wu to believe that Bai Jing and Li Shui had reconciled. Yet, based on Li Shui's tone, it seemed like they were going to separate permanently. Li Shui realized there had been a misunderstanding. After all, the Ning family resided in Country A. It made perfect sense for Bai Jing to bring Ningyu back, especially since they had exchanged rings and were now at the stage where meeting parents was the next step. Without elaborating further, Li Shui remained silent, and Uncle Wu didn't push either, only sighing deeply. Having watched Bai Jing grow up, he couldn't help but feel that Bai Jing wasn't indifferent toward Li Shui, though he had repeatedly hinted subtly. Perhaps Bai Jing really did feel otherwise. Disappointed, Uncle Wu had no choice but to follow Li Shui inside with the other two men trailing behind. Once they entered the living room, Li Shui first glanced at the mural hanging at the stairwell entrance before turning to the two men and saying, "Take this down." The two men obeyed immediately, leaving Uncle Wu startled, "Mr. Li." Li Shui gazed at the painting, surveying the room, then said slowly with a smile, "I once thought I could see through things clearly, that I was free-spirited enough to disengage whenever necessary. But look at how much I've unintentionally brought here, how eager I was to prove myself the master of this place." He paused momentarily before continuing quietly, "It's no wonder Bai Jing finds me repulsive." "No. The young master didn't think that way," Uncle Wu interjected, though he himself felt uncertain of his claim. Li Shui looked at the elderly man in front of him, his hair gray, and wondered what would happen if he knew Bai Jing had once wanted him dead 3 years ago. Of course, he would never say it, as even now he didn't think Bai Jing was wrong for that. He wasn't about to take the moral high ground and drag everyone around him into criticizing Bai Jing. Everything has a cause and an effect, he himself was no saint either. It was almost unbelievable how Li Shui and Bai Jing had managed to share a bed peacefully for 3 years. Normally, someone like them should have slept with bulletproof vests on, knives strapped to their legs, and guns hidden under their pillows. Thinking of that image, Li Shui found it amusing yet tragic. "I'm going to the bedroom." Seeing that the mural was still being taken down, Li Shui informed Uncle Wu before heading upstairs. The bedroom hadn't changed much. When Li Shui had left last time, he had hurriedly packed some clothes. This time, he pulled out his large suitcase. Not someone who indulged in material pleasures, he didn't have much stuff, and he quickly finished packing. But when he came across the ring he bought from the cabinet, Li Shui paused. He took out the ring, reading the names engraved inside, his and Bai Jing's. For a moment, he felt helpless. He always mocked others for being stupid, but here he was doing something equally absurd. Recalling that time when he gave the ring and Bai Jing made no response, Li Shui silently slipped it on his own finger and later awkwardly took it off again. If only time could be rewound, Li Shui wished he could go back a year ago, dig a hole, and bury the idiot version of himself before sending the ring so he could find a bit of shame. Li Shui refused to dwell on this memory and tucked the ring away into the suitcase. Even though they lived in the same room, Li Shui and Bai Jing kept things clear between them, their items were separate. Li Shui wouldn't rummage through Bai Jing's cabinets looking for the other ring because he didn't want to accidentally disturb anything and make Bai Jing suspicious. However, Li Shui wasn't worried anyway, that thing had probably been discarded by Bai Jing long ago as trash. When Li Shui went downstairs, he suddenly realized that in the 17 years he and Bai Jing had known each other, they didn't have a single picture together. Apparently, even though they had spent countless nights lying next to each other, they had never really come closer. Upon arriving downstairs, the mural had already been dismantled. Li Shui then instructed the helpers to remove the vases, tea sets, woolen carpets, all the decorations he purchased for the house. Even the potted plants in the greenhouse were not spared. By the time Li Shui left, there wasn't a trace of anything connected to him in the place. This was what he had promised Bai Jing, he would take nothing and leave the house pristine for him. Uncle Wu felt immense pain, Li Shui's actions were equivalent to erasing the past self. Though Li Shui showed no signs of distress outwardly, Uncle Wu knew that deep inside, he must be hurting. As all the items were loaded onto the car, Li Shui turned around to see Uncle Wu still standing by the doorway, looking at him. What Li Shui couldn't stand most in his entire life was elders being kind to him, it was his weakness. Such warmth he had lost too early, and therefore, whenever he encountered it, he cherished it even more. There shouldn't be another chance for him and Uncle Wu to meet again, and normally, he should have just walked away cleanly. Yet, when Li Shi was about to open the car door and step inside, seeing the elder walk a few steps closer, he stopped. Li Shi walked back to Uncle Wu and said, "Remember to take your medicine on time. In the future, someone will deliver your medication, you don't need to worry." Uncle Wu was taken aback, so Li Shi frowned and added, "You're getting old, if you feel unwell, don't hold it in. Tell Brother Wu, let him take you to the hospital for a checkup. Don't always worry about Bai Jing, he's a grown man and can take care of himself." After all, in this day and age, where did anyone demand lifelong loyalty? Following grandfather wasn't enough, now in old age, he still had to look after the grandson. Of course, people from Uncle Wu's generation had their own beliefs and principles. Li Shi, having not lived through such a life, wouldn't rashly criticize, but looking at the old man's advanced age, his heart still ached. Uncle Wu opened his mouth but found no words coming out. He could only nod tearfully. Li Shi continued, "I've got a bad temper, sorry for troubling you these 3 years." Uncle Wu shook his head. Li Shi didn't wish to make him sad any longer, so he concluded, "I'm leaving, go back inside." Having said that, he departed without looking back. Uncle Wu stood at the doorway until the car disappeared around the corner and was out of sight before walking back. He thought about calling Bai Jing to inform him, but reconsidered. What was there to say, anyway? Wasn't this exactly what Bai Jing had been hoping for all along? By the time Li Shi emerged from the Bai residence, it was already late. The things he had brought out were all dealt with by the two men except for his own luggage, let them sell or throw the rest away as they pleased. Then, he drove alone to the eastern part of the city. Upon arriving at Iha Sanatorium, Li Shi parked the car and took out a medicine bottle, pouring pills into his palm one by one. Having counted 4 pills, he hesitated, shook the bottle again, and added 2 more. After taking the medicine, Li Shi got out of the car but did not head in the direction where Jiang Manqing used to live. Instead, he stopped in front of another building. Old Wei was waiting with 2 people at the entrance. Seeing him arrive, they greeted him politely, and Li Shi gave a nod before following Old Wei inside. The corridor was long and eerily quiet, its end exuding an ominous depth, making their footsteps echo clearly. Old Wei said while walking, "The surveillance has been turned off. Hai and the others are guarding the entrance, and I'll stay here, no one will come in. You can rest assured." When they reached the farthest room, Old Wei handed the medical box he was holding to Li Shi. As Li Shi turned to enter the room, Old Wei hastily pulled him back, hesitating as he said, "Or maybe I should." Li Shi glanced coldly at him, silently pushing his hand away and stepping inside without saying a word. The room was well decorated. The soft yellow curtains draped around the window exuded a sense of warmth, the lush greenery outside provided a scenic view, and the furniture inside was complete and elegant. If it weren't for the frightening woman lying on the bed, this place could be considered an excellent spot for recuperation. Li Shi walked to the bedside and looked down at Jiang Manqing with detached observation. This woman suffered from anorexia. After injuring Li Shi with a razor blade last time, she must have realized that there would be no further opportunities left for her survival. The breath of defiance that once kept her alive disappeared, and her condition quickly worsened. Now, emaciated to skin and bones, neither human nor ghost, she didn't have much time left to live. Jiang Manqing had been asleep, but she slowly opened her eyes, perhaps sensing Li Shi's presence. Unlike before, she didn't shout curses this time. With an emotionless face, she stared straight at Li Shi. If looks could kill, Li Shi might already have been flayed alive, piece by piece. Yet Li Shi stood firm, maintaining eye contact. He even admired her venomous hatred as if it were a work of art. The more she suffered, the crazier and more hateful she became, the happier he felt. "Once you die," he began softly, a smile of satisfaction curving his lips, "how about I bury you alongside Qin Guangji?" Her trembling increased, teeth chattering audibly, her voice sharp like a broken bellows, dripping with unnatural sharpness. "Li Shi. You. Hush." Li Shi made a calming gesture. Then he sat beside her, leisurely opening the box and retrieving a syringe and a vial filled with liquid medication. Inserting the needle into the top of the vial, he slowly drew the drug into the syringe. As she watched him, her breathing grew heavier. Uninterrupted, Li Shi suddenly asked, "Do you regret it?" Though physically weak, Jiang Manqing summoned her remaining strength and grabbed his wrist. "Li Shi," she panted heavily, bloodshot eyes glaring at him with eyeballs practically bulging out of their sockets, "the thing I regret most in my life is, giving birth to a monster like you." Li Shi froze, then bent his head, stifling a laugh. He had asked this question only twice, to 2 people who were deeply entangled with him. One was his biological mother, and the other, his lifelong love. Both wanted him dead. Neither regretted wanting him dead. The needle pressed against Jiang Manqing's wrist, gently puncturing the vein. Nodding, Li Shi agreed, "Yes, we're both monsters." As the medicine flowed steadily into her body, he smiled, "So, none of us deserves a peaceful death." Jiang Manqing's body began convulsing as she struggled fiercely. Her sharp nails tore bloody streaks across his forearm. Soon after, blood dripped steadily from those wounds. Not long afterward, Jiang Manqing became completely still, her unblinking eyes still fixed on Li Shi. Even in death, she refused to close her eyes. Li Shi released her hand, discarded the syringe, and stood up expressionlessly. Happy? What's there to be happy about? It was just disposing of garbage. Li Shi heard a voice tinged with anguish, heartache, and guilt softly sigh his name. He spun around sharply, but there was nothing in the room. Stiffening in place, Li Shi remained motionless. During the time right after his father and aunt had left, he experienced severe hallucinations. The human brain is truly a miraculous thing. Even though he knew that they were already gone, it could still create vivid three-dimensional images of them. They would call him to eat, talk to him, everything was just like when he was a child. But as he approached, closer and closer, reaching out to touch, the figure would dissipate upon contact. Li Shi never wanted to recall this period, it was too painful. In those moments of constant loss and gain, he even had to think for a long time whether it was himself, this Li Shi who had lost everything, who was real, or if the disappearing figures were the ones who were real. I know you don't want me to do this, but I have to, Li Shi spoke into the void, his expression stubborn and cold. I don't need your forgiveness. It felt as if someone had hollowed out his chest, he closed his eyes and then hoarsely said, never forgive me. Old Wei was smoking outside the door. When Li Shi came out, Old Wei glanced up and saw the skeletal woman lying on the bed, staring at him intently, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Li Shi extended his hand toward Old Wei, who paused at the sight of the bloodstains on it before realizing that Li Shi was asking for a cigarette. His actions became flustered as he retrieved one. After giving Li Shi the cigarette, Old Wei also pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Watching Li Shi take a puff, exhaling smoke with an indifferent look, Old Wei, in his 50s, somehow began sweating profusely down his back. Are you finding me quite terrifying? Li Shi suddenly smiled and asked. Old Wei was one of the few people Li Shi trusted implicitly, a secret unknown even to Bai Jing. Only Jin Yen had interacted with him. He couldn't determine whether Li Shi was right or wrong, their business rarely involved concepts of right or wrong, only whether something was done or not. However, personally killing his own mother while remaining so calm left Old Wei feeling deeply unnerved. Of course, he didn't dare say what he really thought and shook his head at Li Shi. Li Shi averted his gaze, muttering to himself, I find myself terrifying too. With that, he walked out in large strides. The men stationed outside watched as Li Shi emerged and hurriedly went inside to tidy up afterward. Li Shi descended the steps, standing outside the building and finishing the cigarette. As he threw away the butt and looked at the wound on the back of his hand, which was still seeping blood, he raised his hand to his mouth and extended his tongue to lick off the blood. His mouth quickly filled with the metallic taste of rust, and Li Shi inexplicably wanted to bite that wound with his teeth. His mind was somewhat muddled now, pain was an excellent choice for clarity. Just then, his phone rang, forcing Li Shi to snap out of his thoughts. Upon seeing the name on the display, he couldn't help but sneer. What ghostly connection is this? How did this person always seem to sense whenever he was in the most anguish? But would you have telepathy with someone you despise so much that you wish they'd die? That joke wasn't funny at all. Li Shi stared expressionlessly at his phone, neither hanging up nor answering. He knew Bai Jing was very busy, the case being discussed wasn't a minor one. Judging by the time Tang Shui had called earlier in the morning, this person hadn't slept for a day and night. The phone wouldn't ring for long. However, this time he seemed to be mistaken. By the fourth ring, Li Shi sighed, lowered his head, and pressed his lips onto Bai Jing's name. Time ticked by slowly until the phone finally went completely silent. Li Shi removed the SIM card and snapped it, then took out the battery, discarding the phone altogether into the trash can. By the time Old Wei came out, Li Shi handed him a check prepared earlier. Old Wei took it, startled by the amount written on it. He was about to speak, but Li Shi gestured for him to stop, looking exhausted. Let's go. As Old Wei watched his retreating back, he suddenly raised his voice and asked, will you come back? Li Shi didn't answer but waved again. Of course he would come back. When he returned next time, there would probably only be a jar of ashes left for him, wouldn't there? Chapter 57 Farewell. Bai Jing's first contact with Li Shi after arriving in Country A was when Zhuo Mingyuan told him that he would be on a business trip to Linqing. But after making several calls, no one answered. At the time, he didn't think much of it. He was busy, and so was Li Shi. In the past, such situations where they were too occupied to care for each other had happened before. Currently, due to political changes in Country A, investors' confidence is insufficient. Real estate funds have been forced to sell commercial properties to raise enough funds to meet investors' redemption demands. As a result, many real estate projects will re-enter the market, giving overseas investors the opportunity to enter. This time Bai Jing came to collaborate with a real estate private equity fund to establish a joint development platform. Things are done differently abroad than at home, and Bai Jing quickly forgot about Li Shi as he became immersed in his work. When Bai Jing finally snapped back to reality, it was already 3 days later. The cooperation here was almost finalized. Though it was facilitated by the Ning family, they benefited significantly from it, so Bai Jing didn't owe them any favors. Feeling somewhat more relaxed, Bai Jing remembered that he hadn't been in touch with Li Shui for several days. He called Li Shui, planning to inform the other party that he would return home tomorrow. After several attempts, this time the call wasn't unanswered. Instead, a mechanical female voice kept reminding him that the phone was powered off. Bai Jing felt something was wrong. Just then, Zhuo Mingyuan returned. He looked up and asked, "Has Li Shui contacted you these past few days?" Upon realizing that Ning Yu was standing behind Zhuo Mingyuan, Zhuo shook his head and said, "No. The last time Tang Shui called to say she was going on a business trip to Licheng." Frowning, Bai Jing said, "I can't get a hold of him. Ask Tang Shui right away." Zhuo Mingyuan nodded, picked up his phone, and walked out. Ning Yu waited until the two had finished speaking, then opened his mouth to ask, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing." Bai Jing didn't elaborate but changed the subject, asking, "Why did you come over?" Ning Yu maneuvered his wheelchair in front of Bai Jing and smiled, "I'll be going to the hospital early tomorrow morning and won't be able to see you off at the airport, so I've come ahead of time to say goodbye." Although Bai Jing and Ning Yu no longer had anything between them, they shared a bond from their youth, and Bai Jing naturally hoped Ning Yu would recover soon. With that, he raised his hand and patted Ning Yu on the shoulder, solemnly urging, "Take good care of yourself." Ning Yu nodded, yet his gaze avoided Bai Jing's ringed hand, scanning instead the glass side table beside him. Suddenly, he froze. A glossy piano black box with intricate ebony wood patterns and an embossed gold emblem, crafted by one of the world's most renowned brands, with nearly 2 centuries of watchmaking history. Ning Yu's hands slowly curled into fists. It took a while for him to regain his voice, asking half-jokingly, "Can I take a look?" Following Ning Yu's gaze, Bai Jing said nothing but picked up the box and handed it to him. Ning Yu carefully took it, opened it, and after seeing the contents, barely managed to maintain his composure. An elegant platinum case adorned with intricate hand-engraved vine patterns surrounded the exquisite watch face, where a lapis enamel dial framed the central mechanical movement number and star motifs all polished in a bright gray. It was the very piece Ning Yu admired, an astronomical tourbillon launched earlier that caused quite a stir. This model was also the most complex and aesthetically pleasing watch of the astronomical series thus far. More than a wristwatch, it was a piece of art. Even with its exorbitant price, there were still many buyers, Ning Yu being one of them. When he failed to secure it at auction, he regretted it for quite some time. Now, what he had yearned for was right before his eyes, but he didn't feel like Bai Jing had bought it for him. Closing the box, Ning Yu jokingly asked Bai Jing, "Would you consider selling it to me?" "Sorry, this watch already has an owner." "Is that so?" Ning Yu dropped his gaze, murmuring, "Is it Li Shui?" Without allowing Ning Yu much preparation time, Bai Jing responded with a simple, "Yes." Silence enveloped the room. For some reason, Ning Yu suddenly wanted to laugh. Bai Jing had rejected him because Li Shui threatened him. Bai Jing wore a ring also because Li Shui threatened him. Then, was Bai Jing gifting this unique watch to Li Shui also because of threats? Feeling discomfort, Ning Yu steadied his emotions and remarked, "I remember you once told me that you didn't love him." Bai Jing did not deny it. Ning Yu was about to continue when Zhuo Mingyuan returned. There weren't many times Ning Yu met Zhuo Mingyuan, but it was the first time he saw such panic on his face. He secretly expected something significant happened regarding Li Shui, but when Zhuo Mingyuan finally spoke, it was only a short sentence. "Li Shui has left." "What do you mean?" Bai Jing's expression abruptly turned grave. Zhuo Mingyuan looked at Ning Yu and said nothing. Ning Yu understood and softly said, "You guys talk, I'll go back first." With that, he wheeled his chair out of the room. Only after Zhuo Mingyuan was sure Ning Yu was out of earshot did he continue, "He left, and Jin Yan disappeared too. And Jiang Manqing is dead." Zhuo Mingyuan had asked Tang Shui, who replied that Li Shui hadn't gone to Lincheng and didn't know where he had gone either. Then he contacted Jin Yan's hospital and learned that Jin Yan had been transferred 3 days ago. His unease growing, he called Iha and was told that Jiang Manqing had suddenly died due to a heart issue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhuo Mingyuan rushed back to tell Bai Jing. "Make the arrangements and return to the country immediately." Bai Jing gave no further questions, lowering his gaze and starting to dial a number. "But, tonight's banquet." "I said, return to the country immediately." Bai Jing raised his head, lips tightly pursed, as if encased in a layer of frost. Zhuo Mingyuan paused, then seriously replied, "I understand." Tang Shui arrived at the Bai residence according to her estimated timing. But the flight must have been delayed, because neither Bai Jing nor Zhuo Mingyuan were there yet. She'd been here before, since both Bai Jing and Li Shui were extremely private people who preferred not to bring work home, she didn't come often. Wu Bo treated her with great courtesy, insisting on having someone bring exquisite pastries and flower tea despite her repeated refusals. Tang Shui stood up and thanked him repeatedly. Wu Bo, watching her stiff movements, couldn't help but sigh. Tang Shui and Jin Yan always seemed uneasy when they came here, as if afraid of disturbing something. Given their relationship with Li Shui, they shouldn't be like this at all. It was clear to everyone that Li Shui was just a temporary outsider living here. Where has Li Shui gone? Wu Bo still wasn't aware of the exact situation, assuming Tang Shui had come to discuss work with Bai Jing. Tang Shui bitterly smiled, "I don't know either." Wu Bo shook his head and sighed again. Just then, the gardener arrived, so he got up to make the necessary arrangements. Tang Shui didn't wait long. Hearing the sound of a car engine outside, she stood up. A moment later, Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan entered. Mr. Bai, Assistant Zhuo, Tang Shui greeted them first. Bai Jing's face lacked expression, but after a high-intensity period of work followed by a long flight and without recovering from jet lag, it was difficult for him to hide his weariness. He went straight to the couch, loosened his tie, rubbed his nose bridge to regain focus, and only then lifted his head and said, "Speak." Bai Jing's gaze was mild, but Tang Shui distinctly felt an oppressive pressure that made her unable to keep her back straight. Regaining her composure, Tang Shui took out some documents from her briefcase, walked a few steps forward, and placed the file on the coffee table in front of Bai Jing. "This is what Manager Li asked me to give you. Please review it, Mr. Bai." Bai Jing flipped through the document, his jaw tightening into a sharp line as he read, coldness filling his dark eyes. Zhuo Mingyuan stood beside him, glancing down briefly at the contents, then dared not breathe loudly. Bai Jing and Li Shi had known each other for 17 years, working together for at least 13 or 14 of those. Their entanglements ran deep, beyond just romantic relationships, there were also shared investments. Real estate, wineries, antiques, these immovable assets plus various stock holdings and properties would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to fully settle even if calculated properly. So their breakup wasn't as simple as ordinary couples saying, "We're not suited for each other," and walking away. This was why Bai Jing initially asked Li Shi to talk upon returning from business trips, and why Li Shi had emphasized discussions post-hospitalization during his illness. Now, there was nothing left to discuss. Because Li Shi had let go of everything. Flipping to the last page, Bai Jing saw Li Shi's signature. If it weren't for being too familiar with his handwriting, he might have doubted whether the signature was forged. Bai Jing looked at Tang Shui, anger boiling within his chest, but his expression remained calm. "Tell me, what does he plan to do this time?" Upon hearing his words, Tang Shui felt both like laughing and crying. How much must one love someone, how deeply must one understand another, to predict their reactions and responses perfectly? Tang Shui collected herself, suppressing the pang of sadness, and said, "Mr. Bai, Manager Li knew you wouldn't believe him, so he asked me to convey this. Though he's leaving, he will never do anything that harms the Bai family in the future. He swears by his father and aunt, please rest assured." Zhuo Mingyuan's face had turned pale. With Li Wenjue and Li Wenin as witnesses, this carried far more weight than any curse of being struck by lightning or meeting a terrible end or going to hell. If there had been any doubt before, at this point it was completely confirmed, Li Shi had truly left, this wasn't a joke, nor some sort of reverse psychology. Lastly, Tang Shui softly said, "He hopes you and Master Ning you live happily together until your hair turns white." After saying that, she gave a slight bow. "I've delivered all the messages Manager Li wanted me to convey, so I won't disturb further." The crisp sound of high heels grew fainter and fainter, until it disappeared altogether, leaving the room in an unsettling silence. Bai Jing slowly balled his hand into a fist, crumpling the document in his palm. The paper emitted a harsh scratching sound as it scrunched up. That night after the rain, the air was damp and cold, and that person had been sitting under the dim streetlight, using their shoe tip to chase moths like a child. With wide eyes, he asked, "Have we known each other this long?" His furrowed brows looked somewhat cute. Before leaving, he planted a feather-light kiss on his own forehead, smiling as he said, "Goodbye." It turned out that his goodbye meant this. Chapter 58, Chronic Illness. Uncle Wu returned just in time to hear the last few words that Tang Shui said, and he then learned that Li Shi had already left for good. Recalling Li Shi's farewell advice to him, Uncle Wu felt deeply saddened. It wasn't until much after Tang Shui had left that he finally snapped back to reality, walking up to Bai Jing and asking what he wanted to eat so he could instruct the housekeeper to prepare it. Bai Jing didn't answer, but instead suddenly asked an unrelated question, why was the carpet changed? The previous woolen carpet had been brought back from abroad by Li Shi. Its main color was red with various woven patterns, featuring a sun-like pattern surrounded by clouds of good omen. Bai Jing had a deep impression of this carpet because Li Shi insisted on placing the glass coffee table right in the center of the carpet to reveal the bottom sun and clouds. Back then, Bai Jing would move the coffee table around without reason and would even tease him for being troublesome. Now, the carpet was gone, replaced by a pure white one underfoot. Uncle Wu wasn't sure how to respond, but after some thought and realizing Bai Jing would eventually discover the truth, he told him honestly, Mr. Li took it with him. From these words, Bai Jing became aware of something, and looking up, he noticed the painting on the wall at the stairway was also missing. Actually, Bai Jing didn't really like that painting before, as it was truly too ordinary. Not painted by any famous artist and not particularly skillful either, it was simply a plain oil painting, showing 2 rows of plane trees in late autumn. The golden plane leaves covered the ground, with fallen leaves gently swirling in the breeze, the entire scene exuding warmth and contentment despite its quietude. Li Shi seemed quite pleased with this painting, often standing beneath it sipping a cup of coffee when tired from reading or working. Once, Bai Jing couldn't help but wonder about it, joining him in front of the painting for a while but seeing nothing particularly extraordinary. He asked why Li Shi had bought such a painting, and the latter gave him a light glance, tossing 3 words his way. Because I like it. At that moment, Bai Jing found it both funny and annoying. Did he take the painting as well? Bai Jing asked. Over the past 3 years, Li Shui had adorned the house with quite a number of items, and Uncle Wu believed it wouldn't be worth going over each one by one. Thus, he replied, Mr. Li has taken away everything he purchased. Is that so? Bai Jing lowered his head, unable to resist laughing. After seeing that file, Zhuo Mingyuan hadn't dared to speak for a long time. However, Bai Jing's laughter startled him back into consciousness, prompting him to say, I will immediately send someone out to look for him, as he reached for his phone and prepared to leave. Don't bother searching. Before he had taken even a step, Bai Jing's words froze him in place. Turning around, Zhuo Mingyuan doubted whether he had heard correctly. Bai Jing erased the smile from his face, saying lightly, it wasn't a decision made overnight. If you search now, it's already too late. But... Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated, opening his mouth to speak. Besides, if he wants to leave, let him go. Bai Jing, while speaking, slowly twisted the ring on his left ring finger outward. The ring hadn't been worn for long and easily slipped off. Bai Jing lifted his hand and threw the ring into the ashtray on the coffee table. The silver band hit the glass, producing a clear, ding-ling sound. What's the point of bringing him back? After finishing his last sentence, Bai Jing stood up and walked upstairs, no longer glancing at Zhuo Mingyuan. Uncle Wu looked at the dumbfounded Zhuo Mingyuan and consoled, Mr. Zhuo, go back and rest. Furrowing his brows, Zhuo Mingyuan asked, are we really not going to look for Mr. Li? After all, Uncle Wu had watched Bai Jing grow up. Feeling uncertain, he instinctively sought advice from the elder. Uncle Wu glanced at the ring lying quietly in the ashtray, sighed, and shook his head, saying, without faded connections and harmony between the two, it's best not to search. If before, Uncle Wu might have still considered Bai Jing's feelings, then this sentence he spoke now was solely for Li Shui. Why bring back Li Shui, who had only just resolved to leave? Was it just to put him through this vicious cycle of unattainable desires again? Or perhaps, allow him a few days of peace before watching Bai Jing bring back another lover needing care? What's the point? It would only torment him. Zhuo Mingyuan reflected for a bit and agreed. Although he felt that Bai Jing seemed unhappy, or even somewhat panicked and losing control, upon hearing of Li Shui's departure, these two indeed weren't suited for each other. He decided against overstepping and making rash judgments, choosing instead to follow Bai Jing's word. Bending down, Zhuo Mingyuan tidied up the crumpled document Bai Jing had been gripping tightly, bid farewell to Uncle Wu, and then departed. 3 days after Li Shui left, Tang Shui resigned, and Li Shui's position as vice president was quickly filled by someone else. Although he was exceptionally talented, the company didn't rely on him entirely, there were simply too many outstanding people in this world, and he wasn't irreplaceable. However, Bai Jing didn't let anyone touch Li Shui's office. It stayed just as it was. No one was allowed inside, and certainly no one dared to mess with anything inside. The only exception was the cleaning auntie, who regularly came in to sweep and tidy up. Otherwise, everything seemed perfectly normal. Even the group of gossipy colleagues that always congregated in the break room had stopped talking about Li Shui. Indeed, there were so many new things happening every day, so many sensational headlines and engaging topics, it was natural that no one would continue to remember him forever. With the passage of time, his face, his voice, even his name, would eventually fade from memory completely. Zhuo Mingyuan had initially thought the same thing. After all, Bai Jing had always appeared extremely aloof, so cold that at times it made Zhuo Mingyuan's heart ache. After so many years, how could someone not have formed an attachment? Even to an inanimate object, some bond might form over time. But Bai Jing never asked a single extra question about Li Shui, nor did he once visit the untouched office, despite its preservation. It wasn't until one day during a meeting when Bai Jing suddenly blurted out, "What does Li Shui think?" The moment the words escaped his mouth, everyone present froze in place. Bai Jing himself quickly realized his mistake, looking incredibly troubled. The incident was swept under the rug shortly afterward, everyone tacitly agreed not to bring it up, assuming it was merely a slip of the tongue. Yet Zhuo Mingyuan was suffering inwardly. He was the one who interacted most with Bai Jing, and thus felt the brunt of these slips firsthand. They were discussing work when Bai Jing would occasionally pick out a file, opening his mouth to say, "Send this to Li Shui." Or, sometimes during an event planning session, Bai Jing would still remind Zhuo Mingyuan, "Inform Li Shui." There was even one occasion when Zhuo Mingyuan asked Bai Jing to sign something, only to find the words, "Li Shui," scrawled in large letters when he picked up the document. At that moment, Zhuo Mingyuan stood frozen in place, feeling as though he'd been drenched in mud, unable to move or respond. Bai Jing himself was aware of his mistakes, and each time the name, Li Shui, slipped from his lips, he became grim-faced even before anyone else noticed. Yet this was perplexing. Bai Jing truly didn't believe he was missing Li Shui or that the person's departure would affect him in any way. Still, the three characters seemed permanently on the tip of his tongue, waiting for the moment he opened his mouth to rush out uncontrollably. He tried suppressing them, but they continued to linger in his chest, grinding away little by little, preventing him from thinking clearly. Carefully, Zhuo Mingyuan advised, "You're too tired lately. Take a couple of days off." Coincidentally, an old friend had invited them to a gathering, so Bai Jing agreed to attend. The gathering took place at a seaside resort, where their old friends chatted while the others enjoyed themselves freely, swimming if they wished, racing yachts if they desired, with few restrictions placed on their activities. Bai Jing attended alone. Everyone knew Li Shui was gone, and they assumed Bai Jing was now together with Ningyu, jokingly calling him such a paragon of virtue despite Ningyu's absence. In response, Bai Jing coolly said, "I'm not with Ningyu," and then corrected himself, adding, "I've never been with Ningyu." This comment sparked an uproar among his friends, who began questioning him incessantly. Bai Jing remained silent after taking a sip of wine. "Hey Bai Jing," one friend asked hesitantly, "could it be, you like Li Shui?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the man regretted them, nervously laughing to cover his embarrassment. "Don't joke around. If he liked Li Shui, why would he let him go?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jing placed his glass back on the table, expressionless, stating, "I didn't drive him away. He left on his own." His blunt confession left everyone at a loss for words. It seemed impossible to ask further questions. If someone dared inquire, Bai Jing's stony expression would deter them immediately. Not asking, however, only fueled their internal curiosity, growing ever more unsettling with each passing moment. Just as the situation grew awkward, the people who had gone out to play returned. With more voices joining the conversation, the suffocating atmosphere dissipated. Everyone else had come in pairs, yet Bai Jing seemed at ease being alone. Among his group of friends, Bai Jing was the one who enjoyed playing around the least. He didn't engage in promiscuous relationships and never maintained multiple ones simultaneously. He also didn't switch partners quickly. To him, there was no need to seek satisfaction from various physical bodies or indulge excessively in desires. All he needed was someone compliant and pleasant to look at for his physiological needs. As for what this person liked, their profession, or how much affection they harbored for him, it all went unnoticed. It was because his friends understood this about him that they never forced people upon him unnecessarily. When a partner arrived, the atmosphere changed, as did the topics of conversation. Earlier, they had been discussing investment projects, but now the talk turned into teasing and flirtatious banter. Despite the playful talk, everyone remained proper and restrained. They weren't uncouth nouveau riche who would wantonly claim a young, attractive person in public after just a few words. Joking around was one thing, they still retained their basic decorum and grace. While everyone else was laughing, teasing, and acting affectionately, the quiet one among them became increasingly noticeable. The boy accompanying Yan Wei seemed quite young, around 20 years old, yet possessed an exceptionally handsome face. He had classic peach blossom eyes with slightly upward slanting ends and long, dense lashes. A tear mole adorned the corner of his left eye, adding intrigue. His nose was elegantly straight, his lips curved faintly, and his overall demeanor radiated cool laziness. Bai Jing began paying attention to him not because of his face that outshone many women's beauty, but due to his indifferent attitude towards everyone around him. Even when talking to Yan Wei, his tone remained cold, lacking any warmth. Bai Jing couldn't help but glance at him several times. Yan Wei paid no mind to this and let Bai Jing stare as much as he wanted. Later, the boy apparently found it boring, so he lit a cigarette, not to smoke, but placed it on the table while he waited patiently for it to burn completely, lost in thought. Seeing his movements, Bai Jing felt his heart tighten, and his gaze became fixated on this person. Yan Wei quietly noticed Bai Jing's reaction but said nothing. That evening, when Bai Jing returned to his room, this person was already sitting on the bed waiting for him. Bai Jing paused mid-step, but instead of hesitating, he calmly approached and smirked indifferently. "Yan Wei sent me here." Without responding, Bai Jing simply contemplated for a moment, then nonchalantly stated, "You can relax. No one has touched me yet." Bai Jing studied him closely as the boy gazed back. After some time, this person's composed expression started to waver. He had heard from Yan Wei that Bai Jing had been staring at him all day and assumed that Bai Jing must be another admirer. However, the reality revealed otherwise. Bai Jing clearly held an advantage over him in terms of height, appearance, presence, and identity. Realizing that Bai Jing wasn't moved by him, his fleeting sense of superiority vanished completely. His ears turned red, his eyes began darting away, but the tear mole beneath his eye shone seductively under the light. Time ticked by. Just as he thought Bai Jing might tell him to leave, he heard Bai Jing's deep voice. "Go take a shower." Chapter 59, Possessiveness. This room was designed in an overly bold way, with the bathroom not next to the toilet, but beside the bed. Separated by a transparent glass, the inside view was completely visible. This person didn't hesitate at all. After hearing Bai Jing's words, he started taking off his clothes while walking inside. Not only was his face good-looking, but his body proportions were also excellent, with long limbs and white skin. The sound of water soon flowed, as steam rose up. In the hazy mist, one could see the gestures of this person raising his hand and gently touching his own body. Bai Jing sat down on the sofa, yet didn't pay attention to this lively scene before him, his gaze instead focused on the entrance area. 3 years ago when Bai Jing and Li Shui confirmed their relationship, Li Shui had already required that Bai Jing must not touch anyone else. This was the first time since the death of Grandpa that Bai Jing tasted the feeling of being restrained. Actually, he did not plan to mess around outside, but he had been in a high position for a long time, doing whatever he wanted or didn't want to do. No one dared to point fingers at him. Still, even though he felt displeased with how Li Shui spoke to him, Despite any displeasure, in these 3 years, he never touched another person. He and Li Shui, besides having mismatched personalities, fit well together both in work and in bed. Especially because Li Shui made no demands on him in bed, Bai Jing went through a period where he became too intense, actually making her ill, requiring quite a long period of recuperation. Strangely, Ningyu had lived at home for so long, yet Bai Jing never developed any desires for him. Initially, he thought it was due to concern over Ningyu's leg injury, but later, when Ningyu took the initiative to kiss him, Bai Jing didn't even want to be touched. Even though not going to bed could somehow be explained away, unwilling to share even a kiss, how should that be justified? Bai Jing was not someone who indulged excessively in romantic love, nor did he ever carefully ponder over its causes. He merely remembered Ningyu's obedient and gentle nature when he was young. Therefore, when Ningyu reappeared before him, sitting in a wheelchair and seeking reliance, Bai Jing naturally chose him. But, Bai Jing asked himself, if another person came along, equally handsome and equally compliant and considerate, could they replace Ningyu? For the first time, he began to wonder if he really liked Ningyu, or if he just liked the standard he had set. Under this standard, whoever fit into it probably wouldn't matter much. At this moment, the glass door of the bathroom opened, and the person inside came out. He put on a bathrobe, exposing a large patch of lustrous white skin at his chest. As he walked over, he used a towel to dry his wet hair, eventually stopping in front of Bai Jing. Bai Jing looked up, his facial features under the light appeared quite handsome, the line from his eyebrows to his nose even more prominent. However, his expression was cold, and his eyes clear, without the slightest sign of lustful intention. Seeing no reaction from Bai Jing, this person considered for a moment and then decided to kneel down by himself. He was also a man, knowing full well what men wanted most and how they desired to be satisfied. Meeting Bai Jing for the first time, even without considering power or status, purely based on appearance, he was willing to do such a thing. The metallic buckle on his belt was undone by slender fingers, the zipper of his suit pants slowly pulled down. Bai Jing lowered his eyes to look at the person before him, distractedly thinking, this one didn't appear very obedient or proper, clearly not fitting into his standard, then why did he allow this person to approach him? Was it because his taciturn manner somewhat resembled someone else, or was it because his habit of lighting cigarettes but not smoking them matched that of someone else? It seemed his standards no longer mattered, all the references that stirred his emotions now turned into Li Shui. With damp black hair drooping low, the man's lips were about to brush against him when Bai Jing caught his chin firmly. This person raised his eyes, met Bai Jing's gaze for a moment, then smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Won't you really give it a try? Bai Jing released his hand and said in a deep voice, go. This person didn't persist further, intelligently getting up, shedding his bathrobe, picking up his clothes from the floor, and quickly becoming neat again. But upon departure, there was still some reluctance. He stopped in the doorway, laughing lightly, asking, Mr. Bai, who are you seeing through me? Hearing this, Bai Jing lifted his head, his expression dark and terrifying. Is it the same person you've been waiting for all along? He added this sentence with a laugh, without waiting for Bai Jing's answer, and left the room. Actually, he'd already noticed, Bai Jing's thoughts were never on him, despite his complete nakedness, Bai Jing never even glanced at him. Instead, he always paid attention to the noise outside the door, as if he were waiting for someone. Unable to help himself, he gave a self-mocking smile, these wealthy people were truly annoying. If their heart was already taken, why play around like this? After the person left, the room fell quiet once again. Bai Jing didn't feel angry, because this person was right. He was indeed waiting for someone. At the beginning of this year, he attended a dinner party with Li Shui. During the dinner, a young boy arrived, his face was very fresh, and he looked cute. He was reportedly a popular teenage writer now. Bai Jing thought at the introduction that times had changed, these days, anything goes as long as you scribble down a few words. He didn't pay much attention to the boy, but couldn't stop him from bumping into his arms while offering drinks, his hand lightly brushing against Bai Jing's waist, a clear teasing gesture. Bai Jing's face immediately turned serious then, before his anger could flare up, Li Shui dragged the boy away and coldly said, if you're not deaf, you should have understood clearly at the start that he already has someone. The boy still smiled apologetically, muttering an offhand apology, sorry Mr. Li, I'm drunk. Li Shui said nothing, picking a bottle of wine from the ice bucket. He weighed it in his hand, unscrewed the cap, and poured the wine over the boy's head until the entire bottle was finished. He carelessly threw the empty bottle on the ground and asked, are you sober now? Shivering uncontrollably in the cold, drenched from head to toe, the boy paled and muttered, I am. After this incident, the so-called youth writer disappeared from the industry, as did the executive who brought him along. Despite all the efforts by the intermediary, Bai Jing never interacted again with either one. Regardless of how many connections this person sought out or how good their message was, Bai Jing ignored them all. Later when people talked about the incident and teased Li Shui for it, he glanced at Bai Jing and calmly said, I don't like others touching him, not even once. With such intense possessiveness, Bai Jing couldn't believe Li Shui really left, couldn't believe he truly no longer cared. So ever since Yan Wei brought someone to the room, Bai Jing had been waiting, expecting Li Shui to burst in and fight with him fiercely. But he waited and waited, and the person he wanted to see never showed up. Bai Jing returned home early the next morning. He had no heart for amusement, staying there was merely a waste of time. Seeing his gloomy expression, Sua Mingyuan couldn't help but ask, should I inquire with Fu Ying? Maybe she knows where Li Shui is. Bai Jing replied sternly, no need. Sua Mingyuan was immediately helpless. Their big boss who prioritized work above all, was obviously distracted with longing for Li Shui, yet still acted stubborn and defiant. Well, Sua Mingyuan also gave up, he would just watch how long Bai Jing could hold out. Sua Mingyuan continued, the old house called yesterday, asking you to come back. He frowned slightly, it's probably regarding Bai Heng. Bai Jing nodded, understood, let the driver prepare the car. That evening, Bai Jing ate outside and arrived at the old house around 8 o'clock. As expected, Bai Jingyuan and Zhao Zhiruan were there. Surprisingly, Bai Heng was present too. Knowing how Bai Heng usually feared Bai Jing, he would often flee at the news of Bai Jing's arrival. When Bai Jing greeted, Zhao Zhiruan bombarded him with questions about his well-being, her tone and expressions overly deliberate, making the atmosphere awkward. Sitting across from Bai Jingyuan, Bai Heng stood near the sofa, his voice lowering timidly upon Bai Jing's approach. He softly called, Big Brother. Bai Jing didn't even glance at him, replying faintly. Bai Heng dared not say more and cautiously sat down. In a foul mood these past few days, Bai Jing had no patience to play games with Bai Jingyuan anymore, directly asking, Father, why did you call me back? Every time Bai Jingyuan met his eldest son, he always deliberately put on an air of impatience and irritation to assert his authority as a father. Hearing Bai Jing's direct question, he frowned deeply and commanded Bai Jing to hand the position of vice president held by Li Shui to Bai Heng. Bai Jing answered, that position is already arranged. Who is it arranged for? Regardless of whoever, take them down. Bai Jingyuan spoke with high emotions. Zhao Zhiruan quickly reached out to pat his chest, consoling him repeatedly. Bai Jing leaned back, elbow resting on the cushion, fingers pressing against his temple in a casual manner. His father indulged himself for life and never managed things properly, he likely assumed running a company was like playing house, do whatever he pleases. Otherwise, how could he raise such a foolish son as Bai Heng? Bai Jing turned his head and asked the silent person beside him, do you want to be the vice president? Bai Heng raised his eyelids slightly and met Bai Jing's gaze, shuddering slightly, swallowed, and stammered in response, no, don't want to be. After finishing, he hastily lowered his head. He knew he was spineless, but he couldn't control himself. As a child, he had been most afraid of Bai Weitang, the old man's authority was too heavy, and few among the younger generation dared to speak up to him. Bai Jing grew up by his side, seemingly inheriting this oppressive aura. Bai Heng remembered that during family gatherings and holidays when he was young, the elders, his grandfather, second uncle grandpa, third uncle grandpa, sat at the center table as the most senior members. His father and younger uncle sat a little further out, while the children sometimes weren't even allowed into the hall. Only his brother could be beside their grandfather, eating and conversing with the elders. When Bai Heng's grandfather was younger, he was too busy with work to take care of his father, so later on, all his heart was spent on Bai Jing. Bai Jing was already exceptionally smart and then raised directly by their grandfather, no one in the family could compare to him. What Bai Heng had managed within the company were merely trivial matters, if truly pitted against Bai Jing, Bai Heng would likely scare himself to death before Bai Jing even acted. But Bai Jingyuan cared nothing for this, always scheming to push Bai Heng higher, even suggesting to hand over his own shares to him. Thinking about it, Bai Heng slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, his father's meager shares should probably just be left for retirement. Bai Jingyuan likely hadn't anticipated how useless his youngest son was, publicly humiliated and rendered speechless with anger. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhiruan joined in saying, Bai Heng misbehaved when he didn't know any better, but how can he possibly serve as a vice president? Su Shu, the family steward standing behind them, suddenly sighed over Bai grandfather's vision and decisiveness. If the Bai family was handed to Bai Jingyuan or Bai Heng, how long could they possibly hold up? Bai Jing, who had been silently watching the drama unfold, finally addressed Bai Heng coldly, if you want to return to the company, that's fine, but if I ever hear again that you're causing trouble, then don't ever say you're part of the Bai family. No need to explain what those words meant, the faces of Bai Heng and Zhao Zhiruan immediately lost color. Enraged, Bai Jingyuan pointed at Bai Jing and started scolding him harshly. Zhao Zhiruan tried stopping him from continuing, but Bai Jing didn't respond a single word, stood up, greeted Su Shu, and walked away. On the way back home, Bai Jing showed an uncommon look of fatigue on his face. What kind of family was this? What kind of relatives were these? They were simply a burden, tangled up only in interests. Somehow, he suddenly thought of Li Shui, recalling how that person used to sternly say, if you're willing to bear it, do so, but if not, leave it to me. If those old people are dissatisfied, push it on to me. Bai Jing suddenly got a headache, pressing his temples and asking the driver, Li Shui. Realizing the moment the words left his lips, that person had long since gone. When Bai Jing returned home, his expression was grim, but Uncle Wu didn't ask anything. Every time Bai Jing came back from there, his mood wouldn't be good. Back in the day when Li Shui was around, because of these things, Bai Jing's family suffered no small amount of offense. Dinner wasn't eaten well, Uncle Wu had prepared some dishes for him. Just as Bai Jing picked up his chopsticks a few times, he stopped and said, I feel like drinking plain rice porridge. Uncle Wu paused, responding and heading to the kitchen. After eating, Bai Jing went to bed early. He hadn't rested well the night before, spending 2 days in chaos, leaving his body quite weary. Not knowing when he fell asleep, he was startled awake by the sound of the door opening, followed by lights being turned on. The light irritated Bai Jing, prompting him to squint and sit up. Recognizing the person standing in the doorway, his drowsiness vanished instantly. That person remained silent, just as in the past, walking directly into the room, changing into pajamas, finishing personal hygiene, and lying down on the side they usually slept on. Bai Jing maintained his seated position, wanting to speak multiple times, only to find that he was too nervous to voice a word. The room light was off, forcing him to stiffly lie down. But he was still upset, wanting to ask why that person left, even thinking of taunting them. Since they spoke so decisively, since everything was arranged so thoroughly, why come back now? Words were ready on the tip of his tongue but gradually swallowed back. Bai Jing rolled to his side, reaching out and turning the person towards him, pulling them into his embrace. Lowering his head, he smelled the familiar scent on this person, unable to resist kissing their forehead. Kiss after kiss. Each cell in his body screamed for satisfaction, as if enduring thirst for several days and finally getting water. Suddenly, Bai Jing realized something. Neither of them were young anymore, so why argue or create strife? Whatever this person wanted, love, protection, complete devotion, he'd grant it, it wasn't such a big deal. The more he thought about it, the firmer his grip became, hugging Li Shui tightly, as if fearing he would vanish. The room was quiet. Bai Jing listened to Li Shui's breathing as he gradually drifted to sleep. He had a long dream in this deep sleep. Chapter 60, Dreamed Past, Part 1. When the classroom door was kicked open with a bang, Ningyu abruptly raised his head, standing up so quickly that there were still strands of silver on the corner of his lips. Bai Jing wasn't as flustered, his eyes scanned over the doorway and met a pair of extremely cold eyes. There was no scream, no approach, the man didn't even say a word. He furrowed his brows, slammed the door heavily, and left as if he hadn't even seen the two classmates kissing in the classroom. What should we do? Ningyu looked worried, lowering his head dejectedly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This period was supposed to be physical education, but Ningyu had kept Bai Jing in the classroom, confessed his feelings, and couldn't help but kiss him. Bai Jing gently patted his back and said indifferently, it's fine. He paused and added, he won't tell. If it had been someone else who saw them today, they probably would have prepared themselves well, but if it was that person, there was no need to worry too much. Bai Jing rarely paid attention to anyone at school, but for Li Shui, it was impossible not to notice him. From the start of the semester to now, through every major and minor exam, first place in the rankings had never changed. Everyone in the entire school knew the name Li Shui. But unlike the traditional image of an obedient student, he didn't enjoy group activities or team spirit, he had an aloof personality and always walked alone. When people talked to him, he either responded or didn't, preferring to work alone on group assignments rather than cooperate with classmates. Even complaints to the teacher made no difference, neither scolding nor punishment worked. Over time, the title of academic prodigy faded, and students started referring to him privately as a weirdo. Bai Jing didn't think Li Shui was strange. Everyone has their own way of interacting with the world, some like being sociable while others prefer solitude. It's merely a matter of differing preferences, not a reason to force your ways onto others. Of course, due to his upbringing from a young age, Bai Jing was more mature than his peers, and most of his classmates simply couldn't accept Li Shui's unconventional behavior. As Bai Jing predicted, life at school went on as usual in the following days, and his relationship with Ningyu remained undiscovered. Several times when Bai Jing encountered Li Shui in the corridors, the latter completely ignored him during their face-to-face encounters, showing no hint of curiosity. Bai Jing was very busy with his studies, work at the student union, and private courses arranged by his grandfather, leaving him little energy to focus on other matters. This issue was temporarily put to rest. But later on, Bai Jing helped out when Li Shui ran into trouble. The incident started on Wednesday, during the evening study session led by math teacher Yu Qing. Yu Qing was famous and had her unique teaching methods. The two classes she taught always took turns being number one in mathematics, relegating all other classes to fight for third place. She managed her students strictly and didn't care about offending anyone, whether you were some second generation or not. If her requirements weren't met, she'd criticize you harshly, making sure you couldn't hold your head high. Yu Qing had a habit of writing an entire blackboard of math problems on Wednesday mornings after class. Students would copy these down and needed to finish solving them before the evening study session. Before starting her explanation, she would first check everyone's work. Evening study began at 7 o'clock, and Peng Hao rushed into the classroom at 6:40 p.m. He had just finished playing basketball, his jersey still on and his face drenched in sweat. The math representative, Liao Xingyu, was collecting the completed notebooks. Seeing him come in, she shouted, "Hey Peng Hao. Where is your homework? Hurry up. We're only missing yours." Peng Hao threw his basketball under his seat, rushing over to Liao Xingyu with panic, "I haven't done it yet. Quick, let me borrow someone's to copy from." Without waiting for Liao Xingyu's permission, Peng Hao hastily grabbed a notebook from her desk and ran off. Liao Xingyu rolled her eyes dramatically but didn't stop him. Back at his seat, Peng Hao held his own notebook in one hand and the borrowed one in the other, looking for the answers written earlier that morning. In his haste, he flipped through the pages too fast and tore one in half with a tear. Peng Hao didn't seem to care, continuing to flip backward until he found the answers. He immediately lowered his head and started copying them down. The pre-class bell had already rung, and Peng Hao wrote faster and faster, as if formulas and numbers were flying off the page. As he prayed that Ms. Yu would arrive late today, a hand suddenly pressed down on his notebook. Looking up, Peng Hao saw Li Shui staring expressionlessly at him, his voice cold. "Did I fucking give you permission to copy?" After submitting his homework, Li Shui went to the small convenience store at school to buy a bottle of water. On his way back, as he passed Peng Hao's seat, he noticed him hurriedly working on his homework and initially didn't pay it any mind. But then something felt off. Looking again, he realized the answers Peng Hao was copying came from his own handwriting. He was very independent and extremely disliked others touching his things, let alone doing so without permission. This made him furious. Boys at this age are quick to flare up, especially Peng Hao, who had a fiery temper and preferred soft approaches over hard ones. Even though he was in the wrong first, after hearing Li Shui's harsh words, his anger boiled up. Standing up, Peng Hao pulled out Li Shui's notebook, waving it mockingly as he said, "What if I fucking copy yours?" Without saying a word, Li Shui kicked Peng Hao's desk with his leg. Peng Hao, standing behind the desk, immediately felt a sharp impact to his waist. With some family background, few people dared to provoke him at school. He truly didn't expect Li Shui to dare act like that, and for a moment he froze. Not until the pain grew intense did he snap back to reality. With an ugly look on his face, veins bulging on his forehead, Peng Hao threw the notebook to the ground and kicked the desk aside, charging toward Li Shui to beat him up. But Li Shui didn't dodge, there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. His nature was such that he'd lost count of how many fights he'd had from childhood to now. He certainly wouldn't fear Peng Hao. The classmates around them finally reacted, and several boys were about to pull them apart when they heard a cold shout from the door, "What are you doing?" Everyone looked up to see Yu Qing frowning at the entrance, Bai Jing standing beside her. The classroom fell silent instantly. Yu Qing approached, noticing the overturned desk, and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Li Shui stood silently in place. Reporting incidents to teachers or relying on them for help simply weren't part of his character. He wasn't that weak. Peng Hao straightened the desk himself and changed his expression, smiling foolishly at Yu Qing. "Nothing, we were just playing." Yu Qing eyed him suspiciously, but no one around spoke up. So she could only say, "Playing what? Didn't you hear the class bell?" Then she waved her hand, all right, everyone go back to your seats." Everyone followed Yu Qing's command and dispersed. Li Shui bent down to pick up his own notebook. As he raised his head, he met Peng Hao's gaze, whose eyes showed not a trace of a smile, mouthing silently, "You wait." Before self-study, Bai Jing had been called by Yu Qing to discuss something and thus didn't know exactly what had happened. But thinking about the tense atmosphere he encountered upon entering, he doubted it was just playful roughhousing as Peng Hao had claimed. He glanced at Li Shui but found no emotion on this person's face. When he returned to his seat, he heard whispers deliberately kept low behind him. "Just copying homework, does Li Shui really need to make such a fuss? You don't know he's the top of the grade. Homework is considered very precious to him. He might be number one, but he's still a freak, sooner or later someone will take him down. Shoo, Miss Yu is looking over here." Only after hearing this did Bai Jing piece together the situation. After that day, classmates waited anxiously for the battle between Peng and Li. However, both were mysteriously quiet, and peace lasted a few days, causing the matter to gradually fade from everyone's memory. On Monday afternoon, the physical education class included a fitness test. After testing, students were free to relax. Bai Jing finished running and went to wash his hands at the gym restroom, just arriving at the door when he overheard a group chatting. "Mr. Peng, have you actually found someone to handle this?" "Yes, I have." "When?" "Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to fuck up one of his legs." "Hey, don't blow this too far out of proportion. What do you have to be scared about when Peng doesn't fear it? That Li Shui deserves a lesson, always strutting around arrogantly, I've long hated him." Bai Jing didn't listen further, stepping inside instead. Upon seeing him, the group instantly appeared embarrassed. Bai Jing kept walking, calmly ordering, "Move aside." Peng Hao and the boys standing in front jumped like they'd been burned, quickly clearing a path. Bai Jing never even glanced at them, heading directly to the sink to rinse his hands under the running tap. Peng Hao, with his arrogant nature, somehow didn't flare up despite being ignored by Bai Jing, his complex gaze fixed on the other's back. You can't deny that the world is sometimes cruel. No matter how high you climb, there are always those superior figures above you. Bai Jing represented exactly such an elite to Peng Hao. Peng Hao's father was almost ecstatic to find out they were in the same class, incessantly advising his son to latch onto Bai Jing's good side and try to get into his circle. Though Peng Hao tried a few times to ingratiate himself, it was to no avail. The group surrounding Bai Jing simply wouldn't give him a proper glance. He couldn't afford to feel angry, much less allow his wounded pride to interfere. With decent family conditions, many bowed down to him, but deep down, he understood that facing Bai Jing and his kind, it was his turn to bow. After Bai Jing finished washing his hands and saw that these people had not left, Peng Hao in particular seemed lost in thought. He furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Is there something?" This broke Peng Hao out of his daze. With an awkward glance away, he replied, "No, nothing," and then walked out with the other boys. Later that afternoon after school, Yan Lei was the one to pick up Bai Jing. Once inside the car and after driving for a while, Bai Jing suddenly called out, "Uncle Yan." Yan Lei kept his eyes on the road, acknowledging him without turning around. "I want to ask you for a favor." "Master, please tell me what it is." In a few brief sentences, Bai Jing explained the situation. After hearing this, Yan Lei smiled and said, "It's a small matter. Leave it to me, master can rest assured." Bai Jing simply hummed in agreement and stopped speaking, leaving Yan Lei to handle the issue from the afternoon. Actually, it wasn't really his concern. Bai Jing hadn't even exchanged words with Li Shui. But earlier, Li Shui had accidentally discovered his secret with Ning Yu and maintained perfect silence about it, sparing Bai Jing significant trouble. So now, Bai Jing considered this as repaying Li Shui's favor. Li Shui himself never knew he'd avoided a serious conflict. Every day, he continued living just like before. Regarding Peng Hao's, "You wait," he never did end up waiting. Later, whenever Peng Hao saw him, his gaze became strangely probing, as if investigating something. Li Shui didn't care either way, ready to fight if challenged or preferring they both leave each other alone otherwise. Either way, nobody was to bother him. Bai Jing also never disclosed any part of this to Li Shui. Throughout high school, their interactions were so trivial that they barely counted as anything significant, and since neither treated it as such, they soon reverted back to being strangers. The 3 years passed swiftly. When Bai Jing learned that Li Shui would be attending the same university as him, he wasn't surprised at all. At first, Bai Jing had considered that, being classmates for 3 years, if they'd later share the same place and major, maybe they should exchange contact information. However, when encountering Li Shui at school, he still received no acknowledgement whatsoever, just as in high school. Bai Jing found it amusing and thought the guy was truly interesting. Had it been anyone else, this level of arrogance might have annoyed Bai Jing, but in Li Shui's case, Bai Jing felt it was entirely justified. By the time university began, their dynamics remained largely unchanged. Bai Jing was still the one everyone followed, and Li Shui stayed aloof. Yet Bai Jing grew increasingly busy with company affairs. Meanwhile, Li Shui started interacting more with his classmates, no longer quite as rejecting as before. Before winter break during the first semester, Bai Jing requested leave to go home early. His grandfather's health had recently worsened, and Bai Jing, raised almost entirely by him, shared a very deep bond with his grandfather. Naturally, he returned to take personal care of him. A few days later, as Bai Jing entered his grandfather's room with medicine one morning, his assistant was just reporting work progress. Mid-report, they suddenly mentioned the Qin family, saying that Qin Guangji, the third son of the Qin family, encountered some trouble. Someone brandishing a knife confronted him at the company entrance, though Qin escaped injury and the assailant was arrested. Bai Jing found this strange, marveling at someone daring enough to do this today. Not sure whether to call it foolishness or commend bravery, he absent-mindedly asked while feeding his grandfather the medicine, "Who is this person?" Given the close relationship between the Bai and Qin families, any disturbance on their side would be investigated immediately. The assistant handed over the materials and replied, "This person is also your classmate, his name is Li Shui." Chapter 61, Dreamed Past, Middle. Bai Jing's expression changed the moment he heard this name. He set down the medicine and took over the file to look at it. Li Shui's father had died, his aunt had died, the child his aunt was carrying was also gone, and mother Jiang Manqin was nowhere to be found, hidden by Qin Guangji somewhere. The biggest difficulty now was the lack of evidence. There were no surveillance cameras in the alley where Li Wenzhuo was beaten to death, and all his valuables were gone. The investigation went in the direction of robbery and murder, never reaching Qin Guangji. As for Li Weining, the final ruling was that she went looking for trouble and accidentally fell down the stairs herself. 3 lives lay there bloodied, yet the Qin family covered up everything. Li Shui could do absolutely nothing about it. Bai Jing frowned and asked, "Was he arrested?" The assistant replied, "Yes, Master Bai." Then he shook his head, "I heard he is not doing well inside. It seems he may not come out." Bai Jing remained silent for a while, then turned to Bai Weitang with a serious expression, saying, "Grandpa, I want to save someone." Grandpa Bai's expression wasn't surprised. He waved his hand for everyone around to leave, leaving only Bai Jing behind. Then, the grandfather and grandson had a long conversation. The Bai family didn't have as much power as the Qin family, but they did have their own network. And with this matter, if the Bai family pursued it relentlessly, ultimately Qin Guangji would have taken human lives, and an uproar would have brought nothing good for the Qin family. When Grandpa Bai intervened, Li Shui was released that very night, though he went in standing up, but eventually had to be carried out. Bai Jing's men informed him that Li Shui was so brutally beaten that not a single part of his body was left unscathed. Even from a distance, one could smell the strong stench of blood emanating from him. He stayed unconscious in the hospital for 2 days straight. When he woke up, after talking with Bai Jing was actually somewhat startled. The old Li Shui, although solitary, still couldn't completely hide who he truly was. He would get angry, frustrated, worried, and happy, his eyes full of arrogance. But this current version showed none of the expected crying or struggling, instead maintaining an unsettling calmness. He resembled a puppet stitched together by despair and hatred. This transformation had little effect on Bai Jing. He saved Li Shui because he saw potential in him. Over time, Li Shui would undoubtedly become one of his strongest assets. Most importantly, burdened by such deep blood revenge, Bai Jing never needed to worry about Li Shui betraying him. This was what Bai Jing trusted and valued most. Despite this, upon truly facing each other, Bai Jing felt some regret. Overnight, due to an incident, this person's life was no longer under their control. After Li Shui recovered and was discharged from the hospital, he returned to school with Bai Jing and began assisting with matters in Bai company. He didn't disappoint Bai Jing, adapting quickly to work. However, due to the enormous trauma he had endured, he developed severe hallucinations and required treatment, which consumed much of his time and energy. Otherwise, actually before returning to the country, he might already have been capable of handling things independently. After both graduated and returned to Jinhai City, they hadn't been in the company long when something major happened within the Bai family. Grandpa Bai Weitang had passed away. From his childhood until now, Bai Jing experienced the feeling of heart-wrenching grief for the first time. His mother had passed away when he was young, and he didn't quite understand what death truly meant back then. As for Bai Jingyuan, they weren't close growing up, so Bai Jing never sought warmth from him, nor felt disappointment or sadness. The old master's education of him was extremely strict, but the elder also loved him deeply, willing to satisfy Bai Jing's desires at any cost. For the period after his passing, the old man had paved the way for Bai Jing early, making sure his legacy would clearly go to Bai Jing, and no one could take even the smallest fraction away. As for the few bits of interest leaked from his fingers to pacify others, compared to what Bai Jing received, these were insignificant and not worth mentioning. Additionally, several heads of the clan had previously received instructions from him. These old brothers shared good relations, and Bai Weitang was the person who truly propelled the Bai family to prominence, earning great respect. Naturally, they followed his final wishes and protected Bai Jing. Therefore, there was no bloody power struggle over the family business. Everything remained tranquil, but this tranquility was the old man Bai Weitang's last protection and affection for Bai Jing. The old master had departed during winter. His funeral was grand, with many mourners. Bai Jing wore a black suit, his hair fixed neatly with wax, his face solemn, showing no trace of despair. He couldn't afford to feel despair. There could not be even a speck of rudeness in his demeanor. Everyone was watching him closely, and he wouldn't let his grandfather down, allowing people to mock that his grandfather's upbringing had produced nothing remarkable. Li Shi also wore a black suit and stayed close to Bai Jing's side the entire time, though his expression was even colder. Any ill-intentioned inquiries were skillfully fended off by him without a single crack. Later, after the funeral ended, Bai Jing and Li Shi walked together but hadn't even left the cemetery when Bai Jing suddenly said, "I want to take a walk over there." Li Shi responded with an, as the bodyguards prepared to follow. He stopped them with a gesture. The snow on the ground was thick, leaving footprints trailing behind Bai Jing's steps. Light snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing softly on Bai Jing's black coat before melting away almost instantly. No one knew if he felt cold or not. Li Shi watched as Bai Jing paused under a bare tree, leaning against it with his hand. His fingers clenched tightly, and slowly, he lowered his head. The snow-covered graveyard lay silent but suddenly became heavy with profound sorrow. Li Shi shifted his gaze, blinking back the moisture welling up in his eyes. After the funeral, Bai Jing and Li Shi threw themselves into their work wholeheartedly. Bai Jing took charge, and Li Shi was no longer merely an assistant, he started handling some matters independently and could express his own opinions. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Shi did not appear overly grateful to Bai Jing, nor did he blindly follow Bai Jing's every command. During disagreements with Bai Jing at work, he refused to concede easily. Once, during an argument, words got too harsh, and neither of them remembered who started it first, but they ended up in a fight. Born into a prestigious family like this, Bai Jing had been trained since childhood for self-protection. His combat skills were comparable to professional bodyguards, making Li Shi no match for him. However, Li Shi fought fiercely, willing to sacrifice everything. Bai Jing held back deliberately to avoid truly hurting him. As a result, they ended up evenly matched, both sustaining injuries. After calming down post-fight, Bai Jing's face darkened with anger. He couldn't believe that despite his youth being filled with impulsiveness, he had never engaged in physical fights before, and now, well over 20 years old, he had behaved like a restless little boy. As Bai Jing fumed silently, Li Shi climbed to his feet, stepped over scattered documents all over the floor, kicked Bai Jing lightly, "Get up." Bai Jing looked up. Li Shi said, "Let's eat." Bai Jing gave a cold laugh. If it weren't for the last bit of his upbringing and dignity, he would have yelled, "Eat? You've hit my mouth until it's bruised purple. Who cares about eating?" Sure enough, the next day, everyone saw Bai Jing as if they had seen a ghost. Yet, no one dared to ask, only sneaking peeks at him cautiously. This made Bai Jing feel increasingly annoyed, but every time Li Shi upset him, he lost control again. With arguments and fights happening repeatedly, time passed by unnoticed. After the Qin family collapsed, Bai Jing and Li Shi had plenty on their hands. After enduring and laying out strategies for so many years, they finally reaped what they sowed, splitting the Qin family assets effortlessly. On the day the Qin family leader was arrested, Li Shi disappeared. Bai Jing sent people to check and learned that Li Shui had led others to confront Qin Guangji. Bai Jing was very busy, several clan uncles waited for him to hold meetings. He hesitated momentarily, postponed the time, and went to look for Li Shui instead. Li Shui was known for doing things carefully, but Jiang Manqing and Qin Guangji were his fatal weakness. Whenever they were mentioned, he lost control. Bai Jing worried that something might happen to him. Sure enough, when Bai Jing arrived at the scene, the floor was splattered with blood. Qin Guangji and Jiang Manqing lay in a pool of blood, whether alive or dead was unclear. Li Shui stood blankly before the table, staring at Li Wenjue and Li Weining's photos, lost in thought. Seeing that something was wrong with Li Shui, Bai Jing had his men take him away while staying behind himself to tidy things up. After finishing, he returned to the company and attended a 2-hour meeting without having a single bite of food. When everything settled down, Li Shui fell gravely ill. For more than a week, he suffered from continuous low-grade fever, refusing food and constantly murmuring nonsense in his sleep. One day, Bai Jing visited him. After sitting there for a while, Bai Jing was preparing to leave when he heard Li Shui calling his name. Thinking Li Shui was awake, Bai Jing approached him, only to find his eyes closed tightly, showing no sign of waking up, yet muttering Bai Jing's name multiple times. Bai Jing was stunned but quickly recovered. He gently patted Li Shui's head before leaving. He didn't give it much thought. Over these years, following each other closely, though not particularly intimate, both had left deep imprints in each other's lives. It wasn't surprising that Li Shui dreamed of work and him during his slumber. However, when Li Shui recovered, Bai Jing found him different. Before, Li Shui avoided conversations with him at work, but now he kept inviting Bai Jing for dinner whenever free. Occasionally, during holidays, he would prepare small gifts. Though still maintaining his cold demeanor, Li Shui seemed less distant than he used to be. Even Zhou Mingyuan teased him, "I feel like Li Shui is pursuing you." Ha ha ha. His laughter died in his throat under Bai Jing's gaze. Before Bai Jing could figure out what was going on, the relationship between him and Li Shui had completely changed. That day, Bai Jing drank too much at a dinner party, and Li Shui took him home. The next morning, when he woke up, he found that both of them were lying naked in bed together. Bai Jing couldn't describe how he felt at the moment. He had never thought it would come to this with Li Shui. He always kept things strictly professional, unlike those people who enjoyed playing around with their secretaries or subordinates. Bai Jing despised bringing personal life into work. Li Shui was his right-hand man. What was this supposed to mean? While Bai Jing was troubled by trying to piece together what happened last night, Li Shui woke up. Unlike Bai Jing, he showed no surprise whatsoever. After glancing at Bai Jing, he simply got out of bed without a word. When he moved, Bai Jing noticed the marks on his body and traces of blood on the sheets. What happened last night, Li Shui? Bai Jing frowned as he asked. He vaguely remembered some bits but everything was hazy, and he lacked a clear sense of the events. Li Shui clearly trembled slightly as his foot touched the ground before stabilizing himself and heading towards the bathroom. His voice betrayed no emotion as he replied, "We had a one-night stand while drunk." "What else?" Bai Jing's face grew colder. "I was drunk, sure, but were you drunk too? Why didn't you push me away if you didn't want to?" If Bai Jing had made inappropriate moves due to drunkenness, Bai Jing didn't believe Li Shui wouldn't have stopped him if he truly didn't consent. Li Shui moved very slowly. Since Bai Jing had been thoroughly drunk the previous night, there was likely little lubrication, and his lower body still stung from the tearing sensation during movement. After hearing Bai Jing's words, he paused, turned around, and sneered, "If I wanted to sleep with you, why would I push you away?" After finishing, he didn't bother looking at Bai Jing's shocked expression before walking into the bathroom. This incident eventually faded away unresolved, but Bai Jing's feelings towards Li Shui became complicated. He wouldn't dismiss Li Shui over this matter, yet he could no longer treat him as he used to. Although Li Shui had said only one ambiguous sentence, "I want to sleep with you," Bai Jing now felt compelled to be cautious. He had absolutely no intention of entangling any emotions with Li Shui. Just like all his other bed partners, regardless of how obedient they initially seemed, as time passed, they became greedy, trying to intrude into his personal life. When he refused, they cried and screamed about how much they loved him, claiming he broke their hearts. However, love? He had never asked for it from them, and he didn't want the relationship with Li Shui to become equally embarrassing. Bai Jing made a decision, and gradually distanced himself from Li Shui. Unless necessary, he wouldn't even look at him twice. Li Shui didn't react much to this change. When Bai Jing thought their relationship was going back on track, his new bed partner, the person who hadn't even shared a bed with him yet, disappeared. This situation had never happened before. Bai Jing sent someone to look for him, and upon contacting, the partner timidly replied with, "Mr. Bai, please find someone else," and hung up the phone. The same thing happened again and again. Bai Jing wasn't stupid, so he arranged to meet with Li Shui. At Li Shui's place, he asked, "What do you want exactly?" Li Shui replied, "You want a bed partner, and I can also serve as one." Bai Jing found him completely irrational. They talked for a long time and failed to reach any agreement, which led to another fight between the two of them. This time, Bai Jing held nothing back. Li Shui received a heavy punch, breaking his lip. Seeing the blood dripping from Li Shui's mouth, Bai Jing froze for a second. In that split-second hesitation, Li Shiyi seized the opportunity to press Bai Jing against the wall and kissed him fiercely. It was an untamed kiss. He forced open Bai Jing's lips and clumsily scrambled inside, forcefully sucking on his tongue. His movements were both savage and unsure. Chapter 62, Dreamed Past, Part 2. Bai Jing's mouth was full of the taste of blood. He avoided the flakes of Li Shiyi, growling, "Are you done yet?" Li Shiyi gave a cold laugh and once again tilted his head to kiss him, his hand probing underneath and deftly unbuckling Bai Jing's belt, sliding past the edge of his underwear. Bai Jing was both anxious and furious in his heart. He had never been so disheveled before. Just as he prepared to push Li Shiyi away forcefully, his organ was gripped. He was a normal man. If there were no reactions while being touched and kissed like this, that would be bizarre. His lower body was already semi-erect. Li Shiyi kissed him as he moved slowly, the object in his hand becoming increasingly large and hard. Bai Jing no longer resisted as fiercely as at the beginning, but also showed no initiative. Li Shiyi pulled back slightly, seeing the marks he had left on Bai Jing's lips, licked them gently with his tongue, panting as he spoke into Bai Jing's ear, "Bai Jing, are you still a man?" Bai Jing was already aflame all over from being teased by Li Shiyi. It took all his self-control just to keep himself in check. After hearing these words, the tightly strained string in his brain snapped. Turning around, he pressed the person against the wall forcefully, lowering his head to capture his lips and regain control. Li Shiyi responded to his actions by opening his mouth, one hand probing under Bai Jing's shirt, starting from the waist side, sliding over his smooth and powerful muscle lines, slowly reaching his back. When they parted again, even Bai Jing was panting heavily. Seeing someone usually so steady now provoked to this extent, Li Shiyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bai Jing scowled and pushed him onto the bed, stripping him naked in mere seconds. Li Shiyi was originally fair-skinned, and his body that was normally wrapped in suits was even more pale and delicate-looking. But since he kept exercising daily, he had a thin layer of well-proportioned muscles, looking not at all frail. Bai Jing couldn't figure it out, this person who always buttons up his shirts to the top button, appearing abstinent and restrained, how could he have such a wild side? He spread Li Shiyi's legs forcefully. Li Shiyi laid there with his legs wide open, showing not an ounce of shyness. From under the pillow, he took out the lubricant and condom and tossed them to Bai Jing, saying, "I've washed myself." Bai Jing froze for a moment, then squinted his eyes and asked, "So, did you prepare all this before I came?" That explained why Li Shiyi insisted on having him come home for the discussion. Turns out there was something like this waiting for him. Li Shiyi didn't say anything, showing a somewhat indifferent smile. Bai Jing's gaze darkened, his voice hoarse with desire, "Li Shiyi, you brought this upon yourself." He flipped Li Shiyi over, patiently lubricating him thoroughly while suppressing his desires. He wasn't this considerate with his previous bed partners, but Shiyi was different from them. Interestingly, Bai Jing assumed without much thought that no one besides him had ever been with Li Shiyi. How could a proud person like Li Shiyi submit beneath another man? The thought flashed through his mind, without delving too deeply into its logic. When 4 fingers could be inserted already, Bai Jing poured the remaining lubricant onto his erect member and then moved forward. His heated and massive sex organ pressed against the reddened orifice, slowly pushing inside inch by inch. Li Shiyi stiffened momentarily when he was penetrated but quickly relaxed. With his face buried in the pillow, Bai Jing couldn't see his expression, hearing no sign of stopping, he pushed all the way in until reaching the deepest point. Finally, Li Shiyi made a sound. Sweat covered Bai Jing's forehead, his jaw clenched tightly, the veins on his arms bulging. He leaned close to Li Shiyi's back, constantly kissing his neck to make him relax. When the constricted orifice loosened slightly, he started thrusting powerfully. His movements were quick and forceful, subduing Li Shiyi with absolute strength, leaving him no time to react. Li Shiyi trembled uncontrollably from the thrusts, about to lose control. Suddenly, Bai Jing pulled out completely. He flipped the powerless person over, forcing Li Shiyi's legs apart with his knees. His long member rubbed the orifice for a while before thrusting powerfully inside once again. Li Shiyi blocked his mouth with the back of his hand. No matter how fiercely Bai Jing thrust, only some muffled groans came from his nose. This silent endurance was more enticing than moaning. Bai Jing pulled down his hand, gripping his ankle to spread his legs wider, lowering his head to watch his engorged member slide in and out of Li Shiyi's body. His voice was coarse as he asked, "Am I a man?" Li Shiyi half opened his eyes, biting his lip, making no sound. Bai Jing thrust his hips heavily again, hitting Li Shiyi's sensitive spot, asking, "Am I a man?" Li Shiyi felt something explode in his head, his eyes turning red as his body continuously trembled. Bai Jing, seeing how Li Shiyi was lost in pleasure, no longer pressed for an answer. He pinched his chin so he couldn't bite himself, then leaned down to lick the tooth marks on his lips, raising his legs to circle his waist while kissing him and thrusting forcefully. Li Shiyi tightly hugged Bai Jing, their skin touching, the heat of their bodies seeming like it could melt them together. He struggled for breath under the heavy covering, mumbling before managing to break free from Bai Jing's lips just long enough to curse before being slammed hard again. Li Shiyi's heart in his chest felt like it would be shoved out any moment. Frowning tightly, he gasped amidst the onslaught, you fucking bastard, slow down." Bai Jing had already noticed that Li Shiyi seemed candid and experienced in matters of love, yet his body reacted with a kind of innocence. A thought crossed his mind, so he stopped moving and asked seriously, have you done this with anyone else? Li Shui, trapped beneath Bai Jing, with such a massive thing lodged inside him, couldn't possibly not feel uncomfortable. But he had no intention of answering. He tried pushing Bai Jing's firm chest, but the other didn't budge an inch. When he propped himself up on his elbows to try rising and let that thick hardness out, Bai Jing pinned his hands above his head and stared into his eyes. Have you? Bai Jing demanded again. Li Shui gritted his teeth, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face. No. So what if I haven't? Would Bai Jing accept his feelings because he hadn't? Would he spare a glance or invite him to bed without force? What significance was there in this answer? Bai Jing said nothing more. Holding him, he resumed thrusting until Li Shui couldn't bear it anymore, his voice laced with pleas, then Bai Jing sped up and came. Bai Jing lost count of how many times they went at it that night. Li Shui cooperated with him, and he acted crazily, seeking without restraint. It was the first time in his sexual experiences that Bai Jing didn't hear moans, the first time he wasn't flattered or satisfied by technique, and yet it was also the first time he'd lost control like this. Li Shui was an ice mountain normally, but when seducing him, he burned like fire, incinerating Bai Jing's rationality entirely. All he wanted was to keep going, hard and deep, until Li Shui softened and begged for satisfaction. Bai Jing had previously thought he didn't need a sense of conquest in bed. Li Shui completely overturned that idea. He liked this feeling of conquering Li Shui. The next morning, Bai Jing woke up close to noon. There was no one in the bed, only when he got up did he see Li Shui sitting on the floor leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing just a shirt and white underwear, his long legs fully exposed. A cigarette dangled from his lips, the ashtray beside him filled with butts. It was unclear how long he'd been awake. Bai Jing frowned, picked up Li Shui's pants from the ground, and threw them to him, put them on. It was already autumn, sitting barefoot on the cold floor like this could lead to sickness later, trouble for himself. Bai Jing thought this while dressing, but then he heard Li Shui say, I can be your bedmate too. That phrase again. But Bai Jing couldn't argue this time. After all, they'd already been together, physically speaking. To now say, I don't want to fool around with you, would seem absurd, wouldn't it? He accepted Li Shui's suggestion, reiterating once more, just a bedmate. He didn't turn around, so he didn't see Li Shui lower his gaze, his face showing a self-mocking smile, of course, just a bedmate. So their relationship settled in like this. At first, Bai Jing worried, but over time, he found Li Shui remained as he used to. When work was required, he worked, when arguments were needed, he never backed down, never becoming overly clingy or mentioning anything about love. Aside from the added bedroom activities, everything remained the same as before. Relieved, Bai Jing greatly appreciated Li Shui's nonchalant nature and liked his body very much. So, he never thought about looking elsewhere. This state continued for more than 2 years. When Bai Jing approached his 30s, he felt it was about time to settle down. With several uncles from the family urging him on, after discussions with the elders, Bai Jing decided to engage in a matrimonial alliance with the Fu family. His relationship with Li Shui involved no emotion, so ending it was simply a matter of saying so, and thus he never considered Li Shui when making the decision. Unexpectedly, Li Shui found out and told him, you cannot get engaged. Confused, Bai Jing questioned, why can't I? Why can't I? What was Li Shui to tell him what he couldn't do? What gave him the standing to rebuke him? Li Shui said coldly, you don't need to rely on an arranged marriage to expand the Bai family. Whatever you want to do, I can help you with it. Bai Jing found this amusing, he had never truly thought of consolidating his position through marriage, he wasn't that incapable. However, sooner or later, he would have to marry and produce heirs. Since this was an inevitable step, as a businessman, he naturally sought maximum benefit. Moreover, there were things he wanted to accomplish that Li Shui might not be able to achieve. The two parted ways in an unsatisfactory mood. Bai Jing originally thought the matter would soon pass, but after that day, Li Shui began going to all lengths to obstruct his engagement with Fu Ying. Frustrated beyond words, Bai Jing learned from Zhou Mingyuan that a project negotiation with Huarui Technology had fallen apart. Bai Jing asked for the reason. Zhou Mingyuan hesitated to speak and handed over the documents. Bai Jing flipped through them and then threw them onto the ground. Why did it fail? It was because the person responsible for this project, Li Shui, didn't intend to cooperate fully, alienating everyone involved. Bai Jing rubbed his temples and suppressed his anger after a long pause. This time they lost a project, but what if next time they lost a company? Before he could decide how to handle it, Fu Ting invited him to dinner and immediately slammed documents in front of him, demanding to know whether he could control his dog. Only then did Bai Jing realize that Li Shui had been sabotaging both his side and Fu's family's arrangements. Recalling Qin Guangji and Jiang Manqing from the past, Bai Jing couldn't help but sigh. Li Shui hadn't changed one bit, still so ruthless, whatever he set his mind to do, he pursued it relentlessly at any cost. Such a person, once an adversary, could not be allowed to survive. As the engagement date drew near, the two met again. In the car, Bai Jing asked Li Shui for the last time, with some patience remaining, can you please stop causing trouble? Li Shui repeated, you cannot get engaged. Bai Jing fell silent. With things having reached this point, and no room left for compromise, nothing more needed to be said. He had tolerated Li Shui time and time again. For the rest of the journey, they sat at opposite ends of the vehicle, the atmosphere freezing over completely. Upon arrival, Li Shui got out first, and Bai Jing followed closely behind. His feet barely touched the ground when gunfire erupted. Before Bai Jing could react, Li Shui blocked his way, stretching his hand back to forcefully push Bai Jing into the car. Another gunshot rang out, and Bai Jing distinctly felt Li Shui's body stiffen momentarily. With his back facing him and blocking the door, Bai Jing saw nothing. Li Shui! Bai Jing shouted. He watched as this man slowly slid down, trying hard to pull the car door shut. The car windows were bulletproof, and once the door closed, safety would be secured inside, but he failed to touch the door, losing consciousness and collapsing on the ground. Bai Jing then realized blood covered Li Shui's chest. He rushed forward to hold him and roared toward the surroundings, "Where are you people?" The security guards who chased off the assassin returned and froze at the sight before them. There was no time to wait for an ambulance. Bai Jing carried Li Shui into the back seat, followed by several guards who stepped on the gas hard as they raced toward the hospital. Bai Jing's eyes turned bloodshot, and he extended his hand to try and stop the gushing wound on Li Shui's chest. Yet the blood continued flowing, seeping through his fingers. He couldn't believe it. How could this person who just moments ago was locked in relentless combat with him, prepared to fight until the end, now dare to shield him with his own body? Li Shui! Li Shui! You're really a fucking lunatic. While cursing internally, Bai Jing noticed Li Shui's pale face getting whiter and grabbed his hand, shivering from its icy chill. Bai Jing turned Li Shui's hand over to see a long thin scar on his palm. Bai Jing froze. Something wasn't right. That scar shouldn't be there on his hand. But why shouldn't it be? Stunned, Bai Jing didn't even notice when they arrived at the hospital or when Li Shui was taken into the operating room. All he heard was the doctor walking out and saying, "We're sorry, Mr. Bai, we've done everything possible. Please accept our condolences." Jin Yan, a young boy, wailed and tried to run into the operating room, only to be pulled back by Bai Hao. Zhou Mingyuan sighed and patted Jin Yan on the shoulder while the guards stood behind, their heads bowed silently. The hospital corridor's white lights blurred into streaks. Standing frozen in place, Bai Jing felt his heart grow colder by the moment, his blood seeming to freeze. Sounds faded, and breathing halted. Li Shui was dead. Bai Jing breathed heavily, jolting awake. Chapter 63, Tell Li Shui. The sky outside was already bright. In the garden, the clear chirping of birds could be faintly heard, and the gentle breeze had lifted a corner of the window curtain, allowing beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps and project several thin streaks of light onto the floor. The room was very quiet, and Bai Jing's heavy breathing stood out conspicuously. He sat up in bed, his right hand gripping tightly at his chest as he tried to calm the terrible palpitations in his chest. Li Shui was dead. As this thought once again surfaced clearly in his mind, Bai Jing couldn't help but shiver. He knew it was just a dream, but the dream was too vivid, so real that it felt like he had relived his past once more, making it difficult for him to extricate himself from this painful emotion. He remained stuck in a state of aftereffects from the nightmare. Bai Jing wasn't someone who liked reminiscing about the past. 17 years. It seemed long, but previously, it was merely a concept of time to him. But in the dream, all those neglected details and memories resurfaced. He had never been so acutely aware of Li Shui's presence before. From when his grandfather paved the way for him to taking over the Bai family upon the old man's death, from enduring the Qin family's oppression to meticulously maneuvering until reaching the pinnacle step by step, through all these tumultuous events filled with difficulties, dangers, and thrilling moments, Li Shui had always been by his side. It turned out that Li Shui had always been with him. Realizing something suddenly, Bai Jing glanced to his left, only to find the bed perfectly neat, without a trace of anyone having slept there. He threw off the blanket and got out of bed, moving quickly. Before reaching the door, he paused briefly, suppressed the turbulent emotion swelling in his heart, calmed himself so he wouldn't seem overly anxious, exhaled gently, then opened the door and walked out. Standing in the upstairs corridor, Bai Jing's eyes swept downward but found no sign of Li Shui in either the living room or the dining area. Seeing Uncle Wu coming out of the kitchen, he asked, "Where is he?" Uncle Wu was preparing to greet him when this question startled him, causing him to ask with confusion, "Which person, Master Bai?" Bai Jing inexplicably became nervous, breaking into a cold sweat on his palms. Leaning casually against the railing, he questioned nonchalantly, "Where's Li Shui?" Uncle Wu froze, then sighed deeply, saying, "Sir Bai forgot. Mr. Li has already left." Bai Jing frowned slightly, insisting firmly, "He returned last night." "Sir Bai," Uncle Wu hesitated, "there was no one entering the house last night." "He came back." Bai Jing maintained his composure and reiterated firmly. Looking at him, Uncle Wu's emotions grew complicated, unsure what to say. Actually, he had anticipated such a day would come. Last time, when Sir Bai threw away the ring, unable to bear the destruction of Mr. Li's intentions, Uncle Wu originally planned to secretly keep it safe. However, shortly after Zhou Mingyuan left, Sir Bai came downstairs without saying anything, walking straight to the ashtray, picked up the ring, clutched it tightly in his hand, and went back upstairs. From that moment, Uncle Wu knew Sir Bai would definitely regret it. But even now, what good does regret do? Seeing Uncle Wu remain silent, Bai Jing also sensed something was amiss, turning around to walk back toward the bedroom while instructing Uncle Wu to check the surveillance footage. Entering the room, he first checked the bathroom, then opened all the cabinets looking through them. Finally, he overturned the blankets and pillows on the bed, yet still failed to find even a strand of Li Shi's hair. Standing amidst the disarray of the room, Bai Jing carefully recalled the events of the previous night. The knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Uncle Wu informed him that the surveillance footage had been reviewed, confirming no one entered the house. Bai Jing said nothing, personally going through the footage. Whenever a car passed by the villa, his eyes would fixate intensely on the screen, but from dusk till dawn, not a single vehicle stopped. Let alone a person entering. Bai Jing was lost in a daze for quite some time. He assumed he held Li Shi close while dreaming. It turned out that since he saw that person return, he had already been in the midst of a dream. Not knowing what Sir Bai had gone through the previous night, Uncle Wu didn't dare offer any words of comfort lightly. Inherently aloof and unfeeling, under the guidance of Master Bai, Uncle Wu became even more introverted and self-restrained. He believed that according to his temperament, even if Sir Bai regretted it, he might stubbornly refuse to admit it and would only reluctantly concede to a certain degree. Who would have known that upon regaining consciousness, Sir Bai actually turned and looked at him with laughter in his voice, yet with red-rimmed eyes. "You've warned me before, but I refused to listen. I insisted on testing things, trying to find mutual understanding and love. Only after driving the other away did I realize my regret." Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Uncle Wu was utterly shocked, speechless. Not only as an adult but not even as a child had he ever seen Bai Jing like this. Bai Jing no longer said anything more. He stood up, took out his phone, and called Zhuo Mingyuan. After the call connected, instead of speaking in his usual commanding tone used for official matters, he spoke like a friend who had witnessed his journey with Li Shi over the years, making a request. "Mingyuan, help me bring Li Shi back." Zhuo Mingyuan was still dazed after finishing his conversation with Bai Jing and hanging up the phone. He even checked the call record to confirm that everything that had just happened was real, not a figment of his imagination. Zhuo Mingyuan furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. He would have rather Bai Jing spoke to him as he used to than pleading with him so sincerely. The two attitudes represented entirely different emotional intensities. These two individuals, one had finally let go, while the other was trapped. But isn't what the world fears most missing each other? In the following period, Zhuo Mingyuan utilized all the connections at his disposal, yet there was still no trace of Li Shi. When they checked with Jiang Manqing, Bai Jing asked about the razor blade again. Actually, he had already asked several times before, but there had been no progress on this matter. This time was no different. Zhuo Mingyuan shook his head. "Heha has too many people coming and going every day. Such a small object could be hidden anywhere without needing direct contact with Jiang Manqing. It's also too broad of a range. Besides," he paused, "the timing has passed. If it had been investigated when Li Shi had just been injured, perhaps some traces could have been found. But at that time, Bai Jing did not take the matter seriously and even suspected it was a self-staged act by Li Shi. By the time he realized and ordered an investigation, more than a month had passed. Even if there had been clues, they were long erased by then. Ultimately, Bai Jing had shown complete indifference towards Li Shi, otherwise, with even a little concern from him, things might not have reached this point today. Upon hearing the reply, Bai Jing fell silent. Zhuo Mingyuan sighed helplessly. "You know his nature, leaving no room for retreat in whatever he does." Thinking about it now, Jin Yan, Jiang Manqing, and even Tang Shui were all arranged by him. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. To find him now, Zhuo Mingyuan exhaled lightly. "It's too difficult." Bai Jing stared into space at the pen Li Shi often used on his desk, deep in thought, only speaking after a long pause. "Prepare yourself, I will personally attend Wei Zhe and Fu Ying's twins' full moon banquet." Zhuo Mingyuan had something to say but swallowed his words upon seeing Bai Jing's expression. In fact, they had contacted Wei Zhe at the beginning, and Wei Zhe merely replied with no comment. Bai Jing had previously wanted to meet him in person, but before he could finish saying a few words, Wei Zhe hung up, followed by outright rejecting any further calls. The couple's twin full moon banquet didn't invite him at all, yet Bai Jing decided to show up regardless. Perhaps others wouldn't think much of it, but knowing that it was Bai Jing doing this, Zhuo Mingyuan struggled to accept it. The twins' full moon banquet was not held in a hotel but in Zhongtian Villa inside Zhongtian Park. Zhongtian Park was originally a private garden that opened to the public after liberation. Its scenery was designed with classical Jiangnan-style traditional landscaping, bridges, streams, pavilions, and gazebos adorned with gnarled pines, soft willows, red asmanthus trees, and scarlet maples for appreciation. The scenery was quite delicate and distinctive. Zhongtian Villa was within the garden, consisting of 5 buildings. Wei Zhe and Fu Ying were both low-key people who didn't want to make a big deal out of the banquet, so they invited only close family and friends. They settled on Bailu Hall, which normally only allowed members to enter. Bai Jing went directly with Zhuo Mingyuan after work, carrying gifts carved as jade pendants shaped like their children's zodiac signs. As Fu Ying had given birth to boy-girl twins, the 2 pendants were slightly different, the boys being more active, and the girls cuter and rounder. The jade was top quality. Given the relationship between Bai Jing and the couple, this gift was actually quite heavy-handed. But since Li Shui wasn't around, it was Bai Jing sending it on behalf of them both. Once Li Shui returned, depending on future plans, another arrangement could always be made. Arriving at Zhongqian Villa, because Bai Jing lacked an invitation letter, he was stopped for the first time at such an event. The manager rushed over but dared not let Bai Jing enter Bai Lu Hall. Both sides were figures he couldn't afford to offend, so he sent someone to look for Wei Zhe while bowing his head and apologizing repeatedly to Bai Jing. Bai Jing didn't utter a word and waited outside in compliance, though Zhuo Mingyuan turned sour-faced with frustration. Only when Wei Zhe arrived did the manager let out a sigh of relief and leave with the person. Zhuo Mingyuan, astute at dealing with situations, had already lost his displeasure from moments before. Changing his face, he extended congratulations to Wei Zhe and smiled as he handed over the present. Wei Zhe didn't accept the gift, but on such a festive day and with the other party showing so much humility, he didn't want to spoil everyone's happiness. So he waved his hand and said, "We appreciate your thoughtfulness, but there's no need for the present." Zhuo Mingyuan's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Since Wei Zhe refused to accept it, there was no way he could possibly force it upon him, otherwise, they'd end up pushing and deflecting the gift back and forth, making for an awkward scene. Wei Zhe then turned to Bai Jing and sighed, "I know why you've come, but honestly, I don't know where Li Shui is. And I can't figure out why you're looking for him either. Are there still unresolved disputes between you two? Or are you worried he will harm you from behind? But as far as I can tell, after only knowing him for 3 years, I can assure you that he won't pull any more tricks. Stop worrying, settle down and focus on your life." Before Bai Jing could react, Wei Zhe continued, "You know Ying's temper, so I won't invite you in to sit. In the future, if there's nothing significant, let's not keep interacting." After finishing this in a calm tone, he ended with a "goodbye" and walked away. Zhuo Mingyuan stood like a statue, not daring to turn his head and look at Bai Jing's expression. He felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, this bizarre atmosphere didn't last long. As Bai Jing turned around, Zhuo Mingyuan exhaled a breath of relief and quickly followed him. Reaching the garden's entrance, Bai Jing stopped by a black stone wall marked Zhongqian Villa, 1933, and remained stationary. Not grasping Bai Jing's intent, Zhuo Mingyuan asked, "Shall I call over the driver?" Bai Jing shook his head, "I still have things to say to Wei Zhe. I'll wait here for them to finish their feast. You go ahead first." For a moment, Zhuo Mingyuan couldn't think of anything to say, finally managing to blurt out, "I'll stay and wait with you." Bai Jing didn't object. He took out a cigarette, handed one to Zhuo Mingyuan, lit one for himself, and said, "Let's chat." Rarely did Bai Jing smoke, so Zhuo Mingyuan rarely saw him in such a laid-back state. His mood loosened too, and he couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "What shall we talk about?" Without waiting for Bai Jing's response, he teased, "Talk about Li Shui." Hearing these 3 words, Bai Jing smiled slightly, his demeanor softening. Relaxed now, Zhuo Mingyuan sat on the steps without regard for his appearance, gently placing the gift next to his feet. Loosening his tie, he remarked, "Don't blame Dr. Wei today. Honestly, at first, even I thought the same as he did." He glanced at the ring on Bai Jing's ring finger and added, "When I saw the ring, my first thought was Ningyu. Even when you said it wasn't, I still went through all the people who were close to you before. I racked my brains, yet never once considered Li Shui." Bai Jing looked down silently, quietly listening to Zhuo Mingyuan's words. "But to say that you have no feelings for him, I don't believe it. Think about it, apart from him, who else could slap your face and still walk away unscathed? Moreover, he had done it again and again." Zhuo Mingyuan refrained from saying this out loud. Bai Jing didn't get angry here. Instead, he chimed in, "True, even Grandpa didn't slap my face when he was alive." Previously, Bai Jing hadn't delved deep into this. But now, after realizing it, everything became clear. Maybe even Bai Jing himself hadn't realized how many privileges he'd granted to Li Shui, not just in fights, but also regarding family matters, his relationship with his grandfather, the estrangement from his father, his aversion towards Zhao Zhiyun and Bai Hang. No one, except Li Shui, truly understood him. It was always said that Li Shui clung to him, but was he really innocent in all of this? Didn't he also depend on Li Shui? Zhuo Mingyuan sighed. 3 years ago, he was indeed a bit extreme, but this time, he hasn't done anything wrong. Imagine, if he brought his first love home to live. Bai Jing interrupted him calmly, staring at the night sky while holding the cigarette between his fingers. "My first love is him." This comment left Zhuo Mingyuan speechless instantly. On the contrary, Bai Jing seemed in a better mood seeing Zhuo Mingyuan's discomfited expression. Although they still hadn't found Li Shui, Bai Jing felt everything brightened after acknowledging his own feelings. With confidence, he believed it wasn't too late, and everything was simple: find Li Shui, clarify the misunderstandings between them, and everything would be fine. At first, he thought that as long as Li Shui returned, he could pretend nothing had happened. From then on, regardless of what Li Shui wanted or did, Bai Jing would accommodate him fully. But Bai Jing changed his mind now. Li Shui had chased after him for so long, and Bai Jing decided it was his turn to lower his pride this time. He would tell Li Shui, "You don't need to give up, surrender, or plead with me. You don't need to become Ningyu or anyone else. It's me who doesn't want you to leave, me who doesn't want to part from you. And he would tell Li Shui this. It's me who wants to be with you. Tell Li Shui. It's me who loves you. He couldn't help but smile as he imagined Li Shui's reaction to these words. The surging emotions in his chest, the undivided and earnest longing for someone, was an experience he'd never felt before. And over those years, this was the last time Bai Jing would feel such joy. Chapter 64, Shock and Pain. Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan stood at the entrance to the mansion. Both tall and imposing, they were impossible to miss. People coming in and out recognized them, some of the more considerate ones simply nodded or greeted them before continuing on their way. However, there were always a few who lacked tact, trying to figure out why Bai Jing was here and eagerly attempting to get familiar with him. Zhuo Mingyuan had just taken off the mask from his face but had to put it back on, adjusting his tie to transform once again into the serious business elite. Some people could be easily dismissed with a few words, but others required patience as he engaged in meaningless small talk, appearing to say much but actually uttering only trivialities. It wasn't long before the manager inside probably received word and came out, saying that the VIP room had been arranged and invited Bai Jing to go inside for food and rest. Zhuo Mingyuan saw the manager speaking as though if they didn't agree immediately, he might faint on the spot. He turned to look at Bai Jing. In a pleasant mood, Bai Jing gently declined in a friendly tone. He was quite content standing outside in the night breeze, seemingly oblivious to whether others wanted such a big Buddha loitering by the door. The manager couldn't argue further and returned to call the boss. The boss actually knew Bai Jing quite well, Yan Wei's uncle, and upon learning the situation, thought it best not to ask too many questions, then contacted Yan Wei. Confused, Yan Wei called Bai Jing, "What are you doing? Seeing the twins' full moon celebration, are you jealous? Feeling melancholy? Reflecting on life?" Yan Wei could only think that Bai Jing's strange behavior was due to being upset after seeing Wei Zhe and Fu Ying together. "I'm looking for Li Shui. He's close to Wei Zhe, so I'm asking around." There was sudden silence on the other end. Bai Jing continued, "Don't take this lightly, I'm not joking with you." Bai Jing hadn't mentioned finding Li Shui to his friends, not because he deliberately kept it hidden, but because he had initially thought the matter was simple enough to handle himself and didn't want to cause a stir. "Are you serious?" Yan Wei's tone completely changed from its prior lightheartedness after hearing Bai Jing's words. "I told you before, Ning Yu and I aren't together." "Alright, I understand what you mean. I'll also help ask around and let you know if I hear anything." Bai Jing knew Yan Wei had taken his words to heart, so he responded and hung up the phone. He realized he should clarify things with others soon since he did indeed need their help. Seeing Bai Jing finish talking, Zhuo Mingyuan intended to offer some advice, suggesting that even if waiting, there was no need to stand outside drawing attention. Before he could say anything, Wei Zhe emerged from inside again. Instantly understanding his folly, Zhuo Mingyuan comprehended Bai Jing's intentions. If they'd gone inside, Wei Zhe wouldn't have bothered paying attention. This time Wei Zhe's face showed much irritation. He had assumed Bai Jing had already left but learned otherwise when overhearing some guests talking. Initially, he didn't care, thinking Bai Jing must be meeting someone else, until Fu Ying found out and thrust one of the twin girls she was holding into his arms, glaring fiercely as she stormed toward the exit. Fu Ying had every right to be angry. Wei Zhe had concealed everything from her for fear of causing her pain. She had no knowledge that Li Shui had known about certain events 3 years ago or about Li Shui's illness. She believed that Li Shui had been driven away by Bai Jing and thus had refused to return to this place associated with her pain even after her children's first full-month celebration. Blaming Bai Jing entirely, seeing him now was like him walking straight into the line of fire. After much persuasion, Wei Zhe managed to stop Fu Ying and came out himself, anger bubbling inside. Walking up to Bai Jing, he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Bai Jing replied solemnly, "I haven't yet answered your earlier question. There's no feud between me and Li Shui, and I'm not worried that he would harm me. I'm looking for him because he has a misunderstanding about me, and I want to clear it up. I want to be with him." Wei Zhe stood there as if punched, the unpleasant expression still lingering on his face but quickly replaced with a mixture of astonishment. He had imagined countless scenarios, thinking of Bai Jing as base and despicable, but never expected Bai Jing to so openly admit that he wanted to be with Li Shui. "If you know where he is, I hope you will tell me." Bai Jing frowned slightly as he spoke. "He can't even take care of himself under normal circumstances and is now taking care of an injured Jin Yan. I don't feel comfortable leaving it at that." Wei Zhe's expression instantly became complicated, and his gaze assessing Bai Jing revealed an indescribable emotion. Seeing the situation, Zhuo Mingyuan stepped forward and laughed bitterly. "Everything he said is true. Dr. Wei, we've been searching for Li Shui for a very long time already." Wei Zhe hesitated for a long while before making up his mind and said to Bai Jing, "I can't leave now. You find a time, and we'll talk in detail." Bai Jing didn't prolong the conversation further, immediately agreeing to meet Wei Zhe the following afternoon. Only after watching Wei Zhe go inside did Bai Jing leave with Zhuo Mingyuan. Today was destined to be an eventful day. They had just gotten into the car and hadn't driven far when they received a call, saying that Bai Hao had started a conflict in a bar after getting drunk and had been hit on the head with a beer bottle, leaving him covered in blood and rushed to the hospital. In the past, Bai Jing wouldn't have bothered with such matters, at most ensuring someone got checked out. Zhou Mingyuan originally planned to send someone over, but Bai Jing spoke up, let's go to the hospital. Once they arrived, it became clear that the person who injured Bai Hao had suffered even worse injuries. Bai Jing let Zhou Mingyuan handle the aftermath of the incident while he himself went to Bai Hao's ward. When he entered, the room was dark, leading Bai Jing to think Bai Hao was asleep. However, upon moving closer, he realized Bai Hao lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling without expression. Bai Jing turned on the light. Bai Hao's head was wrapped in bandages, and traces of blood seeped through the gauze. Several areas of his face were scratched, and his lips were swollen. Additionally, the area under his eyes was bruised black, his irises bloodshot, and his face dotted with stubble he hadn't shaved off. His shirt collar was rumpled and stained with alcohol, radiating an aura of death. Though Bai Hao had always shown respect toward Bai Jing, this time Bai Jing stood in front of his bed, only to have Bai Hao avoid even looking at him. Seeing Bai Hao in this state, Bai Jing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room was bizarrely awkward. Just as Bai Jing was about to break the silence, Bai Hao finally spoke. Hey uncle. After calling him by this title, Bai Hao gave a disdainful chuckle. If you hate me so much, why bring me back? Wouldn't it have been better to leave me at the orphanage, or let me die outside? Back then, Bai Hao had been only 10 years old. After his parents' sudden death, he stayed at the orphanage for some time amidst fear and grief. Unexpectedly, he was taken back to the Bai family one day. He learned then that he had many relatives and belonged to a prominent family. But he also learned that he was the child of a prostitute. How strange, uncle. Bai Hao's smile grew increasingly scornful. What did my mother do wrong? Did she choose to be born from a prostitute? And what did I do wrong? Wasn't it me pleading to return to the Bai family? Why does it seem like all the mistakes are ours? Within the Bai family, Bai Hao was treated more like an object, branded as lowly. He was never truly acknowledged. Despite having so many relatives, he was left alone in an empty house, visited only by the cook nanny. Even a dog would have its owner take it for a walk and speak to it. He wasn't even as good as a dog. That's why he saved Jin Yan, lying by the roadside, because he saw Jin Yan as another version of himself. Bai Jing listened in silence. Watching the desperate calmness in Bai Hao's eyes, he remembered Li Shi's incredulity when asking about Bai Ya. Over these years, he had never cared about Bai Hao, nor regarded him as part of the Bai family. Yet this boy had continued to call him uncle, and Bai Jing felt a sharp pang in his heart as if stabbed by a needle. Sorry. Bai Jing felt that these two words should have been said much earlier, not only to Bai Hao but to Bai Ya as well. Despite being able to prevent it, he had always coldly observed others suffering from afar. What pride could possibly come from such detached superiority? Because of this, he'd even lost his own lover. If there were a third person present, their eyes would probably have fallen out. Bai Jing apologizing to Bai Hao, how shocking a scene. But Bai Hao reacted as though he hadn't heard, remaining submerged in his own world. You all knew Song Fu Hua killed my parents, but why didn't anyone tell me? Why was I the last to know? And why did Jin Yan? At the mention of Jin Yan, it was as though a switch had been triggered. The mockery vanished from his face, his voice choked, his eyes reddened, and his lips trembled incessantly. He drew in a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Someone like me, dying wouldn't matter much. But Jin Yan, why Jin Yan? Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his eyes and finally couldn't suppress his sobs, crying uncontrollably as he repeatedly called Jin Yan's name. Since that meeting with Li Shi, Bai Hao didn't know how he had managed to live on. He sought out Song Xiao to uncover everything, every detail leading to the deaths of his parents. He met Xiao Yu to clarify Jin Yan's injury specifics. He confronted Song Si Lu, planning to take her down with him. In the end, he wanted to see Jin Yan, only to hear that Li Shi had taken Jin Yan's ashes away. He didn't even know where Jin Yan was buried. It was as if someone had struck him over the head, waking him from a dream. Bai Hao looked back at the past few years, feeling as though he'd been bewitched, unsure what he'd been doing or pursuing. Even as a child, he had known to cherish things, so why did he care more and more about others' opinions and evaluations as he grew older? Why did he become so vain and envious? All of this led to an imbalance in his mindset, making him increasingly obsessed with wealth and power. He even arrogantly believed that Jin Yan had changed, maliciously questioning every action of hers. But the truth was Jin Yan had never changed since childhood, the one who truly changed was him. And yet Jin Yan, the fool, had sacrificed her life for someone like him. Bai Hao cried uncontrollably in bed, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes until his ears were wet. He lived each day in a daze, neglecting both work and future. He didn't dare stay home either, because everywhere reminded him of Jin Yan. Even standing on the garden steps brought back memories of when they were kids, he writing homework inside while Jin Yan sat there gazing up at the night sky, asking why stars were so numerous while the moon was singular. Why were the stars so faint, like fireflies, while the moon resembled a big light bulb? Bai Hao had nowhere to go and no purpose for living, drinking endlessly at bars and sleeping out on the roadside whenever he got drunk. No one cared for him. He would deliberately walk onto the road, half hoping to be run over by a car. In tonight's fight, he had used brutal force, hoping to provoke the other party enough to kill him. This pain surpassed even the despair he had felt when he lost his parents. Bai Jing watched Bai Hao nearing collapse and sighed softly. Jin Yan didn't die. Bai Hao continued crying, not hearing a word of what Bai Jing said. Bai Jing approached him, pulling away his hand. His face, usually composed and mature, was now smeared with tears and snot. This was the first time Bai Jing saw such a disheveled yet genuine side of Bai Hao. Jin Yan is alive, she was just taken away by Li Shi. Bai Jing repeated. Like pausing a movie scene. Bai Hao's swollen eyes blinked through tear-streaked lashes, his mouth slightly agape as he dumbly stared at Bai Jing. After a long moment, he stammered, almost unbelievably, "Uncle, are you really not lying? I'm searching for Li Shi. You can come help me, and naturally, you'll meet Jin Yan once we find her." Wide-eyed, Bai Hao sprang up from the bed. However, his injured head coupled with the dramatic rise in emotions caused his vision to darken, and he fell back, clutching his head as moans escaped him. Bai Jing quickly pressed the nurse call button. Bai Hao tried to stop him with a stubborn mutter, "I'm fine. I can look for them right now." Bai Jing restrained him from getting up, frowning, "Rest and heal first." When the doctor arrived, Bai Jing stepped aside to let him conduct the examination. The doctor confirmed there were no major issues but warned against any emotional stimulation, insisting Bai Hao must rest well for a few days. Bai Hao refused at first, but then the medicine earlier began to take effect, and his eyelids became too heavy to keep open. Still struggling to ask Bai Jing a few questions, he reluctantly succumbed to sleep. Bai Jing left the hospital nearly at 10 o'clock, having not even had a sip of water since the afternoon. He was exhausted. Yet, at the thought that tomorrow might bring news of Li Shi, excitement stirred within him. The next morning, Bai Jing arranged all his work duties, keeping Zhuo Mingyuan at the company to oversee operations while he went alone to meet Wei Zhe. Arriving at the private room in the restaurant, Wei Zhe was already there, examining something in his hand. Bai Jing paid it no mind and sat directly across from him. Wei Zhe closed the documents in his hands, raising his head and speaking plainly to Bai Jing, "I honestly don't know where Li Shi is. After leaving, he entrusted me with 2 messages, not to search for him and to take good care of Fu Wing. I came today to discuss something else with you." Bai Jing's faint smile vanished, his heart sinking slightly. "Until yesterday, I had never planned to tell you this. Besides Li Shi's instruction, another reason is that I thought telling you would be meaningless. For you, this may even be a cause for celebration." Wei Zhe curved his lips into a sarcastic grin, "I didn't want to see your plans succeed, but your words yesterday changed my mind. Whether sincere or feigned, at least you're willing to find Li Shi back." Wei Zhe shook his head helplessly, "I don't have the same resources as you. I couldn't find him, but maybe you can." Bai Jing didn't understand the implications behind these words but suddenly had a bad feeling. He was even inexplicably reminded of Li Shi's farewell, that unforgettable goodbye which still lingered heavily in his mind. He looked at Wei Zhe, unable to contain his impatience, just spit it out. Wei Zhe picked up his phone, unlocked it, and placed it in front of Bai Jing. Bai Jing glanced down and froze on the spot. On the screen was a group photo. Wei Zhe and Fu Wing were wearing casual loungewear, sitting together. Wei Zhe's eyes curved with laughter, while Fu Wing made a playful face. Li Shi stood behind them, hands resting on the sofa back, leaning slightly toward them with a gentle and warm smile on his face. A smile so tender it didn't seem like Li Shi at all. "He came over that day to visit us, bought an entire carload of baby supplies, and suggested taking a picture so we could show our child his photograph in the future. I already thought something was off then, but he promised me he would have surgery once you returned." Bai Jing's heart pounded mysteriously, his eardrums throbbed, and his temples throbbed with pain. When he spoke, his voice trembled uncontrollably. "What kind of surgery?" Wei Zhe slid Li Shi's meningioma diagnosis document across the table and whispered gently, "Bai Jing, Li Shi no longer wants to live." Chapter 65, Encounter. Province C is located in the southwestern hinterland. The province is dominated by mountainous terrain, without trade ports and a less developed industry. Coupled with inconvenient transportation, it has always been one of the economically underdeveloped regions in the country. However, Province C boasts an excellent climate, without severe winters or scorching summers. The average annual temperature hovers around 16 degrees Celsius, and its air quality ranks among the best nationwide, making it a great place for vacations, tourism, and leisure. Longtan City is the place with the highest forest coverage in Province C. The newly developed Longtan Scenic Area spans 15 square kilometers, with picturesque and beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, its fame within the country is relatively low. The real core project of the Longtan Scenic Area, however, is actually the Longtan Convalescent Hospital at the back of the scenic area. This is a comprehensive convalescent hospital that combines vacationing, medical care, and fitness. It caters to high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals, with fees so high they are almost unimaginable. Jin Yan finished 2 sets of training sessions at the rehabilitation center within the sanatorium, breaking out into a slight sweat on his forehead. Chen Tong, the dedicated nurse taking care of him, helped him sit down. After recording today's training notes, the physiotherapist approached to give him a leg massage. While massaging, he asked if Jin Yan felt any discomfort, whether he could handle the new moves added today, and if he found them strenuous. Jin Yan seriously answered the physiotherapist's questions. Seeing Chen Tong approaching with a damp towel to wipe his sweat, he tilted his head up. Although already grown, his hairstyle was short for convenience, exposing a smooth forehead which made his eyes look big and bright. Combined with a few months of rest, he had become quite fair-skinned and rosy-cheeked, looking like a high school student. Shen Tong wiped the sweat off his face and Jin Yen curved his lips, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Sister Shen." Shen Tong was not only pretty but also 2 years older than Li Shi. Her child was about to enter primary school. Despite reprimanding him several times, he refused to change how he addressed her. But every woman wants eternal youth and likes being praised. Although outwardly irritated, Shen Tong felt secretly delighted, pinching Jin Yan's cheek playfully, "You're such a charmer." Jin Yan scratched his head and chuckled. Nearby nurses who passed by would often gather around to tease him. Within moments, his pocket was stuffed with cookies, chocolates, lollipops, and even some walnuts in his hand. Putting the walnuts aside, he peeled off the candy wrapper and offered the lollipop to the hardworking physiotherapist. The serious middle-aged man nonchalantly opened his mouth and bit into the candy without hesitation. By now, he was fully accustomed to Jin Yan's charm, especially his irresistible effect on women, so far maintaining an unbeaten record. After the massage, they went over to the testing equipment for some measurements. Once confirmed all the data were normal, Shen Tong bid farewell to the physiotherapist along with Jin Yan, leaving the rehab center. Shen Tong pushed Jin Yan out. As they prepared to exit the gate, asking him whether he wanted to rest in the ward or sit by the lake, Jin Yan suddenly sat upright, frantically waving his arm and shouting in a prolonged voice, "Uncle Li." His excitement was palpable. Shen Tong looked in the same direction, stunned. It was already autumn. Li Shi wore a light-colored sweater and a beige linen pants, appearing handsome and youthful. He stood on the path flanked by 2 rows of ginkgo trees. Half-yellow, half-green leaves rustled gently in the autumn breeze, creating what seemed like a frozen painting. He walked toward them with long strides, seeing Jin Yan's excited state, shaking his head slightly with an amused yet helpless smile in his eyes. "Miss Shen," Li Shi nodded first, greeting her politely. Realizing she had stared too intently, Shen Tong quickly averted her gaze, somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Mr. Li, good day." Li Shi then turned to Jin Yan, "Are you done with your physical therapy?" "I'm done." Jin Yan nodded vigorously and, before Li Shi could ask more, repeated everything the therapist told him. Meanwhile, he pulled out a chocolate bar to offer it to Li Shi. Apparently used to being frequently offered snacks, Li Shi replied, "Keep it for yourself." Then to Shen Tong, he added, "Miss Shen, please go rest. I'll take him for a walk. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Shen Tong smiled and said, "Not at all, Mr. Li, no need to be so polite." She reminded Jin Yan to take care and instructed him to call her should any problems arise. Jin Yan nodded eagerly. Watching Shen Tong leave, he hurriedly added, "Thank you, Sister Shen. See you later." If Shen Tong liked snacks, he would have surely given them all to her. With Li Shi around, Shen Tong didn't have to watch over Jin Yan constantly. For a moment, she really didn't feel reassured and spoke a few more words before reluctantly leaving. Li Shi pushed Jin Yan's wheelchair, squinting his eyes and said, "You're getting better and better at flattering people." Jin Yan turned to look at Li Shi, glaring and said, "I'm not flattering you, it's all what I truly feel." Seeing his puffed-up appearance, Li Shi couldn't help but tease him. However, before he could do so, Jin Yan asked, "Uncle Li, are you done with your errands?" "Not yet," Li Shi shook his head, "No rush, we'll take our time." These past few days he'd been looking at nearby lands. The ecological conditions of this place were excellent, with no shortage of rich people. Although it was a backward area, the living standards in the city were not much different from those in the developed coastal regions. Fruits, eggs, milk, meat products, all emphasized ecological health. Li Shi wanted to choose a good spot to build a farm and supply some green food. He could also develop characteristic homestays. Of course, these were still preliminary ideas that needed more consideration before making a decision. Actually, he wasn't doing this for himself, it was for Jin Yan. This child was not someone who preferred idleness over labor. Previously, they had discussed that once his body recovered, he would work as a designated driver or deliver packages, or even work as a waiter in a restaurant. As long as his expenses were low, he believed he could support himself. What Jin Yan didn't know was that Li Shi had already made out a will, leaving all his money to him, money that Jin Yan could spend for the rest of his life without running out. Li Shi certainly wouldn't tell him now, but neither would he let him go deliver packages. So, he intended to tidy up the farm and leave it for Jin Yan. Even if operations became difficult in the future, selling it off wouldn't lead to great losses. Jin Yan knew nothing of these things. All he wondered about was why Uncle Li hadn't gone back to work, spending most of his time with him at the rehabilitation center, only going out occasionally, without him knowing what exactly he was doing. As they talked, they reached the lake. This was an artificial lake, surrounded by tall trees on all sides. There were some nameless small flowers planted among the shrubs on the ground, and benches scattered around the lakeside for resting. The environment was beautiful, quiet, and comfortable. There weren't many people around the lake at the moment. Besides Li Shi and Jin Yan, there was only a man sitting on the bench opposite. Around 30 years old, he wore a white hospital gown just like Jin Yan's, with an overcoat draped over his shoulders. He was reading a book in his hands, looking down intently. Li Shui stabilized Jin Yan's wheelchair, then sat on a chair beside him. Jin Yan happily took out a tablet from behind him, tapping on it several times. A media player popped up on the screen, displaying the words, Mute Made, Episode 18. Jin Yan complained, Uncle Li, I've been holding back on watching the latest update just for you. I almost got spoiled. Li Shui leaned over to check the screen and asked, we watched up to Episode 18, right? Yes. It's recorded here, I downloaded it beforehand. Afterwards, he summarized the plot of the previous episode for Li Shui, who wore an expression implying, that does sound correct, and they both began to watch together. If someone who used to know Li Shui was present, they might think he'd been possessed by a ghost or that Jin Yan had cast a spell on him. In reality, this state of affairs was initiated by Li Shui himself. When he first arrived at the rehabilitation center with Jin Yan, while Jin Yan went through physical therapy sessions, he watched TV dramas on the tablet, even played games. This was something Li Shui from the past would never have done. Back then, he was always working, and even when not working, he focused on investment funds and stocks or read books and magazines about finance. The first time Jin Yan saw him play a game, his jaw dropped wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Li Shui, however, remained calm and offered a simple explanation, one lives a lifetime, one should try everything. Jin Yan didn't ponder much on it, just thinking that his Uncle Li had finally come down from a world unreachable to his own, and delightedly joined him in playing games and watching TV dramas. Occasionally, while watching, Li Shui would suddenly point at the actors on the screen and say, I've seen this person before. The Mute Maid, which they were currently watching, was currently the hottest TV drama. The female protagonist was an orphan who, due to a fire as a child, suffered a terrible scar on her left cheek and had her vocal cords damaged by smoke. She was adopted by a kind family, growing up taking care of the young master. She deeply loved the young master but kept her feelings hidden deep inside. Later, due to an accident, the young master and maid got involved romantically. The maid became pregnant, forcing the young master to marry her. However, the young master mistakenly thought that the drunken night had been plotted by the maid and treated her with contempt, mocking her as ugly and base. In the process, the maid did many things for the young master, only for them to be mistakenly credited to another wealthy young lady who also loved the young master. This caused the young master to fall for the rich girl instead. Even though the show was disgustingly melodramatic, it still had a consistently high viewership rating, with online click rates even breaking records. The audience watched and cursed at it simultaneously, but they just couldn't stop. Recently, the plot showed the young master's family being framed. His grandfather passed away, his parents were thrown in jail, and he injured his eyes, causing temporary blindness. Meanwhile, the wealthy young lady had already left, while the maid remained to take care of him without leaving his side. The young master mistakenly believed she was the rich girl and she didn't deny it. Due to the actor's superb performances, Jin Yan felt his nose tingle when he saw the young master holding the maid's hand, calling out the wealthy young lady's name as he poured out his love, and the maid's face expressed both restraint and pain. Uncle Li, why is she so stupid? He asked, his eyes brimming with tears. Li Shui silently glanced at him, thinking to himself, you're even more foolish than her. After finally finishing the latest episode, Jin Yan was almost driven mad by the antics of the young master in the show, incessantly talking about it with Li Shui. As he looked up, he suddenly met the gaze of the man sitting across from them. The man paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. He wasn't particularly handsome, but his gentle demeanor made people feel an instant closeness to him. Jin Yan blushed slightly and quickly returned the smile. Once the man turned his head back down, Jin Yan leaned close to Li Shui, covering his mouth with one hand and whispering conspiratorially, Uncle Li, I have something to tell you. Li Shui raised an eyebrow. I think the man sitting opposite us isn't an ordinary person, he said, nodding firmly after finishing his sentence, yes, not simple at all. Li Shui teased, why do you think he's not simple? Jin Yan gestured with his lips, look at those two men by the woods, they're definitely his bodyguards. Actually, Jin Yan noticed them as soon as he arrived. Although they were far away, the two men dressed in casual attire constantly had their eyes on the man. They also appeared very alert. Once, when one of them took out his phone, Jin Yan even caught a glimpse of a gun holstered at his waist. Li Shui patted Jin Yan on the head, confused, how did you become so clever? Jin Yan immediately puffed up proudly, failing to notice the hidden meaning in Li Shui's words. In fact, the two bodyguards weren't the key point. Whenever the man sat there, doctors or nurses would occasionally come over to check on him. Not only that, during the intermission, several individuals even approached, including the director of this rehabilitation center, who was extremely courteous towards him. This place was secluded and discreet, frequented by many prominent and influential figures seeking rest and recovery. Although Li Shui didn't recognize the man, he presumed that he was either the descendant of someone in military or political circles or belonged to a prestigious family. Still, Li Shui didn't pay much attention to him, whoever the man was, he had no connection to them. As dinner time approached, Li Shui said, let's go back. Jin Yan nodded. Li Shui stood up, and suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. He shook his head, waiting until his vision cleared before reaching out to push the wheelchair. Jin Yan noticed something was wrong and asked, what's wrong, Uncle Li? I'm fine, Li Shui furrowed his brows, continuing to push Jin Yan forward. Jin Yan was still worried and prepared to ask again when he suddenly heard a thud. Turning his head, he realized that Li Shi had collapsed onto the ground. Uncle Li. Jin Yan momentarily forgot about his leg injury and tried to help him, only to stumble and fall the moment his foot touched the ground. Li Shi was still conscious and knew he must have fallen victim to low blood sugar. But the ringing in his ears prevented him from hearing anything, and his eyes wouldn't open. He guessed Jin Yan must have been scared, making him anxious. Seeing Li Shi unresponsive, Jin Yan panicked, nearly crying, but could only remain awkwardly on the ground. The man sitting on the long bench sensed the commotion and rushed over, dropping his book along the way. As he moved, the two men near the forest also came running, and soon all three gathered around Li Shi and Jin Yan. Before the man could say anything, the two bodyguards divided their tasks. One carried Jin Yan back to the wheelchair, while the other scooped up Li Shi and dashed toward the hospital. Seeing Jin Yan's red-rimmed eyes, the man gently consoled, "Don't be afraid, everything will be okay." By the time Li Shi was taken into the hospital, he had already regained consciousness. The doctor examined him and found he had fainted due to exhaustion and untreated hypoglycemia after a long period of insufficient rest. The doctor prescribed some medicine and instructed him to properly rest before leaving the room. Li Shi glanced at Jin Yan, whose face was still pouting with fright, and then at the man who had stayed with them kindly, and sat up straighter to thank him sincerely. The man showed no airs, shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing, what matters most is that everyone is safe." Li Shi developed a favorable impression of him and extended his hand, saying, "I'm Li Shi. If it's not too forward of me." Before Li Shi could finish his sentence, the man took a step forward and grasped his hand, smiling as he said, "Hello, I'm Mu Ran." Chapter 66, Fellow Patient. Li Shi himself never thought that he, with his reclusive nature, would be able to make a pretty good friend just before the end of his life. It's kind of funny if you think about it. It all started when Li Shi thanked Mu Ran for treating him to a meal. Then the next time they met, Mu Ran gave him some local specialties nearby. After receiving the gift, Li Shi went out and brought back an excellent box of flower tea for Mu Ran. This back-and-forth interaction made their acquaintance grow stronger over time. Mu Ran was unlike the wealthy young men that Li Shi had met in the past. Unlike Ningyu, who deliberately exudes elegance and gentleness, Mu Ran radiates true peace. After interacting with him, Li Shi found that this person did not conceal himself at all, sometimes even appearing disarmingly naive. He used to deal with various manipulative people, having encountered too many two-faced individuals. As a result, someone as straightforward as Jin Yan or Mu Ran left him unsure of how to respond. Even though he intended to keep his distance, when Mu Ran smiled at him and extended goodwill, he found it impossible to completely ignore it. Jin Yan wasn't one to understand all these intricacies. He was simply happy because he had made a great friend, one of the two men accompanying Mu Ran, the bodyguard named Luo Yu. After eating breakfast, as Li Shi was just walking to the entrance of Mu Ran's hospital room, he saw Jin Yan sitting in his wheelchair animatedly chatting with Luo Yu outside. Luo Yu's eyes were wide open, his expressions constantly shifting as Jin Yan spoke. Meanwhile, Liao Fei remained steadfastly composed, noticing Li Shi's approach first and greeting him politely. Li Shi nodded slightly to acknowledge him, while Jin Yan hurriedly raised his head and called out, "Uncle Li, you're here." Li Shi gently rubbed his head, reciprocated Luo Yu's greetings, tapped on the door lightly, and after hearing a "come in" from inside, he entered. Mu Ran was holding his phone, speaking into it, with a backpack on the bed beside him. While talking, he placed a thermos flask into the bag. Seeing Li Shi arrive, he gestured politely, indicating that he was occupied but inviting him to sit down. Li Shi nodded and sat down on the sofa. The condition of Mu Ran's ward was exceptional, it even came equipped with a full set of air purification systems. Li Shi knew that Mu Ran had suffered lung injuries from a car accident in the past, followed by a cold that triggered inflammation. Although he was fine now, his body was still somewhat weak, so he had come here to recuperate quietly. Despite the quietness of the room, Li Shi could not help but hear parts of Mu Ran's soft conversation clearly. No fever. Not coughing anymore either. Had yam porridge in the morning, won't be hungry. All items are ready, coat is also worn. It's the white one, with buttons. At this point, Mu Ran suddenly paused his movements, glanced at the weather outside, and said softly, "It's not cold." The other side must have said something. Mu Ran then showed a helpless smile. All right, I'll change into the blue one." After hanging up the phone, Mu Ran apologized to Li Shi, saying, "Sorry, just a moment," then opened the wardrobe and changed into a deep blue hooded casual jacket. Seeing this, Li Shi asked with a faint smile, "Your parents?" Apart from his parents, Li Shi couldn't imagine who else would care for Mu Ran to such minute details over the phone, even remembering each piece of his clothing. Mu Ran blushed instantly, embarrassedly explaining, "No, it's my partner." Li Shi momentarily froze, then laughed again, "You two seem very close." Mu Ran picked up on something from Li Shi's fleeting distraction, stopping the topic without further elaboration. During the days he had spent together with Li Shi, Mu Ran had discovered that whether it was other stories or his own, Li Shi didn't like discussing past events. Mu Ran himself once harbored similar feelings towards avoiding such conversations, thus respecting Li Shi and never probing too deeply. Hanging his previous coat neatly, Mu Ran slung the backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave with Li Shi. Upon seeing them, Liao Fei double-checked Mu Ran's outfit and sent a text message on his phone. Luo Yu reached out his hand, wanting to take the backpack from Mu Ran. Please give it to me, Mr. Mu. Mu Ran shook his head, saying, no need, it's not heavy. A pitiful expression crossed Luo Yu's face, Mr. Mu. Mu Ran could only silently sigh and handed over the backpack to Luo Yu. Watching from the side, Li Shui had already become accustomed to this dynamic. Mu Ran had always treated these two not as bodyguards but with equal respect, devoid of any authoritative attitude. On the contrary, these two maintained a respectful distance and fulfilled their responsibilities meticulously. After pocketing his phone, Liao Fei walked over and said, let's go down, the car has arrived. They began descending while conversing casually. Upon arriving downstairs, two light green sightseeing vehicles were parked outside the door. A middle-aged man was waiting there and immediately greeted Mu Ran with a handshake when he saw him. Li Shui and Jin Yan had been here for quite some time but had never visited the scenic area at the front. Mainly because Jin Yan was still in recovery, and Li Shui himself carried the burden of a potential mental issue, fearing an unexpected situation might occur if he ventured out alone with Jin Yan. As for Mu Ran, he had just arrived not too long ago and hadn't had the chance to explore yet either. The other day, they casually brought it up and decided that they would go see the place together. Initially, Li Shui thought this would be a regular outing. Today, however, he learned that the scenic area had specially sent sightseeing cars to pick them up and arranged for a tour guide to accompany and explain things along the way. If not for Mu Ran's refusal, they would have even sent a few more responsible staff members over. Mu Ran held a map, listening to the guide explain the tour route. Li Shui observed him occasionally looking up with a focused expression and felt curious for the first time about this person's background. The scenic area was aware of Jin Yan's condition, so the rear seat of one of the sightseeing cars had already been removed. Li Shui carried Jin Yan into the seat, while Liao Fei and Luo Yu carefully lifted the wheelchair onto the car and secured it properly. After they finished preparing, Mu Ran came over holding the map and shared the plan he'd made with the guide, asking Li Shui if he had any other suggestions. Li Shui replied, no problem, we'll follow your arrangements. Just as he turned back around, Luo Yu was already sitting beside Jin Yan and smiled, saying, Mr. Li, you can take the vehicle in front. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Mr. Jin. Jin Yan quickly added, Uncle Li, don't worry about me, I'm fine. This was actually something Jin Yan had discussed beforehand with Luo Yu. Wanting to enjoy the trip without constantly worrying his Uncle Li, Jin Yan knew his uncle had worried enough for him already. How could Li Shui not know what he was thinking? He gave him some reminders and then got into the first sightseeing car with Mu Ran. Liao Fei conducted another inspection round before taking his seat behind Mu Ran. The weather was excellent today, though it was autumn already, the sunlight didn't carry a hint of coldness. The sightseeing vehicle slowly drove along the asphalt road. After leaving the sanatorium, they quickly entered Longtan's scenic area. The tour guide sat ahead of them, turning slightly to point out various attractions to Li Shui and Mu Ran one by one. The area was vast, so they planned to only visit the central scenic zone today. Moreover, since Jin Yan was seated in a wheelchair, they couldn't go over the boardwalks or stone bridges, meaning they'd stay on the asphalt roads after getting out of the car. Li Shui felt somewhat apologetic for making Mu Ran adjust the plans to accommodate them. However, Mu Ran laughed and said, even if you weren't here, my current physical condition wouldn't allow me to go those places either. I should thank you for keeping me company during these walks. This statement lacked any condescending attitude and left people feeling comfortable down to their hearts. Li Shui developed a bit more affection for Mu Ran. They didn't walk too far before reaching one of the most famous spots here, Wolong Reservoir. The reservoir water was exceptionally clear, reflecting sunlight like an emerald mirror. Ancient trees surrounded the bank, with a constructed water dam standing on one side. Most miraculous was how tranquil the surface of the reservoir remained, despite hidden currents rushing below, spilling over through the dam, forming thin white ribbons. Jin Yan pointed to the densely packed waterfalls and exclaimed excitedly, it looks like noodles hanging. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his observation. Li Shui lightly slapped his head, all you think about is eating. Jin Yan, rubbing his head in feigned grievance, hummed a couple of times. Mu Ran leaned closer and said seriously, actually, I think it does look like noodles too. They spent some time exploring this area and took several photos before continuing their journey. Next stop was the longest water cave in China currently, stretching over 1,300 meters. Because boat travel was required, extra preparations were needed for Jin Yan. Inside the cave, numerous stalactites hung from the ceiling, resembling gongs of gold. Stalagmite draperies spread open like theater curtains, displaying all kinds of bizarre landscapes under the lighting, appearing as vivid as a magnificent night sky. Yet the water inside the cave was deep and bottomless, occasionally interrupted by the sound of bat wings flapping, adding a touch of eerie terror. Jin Yan grew tired of craning his neck upwards and his excitement waned. His gaze eventually shifted downwards toward the water, watching for a while before timidly tugging at Li Shui's hand, Uncle Li. I'm scared. Li Shui rolled his eyes at him, what are you scared of? I have thalassophobia. Li Shui remained silent. Jin Yan whispered cautiously, drawing closer to him, Uncle Li, do you think there might be monsters underwater, and with one flick of its tail, our boat will overturn? As Li Shui was left speechless, Mu Ran leaned over to look at the water and asked, I wonder if there are any fish down there. Would they be tasty? Can we catch one and take it home? Li Shui. Finally, they emerged from the cave, and the boat slowly docked at a massive stalactite cave entrance. The tour guide pointed to a stalactite about 30 meters high, which resembled a young girl praying to the sky, and told everyone an emotional love story. The guide also mentioned that people could make wishes and pray to it, and their own love would then be protected by her. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ran and Jin Yan both solemnly pressed their palms together towards the stone statue. Even Liao Fei and Luo Yu made their prayers. Li Shui found it amusing to watch them. The guide saw that Li Shui didn't seem interested and advised him, Mr. Li, you can give it a try too, it's all about sincerity. Li Shui gave a faint smile, no thanks, I don't have anything I need her to protect. After disembarking, the tour guide led them to a farmhouse on the mountain for lunch. The farmhouse had lush flowers and trees, quiet and elegant like a paradise away from the world. They didn't rush into the dining room but looked around first. While resting in the pavilion, Mu Ran opened his backpack and took out 2 thermoses and a stack of small paper cups. After unscrewing the cap, he poured each person a cup of flower tea. Li Shui accepted the flower tea, and the fresh fragrance hovered around his nose. He felt slightly helpless. This guy wasn't bothered by bringing all this stuff, and despite his status and conditions, he still personally cared for others. As he was thinking, Mu Ran suddenly approached him, bending slightly and asking, Li Shui, how's your body feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Li Shui looked at him confused, then Mu Ran rummaged through his backpack and pulled out some chocolates and candies, placing them in his palm, saying, I brought chocolate and sugar. If you feel dizzy, eat these first to help ease the symptoms. Li Shui was always strong-willed and hated causing trouble for others. For years, no matter what happened or how much pain he endured, he was accustomed to putting on a brave face in front of others. And the person he truly wanted to lean on and rely on never even asked him once. So this feeling of being cared for, being taken care of, was somewhat unfamiliar to him. He felt touched, but more so, regretful. If from the start he had met someone like Mu Ran, perhaps everything would have been different. Considering Mu Ran and Jin Yan's physical conditions, after eating, they didn't stay long before returning to the sanatorium via the sightseeing car. When they arrived, they said goodbye to the tour guide and driver, getting ready to go upstairs. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove toward them. Jin Yan sat in his wheelchair. When the car stopped in front of them, he noticed it was an S65 AMG. He quietly wheeled himself further away, fearing an accidental scrape which would leave him unable to compensate even if he sold everything. Before anyone could react, the back door opened, and an 11 or 12-year-old girl excitedly called, Dad, and ran fast to jump into Mu Ran's arms. Behind her stood a boy with a round face who looked up respectfully and greeted, Uncle Mu. Not only were Li Shui and Jin Yan surprised, but even Mu Ran was momentarily stunned, expressing both joy and astonishment as he asked, How did Junjun and Zhihao come here? Yi Tian was on a call with his cousin Yi Cheng, discussing important matters. Yi Cheng asked whether he wanted to postpone the meeting time, but he replied, No need, I'll likely arrive by 6 o'clock. Lately, he'd been overseas, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to return temporarily. He insisted on visiting Mu Ran in Longtan City first. Due to flight delays, he would have to leave quickly and attend a company meeting right after, flying out again the next afternoon. Yi Cheng scolded him, You really like to put yourself through trouble. Yi Tian chuckled, If I don't see him, I won't have peace of mind. Yi Cheng shuddered, All right, don't get mushy on me. Mu Jun and Su Zhihao got off, while Su Wenyang opened the car door for Yi Tian. As he was talking, Yi Tian stepped out of the car. Looking up, he saw that person standing motionlessly by the car, staring blankly at him. Yi Tian put away his phone, slightly spreading his arms, his face full of tender smiles, Come here. Chapter 67, The Monster. Li Shui did not know Mu Ran, but he recognized Yi Tian. Actually, saying, recognized, might be a bit of an exaggeration. The Bai family and the Yi family, one in the north and one in the south, were from different circles and had no business dealings either. But they did meet once before. However, he remembered Yi Tian very clearly. Yi Tian was completely different from Bai Jing. Bai Jing was profound in thought, never revealing his emotions openly, always wearing a mask of gentleness, but in fact, quite cold-hearted. Yi Tian, on the other hand, had a strikingly handsome face, with high eyebrows and deep-set eyes, making his features unusually sharp and defined, yet exuding a cold and severe aura that sent chills down anyone's spine upon first sight. Li Shui never imagined that Yi Zhenrong's well-known grandson, the grand man who had seemed invincible in his memory, could also have such a gentle and affectionate expression on his face. Mu Ran snapped back to reality, feeling both incredulous and joyful. He was so excited that he stumbled while walking forward, almost falling over. It was Yi Tian who timely caught his hand and naturally pulled him into his embrace. Yi Tian. Mu Ran looked up, and his demeanor was exactly like when Mu Jin called out earlier, full of fondness and attachment. Yi Tian was startled by him. This person was always so careless, no matter how many times he'd said something to him. Initially, he intended to reprimand Mu Ran, but as soon as he saw Mu Ran's eyes, his heart softened entirely, and he couldn't even remember what he was going to say. Mu Ran tightly clutched onto Yi Tian, wanting to ask why he suddenly showed up. Then, remembering there were others waiting behind, he quickly led Yi Tian to stand in front of Li Shui and Jin Yan, introducing, "This is Yi Tian, my lover." He then turned to Yi Tian, saying, "These are Li Shui and Jin Yan, new friends I've made." So excited was he that only after he finished speaking did he feel somewhat anxious. After all, not everyone could easily accept this kind of situation, especially since he hadn't mentioned it beforehand. Neither Li Shui nor Jin Yan had any psychological preparation for this. Fortunately, right after he finished speaking, Li Shui took the initiative to extend his hand toward Yi Tian, saying, "Nice to meet you." How could Yi Tian possibly allow strangers unknown to him to remain around Mu Ran? Early on, when Mu Ran first met them, Yi Tian had already investigated the two of them thoroughly. Nevertheless, he now shook hands with Li Shui quietly, nodding slightly, saying, "Nice to meet you too." Upon this gesture, Li Shui also noticed the ring on Yi Tian's ring finger. It was identical to Mu Ran's. Seeing that Li Shui and Jin Yan did not show any expressions of repulsion or aversion, Mu Ran felt a little more at ease. Just as he was about to suggest that they all have dinner together and sit down for a chat, Su Wenyang approached Yi Tian and whispered a reminder, "Mr. Yi, it's time to leave." Su Wenyang had pale skin and a stern countenance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat aloof and unapproachable. Mu Ran inexplicably always felt a bit intimidated by him and couldn't help asking, "You've just arrived, why do you have to leave already?" Su Wenyang remained silent, while Yi Tian explained, "I came back unexpectedly. I have to attend a meeting at the company tonight, and I'll need to leave again tomorrow. Don't worry, I will deal with things quickly, and when I come back next time, we can spend more time together, okay?" Mu Ran wasn't stupid. Instantly, he understood Yi Tian specially went through a detour just to see him. This made him slightly annoyed. "If you're busy, don't come over. With your current schedule, you'll neither rest properly nor get a proper meal. Besides." Interrupting him gently with a laugh, Yi Tian's voice became exceptionally tender, "Then should I consult you first next time? If you agree, I will come to see you, alright?" Mu Ran couldn't withstand this level of teasing, his ears turning red. There were still so many people around, and unlike Yi Tian who didn't care about others' opinions, he had to take some considerations into account. So, he nodded randomly, pushing Yi Tian away, "Go fast, don't miss the important matters." Mu Ran was usually introverted and didn't like displaying intimacy in front of others. Yi Tian disrupted countless work plans and itineraries to make time to come see him, but in the end, he couldn't even get a kiss. Truthfully, Yi Tian also felt that what his older brother said was right, he did cause a lot of trouble. But there was nothing he could do, he truly missed Mu Ran too much. He knew that if he didn't come to see him this time, he wouldn't be able to calm down. After bidding farewell to everyone, before getting into the car, Yi Tian once again embraced Mu Ran lightly, reminding him to contact him immediately if anything happened. Worried that Yi Tian would misplace his priorities, Mu Ran repeatedly nodded and urged him to board the car. Only then did Yi Tian leave. Mu Ran's ward was located in the central area of the sanatorium. He invited Li Shui and Jin Yan upstairs to rest for a bit. Later, it would be more convenient for Jin Yan to go to the rehabilitation center. When climbing up the stairs together, Mu Ran appeared somewhat preoccupied. He worried about Yi Tian just as Yi Tian worried about him. Knowing Yi Tian's stomach problems and his relentless work schedule, Mu Ran was uncertain whether Yi Tian ate on time or rested sufficiently. Thinking of this, he furrowed his brows. Back in the ward, Mu Ran intended to introduce the two children properly. Unexpectedly, Mu Jin removed his jacket, revealing the bandage wrapped around his wrist, startling Mu Ran yet again. Mu Jin had been overly mature since childhood. Even this time when she got injured, she didn't shed a single tear, and when others asked her, she would simply say it didn't hurt. However, at the moment, she leaned her head softly against Mu Ran's shoulder, showing a rare pouty demeanor. Seeing this, Mu Ran's heart ached endlessly. He inquired about what happened, and Liao Fei finally explained the matter to him. It had already been 2 days since the incident. A mischievous kid from Mu Jin's class had pushed her as she was going downstairs. She fell, not only bumping her head but also accidentally scraping off a patch of skin on her wrist. Su Zhihao was just behind her then. Seeing Mu Jin get injured, he pinned the little boy down and beat him until blood came out from his nose and mouth. Even the teacher struggled to hold Su back. Since Yi Tian and Mu Ran weren't present, it was Su Zhihao's father who stepped in to handle the situation. Yi Tian chose not to tell Mu Ran immediately out of concern for him, deciding that with the weekend approaching, it was better to directly send Mu Jin over here. Su Zhihao, always acting as Mu Jin's shadow, followed along since their families were close friends. Upon hearing this, Mu Ran gently stroked the protruding lump on Mu Jin's head. Once assured by the doctor's examination that there wasn't any serious issue, he relaxed. After some thought, he spoke to Su Zhihao, "Zhihao, thank you for protecting Jin. But next time something like this happens, we can first seek help from the teacher and let them resolve it, okay?" From the side, Mu Jin also nodded in agreement. Su Zhihao, fighting is bad. Su Zhihao, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes resembling black grapes, immediately looked up at Mu Ran and loudly declared, "I understand, Uncle Mu. I won't fight anymore. But if someone bullies Mu Jin, I will still beat them senseless, he firmly added in his mind. Touched by this, Mu Ran affectionately ruffled his hair before introducing him and Mu Jin to Li Shi and Jin Yen. Li Shi didn't ask why Mu Ran's partner was a man yet he had a daughter. Instead, he patiently amused the two children with gentle conversation. Mu Ran was somewhat surprised. Given Li Shi's personality, he initially worried that Li might find the children noisy and bothersome. On the other hand, Jin Yen, being naturally great with kids, would have probably taken the pair tree climbing if not for his current physical condition. The atmosphere in the room was quite pleasant. Later, when they were about to leave and the kids were no longer around, Mu Ran found an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Li Shi. Sorry for surprising you. It wasn't my intention to keep things hidden from you earlier, but... Li Shi understood his concerns and cut him off. Mu Ran, the person I love is also a man. Glancing at Mu Ran's astonished expression, he smiled wryly, adding, unfortunately, he isn't my lover. On the way to the rehabilitation center as night began to fall and the sanatorium lights turned on, Jin Yen mulled over something before eventually saying, Uncle Li, I somehow feel, that Etion, swallowing nervously, he continued, isn't an ordinary person. Almost instinctively, Jin Yen sensed from Etion the same unsettling aura he'd once felt from Bai Jing, the kind that made his scalp tingle and his limbs go numb. Li Shi stopped walking, took out his phone, searched for Etion's grandfather's name, and handed the phone to Jin Yen, stating coolly, this is his grandfather. Jin Yen stared wide-eyed at the life achievements listed on the screen. Amused by his reaction, Li Shi's brief smile soon dissipated with the wind. He tilted his head slightly upward, gazing at the distant mountains while narrowing his eyes and letting out a light sigh, so, there are times I envy others too. What did you say, Uncle Li? Jin Yen looked up curiously. Suppressing the tuft of unruly hair sticking up due to the breeze, Li Shi replied nonchalantly, I said those two kids are really cute. Right. They're adorable. I want a daughter so badly. Li Shi tapped him with a curled finger, chiding, you can't take care of yourself properly and you're thinking about having a daughter. Truly, Uncle Li. If I ever have kids, I will definitely treat them well, unlike how my dad treated me. Actually, my mom was quite good to me. Pushing Jin Yen forward, Li Shi pressed, don't you hate her? No, I don't. Leaving may have saved her life, if she stayed with me, we might both die. She didn't have a choice. Then do you wish to find her? Jin Yen shook his head. She must have her own life now, and I don't want to disturb her. Li Shi fell silent. Jin Yen sighed deeply, joking, moreover, if she sees me and regrets abandoning such a handsome son, pounding her chest in anguish, I'll be very troubled. Li Shi remained expressionless, deadpanning, pounding her chest, indeed. Jin Yen lapsed into silence, letting out dry laughter, well, whatever, it's more or less the same. He received another tap from Li Shi. After the arrival of the two kids, Mu Ran's place became exceptionally lively. Sometimes when they'd bump into each other outside, Jin would be in the front, Mu Jin following him, Su Zhihao following Mu Jin, and Liao Fei and Luo Yu would guard behind like a train receiving passengers. It was quite amusing. The weekend saw a sharp drop in temperature. Li Shi stayed with Mu Ran in the ward drinking tea and chatting as Luo Yu sent Jin Yen to the rehabilitation center. Mu Ran started coughing after taking medicine, and seeing the two kids get bored staying in the room, he dressed them in thick jackets and let Liao Fei take them out for some activities. After their departure, the room became quieter. They chatted for a while until Li Shi broke the taboo first, proactively mentioning, actually, I once met Etion and heard some rumors about him, never expecting to encounter you here. Mu Ran was surprised and then smiled, did seeing me disappoint you? Many people say we don't match. He sheepishly admitted, I think we don't either, the gap between us is too big. Li Shi shook his head, you mustn't say that in front of Etion. Mu Ran waved his hand, I wouldn't dare to say it, he gets terrifying when he's angry. Then sighing, he said, it's not really about the gap. Seeing Li Shi furrowing his brows in confusion, Mu Ran talked about the past events with him. Speaking of that car accident, his expression turned melancholy, revealing something he had never told anyone else, so I always worry that maybe I'm only a reluctant responsibility and burden to him. This had nothing to do with inferiority. He just feared that Etion was constrained within this moral framework, unable to break free from this life-saving favor. He also never thought of himself as grand or special, nor did he think Etion owed him eternal love. Even if one day Etion decided to be with someone else, he wouldn't blame him. That's Etion's choice. And now, with so many eyes watching them and him being sick frequently, Mu Ran sometimes felt tired for Etion. Li Shi didn't speak. He slowly undid 3 buttons on his shirt, exposing a scar on his chest under the stunned gaze of Mu Ran before saying indifferently, rescuing the person you love by risking your own life, I've done that too. But love and gratitude are different. Gratitude can coerce, but love cannot be coerced. If Etion didn't love you, do you think you could have come this far? Mu Ran had already forgotten about his own troubles and was filled with self-blame, regretting why he brought up such topics and causing Li Shi unnecessary sorrow. Watching Li Shi's calm face, he wanted to ask but didn't know how to begin, wanted to comfort but felt the inadequacy of his words. Li Shi fastened his collar, buttoning up. He didn't need comfort. In this strange place, facing Mu Ran who knew nothing of his past, he instead relaxed his guard, calmly exposing his wounds, even expressing the doubts buried deep in his heart all these years. I might be a monster, not knowing how to love someone. Thinking I've given so much, yet the other person hates me with a passion. Reluctant responsibility and burden, he smiled as he repeated, probably no one understands this phrase better than me. Li Shi didn't mention Bai Jing wanting him dead, which would surely scare the living daylights out of the person in front of him. He didn't want to incessantly complain, appearing as if the whole world owed him. That was too unbecoming. Yet whenever he thought of the past, Bai Jing's smiling figure observing Ningyu painting in the greenhouse always popped up in his mind. He compared that scene repeatedly with himself and realized how much Bai Jing hated and found him intolerable over the years. Li Shi, Mu Ran's voice was low and hoarse, lowering his head to prevent the other person from seeing his reddening eyelids. You're not a monster. Li Shi stood up and patted his shoulder. Don't feel sorry for me, it's all in the past. Just as those words fell, the door was suddenly pushed open. The two kids rushed in quickly, holding a bag full of adorable cookies, excitedly talking about whom they met just now, what games they played, and how they received this gift. Mu Ran hadn't fully recovered his senses, but Li Shi had already regained his composure. He helped Mu Jin and Su Zhihao open the cookies, and amidst their crisp voices of thanks, he smiled and replied it was nothing, gently patting their heads. Not long after, Jin Yen and Luo Yu returned, making the room increasingly lively. After this weekend passed, because there were still classes, Mu Jin and Su Zhihao returned home first. A week later, Yi Tian finally finished his work, no longer needing to run off abroad at any moment, and came to the sanatorium to take Mu Ran home. Before leaving, Li Shi went to see them off. Suddenly, Yi Tian mentioned, the Bai family is looking for you. Li Shi froze. He had already cut off all contact with everyone and never inquired about Bai Jing's whereabouts, so he truly had no idea that Bai Jing was looking for him. Who's looking for Li Shi? Mu Ran hadn't heard clearly and asked Yi Tian while looking at him. Yi Tian didn't rush to speak, but Li Shi smiled and answered with two words, an enemy. Mu Ran panicked, then what should we do? Isn't it very dangerous for you to stay here with Jin Yen? Otherwise, you two could. Yi Tian squeezed Mu Ran's hand to calm him down and asked Li Shi, do you need my help? After hesitating for a moment, Li Shi said, if it's not too much trouble, then I would like to thank Mr. Yi in advance. Then he turned to Mu Ran and earnestly said, Mu Ran, if one day something happens to me, please take care of Jin Yen as much as possible when you can. You shouldn't say such things. Seeing that Li Shi wouldn't change his mind, Mu Ran reluctantly nodded, all right, I promise you. His face was full of worry. Li Shi sighed, I'm sorry to cause you so much trouble. After seeing them off, the car was already completely out of sight, yet Li Shi still stood there motionless. In the past, the old him would have never done this. But he was simply too tired, he couldn't fight against Bai Jing anymore. He thought he had shown enough sincerity before leaving, but apparently, that person still couldn't tolerate him as an unstable factor living outside. Li Shi shoved his hands into his trouser pockets, his fingers pressing on the medicine tablets through the aluminum foil wrapper, and he looked utterly disheartened and lethargic. How much longer did he have to live? Chapter 68, My Shi Li. As the new year approached, the weather grew increasingly colder. Jinin wore a thick down jacket with a scarf covering half his face as he squatted by the pond feeding fish. He looked like a bear all wrapped up, and the movements of scattering fish food appeared particularly clumsy. The goldfish in the pond were lethargic too, moving lazily before stopping altogether. Jinin pulled down his scarf to reveal his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white breath when he spoke, eat, eat. The goldfish slowly swam away, their tails swaying gently. Jinin was feeling disheartened when Aunt Zhang, the owner of the farmhouse, came downstairs and called out to him loudly, Yan, it's cold outside, don't play with water. With difficulty because of all his heavy clothing, Jinin turned his head and replied, I'm not playing with water, I'm feeding the fish. Aunt Zhang stepped closer and said, I'm going out. Is there anything you want me to bring back? Her grandson, who was not yet 2 years old, stood by her feet, holding onto a milk bottle and drinking incessantly. Jinin walked over and teased him with some fish feed, grinning mischievously as he said, could you bring me some peanut brittle candy, auntie? He had a sweet tooth, especially for these long sweets made from peanuts and coarse sugar that left a sweet and fragrant taste in the mouth. Jinin could finish a whole bag in a day. The child let go of his bottle to try grabbing Jinin's hand. Laughing, Jinin moved back slightly. The boy kept trying to reach him but couldn't, then looked at his grandmother, on the verge of tears with his mouth pouted. Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement and picked up her grandson, saying without much patience, you're such a troublemaker already so big, wait till your uncle gets back to deal with you. At the mention of Shi Li's name, Jinin's expression immediately fell, watching silently as Aunt Zhang left, unable to suppress a sigh. After leaving the sanatorium, they came to this small village on the outskirts of the city and moved into Aunt Zhang's courtyard. It was close to downtown, and the conditions were pretty good. However, neither of them knew anyone in this place, making the construction of the farm a time-consuming and costly process. Fortunately, later through Etienne's introduction, Shi Li met a designer, and with their collaboration, things improved significantly. But the designer had a wife and children, along with a busy workload, so most of the work still fell on Shi Li. Jeanine no longer had to sit in a wheelchair, but he still got tired easily and couldn't carry heavy objects or run fast, leaving him unable to assist his uncle Lee. Whenever he thought about how his uncle was always occupied, while he remained at home like a parasite, he felt somewhat depressed. Jeanine sealed the fish feed and slowly returned to the house, walking while pondering, if only he hadn't been so severely injured, if only he were still healthy like he used to be. That way, he could do many tasks, handle the heavy and tiring work himself, allowing his uncle Lee to rest more. After all, he was young and could withstand hardship. Lost in thought, Jeanine realized he was dreaming unrealistically during the day, sighed heavily again. When Shi Li came back that evening, Jeanine noticed redness on his face and that he was coughing continuously. He asked whether he had caught a cold. The room had a burning fireplace, keeping it very warm. Shi Li took off his coat, furrowed his brows, and said nonchalantly, maybe a little. Then, he opened the medicine cabinet, grabbed a couple of cold capsules, and swallowed them with lukewarm water in an entirely perfunctory manner, showing no regard for himself. Jeanine didn't want him drinking cold water, but this person was too fast to stop. Urgently, he exclaimed, Uncle Lee, let's go to the hospital, you must have a fever. It's not that serious, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep, Shi Li assured, thinking a bit of a cough wasn't worth overreacting about. Having been exhausted all day, the sedative component in the cold medicine almost instantly made him fall asleep after taking a quick shower. Before sleeping, Jeanine checked on him several times in the bedroom, then worriedly decided it wasn't enough. He grabbed blankets from his own room and slept beside Shi Li. His uncle Lee was always like this, whether he was physically hurt or emotionally distressed, he always appeared unfazed on the surface. When asked, his responses were always the same few words, it's nothing, no problem, it'll be better soon, it will heal in a few days. Others would scream and shout even over the smallest injuries, hoping the entire world would know, while he would prefer to hide even the severest wounds from everyone. Jeanine had fallen for his lies before, but after all they'd gone through together, he no longer trusted those nothings of his. Being a light sleeper and having intentionally kept watch, Jeanine did not enter deep sleep. So, when Mitty showed signs of abnormality late in the night, Jeanine awakened immediately. Switching on the bedside lamp, Jeanine saw Shi Li curled tightly into a ball, his teeth chattering audibly. Cold sweat soaked his forehead, and his body shivered unnaturally. Uncle Lee. Jeanine rushed to call out to him. Shi Li kept his eyes closed without any response, his mouth opening and closing, only managing to gasp out a single word, cold. Jeanine pulled the blanket tightly over him, wrapping Shi Li up securely, yet it seemed as if Shi Li was still shivering in the open winter night, continuously moaning about the cold. Jeanine grew increasingly worried. Without putting on his coat, he hopped off the bed and ran out of the house at top speed, waking up everyone from Aunt Zhang's family. He rummaged through various cards and certificates, asking her son to drive them to the city hospital in a bread van. It was only after reaching the hospital that they learned Shi Li had acute pneumonia. The doctor explained that if this condition progressed further, it might lead to infectious shock, which could endanger his life. Jeanine turned pale with fright. When the doctor asked about Shi Li's medical history, Jeanine dared not conceal anything and revealed everything, the previous gunshot wound, the severe fever after being drenched in the rain, and even the intermittent headaches he occasionally suffered. The doctor furrowed his brow as he listened and arranged a series of tests for Shi Li. After some thought, he suggested that Jeanine have Shi Li undergo a brain CT scan. Jeanine nodded in agreement, then sent Aunt Zhang's son home and stayed awake all night guarding Shi Li at the hospital. The next day, the designer found out about Shi Li's illness and helped arrange for them to move to a better ward. Not long after, Muran called, asking how things were going and whether he should come over. It was already cold, and with the new year fast approaching, Jeanine didn't dare trouble him, firmly refusing. He assured Muran that he would stay in contact if anything happened, which finally put Muran at ease. Shi Li's condition was aggressive, and he remained unconscious. When the test results came back showing he had a meningioma, Jeanine was dumbfounded. To avoid misdiagnosis, they conducted another MRI, but it confirmed the same result. Forcing himself to remain calm, Jeanine made inquiries at the hospital and took the diagnosis to the most renowned neurosurgeon in the hospital. The doctor said that based on the test results, Shi Li's meningioma had clear boundaries and minimal atypia, meaning it was benign. Although benign meningiomas grow slowly, they exhibit expansive growth. If surgery to remove it isn't performed early enough, once it grows to a certain stage, it will compress the brain tissue and inhibit the respiratory center, potentially leading to sudden death. Additionally, there are extremely rare cases where what starts as benign gradually turns malignant. Turning into a malignant brain tumor means surviving a year is already considered good. In summary, the sooner the disease is treated, the better. Delaying the operation not only prevents complete removal, but also leads to poor prognosis. Jeanine listened with a pale face and sincerely thanked the doctor before returning to the inpatient department. It was already evening. In the hospital, people were constantly coming and going, enduring pain, grieving, and feeling sorrow, always making the place seem noisy and busy. Jeanine stood beside the lamppost at the street corner. Doctors, nurses, patients, families, all kinds of people passed by him. He stood there blankly, feeling as if he'd been blocked out, unaware of what they were doing or what he himself was doing. He remembered when Shi Li had fainted in Jinhai City and was pushed by Dr. Wei to go through examinations, and recalled the medicine Shi Li always carried with him. He also remembered the words Shi Li had said in the sanatorium, a person must try everything in this lifetime. Suddenly, it dawned on him, he had known for a long time that Uncle Li was sick, but just chose not to treat it. Uncle Li simply didn't want to continue living. As soon as this thought entered his mind, Jinin's legs went limp, and he could barely stand, clutching onto the lamp post before slowly squatting down. He wasn't joking when he said he saw Shi Li as a father figure. He didn't know what fatherly love was. As a child, his father could kick him from the middle of the room into a corner and beat him whenever he felt unhappy, causing him to bleed from the nose without stopping, and later even attempted to kill him. Although the young master treated him well, the young master was still just a kid, only a few years older than him. The care and affection of elders, Jinin had only ever experienced from Shi Li. If Shi Li were to die. Thinking of this possibility, Jinin could no longer hold back, covering his face as he began sobbing loudly. His chest hurt so badly from crying that he struggled to breathe, inhaling cold air and ending up coughing violently, feeling as if his heart would be coughed out. Shi Li had briefly woken up several times over the following days, each time only for a short while. Once, in his dreams, he muttered something delirious. Jinin gently patted his chest, but unexpectedly heard him softly call out two words. Bai Jing. Jinin froze, his eyes gradually reddening. When Shi Li's condition truly stabilized and he became fully conscious for the first time, seeing Jinin looking deeply worried, his eyes red and swollen as if he'd been beaten, Shi Li couldn't help but feel amused. Why did this scenario always repeat itself every time he fell ill? He had seen it too many times. But then again, if there hadn't been Jinin around, perhaps he would have died somewhere unnoticed. Shi Li knew this kid had certainly been scared stiff. Instinctively trying to comfort him, he said, "I'm fine." Before the words had even settled, the other party suddenly burst out yelling, "Stop saying you're fine. Always saying, I'm fine." So what constitutes a real issue then? This was the first time Li Shi had been yelled at by Jinin, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded as he stared blankly at him, unsure of how to react. Jinin couldn't hold back his tears as he continued speaking, "Uncle Li, why did you keep your illness hidden from me? If one day you collapsed right in front of me and never woke up again, have you thought about how I would feel?" Li Shi remained silent, realizing that Jinin had already found out about his condition. Attempting to sit up, his body felt devoid of strength. Jinin, sensing his intention, sniffled as he moved closer to support him. "Sorry for making you worry," sighed Li Shi. "Jinin, for some people, living isn't necessarily a good thing, and dying isn't necessarily bad either." He paused briefly before softly asking, "Do you understand?" Jinin shook his head vigorously through his tears, refusing to accept it. He didn't understand, absolutely not. All he knew was that once someone died, everything was gone. Yet, he also understood how stubborn Li Shi could be, knowing no one could change his mind when it was made. This was the first time Jinin felt such sorrow and despair. After that incident, neither of them brought up the topic again. Jinin became quieter, losing the usual smile on his face. Li Shi noticed these changes but ultimately chose not to say anything. Early that morning, Li Shi's phone rang. Still half asleep, seeing Etienne displayed on the screen, Jinin quickly grabbed the phone and stepped outside the ward. Etienne, aware that Li Shi was still sick, wasn't surprised to hear Jinin's voice. He simply informed him that Bai Jing had traced their location. He had helped buy them time over the past months, but now there was nothing more he could do. Their only option was to move immediately. It might provide some room for maneuver. Jinin paused for a moment before responding, "Mr. E, we're not leaving. Did you not discuss this with Li Shi?" "There's no need. Thank you for your efforts during this time." After hanging up, Jinin slowly sat down in the corridor. Not being the sharpest tool in the shed, Jinin wasn't sure if his decision was right or wrong. But they owed Etienne nothing, they weren't related and shouldn't continue troubling him any further. Additionally, during his sleep, the mention of Bai Jing by Uncle Li convinced Jinin that perhaps the only person who could make his uncle live on was this very man. Even if his judgment turned out to be wrong, leading to his uncle's harm, he would sacrifice his life as recompense. Later in the afternoon, after Li Shi had taken his medication and rested, Jinin left the hospital room. He hadn't even reached the building's exit when two men stopped him, stating, "We apologize, Mr. Jinin, but you can't leave the hospital for now." It took Jinin quite a while to process it. "You are, from the Bai family?" The two men remained silent, confirming it indirectly. Jinin hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly, hadn't expected he and his uncle were already under surveillance. Knowing these people wouldn't elaborate much, he stopped questioning and stood resolute downstairs, waiting. The weather was extremely cold, despite wearing layers, his nose had turned bright red. Unable to convince him to move, and not daring to forcefully drag him inside, the two men pushed him into a corner, trying their best to shield him from the wind. They didn't have to wait long, a black sedan approached from afar. Recognizing the reaction of the two men, Jinin knew who had arrived. Pushing past them, he ran toward the car even as it had yet to come to a full stop, and the door swung open, revealing someone stepping out. At the sight of the individual, Jinin's face instantly went pale, turning back to flee into the hospital. "Jinin." The person shouted loudly. Jinin's mind spiraled into confusion, unable to comprehend why Bai Hao was here. Already weak from running, in his panic he failed to look where he was going, tripping and falling to the ground after only a few steps. Bai Hao soon caught up, lifting him as he anxiously asked, "Why are you running? Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see." Jinin strained to lower his head, dodging Bai Hao's gaze. As Bai Hao tried to lift his chin, he blocked with his hands, frantically shouting, "I'm not Jinin. Jinin is dead." As chaos unfolded around them, Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan also exited the car and entered the hospital. Tall and commanding, Bai Jing wore a black coat, standing ramrod straight with a cold, stern expression, radiating an intense pressure. Upon entering, nearly everyone secretly observed him. "What floor?" Bai Jing asked. The two men guarding the hospital swiftly responded with the floor number and room number. Judging the floor to be close enough, Bai Jing didn't even wait for the elevator, instead striding up the stairs. Zhuo Mingyuan seized the opportunity to relay a few instructions to the men, then hurriedly followed behind. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Shiyi's room, Bai Jing suddenly halted, remaining motionless for a long moment. Zhuo Mingyuan didn't urge him, silently stepping back to wait outside the door. After a while, Bai Jing finally pushed the door open and slowly walked in. The room was very quiet. He approached the bedside and saw the person on the bed sleeping with their head slightly tilted to one side. Those clear, cold eyes were shut, their eyelashes casting a faint shadow, with a hint of fatigue between the eyebrows, looking fragile and pitiable. A sharp pain tore through Bai Jing's heart as he reached out to stroke the pale, thin cheek of the person lying there. It reminded him inexplicably of the look this person had during their teenage years, an arrogance so extreme that no one mattered. But who had turned him into this? Who had depleted his life, leaving the proud youth barely able to breathe now? Bai Jing leaned down, closed his eyes, and gently pressed his forehead against the others, his voice choked with emotion. "Li Shiyi. My Li Shiyi." Chapter 69, Estrangement. Li Shiyi had a nightmare. In the dream, he found himself back on the day when he and Bai Jing were attacked, and he was shot. But this time, after being injured, he did not immediately lose consciousness. Instead, he helplessly watched as Bai Jing slowly walked up to him, looked down from a height, and coldly stared at him. He saw himself gradually bleed to death. When Li Shiyi opened his eyes and realized that he was in Bai Jing's arms, his bones ached. He struggled but couldn't break free, so he could only croak, "Don't hold me like this, I hurt all over when you do." Bai Jing froze, but said nothing. He then stood up and gently placed Li Shiyi back on the bed. Once Li Shiyi noticed Bai Jing tucking him under the blanket, he completely snapped out of his dream, realizing that this was the real Bai Jing, not the one who had been watching him die in the nightmare. Although, in fact, there wasn't much difference between the two. Leaning against the bed, Li Shiyi's face betrayed no panic. He had long been prepared. If Bai Jing wanted to find him, sooner or later, it would come to this. Tian helping him hide for such a long time had already been lucky for him. Li Shiyi waited for Bai Jing's questions, but to his surprise, the man just sat by his bedside, gently brushed the broken hair from his face, and asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I can have someone bring it here." Li Shiyi dodged his hand, expressionless, and said, "What do you plan to do? Just say it." Bai Jing paused with his hand suspended in the air, then slowly withdrew it. His expression remained gentle. "The doctor said you can be discharged. Let's eat some food and take your medicine before we leave." Hearing the important part, Li Shiyi frowned and asked, "Leave?" Bai Jing patiently explained, "Your body isn't in good condition right now. Once you're home, you need to rest until after the new year." "Home?" Li Shiyi interrupted him without hesitation. "Which home are we talking about here?" "The home you share with Ningyu." Bai Jing fell silent for a moment before answering, "That is the home we share, you and I." Li Shiyi tilted his head and scrutinized him. "Bai Jing, I've discovered something interesting about you. If Ningyu isn't well, you will take care of him. If I'm unwell, you will also take care of me. What if your ex-girlfriends fall ill? Are you planning to bring them all back home?" He chuckled, but felt an excruciating pain in his lungs and began coughing. "And at night, do you still plan to choose among us?" Li Shiyi's sharp tongue could truly drive people to anger, and in previous times, they would have erupted into arguments instantly. However, Bai Jing let him mock without responding, silently patting his back to soothe his breath. After Li Shiyi finished speaking, Bai Jing continued where he had left off. "After the new year, we'll schedule a checkup at the hospital and arrange the surgery accordingly." Li Shiyi's smile faded instantly. What surgery could he possibly have? But upon reflection, it didn't seem surprising. Even if Wei Zhe hadn't mentioned it, how difficult could it be for Bai Jing to obtain his medical records now? Li Shiyi suddenly felt bored, muttering to himself as he gazed outside the window, "A dog that was raised for over 10 years has run away. Initially worried that this unruly beast might cause trouble for itself, now I've found out that this dog doesn't have much time left." He turned his head and looked at Bai Jing, asking, "Do you feel pity?" As he spoke, Bai Jing clenched his teeth tightly, his jawline strained, evidently trying his best to endure. "But you look at me with relief while pretending to lament." Li Shiyi's gaze grew colder. "I just find it nauseating, Bai Jing." "Li Shiyi." Bai Jing's voice quivered slightly, and after a deep breath, he managed to control his emotions. What happened 3 years ago, I'm sorry to you. Regarding Ningyu, it was my mistake. Once you get better, you can do anything you wish. Treat your illness, and afterward, whatever you decide, I will comply. Li Shiyi sneered, disbelieving every single word Bai Jing had said. He rolled up his sleeve, exposing his emaciated wrist, fragile enough that even a slight pressure might snap it. I've already become this way, and you still can't put your mind at ease. Why do you seek me? Do you think I don't know? Please stop talking. Bai Jing avoided eye contact, fearing he might actually shed tears in front of Li Shiyi. He lifted his hand to cover his eyes, his throat seeming choked. Please stop. I beg you. Li Shiyi froze, not because of the other person's reaction, but because he spotted the ring on Bai Jing's ring finger. He had never dared to examine this ring closely, even though Bai Jing often sat beside him, he would deliberately restrain himself from looking at Bai Jing's hands. Like covering one's ears while stealing a bell, if he couldn't see it, it might as well not exist. Now, seeing it clearly, he felt disbelief. This was the very ring he had given away, the one he thought Bai Jing had long discarded. The anticipation he had felt at that time, the embarrassment of being ignored, and his forced indifference, Li Shiyi remembered everything as if it were yesterday. But why was it worn now? If Bai Jing had been wearing this ring all along, did it mean this person had known about his illness from the beginning? Li Shiyi sneered inwardly, how could his illness elicit such a strong reaction from Bai Jing? Could this be some kind of pity before death? Li Shiyi reached out to Bai Jing, his voice cold, give it back to me. Bai Jing raised his head, the corner of his eyes red. Li Shiyi didn't care in the slightest, continuing with an outstretched hand, return the ring. You don't have the right to wear it. Finally angered by Li Shiyi's provocation, Bai Jing gritted his teeth, I don't deserve to wear it. Then tell me who does. Li Shiyi remained silent, pulling down the blanket to get out of bed and grab Bai Jing's hand. Bai Jing had to protect him from falling while being careful not to hurt him, how could he possibly match Li Shiyi's recklessness? In the end, the ring was taken off. Li Shiyi held the ring tightly in his palm, pushed Bai Jing aside, walked to the window, and threw it out upon opening it. Li Shiyi. Bai Jing was practically enraged. Watching Li Shiyi cough due to the cold wind, he hurriedly stepped forward, closed the window, and carried him back to bed, tightly covering him with blankets. Crouching, Li Shiyi continued coughing uncontrollably, his face turning red. Bai Jing patted his back, filled with both urgency and anger. He wanted to hit him but couldn't bear to touch him even slightly, just hearing his coughing made Bai Jing's heart feel like it was pierced by a knife. After Li Shiyi calmed down, Bai Jing got up and headed for the door, only to find 3 people waiting outside. Jin Yan didn't ask any questions but rushed into the room with worry etched on his face. Bai Hao initially tried to follow, but stopped for some reason. Bai Jing instructed Zhou Mingyuan to lead people downstairs to search for the ring, ordered Bai Hao to prepare for their return to Jinhai City, and summoned a doctor to give Li Shiyi sedatives and sleeping aids. This person was too stubborn, but his body could no longer withstand the strain. Bai Jing couldn't afford to linger here endlessly, he must immediately bring him back. Since Li Shiyi was still sick, private planes would need to be arranged, complete with specialized medical personnel and equipment on board. Bai Jing stayed by Li Shiyi's side in the ward, leaving most of the arrangements to Bai Hao. Once everything was settled, Bai Hao drove Jin Yan back to Aunt Zhang's house to pack their belongings. On the way, Jin Yan sat silently in the passenger seat with his head bowed, while Bai Hao looked grim. That day, when Bai Hao confronted Jin Yan, the latter refused to admit his true identity, but when hiding became impossible, Jin Yan said instead, sorry Master Bai, I didn't die. Thinking about Jin Yan's frightened expression then, Bai Hao clenched the steering wheel so hard that the veins in his hand stood out. He tried explaining himself, apologizing, but Jin Yan kept insisting that Bai Hao was not at fault, it was all his own decision, unrelated to Bai Hao. In the end, Bai Hao gave up talking altogether. The more he spoke, the more it seemed like he was evading responsibility to ease his conscience. It was Bai Hao who had nearly cost Jin Yan his life, that was the fact, and there was nothing else to say. But after they met, Jin Yan kept avoiding him, like now, refusing even to lift his head and look at Bai Hao. Upon reaching their destination, Bai Hao parked the car and quickly went around to Jin Yan's side to take his hand. As soon as Bai Hao touched him, Jin Yan flinched, retracting his hand and tucking it behind his back as he mumbled bashfully, Master Bai. I can walk myself. Silent, Bai Hao firmly grasped Jin Yan's hand, placing it inside his own overcoat pocket. In a deep voice, he asked, which way? Jin Yan exerted some force but couldn't pull his hand back, so he reluctantly led Bai Hao toward Aunt Zhang's house. It was already nighttime. The roads here were difficult to navigate, and the weather was cold. Bai Hao kept Jin Yan's hand gripped tightly. As they walked, their intertwined fingers began sweating through their gloves. Bai Hao noticed Jin Yan's trembling hand and wondered why he was so nervous, was he afraid? Or perhaps, did he despise him? Distracted, Bai Hao loosened his grip, allowing Jin Yan to yank his hand free. Instinctively stepping back, Jin Yan kept his head down and stuttered, I can walk myself. Standing motionless where he was, Bai Hao's exposed hands grew cold from the wind, chilling his chest. After a long silence, he struggled to utter, Jin Yan, if you're angry, you can hit me or yell at me. Just don't hate me. As Bai Hao spoke, he blinked forcefully, barely holding back the warmth welling up in his eyes. Chapter 70, Dead End. The two stood on a small steep slope, not far from Aunt Zhang's courtyard, which was lit with a yellowish glow, bringing a hint of warmth to the winter night. Jinin pulled at the corner of his clothes forcefully and whispered, "Master, I don't hate you, but I can walk myself." He looked somewhat dejected as he continued, "I'm not that fragile." It was difficult for Jinin to describe his current feelings to Bai Hao. Although he hadn't achieved much in the past, he had always considered himself to be somewhat useful. However, after getting injured, he felt incapable of doing anything. Moreover, Bai Hao had scolded him before for not using his brain when doing things, making him feel utterly humiliated in front of him. The more careful Bai Hao became with him, the more restless Jinin felt, because he could no longer give any return. Furthermore, he remembered what Xiao Yu had told him, that Bai Hao thought he deserved to die. Thinking about it, Jinin's heart ached, and he lowered his head, walking forward without looking at Bai Hao who stood beside him. Bai Hao followed behind, not daring to hold his hand again. All his attention was on Jinin, so much so that he almost stumbled and fell because he wasn't watching where he was going. Hearing the sound, Jinin turned around and reminded him, "Master, please be more careful." Bai Hao watched Jinin's cautious demeanor while speaking and suddenly thought that if it were the old lively Jinin, perhaps he would have held his hand and said cheerfully, "Let me lead the way, master." But Jinin would never go back to the way he used to be. Bai Hao reflected on this, biting his lower lip until blood filled his mouth. The next morning, they boarded the plane before the sky had even begun to lighten. Jinin observed Li Shui, still asleep and unaware of everything, looking extremely worried. He didn't dare to tell Li Shui, knowing that if he did, Uncle Li would absolutely disagree with going back. Maybe he would blame him later, but Jinin couldn't worry about that now. If it weren't for the fact that Aunt Zhang's house had a car and their distance to the city wasn't far, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If Li Shui experienced any other emergency next time, they might not be as lucky. After arriving in Jinhai City, Bai Jing planned to take Li Shui home. Worrying about his safety and disregarding any fear of Bai Jing, Jinin accompanied Bai Hao along. Once home and Li Shui settled, Bai Jing asked old Wu to prepare a room for Jinin to stay in. Jinin was startled, jumping up and waving his hands in refusal, but before he could speak, Bai Hao interjected, "No need, uncle, I'll take him back." Bai Jing nodded and said to Jinin, "Wait until your uncle wakes up and ask him. Only leave if he agrees." Jinin replied nervously, "I understand, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to bother you." "There's no need to be so formal," replied Bai Jing. In the past, he had never paid attention to Jinin, but since Li Shui cared deeply for this child, he too found it impossible to continue treating him as he had before. "If you need anything, let old Wu know. He'll make arrangements." Then turning to Bai Hao, "Make sure you look after him." In the nearly 6 months since then, although the relationship between Bai Jing and Bai Hao could not be called good, there was at least some resemblance to a family bond. With Bai Hao no longer constantly blaming heaven and earth, he became more steady and mature. Bai Jing felt that he had been too harsh on him in the past and was now willing to support and help him more. However, these opportunities that his former self could never obtain seemed less important to Bai Hao now. Before finding Li Shui and the others, when Bai Jing asked about his future plans, Bai Hao also said he would look to Jinin, wherever Jinin went, he would go too. The act of one person following another, staking all of their future and destiny on someone else, was something Bai Jing once disdained. But now, lowering his head, he left a gentle kiss on the lips of the person in bed, and realized he wasn't any different. Li Shui slept very deeply. When he woke up, the world around him had already changed completely. Upon seeing the lamps on the ceiling, he doubted for a moment, but after sitting up and recognizing the familiar furnishings of the bedroom, he confirmed that he had truly returned. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed faintly, he got out of bed and pushed open the door. The scene downstairs made him slightly stunned. Bai Jing, Jinin, Bai Hao, Sua Mingyuan, and even Wei Zhe and his wife were all there. Judging by the expressions on their faces, the atmosphere clearly wasn't great. Fu Ying sat right in front of his line of sight, and she stood up immediately upon spotting him, shouting, "Li Shui." Hearing her, Bai Jing turned around and frowned, saying, "Put on your jacket." Li Shui remained unresponsive, still caught in a sense of absurdity. Bai Jing simply climbed the stairs and retrieved a jacket from inside the room, draping it over his shoulders. Li Shui's frustration boiled inside him, demanding, "Did I agree to let you bring me back?" Bai Jing said nothing. Enraged but resisting the urge to fling off the jacket and throw it to the ground, Li Shui simmered silently. He didn't want to argue with Bai Jing in front of so many people, so he went downstairs and approached the group. To his surprise, his health examination report was lying on the table. Li Shui picked it up and flipped through it. Seeing everyone's grave expressions, he chuckled lightly, "Why does it feel like you're holding my memorial service?" "Uncle Li." Jinin grabbed the hem of his clothes, tears welling in his eyes but not quite spilling over. Li Shui curled a finger and smacked him hard on the forehead. "Brat, how could you deceive me together with others?" Knowing how long he had slept and how quickly he was brought back, Li Shui guessed Jinin's role in all this. But Li Shui wasn't truly angry. He understood what Jinin was thinking, and even if he had tried to stop it, how could he have restrained Bai Jing? Jinin's forehead turned red, and he tearfully looked at Li Shui and said, "I'm sorry." Bai Hao couldn't resist taking a look before gently rubbing his forehead for comfort. Li Shiyi sneered coldly. Who are you trying to fool? Bai Hao froze, pulling his hand back as he sat down next to Jin Yin, lowering his head without saying a word. Fu Ying, seeing how emaciated he looked, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed, Li Shiyi, how could you just leave like that without leaving a single trace? How cruel can you be? Li Shiyi turned around and sighed deeply, looking at her. Not knowing where I am is better than knowing I've died somewhere outside. I don't want you to grieve. Wei Zhe angrily interrupted, we already told you the surgery would cure you. There's no question about dying or not. Li Shiyi sat down beside Jin Yin calmly, saying indifferently, I never thought of undergoing surgery. Fu Ying couldn't help but sob. Wei Zhe never dared to tell me you were sick. I only found out recently. She glared fiercely at Bai Jing, he wants you dead, but we want you alive. Come with us, don't stay here. Who knows what intentions he has for bringing you back. Fu Ying had never been able to come to terms with Li Shiyi's disappearance. Later, Wei Zhe finally told her everything. Even though Wei Zhe mentioned Bai Jing had been searching for Li Shiyi, Fu Ying refused to believe it. Now that she'd found him again, hearing about his illness sent her emotions spiraling out of control. She thought about how desperate Li Shiyi must have been at the time, yet he still remembered to visit her, buy things for the baby, and pretend like he knew nothing in front of her. Though they had hidden this from him for 3 years, Fu Ying's tears wouldn't stop flowing. Li Shiyi didn't know how to explain to Fu Ying that what he did had nothing to do with Bai Jing. The weariness towards life and lack of hope had long existed within him. Looking back at his life, how had he let himself fall into such a state? This illness came conveniently, almost as if heaven had arranged to grant him a way out. He had originally planned to quietly spend his final days alone outside, but Bai Jing insisted on bringing him back, surrounding him with people urging him to undergo surgery. Saying anything now about not wanting to live seemed pretentious. Li Shiyi felt utterly suffocated as he looked at Bai Jing and asked, when I wanted to live, you wanted me dead. Now that I'm close to death, you won't allow it. Am I not even in control of my own life anymore? What else do you want from me? Ever since meeting Li Shiyi, this person had repeatedly used this matter to needle him. Watching the looks of anger and suspicion among the others, Bai Jing also became irritable when he spoke. Yes, 3 years ago, I did say those words to Fu Ting. But I was losing my mind due to your provocation and hadn't done anything. Haven't done anything? Or didn't get the chance? Li Shiyi scoffed, alright, Bai Jing, let's not talk about this. Talking about this is meaningless. If there hadn't been that accident, whether or not that then you would have made any decision, today's you cannot answer that. Li Shiyi added expressionlessly, you'll never be able to answer it. No one knew if Li Shiyi would die by Bai Jing's hands, because no one could go back in time and replay every possibility from 3 years ago. Perhaps, even if Li Shiyi hadn't shielded Bai Jing from that bullet, Bai Jing might not have actually acted against him. Or maybe, before he could escalate the situation further, he would have already been silenced. Bai Jing says now that he hadn't done anything, which is akin to him telling Bai Jing right now, even if you really got engaged, I wouldn't do anything. Would Bai Jing believe that? They clearly didn't trust each other and were guarding against each other, yet they were still pretending to care deeply. How nauseating. Bai Jing was so furious he actually laughed aloud and nodded, you're right. I can't answer that now, and I admit my mistake. You've been dwelling on this all along, hating yourself for ever bowing down and showing weakness to me, hurting your pride. This time, in front of all these people, it's my turn to beg you. If mere words aren't satisfying enough, I'll kneel down and beg you. As he was about to kneel, Li Shiyi's face went pale with shock, and he grabbed a glass from the table, hurling it with great force while gritting his teeth. Bai Jing, don't you dare. Sua Mingyuan and Bai Hao were startled to their feet. Li Shiyi stormed over, raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then swiftly pulled back. Clutching Bai Jing by the collar, he roared, what the hell is wrong with you? Chapter 71. It's no wonder Li Shiyi was so agitated. Since Bai Jing grew up, the only person he had ever knelt to was Bai Weitang. This man was someone he nurtured with his own hard work. Even though Bai Weitang didn't love him, Bai Jing could not tolerate any humiliation or embarrassment befalling him. Let alone in front of so many people. For a long time, this somewhat absurd yet steadfast protection of Bai Jing, who seemed more important than anything else in the world, made even Li Shiyi couldn't help but mock himself. Was he too selfish or too selfless? Bai Jing stood where he was, and after the momentary impulse passed, he looked at Li Shiyi's eyes that glowed with anger and felt some regret. Perhaps he had misjudged things. After knowing the truths from the past, even if Li Shiyi appeared to detest him, perhaps Li Shiyi had never intended for Bai Jing to pay back equally what he had done. Being hurt by Bai Jing didn't mean that Li Shiyi would then harm Bai Jing the same way, thereby clearing all grudges and conflicts between them. Relationships were nowhere near as simple as that. Seeing Li Shiyi like he was about to lash out again, Sua Mingyuan and Bai Hao wanted to step forward and pull him back but hesitated. Jin Yan jumped up, ran over, and hugged Li Shiyi's waist, dragging him away. Wu Bo, standing outside the living room, was giving orders for cleaning while pressing his chest, catching his breath. He was getting old, and truly couldn't withstand these sorts of emotional upheavals anymore. The shock had almost sent him to an early grave. Li Shiyi, who hadn't fully recovered from his illness, felt dizzy after such an intense fit of anger. Jin Yan led him to sit on the sofa, which Li Shui did without resistance. Bai Jing saw that his lips had turned white and quickly instructed for the prepared congee and dim sum to be served. He then coldly said to Wei Zhe, "You can go home. There's no way I'll let him leave with you." Their friendship with Li Shui was normal, they were worried about him and had come to visit. But letting Li Shui leave here was absolutely impossible, even if it was Li Shui himself making the request. Fu Ying was startled by Bai Jing's previous actions and felt somewhat guilty when she calmed down. Li Shui had just recovered from a serious illness and had just woken up, without even eating yet. Now was the time for him to recuperate properly. She should never have brought up the matter from 3 years ago and caused him to revisit those unpleasant memories. Fu Ying told Li Shui, "Take good care of yourself. Next time, I'll bring the baby to see you." Li Shui, understanding now that they wanted to take him to care for him, warmed inside and replied, "It's close to the new year, and you are busy. Don't worry about me. Once I'm better, I'll come see the child." Wei Zhe also gave him some advice, asking him to contact him if there was anything wrong before leaving with Fu Ying. Sua Mingyuan didn't dare disturb any further and left with the couple. Jin Yan ate with Li Shui and waited until he took his medicine. Seeing that he wanted to rest, Jin Yan prepared to take his leave. Li Shui knew Jin Yan wasn't comfortable staying, seeing Bai Hao always remained silent and composed, refusing to get upset or explain himself despite Li Shui's mockery. So Li Shui reluctantly allowed Jin Yan to go with Bai Hao. Originally, according to Li Shui's thinking, he definitely wouldn't stay here, he didn't want to have any ties with Bai Jing anymore. But after being forcibly brought back by Bai Jing, and observing Bai Jing's earlier reaction, he realized he wouldn't be able to leave. He also didn't feel like arguing further and fanning his own fire of frustration. Anyway, no matter what, he would refuse to have the surgery. His body belonged to him, if he didn't cooperate, how could Bai Jing force him? In the evening, as Li Shui returned to his room, his steps stopped at the stairs. He noticed during the day that the painting he had taken down and thrown away had somehow been hung back up. And most of the things he'd previously taken were back in their original positions. Li Shui looked at the painting and asked Bai Jing, "Did you have someone find these things and bring them back?" Bai Jing simply, "Ed," and Li Shui said expressionlessly, "If I don't like something, why should I force myself to like it?" Without waiting for Bai Jing's response, he turned and went upstairs. When it came time to sleep, the two ended up sharing the same bed, and Li Shui didn't chase Bai Jing off. He wasn't that pretentious, as if Bai Jing being close to him would taint his purity or something. Moreover, considering how things were between them now, what was there left to lose? No matter what Bai Jing was up to, he was willing to accompany him and see how far this charade would go. He didn't believe Bai Jing would have the patience to endure this prolonged standoff. After lying down, Li Shui suddenly sat up, turning around and asking Bai Jing, who had just climbed into bed, "Have you and Ningyu done anything here?" Though Li Shui was quite particular, he and Bai Jing had no official relationship. He wasn't even the rightful owner of this house, this room, or this bed. If Bai Jing really had been with Ningyu here, that was none of his business. However, having slept here for 3 years, it was impossible for him to be completely indifferent. Bai Jing saw Li Shui's serious expression and, though infuriated to the point that his face turned ashen, had no choice but to suppress his anger. Earlier in the day, Wei Zhe had advised him before leaving to yield to Li Shui and not escalate into a petty argument, as it could jeopardize Li Shui's health. Now Bai Jing certainly didn't dare say a harsh word. "There hasn't been anyone in this room," Bai Jing paused for a second before adding, "and I haven't had any relations with him." Upon hearing this assurance, Li Shui felt relieved and lay back down to sleep, showing no interest or belief in Bai Jing's latter statement. It wasn't like Li Shui didn't understand men and what they thought. Ningyu had stayed here for quite some time, supposedly recuperating and painting, but wasn't it also possible that Bai Jing pitied her injury and refrained from touching her out of concern? As Li Shui mused about how one person was treasured as if she were a jewel while another practically begged for Bai Jing's attention only to be rejected, he suddenly found himself thinking, love really was meaningless. When Bai Jing turned off the lights and laid down, Li Shui instinctively moved further away. Facing away from Bai Jing, Li Shui radiated a palpable aura of rejection. Bai Jing, who initially intended to pull him close, lifted his hand only to let it drop back to his side, clenching it tightly. He stared at Li Shui's dark hair, the lines of his neck exposed, the faint hint of pale skin peeking through, wondering whether this man was real or if, upon waking, he would find himself alone again, once more enduring the excruciating longing and helplessness that had defined his days. Bai Jing stayed awake all night, carefully wrapping his arms around Li Shui only when his breathing grew consistently rhythmic, signaling deep sleep. Watching the disgruntled look on Li Shui's face even in dreams, Bai Jing helplessly kissed his forehead. Did he really hate him so much? Yet Bai Jing admitted to being selfish. Even if Li Shui despised him, he could never let him go. The next day, Li Shui still ignored Bai Jing. However, wherever Li Shui went, be it the living room or study, Bai Jing trailed along to work there too. When Li Shui became annoyed and retreated to the bedroom, Bai Jing simply sat on the balcony of the bedroom. On the verge of losing patience and deciding to leave this cursed place, Li Shui was interrupted by Bai Jing receiving a call. Bai Jing's expression turned exceptionally solemn as he reminded Li Shui to eat on time and take his medication before rushing out hastily. Li Shi assumed something urgent had come up but asked no questions. Bai Jing was absent for 2 whole days. Wu Bo's countenance was somber, yet Li Shi said nothing, merely advising himself to stay calm and focus on exercise and self-care whenever he had free time. On the 3rd day, Li Shi woke up to snow falling outside. Their bedroom featured large floor-to-ceiling windows, and as he lay in bed watching the thick flakes fall rapidly, the door creaked open softly. Turning at the sound, Li Shi saw Bai Jing clad in a sleek black suit, smiling upon seeing that he was awake. "Why are you up so early? What would you like for breakfast? I'll have someone prepare it." Li Shi remained silent, turning his back to Bai Jing again. Uncommonly, Bai Jing watched Li Shi stay in bed longer than usual, adhering to their prior habits, arranging a meal accordingly, then personally serving the congee. This congee had been boiled using bone broth, its rich aroma detectable from afar. After unbuttoning his cuffs and rolling up his sleeves, Bai Jing picked up the bowl from the tray, took the porcelain spoon, and sat down beside Li Shi. He spoke softly, "Drink the congee first, then it's time for your medicine." Ignoring him, Li Shi shifted irritably, moving to the edge of the bed. In response, Bai Jing relocated himself patiently, insisting, "Finish the congee first, and then you can watch." As he scooped up a spoonful of soup, adjusting its temperature to feed Li Shi abruptly swatted the bowl away. The congee spilled everywhere. Bai Jing's immediate reaction was to shield Li Shi, disregarding his own well-being, checking thoroughly to ensure that Li Shi was unharmed before calling for help to clean up. Li Shi coldly observed the commotion, until shortly after Wu Bo arrived with a medical kit, reminding him gently, "Mr. Li, don't ruin your body out of spite." After speaking, Wu Bo sighed deeply, placed the medical kit down, and left. Without uttering a single word of reproach, Bai Jing washed his hands, changed clothes, fetched ointment and cotton swabs from the medical kit, and knelt before Li Shi, smiling appeasingly, "Will you apply the ointment for me?" Seeing several red spots blistering on Bai Jing's hand, Li Shi felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Frustrated with both himself and Bai Jing, unable to vent the fire burning inside him, Li Shi impulsively threw the cotton swabs and ointment to the ground. Bai Jing struggled to maintain his smile but eventually sat down, drawing Li Shi into an embrace and burying his head into the crook of his neck, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "Shi, Uncle Air is not doing well." Li Shi was originally going to push him away forcefully, but after hearing these words, he froze. Chapter 72, I Love You. The few patriarchs of the Bai family must have worn out their bodies during their youth with hardship and hard work, so by old age they were plagued with all kinds of ailments. No matter how many supplements they consumed or how good the doctors they saw, there was no reversing the damage. Bai Jing's grandfather was the first to pass away. Bai Weifang had just celebrated his 70th birthday last year, and Li Shi never thought he wouldn't even make it through this winter. Bai Weitang truly acknowledged only Bai Jingyuan as his son. Bai Jing had a very strained relationship with his father but was much closer to the Bai family branch led by Bai Weifang. After Bai Weitang passed away, Bai Weifang, following his brother's last wishes, took great care of Bai Jing. Hence, when the elderly man became gravely ill, Bai Jing was deeply affected. He spent 2 days at the hospital while also handling matters at the company. Furthermore, because Bai Weifang had many children, there were significant fluctuations within the family concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Although Bai Jing wasn't the eldest in terms of generation, his position was crucial, and he had to step in to maintain the situation to prevent excessive internal conflict. At most, he managed to rest with his eyes closed for half an hour during those 2 days. With Li Shi on his mind, Bai Jing returned home at the first available moment. He hadn't eaten himself yet, irregular eating over the past 2 days had been causing him persistent dull stomach pain. But he was still preoccupied with ensuring that Li Shi ate and took his medicine. However, the porridge was spilled, and Li Shi acted as if Bai Jing wasn't even there. Even seeing his hand burned, Li Shi remained completely unmoved. Bai Jing felt aggrieved. This was an emotion he rarely experienced. In the past, he never relied on anyone, never flattered anyone, and never worried about others rejecting or distancing themselves from him. So he didn't realize that he could feel aggrieved too. Li Shi was held tightly by Bai Jing, completely encircled in the other's arms. Bai Jing buried his head in his neck, rubbing his face against his skin. His hot breath scorched Li Shi's body, making it prickle with sensation. What made it unbearable was the word earlier, Shi. No one had ever called him that before. This extremely intimate endearment was shouted out by Bai Jing so naturally, as if he had already whispered it thousands of times in his heart. Li Shi's hands clenched tightly by his sides, struggling to maintain the coldness and disdain on his face. When Bai Jing was superior, Li Shi could argue with him, could engage in a cold war, could humiliate him without mercy. However, he didn't know how to deal with this version of Bai Jing. Not only did he not know how to handle Bai Jing, but just hearing the weariness in his voice and imagining his busy days over these 2 days made him uncontrollably worry about him. Li Shi thought he was beyond saving. If only 3 years ago Bai Jing would have embraced him like this, slightly lowering his stance, using such intimate and trusting tones now, asking him not to interfere with his engagement, or even to die, he would undoubtedly have complied without hesitation. Where was the indifference? Where was the calm acceptance? It was merely a choice of escape after being forced into a corner. Layers of disguises covered him, even deceiving himself. He finally understood his father. Why did Jiang Manqing treat him like trash, yet he pursued her back blindly, loving her wholeheartedly. Loving her so deeply that he cherished even the soil she stepped on. This was what he inherited from his father, humble and obsessive, pathological and tragic love, destined to never end. Bai Jing secretly hugged and kissed Li Shui countless times while he slept, but now that he was awake, Bai Jing originally thought he would be pushed away. After waiting a long time without any action from Li Shui, he felt strange and slowly let go. As he stood up, his eyes met Li Shui's deadwater gaze. What do you want me to do? This question was abrupt and incomplete. Bai Jing looked confused, then asked further, while I'm still alive and have value, what do you want me to help you with? Just tell me. Bai Jing froze, a chill running down his spine. After a long while, he reached out, stroking Li Shui's cheek with his thumb again and again, trying to suppress his inner rage as best he could, and said as gently as possible, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said this to you. I haven't eaten yet. Would you accompany me for lunch? How could Li Shui not know this person was teetering on the edge of explosive anger? But saying these words wasn't meant to intentionally provoke Bai Jing, it was what he truly felt. Without a word, Li Shui got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Only after Bai Jing couldn't see him anymore did he bend down to pick up the cotton swabs and medicine and apply them to himself. Then, after taking a few steps, he paused and lightly pressed his stomach, waiting until the stabbing pain subsided before descending the stairs with the items. After Li Shui finished bathing, estimating it was about the right time, he walked downstairs. Seeing the table full of dishes prepared for their meal, he felt somewhat exasperated. Bai Jing was rubbing his temples to stay awake when he heard a voice. Turning his head, he saw Li Shui and smiled, saying, I didn't know what you'd like to eat, so I had them prepare a little of everything. Li Shui remained silent as he sat down across from Bai Jing. Bai Jing uncovered the black clay pot placed in the center of the dining table, revealing a fish soup that had been stewed until it turned a creamy white, emitting warm steam. The soup contained winter bamboo shoots and mushrooms, with a few goji berries floating on top, making it look especially appetizing. He took a porcelain bowl and filled it with soup before placing it in front of Li Shui, warning him gently, be careful, it's hot. Li Shui furrowed his brow at the sight of this clear, warm, fragrant soup but said nothing, picking up the spoon. Seeing Li Shui only drinking the soup without touching any dishes, Bai Jing then carefully placed some translucent shrimp dim sum onto a small plate next to Li Shui's bowl and handed him a small dish of soft, delicate crab roe tofu. In no time, various dishes piled up around Li Shui, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore, raising his head and muttering, enough. Previously, even when Bai Jing helped him pick dishes due to an injured hand, Li Shui would still thank him politely. Now he was merely sick, far from dying, there was no need for Bai Jing to fuss over him like this. Realizing Li Shui was genuinely upset, Bai Jing finally stopped bothering him. After eating a few bites, he felt his stomach settle enough to rise and fetch his stomach medicine. Passing by Li Shui on his way back, Bai Jing caught a glimpse of Li Shui's bare ankles and couldn't help frowning slightly. After swallowing the medicine and putting the cup on the table, Bai Jing silently walked upstairs without a word. Though Li Shui hadn't looked at Bai Jing, he had heard the sound of Bai Jing taking his medicine and found himself distracted. Both Li Shui and Bai Jing suffered from gastritis. Back when their schedules were chaotic and they couldn't eat regularly for days, this problem became prominent. In recent years, it had improved somewhat, especially since Li Shui kept an eye on Bai Jing whenever he was around. He hadn't seen Bai Jing take medicine again until now. He wondered how Bai Jing had managed to get into this state once more. Li Shui thought to himself that his brain must be malfunctioning. How could someone as admired and idolized as Bai Jing be viewed by him as someone pitiful, abandoned by both parents? He always went out of his way to empathize with Bai Jing's slightest discomfort, which showed just how pathetic he truly was. It seemed he had sunk to being servile deep down to the bone. Li Shui originally thought Bai Jing had gone upstairs to rest, so when Bai Jing returned, he was a bit surprised. Bai Jing said nothing as he directly knelt halfway in front of Li Shui, lifted his legs into his arms, removed his slippers, warmed his hands before holding Li Shui's feet, and then pulled on a black wool sock. Wearing a serious expression usually reserved for business meetings, Bai Jing dressed Li Shui's feet in socks. It took a while for Li Shui to register what was happening. When he finally did, as Bai Jing was about to pull the sock all the way up, Li Shui snapped, gritting his teeth, "What are you doing?" Still gripping his calf, Bai Jing frowned and said, "Don't move. Just keep eating, I'll be done soon." How could Li Shui have any appetite left? Twisting around, he bent over to push Bai Jing away, but when his hand touched something sticky, it was the ointment Bai Jing had applied earlier to his own scalded hand, he froze mid-action. With swift efficiency, Bai Jing finished dressing both of Li Shui's feet in wool socks, put on a pair of cotton slippers, and then returned his feet to the floor. He washed his hands and returned to sit quietly opposite Li Shui. Feeling as if his feet had lost all sensation, Li Shui's lower body became stiff, and his voice came out harshly, "What exactly do you want?" Bai Jing, fighting off drowsiness and too exhausted to fully hear Li Shui's question, mistook it for irritation and forced himself to reply standing up, "Eat a bit more, I won't bother you. I'll go sit on the sofa." Without waiting for Li Shui's response, Bai Jing walked to the living room. Not long after, Uncle Wu arrived, noticing Li Shui had eaten more than usual today. A relieved smile appeared on his face, but it quickly turned into concern as he sighed. The young master hasn't slept for 2 days now, Mr. Li, please try to convince him. Li Shui scowled and slammed his bowl down, walking to the living room. He saw Bai Jing sitting on the couch, elbow resting on a cushion, supporting his head with closed eyes. He wasn't sure if he was asleep or not. As Li Shui was about to call his name, Bai Jing woke up. Finished eating? Bai Jing asked hoarsely, bloodshot eyes indicating lack of rest. Ignoring Bai Jing's question, Li Shui remained silent. Bai Jing stood up automatically, muttering, then it's time to take your medicine. On the coffee table, Li Shui's medications were already sorted into neat categories, accompanied by a cup of hot water Bai Jing had prepared earlier. He tested the temperature of the water and, finding it just right after cooling, handed the cup and medicine to Li Shui. Li Shui stared silently at Bai Jing, who tilted his head, confused, asking softly, His expression radiated extreme tenderness. Li Shui avoided his gaze, took the cup of water and swallowed the medicine. Seeing him sit back on the couch again, he furrowed his brows and said, go sleep in the bed. Bai Jing knew that Li Shui was used to reading in the corner of the living room where he could see the entire garden after having dinner, so he said, I want to spend more time with you. Li Shui felt irritated inside. This man's brain was completely numb now, perhaps he didn't even know what he was saying. They had pulled all-nighters before when they were in their early 20s. Now in their 30s, how could anyone endure not sleeping for 2 days? He gave Bai Jing's leg a kick and said, get up. Seeing that Li Shui was about to lose his temper, Bai Jing could only stand up. Li Shui grabbed Bai Jing's uninjured hand and led him upstairs. Since Bai Jing hadn't reapplied ointment after washing his hands, Li Shui, looking extremely impatient, reapplied the ointment for him, then abandoned him by the bedside without another thought. He himself sat at the round table near the balcony, a spot from which one could see him simply by lifting an eyelid while lying in bed. Bai Jing was dazed for quite some time before snapping back to reality, unable to suppress a smile as he got onto the bed and slept on Li Shui's side. However, due to the rice porridge spill earlier, everything was freshly replaced, leaving no trace of Li Shui's scent on the quilt or pillow, causing Bai Jing's brow to furrow once more in dissatisfaction. The lights in the room were off, and the curtains beside the bed were drawn, casting it into dimness. The area where Li Shui sat still retained some light, but he made no move, quietly sitting there with his hands clasped in front of him, his head slightly tilted as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. Bai Jing's eyes lingered on him, amusedly thinking that no matter how much Li Shui tried to act indifferent and repulsive, he still cared for him and made concessions. Between them, Bai Jing was always the winner. But as his gaze prolonged on the tranquil face devoid of any ripple, this sense of joy soon disappeared. Li Shui loved him, but this love was filled with helplessness and self-loathing, driving himself into a dead end, even losing the will to live. What good was this kind of love to make him feel elated or proud? Shui, Bai Jing whispered softly. Li Shui didn't turn around, maintaining the same sitting posture as before, like a lifeless statue. Bai Jing watched him for a long time, until he couldn't hold on any longer and slowly closed his eyes. Yet before drifting into sleep, he still said what he had hidden in his heart, afraid to speak aloud, feeling that he wasn't yet worthy of expressing it now. Shui, I love you. Chapter 73. After Bai Jing's words faded, Li Shui didn't dare to move, stunned for a long time. Only after confirming that what he had just heard wasn't an illusion did he snap back to reality. It was no wonder he acted so disoriented. The best scenario he had imagined before was that Bai Jing didn't completely hate him and accepted their bond in peace, allowing them to live the rest of their lives together quietly. He had never dreamed of Bai Jing loving him, nor did he think he deserved such feelings. He always felt as if that woman was still around. Lurking in some corner, glaring at him with her dying, venomous eyes, forever haunting him, reminding him of the blood on his hands, the sins he carried, and the people he had lost, day after day driving him into torment. When he could bear it no longer, when his fear reached its peak, he sometimes gave up entirely, wishing to cling to someone else, hoping to hide behind someone, letting them shield him from the thunder and storms outside. But this was only because there had never been anyone willing to protect him, because those who were willing had already passed away. Reluctantly, he had to step forward himself, shielding himself alone. Did Bai Jing say he loved him? A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of Li Shui's lips, but his eyes turned red. How could this person say, love, after personally declaring that he should die? They had known each other for 17 years, and even when Li Shui risked his life to save Bai Jing, he hadn't shown any emotion then. So why, precisely now, after knowing that Li Shui wouldn't have much time left, did he profess love? Li Shui raised his head and fixed his gaze on the balcony. Sitting in the room now, heavy snow fell silently outside, making the world feel peaceful yet desolate. Yet, he felt as if through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see his past self, a figure cloaked in night, wearing a rumpled shirt, with bandages soaked in blood, his cold face counting cigarette butts, stubbornly waiting for Bai Jing to return. All night he waited, only to find Ningyu in Bai Jing's arms by dawn. Li Shui couldn't describe how he had felt then, shame, awkwardness, jealousy. None of these seemed right. If he had to put it, the person destroyed by Jiang Manqing and Qin Guangji had finally pieced himself back together only to be shattered once again. He also remembered how, before his business trip to Lin City, Bai Jing said they would have a serious talk upon his return. About what, both knew well enough. Had he not collapsed in the cemetery and fallen gravely ill, and if things hadn't been thrown off by the incident involving Jin Yan, he and Bai Jing would already be strangers. Lost in thought about the past, the sorrow in Li Shi's eyes slowly dissipated. He admitted, he still loved Bai Jing. Even if Bai Jing only showed him a little kindness, it would move him greatly. But he couldn't let himself become like a dog. He had always been an unyielding kind of person. If he wanted something, he'd try to get it on his own terms. If he failed, that was fine too. When he was younger, he tried to approach Jiang Manqing but was kicked away. He would never go near her again. And as for those who condescended to offer him pity and sympathy, not a crumb of it, even on his deathbed, would he accept. Li Shi didn't stay long. When he came downstairs, he saw Uncle Wu sitting beside the phone, sighing with a worried expression. Uncle Wu didn't expect him to come down so quickly, and appeared slightly surprised when he saw Li Shi. To avoid causing him worry, Li Shi briefly responded with 3 words, "He's asleep." Uncle Wu chuckled and said, "So grown up, and you still need to coax him to sleep. Don't blame him though, he's also," originally intending to tell how difficult Bai Jing's days had been while Li Shi was gone. Uncle Wu paused mid-sentence, instead saying, "Old Mr. Bai Wei, it's probably only a matter of 1 or 2 days." He had just called to inquire, learning that the man had lost consciousness and was clinging to life by a thread, unable to hold on much longer. Moreover, he had received 2 calls informing him that 2 more old friends had passed before him. Gazing out the window, Uncle Wu couldn't help but sigh deeply. How many more people would this snow take? Li Shi walked over to him and softly said, "Take care." Uncle Wu nodded and continued, "After the new year, I won't be able to take care of you 2 anymore. While my old bones still allow me to move, I plan to return to my hometown for a visit, otherwise," Uncle Wu hesitated for a moment, "later, I'll truly only be able to bid farewell to those photos at funerals." Li Shi asked, "Does Bai Jing know?" Uncle Wu understood what he was concerned about and quickly reassured him, "I've already told the young master, and he has everything arranged." Li Shi hummed in acknowledgement, putting his mind at ease. Uncle Wu looked at him, his worries deepening further. As for the likes of them, when they truly passed on, one could say it was simply their time. But what about Shi Li? How would that work out? He also didn't dare to advise too much, as Shi Li was a very determined person, and too much advice might have the opposite effect. So Uncle Wu said, "In my hometown, there's a particularly delicious cake made from glutinous rice, toasted until warm with the sugary center melting. It's so fragrant. When I was little, it was my favorite. Once I return, I'll bring some for you to try, alright?" Shi Li, seeing the old man's expectant eyes, remained silent for quite a while before slightly shifting his gaze and responding quietly, "Alright." After speaking with Uncle Wu, Shi Li walked over to a small desk near the floor-to-ceiling window, sat down, and sent several emails using his computer. Checking the time, he closed the browser just in time, and seconds later received an invitation for a video call. Shi Li accepted it, and immediately 2 childish faces appeared on the screen, both with large curious eyes gazing at him. The one on the left, he recognized, Su Zhihao. On the right was another who seemed younger, adorable indeed. Shi Li had seen his picture before, he was Yi Tian's child, Yi Heng. "Hey, you 2 aren't so close," Shi Li heard Mu Ran's voice saying this, waiting until Su Zhihao was pulled away by Mu Jin before seeing Mu Ran's face. Another child still blocked the lens, glaring unhappily at Shi Li. Mu Ran reached out to lift him, but the child twisted about yelling, "No. No." Mu Ran, caught between laughter and despair, explained to Shi Li, "He wants me to take him out to play, and now he's upset." Seeing that face, resembling Yi Tian somewhat, looking puffy like a pufferfish, Shi Li inexplicably found it amusing. Just as he wanted to suggest they switch times for their video chat, letting Mu Ran first play with the child, Yi Tian strode into view and silently lifted Yi Heng without a word. Yi Heng had been ready to make a fuss, but upon twisting around and spotting Yi Tian, he froze as if paralyzed, his sad little face looking longingly after Mu Ran as she moved further away. This time Mu Ran didn't rescue him, instead allowing Mu Jin and Su Zhihao to greet Shi Li properly. Once the 2 kids went off to play themselves, she leaned towards the screen, carefully scrutinizing Shi Li, her worry evident as she asked, "Are you okay?" Shi Li smiled, replying, "It's just a cold, already better." Mu Ran gave him a disapproving look, "Just a cold? It turned into pneumonia with a high fever. You always downplay things related to yourself." He shook his head, then suddenly grew anxious, lowering his voice, "Li Shi, that person, did he do anything to you?" Mu Ran didn't know exactly about Li Shi's illness, but he knew Bai Jing had taken him away. Yi Tian had told him about the complexity between Bai Jing and Li Shi. They weren't enemies and thus intervention wasn't appropriate. Still, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Li Shi sighed, "Mr. Mu, please don't worry, I'm fine. Eating well, sleeping well, everything is good." Mu Ran felt flustered, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I know, I tend to be overly motherly, I." Before he finished, Li Shi interrupted, solemnly stating, "Not at all. Your concern makes me happy." Hearing this, Mu Ran brightened up again and began chatting non-stop. Concerning Bai Jing, Li Shi didn't mention him anymore. Mu Ran understood Li Shi, he wouldn't be swayed unless Li Shi wished it himself. Since Li Shui chose to stay with Bai Jing, things must still have room for negotiation. Whenever Li Shui wanted to disclose more, he would naturally do so. The two continued talking for a while when a sudden wailing broke through. Before Mu Ran could turn around, Yi Hang had run over, holding up a short finger displaying a wound that needed a magnifying glass to see, crying as though heartbroken. An ant followed closely behind to explain, little master fell accidentally. Mu Ran, knowing well enough that Yi Hang was seizing this chance to act cute, still tenderly cooed to him, explaining the situation to Shi Li before lifting him to search for a first aid kit. Once he left, Yi Tian took his place, broaching serious matters directly. Are you sure you won't have the surgery? Shi Li evaded the question, only answering, that fellow has a soft heart. Once I'm gone, tell him I've left the country, don't let him come see me. Yi Tian fell silent, then asked, what about the child, where will you leave him? Shi Li managed a weak smile, wherever he ends up, whether boy or girl, whoever raises him, it doesn't matter. The only thing is, don't let him have any connection to me. The other person was merciless in exposing his feelings, retorting, it's your bloodline, can it not be related to you? Shi Li stayed quiet. Yi Tian said, think it over again. After the video call ended and the computer screen went black, Shi Li still sat staring ahead deep in thought, unmoving for a long time. How selfish and cold-blooded was this man? He no longer wanted to live, feeling guilty towards his father and aunt. He couldn't bear the idea of their family line ending with him, so he opted for a surrogate pregnancy, leaving all the responsibilities to a child he would never meet or raise. It brought him relief, but what about the child? Initially, he considered finding an ordinary family or even placing the child in an orphanage, treating it as casually as abandoning a kitten or puppy. Yet sometimes, when seeing other children, memories of his own childhood surfaced, stirring feelings of guilt and unease. He empathized with the loss of his late aunt's unborn child, but hadn't reflected on whether this decision might create another Shi Li. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Mingyuan Suo arrived at home with several documents. First, he greeted Shi Li cheerfully, complimenting how good he looked. Uncle Wu served him tea, and after expressing his thanks, Suo requested Uncle Wu to wake Bai Jing. Uncle Wu glanced at the clock. Bai Jing had only slept for over 2 hours, and frowned. Urgent matter. Dark circles hung under Suo's eyes, showing his own lack of rest, yet he explained patiently, there's a 4 o'clock teleconference with someone overseas. Uncle Wu worried for Bai Jing. If awakened now, attending the meeting would surely mean rushing between the company and hospital, not getting any rest for the next 2 days. Unable to help himself, he muttered, can't anyone else conduct this meeting? Suo chuckled, scratching his nose. Ryan, CEO of Morgan Group, wasn't someone just anyone could handle. The two stood a few steps away from Shi Li and conversed, while the book in Shi Li's hands remained untouched for a long while. Just as Uncle Wu begrudgingly stepped toward the stairs, his foot still hovering mid-air, they heard Shi Li say, wait. Both Uncle Wu and Mingyuan Suo turned their gazes toward him. Shi Li kept his head down, fingers pressing slightly white against the book, a cold voice inside questioning him, who do you think you are? What's it got to do with you? But his mind replayed Bai Jing speaking to him that afternoon, her exhausted and drowsy state. As the seconds ticked by, the reluctance grew stronger. Closing the book, Shi Li lifted his gaze and extended his hand toward Mingyuan Suo. Startled, Suo froze as Shi Li asked, why can't I see it? Realizing this, Suo fumbled to retrieve the documents, handing them over repeatedly saying, you can, sure. Back then, their first collaboration with Ryan was orchestrated by Shi Li. The old man had taken quite a liking to him, constantly trying to recruit him with outrageous salaries. Unmoved, Shi Li earned further respect from him. When Shi Li left, Bai Jing took over directly from him, causing the old man to sulk for weeks. Suo explained the general situation to Shi Li. Halfway through, when some core materials were discussed, he stopped and suggested, we should discuss this in the study. Shi Li furrowed his brow. Bai Jing's study required fingerprint verification to unlock. He used to have access due to working closely with Bai Jing, but now, how could he enter? Suo saw his concern and whispered, the system only records your and Bai Jing's fingerprints, it hasn't changed. Shi Li paused briefly, swiftly regaining composure, then rose and followed Mingyuan Suo into the study. Chapter 74. Bai Weifang passed away the day before New Year's Eve, casting a bleak shadow over the Bai family's celebrations. In the past, Bai Jing had used Li Shui as a reliable tool. Now, however, he was unwilling to involve him in these matters. For several consecutive days, Bai Jing did not return home and instructed others not to say much to Li Shui. After the funeral, most of the important guests that Bai Jing needed to entertain were leaving. He finished speaking with a few uncles about official business and bade farewell to some elders who had rushed from afar. Then, he left with his people. Upon stepping out of the hall, the driver had already parked the car at a distance. However, on the roadside stood a woman dressed in black, wearing a white flower on her chest. As soon as she saw Bai Jing, she approached, but before she could finish saying, Mr. Bai, Suo Mingyuan stopped her with a gesture. Bai Jing did not pause in his stride, he didn't even spare her a glance, and those around him followed him hastily. Only after Suo Mingyuan and others had walked far away did he sigh lightly, Miss Ning Hui, why do you insist on this? Ning Hui, red-eyed, said, is Bai Jing really so heartless? Zhuo Mingyuan looked at her for a moment, at a loss for words. He once had a favorable impression of the Ning siblings, especially Ningyu, who seemed harmless, gentle, considerate, and kind, like a little white rabbit. But it was precisely this little white rabbit that recorded secretly, took covert photos, doing all sorts of despicable things. Zhuo Mingyuan felt sick when he thought of how Ningyu had placed Jiang Manqing's pictures of being raped into a magazine to torment Li Shi. When he spoke again, his tone carried an undertone of mockery. It's already lenient, Miss Ning. Ning Hui clenched her lower lip, trembling with anger all over. Lenience? After Bai Jing investigated Ningyu, he didn't utter another word but instead listed all Ningyu's wrongdoings on the table in front of her parents in the presence of the Bai family. Then he told them to discipline their son properly, and once Ningyu returned to the country, he would accuse him of stalking, secretly recording, etc., causing immense shame to the Ning family. Her father, upon returning home, would have beaten Ningyu to death if she and her mother hadn't intervened. Ningyu is still confined until now, unable even to leave the house, let alone return to the country. Ning Hui didn't understand, what harm were those recordings and covert photos? Compared to Li Shi's earlier threats, they were negligible. Besides, didn't Ningyu fail to truly harm Bai Jing? So why had it escalated to this extent? She had wanted to talk to Bai Jing, but Bai Jing refused to see her. Having no other option, she stationed herself here in hope of intercepting him. But it was clear now that Bai Jing cared nothing for past connections. Lately, Zhuo Mingyuan was so exhausted that his feet barely touched the ground. Hardly had one matter been settled when he just wanted to go home and get some rest. He had no mood to engage with her and merely replied, Miss Ning, if you are truly concerned for Ningyu, I advise you to watch over him carefully and don't let him return to the country. He turned to leave, taking a step, then thought better of it and added a warning, you know Mr. Bai doesn't joke. Bai Jing had discovered Fu Heng's recordings through Wei Zhe's words after knowing that Li Shi was ill. He then traced the source back to Ningyu. If there hadn't been a few elder relatives within the family exerting pressure to allow dialogue, Ningyu would have been locked up in a mental hospital long ago. Zhuo Mingyuan sighed helplessly. Some people, seeing how Li Shi could cause trouble to Bai Jing without consequences, mistakenly thought they could act similarly. When he got back into the car, Bai Jing was resting with his eyes closed. The car started moving, and he asked, what did she say? Zhuo Mingyuan shrugged and truthfully replied, she said you were heartless. Bai Jing chuckled faintly, opened his eyes, but without a trace of humor in his gaze, make sure someone watches over her. Zhuo Mingyuan stiffened slightly and nodded, I understand. Bai Jing continued, asking, have you contacted old Master Xiao? Xiao Xinghua was a world-renowned neurosurgeon with deep research in brain tumors. Bai Jing had been interacting with him since bringing Li Shi back. Old Master Xiao is abroad presenting an academic report and probably won't be back until after the new year, Zhuo Mingyuan said quietly. I've already sent him the previous examination reports. He paused briefly and said, Li Shi still needs to be hospitalized as soon as possible. Bai Jing gazed outside the window, the atmosphere suddenly heavy. Zhuo Mingyuan dared not speak, until Bai Jing eventually said after a while, I can't do anything with him. His voice filled with helplessness. He says I distrust him when I don't let him handle company affairs. When I do let him, he claims I'm exploiting him. Bai Jing shook his head, laughing wryly, tell me, what can I do with him? How could Bai Jing not know that Li Shi needed to be hospitalized immediately, but dare he force him? Li Shi was now like a thorn lodged in his heart, rooted in flesh and blood. Even the slightest touch brought pain. How could he treat him the way he used to? Zhuo Mingyuan started feeling a headache as he thought about Li Shi's personality, and watching Bai Jing take off the ring on his ring finger after finishing speaking made him want to laugh. Bai Jing would wear the ring when going out these days but take it off carefully before arriving home so Li Shi wouldn't see it. Otherwise, the last time Li Shi threw it into the garden where they could still find it, who knows where he would throw it next. Zhuo Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh at Bai Jing's current state. Bai Jing had once been such a cold and stern person, not giving any regard to all the sincere affections offered to him. Now, just for a single ring, he cherished it and handled it with great care. When Bai Jing returned home and entered the dining hall, Li Shi, Jin Yan, and Bai Hao were eating. Bai Hao didn't have a good relationship with the Bai family, so during this period, Bai Jing had kept him busy with company affairs, only instructing him to bring Jin Yan over every day to keep Li Shi company. Seeing Bai Jing, both younger ones stood up and greeted him. Jin Yan, who was originally sitting beside Li Shi, quietly moved to the seat next to Bai Hao with his bowl in hand. Li Shi glared at him, and Jin Yan gave him a placating smile, then quickly focused on finishing his meal. Bai Hao knew he was afraid of Bai Jing, yet Jin Yan refused to listen even when urged to eat slower. So Bai Hao put down his chopsticks, poured a cup of water for him, waited for him to finish eating, and then took him away. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Bai Jing descended downstairs and asked curiously, where did they go? Li Shi replied coldly, you scared them off. Bai Jing had not seen him for several days and felt some longing. Even facing Li Shi's cold expression, he wasn't annoyed and sat opposite him to start eating together. Tomorrow Wei Zhe and Fu Ying are coming with their child. Do you want us to entertain them at home or reserve somewhere outside? Bai Jing asked. Li Shi ignored him, and Bai Jing continued without hesitation, but it's cold these days, and we have 2 kids with us. It's better to stay at home, it's warmer here. He paused and said gently, "Do you want to invite Bai Hao and Jin Yan too?" Li Shi slammed his bowl on the table impatiently and retorted, "Do whatever you like." Then he stood up and stormed upstairs. Entering the bedroom, Li Shi paced around, finding everything around him displeasing. He felt he couldn't stay like this anymore, otherwise, he'd end up letting Bai Jing manipulate him again. As he became increasingly agitated, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Li Shi picked it up, and his face immediately changed. Taking a deep breath, Li Shi walked over to the bay window and answered the call stiffly but respectfully, addressing Uncle Zhao. No one responded on the other end, and Li Shi held his breath, not daring to speak. He would never misidentify that number, though he hadn't saved it. He would never forget it. He'd always waited for Zhao Hui to contact him, hoping he could help in some way to make up for past mistakes. But after waiting so long, this was the first time Zhao Hui had called him. Previously. "I heard you disappeared, and I haven't been able to reach you. Did something happen?" After a long silence, the voice finally spoke up from the other side. Li Shi no longer wondered how Zhao Hui knew about his disappearance. Laughing lightly, he said, "There's nothing wrong, Uncle Zhao. I was just busy with work, and went abroad for a bit to relax." Fearing Zhao Hui might be facing difficulties or troubles he couldn't openly express, Li Shi proactively asked, "Is there anything you need me to do, Uncle Zhao?" "No. There's nothing I need. I just..." The other side stammered for a while. Li Shi became increasingly sure of his guess and already considered which friend he would send to Linqing to investigate what Zhao Hui might be encountering. However, the person on the other side of the phone finally gathered the courage to complete his words. "I just wanted to tell you, Li Shi, you didn't do anything wrong back then. It was my mistake." Li Shi's smile froze on his face. "For all these years, I avoided you because I was guilty." Zhao Hui's voice choked with emotion. "Back then, how old were you? You knew nothing, and I pushed all the blame onto you. It helped me ease my conscience then and absolved me from guilt. And afterward, I could continue living my life without shame." Li Shi's hands trembled slightly. "It's not true, Uncle Zhao. It was my fault. Zhao Hui cut him off. "You sought your revenge, but think about who the Qin family was. What have you done, and what price did you pay? Li Shi, I don't dare to think about it. I've never dared. Wei Ning loved you so much when she was alive, and now that they're gone, you're the only relative I have left. Yet, I have never taken care of you. I know she hates me." Wei Ning despises me. "Over these years, even in my dreams, she has never appeared to visit me once. She resents me, Li Shi." As Zhao Hui spoke, he sobbed uncontrollably. Through the glass window, Li Shi looked at the distant city lights, tears streaming down his face. "You have to live well, don't think too much, and don't do anything foolish. Consider it as me begging you. Otherwise I'm afraid that after I die, Wei Ning wouldn't even give me a single glance." After uttering the final sentence, Zhao Hui hung up. Li Shi's hand went limp, and his phone dropped onto the carpet. Someone hugged him from behind, planting a gentle kiss on the nape of his neck. In a daze, Li Shi asked, "Was this also something you arranged?" Tears fell onto Bai Jing's hand, causing an ache in his chest. He spoke deeply, "No. Back when I couldn't find you, I asked Zhao Hui for help and gave him my contact details. A few days ago, he asked about your whereabouts, saying he had something to tell you, so I provided him with your number." Li Shi was silent for a long while before laughing and saying, "You always end up seeing my most vulnerable side, Bai Jing." The two shadows reflected on the glass window seemed to merge into one. Bai Jing tightened his embrace around Li Shi and said softly, "I'll be with you." Chapter 75. On the way back from the Bai family's place, halfway through the journey, Bai Hao turned his head and glanced at the despondent figure sitting in the passenger seat. He chuckled, "Why are you so afraid of your uncle?" Jin Yan remained silent and shook his head quietly. In truth, he had not exchanged many words with Bai Jing, but Jin Yan couldn't quite explain why he was so afraid of him. Maybe it was because Bai Jing possessed the power to decide the future of the young master with just a single word, or perhaps after being with Uncle Li for so many years, he felt the same kind of anguish when things didn't go as desired. Either way, the two people he cared about most in this world were under Bai Jing's control, and he could do nothing about it. This combination of emotions made him inexplicably fearful of Bai Jing. Seeing Jin Yan's low spirits, Bai Hao assumed he was worried about Li Shi, so he consoled him, "Don't worry, your uncle will be good to Uncle Li." Actually, there were some things that Bai Hao did not know how to say to Jin Yan. In the past, all he could do was watch Bai Jing from afar. Like many others, he always thought that someone as lofty as his uncle would lead a life of unrestrained extravagance and debauchery. But when he finally started working alongside Bai Jing, Bai Hao realized how dull his uncle's life truly was. According to Assistant Sua, when Li Shi was around, they would occasionally bicker and have petty disagreements. After Li Shi left, even those remnants of normalcy disappeared. Over these days, people hadn't stopped trying to insinuate themselves into Bai Jing's life. At first, Bai Hao thought that once his uncle grew tired of endlessly searching and became accustomed to living without Li Shi, he would eventually allow someone to fill the void by his side. Yet, until the day they found Li Shi, Bai Jing never gave anyone a chance. Bai Hao told Jin Yan, Uncle has used Ning Yu's handling as a way to confront all the Bai family members and also issued a warning to those who still harbor ill intentions. His feelings for Uncle Li may run much deeper than we imagine. Jin Yan knew about Ning Yu's situation, but if Bai Hao hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have considered it this deeply. Stunned, Jin Yan asked, then, is Mr. Bai really not getting married? For a family like his, shouldn't there definitely be an heir? After the traffic light turned green, Bai Hao steered the car to the left and, upon embarking on a road leading in a direction entirely different from home, explained patiently, before Uncle Li left, he already arranged for a surrogate mother for your uncle. Even though he left, the matter wasn't delayed. I later reflected and realized your uncle truly didn't plan to marry again. Bai Hao didn't think Bai Jing's actions were solely because of Ning Yu. Ning Yu was unlikely she, even if he stayed with Bai Jing would choose marriage and offspring over anything drastic. There was no need for surrogacy in that case. Jin Yan, preoccupied with what Bai Hao said, sat up and looked out the window, puzzled, asking, where are we going, Master Bai? Bai Hao didn't explicitly say where they were headed but only told him, we'll arrive soon. When the car stopped in front of Jin Guanyuan, Jin Yan still hadn't figured out their destination and assumed Bai Hao was meeting someone important. He had originally suggested hailing a taxi to return home, but Bai Hao didn't give him a chance to speak. He simply instructed him to wait inside the car and locked the door after exiting. Snowflakes were drifting down, and trees by the roadside, whose types Jin Yan did not recognize, were covered with thick layers of white frost. As soon as the car door opened, a rush of cold air caused Jin Yan to shrink his neck instinctively. Watching Bai Hao's silhouette disappear into the winter night, he furrowed his brows with slight worry. Bai Hao entered Jin Guanyuan but reappeared in the lobby within minutes, carrying a paper bag. Descending the steps quickly, he unlocked the car, slipped into the driver's seat, and handed the bag directly to Jin Yan. Jin Yan instinctively held it, his eyes first landing on the few small snowflakes resting on Bai Hao's shoulders. Before he could reach out to brush them off, they melted into his clothes. As Bai Hao started the engine, he drove the car to turn around towards the return trip. Noticing that Jin Yan seemed frozen in place, holding the items without moving, Bai Hao sighed helplessly, what are you dazed about? Open it. Unaware of who the gift was intended for, Jin Yan, hearing Bai Hao's words, hesitantly lowered his head and pulled out the beautifully wrapped box from the paper bag. It contained his favorite treats from Jin Guanyuan, lotus seed paste flaky pastry and taro sweet cakes. Focusing on the road while driving, Bai Hao said, you didn't eat well for dinner, but it's too late to bring you to a proper meal since your stomach might feel uncomfortable during the night. Just try these. As Bai Hao continued talking, Jin Yan found himself lost in thought, gazing absent-mindedly at the pastries in his hands. He silently mused that he loved winter best among all seasons. If every day were winter, and every day snowed, it would be wonderful. The happiest moments always happened during this season. Jin Yan. Bai Hao had been talking for a while without a response, so he slightly raised his voice to call Jin Yan, who finally snapped back to reality and looked up at Bai Hao. Try one and see if it tastes good. Is the flavor still the same as before? Jin Yan carefully opened the box, took a piece of the cake, and gently bit into it. It was sweet with a strong milky aroma, just as it always had been. It's delicious. Jin Yan nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. Bai Hao felt himself smiling too, caught up in Jin Yan's excitement. But when Jin Yan excitedly blurted out, young master is the best to me, the smile quickly vanished from Bai Hao's face. He wanted to ask Jin Yan, am I really good to you? Is this what it means to be good? Then how should we count all the things that aren't? His lips parted and closed several times, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Jin Yan ate one cake, wiped his hands clean to avoid dirtying the car, then carefully packed away the rest, hugging it tightly in his arms. He was already very satisfied, incredibly, deeply fulfilled. He was afraid that being too greedy, wanting more, would cause him to lose even these little joys. Young master, Xiao Yu told me that he no longer lives at home. The house is empty anyway, so I can stay there. I thought I'd move over these few days, my belongings are not many, No. Bai Hao cut Jin Yan off before he could finish speaking, his tone icy. I already made this clear the day you came back. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Hearing Bai Hao speak this way reminded Jin Yan of the old Bai Hao who used to disdain him. Afraid, Jin Yan stammered, unsure of what to say. The veins on Bai Hao's hand gripping the steering wheel were bulging. These past days since Jin Yan returned, he hadn't seemed as distant as he did when they first met. Bai Hao always assumed their relationship was improving. He never realized that Jin Yan had never given up the idea of leaving. The atmosphere in the car grew tense, but just then Bai Hao's phone rang. After answering the call, the awkwardness between them eased slightly. When he hung up, Bai Hao tried his best to soften his tone. It was your uncle calling. He wants us to come over for dinner tomorrow. Jin Yan nodded cautiously. I understand. Seeing Jin Yan like this, Bai Hao sighed softly, trying to have a calm conversation to soothe him, only to hear Jin Yan say, young master, I'll tell Uncle Li, moving out will be my own decision, it's not because you're forcing me out or making me leave. When Bai Hao saw the earnest expression on Jin Yan's face, it felt as though someone had slapped him. Fuming with anger, he actually laughed. Do you think keeping you here is my way of pretending to treat you well, just for the sake of impressing Uncle Lee? Pretending for others to see? This wasn't what Jin Yan meant. Panicking, he hastily explained a few sentences, but under Bai Hao's piercing gaze, he stumbled, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Bai Hao turned away, gazing ahead, feeling utterly disheartened. In Jin Yan's eyes, had he truly fallen this far? Did everything he was doing now merely appear as an act of ingratiating himself with power or pandering to Li Shi? All the way until they got home, neither of them said another word. That night after taking a shower, Bai Hao's expression remained somber, yet he heated milk as usual. When he entered Jin Yan's room, Jin Yan was lying in bed, curled up like a cocoon, staring blankly at the ceiling, completely unaware of Bai Hao's entrance. Bai Hao approached, placing the milk on the bedside table without looking directly at Jin Yan, and left silently. After returning to his own room, Bai Hao struggled through a few emails but couldn't focus. With a loud slam, he shut his laptop in frustration and lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. In the dark, his mind was chaotic. Somehow, Bai Hao suddenly remembered how when he first found Jin Yan, the boy could eat several bowls of plain white rice at each meal, barely touching the dishes. Whenever Bai Hao tried to urge Jin Yan to eat more vegetables and less rice, the latter would burst into tears, apologizing, "I'm sorry. Have I eaten all the rice in your house? Let me take it out on you." Recalling the small figure of Jin Yan sobbing with heart-wrenching despair, Bai Hao involuntarily chuckled softly in the darkness. Perhaps due to living on the streets for so long, Jin Yan had always been afraid that Bai Hao would abandon him. He would secretly hug a pillow and sleep by Bai Hao's door every night, refusing any scolding or reprimands. Only much later, when he grew older and life became stable, did he develop enough security to stop this behavior. Thinking about Jin Yan, childhood Jin Yan, adult Jin Yan, happy, angry, crying Jin Yan. All kinds of Jin Yan ran through his mind. As the night deepened and it reached 1 a.m., Bai Hao still couldn't fall asleep. Bai Hao got up, threw off the quilt, and stepped out of bed. Leaving the bedroom, he went downstairs to get a glass of water from the kitchen. Halfway there, however, he changed his mind and decided to check on Jin Yan first to see if he was sleeping well. Even though the soundproofing in the house was good, he still tried his best to walk lightly so as not to wake Jin Yan. Jin Yan always left his door unlocked. Bai Hao walked up to it, lightly turned the doorknob, and pushed the door open. Contrary to what Bai Hao had imagined, Jin Yan snoring peacefully in bed, the bedside lamp in the room was lit. In its soft light, Jin Yan sat on the bed with his pant legs rolled up to his knees, massaging his legs with earnest focus. His jaw was tightly clenched, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his brows were furrowed as though enduring excruciating pain. Bai Hao stood rooted to the spot. The world seemed eerily silent, yet suddenly the voice of Song Xiaoxiao rang mockingly in his head. "Look at him, limbs broken, internal organs severely injured, spitting out so much blood, do you really think he could survive?" Chapter 76. Jin Yan heard a sound and looked up, seeing Bai Hao standing at the door. He was so scared that he quickly grabbed a blanket to cover his legs and pulled his hands behind him in a flash, sitting like a student caught making a mistake by the teacher. Bai Hao stared at him for a long time before regaining his composure. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. "Does your leg hurt?" Jin Yan's heart was pounding with anxiety, but he forced himself to appear calm. Shaking his head, he replied casually, "No, it doesn't." Bai Hao locked eyes with him for a moment before turning away and walking into the bathroom attached to the bedroom. Jin Yan anxiously watched his silhouette, not knowing what Bai Hao intended to do. Surely, the young master wouldn't get out of bed just to use the restroom in his room, would he? Bai Hao soon came out holding Jin Yan's towel. Jin Yan sat on the bed, tilting his head in confusion as Bai Hao said nothing, lowered his gaze, raised his hand, and carefully wiped the sweat off Jin Yan's forehead. "Master?" Jin Yan dared not move, letting Bai Hao proceed as he called out hesitantly. Bai Hao didn't respond, he simply flipped the towel over and wiped Jin Yan's face as well. During the period when Jin Yan was injured, he had grown thin like a refugee who had just escaped famine. During his stay at the rehabilitation center, Li Shi changed his diet every day to nourish him, shoving all sorts of supplements into his mouth without hesitation. And with no physical labor involved, Jin Yan managed not only to recover his lost weight but also gain some more. After wiping him down, Bai Hao couldn't resist pinching Jin Yan's cheeks, which had been warmed by the towel and carried a faint blush. His expression was cold and serious, yet this childish act actually made Jin Yan chuckle. "Master, have I become fat?" Jin Yan touched his own cheek, teasing, "Uncle Lee said that if I keep this up until next year, I'll be ready to be served as the New Year's Eve dinner." Jin Yan said this happily, carefree and unbothered. Bai Hao, however, couldn't muster even a smile, instructing him, "Lie down properly and tuck yourself under the covers." Feeling something strange about his master, Jin Yan didn't dare disobey. He obediently lied down, pulling the blanket tightly around himself and waited for Bai Hao's next order. Bai Hao placed the towel back neatly, then returned and sat directly on Jin Yan's bedside. Then he extended his hand inside the blanket, touching Jin Yan's smooth legs. Bai Hao's hand was warm, but Jin Yan trembled from head to toe and immediately attempted to pull his leg away. Bai Hao noticed his attempt and quickly gripped his ankle, frowning as he told him to lie down again. Jean Yan's face flushed red, resembling two big apples, and he reluctantly complied, shifting uncomfortably. Bai Hao asked, "Where does it hurt?" Jean Yan quickly responded, "It doesn't hurt anywhere." Bai Hao grew stern, warning him, "Jean Yan." The mere sight of Bai Hao's grim face terrified Jean Yan. Softly, he admitted, "My knees." And quickly added, "Just a little bit, truly, just a tiny bit." Bai Hao probed further, "Do both legs hurt?" Shaking his head, Jean Yan replied, "Today only my right leg hurts." Unbeknownst to Jean Yan, his answer revealed much. Bai Hao understood, today it was his right leg, yesterday maybe his left, so where did it hurt the day before? Every night, Jean Yan endured sudden bouts of pain here in silence, the discomfort tormenting him, leaving him restless and unable to sleep peacefully. Yet, he never voiced a single complaint or word of reproach. Meanwhile, Bai Hao slept through these nights completely unaware. Bai Hao's mind reflected grimly, his concern, guilt, and regret for Jean Yan amounted to this. This was all. Jean Yan cautiously glanced at Bai Hao, whose expression was terrifying. Even as his master needed his knees for him, Jean Yan couldn't bring himself to feel embarrassed or fantasize about anything. He wondered why he was so unlucky, given that everything had been fine a few days ago. How could his master decide to skip sleep and come into his room tonight? Jean Yan rested his face against the pillow, gazing at Bai Hao sideways, and consoled him, "Master, you don't need to worry. It's because the weather is too cold, the doctor said once it gets warmer, everything will be fine." Bai Hao remained silent, and sensing his gloomy mood, Jean Yan refrained from saying anything else. The room was quiet, completely still. Lying in the soft blankets, Jean Yan's leg, being massaged, gradually warmed up. As time passed, sleepiness crept over him, and his eyes grew heavy. "Master, my leg isn't hurting anymore, no need to continue," he murmured drowsily, his words becoming slurred toward the end. Still rubbing his leg, Bai Hao lowered his head and spoke firmly, "Sleep." By now, Jean Yan couldn't hear Bai Hao's words anymore. Struggling to use his last ounce of consciousness, he urged Bai Hao to go back to bed and rest. Before he finished speaking, he fell asleep. Bai Hao heard his steady breathing, and gently pulled down the pant leg inside the blanket before tucking him in once more. Only then did he finally raise his head to look at Jean Yan's sleeping face. Jean Yan was still lying on his side, eyebrows relaxed, seemingly sound asleep. Bai Hao stared at him for a long time, so long that Jean Yan mumbled something in his sleep, rolling over and muttering, "Master," which brought Bai Hao back to his senses. He stood up, adjusted the blanket again, turned off the light, and left the room. When he went downstairs, Bai Hao poured himself a glass of water in the kitchen. Looking out the window, he saw that the snow had stopped. In the deep night, only the yellow glow from the streetlights remained. He hadn't yet taken his eyes off the view when he suddenly remembered how Jean Yan once stood right there, giving him a picture of his mother. His eyes were filled with tears as he asked, "Master, do I like you?" After being scolded, he walked a few steps and then cried, turning around like an abandoned little creature. At that time, Bai Hao thought Jean Yan was nothing but trouble, stupid, and useless. Every time he saw Jean Yan, he inexplicably felt irritated and impatient. Actually, it was himself who was overly sensitive and insecure. He had taken shortcuts through Song Sile's connections and became defensive and embarrassed once discovered, lashing out all his frustrations at Jean Yan. If only time could flow backward, if only time could flow backward. Bang! The sound of shattered glass interrupted his thoughts as Bai Hao's cup hit the floor and broke into pieces. He squatted down and began picking up the scattered shards of glass, but images kept flashing uncontrollably in his mind. He thought about the warehouse where Jean Yan had been locked up, the bloodstains on the ground, and the rope dyed deep brown by blood. Bai Hao's eyes grew darker and scarier. He clenched his hand tighter until the sharp edges of the glass pierced into his flesh. Blood soon seeped between his fingers. It was as though two souls existed within him. One was Bai Hao, who raised Jean Yan since childhood, valuing him even more than his own life. The other was Bai Hao, who cared only for material benefits, harboring hatred and humiliation in his heart, craving fame and success, wishing to step on all the Bai family members who once looked down on him and his parents. Since Bai Hao left the country, the first Bai Hao had disappeared. Now this Bai Hao returned, but everything was too late. The next morning, when Jean Yan woke up, Bai Hao had already prepared breakfast. Seeing the bandage on Bai Hao's hand, Jean Yan was shocked, staring wide-eyed. Had his master massaged his legs so hard that his hands ended up like this? Jean Yan rushed over, looking at Bai Hao with concern and anxiety, asking, "Master, what happened to your hand?" With his uninjured hand, Bai Hao lightly patted his head, saying, "Sit down and eat." Reluctantly, Jean Yan sat at the dining table. Bai Hao placed the grilled ham he prepared in front of him and explained after sitting down, "I accidentally got burned this morning, but it'll be fine in a few days." Jean Yan volunteered, "Then let me cook from now on." Bai Hao smiled, "No need." He ate a few bites of breakfast and suddenly looked up seriously, saying, "Jean Yan, can you not move away? Can you stay and live with me?" Jean Yan was stuffing an egg into his mouth, stunned as he gazed blankly at Bai Hao, and the egg fell from his hand, rolling into the bowl. "It's not because I want to take care of you," Bai Hao continued softly, "but because I don't want to be alone. Can you stay and keep me company?" Still motionless, Jean Yan's whole body flushed layer by layer, from his chin, to his cheeks, to his ears. After a long while, he nodded dumbly, okay. After breakfast, Bai Hao took Jean Yan to the mall. He knew that Bai Jing and Li Shui lacked nothing, and sending them something too valuable would seem distant. So he bought some fruits and small gifts, packed everything up, and then took Jean Yan to the Bai family residence. By the time they arrived in the afternoon, neither Bai Jing nor Wei Zhe was around. Only Li Shui and Fu Ying were playing with their children. Bai Hao wouldn't let Jean Yan carry anything, so he entered the living room ahead. He approached Li Shui curiously, taking a peek at the baby in her arms, then turned his head to observe the child in Fu Ying's arms, realizing the two kids looked exactly the same, impossible to tell apart. Hearing his remark, Fu Ying laughed and said, actually, it's easy to tell them apart. These two have very different personalities. Jean Yan was surprised, can personalities be different at such a young age? Fu Ying encouraged him to try for himself. Jean Yan thought for a moment, then made a funny face at Wei Zhichen in Li Shui's arms. Little Zhichen stared at him and slowly smiled. Jean Yan followed suit, laughing silly for a while. Then he made the same face at Wei Zhixing, the sister. But little Zhixing just gave him a flat stare before slowly averting her gaze. Jean Yan followed her gaze, pressed his index finger against his nose to make a pig snout, startling Zhixing, who started crying loudly. Jean Yan was startled, hastily pulling back his hand and apologizing awkwardly as Fu Ying laughed uncontrollably, patting the child while saying, the brother has a good temper, but the sister's more moody. Just then Bai Jing and Wei Zhe emerged from the study. Hearing the cries, Wei Zhe came over to pick up Wei Zhixing, wincing as he said, why are you crying again, my little grandchild? Fu Ying, concerned that Li Shui might be tired, stood up and took the brother from her arms, teasing, she's crying for her godfather. With all the red envelopes he'll have to prepare every year, for at least 20 years, he'll go bankrupt. Everyone understood the implications of this remark, but Li Shui didn't shy away, smiling and responding, only 20 years. I thought you'd keep after me until they get married. Fu Ying winked, and if they do get married, there will be their children to think about too. Wei Zhe glanced down at his son and daughter still in diapers, his expression pained, are you thinking too far ahead, wife? As they conversed, Bai Hao had put away the things and approached Bai Jing to greet him. Bai Jing, noticing his hand, frowned and asked, what happened? Bai Hao moved his hand behind his back, looking down and replying, I accidentally bumped it, nothing serious. Seeing Bai Hao's reluctance to say more, Bai Jing did not press further, only advising him to be more careful in the future. By dinner time, the two kids were already asleep. Their nanny, who had eaten early and was watching them in the room, allowed Wei Zhe and Fu Ying some respite. Originally, they had planned for Tang Shui to join them today, but she had returned to her hometown with her parents after visiting Li Shui a few days ago. Still, this was the most lively New Year's Eve dinner Li Shui had ever experienced. There were plenty of dishes on the table, a full feast spread across it. Looking around at the people beside him, Li Shui couldn't help but want to laugh. Among these people, there were some who had previously been utterly at odds, yet now they could sit together harmoniously for a meal. Midway through the dinner, after Li Shui finished chatting with Fu Ying about something, Wei Zhe suddenly called out to him. Li Shui looked up, hearing Wei Zhe say, after the spring festival, we invited a doctor who specializes in your condition. These past few days. He paused, hesitating, then said cautiously, you should start preparing, can you be admitted to the hospital soon? At these words, everyone froze mid-motion, raising their heads with worried eyes fixed on him. Especially Jean Yan and Fu Ying, looking so tense, Li Shui was almost afraid that saying no would make Jean Yan pass out right there. And Fu Ying would likely start sobbing, clutching her child for days on end in front of him. Li Shui couldn't help but think, Bai Jing truly knew him inside out, what were his weaknesses, what made him cave. The phone call from Zhao Hui had likely prepared him for this very moment. Sure, Li Shui believed Bai Jing hadn't forced Zhao Hui into saying those words, but why, after hating him for more than 10 years, did Zhao Hui come to such realizations now? Had Bai Jing not given any hints along the way? Li Shui also realized that while everyone genuinely cared for him, wasn't this just Bai Jing's way of using them to force him into a corner? Facing so many faces brimming with expectations, sadness, and anxiety, what was he supposed to do? Could he throw a tantrum like a child and shout that he simply didn't want to live anymore? Li Shui slowly put down his bowl, remaining calm, I can undergo surgery. Before Jean Yan and Fu Ying could even burst into cheers, he turned his gaze toward Bai Jing beside him, saying coolly, but you have to promise me one condition. Bai Jing followed suit, putting down his utensils and meeting his eyes, say it. If the surgery fails, I die, I accept that. But if I survive, from now on, we part ways with no further ties. Li Shui smiled faintly and asked, do you agree? Chapter 77. Xiao Xinghua hadn't returned yet. For elective surgeries like the one Li Shui was preparing for, hospitalization in advance was usually necessary to ensure all the preparatory work was done according to certain standards before the optimal time for surgery could be chosen. The hospital where he was staying had a neurosurgery department with over half a century of development, and it was recognized as a national key discipline. All medical equipment was top of the line. However, there were just too many examinations needed, each specialty required its own preoperative tests, and on the first day alone, there were nearly 10 items to go through, which tested the patient's patience to the extreme. Wei Zhe entered his ward expecting to see a sullen face, but instead found him standing by the window casually playing with his hydroponic potted plants. Wei Zhe grinned, "Have you changed your disposition?" Li Shui gave him a cool glance without responding. Wei Zhe understood that Li Shui was not in a good mood, so he didn't dare to annoy him further and instead looked around. Li Shui's VIP ward was quite spacious with excellent decoration, an inlaid plaster ceiling and soft fabric wall at the bedside headboard. It was even better than their hospital's conditions. Rooms like this couldn't always be booked with money alone. Wei Zhe knew Bai Jing had arranged it, and couldn't help asking, "Where's Bai Jing?" Li Shui didn't even lift his head, "How would I know where he is?" Wei Zhe was silent for a long moment, then sighed, "Why do you push him so hard?" He said this not to take sides with Bai Jing, but every time he thought about the dinner scene, he felt Li Shui had been too decisive. He would probably never forget Bai Jing's expression when he said, "I agree," though hurt severely, his gaze toward Li Shui did not waver. Wei Zhe also realized how impossible it was to convey Bai Jing's feelings of love to Li Shui. If told, Li would just laugh it off as a joke. While wiping down a hanging basket of ivy, Li Shui asked Wei Zhe, "What food do you hate most?" This topic came up so abruptly that Wei Zhe was dumbfounded for a moment, hesitantly answering with, "Coriander." Li Shui smiled and continued, "What food do you like the most?" Wei Zhe was increasingly puzzled, but seeing that Li Shui wasn't joking, he reluctantly responded in line with the question, "Well, strawberries if we're talking about fruits." Li Shui remarked nonchalantly, "If one day, due to circumstances beyond your control, you could only eat coriander for sustenance, and after some time, someone dangles a basket of strawberries in front of you, could you resist from stealing and eating them?" Before Wei Zhe could respond, Li Shui reflected for a moment and frowned, saying, "That analogy isn't perfect. Let's say you're already in a strawberry orchard but can only consume coriander month after month. Could you endure that?" Wei Zhe understood that Li Shui was making a veiled reference. He replied helplessly, "Li Shui, you're dwelling on unnecessary complications." Putting the towel aside and lifting a small watering can, Li Shui said quietly while lowering his head, "Let's talk facts. What's your answer?" Maybe because everyone's character and concerns differ, answers could vary. Yet, who wouldn't want to reach out and snatch that tempting, attainable, sweet strawberry? "Do you think once I get better and stay with him, we'll all live happily ever after?" Li Shui cast his eyes downward, a cold severity permeating his tone. "These past dozen or more years, he has given me no hope. Now that I've barely managed to extricate myself from this quagmire, he wants to drag me back again. When he gets tired and gets distracted by someone else, new or old, Ning Yu, I'll pull him down with me to die together." Li Shui laughed bitterly. Wei Zhe broke into a cold sweat and his throat went dry, unable to utter a word. "I'm not a normal person. What he wants, I cannot provide, and what I want, I won't force him either. After surviving until now, I've tasted enough and don't want to go through this again." Wei Zhe wanted Li Shui not to be so pessimistic, but didn't know how to start. Actually, he didn't really understand Li Shui, he didn't know his past or truly grasp what Li Shui desired. From the perspective of a friend, following common human sentiments and reason, he always felt obligated to advise Li Shui to keep living well. Li Shui was a contradictory person. He was fragile, obstinate, but more coldly merciless, even towards himself. Wei Zhe knew, even if it was for Li Shui's benefit, he had no right to ask him to forget the past and let go. A seemingly casual forgiveness couldn't possibly erase the pain of these dozen or more years. Because of something urgent at the hospital, Wei Zhe didn't linger long. But shortly after he left, Jin Yan arrived. It was cold outside. Jin Yan was dressed warmly in a deep gray scarf that covered half his face, leaving only a pair of bright round eyes visible. When Jin Yan entered the ward, Bai Hao had just helped him remove the scarf. Without delay, Jin Yan rushed to Li Shui's bedside, but Bai Hao pulled him back and also unfastened his horn buttons on his coat to avoid any hindrance in movement. Li Shui watched all of this happen, yet said nothing. Jin Yan was going out to eat with Qiao Yu and others, and was about to leave after chatting for a while. Before leaving, Li Shui said that he had something to discuss with Bai Hao, asking Jin Yan to be dropped off first before coming back. Jin Yan had already stepped out of the ward when he turned back upon hearing Li Shui's words, "What's the matter?" Li Shui gave him an indifferent look, saying, "It's none of your business." Jin Yan wanted to say more but Bai Hao gripped his hand and bade farewell to Li Shui, then took Jin Yan outside. Thinking of Jin Yan's worried expression just now, Li Shui wanted to punch this little bastard. Just as the phone rang, he picked it up in a bad mood and gruffly answered, "Hello." On the other side, Bai Jing said, "I'll probably get there around 6. Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Li Shui's heart was filled with annoyance as he questioned, "Are you so idle?" He resented Bai Jing acting as if nothing had happened after what he said the other day. Before Bai Jing could respond, Li Shui couldn't help but add sarcastically, "Or should I call Xie Ming and ask him to find someone to attend to you?" Xie Ming owned a very famous club in Jinhai City where many well-appearing, highly educated individuals were retained. Regular people couldn't even get through the door. In the past, Xie Ming tried hard to send these people Bai Jing's way. Li Shui didn't know why he suddenly blurted out such a remark. "Li Shui, Bai Jing called his name, his low and hoarse voice containing anger and sorrow. Li Shi trembled at hearing this, immediately regretting his decision as he hung up. Bai Hao delivered Jin Yan to his destination, knowing that Jin Yan's friends didn't welcome him. After giving Jin Yan a few reminders and watching him enter, Bai Hao returned to the hospital. In the past, when Jin Yan was around, Li Shi rarely showed him any warmth. Now that Jin Yan was gone, Li Shi didn't bother exchanging polite words, simply nodding for Bai Hao to sit down. After sitting down, Bai Hao slightly clenched his fists on his knees, not sure what Li Shi intended to say, showing signs of great nervousness. Li Shi asked, "Is Jin Yan still living with you?" Bai Hao nodded. Li Shi bluntly stated, "Let's not talk about nonsense. Tell me, do you like Jin Yan?" Bai Hao was stunned. Under Li Shi's piercing gaze, he took quite some time to reply, "I don't know." He dared not hide his true feelings. Even if he lived 10 or 20 years longer, Li Shi would still be able to see through him. This was Bai Hao's own confusion as well. Before Jin Yan, his romantic experiences weren't rich. While studying abroad, he dated 2 girls, both of whom made the first move, and he accepted because he found them suitable. But the relationships didn't last long, as both women couldn't endure his indifference and broke up with him. To him, it was always optional anyway, and he never even tried to retain them. As for Song Siluo, it was all about utilization, they both knew it clearly. Falling in love deeply with someone to the point where one can't live without them, this has never happened to Bai Hao before. Jin Yan meant a lot to him, no, the most important, but is this love? Bai Hao originally thought that after hearing his response, Li Shi would berate him thoroughly. Unexpectedly, the latter calmly replied, "Not knowing means disliking. If you don't like him, don't give him false hope. Since you've raised him, you understand him better than I do. When others are hurt, they tend to run away, but he won't. If you don't push him away, he'll remain by your side forever." Bai Hao stared at the bandage on his hands, taking quite some time before making a resolution. Raising his head, he declared, "Uncle Li, I cannot force him to leave. No matter what he needs, I'll give it to him." Li Shi scoffed, "You sound pretty confident now. What will you do later if you fall in love with someone else? Learn from your uncle and keep a harem at home?" Bai Hao frowned, saying, "I won't." Li Shi shook his head, thinking Bai Hao was young and ignorant about love, yet still swore confidently that he wouldn't fall in love in the future. "Bai Hao, let me tell you this, don't think that since I'm good to Jin Yan, you will also benefit. Even if I die, the things I leave for him will have nothing to do with you." Bai Hao abruptly stood up, gritting his teeth, veins popping on his temples. Li Shi looked at him, raising his eyebrows and mocking, "What? Do you feel insulted?" Bai Hao remained silent. He continued sarcastically, "Didn't you do the same to Jin Yan in the past?" Once the words were spoken, Bai Hao seemed deflated like a punctured balloon, his face darkened as he sat back down. Li Shi deliberately provoked him, thinking that according to Bai Hao's previous personality, he would have already threatened loudly and stormed off. Yet, he was surprisingly restrained now. Putting aside his sarcasm, Li Shi sighed and said, "I can't meddle in your affairs. Jin Yan likes you, I cannot force your head down to make you like him in return. Thinking about the things you've done before, I don't even think you deserve his affection. But that fool has set his heart on you. Bai Hao, if you really feel guilty towards him, for his own good, you should push him away. Don't keep him by your side." After hearing this, Bai Hao neither agreed nor refused but left in a daze. He walked to the parking lot and stood beside his car for a long time, unsure of where to go. After some thought, he simply drove near where Jin Yan was eating and waited in the car. Anxious thoughts swirled in his mind. He couldn't let Jin Yan leave, no one could tear Jin Yan away from him. Yet, Li Shi's words did seem justified. If what he offered wasn't what Jin Yan truly wanted, wouldn't it be another form of harm? Immersed in these chaotic musings, he didn't notice it getting dark. Approaching 8 o'clock, concerned, Bai Hao reached for his phone when Jin Yan's call came in, informing him that the meal was over and he would take a taxi home. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Hao asked, "Did you drink?" Jin Yan cheerfully answered, "Nope." Bai Hao was nearly furious, what nonsense. He cut the call, drove straight to the restaurant entrance, locked his car, and stormed into the private dining room. Inside, he found Jin Yan sitting with a flushed face, giggling idiotically. The sight almost made Bai Hao see red. Xiao Yu saw him, not looking very pleasant himself but took the initiative to explain, "Sorry, I had no idea when he started drinking, just a bit of red wine." Without replying, Bai Hao approached and pulled Jin Yan up, seeing that he could still walk, helped him put on his coat, adjusted his scarf, suppressed his anger, thanked everyone present, then left with Jin Yan. Even drunk, Jin Yan remained obedient, free of wild outbursts. Instead, he kept grinning foolishly, all the way in the car, even as they arrived home. His smile seemed to drain any anger from Bai Hao. Assisting Jin Yan onto the sofa, Bai Hao fetched a towel intending to clean his face and hands first. When he returned, Jin Yan had slipped down onto the floor, fortunately landing softly due to a thick woolen rug. Bai Hao moved to help him up, but Jin Yan, mistaking it for a game, pushed back down hard. Concerned not to hurt him, Bai Hao followed him, gently sitting on the ground. Lifting Jean Yan's head, Bai Hao wiped his face, holding his chin carefully while watching the silly man grin as though covered in rouge. Irritated, he sternly asked, "Are you still smiling? What is so funny?" He said it without expecting a reply, but to his surprise, Jean Yan suddenly shouted, "Uncle Li is going to have surgery, I'm happy." Bai Hao chuckled at Jean Yan's drunken chatter, grabbing his hand to wipe it clean. Hearing Bai Hao laugh, Jean Yan furrowed his brow, staring intently for a while, finally recognizing Bai Hao and beaming, "Seeing Master Bai makes me happy." Bai Hao ignored this drunken talk and continued cleaning his hands. As he wiped, Jean Yan abruptly jerked his hand back. Confused by his action, Bai Hao immediately eased his grip, worried about hurting him. Gaining freedom, Jean Yan cautiously touched Bai Hao's face, covering his eyes lightly, "But Master Bai seeing me isn't happy." Bai Hao was about to remove Jean Yan's hands but froze upon hearing this, his raised hand hanging in midair. Chapter 78. If Jean Yan were not Jean Yan, that would be good. For some reason, Bai Hao's brain suddenly popped up with such a thought. He didn't need Jean Yan to understand, nor did he need forgiveness. He only hoped that Jean Yan would hate him, dislike him, and beware of him, rather than act as if nothing had happened, smiling at him, listening to his words, and allowing him to take what he wanted. Before finding Jean Yan, he had also thought about many things: how to apologize, how to explain, how to repent, even replicating all the suffering Jean Yan endured onto himself, willingly. But among all his thoughts, he never considered that when they met, Jean Yan would anxiously say to him, "I'm sorry, I didn't die." Every time Bai Hao thought of this sentence, he felt he should be shredded into pieces. Yet he also knew that being shredded into pieces wouldn't be enough to match the sorrow of a certain fool who might feel more heartbroken than him. So if Jean Yan were not Jean Yan, and could watch his pain and misfortune indifferently, cursing him with greater retribution and making him suffer more punishments, that would be fine. Bai Hao raised his hand, slowly covering Jean Yan's hand back, fingertips tightening gradually until touching the other's palm. He suddenly felt somewhat relieved, glad that Jean Yan covered his eyes, otherwise, upon seeing his tears, who knows what bizarre words this drunkard might blurt out. "Jean Yan." Bai Hao spoke softly, then gently pulled his hand down. Jean Yan looked at him, eyes not very clear, face carrying a bit of confusion, but he didn't move around recklessly, obediently letting Bai Hao lower his hand. Bai Hao leaned closer to him, resting his forehead against his, a smile on his face but his voice choked, "Young master sees you, and is also very happy." He knew that Jean Yan had never forgotten the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to leave, wouldn't have avoided himself while enduring pain, and wouldn't have been so restless after getting drunk. But he couldn't let Jean Yan go. Li Shiyi might be right, but he couldn't do it. Even just during the few hours tonight when Jean Yan was having dinner with someone else and wasn't by his side, he felt like a lost soul, not knowing where to go or what to do. What kind of feeling he had for Jean Yan was already unimportant because no matter what, they would spend their whole lives together. Bai Hao hugged Jean Yan in his arms, his tone unusually gentle, "Do you like me?" Jean Yan's mind was muddled, chin rested on Bai Hao's shoulder, eyes fixed on the coffee table on the carpet, not sure who was speaking to him, confusedly asking, "Like who?" That deep and pleasant voice seemed to be coaxing, "Like Bai Hao." The chandelier reflected on the glass coffee table, creating a blurry halo in front of his eyes, which sometimes grew larger and sometimes smaller, like a hypnotic trance. Jean Yan's eyelids slowly drooped, the embrace holding him was too warm, he relaxed his body, tilting his head to press against Bai Hao's neck skin, mumbling softly, "I like young master the most." As soon as the sound fell, he sank into slumber. He went to sleep too early. If he had waited a few more minutes, maybe he would have noticed someone lowering their head to give him a light kiss on the lips. After the new year, Xiao Xinghua returned. He reviewed Li Shiyi's medical records, all examination results, then convened an all-department discussion, officially putting the surgery on the agenda. On the day of the preoperative consultation, because Li Shiyi requested to participate throughout, it was conducted in his ward. Xiao Xinghua told them that Li Shiyi's condition was not too bad, but also not optimistic. The tumor was benign, but located at the left base of the skull. The lesion was low and deep due to the richer nerves on the left side compared to the right side, thus increasing the risks and difficulty of the surgery. In addition, Li Shiyi had suffered from a gunshot wound in the past, had numerous minor injuries over the past 6 months, and acted irresponsibly, leaving his health in poor shape. For brain surgeries, no doctor can guarantee a 100% success rate, even if the surgery succeeds, many patients experience serious complications. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, you need to be prepared mentally. After Xiao Xinghua said this, Li Shiyi's expression remained unchanged, Bai Jing frowned tightly beside him, and Jean Yan was scared enough to clutch Bai Hao's clothing edge tightly. "In the next few days, you need to rest well. A day before the surgery, we will conduct blood tests and antibiotic skin tests to prevent infection during surgery. Also, your hair needs to be shaved," Xiao Xinghua reminded Li Shiyi. 8 hours before the surgery, you must fast and abstain from water, but don't worry, nurses will remind you. Li Shiyi nodded, "Thank you, Dr. Xiao." After Bai Jing saw Dr. Xiao Xinghua off, as soon as he left, Li Shiyi immediately turned to Jean Yan and said, "I warn you, if you dare to shave your head, then never show your face in front of me again." Earlier, when the topic of shaving his hair came up, Li Shui had caught a glimpse of Jin Yan's expression, which seemed like he was making some grave resolution, and instantly knew what this idiot was thinking. Jin Yan's face showed alarm, not understanding why Li Shui could tell what he wanted to do even though he hadn't said a word. Li Shui turned to Bai Hao, "You keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't do something stupid." Bai Jing escorted the visitor out and didn't return because there was something else he needed to attend to. Li Shui took the opportunity to be alone, disregarding Jin Yan's almost tearful expression, and sent both of them away. Truthfully, whether his condition was severe or not made no difference to him at all. He only wished to take the time now that no one was disturbing him, to carefully reflect on recent days and untangle his troubled thoughts. Li Shui realized that ever since Bai Jing had found him, he had been overreacting. Every time Bai Jing opened his mouth, he would retaliate with sarcasm, sometimes acting like an irrational nagging woman. Now upon reflection, he understood the root of it, because he couldn't let go and still cared about Bai Jing's past. When viewed objectively from his own perspective, Li Shui was abruptly embarrassed to find that the one who had been relentlessly pushing was himself, while Bai Jing remained calm and collected all along. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Li Shui's lips. This was like a vicious cycle that he couldn't stop. Bai Jing methodically carried out his plans while he relentlessly pursued from the side without making any impact. In the past, Bai Jing had more than once mentioned that they were unsuitable for each other, but Li Shui had refused to accept his position, leading to their current outcome. By evening, Bai Jing arrived at Li Shui's hospital room with the things prepared for him as usual. When he entered, Li Shui was dressed in white pajamas, leaning against the window, his forehead resting against the glass, eyes downcast, gazing at something unknown. Bai Jing's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Earlier that day, when Dr. Xiao Xinghua had left, he told Bai Jing that after their interactions with Li Shui, they had discovered that his attitude was extremely negative. He hoped Bai Jing could have a good conversation with him, helping him shift his mindset. Otherwise, if Li Shui himself didn't want to live, how useful would even the most skilled doctors be? Standing at the door, Bai Jing hesitated momentarily, afraid to approach. Li Shui heard the sound and slowly raised his head to meet Bai Jing's gaze. The silence in the ward was so deep that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Time passed slowly, neither speaking, yet their intertwined gazes gradually grew warm. It was Bai Jing who broke the silence first. "Don't lean on the window, it's cold." He expected Li Shui to insult him as usual or completely ignore his advice, but unexpectedly, this person really stepped away from the window, took off his shoes, and sat down on the hospital bed. Startled, Bai Jing looked at Li Shui, who glanced at him, patted the space beside him, and spoke softly, "Come sit here." Uncertain of what had caused such a change, Bai Jing still followed his words, approaching and putting the box he held down first. He picked up the coat hanging by the bedside, placed it on Li Shui's back, then sat down. As Bai Jing did so, Li Shui focused his gaze on the box and asked, "What's this?" Bai Jing leaned forward, picked up the box, and handed it to Li Shui. "Open it and see." Li Shui frowned slightly. The box wasn't much bigger than his palm, and it wasn't heavy either. He wondered what was inside. After looking questioningly at Bai Jing again, he opened the box. First, a lady's hairpin appeared. The design was very outdated, a black base with a tacky rose flower in the center, adorned with diamonds that were mostly missing now, and there was even a bit of rust on the bottom. Li Shui froze, coming to his senses after a moment. He picked up the hairpin, repeatedly running his trembling fingers over it. "Do you know," he suddenly began, his face lighting up with nostalgia, "when I was little and she carried me on her back, I always stared at this hairpin from behind, counting the number of diamonds set on it, 1, 2, until we reached home." He chuckled. "Later, when I grew taller than her, she still wore this hairpin. I asked her why she didn't buy a new one, and she said she'd wait for me to grow up and buy her one. Wait till I grow up, wait till I grow up." Li Shui muttered absently. Bai Jing knew he was upset, unwilling for him to dwell further, so he took out those slightly yellowed photos from the bottom of the box and handed them to him, saying, "You never smiled when you were little." Hearing this, Li Shui put down the hairpin, accepted the photos, and gave him a curious look. After the family incident, Zhao Hui took away all of Li Weiniang's things and left nothing for him. He didn't know that he and his aunt had so many group photos. Li Shui looked at various pictures of himself and found that when he was little, he really didn't like to smile. Even on birthdays with a red dot painted on his forehead and cream smeared on his cheeks, he still stared seriously forward while beside him Li Weiniang laughed her head off, creating a striking contrast. Influenced by his aunt, Li Shui couldn't help but chuckle and said, "No wonder people say one can see the old from the age of 3. He scrutinized the photographs carefully for a long time, then lifted his head and asked Bai Jing, "Did you tell Uncle Zhao about my illness?" Bai Jing replied in a deep voice, "No, these were given to you by him." Li Shui nodded. He believed that Bai Jing understood this limit and thus did not press further. He touched the hairpin again, neatly gathered everything, paused for a moment, then said, "I should thank you, but saying it would feel forced, so I won't say it." Bai Jing's heart tightened as he waited for what Li Shui would say next. "We too," Li Shui continued, "without involving all those love affairs, without discussing who's right or wrong, or who owes whom more, after knowing each other for so many years, shouldn't we consider ourselves friends?" Bai Jing failed to understand the implication of his words. How could they possibly set aside all those romantic involvements? Li Shui couldn't let go, and neither could he. Nevertheless, he still answered, yes, according to Li Shi's tone. Then, Li Shi earnestly said, in the capacity of being your friend for over 10 years, I ask for your help in 2 matters. Gazing into his bright eyes under the lamplight, Bai Jing controlled his impulse to touch him and nodded, tell me. Li Shi's expression suddenly turned serious, if I die, don't put up a tombstone for me, scatter my ashes into the sea. Li Shi. Bai Jing's face instantly changed, his deep voice as if lowering the temperature of the room a few degrees. Let me finish, Li Shi frowned, continuing, another matter is, during my stay at the sanatorium, I found someone through Tian to carry out surrogacy. If I die, once the child is born, please help me find a decent family for adoption. This was now Li Shi's greatest regret. Though he knew he was ill before, he awaited death recklessly, slowly committing suicide while carrying guilt and unease within his heart. Later, upon meeting Mu Ran, for some inexplicable reason, he decided to preserve the Li family lineage through surrogacy, trying to relieve his feelings of guilt through this method. But the sense of guilt wasn't relieved at all, instead, it left him with a big headache. Bai Jing felt as if his heart were sinking. He hadn't expected Li Shi to undertake surrogacy, yet he could also see that Li Shi truly no longer wanted to live. Otherwise, wanting children, he could have conceived them alongside undertaking surrogacy, rather than anxiously searching for this kind of symbolic attachment afterward. These tasks I originally intended to give to Jin Yan, but the boy isn't in good health, and I wouldn't want him to be sad, so. You don't want him to be sad, are you willing for me to be sad? Suppressing the fire in his heart, Bai Jing gritted his teeth. Li Shi treated him like a public servant dealing with posthumous affairs in a formal manner, which was what he got as a friend after removing all the romantic attachments. Impatient, Li Shi thought, sadness? If I die, it will definitely benefit you more than harm, why should you be sad? Whether I admit it or not, whether you agree or not, you are the person closest to me in this world. Giving these tasks to others causes too many worries and inconveniences. After pondering, there's simply no choice but to hand them over to you. Pausing slightly, Li Shi asked, just tell me, will you help with these 2 requests or not? Tightening his lips, Bai Jing coldly said, neither of these situations will happen. Frustrated, Li Shi responded, I'm just making plans for the worst-case scenario. Turning his head away, Bai Jing ignored him, saying nothing. Li Shi stared at him intently, moving his gaze from the corner of his eyes, sliding over the profile of his side face, finally settling on the corner of his mouth. Ever since he came back, occupied with anger and arguments, Li Shi hadn't taken a proper look at Bai Jing for a long time. Even though this man now had a taut face, resembling a block of cold hard stone, looking at him made his heart flutter involuntarily. Li Shi smiled faintly, tilting his head and said, how about I give you a return gift? Raising his head, Bai Jing's dark brown pupils held remnants of lingering anger. Before he could open his mouth, Li Shi leaned forward and kissed him. Startled, Bai Jing widened his eyes as his pupils contracted slightly. Li Shi closed his eyes and tangled with his lips, touching his hand and interlacing their fingers together, bestowing a tender kiss filled with utmost gentleness. The thrill of pleasure made Bai Jing's spine tingle. Regaining his senses, he tightened one hand around Li Shi and cupped his face with the other, reclaiming control. After an unknown duration, the passionate kiss finally ended. Li Shi gasped for breath and retreated, but Bai Jing immediately followed, lightly pecking his lips again and again. Li Shi chuckled, intending to tease Bai Jing, but heard him rasp instead, Shi, can you forgive me? Li Shi looked up, seeing the redness at the corner of Bai Jing's eyes and the deep pleading in his gaze. What do I forgive you for? Li Shi's nose tingled as he forced a smile. For years, it was me who clung to you. Bai Jing felt a burning pain in his chest, asking, is it true that no matter how many times I tell you I love you, you won't believe me? Li Shi remained silent before softly saying, you don't love the Li Shi who willingly served by your side or the Li Shi who risked his life to save yours after blocking a bullet for you. Instead, you love the sick Li Shi who has lost all hope. Speechless, Bai Jing didn't know how to explain. He wanted a fresh start, but the wounds were always there, Li Shi's heart was already riddled with scars. He neither trusted Bai Jing nor wanted to forgive him. Li Shi wasn't trying to argue with Bai Jing. In fact, he had come to peace. That kiss just now erased everything that had been weighing heavily on his heart. It was their final resolution, and also Li Shi's reconciliation with his past. On the day of the surgery, Li Shi had originally forbidden anyone from seeing him off. But Bai Jing stayed every night in his hospital room, impossible to drive away, impossible to avoid. So, he simply let him stay. In the morning, as he was wheeled into the operating room, Bai Jing accompanied him all the way. Before entering, Li Shi sighed and asked Bai Jing to lower his head, then whispered to him, I don't blame you. Not knowing if this would be their last meeting, if so, he didn't want Bai Jing to leave with any regrets, and carry such regret remembering him for a lifetime. Bai Jing tightly gripped his hand, his eye rims red, feeling extreme pain but unable to speak. Li Shi dropped his gaze, looking at Bai Jing's trembling hand that had turned ghostly pale. Without saying a word, he slowly but firmly pulled his hand away, then allowed the nearby staff to push him into the operating room. He never glanced back at Bai Jing once. Inside the operating room, it was spacious with many doctors and nurses busying themselves with various preparations, bustling about. Li Shi slowly closed his eyes. From his birth until now, the nerve in his body that had been constantly tensed finally relaxed. A wave of profound fatigue washed over his heart, yet he experienced a peculiar sense of peace. He knew life was long and held many possibilities. But what awaited might be even more impossibilities. He didn't want to wait any longer. So at this moment, Li Shui wished upon heaven that he would never wake up again. Chapter 79. At the intersection of Academy Road and Nanning Road in Jinhai City, there stood a massive camphor tree over 20 meters tall. With its lush branches and magnificent crown, it was quite a landmark in the area. Directly beneath this camphor tree was a cafe. It had a row of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street, and the interior decor was exquisitely crafted. Right at the entrance sat a small wooden stump on which perched a puppet bear wearing a wink expression, holding an electronic screen displaying daily special offerings in rotation. The name of the store was also straightforward to the point of leaving one speechless: Camphor Cafe. Today's weather was good, with sunlight making people feel lazy. It was right in the middle of lunch break, so there were only a few scattered customers inside the cafe. Jin Yen squatted behind the counter, hands resting on the edge, his head slightly tilted upwards, revealing only half of his face. His eyes were fixated intently somewhere, flickering with a strange yet excited gleam. Xiaowen had just finished testing a new drink mix, but the ratio was off, almost sour enough to make herself pucker. While draining it into the sink, she irritably remarked, "Can't you stand up and look? The person won't see you anyway." Jin Yen turned around and gestured her at SH, causing her to roll her eyes as she asked someone nearby, "Isn't he harboring some secret admiration for that mushroom head?" Ching Jing was drawing hearts with chocolate sauce on a plate of mousse cake. Upon hearing the question, she simply shook her head and smiled, her cheeks forming two adorable dimples. Jin Yen had been squatting so long that his legs went numb, and he propped himself up on the bar counter. As he looked towards the window seat, the female customer with a mushroom haircut was leaning lower, while the male opposite her kept smiling brightly. Jin Yen furrowed his brow slightly. This atmosphere didn't seem conducive to a confession at all. It wasn't surprising that he was so nosy. This mushroom head girl was a regular customer of their cafe, she studied art and was somewhat introverted. Every time she came, she would choose a corner seat and even blushed when placing an order with the staff. Once, she left a sketchbook behind, picked up by Jin Yen, inadvertently uncovering a young girl's little secret. Now, the real-life 3D figure from those sketches was sitting in the cafe, right across from the girl. How could Jin Yen not be curious? The two sat near the large glass window, unable to be overheard clearly. Just as Jin Yen was gnawing away at his curiosity, a customer happened to leave. He quickly snatched the tray from a part-timer student and cheerfully rushed out from behind the bar. He wasn't really planning to eavesdrop, he just noticed how the mushroom head seemed like she might curl up any moment. If the conversation turned awkward or cold, it would be perfect timing to step in and ask if she wanted more water or another cup. That could ease the atmosphere a bit, right? He was grinning inwardly at the thought, but before he could reach them, he heard the boy burst enthusiastically, "One last question, does Yao Yao like drinking milk?" Blushing while scratching his head, the boy continued, "I want to bring her a box of milk every morning, she's too thin." The girl sitting opposite bowed her head so low her face was nearly invisible. Her tightly clasped hands rested on her lap, her fingertips white from exertion. She stammered upon speaking, "Why yes, she does. She also buys it to drink in her dorm." The boy sighed in relief, pressing his palms together as if praying to the mushroom head girl, "Thank you, old classmate. I'll never forget your kindness, once I win Yao Yao's heart, I'll treat you to a luxurious meal." Jin Yen stood behind them, still clutching a piece of cloth in his hand. The teenage excitement crumbled into pieces on the spot. Even after they had gone, he remained slouched on the counter with a furrowed brow, dazed. In the afternoon, their perpetually unpredictable boss, Zhu Lei, finally showed up. The moment he arrived, he sank deep into the sofa in front of the counter, looking utterly limp, and his cheek still bore a clear palm print. Xiaowen glanced at him and commented dryly, "Trashy Lei has probably been rejected again." Ching Jing couldn't help laughing at the nickname. She nudged Xiaowen softly and whispered, "Do you still want to keep your job?" Xiaowen rolled her eyes and shrugged. Jin Yen peeked around curiously, unsure whether to offer some polite condolences to their boss. Zhu Lei was Xiao Yu's friend, a rich second-generation inheritor who was dumb with money, owning a hodgepodge of businesses that he cared little about. When the shop first opened, Xiao Yu knew Jin Yen wanted work and thus lured him here. Although Jin Yen knew nothing about coffee or how to bake cakes, he handled all sorts of big and small chores within the store, managing everything meticulously. Zhu Lei lay sprawled on the sofa. Seeing no one voluntarily paying attention to him, he called over the easiest one to bully Jin Yen, and began recounting his woes for the 108th time in a melancholy tone. Yen, tell me, why can't a person fall in love with two people at the same time? Is it against the law? Is it illegal? I like eating apples and pears too, but have I ever seen an apple leap up and slap me because I eat pears? Xiaowen raised her glass of water with an expression as if she was ready to carry out divine justice. Ching Jing hugged her from behind, almost getting caught in the crossfire. Jin Yen felt a headache coming on and was just about to make up an excuse when his phone rang, saving him in time. He slipped away. The call was from Bai Hao, who said that they wouldn't be able to return to Jinhai today since they hadn't finished their business. He told Jin Yan not to wait for him. Since Bai Hao wasn't coming back, Bai Jing definitely wouldn't either. Jin Yan's heart stirred, and after hanging up, he quickly ran to the parking lot. He had called ahead to Mr. Su while on the road. When he arrived, Mr. Su was already waiting for him at the gate. After parking his car, Jin Yan asked anxiously, "Is Nian Nian awake?" Mr. Su laughed, "Yes, he's awake." The previous few times he came were unlucky, he always caught Lin Yan just falling asleep. Now, knowing the child was awake, Jin Yan entered the house like a fool heading straight toward the living room. As soon as he entered, although he'd been there many times before, Jin Yan still found himself somewhat uneasy. In the past, the place was occupied by Bai Jing and Li Shi, two men, cold everywhere without a trace of home-like warmth. Now, the entire living room looked like a children's playground, soft carpets covered the ground, and near the floor-to-ceiling window stood a small inflatable castle filled with cuddly toys. Even someone as grown-up as Jin Yan couldn't help but want to jump onto it. Jin Yan focused his eyes and moved closer to the lump of blankets on the couch, kneeling down on one knee and leaning forward gently calling, "Nian Nian." Lin Yan lay cozily in his blanket, playing with a pacifier in his small hands. Hearing Jin Yan's voice, he turned his head, recognizing Jin Yan for a couple seconds before breaking into laughter. He was under a year old, soft and white like a sticky rice ball, long eyelashes framing big eyes, and his nose curved beautifully making his smile sweet as honey. Jin Yan held his chest, sucking in a sharp breath. He swore to heaven that it wasn't because of Uncle Li that he thought Lin Yan was the cutest kid in the world. He pulled out his phone and started recording a video while teasing Lin Yan, making him laugh endlessly until both of his short legs kicked off the blanket and even tossed the pacifier to the couch cushion. Uncle Su had someone prepare snacks and fruits and returned to see Jin Yan lying face down on the couch making silly faces with his rear sticking up. Despite himself, Uncle Su sighed in exasperation. Since old Master Wu returned to his hometown, he came from the old residence here. With his rigid personality, normally such behavior would have been forbidden. But for Jin Yan, Bai Jing specifically instructed to let him do as he pleased. Jin Yan didn't dare to misbehave for too long. Soon, he picked up Lin Yan and sat on the couch properly, meeting Uncle Su's gaze with a somewhat sheepish smile, glancing around to see if another child was nearby. When he asked Uncle Su replied, "Young master has been taken to the old house." It was funny how despite White Jinyuan's poor relationship with his son Bai Jing, he often had someone bring the boy over when Bai Jing was away on trips. Jin Yan nodded, then reached out to lightly poke Lin Yan's cheeks. His fingertips sank into the soft baby flesh, smooth and elastic. In his heart, he mumbled that he dared to touch Lin Yan this way, but he absolutely didn't dare to do so with another little friend. After staying in the Bai family for an afternoon and thanking Uncle Su for his invitation to dinner, Jin Yan left when Lin Yan fell asleep after playing. Outside, he found some food to fill his stomach, then drove to Wei's hospital. After parking, he didn't rush upstairs, aimlessly wandering around. Every time he came here, anxiety gnawed at him almost neurotically. Wandering aimlessly forced him to stop overthinking and instead focus on the random strangers passing by, helping to ease this overwhelming emotion. Once adjusted, he went upstairs, pushed open the familiar door, and could then flash the brightest of smiles at the person inside, as if all his expectations and hopes were never once dashed, just like the first time he saw Li Shi after her surgery. Later, I tried to comfort her because she was so sad, but I didn't know what to say. While massaging Li Shi's hand, Jin Yan rambled on about the events in the cafe that day. After pausing silently for a few seconds, he sighed again, "Uncle Li, if everyone in this world liked people who liked them back, life would be better." In the past, the person in the bed would definitely give him a glare and scold him for being stupid. But now, he had become the quietest listener in the world, too quiet, quiet enough that Jin Yan had to check his heartbeat every now and then just to continue speaking. At first, Jin Yan cried and begged him to open his eyes, begging him to wake up quickly. Then gradually, he stopped pleading, fearing Li Shi might get annoyed, leaving Jin Yan without any chance to beg anymore. After a brief period of dejection, Jin Yan quickly pulled himself together and took out his phone to play videos of Lin Yan. Even though he knew the person in bed couldn't see them, he would still hold up the phone screen in front of Li Shi from time to time, boasting about how well-behaved the child was. Once all the videos and photos were gone through, Jin Yan's gaze grew dim, and he lowered his head to rest it by Li Shi's hand, speaking in a muffled voice, "Uncle Li, please wake up, otherwise, Nian Nian won't recognize you anymore." It had been more than a year since Li Shi underwent surgery. Dr. Xiao personally performed the operation, which went very smoothly, but after the surgery, Li Shi did not regain consciousness. To this day, he still hasn't woken up. Every possible test has been done, and countless experts and scholars have been invited for consultations. Still, there was no solution. Although the condition didn't worsen and his vital signs gradually stabilized, according to common sense and previous cases, Li Shi had overcome a significant hurdle. Yet, he still showed no signs of waking up. Dr. Xiao explained that given Li Shi's pre-surgery state, combined with his past injuries and the side effects of the craniotomy, perhaps all these factors combined led to the current outcome. Later, for convenience of care, Li Shi was transferred back to Wei Family Hospital. But as another year passed, even the doctors stopped holding much hope. The more Jin Yan thought about it, the sadder he became. He buried his head in his arms, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and croaked, "I'm sorry." He couldn't remember how many times he had apologized, even though Bai Hao said it wasn't his fault. If Li Shi hadn't undergone surgery back then, the situation might have been even worse. Nevertheless, Jin Yan still felt guilty. He had helped Bai Jing force Li Shi to come back, and he had also helped Bai Jing force Li Shi to go through with the surgery. Always an optimist, Jin Yan now regretted his choices and began to doubt himself. Maybe Uncle Li was right. For some people, living wasn't necessarily a good thing, and dying wasn't necessarily bad either. Chapter 80. When Bai Jing and Bai Hao arrived in Jinhai City, it was almost midnight. Originally, they had booked a flight for the next morning, but an evening meeting was cancelled at the last minute, so they took the latest flight. This time, they came to see City for negotiation. The other party specialized in modern communication and information technology, holding the latest research and development in the industry. Bai Jing intended to buy this set of programs and transplant it into several projects under the company. However, there were quite a few people eyeing this coveted piece of technology, with numerous competitors involved, leaving them without much initiative. After several days of negotiation, they couldn't say they had full confidence. In the airport hall, Bai Jing walked ahead, with Sua Mingyuan beside him reporting something. Several department supervisors followed at the back, all wearing expressions that weren't good. After days of high-pressure work, even they, who are often teased by subordinates for being workaholics, felt a bit exhausted. One supervisor glanced at his companion with an expression as if wanting to say something but restrained himself. He received a few threatening looks, hesitating when he was unexpectedly pushed towards Bai Hao, who walked slightly ahead. Bai Hao's left hand rested on his suit, and his right held his phone as he was reading emails related to work. His white shirt and tailored suit pants highlighted his upright posture. Sensing someone approaching, he looked up. The supervisor surnamed he coughed lightly, trying to force a friendly smile onto his face which resembled Maitreya Buddha's, lowering his voice as he asked, "Secretary Bai, what are we going to do next?" Initially relieved that the evening meeting was cancelled, thinking finally they could catch some rest, but soon finding themselves rushing back after hours on a flight, the group was truly worn out like dogs. They also worried whether there might be an urgent matter at the company, requiring them to go back and work overtime. After asking, the supervisor stared at Bai Hao as if awaiting sentencing. He'd already decided that if Bai Hao told them to return to the company, he'd faint dead away in front of him. While he wouldn't dare to pass out in front of Bai Jing, before Bai Hao, he would. Bai Hao stopped walking, and everyone behind him immediately halted as well, holding their breath anxiously looking at him. He paused momentarily, slightly bowing his head as he gestured, "All of you have worked hard, go home and rest early." Having said that, he didn't wait for their reactions, catching up quickly with Bai Jing and Sua Mingyuan ahead. Upon exiting the airport hall, the driver was already waiting outside. As Bai Hao just got into the car, he heard Sua Mingyuan saying, "Jin Yan is with Li Shi." He was a little surprised, about to dial Jin Yan's number when Sua Mingyuan stopped him, saying, "He's fine, he just fell asleep at the hospital." Then he asked again, "Did old he complain to you?" Bai Hao shook his head, and Sua Mingyuan smiled, "I see, no matter how confused they get, they wouldn't dare to run to the nephew and speak ill of the uncle." Bai Jing was originally resting with eyes closed. Upon hearing his troublemaking tone, Bai Jing opened his mouth, "Give them a half day off tomorrow morning, and have them come to my office for a meeting at 2 in the afternoon." Sua Mingyuan touched his nose in acknowledgement, secretly cursing in his heart. Meeting with Bai Jing in the afternoon means those leaders won't dare to rest in the morning, likely not sleeping tonight either. Then he looked at Bai Jing, whose features carried signs of weariness, and at the neon light streaking by outside the car window, letting out a quiet sigh. Night deepened. Sua Mingyuan did not accompany them to the hospital, instead getting out of the car halfway through. When Bai Jing and Bai Hao reached the ward, Jin Yan was sound asleep curled up on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. Bai Hao swiftly went over, first touching his forehead to check his temperature. Confirming it was normal, he squatted down calling his name softly, mindful not to startle him as it was very late. Jin Yan slowly opened his eyes. Once he sat up and recognized the person in front of him, he was instantly dazed, "Young master." Bai Hao draped his jacket over his shoulders, adjusting the collar gently, pulling him up while saying, "Go home and sleep." Just now Jin Yan was sitting on the sofa blocked by Bai Hao, only seeing Bai Jing after standing up. Stammering, he addressed Bai Xiansheng, "Mr. Bai," and instinctively tried to hide behind Bai Hao. Bai Hao gripped his hand tightly, shifting his body to block Bai Jing's view from behind, "Uncle, we're going back." Unexpectedly, before they could move, Bai Jing called them out. Jin Yan instantly tensed, swallowing nervously. Bai Hao's gaze deepened slightly, turning fully to face Bai Jing, entirely shielding Jin Yan behind him. Bai Jing didn't rush to speak, instead staring at them with interest, feeling as if he were an incorrigibly evil villain bullying two young children. It wasn't until the one at the back began looking pitifully close to tears, making the one in front nearly lose his composure, that Bai Jing slowly said, "Jin Yan, everything you said last time was correct." He paused, and his voice softened considerably. "So you don't need to feel afraid, and no one will blame you." The moment these words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Bai Jing looked at the two dumbfounded individuals and smiled. "That's all, go rest." Once the pair left, Bai Jing loosened his tie, unfastening his cufflinks as he told Li Shui, "This kid truly cares about you." Could it be otherwise? For Li Shui, he had scolded Bai Jing fiercely. This happened last month. Ordinarily, Bai Jing and Jin Yan seldom met, but on that day fate aligned, and they were both there visiting Li Shui. In the afternoon, someone delivered a bouquet of flowers, and soon after, Sua Mingyuan received a call. It was Ning Yu wanting to talk to Bai Jing. Before Bai Jing could respond, Jin Yan suddenly stepped forward and coldly stated, "Don't mention that person's name here." Dissatisfied with repeating it just once, amidst everyone's stunned expressions, he reiterated each word slowly for the second time. In Bai Jing's memory, he had never seen Jin Yan exhibit such a resolute side before. Although he was indeed surprised, he did not feel personally offended. Bai Hao, however, immediately restrained Jin Yan and apologized first, only for Jin Yan to shake off his hand and raise his voice, "Mr. Bai, if you're still in contact with that person, don't bother coming to see Uncle Li." Despite being the one doing the reprimanding and being the one visibly upset, it was also him whose eyes reddened first. "Do you even know how Uncle Li ended up like this?" He gritted his teeth, trembling all over. "When that person first returned to the country, you stayed with him in the hospital all night. But do you know what state Uncle Li was in when I came to pick him up? Do you remember what that person did on the day Uncle Li saved me?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, clearly having turned these thoughts over countless times within his heart. His voice cracked emotionally as he continued, "Therefore, do not mention that person's name in this room. Don't defile Uncle Li." With that, he seized the bouquet of flowers and threw it into the trash can, tears streaming down his face. After that incident, Bai Jing barely saw Jin Yan anymore. The kid deliberately timed his hospital visits to avoid coinciding with Bai Jing, specifically choosing moments when Bai Jing wouldn't be around to visit Uncle Li. Bai Jing had never thought of holding it against him, yet the things Jin Yan had said replayed repeatedly in Bai Jing's mind every day. How could he not have known? On the day Ning Yu returned to the country, Li Shui almost died at the hands of Jiang Manqing. When Bai Jing was in the hospital with Ning Yu, that person was severely wounded and utterly disheartened, even calling him, but Bai Jing was too lazy to answer and handed the phone over to Sua Mingyuan. On the day he rescued Jin Yan, Bai Jing learned from Ning Yu that he himself had once sought to take his life. How could Bai Jing not know? He knew everything. In the past, he didn't care, or perhaps didn't realize he cared, thus acting without restraint. Now, knowing his love for this person, reminiscing about the past brought forth the searing pain of watching Li Shui crushed by Jiang Manqing and Bai Jing himself. Though Bai Jing also understood clearly that his so-called empathy was nothing but a joke, paling incomparably to even a fraction of the anguish this person endured. Sitting beside the bed, Bai Jing took hold of Li Shui's hand, gently rubbing his thumb against his palm as he softly said, "You've always been better than me at judging people. This person has never been one to grumble or complain about injustice." Even after being ill for a year, Jin Yan still remembered the past and complained, cried, and lamented on his behalf. Bai Jing thought it was good, at least in this world, there was still someone who had never let him down. With this thought, Bai Jing's face took on a self-mocking smile as he asked, "So how did you end up liking me?" This was truly a question bound to provoke Li Shui. Given his temperament, when in a good mood, he might reply with a couple of mocking laughs. When in a bad mood, it would likely result in a quarrel starting with, "It's none of your business." He often veered off topic to mask his true feelings, even though Bai Jing's inquiry wasn't actually intended maliciously. But now, regardless of either kind of response, it was a luxury Bai Jing could no longer expect. Chapter 81. In the morning, because Li Shui needed hyperbaric oxygen therapy, Wei Zhe arrived before 9 o'clock. When he arrived, he saw Sua Mingyuan at the ward's entrance, speaking to a nurse. For a moment, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "Did you arrive this morning?" "I got here in the early hours of yesterday morning." Sua Mingyuan showed a bitter smile. Wei Zhe was confused for 3 seconds, his gaze shifting from the door back to Sua Mingyuan. Knowing what he was about to ask, Sua Mingyuan replied, "He's inside, he slept in the hospital last night." Over the past year, Bai Jing spent more time at the hospital than at home, shuttling between both places, and whenever it got late, he would just sleep on the sofa. Although Bai Jing never mentioned anything, Sua Mingyuan often hesitated, wanting to pull strings for some special treatment. But since it wasn't their jurisdiction and Bai Jing never voiced any requests, he couldn't do much. Fortunately, Wei Zhe initially kept purposefully distant from him, but later, out of compassion, arranged a rest room for him next to Li Shui's ward. "Really troublesome," Wei Zhe muttered as a comment. Sua Mingyuan silently agreed but dared not show it on his face. It was all because he answered Ning Yu's call that day, and Bai Jing was still upset with him now. He regretted it too. Ning Xiao sounded so genuinely repentant on the phone. After almost a year with no trouble caused by the Ning family, and given how strained relations had become between the Bai and Ning families, removing an enemy always seemed like a good thing, so he softened. Sua Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. Earlier he wanted to bring Bai Jing and Li Shui together, annoying Bai Jing in the process, and now he tried to reason with Bai Jing rationally, only to get close to being kicked. Anyway, he admitted that he was a dumb idiot who didn't understand these emotional entanglements. As Wei Zhe pushed the door open, Bai Jing had just finished massaging Li Shui. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Jing glanced up at Wei Zhe, continuing his movements. He adjusted Li Shi's collar, then one hand wrapped around her waist while the other held the back of her head, gently laying her down on the bed. At first, he was quite clumsy. Fu Ying frequently visited the hospital, each time berating him for pretending to care, mocking him for being a delicate young man incapable of proper caregiving, unable even to help turn someone over properly. As time passed, seeing how patient he was, clearing wounds, massaging, and administering medicine, all done increasingly skillfully, even able to care for Li Shi alone without assistance, Fu Ying stopped complaining altogether. Wei Zhe knew he'd been on a business trip recently and returned in the middle of the night. He asked, "Are you resting today?" The other person calmly responded, "I'll return to the company this afternoon." Dressed casually, presumably changed clothes left in the adjacent restroom, considering it was after all a hospital, Wei Zhe resisted advising him, "All right, go home early, you still have time to take a bath." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Jing's phone rang. After glancing at the number, before answering, he told Wei Zhe, "I'll wait until he finishes the treatment and leave at noon." Then, walking toward the window, as soon as he answered, a string of foreign words came out, frowning as he entered work mode. At this point, Sua Mingyuan also walked in, followed by Bai Hao. Bai Hao placed the files he was carrying onto the glass coffee table in front of the sofa, lowering his voice to talk with Sua Mingyuan when he saw Bai Jing on the phone. Standing in the middle, Wei Zhe watched as the ward transformed suddenly into an office, making him feel amused yet irritated. Yet deep down, he unconsciously relaxed. He admitted that he had never been optimistic about Bai Jing, or rather, almost no one around them trusted Bai Jing. Everyone waited, perhaps days, weeks, or months, waiting for the day when he would walk out of the room and never come back. But after a year, from hoping for Li Shi's survival to hoping she would wake up after her condition stabilized, despite repeated disappointments and doctors losing optimism, Bai Jing's attitude never wavered. It was as if Li Shi simply caught a minor illness, would take some medicine, and would be fine after sleeping. Wei Zhe could never link such a Bai Jing with the person who had once tried to eliminate Li Shi, always fearing this was a false display of guilt turning into deep affection. When secretly asking Sua Mingyuan whether Bai Jing was associating with anyone, he received a scolding reply, "Consider how much time he spends in the hospital, where does he find another Bai Jing outside who has time to date?" This angered him greatly. If it weren't for having 2 kids at home, I believe he would move directly into the hospital. Originally, if the topic hadn't touched on the children, everything might have been better. But the mention made Wei Zhe's headache worsen. The elder child is named Bai Yi, the younger one is called Lin Yan. When Wei Zhe first heard it, he almost fainted from embarrassment. It didn't stop there, he also heard that Bai Jing liked to add after introducing his older son to others, "Yi from Li Shi's Yi." Then watching most people react with varied expressions but flatteringly agreeing, "Great name, great name." He wondered why he hadn't realized earlier how boring this person was. By afternoon, those working or attending meetings had left, leaving only Jin Yan behind. Finally, the ward returned to its usual state. As the weather grew increasingly sultry, Jin Yan opened the window. The summer breeze carried in an annoying chorus of cicadas, making him irritably wipe his slightly sweat-drenched bangs. He picked up a spray bottle to water the potted plants kept in his room and then tidied up the scattered clutter before finally sitting back by the bedside. Right at that moment, his phone rang. As soon as he picked it up, Xiao En's loud voice came through, "Jin Yan. We're out of coffee beans." Jin Yan moved the phone a little farther from his ear, helplessly replying, "I already contacted them this morning, they said they'd deliver by 4. Xiao En huffed, "Why aren't you at the store yet?" "I'm going to report your absence to Jia Zhao. Jin Yan chuckled at her threat, "Comrade Xiao En, I'll get there on a rocket, please show me some mercy." While bantering with Xiao En, he returned to the home screen of his phone, intending to find the deliverman's number to confirm again. He didn't notice the person sleeping quietly on the bed until their eyelashes flickered and the fingers of the left hand dangling by their side slightly curled. It was Xiao En's birthday today. Zhu Lei, an conscientious boss, had ordered a bunch of food and drinks delivered to the store and hung up the temporarily closed sign, ordering everyone not to leave that night so they could have a birthday party in the shop. They'd been getting along for half a year, harmonious personalities complementing each other well. With both Zhu Lei and Xiao En being social butterflies and 4 part-time students added to the mix, it was quite chaotic indeed. Jin Yan couldn't drink alcohol, so he only buried himself in eating heartily, occasionally stopping them from getting too crazy so passers-by outside wouldn't gawk. When halfway through the rock song blaring from the speakers started giving him a headache, Zhu Lei took out his phone to switch tracks. He said it was specially prepared for Xiao En, and just a second later, a rich, powerful male tenor voice filled the shop, singing, "Nothing is more beautiful than a red sunset oh." Xiao En became fuming mad and dug a dollop of cream from the cake to chase Zhu Lei. They ran around the table for several laps. Just as Xiao En seemed about to catch him, Zhu Lei grabbed Jin Yan standing nearby watching the commotion and locked his arms tightly around Jin Yan's waist, burying his face in Jin Yan's shoulder like an octopus trying desperately to cling to every limb. After circling around him once, Xiao En couldn't find any place to strike back. Her hand stretched out menacingly like Zhou Zhirua gone dark side, angrily shouting, "Jia Zha Lei, why don't you fight me 1v1? The others laughed and cheered. Zhu Lei, taller than Jin Yan, choked him to where he struggled to breathe, unable to break free. Desperate but without choice, Jin Yan let Zhu Lei use him as a shield. Looking down, he saw Xiao En, barely over 5 feet tall, bouncing around like a little hamster while the song about the red sunset grew louder and more majestic. Unable to hold back his laughter, Jin Yen burst out laughing. At this moment, his happiness was genuine and unburdened, no need for caution as usual. So, he wasn't aware of how radiant his smile was, nor did he know how sharp this smile looked to others. Since Jin Yen couldn't drink alcohol or stay up late, he didn't play too late with everyone else and went home earlier than 10 o'clock. He currently lived in an apartment in the city with Bai Hao, very close to the coffee shop, only a 10-minute walk away. This house was specifically found by Bai Hao for Jin Yen, who tried to refuse initially, but Bai Hao ignored his protests, leaving Jin Yen powerless against him. After showering, it was already 10:30, and Bai Hao still hadn't returned. Overworking overtime was routine for him, but if he would be late coming home, he would definitely inform Jin Yen beforehand. Unsettled, Jin Yen called him. The waiting tone lasted for a bit, and when the call finally connected, Jin Yen froze upon hearing the sweet female voice on the other end. Confirming the number on his phone, he stammered awkwardly, "Why you? I am looking for." Realizing something mid-sentence, he quickly asked instead, "Excuse me, is Secretary Bai available to take my call?" Seemingly startled by his nervousness, the woman on the other end also began to stutter, hurriedly explaining herself. After a long pause, Jin Yen understood that Bai Hao had drunk himself unconscious and now 2 colleagues were taking him home. Upon hearing his phone ring, fearing they might miss some important matter, one of Bai Hao's female colleagues had answered. Startled, Jin Yen dropped the pillow and stood up, rushing to grab a coat from the bedroom, ready to go out. "Could you tell me where you are? I'll come pick him up." She quickly reassured him, "No need, we're already in Secretary Bai's residential area. We're just waiting for the elevator." Jin Yen calmed slightly, confirmed the floor with them, then took the key and waited outside the elevator. When the elevator door opened, the people inside obviously hadn't expected anyone to be waiting outside. Bai Hao was tall, while the male colleague was rather slim and weak, making it difficult for them to support Bai Hao properly. The female colleague tried to help but hesitated to make too much physical contact, so she simply held Bai Hao up. Looking up at Jin Yen, she said, "Could you please step aside?" Seeing Bai Hao's uncomfortable state, Jin Yen didn't even take time to explain. Saying, "Let me handle it," he stepped into the elevator and took Bai Hao from his colleagues, transferring the man's weight onto himself. His actions were so natural that the 2 colleagues looked at each other in surprise, and only then did Jin Yen remember to explain, "I'm his." His what? There were few occasions in his life where he had to clarify his relationship with Bai Hao, so he stumbled over the words before saying, "I'm his friend." At this point, the girl recognized his voice and widened her eyes in realization, "You're the one who just called?" Jin Yen nodded, not adding anything more as he helped Bai Hao walk home. The 2 quickly followed, trying to offer assistance, but seeing how effortless Jin Yen seemed to be managing Bai Hao, they weren't sure what to do. After getting Bai Hao back to his room, Jin Yen stood up and said, "Sorry for troubling you." Since his injury, he had never returned to the company, and had no connections with Bai Hao's professional circle. He didn't recognize these 2 and didn't know which department they were from. Hearing this, the woman shook her head repeatedly, No, it's our fault for letting Secretary Bai drink so much. We should have stopped him." "Yeah," the male colleague chimed in, "he rarely joined us for gatherings before, and when he did, he never drank alcohol. I don't know what happened today." Then he suddenly felt embarrassed and asked, "Could I borrow your restroom?" Jin Yen pointed out the direction, and after the man left, he wanted to ask the woman in the professional attire with black hair something more detailed, but before he could speak, she addressed him first, "Excuse me." Her eyes slowly shifted to the sleepwear he was wearing. "Oh, I live here," Jin Yen explained. Seeing her still puzzled expression, he awkwardly came up with an excuse, "I've been having some difficulties lately, so I've been borrowing this place to stay." The woman understood, and with her big, flashing eyes, she looked earnestly at him and suddenly asked, "So, you must be close friends with Secretary Bai, right?" Jin Yen scratched his head, feeling extremely awkward and unsure what to say. Yeah. Do you know who he likes?" She glanced around and then lowered her voice to ask. Perhaps Jin Yan's expression was too confused, because she bit her lip and quickly explained, see. A friend of mine confessed to Secretary Bai, but he said he already has someone he likes." Jin Yen stood frozen in place, forgetting to look at the woman's flushed face or her averted gaze, his mind stuck on the thought, he said he already has someone he likes. He couldn't remember how he responded or how he sent the 2 out. When he finally came to, he found himself already in Bai Hao's room. Bai Hao felt uncomfortable from the intoxication, furrowing his brows deeply. His face turned red all the way to the tips of his ears, and his tie had been torn off by himself. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jin Yen approached and leaned down to help remove Bai Hao's suit jacket, loosened the tie, and undid the buttons at the collar and cuffs of his shirt. Only when Bai Hao's breathing became smoother did Jin Yen go get a damp towel to wipe his face and hands. Though Bai Hao's body was uncomfortably hot, the wet towel gave him relief, yet Jin Yan's constant movements irritated him, so he grabbed Jin Yan's wrist and placed the towel on his forehead. Jin Yen helplessly stopped his motions, allowing Bai Hao to hold his hand. He sat by the bedside, looking at him and sighing involuntarily. "Why did you have to drink? It wasn't like old times anymore. Not when you had to rely on others for everything, nor when you had to lower yourself just to survive." Even if you haven't achieved much now, working under Bai Jing, there's no need to endure those humiliations anymore. Bai Hao fell asleep, gradually relaxing his grip. Jin Yen gently pulled his hand back, pulling the blanket over Bai Hao's body but not leaving right away. Looking at Bai Hao's peaceful sleeping face illuminated softly by the yellow lamp, Jin Yen suddenly felt overwhelmed with sorrow. What exactly are you troubled by? Jin Yen asked silently in his heart. Being someone who never drinks, without any compelling reason, why did you drink yourself into needing someone else to stop you at such an ordinary office gathering? Is it because of that person you like? Because you can't be together, is that it? Jin Yen lowered his head, gripping the towel tightly in his hand. He didn't know who this person was, it might be Song Siluo, or it might be someone else. But regardless of who it was, he, Jin Yen, was the obstacle, the burden, the stumbling block in this unattainable or forced-apart relationship. Over the course of this year, Bai Hao seemed to have reverted to the young master who had once taken him in, teaching him, looking after him, and keeping him company. Without realizing it, Jin Yen began to crave for such happiness to last longer. Every time he thought about leaving, he would find an excuse to delay his departure by saying he would leave only after Uncle Li woke up. Even when Bai Hao broached their relationship and mentioned his ambiguous confession, Jin Yen would always change the subject and gloss over it. He knew what his young master wanted to say, nothing more than rejecting his feelings and redefining their bond as that of family. But after avoiding reality for so long, and seeing Bai Hao suffer like this, Jin Yen realized it was finally time to face the truth. Chapter 82. Li Shuyi had a strange dream. In the dream, he was locked in a black enclosed space where he could perceive nothing. He didn't know how much time had passed until the black curtain surrounding him began to be slowly pulled back by beams of light. That's when he realized that he was standing in the middle of an empty campus, and he could even hear piano music playing from the broadcast during lunch break. Li Shuyi looked into the distance, the sunlight spread strangely on the ground. All buildings were flat, with all shaded areas covered in thick darkness, as if their shapes had been roughly sketched on paper and then cut out and pasted onto a pitch-black background. Even the digital display at the center of the administration building showed no time, instead, the numbers and fluctuating lines accompanied by beep sounds resembled an electrocardiogram. In this almost motionless space, Li Shuyi heard someone calling his name. The voice came now near, now far, like one person or several different ones. He tried to respond but couldn't make a sound, his body feeling as though weighed down by something heavy, making his breathing more and more rapid due to a mysterious sense of suffocation. The surrounding scenery gradually twisted and intertwined into a mass, and despite his struggle, he sank deeper and deeper. Just as he was about to be enveloped again by the darkness, it seemed as if someone pushed him heavily. Li Shuyi abruptly broke free from the chaos and opened his eyes. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. A completely unfamiliar face intruded into his line of sight. In the other person's excited, trembling call, all of Li Shuyi's vague imaginings receded, leaving only a void in his mind. Then, more unfamiliar faces surged into his vision. These people were all wearing white coats, gathered together looking at him with looks filled with excitement. Li Shuyi. Someone lunged forward and grabbed him. You're awake. When Li Shuyi saw the doctor whose eyes reddened with emotion, he immediately knew his name was Wei Zhe. But who was Wei Zhe? Why did he know the man's name? What kind of relationship did they have? Do you know who I am? The man asked next, his expression almost breaking into tears. Li Shuyi frowned. He recognized everything, knew that these people around him were doctors, the objects hanging around their necks were stethoscopes, and what rested on their noses were glasses. These objective recognitions and thoughts were still there, but for human connections, all the intersections and emotions felt as though they'd been filtered away. Even the faint images he could barely recall flickered away instantly without connecting into any coherent memory. Wei Zhe probably noticed the difficulty and dullness in how he processed information, so after calming himself down, he no longer forced communication and simply conducted a quick check before saying some soothing words. Then, along with several other doctors, he left. Li Shuyi observed his surroundings, not knowing how long he had been lying there. He only felt that his body was like a soft, mushy piece of tofu, almost melting into the bed, without enough strength to even move a finger. Fortunately, the person staying behind to take care of him in the room was smart and figured out his discomfort, slightly raising the headrest of the bed. The window on the wall was half open, twilight had arrived, and the sunset dyed the distant skyscrapers orange-red. Li Shuyi stared at the sky blankly for a while, his mind chaotic. The doctor Wei earlier said he was sick and told him not to think about anything now. But why was he sick? Where was his dad? His aunt? Not a single familiar person was around. In the past, even if he sneezed, they would fuss over him endlessly. More doubts piled up in his heart, but his brain was like a broken machine, difficult to start, let alone function normally. He didn't know how much time had passed, it could have been a minute or perhaps an hour. Li Shuyi found himself unable to accurately perceive the flow of time. It seemed as if the tiny particles floating in the reflected evening glow also moved very slowly. When he started to feel drowsy again, sudden hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Perhaps because the hospital was too quiet, this sound stood out sharply, hitting his heart rhythmically and making him inexplicably nervous. As if guided by a premonition, just as Li Shuyi glanced towards the door, the person outside forcefully pushed it open and met his gaze. It appeared he must have walked too fast, a few strands of hair fell over sharp eyebrows, his tie askew, and his chest rising and falling dramatically, indicating uneven breathing. By Jing. His useless brain instantly provided him the corresponding symbol for this person. Before he had a chance to identify it further, he was tightly embraced by the imposing man in front of him. This embrace was far too intimate. Li Shi found himself enveloped in the other person's arms, surrounded by their breath, and in that moment of bewilderment, he experienced an illusion, a sense that this very place was where he truly belonged. Li Shi. The voice was deep, hoarse, and tinged with muffled sobs. As Li Shi remained embraced, his gaze fixed on the void ahead. His initial confusion slowly dissipated, revealing a faint glimmer of coldness and pain. This person meant too much to him, so profoundly etched into his soul that ever since he laid eyes on them, every memory of the past surged back like a tidal wave flooding his mind. His brain could no longer deceive itself, tricking him into still being Li Shi, the high school student, or pretending he was lingering before the most regretful moment of his life, still having a chance to find someone who was already gone and repair all the regrets and flaws. But he would never be Li Shi, the high school student, again. By the time Jin Yen reached the hospital upon receiving the news, Li Shi had just taken his medicine and fallen asleep. He had held back his emotions for so long, originally wanting to let out a loud sob, but now he could only carefully stand by the bedside and force down the lump in his throat under Bai Hao's slightly warning glance. Bai Hao seeing his distressed look made his own heart heavy with sympathy. He quietly pulled him closer, pinched his chin to raise his head, and gently wiped away the redness around his watery eyes with his fingertips. Could he really let Jin Yen cry? On the other side stood Bai Jing, silently gripping Li Shi's hand without saying a word, his aura dark and oppressive. If Jin Yen dared to cry, it was likely Bai Jing would toss him out. The tense atmosphere in the room didn't lift until Wei Zhe returned. Wei Zhe said they were still unsure about Li Shi's exact condition and would need to conduct more tests once he woke up. However, as long as he had regained consciousness, it was good news. Because he hadn't been there when Li Shi woke up, Jin Yen felt deeply frustrated. He had intended to stay in the hospital, but Bai Jing wouldn't allow it. After briefing Bai Hao about some work-related matters, they left. Jin Yen tried to argue, but Bai Hao shook his head and pulled him along. On the way back, Jin Yen was sulking. He complained that Bai Jing was too overbearing, saying that Uncle Li wasn't solely his to control, so why should he disallow others from visiting? Bai Hao reached out to pat his head and sighed lightly. Uncle has also had a hard year emotionally. Just indulge him this time. Bai Hao spent more time with Bai Jing lately, and he somewhat understood what his uncle was going through. His uncle, this man, always kept his guard up tightly. During the year Li Shi was unconscious, many people grieved openly and cried like Jin Yen, while others expressed regret like Wei Zhe. Yet Bai Jing remained silent, steadfastly watching over without showing even the slightest trace of emotion. But he was human too, how could he remain unaffected? Now, with the person finally awake, the suppressed emotions from a whole year might have overwhelmed him. Now, Bai Hao refrained from scolding Jin Yen harshly even if their opinions differed. Unlike before, when he would command him imperiously, now he either compromised or patiently reasoned with Jin Yen, trying to soothe him. Jin Yen, being rather dense, had not noticed this gradual change over time. Upon hearing Bai Hao's words, he muttered something to comfort himself. All right, I'll just say I'm indulging him. Bai Hao thought the pouting expression on Jin Yen's face looked cute, and couldn't help but smile. But when he recalled seeing Jin Yen being hugged by someone else, his smile faded slightly. Chapter 83. The first few days after Li Shi woke up were truly unbearable. Not being able to speak or move were minor issues compared to trying to process the more than 10 years of his life he had briefly forgotten. It almost made him feel that living was worse than dying. Additionally, because of the after-effects of the craniotomy, he would suddenly lose parts of his memory temporarily and then quickly regain them. This on and off state lasted nearly a month before stabilizing. In the eyes of doctors, he was a miracle worthy of being written about in various research papers and news reports, but in the grand scheme of things, his prayers seemed never to be heard. So Li Shi didn't know whether waking up was a gift from fate or a punishment. Since Bai Jing recovered consciousness, he practically lived with Li Shi. If it weren't for Sua Mingyuan occasionally sneaking in with documents needing signatures, Li Shi might have thought that the Bai family business had collapsed, allowing him such leisure time. Another frequent visitor was Jin Yen. Li Shi could never forget when this child saw him again, tears welling up, shakily calling him Uncle Li, dragging out the final sound as if performing in a play. This provoked in him both laughter and frustration, unable to express either due to his condition, leaving his chest aching in discomfort. Besides this, every day was filled with countless tests, and he even encountered Dr. Xiao again, who had performed his surgery. Old Dr. Xiao said it was already a miracle that he could wake up with clear consciousness. Luckily, over the year, he had received very meticulous care, minimizing muscle atrophy to the greatest extent possible. However, gradual recovery through rehabilitation exercises was still required for true recovery. Before leaving, Dr. Xiao hesitated, then consoled him with these words, "Life is long, look forward." Li Shi thanked him with a nod but couldn't help wondering what there was to hope for when all he could see ahead was ruin. But having endured so much already, having experienced all the bad, and not having been taken by death yet, Li Shi decided that if he really must suffer forever, then he might as well live properly. Today, during the rare absence of Bai Jing, Li Shui was practicing simple joint flexibility exercises under the guidance of his physical therapist. Having woken up not too long ago, his recovery had to progress gradually, starting with basic exercises aided by external force on the bed, until just lightly sweating. Slowly, he'd move on to sitting, standing, and walking. Jin Yan assisted beside him, helping to lift his hands and legs for support or offering him water or wiping his sweat during breaks. After the exercises ended, when only the two of them remained, Li Shui asked, "Isn't Bai Jing coming today?" His question actually carried an intention to tell Bai Jing something important, but Jin Yan mistakenly thought he was worried about Bai Jing's arrival and hurriedly responded, "He will come, Mr. Bai went home to arrange some matters." To reassure further, Jin Yan added, "He has already discussed with the doctor about bringing Uncle Li home for rehabilitation." Li Shui's test results had come out. Currently, all data was stable. Early simple exercises requiring supportive devices and therapists, including nutritionists, could all be arranged at home, making constant hospital stays unnecessary. Li Shui paused, immediately recalling how Bai Jing had once brought Ning Yu home with similar intentions. He couldn't help but think that Bai Jing should start a charity instead. He then turned to Jin Yan and asked, "What's the deal between you and Bai Hao?" "Ah." Jin Yan looked dumbfounded at him. Li Shui stated outright, "Are you two together?" Jin Yan hastily waved his hands in denial, "No. I and young master, we are just like when we were kids." Knowing Li Shui usually disapproved of Bai Hao, Jin Yan cautiously added, "He treats me really well. What will happen when he gets married, or starts dating someone? Will you continue to stay with him like when you were kids, living in his house forever?" Li Shui's words left no room for excuses. Jin Yan felt hurt inside and laughed, translates to reluctantly in Chinese, "It's not like that. I know I can't cling on to young master my whole life. Before Uncle Li woke up, I had already planned to start a new life elsewhere." Hearing this, Li Shui was grateful that he was now disabled, otherwise, given his temper, he'd likely beat Jin Yan into crying. But he truly couldn't do anything about Bai Hao. What if he did something to upset Bai Hao? Wouldn't Jin Yan be the one most affected? And anyway, liking someone was uncontrollable, people were often helpless in love. It wasn't as though he cared deeply for Jin Yan, he could force Bai Hao to like Jin Yan. Such tyranny wasn't feasible. "Since things are this way, why don't you come with me?" Li Shui had long planned to leave Jinhai City. In his current state, he needed someone around to take care of him anyway. As Jin Yan and Bai Hao were bound to separate eventually, he might as well take Jin Yan away with him now. Jin Yan quietly nodded. He always listened to Li Shui, and no matter what his relationship was with Bai Hao, he was determined to stay by Li Shui until he had fully recovered. Once the matter was settled in his mind, Li Shui took his medication and fell into a peaceful sleep. He slept deeply, waking only when it was dark outside. He noticed light in the room and turned toward its source. Sitting on the sofa was Bai Jing, sporting a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, reading something in hand. The standing desk lamp beside him was dimly lit, probably so as not to disturb Li Shui's rest. Li Shui quietly watched him, feeling mixed emotions in his chest. For everyone else, the year he spent in a coma stretched time endlessly long enough that even Fu Ying, who once detested Bai Jing so much, never spoke a word against him in front of Li Shui again. Long enough for those doctors and nurses who didn't know him personally to sigh over how hard Bai Jing's life must have been, their voices filled with wishes for brighter days ahead for him. But for Li Shui himself, this long year seemed to pass in an instant. Maybe because he had been disappointed too many times in the past, compared to his own awakening after a year-long coma, the fact that Bai Jing was still around was to him an even greater miracle. Awake? Bai Jing soon noticed his gaze, turned on the lights in the room, and approached, taking off his glasses. As usual, he first adjusted the bed higher so that Li Shui could sit comfortably, then fetched a cup of warm water and helped him drink half a glass. After he finished, Bai Jing placed the cup aside, naturally bent down to check his forehead temperature, and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort? Do you need to use the restroom?" Since Li Shui woke up, Bai Jing had been taking care of him every day like this. Though Li Shui was already able to speak, he communicated little with Bai Jing, mostly responding with nods or shakes of his head. However, today, he made no response at all. It wasn't until Bai Jing hesitated and hummed inquisitively that Li Shui finally spoke up, "Actually, you don't need to do these things." Bai Jing didn't get upset but smiled tolerantly, "This is the longest sentence you've said to me these past few days." His attitude suggested that regardless of what harsh words came out of Li Shui's mouth, he would let them slide without complaint. Li Shui paused, unsure how to respond, just as someone arrived with the meal, so he stayed silent. Bai Jing poured the congee into a bowl, sat next to Li Shui, and slowly stirred the congee. He then scooped half a spoonful, touched it lightly to his lips to test the temperature, found it suitable, and fed it to Li Shui. Li Shui didn't make a fuss and swallowed the congee willingly. At the beginning of his recovery, he couldn't eat anything with grease, except for plain congee which he could swallow a little more easily. Now, he was slightly better, allowing only tiny bits of minced meat added to the congee. Bai Jing had been troubled about this for quite some time and had tried various methods to no avail, he could only nurture Li Shui patiently. A small bowl of congee saw Li Shui finishing less than half before wrinkling his brows. Even though Bai Jing repeatedly persuaded him saying, "It's just the last sip," and "There's only one more spoonful," Li Shui became irritated and turned his head away from the spoon, giving Bai Jing a cold glare. Bai Jing chuckled, put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and said, "All right, I admit my fault." They both were people who responded well to gentleness rather than toughness. In the past, they'd inevitably argue fiercely to determine whose fault it was, but now Bai Jing handled it smoothly with a simple casual remark. Bai Jing stood up and grabbed the blueprints he'd been reviewing earlier. He said to Li Shui, "Take a look, I plan to renovate the garden." He kept talking, outlining his intended plan tailored to Li Shui's current physical condition, converting it into a place more suited for rehabilitation and rest. Li Shui silently listened, waiting for him to finish, then said, "Put the blueprints down first, I have something important to tell you." Seeing the serious expression on Li Shui's face, Bai Jing stopped smiling and placed the blueprints aside, becoming attentive. "Go ahead. Do you remember what I said to you before I entered the operating room?" Li Shui asked solemnly. "I told you I don't blame you. No matter whether it was about getting hurt or falling ill, all that has passed now, and I don't blame you." Bai Jing remained silent for a moment before replying softly, "I'm not afraid you'll blame me." "I know, I understand what you mean," Li Shui interrupted him, showing a calmness bordering on indifference. "During this past year, thank you for looking after me. All the talk about owing each other nothing, that was all hot-headed nonsense." He paused briefly, trying to make his tone lighter. "Right now, I really don't have any regrets. If you're willing, we can remain friends. But Bai Jing, it's better if we stop this thing between us." Saying that he wasn't moved would be a lie, but his nature was stubborn. Once set on a path, even colliding headfirst against difficulties wouldn't change his stance. Being lost in love made him feel utterly wretched, losing nearly everything just to come back to his senses. If he were to go through all this again, he was truly terrified. Bai Jing didn't say a word. He stared at Li Shui for a long while, and when he saw that the other wasn't swayed in the slightest, he finally said, "Actually, you know very well that no matter what you ask of me now, I won't refuse." "But Li Shui," Bai Jing sighed lightly, "let me ask you, have you ever given me the chance to make a choice?" When Bai Jing didn't want to be with Li Shui, the latter wouldn't let go, insisting on complicating their relationship further. Once Bai Jing began to feel something, took it seriously, Li Shui turned around to walk away. Bai Jing didn't dare say it was all Li Shui's fault, but had he ever truly given Bai Jing the opportunity to choose? Li Shui couldn't refute this, and indeed, he hadn't left any room for Bai Jing to choose. This was also why he didn't want their relationship to develop further. Between them, there were few pleasant memories and numerous scars, both physical and emotional. If they could remain peaceful, that might be fine. However, once disputes arose, inevitably past grievances would resurface and resentment would brew. So, it was best to end things here. Apparently chilled by Li Shui's silence, Bai Jing stood up and left the room without a backward glance. Wei Zhe just came in, passing by Bai Jing. While looking back, he muttered, "What's wrong with this guy? His face looks so awful." Li Shui replied helplessly, "I don't have much time left here. You should stop worrying about us." Wei Zhe froze, his eyes widening, clearly ready to yell in anger. But before he could explode, Li Shui explained, "It's not like you think. I just intend to leave Jinhai and find a quiet place to rehabilitate in peace." Wei Zhe placed the pen on the medical file, suddenly realizing, "So Bai Jing." He paused mid-sentence, shaking his head unconsciously. What can I say about you? Sometimes, I feel like you don't actually like Bai Jing but treat him more like a mortal enemy or a rival." How stubbornly Shui acted toward Bai Jing. Even sick in bed, his eyes still seemed to shout, "I can't lose." If you really don't care anymore, does it matter where you stay? All you're doing is avoiding seeing him. Li Shui didn't deny it, and even teased himself lightly, "You're absolutely right, I simply don't want to see him. If I do, we'll only ruin everything again." If Li Shui had fobbed off Wei Zhe with some excuses, he would have likely offered more advice. However, since Li Shui admitted everything so straightforwardly, Wei Zhe found it hard to comment. All he could do was sigh, "All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. Just follow your heart and don't regret it." As for whether he'd regret it or not, Li Shui couldn't come to a definite conclusion at the moment. But he'd lived half his life with enough flamboyance already, perhaps the rest of his days should be spent quietly as a timid coward who retracts from the world. At over 30 years old, living his life like this, achieving nothing except accumulating injuries and illnesses, being entangled in love affairs and despair, it was too foolish. Chapter 84. After Li Shui managed to drive Bai Jing away, he thought that the relationship between them had probably come to an end. But who would have guessed that this person not only appeared in his ward as usual the next day but also brought two special guests, Song Xiaoxiao and Tang Shui. When people visit patients, they usually bring some light-colored gladioli or carnations. However, Song Xiaoxiao held a bouquet of brightly colored roses that matched her face perfectly, making it hard for anyone not to notice her. She had come to discuss business with Bai Jing today, and after finishing the talk, she mentioned wanting to visit Li Shui. Actually, since the news spread that Li Shui had woken up, many people wanted to see him, including Zhao Zhiyan, who even considered sending some nutritional supplements, but all were rejected by Bai Jing. Even Yan Wei, Bai Jing's longtime friend, was denied entry. Song Xiaoxiao had requested multiple times, and surprisingly, Bai Jing actually agreed this time, leaving her quite surprised herself. After placing the flowers down, Song Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate to sit on the edge of the bed, looking at Li Shi carefully and said, "It's really hard to come see you." Li Shi smiled faintly, this sickly look, what's worth seeing? In his own eyes, he looked emaciated, frail, and disabled, unable to move easily, extremely ugly. But in Song Xiaoxiao's eyes, things were completely different. For easier management, the man's hair had been cut short, making his handsome features more pronounced. He seemed younger than when dressed in suits all the time. Due to long periods without sun exposure, the skin showing from his collar gleamed unnaturally white. Most importantly, the once decisive and superior man now lay weakly in the bed, seemingly unable to resist anything done to him, making one wonder what he might look like if he cried. Song Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue a few times and forced herself to shift her attention, asking how his recovery was progressing. After replying, Li Shi's gaze shifted behind her, falling onto someone who had stood far away since entering the room and remained still the entire time. He softly called out, "Tang Shui." Tang Shui felt her nose twitch. She originally thought she would never hear this voice call her name again. Hurriedly regaining her composure, she took a step forward and called out habitually, "Mr. Li." Li Shi didn't correct her and instead smiled, asking, "How have you been?" Tang Shui quickly nodded several times, "I'm fine, please don't worry about me." Song Xiaoxiao interjected with discontent, "Rest assured, I won't mistreat your people." Li Shi slightly nodded at her, "Then I thank Miss Song." Song Xiaoxiao scoffed disapprovingly, "Verbal thanks mean nothing, once you get better, I'll naturally demand you properly repay me." After a year had passed, she still retained her direct and brash personality, but having worked alongside her, Li Shi knew that this young lady, when conducting business, possessed a strength and skill no less than any man's. To avoid disturbing Li Shi's rest, neither of them stayed too long. However, just before leaving, Song Xiaoxiao casually pulled out her business card, pressed her lips against it in front of everyone to leave a lipstick mark, then lazily inserted it into the red roses with a meaningful smile, saying, "Li Shi, everything I've said before still stands." Song Xiaoxiao. Bai Jing, who had been sitting silently beside Li Shi since their arrival, suddenly frowned and spoke with a warning tone. Ignoring him, Song Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to Li Shi with aplomb, then she left with Tang Shui. Once they were gone, Bai Jing wasted no time walking over to the roses, pulling out the perfume-laden business card, and tossing it into the trash bin without expression. Today, thinking that Tang Shui had at least followed Li Shi faithfully for so long and was diligent and responsible, he consented to let her visit. Who could have expected Song Xiaoxiao to be so unruly? Filled with unease, he turned to ask Li Shi, "What did she say to you before?" Furrowing his brows, Li Shi didn't remember what Song Xiaoxiao had said to him and thus didn't know how to answer. Not lingering further on the issue, he discussed real matters with Bai Jing. "I'm going to Longtan City. The best convalescent home in Jinhai City is Iha." That place, Li Shi didn't want to go near half a step. Since he had decided to leave, he might as well go far enough. Surprisingly, Bai Jing did not obstruct him this time, but merely put forward one request: Lin Yan should stay with him. Even without Bai Jing mentioning it, Li Shi himself hadn't figured out what to do with Lin Yan yet. The child was still very young. If he were taken along, Li Shi wouldn't be able to personally care for him, nor could he trust him to others. Since Bai Jing readily accepted the situation now, it seemed that they had mutually agreed to act as ordinary friends, without having to go as far as cutting ties completely. Li Shi pondered for a moment, realizing that among the people around him, the only person he truly trusted to take good care of Lin Yan was Bai Jing. So, he gave his consent. Once his body recovered, he would go to pick up Lin Yan. Upon receiving his promise, Bai Jing's face finally brightened a little. He sat back down next to Li Shi and pulled out some photos from home. Some of them were of Li Shi as a child, others of Lin Yan at present. After comparing them for a few seconds, Bai Jing handed them over to Li Shi, asking, "Aren't they exactly alike?" Li Shi didn't know where Bai Jing had found so many pictures. Awkwardly scanning through them once, he remained silent. In truth, he thought they didn't resemble each other much. From a young age, his personality had been cold and eccentric. He never smiled in photos. On the contrary, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile all the time. "Or I could bring him here for you to see," Bai Jing suggested. "There's no need." For some reason, in Li Shi's mind, pregnant women and children should keep far away from hospital wards. That's why even Fu-Wing wanting to bring the twins to visit him, he still wouldn't agree. Actually, compared to Lin Yan, Li Shi now cared more about another child. Even if he deeply regretted Lin Yan's birth, as long as the future child was under his care, he believed he could gradually make amends. But Bai Yi? Fundamentally, it was because of him that Bai Jing's wedding fell apart, and they forced Bai Jing to be a surrogate father, leaving the child without a mother. When Bai Jing settled down and had children of his own in the future, how would Bai Yi find their place within that family? By then, he wasn't sure if he and Bai Jing would still have contact. If Bai Yi felt wronged, could he lend any help? And how? However, these were matters for later. The pressing issue that needed resolution. Li Shi looked at Bai Jing and said, "Change the child's name." Bai Jing continued flipping through the photos, seemingly engrossed in comparison. Hearing Li Shi's words, he asked nonchalantly, "What name?" Li Shui opened his mouth several times, finding it hard to utter such an embarrassing matter. Eventually, he managed to force out 2 words, Bai Yi. He couldn't describe the mixed feelings when he first heard that name, especially learning from Wei Zhe how this person introduced the name to others. It made him doubt whether Bai Jing had stayed too long in the hospital, causing his brain to malfunction. Why change it? I think the name is great. Bai Jing finally raised his head and looked leisurely at Li Shui. As Li Shui locked eyes with Bai Jing, he felt that the latter deliberately wanted to provoke him and was opposing everything he suggested, without considering what others might think when Bai Yi grew up with such a ridiculous name. But if he thought about it from Bai Jing's perspective, if Bai Jing had fallen ill instead, and he had taken meticulous care of him for a year, only to be met with hostility upon awakening and further rejection, perhaps he would feel the same way. Thus, Li Shui refrained from speaking further. Over time, when they weren't obligated to meet every day, the resentment would naturally fade. By then, according to Bai Jing's nature, he wouldn't tie Bai Yi to him anymore. Li Shui. A while later, the person beside him suddenly called out his name, rather seriously. When Li Shui turned to look, Bai Jing set down the photos, furrowed his brow, and asked, "So, what exactly did Song Xiao say to you before?" Feeling utterly exasperated, Li Shui closed his eyes and ignored Bai Jing completely. Had Li Shui planned to stay, Jin Yan would have worried about how to bid farewell to Bai Hao. Fortunately, Uncle Li was leaving, and Jin Yan decided to follow, sparing himself the hassle of explanations. However, previously whenever he mentioned leaving, Bai Hao would always oppose it, yet this time he responded with just a simple affirmative sound, signaling his acknowledgement. Jin Yan couldn't help but feel slightly disheartened, wondering how much his young master detested him. Now that he was finally leaving, even though Bai Hao didn't show it on his face, he must be feeling relieved inside. Still, Jin Yan has always been broad-minded and never expected much from his relationship with Bai Hao. Instead, he rejoiced that after his departure, Bai Hao could finally reunite with the person he loved. His spirits quickly lifted, and Jin Yan joked with Bai Hao, "Young master, do remember to frequently send me pictures and videos of Nian Nian." Bai Hao neither agreed nor rejected the request but silently helped Jin Yan pack his luggage. Since Bai Jing had instructed not to proactively bring up the subject of the child in front of Li Shui, Jin Yan had endured holding back for quite a while. Just a few days ago, when Li Shui finally took the initiative to inquire, Jin Yan delivered a half-hour speech on just how adorable Li Nian truly is, before shamelessly teasing him about the names of the 2 children. At that moment, Li Shui became so red-faced with anger that he commanded Jin Yan to shut up, inadvertently revealing his flushed ears. Such rare moments of embarrassment brought a smirk to Jin Yan's face every time he recalled them. He stood on the side, foolishly grinning as Bai Hao ignored him and took the messy clothes from his hands to reorganize them into the suitcase. "Hey," Jin Yan sighed again. If Mr. Bai had fallen for Uncle Li earlier, it would have been better. Now that Uncle Li's leaving, the 2 might rarely meet in the future. Bai Hao was almost laughing out of frustration at what he said. His own feelings were still a tangled mess, but Jin Yan seemed overly concerned with others' matters instead. Nevertheless, Bai Hao agreed inwardly that Longtan Sanatorium did offer excellent conditions, secluded amidst the beauty of nature and far away from the hustle and bustle of city life. It truly was a good place for recuperation. After everything was settled, Jin Yan, before leaving, specially invited Xiao Yu and asked a group of people from the coffee shop over for dinner as a farewell. At the table, Zhu Lei got drunk and held onto his arm while crying loudly about what they would do without the well-behaved Xiao Yan. Eventually, Xiao Yu dragged him off to the bathroom to sober up. Cheng Jing presented his homemade cake, wishing him all the best. On the other hand, Xiaoan criticized him a bit for suddenly departing. Jin Yan was carefree by nature, devoid of any sentimentality over parting. He even comforted everyone by saying that no gathering lasts forever, implying he might return soon since people are bound to meet again. When departure day arrived, Jin Yan pushed his luggage out of his room early in the morning. Reaching the entrance hall, he saw an even larger suitcase there. Just then, Bai Hao came out of the kitchen with breakfast, and Jin Yan, somewhat dumbfounded, asked, "Young master, are you going on a business trip?" Bai Hao didn't answer but beckoned him to come and eat. This large suitcase was rarely used by Bai Hao, usually, he only brought it when traveling far for a long time. Jin Yan felt curious and asked further, "Where are you going, young master?" "Come and eat first." Jin Yan was constantly mentioning the old couple's breakfast shop at the street corner, praising their fresh ingredients and unmatched skills, claiming that even their kanji surpassed others. Bai Hao had gone especially early to queue up and buy their goods back, yet Jin Yan obstinately stayed rooted at the door insisting on an answer. Sighing, Bai Hao placed the food down and walked over to him, replying, "Wherever you're going, I'll follow." Previously, he had never hinted that he'd send them off. Even if it were just to see someone off, 1-day round trip would be enough, there was absolutely no need to bring such a big suitcase. Jin Yan questioned further, and Bai Hao calmly stated, "I've already told uncle that I'm resigning. I'll go with you, stay with you there," and he's agreed. Jin Yan froze in surprise. In the past, Bai Hao had done everything possible to get close to Bai Jing, seeking fame and recognition to spite those who looked down on him and his mother. After much effort, he finally succeeded, just like Sua Mingyuan, becoming one of Bai Jing's trusted aides. A promising career lay ahead of him. Yet now, he said he was giving it all up, choosing instead to follow them. What use would there be for his talents and abilities hidden away in those mountains? No, no, young master, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Jin Yen panicked, asking quickly, are you still worried about me? Look, I'm fine now. I can take care of Uncle Lee. I can do everything. There won't be any problems. I said wherever you go, I will follow, Bai Hao repeated calmly and reached for his hand again. Now, let's eat first. This made Jin Yen angry. He shook loose and snapped, do you still feel guilty towards me? I've told you countless times, you haven't wronged me. It was all my voluntary choice. Bien Yen. Bai Hao tried to calm him, but instead, Jin Yen became even more agitated, shouting, also, because I didn't understand before, I talked nonsense. I don't have feelings for you. It was gratitude. I treated you as a brother or friend, I misunderstood myself entirely. Not one bit of it was romantic love. As Bai Hao watched Jin Yen keeping distance, desperately trying to clear the connection between them, he thought back to the moments Jin Yen was embraced by another, smiling brilliantly. Losing all control, Bai Hao grabbed him fiercely and spoke coldly, do brothers look at their younger brothers with the urge to kiss and embrace them, to go to bed together? Do they act this way? Staring wide-eyed at Bai Hao, Jin Yen was frozen in terror, thinking either he was dreaming or perhaps his head had been stepped on by a cow, creating such a terrifying illusion. The two were standing very close now, nearly breathing each other's breath. Bai Hao gazed at Jin Yan's stunned expression, glanced at his slightly parted lips, and, driven by a sudden heat in his mind, leaned forward to seal the moment with a kiss. Jin Yan became completely numb this time, standing motionlessly until Bai Hao attempted to deepen the kiss, causing him to struggle furiously. As soon as Bai Hao released him, Jin Yan immediately retreated a few meters, covering his mouth with his hand and feeling as if his face would burst into flames. His heartbeat thudded so fiercely it felt like it could shatter his chest, while his ears buzzed incessantly. The only two sentences circling through his mind were, I've gone mad. I must have gone mad. Bai Hao still stood at the entrance, outwardly appearing calm, though his own heart was racing just as wildly. He clenched his fingers tightly, trying to steady the sensation that had made his body tingle all over. Yet he also thought to himself that he must be an absolute fool for not doing this sooner. In past relationships, he had even been accused by his partner of lacking desire and unwillingness to go further. But before now, he had never lost control, how could he yearn for something he hadn't truly desired? Now Bai Hao finally understood what it meant to kiss someone you truly cared about, and how could anyone resist desiring that kind of feeling? Bai Hao took a light breath to steady himself, and then moved forward one step. Jin Yan instantly stepped back nervously, staring at him with eyes filled with resistance and fear. Bai Hao had never seen such an expression on his face before. It tightened his chest, prompting him to stride over and pull Jin Yan into his arms, stroking the back of his head gently as he whispered softly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I scared you. Jin Yan didn't understand what Bai Hao was apologizing for, all he could feel was the ringing in his ears like someone beating a gong mercilessly, making his head spin, his eardrums ache, and his soul almost detach from his body. Today, they were scheduled to leave on Bai Jing's private plane, and Bai Hao couldn't delay any longer. Seeing Jin Yan gradually calm down, Bai Hao guided him to sit at the dining table, handed him the chopsticks, and reassured him, if you don't understand what just happened, you can think about it later. Be good and eat first. Don't make Uncle Bai and Uncle Lee wait for us, alright? Chapter 85. Li Shi had already consulted the doctor's opinion and confirmed that his body could withstand a long flight before he decided to leave. He didn't expect Bai Jing to make such a fuss, not only using the Bai family's private plane but also specifically inviting medical staff to accompany them along the way. Li Shi was extremely averse to causing trouble for others in the first place, and now that he and Bai Jing had parted ways, how could he accept enjoying the privileges of the Bai family? Wei Zhe persuaded him, just consider it as his guilty conscience letting out this final bit of apology, after which you two will be even. Li Shi thought about it and found it to be true, so he didn't argue with Bai Jing. Originally, he thought they should have bid farewell in Jinhai, but Bai Jing kept following him all the way to Longtan Convalescent Hospital, met with the director specially, and made all the arrangements before leaving. Before departure, he didn't say anything special to Li Shi, just reminded him to rehabilitate well and not to worry about Lin Yan. This action of his, as Wei Zhe had said, was about doing everything he could and leaving behind no regrets. Of course, there was no possibility of lingering endlessly. Li Shi looked at Bai Jing's departing figure, clean and neat without any dragging sentimentality, and for a moment, it seemed like he saw the person they initially met, cold and indifferent. No one could become his entanglement, and no one could make him stop for even a moment longer. Li Shi sighed in his heart, this was right, this was the Bai Jing he knew. No matter what, life still calmed down as he had hoped. The only thing that surprised Li Shi was that after Bai Hao came with them, he actually chose to stay here and neatly arranged both his and Jin Yan's lives, sparing him much worry. After waking up, Li Shi's mental state had never been good. Either Bai Jing or Jin Yan had been by his side, so he hadn't paid much attention to Bai Hao. To be honest, his feelings for Bai Hao were quite complex and couldn't simply be summed up by dislike. The dark sides of Bai Hao's character, ultimately, were the fault of the Bai family, yet the things he did to Jin Yan were something Li Shi could never forgive. On the other hand, deep down, after learning the truth, Bai Hao crying in the heavy rain sounded almost the same as his younger self rushing home to face 2 urns of ashes. Stupid, selfish, arrogant, self-righteous, accidentally harming those closest to him, these mistakes he himself had committed too, how then could he criticize Bai Hao? Therefore, he didn't intend to chase Bai Hao away, nor did he want to intervene in the matters between Bai Hao and Jin Yan anymore. After going through all this, he now felt like an old man, naturally adopting an attitude of, let the future generations have their own blessings. Moreover, matters of love and affection are like drinking water, different for each individual. Just because his own story had come to an end, he couldn't use the excuse of wanting the best for Jin Yan to let Jin Yan meet the same outcome as himself. Li Shui had originally thought it all through carefully, but after a few days, he changed his mind again. The reason was none other than being annoyed by these 2 fools. In the past, whenever they were together, Jin Yan's eyes were practically glued to Bai Hao, subconsciously turning to the other whenever undecided about anything, completely dependent on him. But now, Jin Yan actually started avoiding Bai Hao. If he accidentally caught the other's gaze, he practically wanted to run for cover. When asked why, all he would do was flush bright red, mumbling incoherently and changing the subject. As for Bai Hao, he wasn't much better, always staying at a distance, staring unblinkingly at Jin Yan, but never daring to approach, as if lost. Li Shui could no longer bear it. He found a night when Bai Hao wasn't back and told Jin Yan to go wait in the bathroom. Jin Yan whined pitifully, why did he have to go to the bathroom and couldn't come out, and he didn't even need to go. Don't close the door completely, leave a crack, and don't turn on the light. Why? Shut up and get in, Li Shui replied impatiently, not bothering to explain. Jin Yan reluctantly obeyed, muttering under his breath. Although the bathroom was disinfected daily and smelled fine, there was nowhere to sit, so he ended up sitting on the toilet. It was pitch black inside, only a little light coming through the crack under the door. Jin Yan sat there bored stiff for a few minutes, raising his voice to ask, Uncle Li, when can I come out? Can I play on my phone? He received another scolding from Li Shui and meekly fell silent. Li Shui had contacted Bai Hao earlier, so the timing was accurate. Jin Yan had barely been in there for 10 minutes when Bai Hao returned. Li Shui and Jin Yan originally planned to settle down here, fearing that Jin Yan would have nothing to depend on after he was gone. Through Tian's introduction, they cooperated with a designer to build a farmstead. Thanks to the designer, the place has been well managed up until today. Due to his current mobility issues, Li Shui specially asked Bai Hao to visit the designer and express his gratitude. After Bai Hao finished explaining the general situation, he glanced around but couldn't find Jin Yan, so he asked, Uncle Li, where is Jin Yan? He went out to play. Upon hearing Jin Yan wasn't there, Bai Hao's expression immediately showed disappointment. He placed a bag of peanut brittle candies he had bought onto the table, asking Li Shui to pass it on. Bai Hao had heard from Jin Yan before that there was a delicacy in this area, long sugar rolls made of crushed peanuts and sugar, which were very tasty. Since Jin Yan had always been fond of sweet snacks since childhood, Bai Hao spent several days searching for them after arriving here. Originally, he wanted to hand these personally to Jin Yan, but now, Jin Yan wouldn't even talk to him. Li Shui looked at him and said sternly, sit down first, I have something to ask you. Bai Hao instantly felt anxious. Knowing that Li Shui didn't like him much, he was worried about being asked to leave. Once Bai Hao sat down, Li Shui didn't speak right away, instead, he just stared at him until Bai Hao didn't know where to put his hands or feet. Only then did Li Shui slowly ask, tell me, what do you think about Jin Yan? The question was ambiguous, causing Bai Hao to hesitate for a few seconds before answering, Uncle Li. I want to be together with Jin Yan. Li Shui chuckled coldly, do you still remember what I told you a year ago? I remember. Bai Hao paused momentarily before continuing, Uncle Li told me a year ago that if I wasn't sure about my feelings for Jin Yan, I shouldn't give him any false hope. Deep inside, I knew this was the right choice. So during the past year, I refrained from doing anything, only focusing on taking good care of Jin Yan and letting things develop naturally. As he finished speaking, he revealed a self-deprecating smile, but later on, the one who couldn't accept the flow of nature wasn't Jin Yan, it was me. Opening up oneself, exposing one's innermost and most secretive emotions in front of others, isn't an easy task for anyone. But Bai Hao knew that if he wanted to be with Jin Yan, he needed to gain Li Shui's approval. Lowering his head and gripping his hands tightly, Bai Hao spoke laboriously, in the past, I always thought it was Jin Yan chasing after me, that he couldn't live without me. But over the past year, he's had his own job, his own circle of friends, and even his own group of friends. He even stood up against Uncle for the sake of your relationship with his father. Jin Yan actually had strong opinions and could do everything well. He didn't need me. He once held himself in high regard, thinking he was extraordinary, yet Jin Yan treated people sincerely and warmly, making friends wherever he went. In Jinhai, people like Xiao Yu and those from the coffee shop all liked him very much. Even here, whether it was Shintong, the nurse responsible for his rehabilitation, or the staff at the sanatorium, everyone liked him. As for himself, with his gloomy temperament and impure intentions, his character clearly wasn't worthy of Jin Yan. Li Shui remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Pausing for a moment, Bai Hao spoke again, his voice tinged with bitterness, he doesn't need me. When I realized this, I not only didn't feel relieved, but I developed a strange notion. I didn't want Jin Yan to leave me, hoping he would stay only with me, even. Bai Hao closed his eyes, somewhat embarrassed as he continued, even though Jin Yan values and cares deeply about you, I don't want that either. Only now did Bai Hao dare to admit that ever since Jin Yan decided without hesitation to stay with Li Shui when he wanted to go abroad, a knot formed in his heart. Although Jin Yan was someone he picked up and raised, why did Jin Yan have to rely on Li Shui? Such an overwhelming possessiveness was a clear sign of deep affection. If Bai Hao failed to recognize this, then he truly lived his life in vain. Watching the person in front of him who was so tense and uncomfortable that he couldn't even lift his head, Li Shui's thoughts suddenly drifted back to a summer day many years ago. Back when Bai Hao and Jin Yan were still little kids, he once visited them. Upon entering the house, he saw Jin Yan sitting next to Bai Hao holding a watermelon. While Jin Yan used a spoon to scoop out red flesh to feed Bai Hao, he was sobbing softly. Bai Hao was busy writing something with a pen in his hand. It turned out that school was about to start, and the younger child hadn't finished his homework yet, so the older one was helping him finish it. Li Shui realized that cause and effect played their parts. Without Bai Hao protecting and indulging Jin Yan during his childhood, there wouldn't have been Jin Yan's steadfast devotion later on. If today Bai Hao still had the vague attitude he did a year ago, thinking that his so-called liking for Jin Yan was just giving him whatever he wanted, Li Shui wouldn't have believed him. However, from what he said earlier, this Bai Hao, who was troubled and uncertain because of love, was also someone Li Shui saw for the first time. Some things should indeed be told to Jin Yan, and at this point, Li Shui didn't need to ask any more questions. Out of curiosity, he asked, what did you do to him, making him so nervous that he's avoiding you all the time? Bai Hao glanced at him helplessly, cleared his throat slightly, and eventually told the truth. I kissed him. Li Shui was momentarily stunned, then looked Bai Hao up and down, asking with a hint of a smile, is that all you did, just kissed? In the past when Bai Hao worked with Sua Mingyuan, they often talked about Li Shui during their leisure time. Sua Mingyuan always criticized Li Shui for being arrogant and breaking boundaries, saying anyone who crossed paths with him would have no choice but to yield. Bai Hao used not to believe it, but now facing Li Shui's teasing remarks filled with hidden meanings, he blushed until his ears turned red, looking away and softly answering, just kissed. Inside, Li Shui found it amusing, but as his eyes flicked toward the bathroom, his expression suddenly grew cold and sharp. He raised his voice and asked, so, since you like him now, you can do whatever you want. What about him? How does he feel about it? If he doesn't reciprocate your feelings, don't you think what you're doing is disgusting? Even if Li Shui hadn't asked, these questions had lingered in Bai Hao's mind for a long time. Yes, just because he liked Jin Yan, why should Jin Yan necessarily like him back? Just because Jin Yan liked him, why should Jin Yan submit to his whims? But before Bai Hao could figure out how to respond, there was a sudden thud behind him. Before he could react, a figure rushed into his arms, tightly hugging him, sobbing loudly, not disgusting. I like Master. I've only ever liked Master. Bai Hao froze, then quickly stood up, pulling Jin Yan tightly into his embrace. Lowering his head, kisses fell gently on his hairline as Bai Hao, his eyes red, said hoarsely, I like you too. I've only ever liked you. His voice already carried a choked-up quality. Jin Yan tightly held on to Bai Hao, crying uncontrollably, though his heart ached terribly. Everyone criticized his master, saying bad things about him, but his master had suffered enough. Although he had done nothing wrong, his parents were killed for no reason, and despite having family ties to numerous wealthy clans, no one cared about him. Those peers, his brothers and sisters, bullied and beat him, even cursing him as the offspring of a prostitute. They all said Master had ruined his life, but without Master, he would have been dead long ago. Without his earlier life, how could they even discuss the latter half of his life? Everything he did willingly. It was entirely his own decision. Why must everyone blame his master? Li Shui leaned against the bed, listening to Jin Yan's cries, feeling both angry and amused. He thought to himself, what good are children raised this way compared to raising a pig? The moment he spoke, their impatience surfaced. Bai Hao wasn't stupid. Upon realizing the situation, gratitude welled within him. After calming Jin Yan, whose sobs had led to hiccups, Bai Hao held his hand, interlacing their fingers, and then faced Li Shui, speaking with a tone of sincerity never shown before, Uncle Li, every word I just said was true. I like Jin Yan, I want to be with him, and I will treat him well for my entire life. Please trust me, give me another chance. As Li Shui looked at Bai Hao, listening to his words, he subconsciously wandered off into thought. He had never noticed before how much Bai Hao resembled Bai Jing. When Bai Hao spoke this way, it somehow overlapped with the memory of Bai Jing in his early 20s in his mind. But after waiting so many years, he never got to hear such words. Fortunately, Jin Yan did. Li Shui collected his thoughts and snapped irritably, if I didn't trust you or gave you no chances, could Jin Yan follow me and run away? Subsequently, he closed his eyes, appearing indifferent and uncaring, go away, all of you. Jin Yan was still sobbing faintly, Uncle Li, I. But Li Shui paid him no heed, simply waving impatiently at him. Bai Hao wiped away his tears, holding his hand while walking outside, soothing him by saying, don't cry anymore. Let's go eat something delicious, alright? Jin Yan had almost calmed down, but seeing such a gentle demeanor from Bai Hao, his heart fluttered with sensations of bitterness and sweetness mingling together, causing fresh tears to flow down his cheeks once again. After the two left, Li Shui slowly opened his eyes and looked outside the window at the night sky. The stars scattered across it were truly beautiful. He suppressed the sour feelings in his chest, blinked away the moisture gathering in his eyes, and a faint smile spread across his lips. In his heart, he silently sighed. Thankfully, Jin Yan waited. Chapter 86. After that day, the relationship between Bai Hao and Jin Yan seemed to have changed, yet in a way, it remained the same. In front of Li Shui, they did not show any overtly intimate gestures, but whenever the two got close to each other, an inexplicable sticky atmosphere would envelop them. Since Jin Yan refused to let anyone else care for Li Shui closely, he had been staying in his room ever since coming here, and was not always with Bai Hao. However, during the day, if Bai Hao were around, Jin Yan would quietly sidle up to him, listen to Bai Hao say a few words, and then walk away satisfied. Li Shui felt like he was a glaring light bulb shining between them, but he understood the deep passion of these young lovers at the start of their romance. He suggested Bai Hao take Jin Yan out for a few days to give them time alone together, but Jin Yan firmly rejected the idea. Absolutely not. I need to take care of Uncle Li every day, there are so many things to do. Saying this, Jin Yan sat cross-legged on the couch, holding the game console Bai Hao bought him to pass the time, with his cheeks full of peanut candies just peeled for him by someone. He looked completely spoiled, which made others feel like tossing him out. Actually, whether it was daily life or rehabilitation exercises, there were professional teams responsible for all of this. It wasn't really as Jin Yan said, impossible without him, but Li Shui stopped trying to persuade him. He knew how Jin Yan thought, no matter how thorough or perfect the exchange, paid services can never match sincere company and care. Li Shui's gaze fell on Bai Hao and asked, what about you? What are your plans? Longtan City is such a small city, given Bai Hao's background and qualifications, there wouldn't be a company daring enough to hire him. Bai Hao hesitated a moment before telling Li Shui that although his uncle had agreed when he said he wanted to leave, his resignation had not been processed. As for his previous work, asking Zhou Mingyuan how to hand over tasks only earned him vague responses, even for things that could be handled online, requiring him to continue following up until now. With more than half a month passed without clear answers, Bai Hao considered making alternative arrangements but still had various concerns. Li Shui sighed inwardly, thankful that Bai Jing and Zhou Mingyuan weren't foolish after all. They knew they couldn't easily lose Bai Hao, who had been carefully cultivated for so many years, let alone the fact that he came from the Bai family lineage. Smiling faintly, he said, if they give you work to do, why not do it? They're still paying you. Thinking about it, Bai Hao was bound to return sooner or later, fitting perfectly into everyone's expectations. After all, there was no way he could possibly entrust Jin Yan to someone who achieved nothing and wasted talent. A few days later, Li Shui received a special guest. Since regaining consciousness and being able to speak, Mu Ran had video chatted with Li Shui several times, though he and Yi Tian were overseas and couldn't come back promptly. Yi Tian originally intended to bring him in person after everything settled down, but Mu Ran's worry over Li Shui grew especially after hearing of his departure from Jin Hai. Unable to resist Mu Ran's pleading, Yi Tian had Liao Fei send him back first. Upon arrival, after consulting the nutritionist, Mu Ran took charge of preparing Li Shui's 3 meals a day. Li Shui, of course, didn't want him cooking, but Mu Ran refused to be dissuaded. Watching him busily move about the kitchen, Liao Fei's face turned pale. Nevertheless, Mu Ran patted his shoulder seriously, saying, as long as you don't tell and I don't tell, Yi Tian won't know. Liao Fei stood in place, thinking that Yi Tian would eventually find out, deciding it would be better to die sooner than later, and ended up calling Yi Tian. When Mu Ran's phone rang, seeing the name on the screen startled him. He hadn't expected to get betrayed so quickly, shooting Liao Fei a look of reproach. Liao Fei chuckled sheepishly, giving him a guilty gesture. Mu Ran picked up the call, whereupon a low, deep male voice asked, do you remember what you promised me before you left? Seeing that the timing was almost right, Mu Ran turned down the heat on the soup pot simmering with matsutake chicken soup and softly replied, of course, I've taken good care of myself. Mu Ran, Yi Tian said sternly, you are not allowed to cook for anyone else. How dominant he was, it was part of his everyday life rules not to allow Mu Ran in the kitchen. Even during festivals, only he himself, along with Mu Jin and Yi Heng, enjoyed this privilege. Li Shui is my friend, Mu Ran furrowed his brow, trying hard to sound serious, though his natural disposition rendered his tone slow and mild, utterly lacking authority. You can't act so unreasonable. Behind him, Liao Fei almost burst out laughing, imagining the boss's expression on the other end upon hearing this tone normally used to pacify little children. Mu Ran spent a week here doing nothing but watching Li Shui eat. Since waking up, Li Shui had not had much of an appetite. Whenever he ate less than usual, Mu Ran would sit next to him, hanging his head and staring at the floor guiltily and unhappily saying, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that the food doesn't taste good. Every time this happened, Li Shui had no choice but to pick up the bowl and chopsticks he'd just put down, regardless of whether or not he actually had any appetite. Under Mu Ran's care for several days, Li Shui truly gained some weight, and his complexion improved considerably. It was strange, since he and Mu Ran were obviously very different people with personalities at opposite ends of the spectrum, yet Li Shui could always find a sense of familiarity from distant memories in Mu Ran, or reminiscence of being with family as a child. This feeling was different from Jin Yan's. Jin Yan always appeared like a kid in his eyes. Even when Li Shui was weak and ill, he treated Jin Yan like an elder. Mu Ran provided more mature concern, quietly considerate in all sorts of small matters. It was as if he had been here for so many days without ever mentioning Li Shui's past, let alone asking about Bai Jing. He seemed entirely disinterested in the complex and secretive stories behind it all. What mattered to him was only Li Shui himself. That's why, even when they weren't speaking, Li Shui could feel an unprecedented sense of ease with him. This person was naturally bothersome. When Yi Tian came to take him away, Li Shui didn't want to part with such gentle companionship and care, so he poached Mu Ran right before their eyes. Though said in jest, looking at Yi Tian's expression, it seemed that he wouldn't be seeing Mu Ran anytime soon. Moreover, Bai Jing had not completely faded out of his life either. Occasionally, he'd call to ask about Li Shui's health condition or send videos of two little kids. Li Shui wasn't particularly fond of children, yet he had to admit these two little bundles of joy were quite interesting. Once in a video, Bai Jing teased Lin Yan by placing him in a pile of toys and then deliberately taking away the one he chose after several attempts. Not only did Lin Yan not get angry or cry, but the next time, he simply handed over the toy himself. However, just as Bai Jing reached out, Bai Yi sitting next to Lin Yan looked up, struggling to grasp just one of his fingers, and then tried with great difficulty to push Bai Jing's hand away. Li Shui often found himself laughing while watching these clips, yet his messages back to Bai Jing remained restrained. They seemed to have really become friends with a proper distance between them. Time flowed slowly. Rehabilitation was arduous and monotonous, but fortunately, all the efforts bore fruit as Li Shui's upper body gradually returned to normal, allowing him basic freedom of movement. Before long, the beginning of autumn arrived in August, and it had rained continuously for several days. Finally, when the weather cleared, Li Shui, after finishing his morning training at the rehabilitation center, decided to ask Jin Yan to push him down to the garden after his nap. Though it was sunny, the sky was filled with cloud-like puffs of white that occasionally let golden rays of sunlight escape between their movements, casting no harsh glare. These days, Li Shui had been stifled indoors, but now under the tree shade, enjoying the breeze laced with floral fragrances, his mind and body felt refreshed. Sitting in the wheelchair, he opened a drawing book with his left hand and held a pencil in his right. Lowering his gaze, he meticulously traced over the faint lines on its pages. This drawing book was specially made, with each page featuring a simple sketch, a landscape, or objects, exquisitely detailed but not overly intricate or complex. The task required Li Shui to trace over the faint lines, completing the whole image, thereby exercising his wrist strength and dexterity through this fun activity. At this time, most people were either at the rehabilitation center or taking advantage of the clear skies to visit the artificial lake. Bai Hao was in the city on business today, and Jin Yan had just finished eating watermelon, sticky with juices, and went upstairs to wash his hands. In the garden, Li Shui was alone, so quiet that the only sound was the swish of his pencil tip. Completely absorbed in his drawing, Li Shui barely noticed footsteps approaching, assuming it was Jin Yan or a passing staff member. However, as the steps stopped beside him without further sound, Li Shui began to feel something was amiss. Stopping his drawing, he looked up, and saw a person who should have been 2,000 kilometers away, someone who absolutely should not have been there. This man was dressed casually in an unusual way for outdoors, his hair free from styling gel, lazily falling over his forehead, a rare departure from his usual aloof and high and mighty demeanor. Meeting Li Shui's gaze, he even lifted his right hand and waved casually, greeting with an offhand tone, "Long time no see." Li Shui froze, just staring blankly at Bai Jing until the latter leaned down, gently taking the sketchbook from his hand and flipping through it with no regard for permission. Only then did Li Shui snap back to reality, his feelings complex as he asked, "How did you end up here?" Bai Jing, while leisurely browsing through the drawings, casually lifted a hand, forming a fist against his lips and coughing lightly a few times. His brow furrowed, and his voice suddenly weakened as if in fragility. "I haven't been feeling well lately, so I came here to recuperate." Li Shui inwardly sighed at how unconvincing this performance was but didn't bother prying further. What if there was indeed something important that brought him here? It would make him seem overly presumptuous. Without exchanging another word, after finishing looking through the book, Bai Jing simply closed it and extended it toward him. Unthinking, Li Shui raised his hand to take it, but before his fingertips could brush the cover, Bai Jing fainted and pulled it away. "You!" Li Shui glared, disbelieving that someone of his stature could pull such an utterly trivial prank. Bai Jing smiled at him and made a comment, "You're recovering well." Before Li Shui could respond, he suddenly leaned forward, planting both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair and completely covering him beneath his imposing figure. Startled by this sudden sense of pressure, overwhelmed by Bai Jing's breath mere inches from his face, Li Shui immediately panicked. Bai Jing's gaze remained fixed upon him without blinking, fiery enough to set fire to anyone under its scrutiny. Then, almost mockingly, he placed the sketchbook lightly on Li Shui's knees, straightened his posture, and resumed a casual air. He followed up with another comment, "You've even put on some weight on your face." If Mu Ran were present, he'd undoubtedly vomit right there. Was Bai Jing pretending not to know everything about Li Shui's recovery progress or whether he had gained any facial fat? The rehabilitation therapist must have answered countless detailed questions from him already, and Li Shi's medical report reached Bai Jing's hands long before he'd even seen it himself. Why was he still playing the long time no see act? In just a few minutes since their meeting, Li Shi's heart had raced uncontrollably twice. He was bewildered by what ailment had come over this man to disrupt his peace yet again. Fortunately, Jin Yan appeared from upstairs at that moment, and Li Shi didn't give him time to gape in astonishment at Bai Jing before urging him to push him back into the room. Shouldn't we leave Mr. Bai standing there like that? Isn't that kind of rude, Uncle Li? Jin Yan hesitated as they rode the elevator. Li Shi lowered his head, feeling as though the warmth of Bai Jing's nearness lingered on his skin, making him fidget uncomfortably. Despite this, his tone was cold when he replied, "He's a grown man, it's not like he'll just disappear." Chapter 87. Ever since Bai Jing came here, Li Shi's peaceful days were completely gone. To him, Bai Jing was the type of person who would bother you even when you couldn't see them. Yet now this person had no excuse but to constantly hover before him. How could it fail to cause ripples in his heart? Between these two individuals, the recurring scenario of one chasing and one fleeing left Li Shi utterly exhausted, regardless of whether he was the chaser or the chased. Moreover, as far as Li Shi estimated, even if Bai Jing truly harbored some feelings for him, they should have long been exhausted due to his own lack of cooperation and impenetrability. He wondered why Bai Jing persisted again without good reason. Before Li Shi could decide what to do with him, Bai Jing suddenly disappeared. Initially, Li Shi thought Bai Jing had returned home, continuing his usual antics everywhere. Jin Yan, however, always well-informed due to his ability to talk with anyone, said that Bai Jing seemed sick. After hearing this, Li Shi gave a cold laugh, showing clear disbelief. Bai Hao had received much care from his uncle over the past year and worried deeply. So, after letting Li Shi know, Bai Hao went to visit Bai Jing. When Bai Hao knocked on the door and entered upon receiving permission, he found Bai Jing sitting on the balcony, supporting his head with one hand, while lazily flipping through a book on his knee with the other. This time, no one accompanied him, not even Zhou Mingyuan, and Bai Jing appeared quite lonely. Bai Hao greeted him and inquired about his health. Bai Jing got up and smiled, replying, "It's not serious, just a minor issue." Indeed, it was a minor problem, though because of wanting to come here quickly, he had overworked himself for over a month, leading to prolonged low-grade fever due to excessive exhaustion. Also, after moving there, he experienced some water-soil discomfort. There were some small red rashes on the back of his neck and arms. Though it wasn't contagious, Bai Jing still took precautions. After developing the rash, he didn't want to get too close to Li Shi, so he stayed in his room quietly. "Have you made plans with that young fellow?" Bai Jing gestured for Bai Hao to sit down while asking this question as he poured tea. Thinking of Jin Yan's wish to follow him earlier and fearing being regarded as a traitor by Li Shi, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile lightly and nodded affirmatively. Bai Jing understood the meaning of his smile and teased, "If that's the case, isn't your long holiday also coming to an end? It's time for you to go back and fulfill your responsibilities as a Bai family member." "Uncle," Bai Hao raised his head, surprised. He hadn't expected Bai Jing to send him back. Given his previous attitude, forsaking everything for Jin Yan, including his future prospects, he assumed Bai Jing would look down on him. Bai Jing didn't say much, only gently patted his shoulder in comfort and asked, "Did Li Shi send you?" Bai Hao bit his lips, hesitating silently, fearing a direct denial might embarrass the other party. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing continued on his own, laughing, "I doubt it. Unless I'm at death's door, otherwise he wouldn't even spare me a glance." "Uncle, what are you planning?" Bai Hao saw the ease in his expression and couldn't help but ask. Bai Jing poured himself a glass of water, then walked to the bedside table. He opened the medicine bags prepared by the nurse according to 3 meals a day, swallowed the medicine with water, and sighed helplessly, "What can I plan? I can only endure for now." With Li Shi's bad temper, pushing hard would surely infuriate him, causing pain he'd inevitably feel himself. Soft tactics weren't something Bai Jing hadn't tried, yet despite his humility and sincerity, Li Shi remained unmoved, treating his earnest words as mere background noise. Bai Jing allowed Li Shi's presence here, unwilling to engage in conflicts. Moreover, in Jinhai, they certainly shared little pleasant memories. A change of scenery and environment might offer some opportunities. In fact, many people around had recently advised him to give up. Why persist? Having lived ascetically like a monk for a year guarding Li Shi, hadn't he done enough? Was it really worth eagerly pursuing someone who coldly rejects him? As others failed to understand, Bai Jing didn't elaborate further, nor could he. Prior to this, his mindset wasn't too different from theirs. Feelings, after all, could be bargaining chips for exchanging benefits, casual pastimes for killing time, or even a fleeting transaction for pleasure, but never something given freely and wholeheartedly without any thought of return. Such selfless love was too illusory, too perilous, for someone like him. It took him a long time, at great cost, to define one person in that mirage as the one he would earnestly pursue and confront his own feelings. As for Li Shi, the principles Bai Jing had always adhered to since childhood were no longer applicable. Those standards of measurement his grandfather taught him had long been cast aside. He couldn't bear forcing Li Shi or having him himself. Since Li Shi didn't trust him yet, if it wasn't 1 year, then 2 years, 3 years, even 10. The long stretch of time waiting for someone who didn't respond had already passed. Now, with Li Shi being fine, what else did he have to fear? Seizing the rare opportunity of Bai Hao's visit, Bai Jing chatted idly with him and asked about their recent life conditions. Upon mentioning Mu Ran, Bai Jing found it amusing internally. Although he had held a grudge for months against Yi Tian because Yi's interference had delayed him finding Li Shi, he knew that after Mu Ran had carefully tended to Li Shi, as a token of gratitude, he entrusted someone to deliver an expensive gift to Yi Tian. However, this head of the Yi family returned it untouched, leaving only a note: there was no need for gifts, just take good care of your own people. Bai Jing sighed in helplessness, not minding whether this person still belonged to him, let alone how over the years he had always been helpless against Li Shi when she exerted her willful nature. As Bai Hao prepared to leave, Bai Jing gave some instructions: if he doesn't ask, don't say much. If he does, ensure you don't worry him. His minor illnesses weren't worth bringing up before Li Shi. Bai Jing knew he had made the decision to trouble himself this way and it wasn't related to Li Shi in any way, so he had no right to seek pity or sympathy. After Bai Hao went back, as expected, he mentioned nothing of Bai Jing's illness, only passing on the message that Bai Jing wanted him to return to the Bai family. This had been anticipated by Li Shi, unsurprising considering Bai Hao had already spent over a month here in this insignificant place. Regardless of whether Bai Jing told him to leave, Li Shi had plans to send him away anyway. That Jin Yen, after hearing Li Shi's words, Bai Hao hesitated, glancing toward Jin Yen. He was reluctant to part ways with Jin Yen, but taking Jin Yen along seemed selfish. Jin Yen avoided Bai Hao's gaze, jumping behind Li Shi while trying to sound confident. I'm staying with Uncle Li, Master Bai, go back and work hard, I'll come see you when I have time. Though Li Shi had expected such an outcome, seeing Jin Yen abandon him without hesitation still caused Bai Hao's eyes to flicker momentarily with dissatisfaction. Under his breath, he muttered, so heartless. Normally extremely restrained in front of Li Shi, this was the first time Bai Hao openly flirted with Jin Yen, causing Jin Yen's ears to flush instantly red. Li Shi paid no attention to their interaction, his mind preoccupied elsewhere. Only when Bai Hao was already standing by the door to leave did he suddenly ask, how is he doing? There was no doubt who he referred to. Even though clearly concerned, Li Shi still maintained an indifferent tone as if it were merely a casual inquiry based on acquaintanceship. Bai Hao inwardly laughed but kept his expression neutral, simply answering with two words, fine. And without waiting for Li Shi's reaction, he left. Li Shi stood stunned in the same spot. What sort of ghost answer was that? What did fine even mean? Was it implying his illness was mild, or was Bai Jing perfectly healthy? Instantly annoyed, Li Shi couldn't help thinking how well Bai Hao had inherited his uncle's tricks. If Bai Hao exaggerated Bai Jing's condition, Li Shi wouldn't have believed him. But downplaying it might cause him to relax, knowing the real situation, thus no longer paying more attention. Precisely the ambiguous two-word response made him restless, feeling teased but unable to act otherwise. Even though Li Shi knew it was deliberate, it still baited him, making him sleepless at night. Despite constantly warning himself not to lose his composure, he grew increasingly anxious. Not bothering if Sua Mingyuan was resting, he called late at night to vent his frustration, demanding they take Bai Jing away quickly. Sua Mingyuan was close to tears on the other end, plaintively saying, Ancestor. Do you think I can take him away? I beg you to come back. I really can't handle this anymore. Although Bai Jing had already dealt with a few urgent projects before leaving, and the professional managers paid handsomely by the company every year were certainly competent, the sudden disappearance of the leader put people like Sua Mingyuan, who needed to report everything up and down the chain, under tremendous pressure. But Bai Jing was his boss, someone he dared not defy. Thus, Sua Mingyuan could only threaten while lamenting, hoping that Bai Hao would at least go back to help him out, otherwise, he would hang himself in front of Li Shi for Bai Jing to see. Only then did Bai Jing soften his stance. Li Shi had originally thought that this person would just stay around for a couple of days. However, judging from Sua Mingyuan's tone, it seemed as though he intended to stay longer. Li Shi couldn't help but ask incredulously, what about his father? What about the other members of the Bai family? Are they just letting him act recklessly? Sua Mingyuan didn't know how to answer. Since the passing of Bai Jing's grandfather, only his second uncle, Bai Weifang, had any influence over him. But even Uncle Bai had passed away last year. Now, within the Bai family, who else could restrain Bai Jing? Moreover, after witnessing all that Bai Jing had done in the past year, everyone understood how significant Li Shi was to Bai Jing. Who would have the nerve to stop him, risking Bai Jing's displeasure? In short, the root cause always traced back to Li Shi. If he didn't intervene or return, the matter would never be resolved. Li Shi hadn't experienced such an infuriating situation in a long time. He endured wave after wave of irritation, resisting the urge to wake up Jin Yan in the middle of the night and push this invalid to argue with Bai Jing. Chapter 88. The next day, after eating breakfast, Li Shi normally would have let Jin Yan take him to the rehabilitation center. However, he refused this time and instead asked Jin Yan to find out where Bai Jing was staying and to take him there. Bai Jing's place wasn't far, just in the same building, only a few minutes away. Seeing Li Shi's displeased expression, Jin Yan was genuinely worried they might clash, so he kept trying to mediate during their journey. When they arrived, Bai Jing opened the door himself. He looked surprised upon seeing them, looking at Li Shi and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Shi had been seething since last night. His scolding words were about to burst forth when his eyes suddenly caught sight of a cotton swab in Bai Jing's hand, which momentarily halted his anger. With a cold, hard tone, he asked, "What are you doing?" Following Li Shiyi's gaze, Bai Jing didn't say much. Instead, he squatted down before him, slightly lowering his head, allowing Li Shiyi, seated on a wheelchair, to see clearly the condition of his neck. He explained quietly, "I have an allergic reaction." Seeing the cluster of small red rashes spread densely across Bai Jing's skin, Li Shiyi immediately furrowed his brow tightly. Bai Jing quickly stood up, his eyes scanning both men but finally settling on Jin Yen. Smiling, he asked, "You two came just in time, otherwise, could you bother Jin Yen to help me apply some medicine?" It wasn't that Bai Jing necessarily required assistance, while his arms were easy enough to handle, the back of his neck proved rather inconvenient. Normally, an elderly nurse would deliver the medicine and help with the application, but today, it was a young girl who acted shyly, nearly clinging to him while handing over the medication. Bai Jing, having endured countless similar situations since childhood, although irritated, did not reprimand her harshly due to her youth, choosing instead to dismiss her curtly and apply the ointment himself. Jin Yan's pupils widened instantly. Standing rooted in his spot, he struggled for words, muttering me, for quite some time without forming a coherent sentence. Just imagining himself standing close to Bai Jing applying the ointment, it almost felt like suffocating to him. With Jin Yan behind him, though Li Shiyi couldn't see his face, he could feel his nervous energy. He roughly snatched the cotton swab from Bai Jing's hand, glaring at him unhappily, and snapped irritably, "Why do you scare him?" Having accomplished his goal, Bai Jing remained silent, smiling faintly. He then turned around, grabbed the ointment, and handed it to Li Shiyi, squatting halfway down before him. Li Shiyi pulled down Bai Jing's collar slightly, letting out a small sigh of relief upon seeing the rash hadn't spread onto his back. Swiftly applying the ointment, he turned around and said, "Jin Yan, leave first." Jin Yan practically couldn't be more grateful, leaving behind a quick message, "Uncle Li, I'll be waiting outside the door, call me if needed," before hurrying out and closing the door behind him. When Li Shiyi turned back, all notions of ordinary friendship boundaries were long forgotten. He began berating, "What problem have you got? What has your grandfather taught you? Do these people from the Bai family think the company is a toy for playing house? Do you think what you're doing makes me cry my eyes out with gratitude? If you keep this reckless behavior, won't people outside still blame me, Li Shiyi?" It wasn't unjustified for him to be angry. After waking up, he had finally come to terms with his own thoughts, realizing that as adults over 30 years old, neither he nor Bai Jing should waste time calculating grudges and grievances against each other. Kindly offering everyone an exit ramp, they managed to part ways amicably and respectfully. But no, this person had to force him into tearing open wounds again. Once Bai Jing heard Li Shiyi vent out his frustrations, he smiled lightly and replied indifferently, "It's not a big deal, there's no need to get so upset." Seeing how unbothered Bai Jing seemed, Li Shiyi's fury grew even stronger. Had his body allowed, he'd have leaped forward to grab Bai Jing by the collar and punch him right then and there. He continued his verbal assault, shouting, "You fucking nutcase. Li Shiyi, I suggest you don't speak to me like that." Bai Jing's smile vanished, a warning tone creeping into his voice, his gaze dark and unclear. Li Shiyi laughed coldly, ready to ask how his seemingly self-assured demeanor finally cracked, only to hear Bai Jing reply, "Unless I go ahead and kiss you, and you wouldn't dodge." At this, Li Shiyi choked on his words. Looking into Bai Jing's eyes for a few seconds and seeing that the man wasn't joking, he was left fuming, unable to find any appropriate curses. Bai Jing chuckled in his heart, wanting to touch Li Shiyi's face. His hand had just risen before retracting, sighing lightly. Before Li Shiyi underwent surgery, Bai Jing was always worried about it. Even when sleeping with someone at night, he still thought about Li Shiyi's condition and had no mental space for anything else. During the year Li Shiyi was in a coma, there was no need to elaborate. Aside from watching over him and hoping for his awakening, Bai Jing shuttled between the company and home, occasionally playing with the two kids in his free time but not indulging in other thoughts. When Li Shiyi finally woke up, initially unable even to speak, Bai Jing only felt sorrow upon seeing him. Now that the person gradually improved, yelling curses looked almost exactly like his old self. Bai Jing, staring at Li Shiyi whose features grew increasingly animated with anger, felt a desire surging through his entire body. It wasn't as if Bai Jing suddenly lost his mind. After all, he and Li Shiyi used to argue this way, they'd quarrel and end up on the bed. If it weren't for worrying about Li Shiyi's physical health that couldn't endure sexual intercourse, and some remaining rationality holding him back, Bai Jing didn't know what he would do. Forcing himself to look away, Bai Jing murmured softly, "I just wanted to see you. If you're in a good mood, listen to me talk a little, if you're not, just pretend I'm invisible. I've got things under control at the company, don't worry too much about what Swamingyuan says." As he spoke, he walked to the bedside table, took out a box wrapped in pure black, and handed it to Li Shiyi, saying, "If you hadn't come today, I would have gone to find you. This is for you." Li Shiyi disdainfully glanced at it, too lazy even to reach out and take it, asking, "What is it?" Leaning down, Bai Jing placed the box on his knees, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone tender, "Li Shiyi, today is Qixi Festival, Chinese Valentine's Day. You should give chocolate to the person you like." Li Shiyi froze for a moment, then scanned Bai Jing from head to toe, doubting whether he'd been possessed by a ghost. He asked, "You're how old and you're still doing these childish tricks? How immature can you be?" Admitting freely as he touched his nose, Bai Jing said, "It's immature." Pausing, he continued, "But these childish tricks, regardless of my age now or even when I was a teenager, I've never done them with anyone." He wasn't lying. Although he'd received chocolates during his school days, sending them to others or making such cheesy declarations was something he'd never done with anyone else. This idea didn't originate from Bai Jing himself. Before coming, he ate with Yan Wei and a group of people, urging them to help him think of ways to make Li Shui like him. Coincidentally, Yan Wei's nephew had recently made waves across the whole school, buying thousands of boxes of chocolates, arranging them into the name of a girl he liked on the playground, and filming it with a drone for an aerial video that became a laughingstock in the Yan family. At the mention of this story, Yan Wei teased, "Why don't you also give him chocolates?" while slapping his thigh repeatedly, finding the idea dumber the more he thought about it. However, once Bai Jing heard it, he began earnestly inquiring from this group of ladies' men where he could get uniquely customized chocolates. Yan Wei couldn't hold back his laughter, pointing at Bai Jing and trembling as he exclaimed, You're beyond saving." Bai Jing remained indifferent. He had heard this countless times and wondered how long it would take for the people around him to stop being so surprised every time he did something simple for Li Shui. Li Shui had no idea about all of this. Even when they were together, their flirtations always happened in the bedroom. In their daily lives, they never exchanged sweet words, let alone giving chocolates, which seemed so naive and pure that it seemed completely out of place with both him and Bai Jing. Even though his expression remained cold, Li Shui's brain felt as if its wiring had snapped, momentarily forgetting why he was even there. Unable to bear staying any longer, Li Shui loudly called Jin Yan's name. Jin Yan hastily pushed the door open, noticing that although the scene inside wasn't as chaotic as he imagined, there was an inexplicable awkwardness in the air. Especially Bai Jing, who actually looked quite pleased. Strangely, before they left, Bai Jing had even thanked him for his hard work. Shaken and deeply moved, Jin Yan shook his head furiously until he saw Li Shui again and curiously asked about the box on his leg, "Uncle Li, what's this?" The absent-minded man seemed to just realize he was still holding the thing, tossing it aside as if it were burning hot and saying expressionlessly, "Nothing, throw it away." Jin Yan walked over, picked up the box, and after turning it around for a while, noticed a line of raised foreign characters on the bottom right corner of the back, followed by a dot connecting to 3 capital letters. Those 3 letters somehow gave off a sense of familiarity, and after pondering for a moment, Jin Yan realized they spelled out his Uncle Li's name. He glanced at the person facing away from him, who seemed to be sulking silently, then secretly pulled out his phone and quickly took a picture of the unfamiliar text before sending it to Bai Hao, asking, "Young master, what does this mean?" Bai Hao replied almost instantly, "Italian, my love." Jin Yan let out a sharp intake of breath, recalling where the box had come from, and carefully placed it back on the table with both hands. Standing there, looking left and right, he hesitated for a bit before finally approaching Li Shui. Seizing the opportunity when Li wasn't paying attention, Jin Yan abruptly held his phone screen in front of his face, hovering it there for several seconds. Li Shui froze, forced to clearly see what was on the screen, and immediately clenched his teeth, shouting, "Jin Yan." Jin Yan snatched his phone back and ran toward the door, yelling, "Wow, so romantic," before slamming it shut behind him. Enraged, Li Shui turned back to glance at the box on the table, but almost anxiously shifted his gaze away. Even so, those 4 words, "my love," remained sharply imprinted in his mind, despite his best efforts not to think about them. What nonsense was this about giving chocolates on Qixi Festival? What kind of rule was that? He had never heard of it. And even if we don't talk about Qixi, he and Bai Jing had never paid much attention to Valentine's Day either, so why this show of sentimentality now? Li Shui mocked himself coldly, yet no matter how harsh the thoughts were, his racing heart refused to slow down. Chapter 89. Because Sua Mingyuan was urging Bai Hao to return in a hurry, Bai Hao was originally supposed to go back on the Qixi festival. Li Shui thought that after his departure, she wouldn't be able to see Jin Yan for a short period of time, so she called him back and postponed the plan by a day with a phone call to Sua Mingyuan. Sua Mingyuan dared not offend Bai Jing or his family, so he had no choice but to agree politely. He also advised Bai Hao to come back early, saying that returning to Jinhai didn't necessarily mean compromise. Did he have to be with Bai Jing? Li Shui remained silent. Her original intention was to let everyone live their lives peacefully, but now it had resulted in both sides being in disarray. Just thinking about who was responsible made her furious. During this period, Jin Yan had been keeping vigil over him during mornings and evenings without proper rest. Even including this afternoon, he would only have 1.5 days left to spend with Bai Hao. After lunch, Li Shui brought up the topic again, suggesting that Bai Hao take him out to play for a while, whether it's finding a park to reminisce about their elementary school romance or booking a room to handle serious matters. There was no need for Jin Yan to stay with him all the time. Before Jin Yan could say, "I," Li Shui cut him off impatiently, telling him not to fuss. Bai Hao was also reluctant to part with Jin Yan, though he hadn't shown it much because he didn't want to appear weak in front of Li Shui and make him unhappy. However, since Li Shui had already spoken, Bai Hao did not refuse either. Holding Jin Yan's hand tightly, he said sincerely, "Thank you, Uncle Li." As they were leaving, fearing that young people might lose control and knowing how delicate Jin Yan was, Li Shui couldn't help but remind Bai Hao, "He can't endure too much, be moderate." Bai Hao's face immediately turned red as he replied, I haven't even. Jin Yan took care of Li Shui every day and was unwilling to let anyone else do even the smallest thing. Bai Hao never considered taking such a step at this point. Feeling it shameful to explain this before Li Shui, he stopped speaking and slightly nodded, dragging Jin Yan, who was confused about the situation, away. To Li Shui, observing these two people felt like reading some kind of pet diary. Sometimes Jin Yan would nuzzle close to Bai Hao and Bai Hao would reach out to touch him, or Bai Hao would feed Jin Yan, who would eat happily before snuggling against him again. Watching them like this, Li Shui began to question his own past experiences. He suddenly realized that what he once referred to as love wasn't real love, it was forced advances, one-sided affection, coercion, something entirely unrelated to true love. Previously, due to Jin Yan's presence, nursing care wasn't necessary all the time. But for the afternoon outing, Li Shui decided to contact the rehabilitation center for their arrangements. A sweet female voice answered, "All right Mr. Li, please don't worry." Receiving the response, Li Shui felt at ease and settled down for a nap. In the afternoon, just as Li Shui woke up from his nap, the knock came on the door. Thinking it was the nurse coming to take him to the rehab center, Li Shui didn't even ask who was outside. He sat up and pressed the lock button beside his bed. When the door opened and an unexpected visitor walked in, the very person who had infuriated him earlier that morning, Li Shui frowned deeply and asked, "What are you doing here?" Without hesitation, Bai Jing stepped forward and stated firmly, "To send you to the rehabilitation center." Enraged, Li Shui glared at Bai Jing standing beside his bed and shouted, "I called for a nurse. Did I ask for you?" Bai Jing didn't argue. Instead, he pulled back the covers, bent down, picked Li Shui up, and headed toward the bathroom, saying as he went, "Mr. Li Shui, doctors confirmed that my allergy symptoms are non-contagious. Currently healthy, with over a year of experience caring for bedridden patients. Please trust me." Once inside the bathroom, he paused when the toilet seat cover automatically flipped open, then placed Li Shui down to help remove his pants. Pushing Bai Jing's hands away, Li Shui glared fiercely, "Get out." Although unable to walk normally yet, his lower body still retained sensation and certainly didn't require Bai Jing's meticulous assistance. Resigning himself to defeat momentarily, Bai Jing thought, "Have I not seen everything about your body? I know exactly how many moles you have," but he feared making the present company angry if voiced, thus simply retreated from the bathroom following Li Shui's demand. After finishing using the restroom alone, Li Shui refused further aid, used the special support rack installed next to the toilet to stand, put his pants on by himself. Growing angrier by the moment, he flopped down onto the bed, grabbed the telephone receiver hanging by his side, ready to press the emergency help button, which would summon staff instantly should any patient encounter emergencies. Just at that moment, Bai Jing re-entered the room. Observing the phone in Li Shui's hands, he sighed softly, retrieved the phone gently, hung it back up, then scooped Li Shui into his arms again. Looking directly into Li Shui's eyes, he asked gently, "Why must you always be so stubborn with me? Jin Yan can take care of you, why can't I?" Li Shui gave a cold laugh, "Who cares about your care?" Bai Jing went out, sitting him down on the wheelchair and adjusting his position. Then he took the alcohol-free hand sanitizer from the bathroom and carefully sprayed it onto Li Shui's hands while lowering his head and smiling, "Even if you don't cherish it, I've already been caring for you for a year." This startled Li Shui, blocking any harsh words in his throat. After Bai Jing had put things away, he poured a glass of warm water and then took 2 bottles of pills from the bedside cabinet. He popped out 1 white tablet from one bottle and 4 brown small pills from the other, then handed both the water and pills to Li Shui. Since Li Shui was still in recovery, he had to take various types of medication. Some were twice daily, others 3 times, with differing amounts each time. Sometimes, even Li Shui himself got confused. Looking at how familiar Bai Jing was with the whole process, he almost thought that the person who always watched over him when taking medicine wasn't Jin Yan but Bai Jing. He didn't bother asking how this man could be so clearly aware, even after more than a month apart, of the habit that required him to take certain medications immediately upon waking from his nap, including exactly which kind and how many pills. He didn't cause any further fuss either, simply accepting the cup of water and swallowing the pills. Bai Jing had mentally prepared himself for Li Shui to throw the cup, but seeing him comply with taking the medicine, he let out a sigh of relief internally. Then he walked to the coat rack by the door, took down the jacket Li Shui wore earlier, draped it over him, and also handed him the phone lying next to the pillow before pushing the wheelchair out of the room. Upon reaching the medical rehabilitation room at the center, therapist Tong greeted them. As soon as he saw Li Shui, he came forward to examine his complexion anxiously, asking, "Why didn't you come this morning? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Li Shui shook his head and concocted a random excuse. This caused Tong to turn his gaze toward Bai Jing, smiling and asking, "Jin Yan doesn't seem to have accompanied you today. Who's this?" Li Shui took advantage of Bai Jing not speaking yet, fearing that something inappropriate might slip out, and quickly interjected, saying, "A friend." Tong nodded and extended his hand with a friendly smile. However, once he introduced himself, Bai Jing didn't give any indication of acknowledging him. After a few seconds of awkwardness, Tong had no choice but to withdraw his hand uncomfortably. Although Bai Jing had received excellent upbringing since childhood and rarely displayed such rudeness towards anyone regardless of their status or background, Li Shui wasn't sure what ailment had struck him this time, so he told Tong, "Ignore him. Tongan was as amiable as Wei Zhe, smiled without giving much thought to the matter, didn't press further, and bent down to pick up Li Shi and place him on the PT bed as usual. However, just as his hand was about to touch him, someone blocked him. Straightening up, Tongan noticed Bai Jing quietly lifting Li Shi onto the bed and stepping aside afterward, showing no intention of interfering again. Realizing the situation, he moved closer to prepare Li Shi for the massage prior to lower limb strength training. Watching Tongan work, though his expression remained calm, Bai Jing grew increasingly uneasy inside. In the past, he had been in contact with the physician responsible for Li Shi's entire rehabilitation process, also the team leader of the rehabilitation group, whose staff included therapists, caregivers, psychological consultants, and nutritionists. Bai Jing had reviewed the qualifications and credentials of all these individuals and knew that this therapist graduated from an overseas institution specialized in rehabilitation medicine and had quite extensive working experience. Since he came to the convalescent home a few days ago, to avoid disrupting Li Shi's treatment, he hadn't come here with him. Thus, he had never known, or been informed, that this young therapist, barely in his 30s, had a face worthy of entertainment news headlines. Where would Tongan know of the complicated thoughts beside him, quickly immersing himself in his duties? He asked Li Shi to lie flat, took off his socks, rolled up the loose trouser legs, secured his ankle with one hand, and gently rotated his foot forepart with the other. After waiting an appropriate amount of time, he half-lifted Li Shi's calf and massaged it upwards from the foot back to the Achilles tendon. Li Shi's skin was whiter and smoother than most men's, with faint body hair. His slender and well-shaped calves formed an aesthetically pleasing line when his knees were slightly bent, reflecting a jade-like sheen under the light. Seeing a strange man's hands moving repeatedly on Li Shi's legs, Bai Jing felt like several strings in his mind snapped. Yet, both of them, one focused and the other calm, exhibited nothing unusual, leaving him unsure how to vent his anger. With great effort, he suppressed the explosive rage within him, forcing himself to stay calm. Chapter 90. Li Shi's upper body recovery was going well, and it no longer affected his daily life. However, his legs were weak and he could only walk a few steps with assistance, and his gait was unstable. After Tongan massaged him, he used the ankle trainer and quadriceps trainer for traction and passive exercises. Then, while Li Shi rested, Tongan adjusted the seat and armrest height of the walking trainer according to the plan and helped him sit down on the walking device. During this process, there were many physical contacts between the two of them. Especially when adjusting the waist guards on both sides of the walking trainer, Tongan squatted behind him, rotating the buttons while joking with a smile, "Look how thin you are, I've adjusted it to the smallest size, but it still doesn't fit your waist." As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on Li Shi's waist, making him lean back more to ensure his balance and safety. Bai Jing always stood silently watching on the side. In the middle of it all, he wanted to step forward several times, even his toes had stepped out, but he suppressed it and stepped back. In fact, Bai Jing wasn't unfamiliar with such scenes. In the past, when he accompanied Ningyu to rehabilitation, Ningyu, due to serious injuries in the lower limbs, often needed to be carried around, and massaging the waist and legs was an everyday routine. Among those helping him, there were also some young doctors or therapists. Bai Jing never thought anything was inappropriate. This was therapy after all, one couldn't expect doctors and nurses to keep their distance or worry about avoiding suspicions, right? So even as he waited for Ningyu, he could still focus part of his mind on work, thinking that professional matters should be left to professionals. But when the subject became Li Shi, everything seemed incomprehensible. Bai Jing had always thought that Li Shi was dominant and domineering, feeling displeased whenever others touched him. Yet he didn't realize that when roles were reversed, he felt the same way. Though he knew that Tongan was merely doing his job, it still grated on him. When all the training was over, as soon as Tongan relaxed, he noticed a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Confused, he wondered why this friend of Li Shi had so much hostility towards him. In the past, when he encountered such situations, it was always because he was too popular with girls, which caused dissatisfaction among other men. But now, there wasn't even a female nurse in the treatment room. Tongan didn't dare ask further questions. After finishing the treatment, he gave Li Shi a few reminders and then escorted them out. Back in the room, Bai Jing took care of Li Shi's dinner, and after he rested for a while, handed him the medicine. Li Shi had noticed earlier in the afternoon that this person was abnormally quiet, unsure whether something was wrong at the company. His gaze scanned the red patch on Bai Jing's nape, frowning and dismissing him. "I've eaten my meal and taken my medicine, you can go now, can't you?" After hearing his words, Bai Jing paused for a moment and then put the water cup and medicine bottle away neatly before saying, "My silence won't bother you." With a light intake of breath, Li Shi, expressionless, retorted, "It's not about whether you're bothering me or not. It's that just seeing you makes me feel annoyed. Can you leave me alone for a while?" Bai Jing turned to look at him. At first, Li Shi forced himself to hold his gaze, but after a few seconds, he faltered under Bai Jing's stare and looked away first. Actually, from the afternoon onwards, Bai Jing hadn't been feeling well inside. It wasn't targeted at Tongan alone, he had truly realized for the first time that Li Shi no longer belonged to him. Although he could cling desperately, the other party had the freedom to choose not to love him, or even the freedom to choose someone else, which he couldn't interfere with, nor did he have the right to interfere. And all the efforts and sacrifices he had made so far seemed to have never swayed the person in front of him even by a hair. What was even harder to bear was the recurring memory of Tong An's hands kneading Li Shi's calves flashing in by Jing's mind. These visions reminded him that if Li Shi decided never to look back, then sooner or later, there would be someone who would touch and kiss every inch of his body. Thinking to this point, Bai Jing's forehead veins protruded as he gritted his teeth. He feared that staying any longer would lead him to say or do something irretrievable. Looking at Li Shi once more, he said solemnly, "I will inform the nurse to come over, rest well." With that, he walked out. Watching his retreating figure, Li Shi felt he should have felt relieved, but instead, his chest felt clogged as if something was blocking it. Right at that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that Jin Yan had sent a video call request, so he accepted it. "Uncle Li, have you had dinner?" The face on the screen beamed as soon as the call connected. Now it was past 7 o'clock, it was impossible that Uncle Li hadn't eaten yet. After Li Shi answered, Jin Yan exclaimed, "We haven't eaten yet." As he said this, he raised the phone higher to show Li Shi the surrounding environment. Li Shi saw him sitting in a rustic courtyard with a wisteria trellis above his head, and the familiar stone table and stone stools beside him. After recalling for a while, he asked, "Did you go to Aunt Zhang's place?" More than a year ago, after Jin Yan was discharged from the hospital, they rented a house from Aunt Zhang. Back then, Li Shi had a fever in the middle of the night, and it was Aunt Zhang's son who drove him to the hospital. For this, Li Shi had once thought of giving her more money as a token of gratitude, but she refused. He hadn't expected that after such a long time, Jin Yan would still remember this family and visit them. "Yes." Jin Yan replied. "Uncle Li, listen. Little Yuanyuan is already 3 years old, and she has grown so much." Little Yuanyuan was the nickname of Aunt Zhang's grandson, whom Jin Yan used to tease all the time. After saying this, Jin Yan turned the camera towards the little child and called out her name repeatedly. Little Yuanyuan was kneeling on the stone stool, using her chubby fingers to pick up a peanut and put it into her mouth. She did it again and again, concentrating fully on eating and not having any time to pay attention to Jin Yan. Jin Yan moved the plate of peanuts away, determined to make her look up. Little Yuanyuan reached out with her hands to try and grab the plate, but it was too far for her short arms. With an "Aao," she started crying and shouted, "Grandma." Aunt Zhang just happened to come out from the house carrying a dish of sautéed pork with chili. She chided, "Jin Yan, don't you feel ashamed?" Back when Jin Yan lived here, he was told off by Aunt Zhang countless times every day, yet he never showed any remorse, laughing happily. On the other hand, Bai Hao stood up at once, bowing deeply and apologizing repeatedly, making Aunt Zhang exclaim, "Aya," as she hurried to ask him to sit down, all the while being careful because her hands were greasy. It was quite a chaotic scene. Li Shi felt a wave of helplessness, waiting until Jin Yan turned the camera back to him and gave instructions, "When visiting someone's home, you shouldn't arrive empty-handed." The reply came, "I know, Uncle Li, I bought lots of things." Reassured by this, Li Shi let him play and not worry about himself. Jin Yan nodded and continued chatting, saying he would be back tomorrow, only bidding farewell to Li Shi when Aunt Zhang invited him for dinner. After hanging up, Li Shi couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Then he thought about how Bai Hao was willing to accompany him, doing what he wished and seeing the people he wanted, which gave him some solace. Not long after, the nurse who usually helped take care of Li Shi came over and planned to stay with him all night. But Li Shi wasn't used to having strangers in his room at night, so he told her to go rest and return the next morning. However, the next morning, Bai Jing arrived instead. Seeing him, Li Shi momentarily didn't know how to argue. In this period, he had said everything good or bad to no avail, leaving him nothing else to say. Bai Jing helped him eat breakfast and take his medicine, then carried him to the wheelchair, speaking only one sentence throughout, "I'll take you there." Li Shi thought since Jin Yan would be back in the evening, there was no need to waste words arguing further. After finishing the morning treatment with Tong An and returning home for lunch, he followed his usual routine of taking a nap. Bai Jing seemed to have been hurt by his words the previous day, remaining silent all along without uttering a word. It wasn't until Li Shi woke up in the afternoon that he suggested, "Let's sit by the lake." The weather was fine today, and Li Shi also didn't want to stay in bed all the time, so he agreed. Having received his consent, Bai Jing prepared the floral tea sent by Mu Ran and poured it into a thermos, then bent down to pick Li Shi up and place him in the wheelchair. He took the sketchbook and pen and put them in his arms, dressed him in a coat, and then squatted down to patiently ask, "Do you need anything else?" Li Shi was confused by these series of actions, averting his gaze and shaking his head. Once they reached the artificial lake, Bai Jing found a place to sit and stabilized the wheelchair. Then, he sat beside Li Shi and watched him draw. He didn't bring a notebook, nor looked at his phone, and remained completely quiet, focusing solely on Li Shi. Occasionally, his eyes wandered to the gradually emerging contours on the canvas. In the past, whenever Li Shi went out, Jin Yan always talked endlessly. Even if Li Shi himself kept quiet, he wouldn't feel bored. Now, with this person staring silently, he somehow felt uneasy all over, even finding his pen less responsive under his hand. Feeling increasingly impatient within, Li Shi knew that as long as this person was around, he couldn't possibly concentrate. He was just about to speak when Bai Jing preemptively called out his name. When he looked over, Bai Jing proposed, "Let me help you walk a bit." During his daily treatment, Li Shi could walk a few steps supported by parallel bars. Occasionally, when Tongmin wanted to assess his recovery status, after attaching instruments to his legs, he would hold Li Shi's hand and guide him through the steps. He didn't know why this man suddenly got such an idea, so he immediately cooled his face and said, "No, I don't want to walk." Bai Jing, however, didn't give up. He stood up and came to face Li Shi, extending his hand with a smile and proposing, "Then how about this? If you agree, take a few steps, and I promise I won't show up in front of you for a few days." Li Shi almost instantly raised his head and asked, "Really?" Bai Jing gave a helpless expression, feeling both annoyed and amused inside, and replied, "Yes, really." Li Shi closed the sketchbook and tossed it aside without hesitation, then stretched out his hand into Bai Jing's, waiting for him to firmly grip it before pressing his feet against the ground and making an effort to stand up. Bai Jing steadily supported him, carefully observing his legs once he was standing upright, noting that there was no trembling in his legs and no sign of discomfort on his face, finally relaxing. He took a small step back and said softly, "Be careful." As Li Shi lifted his foot, Bai Jing reiterated his caution, concernedly reminding, "Go slowly." They were almost standing side by side, but Bai Jing kept his head low, fully concentrating on Li Shi's legs without any inappropriate thoughts. Instead, when Li Shi accidentally looked up, seeing the focused and gentle expression on Bai Jing's face made him lose focus for a second. After just 5 steps, Bai Jing stopped, noticing Li Shi wanting to continue. With a sigh, he said, "You don't need to sacrifice your leg just to avoid seeing me for a few days." Li Shi shot him a glare, checking the distance to the wheelchair and was about to remark that those 5 steps weren't even worth 2 strides of others when his mind suddenly went buzz. It was the beach, the sky set ablaze by the evening sun. The glittering sea surface, an empty wheelchair left on the sandy shore. And 2 men locked in a kiss. Li Shi froze, as though all the unhealed wounds in his heart had been violently torn open again. Looking down at his hand held by Bai Jing, he glanced briefly at the calm lake beside him and thought about the wheelchair behind him. He couldn't help but find everything around him so absurd. Gradually, Ning Yu's face appeared before his eyes. That person innocently gazed at him and asked, "I went to Bai Jing's house willingly, and I wanted you to leave Bai Jing because Bai Jing doesn't truly love you. Did I do something wrong?" In that instant, it felt like his entire body was covered in a sticky, nauseating layer, making him almost retch. The person in front suddenly lost his reaction, and Bai Jing, finding it strange, gently called his name a few times. Li Shi snapped back to reality but didn't say a word. Seizing Bai Jing's momentary lack of guard, he fiercely yanked his hand away and even pushed Bai Jing in disgust. However, due to the sudden loss of support, he lost his balance and stumbled backward. Fortunately, his reflexes kicked in fast enough for him to land on his palm first to cushion the fall, avoiding hitting the back of his head. Still, excruciating pain shot through his wrist immediately, and a large piece of skin on his palm was scraped off against the rough ground. Caught off guard by Li Shi's push, Bai Jing turned pale upon seeing him fall and kneeled down on one knee to lift him up, only to be forcefully shoved away again. "Li Shi." Bai Jing gritted his teeth, getting angry at him for the first time after all this while. Ignoring the pain, Li Shi grabbed Bai Jing's collar tightly as he tried to approach once more. His eyes burned with furious fire as he hissed angrily, "Let me tell you clearly, Bai Jing. Look closely, I am not fucking Ning Yu." Chapter 91. After Li Shi's outburst, he shook his hand off as if he was afraid of touching something dirty. Bai Jing didn't know why he had suddenly become so angry and could not understand the meaning behind his words. However, he had no time to dwell on it now. Frowning, he said, "I don't want to argue with you right now." Then he moved to hold Li Shi again. But the images of Bai Jing getting along well with Ning Yu in Li Shi's mind were impossible to suppress, making him even more agitated as he dodged Bai Jing, shouting, "Get lost." The commotion had already drawn the attention of others, with a few staff members rushing over to ask, "What's going on? Do you need help?" Bai Jing looked at the blood seeping from the palm of Li Shi's hand, no longer having time for a petty quarrel. He stepped back and told the people around him, "Please take him back and send for a doctor." When the person changed, Li Shi no longer resisted and allowed himself to be lifted onto the wheelchair. Bai Jing stood nearby watching, his expression cold like frost. Back in the ward, after the doctor examined him and said fortunately there was no wrist injury, although the wound on the palm looked terrible, it was only skin damage. The doctor treated the wound, reminding that water must be avoided under all circumstances, and urged Li Shi to be very careful in the future since his body had finally started showing some improvement after years of care. If anything went wrong causing an injury, leading to other diseases, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Jing kept vigil by the bedside with tense expressions, becoming even more disheartened upon hearing the doctor's words. After sending the doctor away, realizing the meaning of what happened this afternoon, staring at the quiet figure lying in bed, his repressed anger burst out, "Tell me, how are you similar to Ning Yu? Why should I treat you as Ning Yu?" His gaze fell on Li Shi's bandaged hand, his voice rising from low to high, anger pulsating through his temples. "If I wanted Ning Yu, why would I have a falling out with the Ning family? If I wanted Ning Yu, why the hell would I be clinging to you so persistently?" Bai Jing was a rather refined person due to his grandfather's influence since childhood. This refinement could be seen as good upbringing or simply as the demeanor of a rich young man. He believed one should speak slowly, chew food thoroughly, never panic in situations, and absolutely not swear or fight. In his grandfather's teachings, only reckless individuals behaved so rudely. Therefore, unless utterly enraged, he wouldn't utter a single curse word. But at this moment, Bai Jing was indeed exceedingly angry. Ningyu wasn't his white moonlight or his unyielding yearning. Why did he keep finding the shadow of Ningyu in Li Shui? Why did he have to view Li Shui as Ningyu? It was utterly nonsensical and unreasonable. Li Shui lowered his eyes and remained silent. In fact, he knew he didn't resemble Ningyu in any way. He just recalled his former self during the coincidental resemblance to past events this afternoon. He remembered hearing those words about being unloved outside the bustling hotel. Remembered waiting for Ningyu on the balcony all night. Remembered receiving a close-up photo on the day he was diagnosed in the hospital. He simply detested how Bai Jing reused the same tactics that were previously aimed at Ningyu against him. More detestable still, was his inability to learn from lessons, gradually sinking into despair. After venting his fury, seeing the unusual silence from the other party, Bai Jing began to regret. After much hesitation on the spot and several attempts to say something, he eventually said, "I have never loved Ningyu, nor have I ever regarded you as Ningyu." This topic had always been a tacit agreement between the two, intentionally left untouched. Bai Jing didn't know what Li Shui thought, but for himself, he had no idea how to bring it up. Even later, when he learned of the despicable things Ningyu had done and harbored resentment, he couldn't blame Ningyu in front of Li Shui and attribute all the wrongs to Ningyu. Originally, both parties shared responsibility, saying he couldn't retain Li Shui was Bai Jing himself, and saying he didn't love Li Shui was also Bai Jing himself, and not trusting Li Shui was also Bai Jing. He was the main culprit, while Ningyu was merely an accomplice. How could he exonerate himself cleanly, blaming everything on Ningyu, portraying himself as an innocent victim deceived? His conscience pricked him, so he had never dared to mention it. Upon hearing these words, Li Shui finally raised his head, scoffing, "You didn't love Ningyu? So back then, she used a gun to force you to take her home?" After asking, as if recalling something, pain flickered across his face, "Did you ever think how embarrassing it was for me? It was the place where I lived for 3 years, it was my..." The word home, Li Shui stammered and failed to say aloud. "But I have to act like a thief, sneaking around you every morning and evening. Every day when I stand by the door, I think about what I should do if I open it and find you inside. What expression should I make? What words should I say? Have you ever thought about this, Bai Jing?" As he spoke, his eyes were wide with anger, his blood almost boiling, as all the suppressed grievances from so long accumulated were unleashed. Yes, before the surgery, he had told Bai Jing, "I don't blame you." But how could he not blame him? Knowing perfectly well what mattered most to him, knowing perfectly well what Li Wenshua, his father, had endured, Bai Jing still chose to hurt him in this way, ripping open his wounds again and tearing him apart piece by piece. Seeing Li Shui clenching his teeth audibly, his eyes filled with alternating anger and agony, his face flushed down to the earlobe, even his shoulders trembling slightly, Bai Jing felt as if 1,000 knives pierced through his heart. He never realized Li Shui held onto such deep resentment, never realized he cared so much about Ningyu. This person had always seemed indifferent to everything, quarreling with Bai Jing fiercely despite being sick, or even calmly asking whether Bai Jing and Ningyu had been together on the bed in the bedroom. Bai Jing never knew Li Shui would feel so deeply saddened. Bai Jing stepped forward, stopping beside the bed, and his voice was raspy as he spoke, "I'm sorry. It was my mistake." At these words, the man before him instantly welled up with tears. Bai Jing sat down, curling his fingers, and gently brushed his knuckles over Li Shui's tear-filled corner of the eye, then continued, "I was too selfish and arrogant, too slow in recognizing my feelings for you, and have betrayed you. It's all my fault." Li Shui turned his head to avoid Bai Jing's fingers, biting his lower lip hard, swallowing back the lump in his throat forcefully. Bai Jing worried that he might bite himself, so he grabbed his jaw, turning his face back and making him release the pressure. He saw a line of neat teeth marks left on the lips, causing Bai Jing to wince sympathetically. He clasped Li Shui's hand within his own, remaining silent for a while before speaking softly, "When I was in high school, Ningyu confessed to me, saying he'd liked me since childhood. He looked good, came from a fine family, and was obedient without creating trouble, so I agreed to be with him. However, I regarded our relationship merely as entertainment beyond academics, agreeing from the start that we'd part ways after graduation." He had never spoken about his past with such earnestness to Li Shui, who initially refused to pay attention but eventually became engrossed, showing serious expressions on his face. "You know, I was raised by my grandfather. My mother was a woman of principle. Looking back now, perhaps she didn't love my father much either. She grew disillusioned with the marriage forced upon her by her elders and disappointed with her controlled life, leading to emotional troubles and early death. My memory of her is already faint, but I remember her starting to tell me to find someone I truly loved. But towards the end, she also warned me never to love anyone because love brings immense pain." At this point, Bai Jing gave a bitter smile. "In fact, until I grew up, I never really understood what she meant. People always sought something from me, liked or flattered me, which at most annoyed me. Had I not met you, this kind of pain might have nothing to do with me my entire life." He let out a soft sigh. "Growing up, besides my grandfather, no one dared to command me to do anything. Since meeting you, I've experienced it all, yelled at by you constantly, enraged to the point of retaliating physically. Every time I swore to myself that if this happens again, I wouldn't forgive you easily, but when it happened next, it was just the same. I detested my disrupted plans, despised broken arrangements. Taking Ningyu home was only due to stubborn pride not wanting to retreat endlessly in front of you, refusing to surrender so easily. Without resisting your wishes or making things unpleasant for you, I couldn't convince myself otherwise. After a pause, he hesitated but finally added, I've said to you before that I've never touched Ningyu, and it's true. Saying this may embarrass me, but during that incident by the sea, I wasn't the one to take the initiative. Bai Jing stopped, finding the details too embarrassing to express fully. Later on, I often pondered why I distanced myself from Ningyu. Perhaps it was because deep down I knew, should I take one wrong step, based on your temperament, you would never forgive me. And between us, it would be irretrievably lost forever. As Li Shi listened earlier, he responded somewhat to Bai Jing's words, but when hearing later parts, he just froze dumbly, looking at Bai Jing as though staring at a complete stranger. Bai Jing was holding the hand that had been injured by Jiang Manqing. He spread out his palm, lowered his head, and pressed a kiss on the faint scar that was barely noticeable now. Then he looked into his eyes and asserted with certainty, I didn't understand before, I was unclear about my own feelings and didn't dare to jump to conclusions lightly. But now, I can firmly tell you this, in all my life, I've loved only one person, and his name is Li Shi. Chapter 92. Actually, after returning to the room from outside and calming down, Li Shi was extremely disappointed in himself, his mood darkening as a result. He despised himself for bringing up old grievances with Bai Jing, for dredging up those memories that were stuck in his throat like a fish bone, and for arguing like a resentful woman. He had repeated countless times that he should let go, even boasting about being friends with him, but at the slightest coincidence, one so subtle that Bai Jing hadn't even reacted, he exploded, bitterly recounting all the wrongs he had endured. It was truly undignified. He said he wasn't Ningyu. Such an out-of-nowhere remark left even himself uncertain of how to explain it, so how could he expect Bai Jing to understand? So the initial reaction from the other side wasn't surprising to him at all. They had always been this way, arguments never reached their core points, each one speaking past the other without ever stopping to listen to what the other wanted to say. It seemed more like a competition over who could be the most hurtful, excessive, and damaging. Neither would be the first to apologize, continuing until both were physically and mentally exhausted, waiting only for the next new conflict to arise, caught endlessly in this vicious cycle. So after he finished questioning those words, he waited, just as in the past, for Bai Jing's retaliation, even guessing what the other might say. For example, their relationship had always been ambiguous, such as when he left on impulse at the second uncle's birthday celebration, or when he injured himself and still stubbornly insisted he went to a bar. He thought much, because he understood Bai Jing too well, too familiar with the dynamics between them, too clear on where each other's sore spots were. Therefore, as long as they remained face to face, they couldn't escape pointing fingers and revisiting old grievances, retreating again to argue over who originally wronged whom and whose fault it was first. But he never expected to wait long enough for Bai Jing to apologize. This person had indeed spoken before about asking for forgiveness, but in Li Shi's eyes, it was more like placating him to force him into surgery, a show of tolerance. From knowing Bai Jing up until now, over many years, this was the first time he had seen him with such expression and attitude seriously saying, I did something wrong, I failed you. It was a scene he wouldn't have imagined even in dreams when he harbored extravagant hopes. The best outcome he'd ever envisaged was merely forming a tacit understanding, awkwardly dragging through life with no enthusiasm. How could he have foreseen that one day, someone who had always held themselves above others, treating people like insects, would humbly lower their head, talk incessantly about their own past, and explain issues previously considered unworthy, all simply to seek his forgiveness? For a moment, Li Shi didn't know how to respond. Touched? How could he not be touched? His feelings for Bai Jing were hopelessly unshakable, known only to himself. Running so far away here wasn't for reasons he had clearly stated, seeing you makes me filled with distaste. Instead, it was due to longing that made him run, due to waking up and knowing that this person had actually stayed by his side for a year, leading him to realize the suppressed emotions starting to stir once more, fearing everything might come back. With so many knots he couldn't untie, if Bai Jing didn't take the initiative to speak, he would never have dared to ask. All these things would remain between them, unresolved. But suddenly, this person seemed to know how to deal with him, breaking down these barriers and not even giving him a chance to flee. Seeing Li Shi's continued silence, Bai Jing gripped his hand even tighter, his palms slightly sweating from nervousness. You're right, nobody held a gun to my head, so from the day I brought Ningyu back, I lost any right to explain myself to you. He paused, seemingly pondering how best to convey his thoughts. These words, I've never dared utter, fearing you wouldn't have the patience to listen, also fearing you would resent it, thinking I'm merely making excuses for myself. But today seeing you so upset, I'm afraid that if I don't speak up, you'll continue dwelling on it and won't let yourself go. Li Shi shifted his gaze, his heart faintly constricting. Yes, he had been dwelling on it, unable to let himself go. He hated his weakness, his humility, hating the fact that he'd ended up following the same path as his father. He forcefully withdrew his hand and replied indifferently, all right, I'll let myself go. Then, if I say that I've already given up, I don't want to be with you anymore, and I also want to try a different life, to love someone who doesn't make me feel so hard, what would you do then? Can you let me go? The hand that had just become empty clenched unconsciously, and Bai Jing's face momentarily froze, as if unable to believe that Li Shui was really withdrawing the definition of love he had always given him, handing it to someone else. He furrowed his brows, hesitating in a low voice, but the subsequent words never came, his eyes betraying an unusual perplexity. Though Li Shui inwardly mocked himself, why was he not the slightest bit gratified by seeing Bai Jing this way? It was as if there were two people inside him tugging at each other, one deeply moved by Bai Jing's apology and the other, upon realizing he possessed the power to sway and hurt Bai Jing, couldn't help being relentless, pushing further to wound him. Even more absurdly, Li Shui himself did not know what kind of response he wanted to hear. He was just about to call it quits when the door suddenly crashed open with a loud thud. Jin Yen stood at the doorway, holding a sack that completely obscured his face. When he peeked out from behind, he loudly declared, "Uncle Li, I'm back. I bought so much food for you. Aren't you surprised?" Ha ha ha. His cheerful smile gradually froze as he caught sight of Li Shui and Bai Jing. Silently putting down the things he carried, Jin Yen politely greeted Bai Jing and turned to leave, only to be called back by Li Shui. With reluctance in his steps, Jin Yen paused, confused as to why Uncle Li wanted him to stick around like an unwelcome third wheel. But when he accidentally glanced over at Li Shui's bandaged hand, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Like someone whose tail had caught fire, he rushed to the bedside, hesitant whether to lift up the injured hand but too worried about aggravating the wound. Clutching his head anxiously, he asked repeatedly, "What happened?" Li Shui casually fabricated an excuse, claiming it was an accidental fall. "How could you be so careless? Wasn't there anyone taking care of you? Bai Xianqing said he'd always be around, that's why I decided to come back today." He frowned unhappily, yet held back from blaming Bai Jing outright, casting furtive glances at him. Before Li Shui could reply, Bai Jing rose and apologized to Jin Yen, "It's my fault, I failed to look after him." Jin Yen immediately panicked. Glancing at Li Shui, he lowered his head, stammering nervously, unsure what to say. Bai Jing understood that the atmosphere in the room no longer suited continuing the conversation. "I'll go first. Rest well." Then turning toward Jin Yen, he gave instructions, "Don't let his hand touch water. Be extra careful." Li Shui remained silent, while Jin Yen, feeling it was inappropriate to ignore someone, nodded. When Bai Jing reached the doorway, about to close the door, he heard Jin Yen muttering faintly through the barely closed gap, "But I've taken care of Uncle Li for more than 2 months without even letting you scrape a finger." The rest became inaudible. Bai Jing froze, standing in the corridor for quite a while before heading slowly back to his own room. It wasn't dinner time yet, and on returning home, Bai Jing received the usual call from his workstation asking if they should prepare dinner for him. Without any appetite, Bai Jing hung up the phone, walking instead to the spacious balcony and sitting down. The evening breeze was gentle, neither stiflingly hot nor chilly. Yet Bai Jing exhibited no sign of relaxation, pinching his nose bridge wearily. Suddenly recalling something, he started rummaging through his suit pocket. As he bent his head, he noticed several dried bloodstains near his collar that had turned brownish. This slowed his movements momentarily. Once he pulled his hand from the pocket, between his thumb and index finger rested a small ring. Lately, seeing Li Shui often, he had developed the habit of removing it before meeting him, then putting it back on after returning to his room, a secret battle akin to guerrilla warfare. Though somewhat tedious, he had already become accustomed to it. Only during Li Shui's coma did he not need such secrecy, but at that time, he wished the person on the bed would wake up and snatch away his ring to throw it far. Clutching the ring tightly, Bai Jing didn't rush to put it back on. Staring absent-mindedly at their names engraved inside the circle, he unconsciously caressed it with his fingertips. Every word Li Shui spoke earlier echoed repeatedly in his mind. Although he had never expected Li Shui to instantly forgive him after waking, Bai Jing hadn't foreseen either that his proximity would cause such anguish to Li Shui. To give up. To sincerely wish him all the best, allowing both of them perhaps to maintain some semblance of friendship, sharing meals occasionally when free, and laughing off past memories as youthful follies. And then when he falls in love with someone else, indulging that person greatly, tolerating everything, imagining how Lin Yan who used to sleep softly against his neck would now cuddle up with another person, such images sent dangerous, violent thoughts swirling within Bai Jing. As if having a bucket of cold water splashed over his face, Bai Jing felt awakened from his reverie. Yes, it was just a thought. A mere thought about a shadowy figure whose gender or appearance he didn't even know had been enough to drive him mad with anger. And what about Li Shui? He had experienced it firsthand, facing an actual person in the form of Ning Yu and enduring suspicion and blame from Bai Jing as well as disdain and mockery from strangers. How desperate must one be to seek comfort from a departed soul, relying on the cold tombstone for solace. Recalling the past, Bai Jing could vividly picture that person curled up and sleeping in the rain, their face deathly pale from the rainwater. It took all his effort to maintain composure by tightening his jawline. How arrogant had he been in the past, thinking that time alone would be enough to make amends to Li Shui. Jin Yan's words might have been unintentional, but they effectively made Bai Jing feel utterly humiliated. He had only spent a few days with Li Shui and already caused him harm again. How absurd was it that he kept apologizing while disregarding Li Shui's wishes and acting presumptuously. If simply doing nothing pushed Li Shui to lose control, drove him to breaking point, until he pleaded, "Can you just leave me alone?" then on what basis did Bai Jing think Li Shui should forgive him and start anew? Was he truly planning to lock him away and ruin another half of his life after destroying the first? The sky outside gradually grew dark, and one by one, the streetlights along the path lit up. With no light turned on in the room, the alternating play of light and shadow fell on Bai Jing, making him appear somewhat lonely. He sat there motionless for an indeterminate amount of time, until the boisterous laughter from downstairs startled him back into awareness. He raised his hand and carefully placed the ring onto his left ring finger. Then, gazing silently at it for a long moment, he closed his eyes and pressed a very gentle kiss on the ring. Realizing he probably shouldn't say this anymore, perhaps never had the right to say it again, Bai Jing's fingers trembled slightly, and despite trying to hide it with a smile, his voice choked up. My Li Shui. Chapter 93. The night before, Jin Yan, though displeased about Li Shui's injury, did not pursue the matter further. However, after escorting Li Shui back from treatment the next day and hearing something outside, he became furious in the room. This Mr. Bai has gone too far. Uncle Li, never pay him any attention again. Caught off guard by his sudden outburst, Li Shui felt thoroughly confused, thinking it must be related to his injuries, so he consoled him, I told you yesterday, I fell on my own, it had nothing to do with. Uncle Li, stop making excuses for him. Jin Yan interrupted, many people saw it, it was him who pulled you off the wheelchair and shoved you. That's why you got injured. Li Shui. I never thought he would do such a thing, all this while I thought he genuinely cared for Uncle Li. The more Jin Yan thought about it, the angrier he became. He sat on the sofa just to jump up again. When Uncle Li was first unconscious, he stayed at the hospital every day. Sometimes when I pushed the door open, I would hear him talking to you, making me think you had woken up over and over again. Miss Fu Ying said that his show of concern would last only 2 or 3 days, since there were so many temptations outside, and he wouldn't be able to stay long. But later, when I asked the young master, he said whenever he wasn't at the hospital, he was at the company, and no messy characters were around him. The young master followed him every day, he wouldn't lie to me. With a headache from listening to all of this, Li Shui asked. So are you praising him or criticizing him? Jin Yan paused, hastily saying, but everything I said is true. Feeling guilty, he glanced at Li Shui, lowering his voice gradually, and even when I got angry at him, he didn't bother to hold it against me. Amused, Li Shui raised an eyebrow and asked, did you dare get angry at him? Since Ning Yu was involved, Jin Yan didn't even want to mention this person's name, and therefore never explained the ins and outs of this incident to Li Shui. After stuttering through his explanation, lacking confidence, he added, I thought he would never allow me to see Uncle Li or Nian Nian again. But no one stopped me, even Manager Su treated me well. He also told me that I hadn't said anything wrong, and no one would blame me. Assistant Sui explained to me privately that it was someone from Ning's group who contacted him, saying they wanted to apologize to Uncle Li and to Mr. Bai, which was why he answered the phone call. Mr. Bai never paid him any attention. When Bai Hao had been candid with Li Shui, mentioning how Jin Yan dared to confront Bai Jing for him, Li Shui didn't dwell on it then, not realizing there was this particular episode. Knowing Jin Yan well, usually someone whose tongue tied itself into knots when speaking to Bai Jing, he was touched that Jin Yan would have the audacity to argue with Bai Jing and even throw flowers in his face publicly. Li Shui's heart warmed, and smiling, he asked, so what is it you want? To praise him or criticize him? Jin Yan reflected on all his babbling, realizing it was mostly praise of Bai Jing, and feeling embarrassed, said, I just wanted to say, because of this, I believe him, I dare trust him with Uncle Li's care. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone with the young master, but... His anger flared again, he actually hit you. I will never trust him again. Li Shui helplessly said, I've already told you, I fell on my own. Don't you think, if he really intended to harm me, why would he do it in public where everyone could see? Isn't it strange that no one came out to watch in the room? Jin Yan looked at him half believing, really? Li Shui said irritably, why would I lie to you? Jin Yan frowned, because Uncle Li always lied to me in the past. You said you weren't in pain when you obviously were, you said you weren't sad when clearly you were, enduring everything silently. I don't know which of your words to believe. Li Shui was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jin Yan to think like this. Instinctively looking at his injured hand, he lowered his eyes, explaining to him for the first time, because in the past, no one would understand when I said I was in pain or sorrowful, so I stopped saying it. But I understand. Jin Yan rushed to his bedside in distress after finishing, then realized he might have been presumptuous and quickly supplemented, although I am nothing to Uncle Li, I understand. And Dr. Wei Zhe, Miss Fu Ying, Mr. Mu Ran, and old butler Wu, we all understand. After listening, Li Shui gave him a gentle smile and gestured for him to come closer. Jin Yan thought he had something important to say and without hesitation brought his face close to Li Shui. Li Shui grabbed a handful of his cheek and, expressionless, asked, who told you you're nothing to me? He pinched too hard, and Jin Yan's tears immediately streamed down. Meaningless. To save you, so many people got involved. Meaningless. Yet I still worry about you and that stupid young master of yours lying in bed while trying to matchmake for the two of you. The more he said it, the more dissatisfied he became, pinching harder. Jean Yan's face was nearly deformed by the pinch, as he mumbled painfully, Shi 1111, Li Su Kuang Feng Kai Wu. As soon as Li Shi released him, Jean Yan instantly bounced back 2 meters, rubbing his face and throwing several resentful yet pitiful glances at Li Shi. Seeing one side of his face swell much more than the other, red like a ripe tomato, Li Shi realized he had indeed been too harsh. He turned his gaze to the window and cleared his throat. Just then, the door rattled. Jean Yan went over to open it and saw it was Director Zhou from the sanatorium. He quickly invited him in. Director Zhou thanked Jean Yan with a nod, then approached Li Shi, smiling politely and apologizing repeatedly, I'm really sorry for the interruption. With such a busy person as Director Zhou, there must be no idle visit. Li Shi asked the guest to sit down, waiting until Jean Yan finished serving tea before politely inquiring about the reason for the visit. Director Zhou looked awkwardly at Jean Yan, hesitating, only speaking after Li Shi reassured him, no problem, go ahead. He sighed, revealing a bitter smile, and explained the matter's origin. This incident actually had nothing to do with Director Zhou at all. Since Bai Jing arrived here, things were fine for the first few days. Later, however, perhaps due to an allergy to the air, water, or the pollen of plants everywhere in the sanatorium, his red rashes worsened progressively. After going through every possible disinfection and replacement in the room, without any improvement, even oral and external medication showed limited effect, some areas would heal, only for new ones to appear elsewhere, endlessly. Although it didn't seem to endanger life immediately, if someone came in healthy and left sick after a stay, the word would spread in the circles they moved in. How could this place continue doing business? This is a comprehensive rehabilitation center, with medical staff and equipment mainly focused on post-surgery rehabilitation and sports injuries, not a fully equipped hospital. Director Zhou advised Bai Jing to go to a proper hospital for thorough examination and treatment, but since he couldn't persuade him, he reluctantly came over. After hearing Director Zhou out, Li Shi did not utter another word. He picked up his phone and dialed Bai Jing's number, but it rang for a long time without an answer. Turning to Jean Yan, he said, go check if he's in his room. If he is, tell him to come over. Director Zhou rose hastily, saying, then I won't disturb anymore. Jean Yan took the chance to escort Director Zhou out. Though Li Shi's tone seemed calm enough, the expression on his face looked ready to devour someone, causing Jean Yan to feel inexplicably uneasy. As they walked, he cautiously reminded, Uncle Li, have a good conversation, don't get angry, don't act impulsively. He had already walked out when he suddenly popped his head back inside the door, seriously saying, absolutely do not take action. You'd suffer the consequences if you did. And then disappeared. Li Shi felt somewhat dumbfounded, unsure what kind of image he projected in Jean Yan's eyes, wondering how he could possibly attack Bai Jing at such a time. But this little distraction significantly relieved the stuffiness that had accumulated in his chest after hearing Director Zhou's words. He thought that his love for Bai Jing was quite peculiar. He did not need Bai Jing to perform any earth-shattering deeds for him, nor required Bai Jing to proudly show off his uniqueness to others. If Bai Jing's career and life were likened to a fortress, then it was built brick by Li Shi himself. Even if he abandoned this fortress, he wouldn't allow it to be shaken or destroyed. His affection for Bai Jing was thus stubborn, domineering, and utterly unreasonable. Not long afterward, Bai Jing pushed the door open and stepped in. Upon seeing Li Shi, he started explaining immediately, my phone was on silent mode during a video meeting, so I didn't notice your call. Then he worriedly asked, at this hour, you should be taking a midday rest. Why would you think of having Jean Yan look for me? Standing a few steps away from Li Shi, Bai Jing didn't approach any closer. Li Shi remained silent, only motioning after Bai Jing finished, come over and sit down. Though puzzled, Bai Jing still followed his instruction and sat on the bed. Li Shi gave an unfeeling order, take off your clothes. Bai Jing was taken aback, staring at him for a while before laughing, if I take them off, I won't be able to put them back on. I'm not in the mood to joke around with you right now. Li Shi's expression was serene, yet his gaze carried a slight chill. Bai Jing's laughter subsided, hesitating for a long time before lifting his hands and slowly undoing each button from the top of his shirt. Li Shi had already lost all patience. When Bai Jing was halfway through unbuttoning, he directly reached out and pulled the shirt open from the collar, exposing Bai Jing's left shoulder, arm, and chest to his view. His body was not covered in exaggerated, bulky muscles, but his spine was straight, and his physique firm and flowing. Compared to Li Shi's pale hands with visible bluish veins, Bai Jing's clearly brimmed with vigorous strength. But Li Shi had no mood for appreciation. After scanning the few rashes scattered across Bai Jing's chest, he said curtly, turn around. Bai Jing stayed still, opening his mouth as if about to say something. Li Shi glared at him, gritting his teeth and repeating forcefully, I said, turn around. It wasn't until Bai Jing finally obeyed that Li Shi, who'd been gripping Bai Jing's collar, felt a slight tremble run through his hand. When he previously treated Bai Jing with medicine, there were just a couple of tiny patches on his neck and arms. But now, from below the nape of his neck all the way down to his lower back, dense clusters of rashes completely covered Bai Jing's back, some faded into dark red patches while others newly emerged, darker in hue. The sight was grotesque and repulsive. Li Shi squeezed his eyes shut tightly, nearly grinding his molars to bits. There had been a time when his weakened immune system due to health issues made him suffer similarly unexplained allergies. The itchiness during those episodes was tormenting, feeling as if bugs crawled beneath the skin, leading to a desperate desire to rip that part of the flesh apart. And this man was actually able to act as though nothing happened before him every day. No wonder Zhou Dean hurried over with panic written on his face. Anyone seeing this would never dare claim it was no big deal. Retrieving his hand, Li Shui grabbed his phone and started flipping through the contacts list for Zhuo Mingyuan, his swipes almost tearing the screen apart. As soon as the call connected, without wasting any words, he demanded bluntly, "You immediately send a car here to take him back to Longtan City. If you can book tonight's flight, we return to Jinhai. If not, latest by tomorrow morning, you get us out of here." Zhuo Mingyuan sounded puzzled, uttering an unsure, followed by a question, "Did he agree?" Li Shui sneered, "Just do what I tell you." Not knowing what trouble they got themselves into again, Zhuo Mingyuan sighed helplessly, all right, my ancestors, whatever you say." While conversing with Zhuo Mingyuan, Bai Jing had already fastened up his shirt buttons himself. Once Li Shui ended the call, Bai Jing softly interjected beside him, "Let me stay 2 more days. I'll have to go back after that anyway." Already agitated and distracted, Li Shui refrained from throwing his phone at Bai Jing's head only because the latter was sick. Still, how could this person brazenly bargain with him like that? Losing control of his voice pitch, he barked, "So, are you trying to guilt-trip me by ruining yourself like this? Did you ever consider who would bear responsibility if anything happens to you here? Can't you stop causing me trouble?" Seeing Bai Jing bow his head in silence, Li Shui continued, "Fine, you want to stay? Then I'll leave." He smirked lightly, his expression filled with mockery. "If you want me to hide and evade from you, live restlessly without a peaceful day for fear of bumping into you, then be crippled forever, so be it, as per your wishes." Li Shui, when merciless, was absolutely ruthless. With a keen ability to perceive people's vulnerabilities, be it in business or life, he excelled in exploiting these weaknesses, leaving others no choice but to retreat under his will if he chose. Before, White Jing, emboldened by favoritism and hidden stirrings within himself that even he had yet to fully realize, stood toe-to-toe with him. Now, however, far from being his match, Bai Jing was pierced deeply by his words, every internal organ throbbing painfully, left with no other option but to endure silently, his complexion pale as he mumbled faintly, "I'll leave." Once this statement was made, the room fell silent. Li Shui should have promptly issued an eviction order, sending him back to pack, but inexplicably, his throat felt dry and achy, unable to articulate a word. After composing himself, Bai Jing looked up, attempting a smile, failing several times before settling for a soft tone, "Do you still have the gift I gave you last time?" This query surprised Li Shui, but instead of mocking him further, he simply replied, "In the second drawer of the cabinet." Bai Jing stood, walked over, and retrieved the item. To his observation, it was still unopened. Resettling back beside Li Shui's bed, Bai Jing removed the outer wrapping, opened the box, which held nothing flashy inside. Only 9 square chocolates sat within, matching the description on the reverse side, each one engraved with that Italian phrase and Li Shui's name. Such small gestures of care are best discovered personally by the recipient for maximum joy. Should the giver flaunt and explain it boastfully, much of its charm is lost. Therefore, Bai Jing remained silent, popping one into his mouth. The chocolate melted quickly, leaving behind a faint bitterness of cocoa, not overly sweet. He realized that if he hadn't brought it up today, it might have spoiled in the cabinet unnoticed. After his departure, its eventual fate was easy to predict. He closed the lid and set it aside, hesitating a moment before asking, "Can you, not throw it away, or give it to anyone else?" Actually, for Bai Jing, this gift wasn't worth mentioning. But it was the first time he had selected something with trepidation and anticipation, participating in its design as well. It carried his promise to Li Shui, something that couldn't be measured by money. Yet, before the words had fully left his lips, he seemed to remember something, and negated himself, muttering quietly, "Never mind, it was meant for you after all, you can handle it however you like." The phone rang at that very moment. Bai Jing answered, and Zhuo Mingyuan informed him that the car sent to pick him up had already departed from the city. If he chose, there were still roughly 2 hours during which he could linger here stubbornly. However, the voice inside urging, "Can you let me be," still held more sway over his heart. Bai Jing stood up, telling Li Shui, "Well, I'll head back then." Standing there, he still hesitated to leave immediately, adding another question, "Can I visit you again sometime in the future? I won't stay long, just stop by occasionally." Li Shui turned away, showing clear signs of impatience. Bai Jing gave himself a consoling smile, "We'll see about that later." He reached out, intending to touch Li Shui's face, but halfway through the movement, his hand dropped back down, his fingertips forcefully clasped into his palm. Unblinking, Bai Jing stared at Li Shui's profile, kissing him endlessly with his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he finally murmured softly, "Every day while you were unconscious, I only prayed for your awakening, believing that would satisfy me entirely. Once you woke, my hope turned to wishing for your forgiveness, and for us to begin anew. People truly are greedy creatures." This time he paused for a longer while, before finally declaring as if making a firm decision, "Your previous question. I accept." As soon as these words slipped out, Bai Jing felt every ounce of strength drained from him, even his chest hollowed out. It appeared that when one reached the peak of sorrow, all senses disappeared, including pain. Yet the person standing before him remained unmoved, not sparing him even a glance. Waiting for a little longer, Bai Jing finally turned and walked towards the door, stopping just before leaving. Without turning around, he spoke his final words in a low tone. "As long as you're fine, I'll agree to anything." Still, Li Shuyi didn't respond, not a single word. Not until Bai Jing's footsteps faded, did Li Shuyi continue staring out of the window, yet gradually, the cold, distant expression on his face began transforming into a look of bewilderment. Now he was the winner. In this gamble where he risked everything, his wealth, his life, all his chips were placed successfully. No matter how badly bruised he once was, he'd always been able to distinguish truth from falsehood. Now, he knew he could easily harm Bai Jing, repaying tenfold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, all the humiliation he suffered previously, making Bai Jing beg him, waiting desperately for his mercy. But he was still different from his father, Li Shuyi thought. His father lost, utterly destroyed, dying without any dignity. But he won. Then why did he feel no joy? Li Shuyi reached out, picking up the box beside him. He opened the lid and tossed it aside. After carefully reading each confession written on the chocolates, he lowered his gaze and started placing them into his mouth one by one. Chapter 94. After Bai Jing went to Li Shuyi's room, Jin Yan ran a trip to the main building in the courtyard center to fetch the medicine that Li Shuyi was almost out of. When he returned, he knocked on the door, entered upon permission, and saw that Bai Jing had already left. Li Shuyi was sitting on the bed lost in thought with something in his hand. Jin Yan went over, placed the medicine on the bedside table, and realized what was in his hand, the box they got from Bai Jing last time. He moved closer and noticed all 9 recesses were empty, with a smell of chocolate. Jin Yan widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Uncle Li, did you eat them all?" Li Shuyi looked as if he'd just come back to life. He tossed the box aside without changing expression and simply said, "Bai Jing ate them." Jin Yan mumbled in his heart, "There were black stains all over your mouth," but he didn't expose him. He silently went over and poured a cup of warm water. After helping Li Shuyi rinse his mouth and use the bathroom, Jin Yan prepared to close the window to let him rest well. Unexpectedly, just before his hand reached out, Li Shuyi's voice came from behind, "Don't close it yet, I don't want to sleep right now." Jin Yan turned around, and saw that even while speaking, Li Shuyi's eyes didn't fall onto him, appearing distracted. Unable to hold back, Jin Yan finally asked, "Uncle Li, did you reconcile with Mr. Bai? Did he agree to see a doctor?" Leaning against the bed, Li Shuyi faintly replied, "He's gone, he won't bother me again." By hearing these words alone, it seemed like he had finally found peace, yet looking at his facial expression, there wasn't a hint of happiness. Jin Yan sighed heavily, sat on the sofa, and rested his cheek on his palm while gazing at him. After quite some time, he finally spoke up, "Uncle Li, do you know why I betrayed you a year ago, helping Mr. Bai find you and sending you back?" Li Shuyi remained silent, and Jin Yan continued answering for himself, "Because when you had a high fever, you were also calling out Mr. Bai's name." The person lying in bed abruptly turned his head over, slightly angry and embarrassed, saying, "Me? How could I?" But before finishing, he lost confidence in his statement. For during times of unclear consciousness, calling Bai Jing's name had been a recurring habit. Jin Yan propped both hands on his knees, supporting his cheeks with them, furrowing his brows as he stated, "However, I know I'm stupid and shouldn't give my opinions lightly. So, if Uncle Li believes that doing this makes you happy from deep within, then I support you." This time Li Shuyi truly became speechless. He turned his head back and resumed staring outside the window blankly. Unaware of how much time had passed, Jin Yan had run errands back and forth multiple times already. Finally, Li Shuyi seemed to suddenly remember something and sent a message to Zhuo Mingyuan that read, "Pick him up and take him to the hospital." He then turned off his phone and tucked it under the pillow before closing his eyes to rest. After today, Li Shuyi's days returned to peace once again. He continued with rehabilitation treatment in the morning as before, watched his physical condition in the afternoon, or trained extra, or had Jin Yan push him around to look for a quiet place to read and paint. He no longer had to worry about someone suddenly showing up before him, disturbing his tranquility. As for Bai Jing, after leaving, there weren't any more calls either. At most, every few days a text message would be sent asking about his health, how his legs were recovering, and how he was doing. Li Shuyi's replies were always concise, forever cold and icy with just a few words, "Fine, not bad, it's alright." Truly leaving one not knowing how to respond. Before long, it was the end of September. This afternoon, Li Shuyi was sitting in the garden reading a book when Jin Yan received a call and mysteriously rushed out. Li Shuyi didn't mind him. After sitting for a while, his phone suddenly received a message from Fu Wing with 3 words without context, "Pay tuition." Before he could send his doubts over, another video arrived. Li Shuyi opened it. The camera first panned around. It was clear it was in a fairly large children's room. Anti-fall anti-slip soft rubber mats were spread on the ground, and there were scattered toys everywhere. There was a small slide against the wall, and a cloud-shaped writing board hung on the side of the slide. Someone had written 5 big characters on it, Wei Family Kindergarten. Li Shuyi couldn't help but laugh. Then the lens moved downwards, revealing a child sitting on a rug in the picture. The soft hair at the front of his forehead was tied into an apple-top bun because of his downward gaze. Due to the action, his cheeks piled up into two plump masses, white and soft like two rice balls. His legs wrapped by socks were round and stout, spread apart. A little yellow chick was placed between his legs. He stretched out his hands to pinch the chick's wings. After pinching several times, the chick finally began to sing. Hearing the music, he laughed, grabbing the chick and shaking it back and forth, with the little bun on his head swaying accordingly. The person filming the video couldn't help but burst out laughing and with a somewhat artificial voice said, "Wow, Nian Nian is so great." The little chick sang again. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Jichen appeared in the frame wearing suspenders, holding a toy train engine. He tilted his head and pouted to kiss Li Nian. After kissing one side of Li Nian's face, he moved to the other side, repeatedly kissing without stopping. Li Nian, unable to stay seated steadily due to all the kisses, swayed back and forth like a roly-poly doll, and his hands dropped the yellow chick. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Li Nian emitted several hums of complaint. Wei Jixing ran over, grabbing onto her brother's suspenders from behind with both hands, pulling hard while shouting loudly, "Wei Jichen! Wei Jichen!" Wei Jichen was pulled backward several steps, yet he still tried reaching out toward Li Nian. Wei Jixing's face turned red from pulling him, fearing that once she let go, the baby would be taken by him, and with tears in her voice, she begged for help towards the camera, "Mommy." The video ended at this point. Li Shuyi was truly caught between laughter and tears. He directly called Fu Ying and asked why the children were there. Fu Ying explained Bai Jing was about to go abroad for some time, and since she was available lately, she took the two children to play with her twins. Li Shuyi didn't see Bai Yi on the footage and asked about it. Fu Ying answered, "Auntie just carried him to the living room," and chuckled, "I have to say, Bai Jing has an impressive child. He's younger than Wei Jichen, yet Wei Jichen cried 3 times in the afternoon after being beaten by him. But it's not his fault. My rambunctious child almost kissed Nian Nian's face swollen." As Li Shuyi listened to her recount, his smile grew deeper. As he smiled, thinking about the current situations of the two children, he hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Thanks, Fu Ying." "For what?" "I mean, you and Bai Jing are both away, leaving those two kids at home, even I feel uncomfortable watching them alone." She softly sighed, "When you're better, I hope you come back to life here. Whether or not you will reunite with Bai Jing is another matter. However, when I went to pick up the kids, he looked like he had lost a lot of weight. Our car had already driven away, but he kept standing at the gate. His expression made me quite heartbroken." Fu Ying finished speaking and found herself incredibly surprised. "Am I crazy?" Li Shuyi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Well, never mind, you don't need to listen to me, I'm just wishy-washy anyway. As long as you live on well, anything is fine. Okay, I'll take care of them playing now." After hanging up, Li Shuyi no longer had the mood to read. Fu Ying's words constantly echoed in his mind, making him feel extremely selfish. How could he burden so many people with worry? And how could he leave Li Nian for Bai Jing to handle alone? Then, what about Bai Yi? The more he thought, the more restless he became. It wasn't until Jin Yan's voice echoed from afar, "Uncle Li, look who came," that he snapped back into reality. Following the sound, he saw old manager Wu, supported by his son Wu Bing with a cane walking toward him. When old manager Wu saw him, his face lit up with a kind smile. "Uncle Wu, how did you come here? Why didn't you notify me in advance?" Li Shuyi asked Uncle Wu, calling out also to Wu Bing, "Big brother Wu." Wu Bing helped his father sit down on the bench and replied, "After hearing you were recuperating here, Grandpa wanted to visit you. I only informed Jin Yan after we arrived." Seeing Li Shuyi's disapproving expression, he added, "We're in the neighboring province, not far away, so don't worry." At this point, Jin Yan came closer, jiggling the paper bag in his hand, smiling widely, "Uncle Li, take a look. Grandpa Wu brought us some food." Grandpa Wu watched Jin Yan's excitement and kindly continued, "Eat it roasted, it's chewy and fragrant, but beware, the center might burn your tongue." Jin Yan swallowed heavily and nodded continuously, and Wu Bing glanced at him, saying, "Could you show me which building you're staying in? There are still some other things in the car that I need to bring down." Li Shuyi felt even more uneasy upon hearing this. No, you really don't need to." Grandpa Wu kindly said, "Let them go ahead. It's not anything too valuable, consider it a gesture from my heart." When Jin Yan led Wu Bing away, Li Shuyi anxiously said, "How can I possibly allow you to come all this way and spend money for me?" Uncle Wu laughed, "Since I heard you woke up, I've always wanted to visit you, but I had to postpone because of a small surgery." He noticed Li Shuyi suddenly looking up worried, quickly shaking his head, "It's nothing serious, already fully recovered. I've brought you the things I mentioned before." Uncle Wu smiled with narrowed eyes. "Even though I'm an old man, I still keep my promises." Li Shuyi didn't expect that such a casual remark would be remembered for so long by Grandpa Wu. He really had no idea how to repay him and could only keep expressing his gratitude. "I heard from Jin Yan that your leg is recovering slowly, which made me truly happy. You can't imagine how heart-wrenching it was when you were unconscious before." Li Shuyi lowered his head helplessly. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Uncle." Uncle Wu sighed lightly, "In fact, at first, I wasn't aware of how dire your situation was. It was later on one day." His words trailed off as he looked into the distance, lost in memory. One early morning, I just got up and was planning to pick some beans and cucumbers in the courtyard of my hometown, thinking of making soup because of the heat. Just then, I heard someone knocking on the door. I wondered who would visit a lonely old man so early in the morning, but when I opened the door. Uncle Wu paused slightly. When I opened the door, Master Bai was standing there. Li Shui froze. At that moment, I was frightened out of my wits. No matter how I asked what happened, he wouldn't say anything, just calling my name once. After entering the house, he sat quietly in the yard without any movement, seemingly lost his soul. As he recounted this part, Uncle Wu's expression mirrored his former concern. I didn't know what was wrong and dared not leave. When I served him food and drink, he refused. From dawn till dusk, he just sat there silently until he suddenly said to me, "Why didn't I listen to you in the past?" I'm not sure if it was because of my failing eyesight, but while he spoke those words, I could hear his voice, see the look on his face, and felt that he might have been crying. Li Shui suddenly clenched his hands tightly. The sharp corner of the book cover hurt his palm painfully. Uncle Wu shook his head and continued, "To tell you the truth, if I were to recall any other time when he cried, even from his childhood, I couldn't think of much. I don't know to what extent he was suppressing himself that he ran all the way to me, an old man, just to say that one sentence." Li Shui simply couldn't picture Bai Jing crying. Not even during his grandfather's funeral did he show any signs of emotional collapse, only afterward did he retreat alone for a short period after everyone left. In all their acquaintance, Li Shui had never seen Bai Jing shed tears. The regret he expressed in the past when I urged him to treat you well must refer to moments like this. Uncle Wu sighed again. But don't be angry at me for saying this, I advised him not entirely for your sake. I've watched him grow up since he was little, and though I may not fully understand him, I can always sense something is wrong whenever there's a change in him. Before you moved into our home, when did he ever care about flowers? But after you came, he even argued with you endlessly over where each potted flower should be placed. That person appears polite and considerate on the surface, yet he disregards everyone and everything else. Even when his father yelled at him furiously and turned red-faced, he could sit there calmly eating dinner. However, towards you, all his elegance disappeared. To say that he didn't care about you deeply, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. Uncle Wu laughed lightly as he said these words, then frowned, but you, although perfect in every way, often spoke sharply. For example, regarding the issue of flowers, if you upset him and ended up placing them according to his preference, would he even notice? Next time he saw them, he'd assume either I or the gardener arranged them, missing your intentions completely. Sometimes watching you two, I grew anxious, but being just a servant, I couldn't interfere too much. If not for Uncle Wu recounting these small daily events, Li Shui might have almost forgotten them. He knew his own stubborn personality, especially toward Bai Jing, twisting even the simplest statements through roundabout explanations, accompanied by icy tones. Even if the words contained concern, the final meaning always strayed elsewhere. As for Bai Jing, given his tendency to react better to softness rather than firmness, they ended up constantly arguing. Now I'm no longer the family steward, so I boldly treat you as a junior and talked at length, hoping you won't take offense. Li Shui quickly shook his head. No, how could I? I don't know how you two are doing now, but my coming here is not known to him. You mustn't misunderstand and think I'm here as a messenger on his behalf, Uncle Wu spoke earnestly. Although the old master taught him many things since he was young, feelings were beyond his reach. Moreover, his father set a poor example for him, which led him down many wrong paths. Those 3 years you went through, I saw it all. I don't ask you to forgive him, but please stop punishing yourself because of his past mistakes. Li Shuyi's eyes had already moistened. He didn't dare to look Uncle Wu in the eye or make a sound, only nodding vigorously. When Uncle Wu saw Wu Bing returning, he stood up with the help of his cane, and said to him one last time, "In the house, we always addressed you as Mr. Li, but today, I won't call you that." He placed his hand on Li Shuyi's shoulder and gave it a light pat, affection clear in his expression. "Shu-yi, you're a good child, it hasn't been easy getting to where you are today. Whatever happens, please take care of yourself." Chapter 95. Jean Yen felt that after Mr. Wu the steward visited his Uncle Li last time, he had changed a lot. During meals, he was no longer like before, eating a few bites when he had a good appetite or drinking just a bowl of congee to get by if he didn't feel like eating. Even at the treatment center, he would proactively ask Tong and how he could recover faster. Previously, though he cooperated with the treatments, it was all passive, he just accepted whatever arrangements Tong and made without asking any questions. Jean Yen was surprised by his change and asked him why, to which he replied, "Do you want me to stay here for a few more months? Do you not want to go back to see the person you talk about every day?" Jean Yen stared at him as if dumbfounded and asked incredulously, Uncle Li, are you going back to Jinhai?" In Jean Yen's mind, his Uncle Li would definitely not go back. He didn't know where Uncle Li would take Lin Yen, and since he had no other relatives, who would take care of him? Jean Yen had already decided that he would wait until Uncle Li's life settled down completely before he went to find Bai Hao, but he never expected that Li Shui would actually be willing to return. Li Shui raised an eyebrow. "What? Is there anything special about Jinhai? Can't I go back?" Jean Yen nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes. Imagine living in the same city in the future. He wouldn't have to be separated from Bai Hao, he could visit Li Shi frequently, and he could even watch Li Nian grow up. In an instant, life seemed full of hope. However, there was one thing he hadn't dared to tell Li Shi. Zhou Mingyuan had called earlier and asked Jin Yan to take some photos of Li Shi if it was convenient, nothing much, just enough to see if he was eating well and receiving proper treatment, along with information about his daily life. Jin Yan initially hesitated and mumbled, "It must be Mr. Bai's orders." Zhou Mingyuan didn't deny it but said helplessly, "You know your Uncle Li, right? If you ask him anything, he'll say it's fine. We can find out a bit about his recovery from the rehabilitation doctors, but how can we know how he is really doing unless we send someone to spy on you? If Uncle Li knew you sent someone to spy on him, he would surely be furious. That's why I'm asking for your help." Zhou Mingyuan realized his tone had become urgent, so he quickly softened it, practically groveling, begging with tears almost streaming down his face before Jin Yan finally reluctantly agreed. But Jin Yan didn't realize how obvious his nervousness was whenever he was around Li Shi. Not to mention when he tried to snap pictures outside, pretending to play games on his phone while running closer or farther away, trying to frame Li Shi perfectly even from atop a tree. It would be absurd if Li Shi didn't know what he was doing. Li Shi could easily guess who was behind this, yet he let Jin Yan proceed and tacitly approved of that person keeping an eye on him through such means. Days passed by. Li Shi had been here for nearly half a year, progressing from being unable to leave his bed to gradually regaining normal function. He would never forget the first time his feet touched the ground and he could take steady steps without support. At that moment, he truly realized how fortunate he was, how precious something previously taken for granted, health, truly was, how many people longed for it yet couldn't reclaim it. At the time, Jin Yan stood beside him, his eyes red, speechless. He almost couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw Li Shi like this, not lying in bed pale and weak, unable to stand, but standing upright, tall, with sharp features, his commanding presence causing others to freeze under his gaze. This was the Li Shi Jin Yan had known since childhood. By December, nearing the end of the year, the weather grew increasingly colder. Though Li Shi's current treatment wasn't entirely finished, it didn't offer much more benefit to him. He could walk freely now but couldn't run, and climbing stairs was still somewhat strenuous for him. These improvements couldn't happen overnight and would require consistent exercise over a long period to fully recover. After discussing with Dr. Tong'an and his team, Li Shi planned to return to Jinhai soon. He had already instructed Jin Yan to start packing their luggage, but recently, the weather had been absolutely terrible. Freezing rain fell daily, making the road slippery, and the wind cut through like needles piercing into the bones. Jin Yan's body especially feared the cold, so Li Shi decided to delay their departure until the weather improved and the rain stopped. After breakfast, the sky outside was still overcast. The room's heater was running full blast, and Jin Yan felt warm as he walked to the window and cracked it open slightly, feeling the cold wind on his fingertips. He shivered all over, then quickly shut the window again. It was too cold, so Li Shi didn't even want to go out to the treatment center, opting instead to stay indoors and review some reports from earlier investments. Not long after, Jin Yan received a call and then told him that Bai Hao would be coming over in the evening along with Bai Jing and Zhou Mingyuan. Since Bai Hao had returned to Jinhai, he had visited Jin Yan several times. However, these visits were always brief and filled with minimal conversation. Bai Hao never mentioned Bai Jing when Li Shi was present and never commented on their relationship. When leaving, Bai Hao would politely ask, "Uncle Li, my uncle asked me to inquire if, when I come back next time, it would be alright if he comes along with me to visit you." Each time, Li Shi remained silent, and Bai Hao didn't push further, bidding goodbye politely before departing. But everyone knew that without permission, such visits were not encouraged. After taking this stance, someone, despite how much they missed Li Shi, did not dare to make another move. And so, they hadn't seen each other for over 3 months, their text messages dry and dull like endless copy-pasted exchanges, revealing no sign of passionate affection. Upon hearing Jin Yan's news, Li Shi was somewhat surprised. He couldn't understand why this person was suddenly coming over without waiting for his consent as before. Nevertheless, he didn't question it further, knowing very well that it wasn't up to him who could or couldn't come here since the place wasn't his. At 3 in the afternoon, Bai Hao sent Jin Yan a message from the airport, saying they would likely arrive at 8 p.m. Jin Yan became noticeably excited upon thinking of seeing Bai Hao again. Li Shi watched him nearby, a trace of guilt filling his heart. When they had first arrived here, Li Shi was unable to move his upper body freely, and Jin Yan, fearing something might happen in the middle of the night, bought a small sofa bed and slept beside Li Shi every night. No matter how comfortable a sofa bed might be, lying curled up on it must have been unpleasant. Nobody understood Jin Yan's feelings for Bai Hao better than Li Shi, yet because of him, Jin Yan had to put his relationship with Bai Hao on hold. Later, Li Shi suggested that Jin Yan return to Jinhai first but was firmly refused, Jin Yan retorting, "You took care of me when I was sick. Why do you find this inconvenient now?" With a pounding headache from all these arguments, Li Shi eventually gave up trying to change Jin Yan's mind. He decided to recover more quickly, precisely because he wanted Jin Yan to stop being delayed by his recovery process. By evening, after dinner, Jin Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa playing with a Rubik's Cube. For some reason, he had recently become obsessed with it, although he had yet to succeed in solving it completely. The TV was turned on, showing a local news channel where a female anchor delivered monotonous updates about which leader had spoken, which leaders had held meetings, or which activities different officials attended. Jean Yen wasn't actually very concerned with what was happening in Longtan City, rather, he had grown fond of a segment called Helpful Citizens, shown after the news. The content usually involved reporters and a help expert going to assist people who called in for help with personal troubles at home. For instance, two old ladies leading groups of square dancers started fighting, ostensibly over the use of a public space but ultimately revealed to be rivals over the same elderly man. One senior calling for his runaway partner to return due to missing him dearly was later uncovered to have secretly engaged with a young maid and lost all his savings in the process. Another case involved a wife obsessively suspecting her husband of infidelity, only to realize through clues that it was her own sister involved. Each story was more dramatic and thrilling than the last. The program occasionally used suspenseful music, making Jean Yen hold his breath while watching. Day after day, Li Shui suffered alongside him during these broadcasts, eventually becoming too lazy to try stopping him. After all, Li Shui had already endured episodes of Silent Bride with Jean Yen, so why bother resisting now? Perhaps because Bai Hao's arrival was on his mind, Jean Yen seemed absent-minded while twisting the Rubik's Cube. As his movements grew increasingly chaotic, Li Shui finally stood up, closing his notebook and walking over to Jean Yen, extending his hand. "Give it to me." Jean Yen hesitated briefly before handing over the Rubik's Cube. Watching as Li Shui carefully inspected each side and began swiftly maneuvering the little blocks, he was astonished to see that in no time, Li Shui managed to perfectly arrange the once muddled colors into orderly faces. Jean Yen sat there on the sofa, mouth agape, dumbfounded by the sight of his Uncle Li's skillful fingers restoring the cube. As Li Shui tossed the completed Rubik's Cube back to him, Jean Yen clumsily caught it, utterly stunned. Why does Uncle Li know how to do even this? Li Shui had once studied magic cubes during his middle school days. It wasn't just the common 3x3 that Jean Yen held, but even complex 5x5 and 6x6 versions which he tried playing with. Just as he was about to tell Jean Yen that there were methods to solve it, unlike blindly twisting based on gut feelings, the voice from the TV behind him broke in. Interrupting with a breaking news report, at 19:35 this evening, a severe traffic accident occurred on the southern section of Huanan Airport Expressway due to road slippage caused by rainy weather leading to multiple rear-end collisions. Following the incident, public security, police officers, firefighters, medical staff have promptly rushed to the scene for rescue operations and traffic control. The number of casualties is currently being confirmed. Our reporter has already. Hearing the news, Jean Yen instinctively stood up from the sofa. The Rubik's Cube in his hands clattered onto the floor. Huiyin Airport was the only civil airport in Longtan City. The southern segment was the essential route from the airport to the Longtan scenic area. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he shook his head. How could such an unfortunate event coincide with them? Why scare himself so needlessly? Yet without delay, he pulled out his phone and called Bai Hao. After several failed attempts, Jean Yan's hands began to uncontrollably tremble. He turned around and tried dialing Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan, but the calls went unanswered too. His face suddenly went pale as he bolted toward the door. "Come back!" Li Shui shouted, stopping him. Jean Yen paused, turning back, his mind filled with horrifying images. He stammered, unsure where to start. "Uncle Li, they. What are you panicking about?" "Sit back down," Li Shui frowned, nodding toward the sofa beside him. When the terrified man obediently returned, Li Shui took out his phone, thinking for a moment before dialing some remembered numbers. "Secretary Yao, this is Li Shui." "Yes, what time did Zhuo Mingyuan have the flight arranged? Please confirm their departure time and let me know." "Xiao Yu, this is Li Shui. How many people are available at your team now? Is anyone tracking Bai Jing's itinerary? Who escorted them to the airport today? Who from the Longtan side was arranged to pick them up? All right, please ask Old Su to return my call." "Yen Wei, I'm Li Shui. Do you know Lu Chao from the security department at Jinhai Airport? Can you give me his number?" A year ago, to avoid getting entangled with the Jinhai circle, he proactively severed contacts with many friends. After leaving the Bai family, without power, he could no longer make a simple phone call to mobilize numerous people, making it more difficult to gather information. Of course, there were still others who could help, like Song Xiaoxiao, Fu Ying's brother, or even Yi Tian. But unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't bother these individuals. Jean Yen was initially in a state of utter confusion, watching as his Uncle Li stood nearby, speaking calmly, making one well-organized phone call after another, gradually calming himself down. First, he tried redialing Bai Hao and others' numbers, still unable to reach them, then rummaged through his contact list looking for anyone who might be of assistance. Jean Yen lost track of whether the wait for news spanned minutes or tens of minutes. Every second felt like torture, every second dragging like years. Only when Li Shui received a call, tapping his forehead lightly with the phone, and casually said, "It's fine." Their plane encountered a minor issue during the pre-flight checkup, causing a delay. They're all still on board, hence why phones aren't reachable. Did Jean Yan's heart finally settle down? He slumped backward onto the sofa, boneless-like, sliding down onto the couch cushion and exclaiming with lingering fear, "You really scared me to death." Li Shui gave him a light kick with his foot, showing a disdainful expression. "Do you ever show any backbone? Then, he took fresh clothes from the wardrobe and headed to the bathroom. Still trailing behind, Jean Yen cried out pitifully in self-reproach, "No. Uncle Li, I have absolutely no backbone." And just as Li Shuyi closed the bathroom door, tossed the clothes aside, and leaned against the wash basin with both hands, closing his eyes for a deep breath. If we judged based on the time of Bai Hao's afternoon call, assuming there were no issues, they would have already disembarked and been traveling along the southern loop by now, reaching here in half an hour. Although there might have been slight timing discrepancies, it wasn't significant. Coinciding with their phones being unreachable, it was reasonable why Jean Yen became so panicked. Although Li Shuyi appeared calm and composed on the outside, only he knew how quickly his heart raced since seeing the news bulletin. Within a short period of just a few phone calls, his shirt was soaked from sweat at the back, even his palms were drenched. Now that the tension eased, he felt utterly drained, almost collapsing if not for leaning on the cold marble sink surface. He berated Jean Yen for lacking composure, saying that was easy. But what about himself? Hadn't he also shown cracks under pressure? If they were really that unlucky, Bai Jing would have just arrived at the airport and happened to encounter the accident mentioned earlier. Li Shuyi looked up, asking the person reflected in the mirror who now revealed a look of pure shock and fear. If something happened to Bai Jing, could you go on living? Chapter 96. Because of this accident, the airport highway was heavily congested and couldn't be cleared for a while. Bai Hao arrived later and told Jean Yen that it was too late, so they would come over the next day. Although it was just a false alarm, Jean Yen was still frightened out of his wits and didn't sleep much the whole night. If he hadn't been warned by Bai Hao not to pick him up, he would have rushed to the sanatorium gate at dawn with a scarf and gloves. He was usually a foodie but didn't even want breakfast that morning, drinking only a glass of soy milk carelessly. Not watching TV or playing games, he just sat by the window nervously staring downstairs, looking like a wife waiting for her husband to return. Li Shuyi rarely cursed him. He walked to the cabinet specifically used for Jean Yen's snacks. Upon opening it, a vein on his forehead twitched involuntarily. He had never cared about Jean Yen's snacking habits before, but now it felt like a black hole, where Jean Yen could always pull out something edible. He knew that after Bai Hao left, things sent to Jean Yen never stopped, but he really didn't expect it to be so magnificent. All 3 shelves were fully stocked, looking like supermarket shelves. Just within Li Shuyi's view, there were already a basket filled with chocolates of different flavors and brands. Li Shuyi painstakingly sifted through the items inside, pulling out a pack of nutritional cereal cookies, and handed them to Jean Yen who looked dispirited and muttered, "I'm not hungry." Li Shuyi turned cold, "If you're not hungry, throw it away, anyway I didn't buy it, it's not my money." Then he stretched out his hand as if to take it back. Jean Yen twisted his body to avoid it, urgently exclaiming, I suddenly got hungry. Then hastily tore open the package and started crunching on the biscuits. Li Shuyi helplessly glanced at him, fearing he might choke, so grabbed a box of fresh milk, inserted a straw and thrust it into Jean Yen's hands. "Thanks Uncle Li." Jean Yen bit into the straw and turned his head back, eyes glued to the window, afraid of missing a single shadow. Li Shuyi almost wanted to slap those 4 words, "beyond redemption," onto his forehead. How could one be stupid like that? Fortunately, heaven seemed to intervene and the normally erratic Bai Hao regained some sense halfway through all this, otherwise, what might have happened to Jean Yen's remaining life? When it was nearly 11, the person who had been stationed by the window suddenly stood up, hastily put on an overcoat and without saying a word, rushed out the door, leaving Li Shuyi no time to tell him to slow down. Li Shuyi got up and walked to the window. Sure enough, he saw Bai Hao walking towards their building, already reaching the garden below. Suddenly, Bai Hao stopped, his expression tense as he stared ahead. In just a few seconds, Jean Yen burst toward him like a lit firework, colliding and causing Bai Hao to step back several paces. Bai Hao tightly embraced him, constantly leaning down to say something to him, but the one in his embrace remained unmoving, burying his head in Bai Hao's chest, holding tightly around his waist. A helpless smile crossed Bai Hao's face, then silence prevailed. He gently patted his back, placing kisses upon Jean Yen's head one after another. Despite the freezing weather, the scene somehow stirred a strange warmth in people's hearts and even gave rise to a hint of envy. It was as though the observer could also feel the emotion, a pure love that had never been shattered, untouched by any feelings of disappointment or injury, like experiencing one's first infatuation and love, wanting to rush unreservedly toward someone. Li Shuyi's mouth curved slightly into a light smile, his eyes involuntarily searching behind Bai Hao but found no familiar figure. There was a fleeting flicker of disappointment in his heart, yet before this sentiment could grow deeper, he ignored it. Soon Bai Hao led Jean Yen back, listened to Li Shuyi telling him Jean Yen hadn't eaten breakfast in the morning, and immediately began reprimanding Jean Yen while also consoling him at the same time. He stripped off his thin coat, searched for a long, thick down jacket and put it on him, preparing to take him to the restaurant. Just as he was stepping out, he suddenly turned back and said, "Uncle Li, Uncle still has matters to handle and will likely arrive in the afternoon," then held Jean Yen's hand and walked away. Li Shuyi frowned. Actually, he didn't particularly want to see Bai Jing at this moment because he knew exactly how bad-tempered he himself could get. Jean Yen would give Bai Hao an enthusiastic hug due to last night's incident, whereas he would likely berate Bai Hao for not staying properly in Jinhai, making trouble for him and forcing him to call people frantically late at night. Grandpa Wu said he wouldn't hold back with sharp words, which Bai Hao admitted but pointed out that such behavior wasn't formed overnight. Ever since young, he didn't know how to express affection and fondness properly, these tender emotions eluded him. Instead, indifference, bias, and selfishness, all inherited from Jiang Manqing, had manifested thoroughly in him, which was why his last words to his father were, "I don't ever want to hear your voice again." Unexpectedly memories came flooding back. Li Shi's expression grew colder as he pulled out his phone and looked at Lin Yan's picture for a while, thinking that no matter what, he couldn't allow another person like himself to exist in this world. When the knocking sound came in the afternoon, Li Shi thought it was Bai Jing. He hadn't seen Sua Mingyuan for a long time and originally planned to tease him once they met. Upon opening the door and seeing who stood outside, Li Shi froze for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "Uncle Zhao." Zhao Hui didn't expect him to open the door without even asking, so he felt somewhat awkward as he explained, I just came by to check on you." Zhao Qingqing, standing behind him, peeked her head out curiously to observe Li Shi. Regaining his composure, Li Shi quickly stepped aside and invited them into the room. After serving tea and turning around, he noticed that Zhao Hui was still standing stiffly, so he handed him the tea and tried to ease the tension. "Uncle Zhao, please sit." Zhao Hui then placed the bag of fruits he'd been holding down and took the tea with both hands before sitting on the sofa. Li Shi glanced again at Zhao Qingqing, who had been tightly following her father. He opened Jin Yan's snack cabinet, picked some candies, chocolates, and cookies, and placed them on the coffee table in front of her. Squatting halfway down, he softened his tone, saying, "You're called Qingqing, right? Uncle." He paused briefly, correcting himself quickly with a smile, "Since Uncle doesn't know what you like to eat, why don't you choose something yourself?" Zhao Qingqing was an active and cute little girl but a bit shy. She had no memory of Li Shi from over a year ago when they had met, yet she found him kind and gentle now, blushing slightly as she retreated behind Zhao Hui, nodding softly. Li Shi stood up, his face still bearing a warm smile, and asked Zhao Hui, "Uncle Zhao, how did you come over?" Zhao Hui kept his head low as he began explaining quietly. Zhao Qingqing's grandmother lived in a town called Tumpu under Longtan City. A few days ago, the elder fell accidentally and was hospitalized, leading Zhao Hui and his wife to rush there with their daughter, fearing they wouldn't make it in time for her last moments. Fortunately, after emergency treatment, the elder survived and stabilized. Since Zhao Qingqing's winter break hadn't started yet, Zhao Hui was sending her back to school first and decided to visit Li Shi before leaving. After hearing this, Li Shi expressed surprise, "How did you know I'm here, Uncle Zhao?" Daring not to look at him, Zhao Hui's eyes shifted nervously. "The Mr. Bai from before, when he came to ask about your whereabouts, gave me his number. For this past year, I've been unable to reach you, and only upon contacting him did I learn that you were ill, and had remained unconscious after surgery." After finishing his explanation, realizing how hypocritical and shameful it was for him to show concern now, he chuckled bitterly, "I should have come earlier. But after all these years, how could I have faced you after treating you the way I did? I didn't feel worthy enough to see you." Seeing Li Shi stay silent, Zhao Hui grew more uneasy, gripping the teacup tighter. "I've been in touch with that Mr. Bai. Not long ago, I heard that you've recovered. Still, I wanted to personally see it for myself. After confirming everything, I'd finally rest easy." Li Shi listened silently to Zhao Hui's words, and when he finally spoke, his smile appeared strained. "Uncle Zhao, you're mistaken." He stopped smiling, his voice hoarse. "It's me who has no face to meet you." Startled, Zhao Hui looked up at him, speechless for a long while. For all these years, he had never truly looked closely at Li Shi. In his memory, the image was still of an irritable teenager who liked solitude but possessed sharp intelligence and decisiveness, the same boy who waved goodbye to them at the airport many years ago, leaving behind a thin silhouette. When exactly had he grown taller than him and become such a mature man, capable and composed? He bore no resemblance to the Li family at all. Unlike his father who was simple and clumsy, or his aunt who was cheerful and open-minded. Even though he had made great efforts to conceal himself, Zhao Hui could still sense a certain aura from him, something possessed by people who had experienced much hardship, someone marked by bloodshed and battle-hardened decisions. Back then, when their perfectly good family crumbled, facing sudden calamity, Zhao Hui panicked so much that he threw away all responsibility and blame, consoled himself for being just an insignificant and powerless commoner, and contentedly became a deserter, accepting his fate. Left behind was an almost 20-year-old Li Shi, carrying 3 deaths on his shoulders, fighting against an enormous force capable of crushing him completely. That was why Zhao Hui had later avoided seeing him. Every time he looked at Li Shi, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him afterwards, transforming a willful, naive boy into a sharp-edged blade. At the same time, he built a new love and family, living a stable and happy life. Only in the quiet hours of midnight would memories arise, reminding him that in Jinhai City, there still lived a lonely Li Shi. Zhao Hui's eyes turned red, feeling more and more remorseful and uneasy the more he thought about it. Yet, all the things that should have been said were already conveyed to Li Shi over a year ago. Regret expressed repeatedly would only seem self-serving and hollow. Zhao Hui took a sip of tea, using the steam rising from his cup to blink away the dampness in the corners of his eyes. After calming down, he put the teacup down, stood up, and said, "I once told Wei Ning that she and your brother spoiled you too much, which was not good for you. He chuckled, that upset her, and she told me, our Shui is perfect in every way, he'll be more capable than anyone and will have the brightest future. Wei Li Wei. It had been so long since Li Shui had last heard someone mention this name that he froze in place for a moment. It seems your aunt understands you best after all. Zhao Hui gripped his hands together before finally mustering the courage to pat Li Shui on the arm. There was a look of relief akin to how an elder would view their young one growing up well in a normal family. He then pulled Zhao Qingqing up, saying, I won't disturb your rest anymore. Qingqing and I still need to head to the station. Li Shui seemed to snap back to reality just then, quickly grabbing his coat in some urgency. Let me see you off. I'll send you. By this time, Zhao Hui had already reached the doorway. It was cold outside, and he didn't want Li Shui to catch a chill by chasing out into the cold, so he hurriedly opened the door, shaking his head repeatedly. No, no. When we arrived earlier, Mr. Bai sent us here, it's not proper to trouble you both again. He assumed that Bai Jing and Li Shui were close friends, accepting another's favor implied receiving Li Shui's favor as well. But when he pulled open the door, two figures were standing in the corridor, Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan. Zhuo Mingyuan, having waited idly for quite some time, flashed Zhao Hui a warm smile upon seeing him. Mr. Zhao, our car is downstairs, let me take you to the station. Zhao Hui couldn't possibly inconvenience the man twice, but Zhuo Mingyuan, skilled at reading situations, insisted on various grounds. The remote location made it difficult to find a taxi, plus it was freezing and unsuitable for a child to endure the weather. As Zhao Hui hesitated, Li Shui stepped forward and interjected from the door, Uncle Zhao, let him drive you. It's too far, I wouldn't feel safe otherwise. The instant he spoke, Bai Jing, who had been observing them argue on the side, immediately lifted his head. His gaze locked onto Li Shui, unable to move away. Today, he wore a white shirt tucked neatly into a pair of straight-legged suit pants, highlighting a slim waistline. In the past, sitting in a wheelchair, he could only look up at others, finding it tiresome and disliking being inferior to anyone. Thus, his expression was usually blank, rarely bothering to interact with others. Now that he had recovered, no longer clad in hospital attire and almost matching Bai Jing's height, the way he spoke now, reminded Bai Jing of the Li Shui from before. Though Bai Jing had already seen him in photos, personally witnessing him standing so calmly before him nearly caused the sound of his own heart thumping violently inside his chest. Unable to resist Zhuo Mingyuan's enthusiasm, Zhao Hui could only follow along. Hastily stepping out a few paces, he stopped only after Zhao Qingqing tugged at his hand, whispering something that made him pause. Li Shui was still standing by the door watching them, thinking there might be something wrong and was just about to ask when Zhao Qingqing ran back to him, opening a little rabbit-shaped shoulder bag at her side. She fished out something and shyly offered it to him with both hands. Li Shui bent down to accept it, about to inquire what it was when he saw her lift her head, revealing round eyes and dimples curving softly at her lips. Her voice rang clear and melodious, brother, goodbye. Then she turned around and dashed off, her two pigtails swaying in a cute arc, showing off the strawberry hairclip pinned to the back of her head. Li Shui's smile stiffened upon hearing her words, his hand trembling involuntarily as if his mind had gone completely blank like a snapped string, not even aware of when Bai Jing ushered him back into the room. When he steadied himself, he tore open the envelope in his hand to reveal a greeting card inside. It was nearly Christmas, and the front of the card depicted Santa Claus grinning, riding a sled pulled by reindeer through the night sky. Beside him sat several cheerful little animals in festive attire, all equally grinning as they held gifts joyfully hailing. Li Shui carefully opened the card, inside of which a sentence was written in multicolored watercolor crayons, its stroke slightly childish, wish brother Li Shui a speedy recovery. At the end were 3 characters, Zhao Qingqing, and next to it, a large happy face was drawn. Li Shui froze, holding the card dumbly, reading the message word by word, over and over again until his vision blurred, making it hard to see the words clearly. Even then, he silently recited in his mouth, brother Li Shui. Since that gray afternoon when he had rushed home in a panic, searched through every room, and only found 2 cold urns, a part of Li Shui had been permanently trapped there. Confined in the narrow corners, he spent every day repenting and blaming himself, living in unbearable pain. Until today, when Zhao Qingqing called him brother, it was as if another girl, a girl with his aunt's eyes and smile, called out to him through Zhao Qingqing's voice and told him, brother, it's time for you to move on. The most tender part of his heart felt pierced by needles, causing pain even while breathing. Li Shui heard someone calling him, dazedly. He looked up, seeing the world blurred within rippling tears, able to make out only a vague silhouette. Before the tears could fully fall, a palm gently cupped the back of his head, and then he was pressed into a warm embrace. The person who hugged him wore a wool overcoat, likely having stood outside for a long time, as their clothes carried a trace of icy dampness. Their voice was equally devoid of emotion, saying just one sentence. Li Shui, you've done nothing wrong. Seeing his tears, this person showed neither surprise nor disdain, simply pressing his head into their chest like they had done the first time they saw him cry. Knowing that at this moment Li Shui didn't need sympathy or comfort, they helped block his tears just as before, providing quiet companionship. That past line, Li Shui, endure a little longer, had almost been all the support he needed to survive during his quest for vengeance. Now, having witnessed the heart knot that had always bound him, this person once again told him, Li Shui, you've done nothing wrong. Li Shi tightly gripped Bai Jing's clothing with both hands, unable to control the overflow of tears streaming down. He heard multiple voices in his ears. Jin Yen said, "We all understand you." Fu Ying said, "As long as you live on well." Old Steward Wu said, "Please take utmost care of yourself." And finally, Bai Jing told him, "You have done nothing wrong. All those old wounds, those inflicted by Jiang Manqing, those he inflicted upon himself, all the relentless suffering, remorse, and self-torment, began to heal, eventually welcoming release." Living until this moment, Li Shi had never felt as light-hearted and relieved as he did now. The final shackle that held him back had fallen. Finally, he could move forward. Chapter 97. When Li Shi stepped back from Bai Jing's embrace, he could still see the dark water stain near his left shoulder, soaked by tears. Yet, Bai Jing merely glanced at it indifferently and felt not an ounce of shame. What's there to be ashamed of? After growing up, the number of times I've shed tears can be counted on one hand, yet Bai Jing always seems to run into me crying. Moreover, Bai Jing had already seen him at his most awkward and disheveled moments, putting up a charade of anger or embarrassment now would be overly affected. He stood still for a moment first, then returned the card into its envelope without a word. Afterwards, he walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a book, and carefully tucked the envelope inside before closing it. During all this, he didn't acknowledge Bai Jing, neither inviting him to sit down nor offering tea, simply leaving him standing there. Only after placing the book back did Li Shi slowly look up and ask Bai Jing with cold detachment, "Was bringing Uncle Zhao here the only thing you came to do from Jinhai?" Although his tone was icy, the redness around his eyes remained from his recent bout of crying, contrasting sharply against his pale skin and creating an almost captivating allure despite his obvious irritation. His eyes still glistened faintly, softening his usual sharp aura. As Li Shi busied himself, Bai Jing watched him unabashedly until their eyes met. Then Bai Jing averted his gaze slightly, answering curtly with a single yes. Li Shi let out a derisive laugh and questioned, "What is this grand matter that necessarily required your intervention? No matter how incapable I may be now, I doubt I'm so helpless that I can't even call a car." As he spoke, his voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction, "And the fact that Uncle Zhao kept in touch with you and you didn't inform me?" Bai Jing realized Li Shi was beginning to hold things against him. This person detested others meddling in his personal affairs, especially those related to his past, a touchy subject bound to trigger immediate backlash. Attempting to clarify his intentions, Bai Jing said, "Uncle Zhao asked me not to tell you." After a pause, frustration creased his brow. "I know I have no right to make decisions for you, but I also didn't want him contacting you directly. Every time you returned from lynching before, you used to be melancholic for quite a while. As for flying all the way from Jinhai just to go to some remote small town to bring Uncle Zhao over," Bai Jing chose not to elaborate. What was there to explain anyway? That Bai Jing waited more than 3 months for a legitimate excuse to come see Li Shi. Or perhaps, if he hadn't seen him soon, he might lose his mind. After waiting a year and finally having someone wake up, Bai Jing couldn't stay by his side, instead relying on photos sent by Jin Yen and medical reports to know about his gradual recovery and improvement. He couldn't participate in the process nor witness it firsthand. Even though the helplessness pained him deeply, telling Li Shi wouldn't help as it'd likely cause him to dislike Bai Jing more, especially given Li Shi's reluctance to meet him. Upon hearing this, something flashed in Li Shi's mind, and he oddly blurted out a question, "When you brought Ningyu back, was it really the management office people who called you when I went to Yangshan Cemetery?" Bai Jing was silent for several seconds, then looked up to meet his eyes, replying solemnly, "No, I guessed you'd be there myself." Recalling how he'd pressured Li Shi back then made him shift his gaze away again in defeat, his entire demeanor exuding despondency. Li Shi fell completely silent. His expression relaxed, lazily leaning against the bookshelf as he appraised Bai Jing. Today, Bai Jing wore a black overcoat paired with a perfectly tailored suit and a meticulously fastened tie clasp. Tall, with striking features, he seemed like an untouchable aristocrat. But now, he stood humbly before Li Shi, patiently responding to whatever questions Li Shi threw at him. Despite Li Shi knowing full well Bai Jing was deliberately suppressing himself to appear weaker, it gave him a fresh sense that Bai Jing was actually rather easy to pick on. Taking advantage of the light outside the window, Li Shi indulged himself in admiring Bai Jing's brows, eyes, nose, lips, even the contours of his jawline, mentally tasting each feature. Though he had teasingly joked about it many times before, Li Shi still marveled at their Bai family's fortune that produced generation after generation of handsome men. Just consider Bai Jing's father, now finally settled after having grandchildren, in his 50s, he once had women in their 20s ready to give up everything just to stay with him. Poor Zhao Zhiyun was old enough to be embroiled in palace drama-like competition with young girls younger than her son. During that period, Li Shi would seize every opportunity to mock Bai Jing a few times in front of him, saying that if he really entered the house, wouldn't he have to call a young girl aunt? This joke even made Bai Jing accidentally break a few pens. When it came to Bai Jing's side, things were even more straightforward. Li Shi was notoriously domineering around Bai Jing. No one dared to approach him while Li Shi was around. Li Shi had threatened to strip anyone who tried of their clothes and throw them out onto the street. Even with such a strong deterrent, there were still those who sought to gain favor with Bai Jing whenever they got the chance. Fortunately, Bai Jing wasn't the kind to indulge in random flings, unlike some of his reckless friends who used their status and power to pursue whoever looked appealing to them. So Li Shui never harbored any suspicion or paranoia about Bai Jing's fidelity except for Ningyu. Have you picked up anyone lately? Li Shui slightly tempered his gaze before asking. What? Bai Jing furrowed his brow, puzzled. Li Shui sighed lightly, exasperated by this person's apparent slowness now. In the last 3 months, have you taken lovers? Bedmates? Or just casual hookups? He didn't expect Bai Jing to remain chaste solely for him, nor did he believe that after pushing Bai Jing away repeatedly, the other man would stubbornly wait for him with undivided loyalty. After all, without him filling the void, there were plenty others ready to step in. After finishing his question, Li Shui stared at Bai Jing with a complex mix of emotions, almost hoping for an affirmative answer to extinguish the fire within him. Simultaneously, he felt secretly irked because if Bai Jing were just an average person, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen for him so completely, let alone find himself uninterested in others due to constant comparisons to Bai Jing's face. Bai Jing cast him a cautious glance, uncertain of Li Shui's intentions, and hesitated before answering, no. His hesitation stemmed not from guilt but fear that Li Shui might use this as ammunition to hurt him. He'd done it before, lying in the hospital awaiting surgery yet still worrying over how to send people to Bai Jing's bed on his behalf. Of course, if Li Shui hadn't brought it up, Bai Jing certainly wouldn't mention it either. Boasting, I haven't slept around, to showcase what great sacrifices he'd made simply wasn't his style. Nonetheless, the truth remained, he hadn't touched anyone. Not Ningyu, not anyone else. Ever since he agreed to be with Li Shui, willingly or unwillingly, once Bai Jing gave his word, he hadn't strayed. Li Shui nodded, pointed toward the couch, and directed in a neutral tone, sit down. As he spoke, he walked towards the door. The door was a smart lock with Jean Yan's fingerprint recorded, often letting that impulsive youngster barge in without asking. Li Shui didn't want to startle the kid, so he added a small lock. Bai Jing observed his expression, assuming there was something important to discuss, possibly a final verdict on their relationship. His heart sank slightly. Since entering, his attention had been entirely focused on Li Shui, forgetting to take off his coat. The room's warm air had already caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Thus, when Li Shui returned from the door, Bai Jing happened to be taking off his jacket, then proceeding to loosen his tie after undoing his suit. When raising his hand, a silver whaletail cufflink revealed itself from beneath the shirt sleeve, custom-made by him overseas for both of them. Li Shui couldn't help but tisk once, walking to the window and pulling the curtains shut. He even indulged himself in musing how truly robust health could be detrimental. If not, those usually well-concealed desires, once stirred, would only end up burning oneself first. It was winter, nights fell quickly. Although it wasn't yet 4 o'clock, the sky darkened early due to the rain outside, creating an oppressive gloom, making indoor lighting dimmer still. With the curtains drawn, it was hard to discern anything beyond a vague silhouette. Bai Jing had barely sat down when the room abruptly grew dark. He was startled for a moment and questioned in confusion as Li Shui stood before him, what are you doing? The last time Li Shui saw Bai Jing was more than 3 months ago. Back then, he was still semi-disabled, filled with various grievances and wavering thoughts. Occasionally, when teased by Bai Jing, he felt flustered and unsure of how to respond. Their past interactions had never involved such nuances. However, after venting recently, everything became clear, and he realized that a grown man should act upon his desires directly instead of being coy. Furthermore, being someone who held grudges, if he felt humiliated in any situation, he would inevitably seek to reclaim his dignity. Kneeling onto the sofa, Li Shui straddled Bai Jing, pulling him forward by the tie, maintaining a composed expression but lacing his voice with audacious authority. To hell with you. The moment the words left his mouth, he leaned down and captured Bai Jing's lips with his own. Chapter 98. Since the first time Li Shui and Bai Jing went to bed, aside from being inexperienced at the start, leading to some losses, almost everything after that had been dominated by him. He was quite spontaneous in this area and very uninhibited. He never thought it was a shameful thing to pursue pleasure with the one he liked, rather, he especially enjoyed making Bai Jing lose control in bed. Bai Jing's previous young lovers were all obedient, gentle, and well-behaved, doing things in bed according to his preferences. But who would dare to behave like Li Shui, who, when the mood struck, would jump on Bai Jing right there, whether in the office, in the car, or any other place he considered possible? Although Bai Jing was taken aback by Li Shui's behavior, his body instinctively remembered and automatically supported his waist as Li Shui climbed on top of him, fearing that he might fall off. Li Shui paid no attention to these concerns, biting down on Bai Jing's lower lip before licking it and then roughly using his tongue to pry open his mouth. Last time they kissed was before his surgery when he thought he wouldn't survive, so the kiss was bittersweet, a sad remembrance. Now, he didn't even give Bai Jing a moment to react as he immediately started teasing his tongue in the most provocative manner. Startled for a few seconds, Bai Jing tried regaining the upper hand but was quickly restrained by Li Shui's hands placed firmly on his shoulders, preventing him from moving closer. Helplessly, he let Li Shui have his way, keeping his lips slightly parted while allowing Li Shui's tongue to stir around inside his mouth. After recuperating for so long, Li Shui had been living healthily and regularly, with nothing much to worry about, thus enjoying great comfort. He was no longer as frail as when he had just woken up, his body having become more balanced and fit. As Bai Jing pulled back the collar of his shirt and slid his hand underneath, he first gently massaged his lower back, then slowly followed the groove of his spine upwards, feeling smooth, fine skin beneath his fingers. It felt as though he was touching a piece of warm jade. However, when Bai Jing's fingers moved further downward and touched the rim of his pants, feeling the firm flesh beneath, his hands were stopped. Li Shi slightly drew away, repositioning Bai Jing's hands neatly on his waist, breathing heavily and asking, "Who gave you permission to touch me wherever you want?" Bai Jing had already discarded his suit jacket, and the tie too was removed and thrown away. Yet Li Shi still expected him to act virtuously, forbidding him from even so much as an extra touch. Bai Jing wasn't a real saint. If he weren't deliberately indulging Li Shi, he'd have pressed him down and stripped him naked long ago. As he was about to demand what he deserved, Li Shi came close again, kissing the tip of his upper lip, then circling his tongue over it lightly before looking at him mischievously and asking, "Do you still want another kiss?" Bai Jing's breathing had become erratic. When he opened his mouth again, his voice was hoarse beyond recognition. His eyes, heavy with desire, focused intently on Li Shi, saying simply, "Yes." Li Shi chuckled lowly, circling Bai Jing's neck with both hands again. "Then don't move." And with that, he resumed seducing his tongue. This style of kissing left even Bai Jing, who frequently experienced such acts in the past, unable to endure it, not to mention now when he had been deprived of intimacy for so long. Bai Jing felt his abdomen tighten repeatedly, his groin aching with hardness. But amidst all the chaos of being indiscriminately kissed, Bai Jing wasn't sure what was happening or what was going on in Li Shi's mind. He feared losing his sanity and potentially harming someone if this continued, so he turned his head away, his voice filled with struggle, "Stop provoking me." Not succeeding in getting a kiss, Li Shi didn't push further. Instead, he chose to lick the corners of Bai Jing's mouth patiently and seriously asked, "Why can't I provoke you?" While speaking, he trailed kisses along Bai Jing's cheek to his earlobe, suckling softly as he continued questioning, "Who should provoke you? Ning Yu? Or Shen Qinyan?" Shen Qinyan was the person he ran into delivering food to Bai Jing's office previously. Bai Jing couldn't remember what she looked like anymore, yet Li Shi remembered her name clearly. Provoked by this, Bai Jing's forehead beaded with sweat, unable to resist holding onto his waist tightly and drawing him closer. He stared fixedly at him and said resolutely, "I want you. Only you." The expression on his face was unprecedentedly serious. This want wasn't merely bedroom talk driven by passion. Li Shi's heart fluttered slightly, yet he felt irritated by Bai Jing's propriety even at this moment. He tilted his head pretending to kiss him but withdrew when Bai Jing reached out for his lips. After several attempts, Bai Jing's breath became hurried, gritting his teeth and shouting his name, "Li Shi." Li Shi knew that if he continued to play around, things would get out of control, so he slowly went over and opened his mouth for Bai Jing to kiss. Bai Jing was stirred up by him and felt an unusual heat in his heart. He no longer cared about being gentle or forbearing, roughly tangling their tongues together and pressing on the back of his neck with his fingers to stop him from dodging. Li Shi couldn't even swallow his saliva in time, and could only manage to let out sounds in his embarrassment. His waist felt soft after being kissed, and as soon as he got a bit of freedom, he pushed Bai Jing slightly while gasping for breath and swore, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" There were traces of moisture all over his mouth and chin, though the room was dark, but they were so close together that it was clearly visible. Bai Jing's throat had gone dry, and the lower part of his body felt hard and uncomfortable. He reached out and embraced his waist, giving light kisses on the side of his neck, grinding against him below. Li Shi was also stimulated by this friction, sliding his fingers down his chest, undoing Bai Jing's belt and pulling down the zipper, only to tease him through his underwear, frowning and asking, "It's been such a long time and used, hasn't it broken?" Bai Jing looked at him helplessly, raising his hand to give him a little slap on the butt as punishment. Li Shi showed great interest in what lay beneath, paying no more attention to whether Bai Jing's hands were proper or not, quickly removing his pants and exposing his own erect member, then slightly lifting his hips, pushing forward with the top to grind against Bai Jing's underwear, circling the place that bulged under the underwear. Bai Jing's breathing became heavy due to this rubbing, both hands going into the back of his suit pants and grabbing and kneading his firm buttocks, supporting him when he thrust forward so that it wouldn't be too tiring for him to push his hips. When Li Shi had his fill of playing, he finally pulled down Bai Jing's underwear, allowing that big, erect thing to be completely free. However, the grinding made his waist sore and his legs weak, so he sat down on Bai Jing's leg comfortably. When his knees started to feel uncomfortable, he changed position, placing his feet on the sofa cushion, shamelessly spreading his legs wide towards Bai Jing, pulling out the hand Bai Jing had placed inside his underwear and putting it in front of him, commanding firmly, "Get it out." He sat there lazily after letting go of the momentum. Bai Jing worried that he might fall, straightened up, holding onto his waist, and then did as he wished, reaching out to hold his member and moving it up and down. Li Shi enjoyed the service without guilt, almost moaning aloud with pleasure, too lazy to come closer and again ordered him, "Kiss me." Hardly waiting for the words to finish, he couldn't suppress himself any longer, opening his mouth to stick out a red, tender tongue. What could Bai Jing do about this ancestor of his? His hands kept moving, and he raised his head to block his lips. Between the intertwining lips and teeth, he occasionally heard a stifled groan coming from Li Shi's nose, causing the lower part that had been neglected to grow even larger. Just as the two were locked in a deep kiss, unable to untangle themselves, Li Shi's phone lying on the coffee table suddenly rang. At the first ring, he didn't have the intention to answer, but when it rang again, his consciousness was barely revived. The coffee table wasn't far behind, and Li Shi wanted to twist his body to reach for the phone, but as he moved, Bai Jing also followed, sealing his lips before they could part properly, leaving him no choice but to continue kissing, his hand randomly patting behind until he actually touched the phone. Li Shi took it and saw that it was the daily routine call from the service desk asking about meals. The two had already messed around for more than an hour. Li Shi turned his head to avoid Bai Jing's lips, warning him off with a shout of his name when Bai Jing tried to come closer again. Bai Jing then gave up, lowering his head and burying his face in his neck. Li Shi cleared his throat and answered the call. Hello. Mr. Li, hello. Sorry to bother you. Do you need dinner prepared tonight? Yes. According to your health situation and usual eating habits, our nutritionist has paired 4 sets of meals for you. The first one is. The person on the other end began introducing the simple dishes as usual, and Li Shi was listening carefully. But Bai Jing suddenly rubbed the small hole on the tip of his member with his thumb and forcefully licked his earlobe, causing Li Shi to instantly straighten his waist, clenching his molars tightly so as not to make strange noises. Then we have bone soup-based porridge, accompanied by. He was struggling to hold the phone steady, pushing Bai Jing away with his hand on his chest, but Bai Jing hugged him tighter, first kissing his collarbone, then leaning sideways to kiss his Adam's apple. This was Li Shi's extremely sensitive spot, Bai Jing continuously licking the bulge there. Li Shi clutched him and tilted his head back, his phone slipping out of his hand, his foot tensing up. Unable to resist, he swallowed heavily, his Adam's apple rolling with the action. A faint smile appeared in Bai Jing's eyes as his actions grew faster, then when he noticed that the person in his arms was nearing their peak, he gave a forceful suck to his Adam's apple. Li Shi bit down on his wrist hard, his other hand crumpling Bai Jing's shirt, his lower back trembling as he shot waves of his release, the pleasure so intense it made his whole back tingle. Then, Mr. Li, which package would you like, and how many people will be dining? Mr. Li. Mr. Li Shi. In the quiet room, one could hear faint queries coming through the earpiece. Depleted of strength, Li Shi collapsed onto Bai Jing, his forehead resting on the man's shoulder as he breathed lightly, still enveloped in the afterglow, unable even to lift a finger. Bai Jing's hand, which had been resting on his lower back, gently massaged his back to help ease his breath before reaching for the phone and placing it to his ear. His voice remained calm. For 2 people. We need porridge, rice, change the bone soup porridge to plain porridge, add some carp soup. Thanks. He understood the intention was to provide more nutrients by cooking the porridge with bone broth, but this person in his arms only liked plain porridge, detesting any unnecessary ingredients that not only made it greasy but also masked the original aroma of the rice. The person on the other end seemed surprised by the sudden switch in speakers and paused before answering, oh, okay. After confirming the meal delivery time, Bai Jing hung up the phone. Li Shi gradually regained consciousness, his hand wandering downward where he touched the essence he'd spilled all over Bai Jing's fingers, wrinkling his brow in dissatisfaction. He realized Bai Jing hadn't climaxed yet and with seriousness spread his own semen onto Bai Jing's still erect member, stating, looks like it hasn't broken. Having mostly spent the afternoon serving him, Bai Jing had no energy left to argue, allowing Li Shi's hands to wander below while tenderly kissing the corners of his eyes, the tip of his nose, his lips. Without a nap today, Li Shi's stomach was growling a little. Completely spent after his previous orgasm and feeling comfortable leaning on Bai Jing's warm chest, his movements were sloppy, lazily throwing his hand away, you handle it yourself. Bai Jing kissed his lips softly and moved his hand to Li Shi's buttocks, his voice hoarse, use the back way. Li Shi stared in disbelief, are you trying to make my ass crack? Though aware of the immense pleasure the size of Bai Jing's thing might give him and though his body craved that taste, it wasn't an easy task for 2 men. The cleaning and lubrication alone were already troublesome. It had been too long since they last did that, at Bai Jing's current size, forcing it in would leave Li Shi needing another month of recovery here. Amused by Li Shi's tone, Bai Jing chuckled softly, then adjusted his position so that Li Shi sat straddling his legs, facing backward. As Bai Jing leaned against the sofa cushion, breathing heatedly behind his ear, I won't go inside, he reassured. Bai Jing then pulled down Li Shi's pants and underwear dangling loosely from his legs, wrapping his arms around him as they both reclined on the couch cushions. With Li Shi forced into leaning backward into Bai Jing's embrace, his head rested on his shoulder. Powerfully gripping Li Shi's thighs, Bai Jing lifted his hips slightly. Without giving Li Shi time to react, Bai Jing's hardened column slid through the cleft and forcefully thrust toward his sack, even bringing Li Shi's softened member partially back to life. You. This posture created a sudden illusion in Li Shi of being roughly penetrated, causing his ears to redden uncharacteristically. Turning to curse, Bai Jing immediately sealed his lips. Amidst the impact and wet entanglement of tongues, Li Shi closed his eyes in resignation, figuring anyway the room was dark with no light, who would see? When Bai Jing finally reached his climax, so did Li Shi once again, lying limp on Bai Jing's chest trying to regain his breath, oblivious to the sticky flow streaming down his butt crack. Li Shi couldn't help cursing under his breath. He just wanted a quick fix on the sofa to relieve some heat, why the hell did he feel like he'd been thoroughly ravished? Chapter 99. Bai Jing carried the person who was too lazy to move into the bathroom, turned on the light and said, take a shower first. Li Shi hummed in agreement and walked toward the shower stall. No matter how intimate and unrestrained they had been earlier, it was hard to see each other clearly in the dim room. Now exposed under the bright lights, Li Shui was wearing only a crookedly buttoned shirt with all the buttons undone, revealing his collarbone and neck, which were covered in hickeys. The bottom of the shirt barely covered his buttocks, exposing a pair of long, straight legs underneath. Bai Jing was about to leave when he stopped at the sight of him, his Adam's apple slightly rolling. Li Shui took off his shirt and tossed it into the laundry basket. They had only wiped themselves down simply with tissue after their earlier antics, and something was still stuck in his crease, making him uncomfortable as he moved. Just as he was about to turn on the shower head, someone suddenly embraced him from behind and then pressed him against the glass door of the shower stall, kissing him for a long time. Since the afternoon, their lips hadn't separated much, and Li Shui's tongue was almost numb from being sucked on. Impatient, he pushed a few times, but the person only kissed him more fervently, so he stopped moving altogether. As the kisses continued, he noticed a reaction from the other side. He wasn't surprised, based on past experience, what happened earlier on the sofa might not even count as an appetizer for Bai Jing. In the past, when they fooled around in bed, his legs would become too weak to spread open, yet Bai Jing could still lift him up and thrust against the wall. But his body wasn't as strong as before now, having released twice already left him exhausted and unable to handle Bai Jing's voracious desires. However, since it was he who initiated things first, it felt somewhat unfair to just leave Bai Jing unsatisfied after his own pleasure. So, his hand moved downwards, but before he could touch anything, his wrist was caught. Bai Jing pulled away from his lips, glanced at him, then leaned down to give him another heavy kiss on the lips, and then left the bathroom. Li Shui's lips still carried Bai Jing's warmth. Blinking in the empty bathroom, he seemed momentarily confused. In the past, though he was usually the one taking the initiative in bed, Bai Jing wasn't the kind to neglect himself. Moreover, at that time, knowing that the other party didn't love him, if Bai Jing didn't want to or was tired, he'd endure it and go along. It was unexpected that there would come a day when Bai Jing would cater to him, allowing him to take as he pleased. Li Shui turned on the shower head, and his body quickly became soaked. Pushing the wet hair off his forehead to the back of his head, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, letting the warm water fall gently onto his face. Internally, he was conflicted. He admitted that earlier it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, driven by male lust, without any thought of making a commitment or expressing his stance on their relationship. If this happened in the past, it wouldn't have been an issue. Two men pleasuring each other wouldn't result in any harm since there were no emotional entanglements involved, nor any need for responsibility. But explaining this to Bai Jing now, it was easy to imagine the other's reaction. How hurt and disregarded one feels when carefully given affection is treated lightly or dealt with indifferently, Li Shui understood such emotions well. Because he knew, he didn't want to hurt someone else in the same way. Besides, the wounds on his chest, the scars on the back of his head, every choice he had made leading up to this point, it was all due to his own decisions. So, he had never intended to retaliate against Bai Jing or replicate the pain he suffered in the other's life. Now he had let go and wanted to start anew, wanting to live out the rest of his life well. But whether Bai Jing could be part of this remaining life, he was still unsure. Bai Jing said he loved him, and he believed it now. But he lacked confidence that the two could smoothly walk through life together. Ever since Ningyu returned, Jin Yan got into trouble, the Song family fell from power, and he fell ill, a series of changes left Bai Jing quite passive. If life truly stabilized, with both their domineering personalities, would they really suit each other? Could they spend the rest of their lives together? Perhaps in a few days, Bai Jing would grow tired and start yearning for some obedient, well-behaved little lover. By the time Li Shui finished washing and went out, the room had already been tidied up, the cushions and pillows on the sofa neatly arranged. There was no sign of the previous disorder. Li Shui averted his eyes, feeling slightly uneasy, grateful that they were leaving soon, otherwise, Jin Yan, who loved playing games while lying on the sofa, might have been present. Despite being shameless most of the time, facing the younger generation still invoked a bit of modesty in him. Thinking of the person who had disappeared for half a day, Li Shui picked up his phone and called Jin Yan. Jin Yan said he went to soak in hot springs with Bai Hao. When they left during nap time, they hadn't told him to avoid disturbing his rest. The two also wouldn't return tonight. Li Shui wasn't worried about Jin Yan going with Bai Hao. After reminding them to be careful on the road, he hung up the phone. As he was on the phone, Bai Jing stood by the dining table and took 2 ice sugar oranges from the pocket Zhao Hui brought over. After cutting them, when he noticed Li Shui finished speaking, he picked up a piece of orange and held it to his lips. Li Shui didn't refuse but opened his mouth and bit down on the fruit with Bai Jing's hand supporting it. "Is it sweet?" Bai Jing asked. The orange had a thin skin, full flesh, and abundant juice, so sweet that Li Shui nodded happily. Bai Jing stared at him and suddenly leaned forward for a kiss, sneaking his tongue into the slight gap between Li Shui's lips, then calmly commented, "It is indeed sweet." Li Shui looked at him wordlessly and used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth in disdain. "Are you ever going to stop?" Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang, and someone outside said, "Mr. Li Shui, your meal has been delivered." Bai Jing moved toward the door, but just as he took one step, he was pulled back. Confused, he turned around and saw Li Shui looking at him with an unreadable expression. He was then forcefully dragged behind, while Li Shui gave an unenthusiastic order, "Stay there and don't move," before opening the door himself. Bai Jing looked down at himself and immediately understood why. His shirt, though properly worn, was rumpled all over, and his pants were even worse, full of creases on the thighs. He also touched his neck, where there were marks left by Li Shiyi's bites. If he walked out like this, it would be like openly boasting about their earlier passionate encounter. Once Li Shiyi brought the food inside, Bai Jing knew he must have been hungry after being busy all day, so he didn't say anything and occasionally served him dishes or poured him soup. They quietly enjoyed dinner together. After finishing the meal, while Bai Jing was tidying up, Li Shiyi opened the cabinet, took out a box of new underwear, and selected some loose-fitting clothes. He brought everything to the bathroom. When he came out after rinsing his mouth, Bai Jing had already finished cleaning up. Li Shiyi, too lazy to speak further, sent him to take a shower, then took his medicine and climbed into bed, lying down comfortably. At this point, having satisfied both his hunger and lust, Li Shiyi was physically relaxed and felt extremely sleepy, struggling to keep his eyes open. Initially wanting to exchange a few words with Bai Jing once he was done showering, he ended up falling asleep without realizing it. In a semi-conscious state, he only noticed the bed dip slightly and then felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. A faint scent of bathing lotion wafted into his nostrils. Li Shiyi groggily opened his eyes, lifted his leg, and kicked the other person, irritably saying, "Who allowed you to come up here?" But due to his drowsiness, the kicking motion and his tone of voice lacked strength. Bai Jing remained silent, kissed him on the lips, wrapped his legs around him, tightened his hands, and trapped him firmly in his arms. Li Shiyi gradually became more alert and remembered the question he had long wanted to ask: how are Bai and Linian? It had been so long he still wasn't accustomed to their names, fumbling with his words as if his tongue tied itself in knots. He decided these names needed changing immediately. "They're both well behaved," Bai Jing answered softly. Seeing that Li Shiyi seemed less tired than before, he elaborated further. Linian had a good nature, always smiling at people and rarely crying. If given snacks or toys, he would readily share them, earning the affection of everyone around him. Li Shiyi frowned unhappily hearing Bai Jing go on and on about Linian. "What about Bai?" Bai Jing paused for a moment, gazing intently at him without blinking. Slowly, he replied, "Bai is also well behaved." Upon hearing this, Li Shiyi froze, feeling something explode inside his mind. The expression on his face almost cracked apart as his heart raced wildly, thoroughly waking him up. Enraged, he glared at Bai Jing and yelled, "Who the hell gave you permission to call him that? But isn't he called E? Bai Jing smirked and taunted further, "Li Shiyi's E. You." Before Li Shiyi could finish, Bai Jing silenced him again, this time kissing him gently without any hint of passion, tenderly trying to please him until he calmed down. Afterward, pressing their foreheads together, Bai Jing opened his eyes and spoke seriously. He said Bai's character was somewhat independent and preferred not to get close to others. However, possibly because they'd been together since childhood, he treated Linian very well. Fu Ying even joked that Bai considered Linian as his own toy. Li Shiyi recalled the video Fu Ying sent and couldn't help but chuckle, instinctively muttering, "Looks like separating the two kids will be quite a challenge." Bai Jing suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Why should they separate?" Li Shiyi erased the smile from his lips, removed Bai Jing's hand, flipped onto his back lying flat on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, muttering coldly, "I'm going to take Linian with me." Without glancing at Bai Jing's reaction, he paused for a moment, continuing, "I'll stay in Jinhai. If you still have feelings for me, we can give it another try, but I cannot let me and Linian live with you. If you refuse, then that's it." He had been agonizing and wavering for a long time, but in the end, he finally gave in. There was nothing to be ashamed of, he simply loved Bai Jing. Just seeing him would make his heart race. This feeling, ever since it had first blossomed, had never ceased. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he decided to give them one more chance. If this didn't work out either, he would completely let go and never look back, never allow himself to soften again. But he also had to leave himself an escape route. It wasn't possible to dive headfirst into it like before, giving everything away. The experience of being driven out from what he thought was home, of being expelled, was something Li Shiyi never wanted to relive. In the darkness, Bai Jing could only see the outline of Li Shiyi's side profile, hearing the emotionless voice that felt as though someone had squeezed his heart, making it ache with sourness and pain. Back then, he had assumed he had Li Shiyi cornered, believing no matter how reckless he got, this person wouldn't dare leave him. That's why he dared to bring Ningyu home and trample on the other person's feelings and dignity without restraint. He even arrogantly told Uncle Wu about needing to try again to seek true understanding and love. Now, the tables had turned, it was Li Shiyi's turn to experiment with him. Bai Jing leaned over, once again pulling the other person into his arms and hoarsely uttering just one word, "Fine. We need to clarify, if either of us feels fed up, we can end the relationship. If one of us likes someone else, we'll discuss it openly, part amicably, no regrets, no forced obligation to stay together. Liking and loving someone should be impulsive, unreserved, regardless of gains or losses." Yet here was Li Shiyi, rational as if negotiating a contract, missing only sitting up and noting down who was party A and party B, detailing conditions, and asking both to sign and stamp their agreement. But whose fault was this? Hadn't Bai Jing himself slowly eroded all the trust and affection Li Shiyi once had? Before today, Bai Jing had never dared to hope the other person might forgive him. Knowing Li Shiyi's earlier actions and advances came from some different psychology, Bai Jing didn't dare ask for a concrete answer. After all, considering Li Shiyi's temper, the other might say it was just using him as a bed partner, or not even that, just a fleeting impulse. So Bai Jing considered himself lucky enough to be given this second try, even with the underlying readiness to pull away at any moment. Thus, Bai Jing dared not make further demands. Promising eternal vows or sweet talk right now would just seem ridiculous until that lifetime truly materialized. In the end, Bai Jing just lightly kissed his forehead and softly replied, "As long as I can still see you, I agree to anything." Li Shiyi knew that Bai Jing understood him, so he fully relaxed. Since a decision had been made, there was no need to overly dwell and worry about trivial things, it wasn't his usual style anyway. Everything that needed saying had already been said clearly. Drowsiness swept over him again, but Li Shiyi still couldn't resist throwing a sarcastic retort, "Won't you see me anymore?" Receiving no reply for a long while, just before falling asleep, he grumbled again, "You're full of nonsense." Expecting sweet words from his mouth was harder than climbing to heaven. Bai Jing laughed through his anger, yet his eyes and heart were brimming with overflowing fondness. This was a healthy Li Shiyi. Someone who could respond to him, who could reciprocate his kiss, and sleep soundly in his embrace. What more could he ask for? Listening to his steady breathing, Bai Jing, for some reason, suddenly remembered the recurring nightmare that had tormented him for over a year. In the dream, he sat on a bench, still hearing moths crash against the streetlight above. Li Shiyi stood in front of him, leaning down to give him a kiss, then bid him farewell and left a slim back view which gradually disappeared into the darkness. From start to finish, he couldn't move or speak, helplessly watching as the person walked away, again and again. The smile slowly faded from Bai Jing's eyes as he intently watched the person in his arms, listening to his breathing. For a long time, long after the night outside had become utterly quiet, with no sounds at all, did he close his eyes. Then, he placed another tender kiss on Li Shiyi's forehead and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 100. Hua Zitsuan is less than an hour away from the Longtan scenic area. Surrounded by mountains and water, it also boasts abundant geothermal and hot spring resources. To fill the gap in the winter tourism market, the local government secured investments to build a hot spring resort that only opened less than a month ago but has already gained significant popularity within the city. Bai Hao was having dinner with Jin Yan at a restaurant when he overheard people at a nearby table talking about this place. Considering Jin Yan's aversion to the cold, and the health benefits of hot springs which contain various trace elements, he decided to take him there. Each time Bai Hao came here, he would bring Jin Yan out to play. Thus, even though Bai Jing and Zhuo Mingyuan were also on this trip, he drove separately. After finishing their meal, they set off with Jin Yan. Jin Yan hadn't slept well the previous night. Feeling full after eating and comfortable with the car's warm air conditioning, Jin Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, could still exchange a few words with Bai Hao initially, but soon fell silent. When Bai Hao turned his head to check, he found Jin Yan already asleep. The long down jacket he wore could completely cover him, however, finding it cumbersome, he had taken it off and thrown it onto the back seat upon entering the car. Bai Hao parked the car by the roadside, took a small fleece blanket from the trunk, draped it over him, then adjusted his seat for a more comfortable sleep. After this year, Jin Yan will be 22 years old. Usually, he appeared carefree, rough and without much consideration. If no one managed him before, he might choose clothes based solely on comfort, buying 5 or 6 pieces of the same style in different colors just for ease of rotation, something Li Shiyi occasionally couldn't stand and intervened about. Since being together with Bai Hao, he became much tidier. Today, he wore a light gray round-neck sweater, revealing slightly a white shirt beneath. The pair of eyes that were usually filled with emotion, round and lively, now closed. He looked very obedient, as if he was quietly reading and reviewing textbooks in a library like any diligent college student. Every part of what he was wearing today was purchased by Bai Hao. As Bai Hao watched him, he grew increasingly captivated and couldn't help but lightly kiss him between his eyebrows before continuing the journey. He drove slowly and steadily. Halfway through, he suddenly heard his companion muttering softly something beside him. Bai Hao turned to look and saw him scratch his face, frowning, and making a sound as if saying, "chicken leg," before falling quiet again. Bai Hao knew he was talking in his sleep and continued focusing on the road ahead, yet his smile grew increasingly evident until he couldn't hold it in anymore and softly chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Entering Hua Zitsuan, it was almost 2 o'clock. Jin Yan used to wake up around this time during his afternoon nap. Still groggy, he opened his eyes, first looking at Bai Hao, then reached to adjust his seat upright, straightening his back to glance outside the window and asked, "Young master, have we arrived?" His cheeks were rosy red from sleep, and his voice slightly hoarse. Bai Hao suggested he drink some water first, so Jin Yan picked up the thermos prepared for him by Bai Hao, unscrewed the cap, and poured himself a cup. The water was freshly fetched from the restaurant, still steaming hot. Bai Hao reminded him once again, "Be careful, it's hot." Jin Yan agreed, blowing on the steam, sipping slowly in tiny gulps until the water was all gone, soothing his dry throat. Since the establishment of the resort, the village has seen an increase in visitors, and signposts line the roads. Following the signs, Bai Hao quickly spotted a large stone marker inscribed with Hua Zitsuan Hot Spring Resort. Upon entering, there was a vast parking lot right in front. After drinking a cup of water by himself, Jin Yan carefully poured another and held it in his hands. As soon as Bai Hao parked the car, Jin Yan handed the cup over to Bai Hao's lips in urgency. "Young master, drink some water." Bai Hao arrived in Longtan City last night and started driving early in the morning from the city center. Resting briefly during lunch, while Jin Yan was sound asleep, Bai Hao continued driving for over an hour. How could Jin Yan not feel heartbroken? Bai Hao looked down and drank from the cup held by Jin Yan, then sighed gently. "Driving made me so tired." Jin Yan felt even more guilty, lowering his head as he apologized. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I planned to chat with you for a bit and let you rest, but somehow I fell asleep, As Bai Hao leaned forward, lifting his chin to cut him off with a kiss, his tongue pushed past his lips, forcibly stealing his breath. With his eyes closed, Jin Yan's eyelashes trembled greatly, his heart pounding, and his earlobes turning redder and redder. After a long while, Bai Hao loosened his grip and kissed his corner of the mouth once more, smiling as he said, "Now I don't feel tired anymore." Even after getting out of the car and being bundled back into that puffy down jacket, Jin Yan's face remained flushed. The buildings inside this resort were of a very rustic Chinese style. The eaves extended outward with 4 slightly curled tips, and the blue tiles that followed the curves gave an impression of weightiness and serenity. Built along the slope of a mountain, the estate had planted many evergreen trees such as black pines and fir trees, avoiding the bleakness and desolation of winter altogether. Most interesting of all was the small path along the way, with numerous stone statues of frogs and cats either sitting or lying down, scattered neatly on both sides in an incredibly cute manner. Jin Yan was drawn to these stone statues and couldn't help but stop to take a closer look. However, wrapped up in his down jacket, he struggled to squat, and Bai Hao wouldn't let him unzip it outside. So Jin Yan leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees to get a better view. There weren't too many variations for the frog statues, but the cat statues exhibited diverse postures. Some were spacing out, others licking their fur, and still, others were dozing off. Excitedly, Jin Yan tugged at Bai Hao's sleeve to point them out to him and took a few photos with his phone. Bai Hao wasn't particularly interested in these little trinkets, yet he waited patiently. He thought that compared to the stone statues, the sight of Jin Yan holding the phone and taking pictures from different angles seemed far more endearing. Upon entering the main building, which bore the sign of the resort, the interior decoration was equally exquisite. As soon as they walked in, someone came over to greet them. Bai Hao asked Jin Yan to wait on the sofa while he followed someone else to check in at the front desk. Just as Jin Yan sat down, the service staff approached with tea in a tray, carrying small packets of snacks like nuts and candies. Although he initially didn't want to take anything, the enthusiastic server persuaded him to pick up a bag of fruit candies. It seemed that because of poor road conditions lately, there weren't many people in the lobby. However, before the quiet could last long, a group of college students entered through the door, chatting noisily together and instantly livening up the atmosphere. It appeared that not everyone had arrived yet, so they gathered near the entrance, waiting. A few students, under the guidance of the service staff, came to sit beside Jin Yan on the sofa, loudly exclaiming how tired they were. Since they occupied several seats, Jin Yan shifted a bit to make room. One of the girls noticed him and smiled while asking, "Are you here to play as well? Which university are you from?" Jin Yan being a naturally outgoing person, he started a casual conversation within just a few words. It turned out this group was the photography club of Longtan University, here for a team-building event. As the girl continued talking, one of her companions suddenly elbowed her hard, leaning over and whispering loudly, "Quick, quick. Look at the guy in front, isn't he handsome? He's so tall, isn't he a model? Wow, I'd love to ask for his number. Oh my gosh, he's coming over here, he's walking towards us." Initially, only 1 or 2 girls noticed Bai Hao, but their chatter was anything but subtle, and since their topic of discussion was heading this way, everyone's gaze soon became focused on Bai Hao. From Bai Hao's perspective, though, all he could see was Jin Yan chatting merrily with a bunch of girls, looking very cheerful. "Jin Yan." Bai Hao stopped a few steps away, lifting his hand towards him with a deep tone in his voice, "Come here." Jin Yan said, "Oh," and rose amidst the collective hushed silence of the surrounding crowd, rushing to Bai Hao's side. But before he could place his hand on him, a sudden voice popped up next to him. "Hello there, handsome." Jin Yan turned around and saw a boy with slightly wavy natural curls, a blue earring in his left ear, and a rather good-looking face, though it was not directed at him, but directly at Bai Hao. The boy held a white instant camera and handed over a photograph, smiling invitingly. "Sorry, I took a picture without your permission. Here, it's yours now." Bai Hao held on to Jin Yan, casually glancing at the boy but didn't bother to spare another look at the photo. Before he even managed to reject, Jin Yan had already taken the photo in his hand. He didn't stop him, but neither did he say another word to the boy, pulling the person by the hand to leave instead. Jin Yan, who tended to be quite oblivious in these kinds of situations, struggled to twist his body back as he was dragged away, waving at the boy, "Thank you." The room Bai Hao booked came with its own private courtyard. Around the courtyard stood high walls, enclosing a small hot spring bathtub, ample enough for 2 people. Previously, Jin Yan had only seen communal hot springs pools, never such private ones in a room. Curiously observing for a while, it was only when Bai Hao instructed the staff what they needed that Jin Yan settled down at the small indoor coffee table, pulling out the photo he received earlier from his pocket. The instant camera produced particularly clear portraits, and the colors appeared more vivid. In the photo, Bai Hao was standing sideways, his tall and slender figure accentuating the superiority of his cheekbones and nose bridge even more from this angle. His facial features were already very handsome and upright. During his school days, countless profiles with attached photos had been surreptitiously taken by others. Jin Yan had secretly hoarded his high school student ID as a treasure, let alone such a photo. However, after admiring it joyfully for half a day, when he flipped it over, he discovered that there was a name written on the back, Xiang Xian. A string of phone numbers followed. Only then did Jin Yan, with his thick nerves, realize that his young master had been hit on. Immediately furious, he started jumping around the room looking for a pen. By the time Bai Hao returned, he found Jin Yan sitting cross-legged on a mat, holding a pen in one hand and the photo in the other, his brows furrowed with a hint of menace. What's wrong? Bai Hao sat down beside him and leaned in to ask. Jin Yan turned away, but Bai Hao still caught sight of the incomplete digits not yet scribbled out. He chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious expression. Did that boy leave his number? Maybe I should thank him. As he said this, he pulled out his phone. Jin Yan threw the pen, pounced on Bai Hao and pinned him to the ground, hugging him tightly with both hands, burying his face in Bai Hao's chest without saying a word. Bai Hao raised his hand and, unable to pinch Jin Yan's cheeks, pinched his earlobe instead, laughing so hard that his chest shook. Are you being silly? Jin Yan got up and glared at him angrily, then found the pen that had rolled to the corner of the table and carefully crossed out the number into small boxes. After resting in the room for a while, Bai Hao took him for a stroll around. The resort was vast, with many recreational spots, but Jin Yan, fearing Bai Hao would be tired, didn't stay long at any of them. Seeing it was almost 6 o'clock, he dragged Bai Hao to have dinner. During his long stay at the sanatorium with Li Shui, Jin Yan had eaten very nutritious and healthy food. But over time, he inevitably missed the snacks rich in oil and salt that the nutritionist absolutely forbade him to eat. Bai Hao also wouldn't allow him to eat them when they lived together. Now, seeing how pitifully Jin Yan looked at those fried items in the restaurant, Bai Hao felt sorry for him. Finally, Jin Yan achieved his wish, grabbing the crispy fried chicken leg and taking a bite, feeling so happy that he wanted to cry. Bai Hao poured him some juice and wiped off the sauce from the corner of his mouth, watching amusingly as he asked, Did you dream about eating chicken legs today? Jin Yan's cheeks were puffed out. Hearing this, he frowned and thought for a moment, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and then exclaimed in shock, How do you know, Mr. Bai? Bai Hao didn't answer but showed a helpless smile on his face, placing the dishes served by the waiter in front of him. After having dinner and leaving, the sky had completely darkened. On the way back to the room, many tiny lanterns lit up the path. They walked slowly back along the cobblestone road, rested for a bit again, and only then did Bai Hao urge Jin Yan to wash up and soak in the hot spring. When Jin Yan came out of the bathroom and didn't see Bai Hao, he went to the courtyard as instructed. He reached the edge of the bath pool, took off his shoes, hung his bathrobe on a nearby wicker chair, and stepped into the pool. Once inside, the hot water surged up, and Jin Yan buried himself in it, sighing contentedly. Beside the pool stood a green stone bench with a bamboo tube protruding from it. Fresh water continuously flowed from the tube into the pool. Jin Yan watched for a while, reached out, scooped water to pour over his shoulder, and then over the stone bench and bamboo tube. Since Bai Hao wasn't there, he idly poured water over everything he could reach. Fortunately, Bai Hao soon came out, carrying a tray that held a plate of dried fruit and a small bottle of plum wine. Bai Hao placed the tray by the side of the pool, called Jin Yan over, and fed him a piece of apricot before removing his bathrobe and stepping into the hot spring. Previously, Bai Hao had teased him, suggesting that since no one else was around, they could both go naked. Watching Jin Yan blush and stammer, unable to speak, Bai Hao laughed and pulled out the swimsuits he had bought. Bai Hao always kept fit, though it wasn't evident under his clothes. Only now, stripped down, did it become apparent that he had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a body covered with beautiful muscles. Even where the swim trunks tightly enveloped, even if it remained dormant, it was startling. Yet, the expression on his face was tender, but his whole person seemed like an aggressive leopard, exuding danger as he approached Jin Yan. Chapter 101. Jin Yan was backed into the corner of the hot spring pool, and dared not make any other moves. Bai Hao asked, Are the candied fruits tasty? He had been keeping the nut in his mouth, savoring the sugar frost outside. He looked at Bai Hao blankly and nodded. Then Bai Hao leaned over to kiss him, tangling with his tongue, sucking on the sweetness in his mouth, and biting the small piece of fruit into his own mouth. Then he slowly backed off, looking perfectly serious as if nothing had happened just now. Jin Yan was like a boiled shrimp, red all over his neck. He wiped his mouth with his hand, stammering, Master, won't you think it's dirty? Bai Hao leaned against the edge of the pool, poured himself a cup of plum wine, raised an eyebrow, and innocently asked, I've tasted Jin Yan's saliva so many times already, why would I think it's dirty? Jin Yan didn't dare to imagine how Bai Hao could say such things. He buried himself underwater, submerging even his chin, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he would drown instead. Bai Hao chuckled softly, calling him over without teasing him anymore, and began talking to him earnestly, asking about his time at the sanatorium. Jin Yan immediately perked up, talking about Li Shui, talking about himself, mentioning how a kind new grandma had arrived recently at the sanatorium who always gave him some fruits. He also mentioned that Dr. Tong got a beautiful and excellent girlfriend, causing quite a few nurses to break up. Whenever he talked to Bai Hao, there were always so many words to say that he even wanted to tell Bai Hao when he saw just a bug flying past. Bai Hao listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions, smiling gently due to what he heard, and when Jin Yan seemed tired from talking, he fed him a few pieces of dried fruits. The plum wine did not have much alcohol content, but Bai Hao couldn't drink anyway. Being immersed in the steaming hot spring made his blood flow faster, and after a few cups, he was slightly drunk. One hand leaning on the edge of the pool, his fingers touching his forehead, he tilted his head lazily, gazing at Jin Yan while his thoughts drifted far away. Actually, when Bai Hao first brought Jin Yan home, he never intended for him to stay long. Bai Hao himself was a rootless waterweed, how could he take care of him? But he just thought he was too young, pitiful, and wanted to wait until his frostbite healed completely before finding a place to send him. But where could one find such a well-behaved child? Calling him brother quietly in the hospital, coming home and hearing the maid call him master, he followed suit. He never dared to touch anything in the house excessively, wouldn't pick food during meals, and received a chicken leg only to hold it like a treasure, hiding in the garden to enjoy it secretly. When he saw him injured, he cried harder than if he himself was injured. As time went on, Bai Hao became unwilling to part with him. Unwilling to part with this concern, unwilling to lose this companionship, unwilling to send him away. He pleaded with Bai Jing to let him keep Jin Yan, making him the sole reliance and if it weren't for growing up repeatedly challenged and bullied, being mocked about his grandmother being a 1,000-ridden, 10,000-fucked prostitute, his mother being a shameless woman who ran away with a man, and himself being an unworthy offspring of a prostitute, unqualified to step into the Bai family threshold. If it hadn't been like this, how would he have lost his mind, rushing ahead recklessly, eager to climb high, desperate to obtain power and influence, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and thus taking the wrong path? Thinking about the past, Bai Hao couldn't help but lift his hand to gently caress Jin Yan's cheeks, sighing softly, "Why aren't you angry?" It sounded like he was asking himself, asking Jin Yan, but more likely, seeking justice for someone. His face actually showed no particular expression, but upon closer inspection, his eyes revealed pain. This pain had been pressing heavily on his heart, ready to burst forth once it loosened its grip. "Why aren't you angry?" After being harmed by him, nearly circling through the gates of death, almost not returning. After being injured badly by him, losing years of hard-earned skills. At not even 22 years old, having his future ruined. Why, are you not angry? You should be angry enough to kill him or repay him tooth for tooth, ruining his life, letting him live miserably filled with guilt and remorse forever. How is it possible that when you look at him, your gaze is still like that from childhood, full of unconditional dependence and trust, with no trace of hatred or precaution? But because of this, Bai Hao felt even more pain. Because Jin Yan did not hate, he bore the double guilt alone. Like small blades suspended over his heart, they would cut open shallow wounds regardless of day or night, neither bleeding nor easily noticed. Over time, the heart was filled with tiny cuts, none of which were intact. How much pain only Bai Hao himself knew. At first, Jin Yan didn't understand what his young master was talking about and was about to ask when he suddenly realized the meaning from the other's pained gaze, almost turning tangible. But he didn't know how to respond. The words he wanted to say had already been repeated countless times. So he just leaned in, placed his hand on Bai Hao's hand, then tilted his head and gently rubbed his cheek against Bai Hao's palm, whispering softly, "Young master, winter is so cold. Winter is so cold. For someone without a home, winter gets even colder. When it's warm, in smelly dumpsters buzzing with flies, you can still find something to eat. Even if food crawls with maggots, break off the infested parts and it can still fill your stomach. But during winter, not only is the sun hidden by clouds, but also hope for survival." He did consider working, but at 10 years old, who would take him? Whenever he approached hiring shops, those with kind hearts might give him 1 or 2 steamed buns before shooing him away. More often, people cursed at him and drove him out. Worse yet, some found him dirty, and they chased him away while hitting him fiercely with mops and brooms. That winter, Jin Yan even wore a woman's dress found from the trash heap over his body. Even curled up under a piece of cardboard, wind seeped through the cracks, like an icy blade cutting into his flesh. He hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, using his last bit of strength to walk out, only to return empty-handed. As he collapsed on the ground, thoughts of the last meal his mother prepared before she left kept him swallowing saliva repeatedly. Thinking this way, tears rolled down his cracked face, causing his whole body to shiver painfully. If it weren't for Bai Hao, Jin Yan's life would have ended that very winter when the first snow fell, ending silently in a desolate, white-covered alley. He would have disappeared from the world quietly, without anyone worrying or grieving for him. Winter is indeed cold, but because of Bai Hao, Jin Yan had many more winters ahead. This simple sentence wasn't a sentimental or grateful response. Bai Hao understood it completely, all that Jin Yan wished to convey, Bai Hao heard loud and clear. He extended his arm and pulled Jin Yan into an embrace, stroking his back gently stroke after stroke. In the warm water, their naked skins touched openly, evoking no licentiousness, only warmth. His nose felt sore, wanting nothing more than to hold Jin Yan forever during those cold winters. Time seemed to freeze in the courtyard. The embracing figures, the shrub branches within the walls, were all quiet. Through the reflections of the French window, the only sound echoing in the hot spring pool was the gurgling of bamboo tubes letting water flow through. After leaving the hot spring pool and going back inside, Bai Hao went to the bathroom to rinse himself off with fresh water before getting into bed to wait for Jin Yan. Initially planning to wait until Jin Yan came out to sleep, he rested his head on the pillow for quite some time, wondering what Jin Yan was doing inside. Today, after driving for so long, coupled with several cups of plum wine, he grew somewhat drowsy and gradually dozed off. In a hazy state of sleep, he constantly felt an itch in his chest. Suppressing his grogginess, Bai Hao opened his eyes and saw his bathrobe gaping wide open. Jin Yan knelt on the bed, leaning down low with his head bowed as if drinking water like a kitten, licking him one tiny spot at a time. Bai Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. His fingers touched Jin Yan's nape, lightly pinching it. With half-lidded eyes, his voice lowered, asking lazily, "What little pervert dares to molest me while I'm asleep?" Jin Yan immediately turned flustered, his ears red enough to drip blood. Yet hesitating for only a second, he seemed to make up his mind and straddled Bai Hao's abdomen. The moment he sat down, Bai Hao stopped laughing instantly. Below, Jin Yan pressed smoothly against him, wearing nothing underneath the robe. "You," just as Bai Hao began speaking, Jin Yan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, looking solemn and serious. "Young master, let's do it." Normally a person who blushed even when kissed, now Jin Yan boldly mounted him, suggesting they should go further. Bai Hao was caught between laughter and tears. He sat up, wrapping his arms around Jin Yan's waist, teasingly pinching his cheeks. "Stop fooling around." Jin Yan's courage deflated instantly, burying his face into Bai Hao's neck in disappointment. He asked in a dull tone, "Young master, actually, don't you like me?" Up to now, apart from kisses, they hadn't done anything else. Bai Hao treated him kindly, but too proper and gentle, showing not even a hint of urgent desire men often exhibited in bed. So deep down, Jin Yan harbored vague insecurities. This wasn't surprising. No matter how much compensation he might receive later in life, someone abandoned as a child probably couldn't shake off such an anxious and inferior complex forever. In Jin Yan's eyes, whether it was Song Sila, someone from Bai Hao's circle of admirers, or even Xiang Xian, a university student he met today, all of them were better than him. He was afraid that if he could not satisfy Bai Hao, what would happen if Bai Hao found someone else? After an unknown amount of psychological preparation, he finally dared to take the initiative. The teasing look on Bai Hao's face faded, and he didn't become angry for being questioned. Lifting Jin Yan's face gently, he said earnestly, "Jin Yan, I like you, simply seeing you satisfies me. It's not about rushing to possess you or using you to vent desires." And he bent his finger and tapped Jin Yan's forehead hard, with a tone lacking patience. "It's not easy for two men to do it. I have no experience either. How can we just rush into something unprepared and hurt you?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yan was momentarily stunned. As he realized its meaning, fireworks started going off in his head. While rubbing his forehead, he couldn't help but confirm, Master Bai, you don't have any experience." Bai Hao didn't feel ashamed at all, nodding straightforwardly once. Since young, he had always thought highly of himself, with an inherent aloofness and selfishness. If he wanted anything, there would always be people around to offer him whatever he needed, whatever experiences one might ask for. However, those surrounding him seemed to treat getting close to him as some sort of bragging right or medal. Their shallow infatuation came too easily and thus felt cheap. Cheap things. Bai Hao didn't want them. "Then, what about Song Sila, haven't you?" "No." Bai Hao's face darkened significantly at the mention of this name. "What about, with girls?" "No." "Oh," Jin Yan responded lightly, yet his lips lifted high in a hidden smile. To be honest, even if Bai Hao had slept with others before, he had no right to be jealous or make accusations. But if the first person his beloved young master cherished deeply since childhood happened to choose him as the first intimate partner, how could he not feel joyous? Seeing Jin Yan secretly pleased, Bai Hao shook his head and laughed along. He didn't think much about the preciousness of his first time. Yet, knowing it could make Jin Yan so happy, he regretted not telling him sooner. After laughing enough, Jin Yan's earlier hesitations re-emerged. Wrapping his arms around Bai Hao's neck, he whispered into his ear in a lowered voice, "It's not that Master Bai doesn't want to, it's me who wants this." As he spoke, he placed Bai Hao's hand onto his buttocks, almost too soft to hear. "I've already cleaned myself, and done preparations, you can enter." Startled, Bai Hao instinctively touched the puckered entrance with his fingers, finding the place moist and slippery with lubricant. "Jin Yan." Bai Hao clenched his teeth, hitting Jin Yan's buttocks angrily. Imagining Jin Yan enduring shame and pain while lubricating himself in the bathroom, his heart was torn apart and he struggled to speak. He had been holding back, not because he didn't want Jin Yan, but precisely because he wanted him too much. He had planned carefully. Once they returned to Jinhai, when Jin Yan no longer needed to keep watch over Li Shui, he'd request a few days off, confining Jin Yan inside the house, locking him to the bed, satisfying the craving accumulated for over 20 years. But he never expected this fool to come willingly and make such preparations. Jin Yen guided Bai Hao's fingers towards the opening, then pulled out a tube of lubricant and a condom he had hidden somewhere on his body, offering them awkwardly, saying, "Master Bai, start with your fingers first, expand a bit more so you can go in." Afraid that Bai Hao might not understand, he even played the teacher. Closing his eyes, Bai Hao's lips curved slightly downward as his finger pressed into the rear entrance, his deep voice asking, "Where did Jin Yen learn all these?" Jin Yen shifted his buttocks up slightly amidst embarrassment and discomfort to assist Bai Hao's movement. Unwilling to answer, he leaned in to kiss Bai Hao's lips, trying to bypass the question. As Bai Hao pushed deeper, the insides grew increasingly wet and tight, making his lower region respond immediately. Still unwilling to let Jin Yen off the hook, he continued questioning, "Where did you learn?" With that, he forcefully scraped the tender flesh inside. Jin Yen moaned, arching forward, clenching tightly around Bai Hao's finger, and hugging him while complaining softly, "Master Bai, be gentler. Answer my question, Only then did Jin Yen stammer out a response. After sharing their hearts, Jin Yen had been preparing for this day, fearing his lack of knowledge would spoil Bai Hao's mood. Though everything online was messy and confusing, and he didn't feel comfortable asking Li Shi, he sought help from Qiao Yu instead. Luckily, though Qiao Yu led a dissolute life, he didn't harm Jin Yen but sent several instructional videos, ones without any pornographic atmosphere, seriously educational, serious as class lectures. Bai Hao couldn't help but laugh after hearing Jin Yan's words. Jin Yen, flushed with embarrassment due to his laughter, reached into Bai Hao's bathrobe and started grope him in retaliation. A second finger had already slipped into the posterior hole, creating wet sounds with every thrust. Bai Hao licked and kissed Jin Yan's collarbone while coaxing him to start pleasuring himself with his hand. Jin Yen obeyed, opening Bai Hao's bathrobe. When he saw the fully erect member beneath it, he froze momentarily. In his old security team, surrounded by testosterone-fueled men constantly comparing sizes, Jin Yen never joined in but still found their banter annoying. Yet, he'd never seen anything as large as what his young master had now. How could such a size possibly enter him? Bai Hao pressed his hand towards his own lower region while inserting a third finger into Jin Yen, whispering shamelessly in his ear. He asked how Jin Yen usually touched himself, if he thought of him during those moments, and relentlessly pushed for answers. As Jin Yen stammered through his responses, his voice quivering, unable to continue speaking, he resorted to closing his eyes and using his mouth to stop Bai Hao's relentless questioning. Bai Hao then changed tactics, holding his tongue possessively while thrusting even more wildly inside Jin Yan's posterior. The hard length in Jin Yan's grip began moving erratically. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Jin Yen felt like he was gasping for air, with the thick hardness in his hand growing increasingly firm and warm until his fingertips tingled slightly from the pressure when Bai Hao finally climaxed. Bai Hao pulled back slightly, breathing heavily. Glancing at Jin Yan's pale member standing stiffly, he teased, "Is this all just from being fingered and receiving deep kisses?" Jin Yan's eyes were bloodshot red. Burying his face in Bai Hao's shoulder, he evaded eye contact. Chuckling softly, Bai Hao slowly withdrew his fingers from Jin Yan's rear, dragging behind strings of long, sticky, silvery trails. He placed his hands on Jin Yan's buttocks, which sank into soft flesh upon touch, then roughly kneaded them until Bai Hao's fingers protruded out of the gaps between his palms. "Jin Yan, lift your head." Jin Yan stubbornly kept his face buried against Bai Hao's shoulder, shaking his head firmly. Bai Hao kissed his forehead gently, coaxing him softly, "Be a good boy, Jin Yan, listen to me." When Jin Yan hesitatingly raised his head, barely turning around, Bai Hao quickly captured his lips and ravished them passionately. With a soft Jin Yan obediently parted his lips, allowing the kiss. His hands, still smeared with Bai Hao's release, instinctively wiped the white fluid onto his lower body, involuntarily causing his posterior muscles to contract tightly. In this intimate moment, Bai Hao soon became aroused again. This time, no longer playing around, he laid Jin Yan down on the bed. Knowing it would be easier to penetrate from behind, he intended to have Jin Yan lay prostrate on all fours. However, Jin Yan refused to cooperate and insisted on lying face up, blushing faintly as he whispered softly, "I want to see you go in, face to face." Breathing deeply at this, Bai Hao's eyes darkened with lust as he forcibly spread Jin Yan's legs wide apart. With a swollen tip probing the wet orifice, he urgently questioned, "Are you deliberately tempting me?" Each kiss on the orifice caused Jin Yan's whole body to tremble, pitifully replying, "No, I'm not tempting you." After several unsuccessful attempts, Bai Hao calmed himself down enough to remember the condom. He feared losing control and unintentionally harming Jin Yan. Once ready to proceed seriously, Jin Yan's initial impulsive desire to lose himself completely to his young master gradually waned, replaced by a growing fear. When Bai Hao slowly entered him with the condom on, the monstrous size pressing only its head into Jin Yan made unbearable pain shoot through him. The tender ring of muscles at the entrance stretched tightly, causing Jin Yan to sit up supported by his elbows. Upon seeing the terrifying size before him, he feared if it went in entirely, he wouldn't survive it. Thus, Jin Yan tried to push Bai Hao's toned abdomen away, tearfully saying, "It hurts too much, please stop, Master Bai. Get out." How could Bai Hao possibly force him? Large sweat drops rolled off his forehead. After taking a deep breath, he rasped hoarsely, "All right, relax. Your master will stop." Jin Yen pursed his lips, trying to relax his backside. Just as Bai Hao began withdrawing slowly, Jin Yen noticed Bai Hao's strained expression, realizing how much restraint he must endure. Realizing pain was inevitable, whether sooner or later, he reached out to grasp Bai Hao's bulging arm and pulled his enormous erection back into himself. Jin Yen. With his current actions, even if Bai Hao were a saint, he could no longer maintain clarity of mind. With a forceful thrust of his waist, bypassing Jin Yen's fingers, he thoroughly buried himself inside. Jin Yen burst into tears instantly. It was unbearably painful, it felt as though he was being split in two. Keeping his legs spread despite the stiffness, he didn't dare move. At this moment, Bai Hao wasn't doing much better, inside was too tight, gripping him so snugly that it brought pain. Upon seeing Jin Yan's tears, guilt washed over him. He leaned down to kiss Jin Yan and reached out to touch where he had softened, softly apologizing, "I'm sorry, young master has hurt you." Jin Yan was tightly pressed against Bai Hao, being held, kissed, possessed. After the pain passed, a profound sense of fulfillment surged through his heart. Moving slightly, realizing the discomfort had lessened, he quietly said, "Young master, it's okay now. Are you still in pain?" Bai Hao's voice was gentle enough to make Jin Yan's earlobes tingle with shyness, and he nodded bashfully. Bai Hao kissed him again, almost afraid of injuring him, moving his waist cautiously. Jin Yan clutched onto his back tightly, looking up at the ceiling, feeling as if he were on a small boat gently swaying on the water. But gradually, waves began to rise under the surface, making the boat sway faster. Slower, please." Jin Yan couldn't help but call out. However, Bai Hao could no longer control himself, rising to forcefully part Jin Yan's legs, holding onto his supple waist with both hands, each thrust causing Jin Yan to meet him in rhythm. The orifice below struggled to keep up, producing copious amounts of white mucus with every powerful collision. At first, Jin Yan had only been scared, then accustomed to the act, deriving psychological pleasure from joining with the one he loved. But suddenly, something touched a certain spot, causing him to abruptly tighten his hold, changing the tone of his voice entirely. Bai Hao immediately ceased his movements, relying on memory, testing a few more thrusts patiently. Slowly searching inside, he finally experienced another powerful tightening of the orifice when forcefully thrusting his waist, Jin Yan struggling to retreat backwards with a sharp cry of, "Ah!" Bai Hao smirked, leaning down first to soothe Jin Yan with a kiss, straightening his back after which he lifted Jin Yan's legs onto his shoulders, wordlessly and quickly thrusting in and out of him, hitting that same spot with every thrust. Jin Yan's moans grew louder, becoming unbearable even to his own ears. Covering them in vain, all he could do was beg pitifully with a crying voice, "Please stop, young master, stop." Bai Hao slowed down, slowly pressing in and out, his sweat-soaked upper body shimmering sensually under the light, casting shadows over his eyes filled with perilous lust. "What do you want then?" he asked. Jin Yan felt as though he were sick, already so intimate yet brimming with yearning. Opening his arms towards Bai Hao, his red-rimmed eyes pleaded, "I want you to hold me." So Bai Hao bent down, gathering him in his embrace. "I also want you to kiss me," Jin Yan added shyly. Bai Hao chuckled lightly, leaning down to softly press his lips, slowly teasing his tongue into an affectionate kiss. As hums of pleasure emanated from Jin Yan's nasal cavity, his lower body resumed its rhythmic motion. Jin Yan, trapped beneath Bai Hao, writhed uncontrollably, entwining his legs around Bai Hao like clutching at a lifeline, tightly clinging to his lover. In the end, as he climaxed deep within the posterior orifice, Jin Yan reached orgasm as well, releasing all over Bai Hao's abdomen. Bai Hao raised his head, trying to steady his breath, gazing at Jin Yan tenderly asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Jin Yan shook his head, suddenly reaching up to cup Bai Hao's face, kissing him hard, declaring firmly, "You belong to me." His actions were fierce, yet his voice carried a note of grievance. Looking at him, Bai Hao neither mocked nor teased, simply kissing the reddened corners of his eyes, answering earnestly, "Yes, I am yours. Forever yours." Chapter 102. Bai Hao and Jin Yan only returned to the sanatorium on the third day. If Li Shi hadn't planned to return to Jinhai today, they might have stayed there for a few more days. Li Shi looked at Jin Yan, scanned his body, and smiled with an ambiguous expression. Jin Yan's fingers twisted Bai Hao's cuffs as his face turned red, he stepped back to avoid Li Shi's gaze. Actually, there was nothing obvious to see. His clothes were neat and clean, with no strange marks on his neck, and his walking posture wasn't awkward at all, there was no difference compared to when he left Li Shi's room the other day. But Li Shi had been used to teasing and bullying him since he was young, so he lifted his hand and poked Jin Yan in the waist. "Uncle Li." Bai Hao blocked Jin Yan, grabbing Li Shi's wrist before letting go quickly, his eyes showing a pleading look. At this moment, Li Shi understood, it was clear they had consummated their relationship. He clicked his tongue and asked Jin Yan to pack his luggage while leaving Bai Hao behind. After Jin Yan left, Li Shi's expression grew colder, not avoiding Bai Jing who was standing behind. He said coolly, "The past is over. But in the future, if anyone like Song Sila or Li Sila shows up around you, even if Jin Yan pleads for you, I won't let you off easily." Bai Hao didn't argue at all, stood still and took the scolding. "I understand, Uncle Li. I get your point," he replied. "That's enough. You can go." Li Shi originally wasn't someone who liked prying into others' business. How others lived their lives was none of his concern. But Jin Yan was different. During those years when Li Shi desperately pursued but couldn't attain Bai Jing's affection, if it weren't for Jin Yan staying by his side and looking after him, if it weren't for considering Jin Yan's young age and the need for supervision, he wouldn't know what more extreme actions he might have taken. Standing at the edge of a cliff about to fall, it was that child dragging him back desperately that prevented him from falling. Bai Hao has become much more stable over the past year. You don't need to worry too much, Bai Jing added kindly, noticing Li Shi seemed in low spirits. Li Shi merely hummed, not saying anything more. He opened the cabinet and started packing. Bai Jing helped place the items in the suitcase, thinking quietly in his heart that he actually envied Bai Hao. If given the choice, he'd prefer hearing Li Shi say something like, "If you wrong me, I won't let you off easily." However, Bai Jing knew such words would probably never be heard in a lifetime. Because there were no expectations and no hopes, the worst had been prepared for right from the start, so Li Shi didn't need to threaten at all. If any problems arose between them, Bai Jing would surely turn around and leave without even glancing back once. Oh, Li Shi suddenly paused his actions and looked at Bai Jing, saying, "Let's not make our relationship public, okay?" Bai Jing frowned slightly, asking, "Why?" "Why?" Li Shi countered with a question, answering somewhat amusingly, "For so many years in Jinhai City, I've already made quite a distinctive impression on people. I don't want to keep being the joke anymore." He had previously acted like a lunatic, wishing everyone to know that Bai Jing was his, through their on and off relationship for several years, allowing others to watch their drama for years, which exhausted him. Living more low-key would benefit both Bai Jing and himself. If they eventually couldn't be together, it would also save him having to explain to people why he gave up rather than repeating another cry wolf story. Bai Jing stood beside him, watching Li Shi finish talking and proceed to pack things himself, clearly with no intention to elaborate further. He could only swallow the words in his throat. Li Shi and Jin Yan had lived here for half a year, so they had accumulated too many items to carry away at once, most needing to be sent back via mail. Especially Jin Yan's pile of snacks, he had shared many with others, yet still plenty remained, unwilling to discard them, and tried to cram them into the luggage somehow. Li Shi almost joked about opening a small store here before returning. When they arrived at the airport by car, they had a short rest before boarding a plane for more than 4 hours. Sitting for so long usually felt uncomfortable for regular people, let alone for special needs Jin Yan. Seeing Jin Yan moving restlessly, unable to find a comfortable position, Li Shi cast an impatient glance at Bai Hao. "You clearly know we'll be heading home soon. Can't you endure a little longer? Do you really need to do this now?" Jin Yan was startled and wanted to speak up for Bai Hao, but Bai Hao squeezed his hand gently and apologized. "Sorry, Uncle Li, it was my fault for not thinking things through properly." Zhou Mingyuan blushed deeply, pointing at Li Shi with, you, unable to articulate, feeling utterly embarrassed since he was technically older and should have more restraint in speech. Li Shi paid no attention to him. Jin Yan lowered his head, uneasily gripping Bai Hao's fingers. He played with the fleshy part of Bai Hao's fingers while thinking that their young master was truly wronged. After all, it was him who had rushed forward first, forcing their young master to take him. Besides, the very next day they had gone to buy medicine and stayed indoors caring for him all day. Although, when applying the ointment, Jin Yan's thoughts trailed off as his face started flushing again. Bai Hao, who had been observing him closely, raised a hand to check his forehead's temperature, frowning as he asked, "Why are your cheeks so red? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jin Yan shook his head awkwardly. By the time they reached Jinhai, it was already evening. A group had just come out from the hall when they heard someone shout, "Li Shi." Li Shi looked in the direction of the voice, but before he could respond, the person rushed into his arms. He stumbled back a step, steadying himself, and then listened to the muffled cries repeating only one sentence, "Li Shi, you're really better." His heart softened as he gently patted the other person's back, laughing softly, "Mrs. Wei, please consider the mood of your husband who is currently glaring angrily at me from afar." Fu Ying chuckled and released him, sniffing lightly and blinking away the tears in her eyes. She carefully inspected Li Shi from head to toe, noticing how his features no longer carried an unhealthy pallor but seemed to return to the way she'd known him in the past. Only then did the heavy stone in her heart fall away. Wei Zhe approached, nodding to everyone around before saying, "Our car is parked ahead. We'll drive you there." Before coming to Jinhai, Li Shi had already asked Fu Ying to find a place for him to stay, something Bai Jing knew about too. He mentioned he would return today, but he hadn't expected them to come pick him up. It was rather late, so he didn't plan to go by Bai Jing's arrangement to have dinner at his place. He said to them, "I'll go with Wei Zhe, and I'll pick up Lin Yan tomorrow." Then he turned to Jin Yan and added, "Rest for a few days without worrying about me." Jin Yan stepped closer hesitantly and asked worriedly, "But Uncle Li, you will be alone. I'll just take care of myself. If you came along, I'd still have to look after you." Li Shi cut him off ruthlessly. Hearing this, Jin Yan nodded silently and returned to stand beside Bai Hao. "Let's go." Li Shi gave Bai Jing a final nod and walked toward the location where Wei Zhe and Fu Ying had parked their car. But before he had even taken a few steps, someone suddenly called out his name. He stopped and turned around. Before he could react, a gentle kiss landed on his temple, followed by the person whispering, "I'll come pick you up tomorrow." From not far away, Jin Yen stared wide-eyed, while Zhuo Mingyuan watched amusedly. Li Shi sighed exasperately, glancing at Bai Jing. He hadn't heeded his words from this afternoon. Seeing Wei Zhe and Fu Wing waiting for him by the car, he didn't linger further, instead placing his luggage in the trunk and getting into Wei Zhe's car. As soon as he sat down, Fu Wing twisted around and looked at him, her tone indiscernible whether happy or displeased. "Are you officially together with Bai Jing now?" Since Li Shi didn't intend to hide anything from them, he answered honestly, "Kind of." Fu Wing simply nodded and stopped asking more. She then pulled out her phone and showed it to Li Shi, asking, "What do you think about this person?" Li Shi couldn't help but laugh wryly. "You're still matchmaking for me." Wei Zhe driving in front quipped humorously, "You don't know. She goes around under the guise of finding matches for you, gathering photos of handsome men and prying into their family backgrounds and contact details. There's nothing I can do, I can't even feel jealous." Li Shi immediately became serious. "Miss Fu Wing, for the sake of the happiness of your family with Dr. Wei, please know your limits." "What's wrong with me?" Fu Wing retorted without a trace of guilt, confidently answering, "Who says you can't both admire handsome men and hang on to the tree?" Wei Zhe laughed harder listening to this exchange, thankful Bai Jing wasn't with them or things might have become quite complicated. They accompanied Li Shi for dinner and then directly went to his new residence. It was a quiet residential area with every building being small multi-level apartment complexes, each only having a few floors. The interior was meticulously decorated, with separate rooms designated for children and housekeepers on the ground floor, as well as a fridge stocked full of fresh ingredients. Afraid that speaking too much would make things feel overly formal, Li Shi merely solemnly thanked the couple. Fu Wing smiled and said, "Once you've settled down, I'll bring the twins over to play with Nian Nian." As the night grew deeper, they didn't stay long. When Li Shi saw his guests out, Wei Zhe looked at him, suddenly forming a fist and lightly tapping it against his chest. He said, "You guy, it's been half a year, rehabilitation wasn't easy, was it? Don't overdo things anymore in the future." Li Shi nodded in agreement, "I won't overdo things anymore. In the future, I will embrace quiet life, be kind to others, eat vegetarian food, and chant Buddhist sutras." Wei Zhe tapped him again, rolling his eyes and cursing, talking nonsense. After the guests left, Li Shi quickly packed his luggage, washed up, and went to bed. He had anticipated many scenarios before coming back, but when he really arrived, he found there wasn't much that felt uncomfortable. Perhaps because he had already arranged everything for the future, his mind was settled, so there was nothing more to worry about, and he fell asleep very soon. The next day, he didn't rush to Bai Jing's place to pick up Lin Yan. Instead, he met with a few housekeeping aunts at home and finally tentatively chose one who worked neatly and efficiently and whom he also got along with well. When the time he had agreed on with Bai Jing approached, he instructed the aunt to prepare dinner at home and then went downstairs. The car was already parked downstairs. Li Shi got into the car, but Bai Jing didn't move, staring at him for a few seconds, asking, "Don't you want me to go upstairs and take a look?" Li Shi glanced at him and joked, "It's not like I'm living in a villa or luxury mansion. Why would I invite you for a tour?" After saying this, he ordered the driver, "Drive." Bai Jing stared at him for a long time without speaking. Since Li Shi came back, although every matter was informed to him beforehand, he didn't have even a bit of room to interfere or get involved. Li Shi would rather ask for help from Mr. and Mrs. Wei than consider asking him for anything once. Even more, this smart person obviously knew he wanted to visit his residence just to get closer to him but deliberately avoided this topic. Bai Jing felt somewhat disheartened inside. Yes, Li Shi would kiss him, share a bed with him, and show no aversion to any intimate actions. But in daily life, Li Shi truly didn't wish to intersect with him again, relying on him, or allowing their lives to intertwine ever again. Chapter 103. Since they were young, Bai Yi and Lin Yan had been personally cared for by two aunts. Su Auntie took care of Lin Yan. In the past, Li Shi had heard from Fu Wing that this aunt was very experienced in looking after children, with a good temper and extremely careful. Originally, Bai Jing arranged everything, and Li Shi had nothing to worry about since even Fu Wing praised her so much. On the car, he discussed with Bai Jing that the aunt should go with him and continue to take care of Lin Yan. Otherwise, it would be hard to find someone trustworthy within a short time, and Lin Yan might not adapt well. "You've just come back, there's no need to rush. Let things." Bai Jing, Li Shi interrupted him, asking, "Why do you insist on taking care of my child?" Bai Jing remained silent. "Even after more than a year, don't you feel annoyed?" He chuckled lightly, with a calm tone, "Although you never mentioned it to me, from the time I had my surgery until now, you've done your part towards both me and Lin Yan. Since I am fine now, I don't need to keep troubling you." Bai Jing looked at him, his Adam's apple moving as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "So all these things I have done for you, are just considered doing my best." Actually, Li Shi didn't mean to hurt him. He was only speaking the truth, using the old ways of interaction he and Bai Jing used to have. They were like that in the past, everything was handled with a business-like attitude, except when they were in bed. Even eating together at the same dining table or staying in the same space, there wouldn't be any unintentionally tender words. Even when Li Shi loved Bai Jing so much that his eyes couldn't leave him, he never acted overly clingy towards Bai Jing. In Li Shi's heart, even if they were still together and needed to try, Bai Jing was still the Bai Jing from a few years ago. Except for becoming slightly more concerned and affectionate towards him, everything else remained unchanged. But for Bai Jing, the valve closed for many years was opened by Li Shui. Those burning emotions rolling inside his heart even shocked himself. If you asked him how much he loved Li Shui, he probably couldn't express it in words. However, those absurd stories he used to listen to with friends, where someone would lose their identity and status, even squander everything they built for years, all treated as laughable talks. Nowadays, he too could dare to do such actions. There was nothing Li Shui could do against Bai Jing, who revealed some pain in his eyes. If this person coldly argued with him, Li Shui might not have felt any sense of guilt. But when Bai Jing showed even a bit of helplessness, Li Shui lost his will to fight out who was right or wrong. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Li Shui whispered a few words in Bai Jing's ear. Bai Jing immediately lifted his head and stared at him almost nakedly, asking, which day? He was about to kiss Li Shui. Li Shui avoided his kiss, separated their distance, and impatiently said, in a few days. How many times is okay? Bai Jing seriously confirmed with him. You, shut up. When they arrived at the house, Bai Yi and Lin Yan were playing on the carpet in the living room. Lin Yan wore a pig-themed one-piece clothing, with the cuffs designed into pig hooves and a hat shaped like an adorable pig with specially made pink ears. Bai Yi wore a dark blue round-neck sweater with an embroidered little polar bear wearing a cap. He picked up the number toys next to his foot and taught Lin Yan to place numbers into corresponding grooves in the puzzle. If placed correctly, he would take a specifically made rice cake for toddlers from the coffee table and feed him a small bite. Su Auntie, slightly overweight with permed hair and curls, stood by them, thinking that the older brother was too strict and showing favoritism to Lin Yan. She couldn't help but put the rice cake near Lin Yan's mouth and said, "Oh dear, let our baby have another bite, how clever and obedient our baby is." Young Auntie, responsible for Bai Yi, brought over apples cut into rabbit shapes and tapped her back, scolding, "Don't influence them. Careful, I'll report to Mr. You won't be allowed to take care of Nian Nian anymore. You're the annoying one. No, you're annoying." While they were whisper arguing, Su manager appeared at the door, welcoming Bai Jing and Li Shui in, prompting both to stand up quickly to greet them. Bai Yi and Lin Yan turned their heads upon hearing the noise. Li Shui walked over, recognizing the situation, laughing and asking, "Who bought clothes for Lin Yan?" "Fu Ying." Bai Jing nodded, bent down, hugged the child in his arms, and walked to Li Shui for him to see. Lin Yan's soft little hands rested on Bai Jing's shoulder, curiously staring at Li Shui. Although Li Shui had seen many photos and videos of him, this was the first time he truly observed Bai Yi. He now understood why Bai Jing said Lin Yan resembled him. Looking closely, he felt a strange illusion, as if he were staring at his younger self. Li Shui lifted his hand and gently scraped Lin Yan's chin, finding it smooth and soft, unable to resist doing it several times. Lin Yan smiled with squinted eyes, reaching out for him to be picked up. Li Shui took him into his arms but frowned, "This kid is too easy to please. If someone abducted him, I doubt he'd even cry." Bai Jing helplessly replied, "Who would dare?" Unaware that he was being disliked, Lin Yan curiously reached out to touch Li Shui's eyes and nose. Li Shui dodged his touch, which made Lin Yan laugh and continue to try touching him. Just halfway there, however, Lin Yan pulled his hand back, unsure whether it was Li Shui teasing him or vice versa. Jin Yan had once said that Lin Yan was so adorable it melted his heart. Li Shui had thought that was exaggerated. But upon seeing him in person, he couldn't help but feel affection for the white soft bundle of joy, understanding why Bai Jing had said no one around him didn't like him. After teasing him for a while, Li Shui placed him back in Bai Jing's arms, glanced at Bai Yi who had been watching him all along, with a slightly diminished smile. He then sat down on the carpet. Bai Yi was almost 2 years old, with dark hair and crystal clear eyes. His delicate facial features already showed Bai Jing's influence despite his youth. Li Shui looked at him, feeling complex emotions arise. This child, from birth to name, was marked by Bai Jing's traces, forcibly brought into this world. Regretful and apologetic feelings surfaced within him, prompting him to call out instinctively, "Yi." Bai Yi had never truly met Li Shui, suddenly seeing him, momentarily unsure. Upon hearing Li Shui call his name, he seemed reassured, put down his toy, stood up, and walked to Li Shui's side, hugging his neck and calling, "Dad." Startled, Li Shui didn't rush to deny it, instead placing his hand on Bai Yi's back, soothingly patting his soft hair. However, he cast a questioning glance toward Bai Jing, silently asking, "Did you teach him that?" Before Bai Jing could answer, Su Auntie interjected, saying that based on Bai Yi's usual nature, not only would he not actively embrace others, but others embracing him would also be resisted. She added that Bai Jing would show photos of Li Shui to the children when at home, making them familiar with him. Bai Jing was holding Lin Yan, came over and sat down, earning an exasperated glare from Li Shui who whispered, "You've been teaching nonsense." Bai Jing let Lin Yan get down from his arms, faintly smiled, and replied, "Not wrong." Lin Yan, unsteady on his feet, wobbled towards Bai Yi. Li Shui didn't have time to argue further with Bai Jing, protecting them both as he instructed Su Auntie to pack their things. Su Auntie had heard about Li Shui's return yesterday from Bai Jing, but hadn't expected such urgency, quickly becoming flustered. It would take a day just to pack Lin Yan's belongings, so Li Shui asked the aunt to bring only necessities, leaving the rest for tomorrow's organization. Young auntie helped Su auntie pack, frequently glancing at Li Nian, her eyes full of reluctance. Su auntie hesitated multiple times but ended up saying nothing. As they packed, Li Shi looked around humorously and asked, "Are you building a children's playground inside the house?" Holding one of Li Nian's building blocks, Bai Jing absent-mindedly poked Li Shi's hand, lazily answering, "Not yet. They're too young to play with those now, maybe when they grow older." Upon realizing Bai Jing really planned to do this, Li Shi became speechless, irked by his antics. Yet every time he tried to escape, the block followed repeatedly, until Bai Jing finally stopped as Li Shi was about to lose his temper. Their love developed at different paces. In Li Shi's view, they were in a stable phase after experiencing numerous events, or perhaps like an old married couple. However, in Bai Jing's eyes, it was akin to the fervor of first falling in love. Seeing Li Shi made him want to be close, intimate, wanting to catch his attention, hoping Li Shi would see only him. "Can you stay tonight?" he couldn't help but ask. "No," Li Shi answered firmly. Bai Jing fell silent, but the aura around him dimmed. Li Shi disliked seeing him like this, furrowing his brow in irritation, explaining, "Today I'll bring Su auntie over to check what the house lacks, what needs adjusting, and let Li Nian adapt quickly. These few days, I'll bring him over regularly." Bai Jing lowered his gaze, making it unclear what emotions lay within his eyes. His fingers fiddled with the building block for a while before he softly hummed in response. The two kids fell asleep just as they had when playing before. Li Shi had the housekeeping aunt prepare dinner, but couldn't linger and return to Bai's home. Since it wasn't possible to wait until Li Nian woke up, he instructed Su auntie to wrap him up in a small blanket and leave first, carrying him along. Bai Jing originally wanted to follow, but Li Shi refused. They had just returned to Jinhai, leaving Bai Yi alone in the house like this seemed inappropriate. Observing Su auntie and Yang auntie seeing them off with evident reluctance, he felt an internal sigh, telling them that he would come over again at noon the next day. On their way back, Li Shi mentioned to Su auntie, "I've already hired a housekeeping aunt for our place. You don't have to." He didn't finish his sentence when Su auntie thought he meant she was being dismissed. She quickly interrupted anxiously, "Mr. Li, I work diligently and keep quiet. Please, can you not let me go?" Li Shi smiled, explaining, "My point is, from now on, you won't need to worry about household chores, just take good care of Li Nian." Su auntie immediately agreed, promising her full effort. Truthfully, she was somewhat afraid of Li Shi. Despite having worked for many households, she understood that though this era promotes equality for all, some wealthy people still treated them like mere servants, calling and berating them frequently. A child crying once could mean reprimands. Although they earned enough to support their families, they often lacked dignity, with apologies becoming part of their everyday lives. At the Bai family residence, both she and Yang auntie considered themselves extremely fortunate. The household had only Bai Jing as its male master, who was polite and respectful towards them. Su auntie, although strict and stern, never scolded anyone and cooperated respectfully regarding child care. Moreover, the two children were lovable, especially Li Nian, who always offered her any tasty treats first. Spending much time caring for him, Su auntie developed true feelings for him, far exceeding those she'd previously invested in others' children. With Li Shi returning, he didn't seem particularly approachable or easygoing. Su auntie was nervous about the future. The driver delivered them home without driving away afterward. He mentioned Bai Jing's instructions that the car remain here for Li Shi's use and provided him with his phone number, stating he could contact him anytime he needed a driver. Li Shi had initially planned to spare some time later to purchase a vehicle. This arrangement by Bai Jing saved him significant trouble, so he accepted without refusal. Upon arriving home, Yao auntie, whom he had arranged earlier for housekeeping, had already prepared dinner. Su auntie placed Li Nian on the small bed in the nursery, hastily eating a few bites, noticing fresh ingredients in the fridge. Setting down her chopsticks, she chopped cabbage and mushrooms into pieces to make millet porridge as complimentary food for Li Nian. Seeing how anxious Su auntie was, fearing she had made mistakes, Li Shi refrained from comforting her. He realized himself that he inherently lacked any sense of approachability and knew offering reassurance might even make her more uneasy. By nearly 7, Li Nian woke up. Without crying or fussing, he obediently let Su auntie feed him dinner. Yao auntie tidied up the kitchen and came out to meet him, marveling at such a beautiful child, unable to resist teasing him a bit. Yao auntie was responsible solely for meals and housework, and didn't stay overnight. After hearing some instructions from Su auntie about things to note, she went home. Li Shi initially worried Li Nian might be uncomfortable. Seeing him happily playing with toys on the sofa and laughing aloud, his worries subsided significantly. However, once the clock passed 9, his behavior started changing. Wide-eyed, he looked around while emitting soft whimpers resembling pre-crying sounds. Su auntie attempted to amuse him with toys, but it no longer worked. Li Nian even grabbed the armrest of the sofa, trying to stand up. Hastily, Su auntie picked him up, patting his back and walking around while soothing him softly. Despite her efforts, Li Nian still whimpered softly. His lashes, soaked with tears, clung wetly together as he twisted his head looking around everywhere. The aunt glanced uncomfortably at Li Shi, explaining, "Nian Nian is looking for Mr. Bai, looking for his brother." Li Shi understood well. With the night deepening, he grew increasingly restless in this unfamiliar environment. Regardless of which day Lin Yan was brought here, he would inevitably go through this phase of unease. Thus, Li Shi hardened his resolve not to be swayed by the tears. Despite this decision, his heart ached continuously during Lin Yan's cries. Through various conflicts within himself, he almost softened, hesitating between decisions. However, before reaching any conclusion, Lin Yan, exhausted from crying, was coaxed to sleep by the aunt. Still bearing tear stains on his face, he softly sobbed even in dreams, appearing ever more pitiful. Li Shi and the housekeeping aunt gently placed him on the small bed, standing by the bedside looking at him, feeling very uneasy. He bent down and kissed his forehead, planning to go back to his room for a shower. However, he had just climbed upstairs and hadn't even changed into his pajamas when he heard Aunt Sue calling him from downstairs, her voice filled with urgency and panic. Li Shi quickly strode to the door. Aunt Sue was holding Lin Yan downstairs, looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes, her voice choked with sobs. It turned out that Lin Yan had only been asleep for a few minutes before waking up again, this time as if thoroughly frightened, crying a few times before starting to vomit. Aunt Sue had never seen him cry like this since she began taking care of him when he was little, and couldn't bear how much it hurt her heart. While cleaning him up, tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Mr. Li, Nian has always been with his brother. Even when his brother went to visit his grandfather, it was never an overnight stay, he would come back. They've hardly ever been separated. Aunt Sue could no longer continue and started sobbing once more. Li Shi stood upstairs, closing his eyes to steady himself, then called Bai Jing. The call was answered almost instantly. As soon as he spoke, Bai Jing asked, "Have you hired a full-time doctor for the two children?" "Yes," Bai Jing replied. "Send the doctor over to our house immediately. I'll be bringing Lin Yan there shortly." Before he could finish, faint voices were heard in the background. "Young master, is that Mr. Li?" "Young master, let me talk to Mr. Li, please let me say a few words." Li Shi paused in surprise, asking, "Is that Miss Sue on the other end?" Bai Jing seemed to have moved away for a moment, his voice temporarily muffled, then responded, "There's nothing important. Go ahead and finish your sentence." Li Shi instantly understood what must be going on and his expression grew cold. "What's wrong with Bai Yi?" There was silence on the other end, then he asked again sharply, "What's wrong with Bai Yi?" Bai Jing sighed lightly before answering, "He's searching for Lin Yan. He cried all night, his voice is hoarse now." Chapter 104. Li Shi had initially guessed that the two children wouldn't adapt in the short term after being separated, but he never expected it to be this serious. He truly lacked any experience as a father. There was no one left in his family except for him. He'd never had the chance to interact with such young children before, so he had oversimplified the situation. In the car, Aunt Sue had probably been too heartbroken over Lin Yan's distress that she couldn't help herself and spoke many words in concern. The two children were truly pitiable. Born without a mother, they had been taken care of by Aunt Sue and Manager Sue since they were little. Bai Jing had always spoiled them, but running such a large company occupied most of his time, and during Li Shi's coma, all of Li Shi's attention was focused on the hospital. As for Aunt Sue, she was just someone hired for work, not truly their family member, so it wasn't appropriate to get too close. Only in the past 6 months, when Li Shi was rehabilitating in Longtan City and Bai Jing and Jinhai no longer had other ties to worry about and didn't engage much in socializing or networking, coming home right after work, did the two children really have parents? When Li Shi came back, he took them away with such urgency. They were still so young and unable to fully understand the reasoning behind adult complications, let alone prepare for being suddenly separated. How could they possibly endure it? Aunt Sue, ever since coming to the Bai household, had never seen Lin Yan cry like this. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, wiping her tears with her fingers. Li Shi looked at her, feeling deeply unsettled, and couldn't help but bitterly reflect that as a father, he cared less than a nanny auntie who showed concern for the child. When they arrived at the Bai residence, upon seeing Bai Jing at the entrance, Lin Yan immediately stretched out his arms toward him, leaning forward almost half of his upper body eagerly. Once held, he acted just like before, turning his face and resting it against Bai Jing's neck. Yet his eyes corners and lips drooped, his eyes brimming with tears, and his nose sniffled, giving off an appearance of having suffered a great injustice. Bai Jing didn't have the time to talk to Li Shi then, walking straight into the living room holding Lin Yan. Bai Yi hadn't eaten dinner either. Aunt Yang wouldn't let him get off the sofa because as soon as he hit the ground, he would run outside trying to find Lin Yan. It was December, a frigid night, so who would dare let him go out? His eyes were red and swollen from crying, his body lacking strength, his voice barely audible, all he could do now and then was hiccup from sobbing. Aunt Yang squatted beside him, trying to make him drink water and offering a hot towel to wipe his face, but he turned his head away every time, looking up stubbornly while staring at Bai Jing. Bending down, Bai Jing placed Lin Yan next to him. Aunt Yang smiled and said, "Nian Nian is back. Look, your younger brother has come back." Lin Yan, upon seeing Bai Yi, began to mumble, "older brother," and "ee." Although they were young, they seemed to share an understanding between themselves. Bai Yi grabbed his tiny hand and leaned closer, whispering, "Kiss the older brother." Lin Yan softly pressed his lips on Bai Yi's cheek. Bai Yi's voice had already become hoarse and almost inaudible. Aunt Yang felt her throat constrict as well, attempting again to make him drink water. This time, Bai Yi finally didn't evade. Manager Su let out a sigh of relief nearby and asked someone to quickly prepare food for Bai Yi. Aunt Su sat down afterward, staying together with Aunt Yang and watching over them, sharing how the children had fared apart. Both were teary-eyed. Li Shi watched the two children cling closely to each other, their pitiful appearances making his heart ache, walking over to Bai Jing's side and asking, "Didn't you contact me earlier if Bai Yi was crying like this?" Bai Jing didn't answer, instead pressing down his inner anger. "Do you think my sense of guilt towards him isn't enough? I didn't want," Bai Jing began speaking, his eyes fixed on the children on the couch, "for you to feel that I'm using the kids to threaten you. Actually, he'd mentioned it from the start. He'd said it could wait a few days, there was no need to rush." But Li Shi had cut him off mid-sentence, rejecting him. Of course, he could still keep making excuses, saying how inseparable the children were, saying what needed to be done for the children's sake, but he didn't want Li Shi to think he was using the children as leverage. Furthermore, he hoped Li Shi stayed not because of the children or for any other reasons, but because he loved Li Shi and wanted to be with him, not merely for the children's sake. For a long moment, Li Shi fell silent before finally murmuring, "I've never thought like that." After the doctor arrived, he said both children were fine, just startled. They were still too young, and medication wasn't recommended. Bai Yi should be fed more water, not allowed to speak for now, not to be moved around too much. Everything would settle within a few days. After escorting the doctor to the door and recounting the evening's events, Li Shi remained somewhat at a loss, uncertain how to deal with Lin Yan. After listening, the doctor explained to him that all children naturally seek reliance and security unconsciously from birth. Most of the time, mothers take on this role as they bear the child. However, in some cases, depending on the circumstances, a child may transfer such feelings onto someone else or even an object. Bai Yi and Lin Yan had lived closely together since they were little, playing together, always seeing each other when their eyes opened or closed, and thus developing this dependency wasn't strange. So, they can't be separated? The doctor looked at him, puzzled, asking, "Why do you have to separate them?" Li Shi's mouth moved, unsure how to explain. Seeing his difficulty, the doctor refrained from prying further, but stated firmly, "I don't suggest forcibly separating them. You could wait until they grow older and develop more independent behavior and thinking abilities. When they're able to understand what adults say, then you can guide them slowly. Of course, if separation is unavoidable," the doctor paused, "then for a short period, it might only result in crying for a few days. But looking long-term, what kind of impact this would have on them remains uncertain." Unable to help himself, the doctor sighed, "You might think they're too young to remember anything. But in fact, things that happen during early childhood leave impressions in everyone's development." Li Shi was left speechless. Perhaps among those present, no one understood these words better than he did. When Jiang Manqing had kicked him away with her high heels, he wasn't much older than Bai Yi was now. But he remembered, and he still remembered everything clearly. He remembered the fine, arched eyebrows she had drawn with her eyebrow pencil, the mole near her eye corner, her red lips. He even recalled the look of hatred on her face vividly. After the doctor left, dinner was ready for Bai Yi. However, he refused to eat at the dining table and wouldn't let anyone feed him. So the housekeeper placed the bowl on the specially designed small round tea table made for him and Lin Yan, allowing him to eat by himself. Lin Yan usually drank milk before bed. Sitting on the carpet holding his milk bottle, he took a few sips, then grabbed hold of the tea table and stood up, leaning towards Bai Yi with his mouth open, wanting to feed him. Bai Yi never randomly fed him food, so first, he looked at Aunt Su, waiting for her approval to give Lin Yan a bite of egg custard. Actually, Lin Yan wasn't hungry, but he just wanted to play with his brother. After receiving the food bite, he soon lost interest, easily shifting focus. Being a carefree kid, he returned to a familiar environment without letting the evening's events affect him in any way. Seeing Li Shi sitting on the sofa, he even picked up a toy and brought it over for him to play with. On the contrary, Bai Yi kept eating a few bites and glancing back to confirm Lin Yan was still there before continuing. Li Shi watched them for a while, then lowered his head, gazing at the rabbit doll in his hand, filled with guilt. How could he possibly have taken Lin Yan away? From the day Lin Yan was born till now, Bai Jing, Bai Yi, the aunts, manager Su, they were the ones who accompanied him. This place was his home. He had never cared for Lin Yan even for a single day, yet why did he act so entitled to simply take him whenever he wanted and disregard him when he didn't? How selfish was he? Wasn't he just like Jiang Manqing? "I've already prepared your bathwater, go soak in it," said Bai Jing, and Li Shi didn't realize he'd arrived until now. Li Shi began, but Bai Jing interrupted him rather strongly, "It's late, you won't go back today." Li Shi checked the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock already. After enduring such a chaotic night, he was actually pretty exhausted. Thus, he put down the rabbit doll, touched Bai Yi's and Lin Yan's heads gently, and walked upstairs. Upon reaching the bedroom he shared with Bai Jing, he couldn't recall how long it had been since he last came here. Still, he had no time to reminisce. Entering the bathroom, soaking in the bathtub, only then did he feel a slight sense of relief. Closing his eyes and rubbing his nose bridge to try calming his agitated emotions, he didn't even raise his head when he heard the door opening. Someone stepped into the bathtub and sat beside him. "Headache?" Bai Jing asked, his hands already massaging Li Shi's temples. Li Shui shifted his buttocks slightly, sitting between Bai Jing's legs. Leaning back, his back rested against Bai Jing's chest, and his head nestled on his shoulder, relaxing entirely. His hair was still damp, and the wet strands falling on his forehead felt uncomfortable. He raised his hand to push the hair back. His features appeared softer in the misty water vapor. Li Shui opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, his tone carrying self-blame, irritation, and deep frustration. Why do I always mess things up? Bai Jing continued massaging him, his voice deep. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself. How is it not my fault? He gave out a sarcastic laugh. This problem of mine hasn't developed overnight. Everything I do goes according to my own whims. If this were a few years ago, during the time when Li Shui was arrogant and wild, there's no way he would utter such words. Back then, he had been in a state of nearly ignoring everyone around him, doing whatever he wanted without considering right or wrong. But after going through so much over these years, he had changed somewhat, becoming more considerate and understanding of others' difficulties. After just meeting the two kids on the first day, he had made them feel so upset, and the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Impatiently, he nudged Bai Jing with his elbow backward and asked irritably, "Why didn't you stop me?" Bai Jing liked his intimate and unrestrained little actions toward him. Wrapping his arms around Li Shui from behind, he tilted his head to kiss his earlobe and the corner of his forehead, chuckling, "Yeah, it's all my fault, my mistake." Li Shui couldn't think of anything to say. He noticed that since their last big argument at the sanatorium, they hadn't argued again. No matter what Li Shui said, this person simply complied with him, even in response to deliberately provoking and hurtful words. Instead of retaliating like before, Bai Jing now kept silent or acted pitiful, never responding with equal fervor anymore. Li Shui felt extremely uninspired by this development but hadn't realized himself that the deep-seated insecurity and resistance within him, the plans to bolt as soon as trouble arose, had gradually eased. Or maybe if you stay here for a while and spend more time with them, everything will be fine. Nope, not staying. What if I bring them over? Would you take us in? Li Shui found this idea laughable, sat up wanting to protest, how could I, but when he turned around and saw Bai Jing's handsome face illuminated even more by the bathroom light, he instantly lost his words. Bai Jing was confused as to why he had suddenly paused, looking at him questioningly. Furrowing his brow, Li Shui leaned closer, lifting Bai Jing's chin and carefully inspected his face from side to side. Then he reached out to touch his eye corners and nose bridge, his tone carrying an infuriating air. You're turning 35 next year, right? Yet you don't seem a bit older. He thought he didn't love Bai Jing for his wealth, perhaps only for his looks, hoping this man would quickly grow old and unattractive so he could find a young lover. Otherwise, when he got older himself, finding someone new would make him seem disrespectful to elders. A faint smile flickered in Bai Jing's eyes. He held Li Shui's mischievous hand, lowered his gaze, and kissed his fingertips, trailing down to kiss the inside of his palm, a long, thin scar. Li Shui's heart fluttered from being touched in such a way, but he was too preoccupied to reciprocate, avoiding escalating tension by rudely pulling his hand back and turning to lean against Bai Jing once more. From behind, Bai Jing embraced him, gazing at the barely visible scar hidden beneath the wet hair on the back of his head. It reminded him how fortunate they had been to care well for the wound back then, keeping the scar shallow and relatively inconspicuous. Then Bai Jing gently pressed his lips onto the spot, softly kissing it inch by inch. Soaking in the warm water, Li Shui relaxed, feeling increasingly drowsy. He nudged Bai Jing with his elbow again, frowning impatiently, "Stop that, it's ticklish." Only then did Bai Jing cease, adjusting the water temperature, allowing Li Shui to doze off leaning against his chest. They weren't used to being so close like this before. In this large bathtub, there were plenty of memories of them fooling around. But after splitting up, their hearts grew cold. Even the residual warmth left on their skin wouldn't last longer than a few seconds. Feeling Li Shui's hand submerged in the water, Bai Jing placed his hand on top, intertwining their fingers tightly. Staring at the gently rippling surface of the water, Bai Jing drifted into a trance, wondering if he'd gone insane in the past, having allowed himself to stop loving the person in his arms, to let him feel sad, to leave so many scars on his body. And now, just thinking of his name brought warmth surging through his chest. He realized that one really could love another person this deeply, to a point where one doesn't know what to do, loves to a degree where holding them still makes him feel flustered and overwhelmed. Chapter 105. In the end, Li Shui didn't move to Bai Jing's place. Bai Jing suggested he return to the company, but he declined. It wasn't that Li Shui didn't want to properly love Bai Jing, rather, he thought that two grown men living together should still maintain their independent lives and circles. Otherwise, if they were to break up in the future, the process of tearing apart what had become intertwined would be too exhausting. In Jinhai, before, he also knew some people who got along well with him. He wouldn't call them friends, just people who could tolerate his aloof nature. Everyone openly placed their interests on the table, dealt clearly with each other, didn't put on pretenses, and weren't merely companions for drinking and feasting. These people weren't part of the upper echelons, nor did they have any family power behind them. They all ran their small companies independently, just wanting to do small businesses and make a little money as ordinary people. This time when Li Shui returned, he didn't plan on getting entangled again in Bai Jing's business circle or working tirelessly for anyone else. The doctor told him to take care of himself for a few years. It wasn't possible for him to do nothing. He contacted a few of these individuals, asking them to help arrange introductions so he could find something to do. Upon receiving his call, they were so surprised they couldn't speak clearly. After his long disappearance, some had assumed he was gone. Hearing that he wanted to find work left them speechless between laughing and crying. If it weren't for Li Shiyi's reluctance to stay with them, choosing instead to keep the relationship more distant for the sake of avoiding personal ties later in their work, they might have even fought over him and organized some kind of Li Shiyi tournament. Thus, during this period, Li Shiyi stayed quite busy meeting many people. Bai Jing, on the other hand, had many things to attend to at year's end and various events where his presence was mandatory. Li Shiyi went to see the two kids without spending the night, leaving less and less opportunities for the two of them to meet face to face. On New Year's Eve, Bai Jing finally freed up some time and picked up Li Shiyi early in the morning to visit Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan is Bai Weifang's second son-in-law, having served long-term out of town, achieving much in his career while becoming increasingly low-key. His interactions with Bai Jing seemed non-existent publicly, and encounters were rare. This time, due to his work, he managed to squeeze out time to invite Bai Jing and Li Shiyi over for dinner. Bai Weifang's lineage was large, with 6 children, most of whom disliked Li Shiyi, especially the eldest daughter-in-law Zhou Qin. In the past, even when Li Shiyi didn't do anything, she could embellish things to paint him as a devil, not sparing even the elderly, women, or children. She overlooked how, if not for this devil's hard work, their Bai family might still be overshadowed by the Qin family. Only Xie Yuan, Bai Jing's second uncle with a profound mind and ascending career, had spoken up for him a few times. So when this elder came back, Li Shiyi felt it was necessary to visit and show respect. As soon as he got into Bai Jing's car, the two started chatting casually. Gradually, Bai Jing's words began revealing hints of dissatisfaction. Li Shiyi didn't get upset because he realized he'd indeed been cold toward Bai Jing recently. Sometimes when Bai Jing tried to pick him up, he refused, and they hadn't shared a decent meal together. But Li Shiyi was focusing on sorting out work matters first, thinking that their relationship didn't need to rush just within these few days. After listening to his explanation, Bai Jing gave a rather bitter smile. If Li Shiyi ranked priorities now, Bai Jing suspected his shadow wouldn't appear until far down the list. Bai Jing then held Li Shiyi's hand and whispered, "Come home tonight to have dinner." On the last day of the year, with the new year starting after midnight, such special days should be spent with the most important person. Li Shiyi agreed, catching sight of the ring on Bai Jing's ring finger, quickly looking away. Ever since they returned to Jinhai, Bai Jing had worn the ring himself. Li Shiyi certainly couldn't act like before and simply take it off and throw it away. Anyway, he didn't intend to wear it himself, so he pretended not to notice. Despite this, he knew the frustration of being overly enthusiastic and self-indulgent in one-sided feelings, always harboring some degree of irritability deep down. At Xie Yuan's place, there were only him and his wife, no nanny around. Seeing them, Bai Jing called out, "Uncle," and Li Shiyi followed politely with, "Mr. Xie." 57 years old, Xie Yuan, wearing glasses, appeared very cultured and amiable, not putting on airs of an official, showing no grandeur as an elder. He cheerfully welcomed them into the living room. The couple lived in a modest apartment with 2 bedrooms under 100 square meters. Bai Rong dressed plainly, devoid of any extravagant jewelry. Once everyone entered, she briefly instructed, "Old Xie, prepare tea for them," and hurried to the kitchen to check on the soup stewing on the stove. Xie Yuan looked them up and down, noting his good spirit and the additional steadiness in his demeanor that wasn't there before. Having experienced 2 brushes with death already, Xie patted his shoulder and sighed, "It hasn't been easy. There wasn't even a proper tea set in the house. The tea leaves were purchased online during a promotion, a cheap tin of Maojian tea. When preparing it, Xie Yuan was as rough as could be. He just dumped the tea leaves in and poured hot water over them." As Bai Jing and Li Shiyi accepted their tea, Xie Yuan sat opposite them and chuckled, narrowing his eyes, "There's not much to offer you here. And you two usually enjoy the finer things in life anyway, so let's skip the formalities this time." At his level, many pairs of visible and invisible eyes constantly monitored him, disallowing even a hint of preference to leak out. If they paid too much attention to anything, multitudes would scramble to curry favor. Many of his friends started by accepting a canister of tea, a bottle of wine, or a pack of cigarettes. Later, it turned into a bank card, a villa, or even a woman. In the end, those friends ended up in a place where all meals were provided, with scheduled labor activities every day. Li Shiyi lifted his teacup for a sip, lightly pressing his lips together, showing no expression as he remarked, "I don't know much about tea, so these famous treasures taste no different to me." Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan burst into laughter, slapping his leg and said to Bai Jing, "Yesterday, your aunt and I went to your father's place. Your Aunt Zhao took out some specially stored tea, claiming that she rarely drank it herself, and it was impossible to buy elsewhere. After tasting it, your aunt told me exactly what Li Shiyi just said." He laughed loudly. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Bai Rong raised her voice to retort, "And you think you know everything?" Xie Yuan cleared his throat after patting his nose, then shifted his gaze back to Bai Jing, adopting a serious tone, "I shouldn't interfere in family matters, but your father is getting older. You should indulge him more. As for Bai Heng, if he stays disciplined, don't be too harsh on him. After all, you are brothers, and we wouldn't want outsiders talking." Bai Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Listening from the side, Li Shiyi thought that Xie Yuan's words were indeed perfect. Comparing himself to this standard, he felt he was still too naive in his speech and actions. He truly needed to learn more from Xie Yuan. After Bai Jing responded, Xie Yuan stopped there and moved the conversation to Bai Jing's company, advising him on the treacherous nature of the business world, reminding him to consider his actions carefully, avoid impatience, and never lose sight of bigger goals for small gains. Li Shiyi didn't interrupt. He washed his hands and asked Bai Rong for a fruit platter, peeled all the pomelos on the coffee table, and prepared them while Bai Rong cooked. When she came out of the kitchen, he pushed the fruit tray towards her, saying, "Aunt Bai, you've worked hard. Rest for a moment." Women, regardless of age, love being cared for and understood. Bai Rong feigned annoyance, berating her husband for being inferior to such a young man. Yet the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed her joy. Previously, Xie Yuan already had a degree of appreciation for Li Shiyi. Watching now, he couldn't help but feel a deep sigh inside. If only Li Shiyi were slightly gentler and better at expressing weakness, Bai Jing would have surely fallen for him long ago. But Li Shiyi wasn't doing any deliberate flattery. While they, 3 grown men, were chatting outside drinking tea, Bai Rong was busy alone in the kitchen. Li Shiyi didn't consider this arrangement justified or that men deserved such service without question. But since he wasn't good at cooking, he could only contribute in such insignificant ways. The sleeves were rolled up, and even the seeds buried deep within the fruit flesh were removed with a toothpick. Bai Rong found this gesture deeply comforting. She thought of Zhou Qin, her sister-in-law, who, though rarely seen throughout the year, always had something bad to say about Li Shiyi, accusing Bai Jing of losing all discernment. From her perspective, however, Li Shiyi seemed to her like an excellent person. Seeing the ring on Bai Jing's finger, Bai Rong teased with a smile, "What's this? Good news coming soon." Li Shiyi immediately felt awkward, fearing Bai Rong might glance at him next, seeing his empty fingers and leaving him unsure how to answer. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing smiled slightly, looking down and replying, "No. Actually, he doesn't really like me anymore, and I'm still pursuing him." Bai Rong was surprised for a moment and then joked seriously, "You should also experience this. Who says only others pursue you, and not vice versa?" Bai Jing followed with a wry laugh, responding, "Auntie, you're right." Li Shiyi hadn't expected Bai Jing to lower his stance so humbly in front of such an important elder, almost as if Bai Jing had always been clinging desperately after him rather than the other way around. After lunch, Bai Jing was sent by Xie Yuan to help Bai Rong wash the dishes. With only 4 people eating, there weren't many utensils to clear anyway. Moreover, given Bai Jing's princely disposition, he probably didn't even know how much dish soap to use. The real reason Xie Yuan sent him was just to find an excuse to speak with Li Shiyi alone. Xie Yuan came straight to the point and said, "You know, no matter how much a storm your relationship caused before, I never said a word. First, his father is still alive, so it's not my place to discipline him. Second, we are of different generations, so some words wouldn't be appropriate for me to say. But when you were in a coma for nearly a year, I had a phone call with him, urging him to move on and start planning his life anew." Xie Yuan paused for a moment and continued, "He didn't listen. He said he would wait for you to wake up. When I asked what if you never woke up, he insisted that you surely would. I asked how he knew better than the doctors, and he just replied that he did." Xie Yuan laughed while shaking his head. "He behaved like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. I couldn't do anything about him. I said even if you woke up, what if you ended up paralyzed or mentally impaired? He didn't hesitate a second and said he'd take care of you regardless. As for whether you two have plans to be together or not, I won't comment further or judge. But I thought these words should be conveyed to you so that you at least know." Li Shiyi was lost in thought for a long time before regaining his voice and quietly answering, "I understand, Uncle Xie." As Xie Yuan noticed someone coming out of the kitchen, he finally told Li Shiyi, "Now that you're both fathers, from now on act more cautiously. Always put yourself first." Li Shiyi felt warmth in his heart and nodded in gratitude, thanking Xie Yuan again. On their way home, Bai Jing asked his uncle what he had talked about with Li Shiyi, but Li Shiyi remained silent all along. After being pestered enough, he tossed back, "Let me kick you and find a younger, handsome guy," then allowed Bai Jing to press kisses onto his temple while muttering, "Don't even think about it." After they finished teasing around, Bai Jing received a call. While he was on the phone, Li Shiyi stared at him, lost in thoughts unintentionally. Bai Jing had never mentioned anything about his coma period directly to him, he could only piece things together from fragments others occasionally let slip. But Li Shiyi thought, aside from Bai Jing's appearance, perhaps it was this person's character that made him utterly captivated. Like during their arguments, no matter how heated, Bai Jing never once tried to gain the upper hand by bringing up saving Li Shiyi from prison or reminding him that his ability to seek revenge owed largely to Bai Jing's family influence. Even when Li Shiyi impulsively avenged himself against Qin Guangji, Bai Jing didn't reproach him once, instead helping to wrap up the aftermath properly. Now, Bai Jing also never complained in front of him about spending over a year watching over someone who couldn't respond, or how hard and painful it was, even though countless people had urged him to move on, and he stubbornly refused to do so. Precisely because Bai Jing kept silent, these acts seemed naturally expected and insignificant, yet when reflected upon, became increasingly touching. After hanging up, Bai Jing looked at Li Shiyi blankly staring at him and was just about to ask what was wrong when Li Shiyi leaned over and pressed a tender kiss on the corner of his lips. Back at home, it was almost 4 o'clock. Li Nian was still sleeping, and Bai Yi played alone. Seeing them come back, he ran over, grabbing Li Shi's hand and calling for Dad, wanting Li Shi to play with him. Li Shi had corrected him countless times without effect. Mentioning it too often only made Bai Yi furrow his brow in confusion, fearing he might get confused, so Li Shi stopped altogether, deciding to explain when he grew older. Li Shi picked him up, asking if he was hungry and about what he was playing, trying to engage him in conversation. Earlier, he had worried that Bai Yi might reject him, but since Bai Yi was asleep when Li Nian was taken away, and later saw it was Li Shi who returned Li Nian, not only did he not resent him, but he even developed a closeness toward him. The new year was tomorrow, and Mr. Su hired people to thoroughly clean and tidy both inside and outside the house. The maids prepared dishes in the kitchen, occasionally coming out to seek opinions from Bai Jing and Li Shi. Not long after, Li Nian woke up. When Bai Jing went into the room to carry him out, Li Shi's phone buzzed. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Song Xiaoxiao, simply saying 7 words, Li Shi, emergency situation. Frowning, unsure of her antics, Li Shi immediately called her. On the other end, she opened up herself before he could ask, stating she just wanted to ask Li Shi for a small favor, but wouldn't pressure him if it was inconvenient. Then she hung up and sent another specific location. Judging from Song Xiaoxiao's voice, Li Shi sensed no danger or coercion. Given her usual straightforward nature, this time her hesitation suggested there might be some hidden difficulties. Back when the incident involving Jin Yan happened, if Song Xiaoxiao hadn't tipped him off, his people would have still been searching aimlessly. Even the doctors had said that had Jin Yan arrived at the hospital 1 or 2 minutes later, no divine power could have saved him. For this reason, Li Shi always harbored a deep sense of gratitude toward Song Xiaoxiao. No matter what Song Xiaoxiao was facing, since she had reached out to him for help, Li Shi knew he couldn't just stand by. Standing up, Li Shi grabbed his coat. Bai Jing had just come out holding Li Nian, who had just woken up with a pacifier still in his mouth, looking around curiously. Seeing Li Shi, the round big eyes curved into 2 crescents. Li Shi went over, gave Li Nian a kiss on the face, then planted another one on Bai Jing's cheek. He left them with the words, I need to step out for something. If I'm late, you two go ahead and eat without waiting for me, before grabbing the car keys and heading out. Chapter 106. Song Xiaoxiao fell in love with someone. In her previous thinking, anyone worthy of her would at least come from a family with comparable background and be beneficial to her career. Or, like Li Shi, someone who is good-looking, capable, gets along well with her, and can also help her in her work, she might consider it. Thinking it through, it always came down to the word interest. This was really no fault of hers, even marriage and love were calculated. In her eyes, all this was just a joke. Take Song Fuhua for example. When he was young, didn't he love her mother? Kneeling in front of her maternal grandfather's door, beaten until his skin split open, his head bleeding from constant bowing, yet never changing his intention, insisting on being with her mother. Her maternal grandfather had only one daughter, whom he doted on since she was a child. He thought Song Fuhua's family background was ordinary and that they weren't suited for each other, so he intervened. But seeing his daughter become so sad that she lost interest in food and sleep, how could he bear it? Ultimately, he brought this ingrate into the family. Song Fuhua proved himself to be a capable person. Back when the Qin and Bai families were fighting, he observed for a while without offending either side. Later, as the power behind the Qin family grew, and he hadn't received any favorable treatment from Bai Jing's grandfather, he joined the Qin family. And those early years, he was loyal to her mother. Everyone knew that Song Fuhua treated his wife like a treasure. Over time, her maternal grandfather finally put his mind at ease and gradually handed over the family assets and business to him. Later, Song Xiaoxiao picked up her glass of red wine and swirled it, the red liquid reflecting in her dark, somber pupils, revealing a suppressed and bloodthirsty hatred. Was it later because the obsession with having a son diluted their feelings, or was it the passage of time that made him grow weary of his wife whose beauty faded, losing all value? Song Xiaoxiao wasn't quite sure. All she knew was that her so-called home was merely a resting place for her father, and they hardly saw him once every few months. When she was 12, her mother died in childbirth giving birth to her younger sister, Song Qingyu. Her maternal grandfather was enraged and heartbroken, cursing himself for misjudging people which cost him his daughter, and then he lost real power after being outmaneuvered politically, unable to do anything against his enemy. He suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away despite emergency care. The loss of 2 beloved family members left chaos in its wake, with the adults all busy vying for power and profit, leaving no one to take care of the 3 Song sisters. Their nanny, taking advantage of the fact there was no one else around and the children were young, performed her duties negligently. Song Qingyu, an infant barely a few days old, was wrapped in a thin blanket in winter and left on the sofa, where she developed a high fever and nearly died. Even now that she's grown up, her physical condition is terrible, often requiring hospitalization. What Song Xiaoxiao hated most was the first time she met the mother of Song Siluo. That woman, dressed elegantly and looking like she was the legitimate wife, coldly and indifferently glanced at them and said, "Why does the family need to raise so many daughters? Send the youngest one away." Had it not been for the rumors already circulating at the time and the public opinion she had to worry about, Song Xiaoxiao wouldn't have known where Song Qingyu would end up being sent to. So what kind of vows or promises, what kind of sincerity, they were all bullshit. She realized this when she was still very young. Loving someone like her mother did ended in ruin. Song Xiaoxiao sat in a garden restaurant on the top floor of a private club. Around her were flowers thriving in greenhouses cultivated according to her preferences. This place was exclusively hers, and no one else could even enter it. Of course, she deserved this privilege too, as she was the boss here. Opposite the dining table, by the wall, stood clusters of hyacinths. The petals were small but densely packed, with round shapes, and the colors were vivid and lively. Song Xiaoxiao gazed at them absent-mindedly. These flowers had been brought in one pot at a time by that man. Knowing she liked red, he intentionally placed all the deep red flower balls in the middle, carefully arranging the dining area, making it look tacky and ugly. The gardener almost went into shock when he saw it and could only stand stiffly apologizing. That man was truly utterly unremarkable. Aside from being a bit taller with some solid muscles, he was someone who would get lost in a crowd. His face wasn't handsome, his personality rigid and dull, usually following her around silently like a mute. If she didn't ask him, he wouldn't say a single extra word. But this kind of person, when they were pursued to the point of being cornered, hit her in a warehouse corner, thrust his gun into her hands, took off his coat and draped it over her, and left a sentence, "Miss Song, I'll draw them away." Then he turned around and rushed out without looking back. She was eventually rescued safely, while he was shot twice, fortunately neither fatal, otherwise perhaps a lot of next lives would have already passed by. This man had saved her countless times and protected her many times, Song Xiaoxiao couldn't even count how many. She only remembered that whenever danger arose, this cold and stern man would always stand in front of her, and even if she merely scraped her hand a little, he would feel so guilty he couldn't look up, muttering dryly, "I'm sorry, Miss Song." Shen Wei. Song Xiaoxiao held his name on the tip of her tongue, feeling sourness and pain in her heart. She had never expected much from her feelings, nor did she ever want to entrust her true heart to anyone. From childhood until now, every flirtation she indulged in was within the bounds of reason, easily discarded without any nostalgia. But for this person, she found herself unable to let go, entangled completely. "Mr. Li, please come this way." Upon hearing the voice, Song Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Li Shui take off his coat and hand it to the waiter as he entered from the door. "You actually, really came?" She widened her eyes in surprise. Li Shui ignored her dramatic reaction and sat directly across from her. Song Xiaoxiao instinctively poured him a drink but stopped midway, remembering his body was still recovering. She asked the server to bring a glass of juice instead. Li Shui declined politely, asking for just a cup of warm water. Song Xiaoxiao hadn't seen Li Shui since he returned. Now she took the time to observe him carefully. He appeared elegant, with no trace of the former cold and severe air about him. Knowing he was doing well made her happy. Still, she pretended to be troubled and said, "If you continue like this, what am I supposed to do if I fall in love with you?" Her style today was completely different from before. She wore an elegant white long dress, with her long hair entirely tied back, revealing sharp features, radiant eyes, and white teeth, looking stunning enough to captivate hearts. Had it been another man, they might have had palpitations and fainted in excitement. But Li Shui, from the moment they met, heard similar remarks almost every time, rendering him immune. Both of them clearly understood that this was just Song Xiaoxiao amusing herself out of boredom, hardly even a joke, let alone something serious. "What do you need me for? Tell me your urgent matter." Li Shui asked bluntly. "What's your hurry? We haven't seen each other for such a long time, we should catch up a bit as old friends." When the server brought the water and left, she continued, "While you were in the sanatorium, I tried asking Bai Jing for your phone number multiple times, but he refused. How could you endure such a domineering man? Enough with your. Why don't you consider giving someone else a try? I think we're very compatible. Others may say you're ruthless, and I've also earned plenty of notorious titles. Compared to you, I'm no worse. If we two get together, we might even turn negatives into positives." She grinned impishly. Li Shui observed her speaking more joyfully than usual, yet her eyes lacked any hint of happiness. Once she finished, he replied indifferently, "Since you've already done it, don't regret. Right or wrong is your own judgment. No one else is Song Xiaoxiao, no one has lived Song Xiaoxiao's life. Why bother with what they label you as?" Song Xiaoxiao paused, the exaggerated smile disappearing from her face as she drained her glass of wine in one gulp. She truly liked Li Shui. Even though occasionally she thought the man was too perceptive, leaving her incapable of hiding anything from him, talking to him felt refreshing nonetheless. This happened so long ago, if you were still hung up on it, you wouldn't have waited until now. So what's the real issue? There's nothing you can miss. Song Xiaoxiao poured another glass of wine but didn't drink. Her fingers traced the rim of the glass lightly, half smiling and half joking, "What if I liked someone, but they didn't reciprocate my feelings? Should I tie them to the bed and force myself on them, or get them drunk for a night of recklessness?" Li Shui sighed helplessly after hearing her. After all, he had done something similar in the past, making him unqualified to criticize her. But regardless of whether it was right or wrong, Song Xiaoxiao was different. She was a woman, could she really commit such absurdities? Song Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, tapping her nails on the table irritably. I know this isn't appropriate, but then what should I do? Don't tell me something ridiculous like learning domestic skills and impressing them with gentleness and care. She rolled her eyes. You might as well kill me instead. Does that person already love someone else? Li Shui asked. Based on my investigation, aside from his landlady, an elderly aunt around 50, the only opposite-sex acquaintance in his life over the past few years has been me. Li Shui revealed an enigmatic expression. He doesn't like men either. You think everyone is like you and Bai Jing? Li Shui couldn't help but sigh. Without any romantic interest and not being inclined towards men, such a man seemed inexplicable in his lack of attraction to Song Xiaoxiao. Li Shui admitted that if he hadn't fallen for Bai Jing, if he'd met Song Xiaoxiao before Bai Jing, he would definitely have pursued her. Song Xiaoxiao stopped playing her guessing game, revealing the man's name and recounting how she had fallen in love with him. Then, she mocked herself, saying, I know, I've just been making a fool out of myself. Protecting me was just his job. It would have been the same for Miss Li or Miss Shang, he'd treat them exactly alike. But I still like him, even though I know he's the worst option among those I could choose from. Li Shui listened to her story but didn't detect any anguish of unrequited love. What kind of dedicated bodyguard could so thoroughly risk his own life? To hand over his only gun to Song Xiaoxiao during such a perilous moment and then go out to die himself? For money. Even if the reward were substantial, when one is dead, it cannot be spent or enjoyed in a coffin. Li Shui had met Shen Wei before. He hardly remembered what that man looked like, but regarding Song Xiaoxiao, he indeed followed every step closely, being alert to the utmost degree. Where is he? His parents are no longer alive. He has a younger brother who lives with an uncle in another province. These days, he came to Jinhai, and I sent him to spend time with his family. Li Shui pondered in silence. While talking, Song Xiaoxiao drank several glasses of wine, her cheeks flushed slightly red. She was already somewhat tipsy. Staring blankly at the window, she said apologetically, Sorry, Li Shui, I know calling you out like this without thinking was rather abrupt. But recently, whenever I've tried getting a bit closer to him, he found all sorts of ways to avoid me, not even glancing at me. When I got furious and told him to leave, he actually left. Song Xiaoxiao scoffed coldly, he's like a smelly and hard rock in the toilet. I feel upset inside, but don't know who to talk to about it. I realize, if I wanted, I could find any friend to confide in. However, most people will likely console me on the surface while secretly scolding me behind my back as an animal or a promiscuous woman, assuming I've slept with countless men to get to where I am now. You're someone who lives openly and clearly expresses your love and hatred. Talking to you about these things doesn't make me fear contempt or being taken advantage of. Li Shui's phone buzzed, indicating a message from Bai Jing asking when he was coming back. Lowering his eyelids, he replied and then looked at Song Xiaoxiao, saying, Send Shen Wei the address and tell him you're with me. If he doesn't come tonight, you agree to be with me. Huh? Song Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in confusion, appearing dazed, as if not fully comprehending. With patience, Li Shui slowed down his speech, repeating his words and adding, Don't ask why, just do it. At the Bai residence. When Mr. Su, the housekeeper, approached for the third time to persuade Bai Jing, he sat on the carpet, watching Bai Yi and Lin Yan play with building blocks. Young master, if you want to wait for Mr. Li, at least eat something to keep your stomach satisfied. It's almost 9 o'clock. How can you starve yourself like this? The building blocks came in beautiful colors, their square-shaped edges smoothly rounded off, resembling large sugar cubes. Lin Yan kept trying to put them into his mouth, each attempt thwarted by Bai Yi. Now, while Bai Yi searched the picture book for patterns, Lin Yan seized a block quietly and prepared to bite into it. Just as he thought he'd succeed, 2 large hands suddenly appeared and spoiled his plan again. Bai Jing took the block away, tickling his black bead-like eyes watching the block chase after it longingly. Chuckling, he stroked his chin and told Mr. Su, I'll wait a little longer. He should return. Mr. Su sighed. After Li Shui left hastily, Bai Jing had been waiting. By dinner time, after seeing the 2 children fed properly, everyone accompanied him in waiting. As time went on, seeing it get later and later, Bai Jing dismissed them from waiting. But he himself had not eaten anything until now. Bai Yi turned to a new page, pushing the large picture book toward Lin Yan. Brother, look. Lin Yan held a cylindrical block in his hand, tapping it against the picture book rhythmically. Then he lowered his head, examining the book, and slapped his tiny palm onto the archway of the castle illustration. Seeing this, Bai Yi gathered the blocks in front of him, ready to build a small castle. Bai Jing stayed nearby, helping Bai Yi find blocks. Occasionally, he'd gently stroke Lin Yan's soft cheek with his fingertips, making the waiting time for Li Shui seem less tedious. When Li Shui left, Bai Jing initially worried he might be driving and dared not call or send messages. After some time, he finally asked, only receiving a brief reply telling him not to wait, without specifying whether he would return. Still, Bai Jing decided to wait. He didn't know what Li Shui was up to. If Li Shui wished to tell him, he certainly would. If not, Bai Jing's questioning would only irritate him. As for sending someone to follow Li Shui, that wasn't even worth considering. If he did, the other person would definitely feel surveilled, perhaps even become angry. thinking more made Bai Jing increasingly helpless. In the past, he acted freely, but now, everything felt precarious. Yet, no matter how others saw it as submissive or passive, he willingly accepted it all. To make the house seem livelier, the television was on. On the screen, a reporter smiled brilliantly as they stood in front of an LED screen counting down to the new year, with cheering crowds behind them announcing that Jinhai would host a midnight fireworks show. Many people had already gathered at the square to welcome this special moment alongside their loved ones. The second hand ticked round and round until, before anyone knew it, it was 10 o'clock. When Bai Jing's phone rang, he initially thought it was Li Shi. But upon checking, he saw it was Yan Wei calling. Answering the call, the first thing he heard was, "Is Li Shi with you?" "No, why?" Bai Jing frowned. Suddenly Yan Wei started stuttering, "No, I need to tell you something. Don't get worked up when you hear it. I was eating dinner at a club earlier and, when I got out of the elevator, I saw a man who looked like Li Shi, holding a woman and going into. That's impossible," Bai Jing abruptly cut in, his expression freezing over instantly. "I think so too. He came out from the elevator next to mine, and it happened too quickly for me to get a clear look. I just caught a vague profile from the corner of my eye. But, I secretly took a picture, you figure it out." Yan Wei could feel the low-pressure storm emanating from Bai Jing even through the phone, causing his tongue to tie up. He quickly finished speaking and hung up without delay. Bai Jing gripped his phone tightly, his expression becoming increasingly ominous. Within seconds, Yan Wei's photo arrived. It was a hasty snapshot taken from far away down a long corridor, capturing only the slim yet imposing back view of a man. Yet, even without seeing the front, the presence of delicate wrists encircling his neck, a pair of dangling legs along with bare feet, and a white skirt draped down to the calves clearly revealed that the man held a woman in his arms. Bai Jing stood rooted to the spot, feeling all sounds around him fade into silence. This silhouette. How could he not recognize it? How many times had he embraced that person from behind, pulling him into his arms and kissing his cheek and temple? Bai Jing sprang up suddenly, nearly tripping over a small coffee table by his foot. But he didn't hesitate a second, grabbing his phone and car keys, he rushed out without even grabbing his coat. Chapter 107. With a loud bang, Song Xiaoxiao slammed the glass wine cup onto the table and roughly wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, slurring, Li Shi. Today, we will not stop until we are drunk. She wore nothing on her feet, her bare feet stepping on the carpet in the room as Li Shi looked at her recently medicated ankle and sighed in frustration. They had waited in the restaurant until almost 10 o'clock, but Shen Wei never came. Song Xiaoxiao went from being full of hope to completely disheartened. She hardly ate any dinner, but drank glass after glass of alcohol. Li Shi didn't try to dissuade her. Song Xiaoxiao was no delicate woman, she had been through as many storms as he had. If she wanted to drown her sorrows in drink after a disappointing experience, it wouldn't be right for him to interfere. Just a while ago, when she saw how late it was, she said she would see Li Shi out. But upon unsteadily standing up from the dining table and taking just one step, she twisted her foot. Had it not been for Li Shi catching her in time, she might have fallen face first onto the floor. Her feet were clad in a pair of silver high heels, and the twist had been severe enough that the slender heel broke off and her ankle swelled. Yet, as if she didn't feel the pain, she insisted on moving forward, waving her hands and shouting. At a loss, Li Shi stopped wasting time and knelt down to remove her shoes. Then he picked her up at the waist. However, this action seemed to trigger something in her memory, and she blankly called out, Shen Wei. Moved by sympathy, Li Shi hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. But before he could, she corrected herself, it's not Shen Wei. Afterward, laughing as if she discovered something amusing, tears formed in her eyes. Carrying her to the door, Li Shi requested a server lead them to a resting room where Song Xiaoxiao could recover. He also had them bring ointment and cotton swabs to treat her sprained ankle. But this person simply wouldn't stay still. With one foot unable to walk, she still hopped over to the liquor cabinet on one leg and grabbed a bottle of XO, determined to drink until both she and Li Shi passed out. Tomorrow, I'll go hire a busload of handsome men. Not only do they need to be good looking, but they should also have 8-pack abs. What is Shen Wei anyway? Just bullshit. Without heavy makeup today, she looked younger, and her red-rimmed eyes gave her the look of a petulant child making childish bets. Though amused, Li Shi humored her by agreeing verbally. In truth, he ought to leave at this moment. However, there was some unease, fearing that in her current mood, Song Xiaoxiao might do something rash. Moreover, deep inside, he felt confident in his assumptions and hoped to witness some form of closure. You too, why must you fall in love with Bai Jing? Her voice faltered. Suddenly forceful, she slapped the table and declared grandiosely, I'll get a busload of handsome men. One bus for me. And another for you. Li Shi knew better than to argue with a drunken person, so he nodded, all right, then thank you. That's more like it. You think that Bai Jing truly loves you? It's because once you left, he realized no one around him was as good as you. So now he can't live without you, Song Xiaoxiao burped. But one day, if someone better than you shows up, you'll see if he even needs you. This state of intoxication didn't prevent her from berating Bai Jing, and curiously, her arguments weren't without merit. Li Shui was actually aware of this fact internally. However, his expectations and requirements had lowered significantly now. Unlike in the past, he no longer believed that he or his feelings needed to be unique. Thus, he didn't bother about how exactly Bai Jing fell in love with him or how long their bond would last into the future. As for your little follower, he's also an idiot. If I were him, I'd make sure Bai Hao became paralyzed at least. She finished the remaining alcohol, clutched the empty glass, and chuckled softly. Though staying with Bai Hao does indirectly fulfill Song Siyue's vengeance. Recalling her younger brother, her haze lifted slightly, and her speech grew clearer. You don't know how miserable Song Siyue is abroad. But he doesn't dare come back. I've told him, if he comes back, I'll bury him next to that old man. Song Xiaoxiao propped her chin on her left hand, tapping lightly on the glass cup with her right, squinting her eyes as she lazily smiled, but things change. If I die one day, remember to send me flowers. Li Shui frowned deeply, scolding her, don't talk nonsense. Observing her flushed cheeks and seeing that the wine bottle was already halfway empty, he thought she couldn't continue drinking like this. As he reached to take away her bottle, there was a sudden knock at the door. A voice came from outside, Mr. Li, I'm sorry to disturb you. It was the server's voice. Li Shui went to open the door, and the person outside said they had just found a mobile phone at the garden restaurant, unsure whether it belonged to him or Song Xiaoxiao. Only then did he realize that in his haste to leave, he had forgotten his phone. After thanking the person, he lit up the screen and discovered over 10 missed calls, all from Bai Jing. It had been so long since Li Shui came back, and Bai Jing had never looked for him like this before. Remembering that today was New Year's Eve and that he had left suddenly, Bai Jing's reaction wasn't surprising. After closing the door, Li Shui immediately called him back. The call was almost instantly answered with a question, where are you? Li Shui didn't expect such a fast reply and hesitated for a moment. As he subconsciously started to answer, he caught sight of Song Xiaoxiao who had slumped onto the table, grabbing the wine bottle and pouring herself another full glass of alcohol. He quickly stepped forward and took the bottle from her hand, giving a vague response into the phone, I'm outside. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before asking again, who are you with? Li Shui didn't know how to respond. If he told the truth, how could he explain the current scene, that he was talking about work with Song Xiaoxiao so late in the night inside a room? It sounded ridiculous even to himself. Explaining the whole situation would take more than a few minutes, so he simply said, I have something I need to handle, and tonight I. Before Li Shui finished his sentence, the person beside him finished their drink and reached for the wine bottle. As he moved back, Song Xiaoxiao tightly clung to the bottle neck, her upper body tilting precariously off the chair, her injured foot losing balance. With an ah, she tumbled down, landing hard on her buttocks, wincing despite the carpet cushioning beneath her. Li Shui sighed inwardly and shook his head, telling Bai Jing, I won't be coming back tonight. We'll talk tomorrow. After hanging up, he placed the wine bottle aside and gently lifted Song Xiaoxiao onto the bed, muttering under his breath, could you please calm down a bit? Song Xiaoxiao didn't have much energy left to struggle. She had originally thought that after drinking herself into a stupor, things might feel better, but her heartache seemed too heavy even for alcohol to numb. Even as the room began to spin around her, she couldn't forget about him. Dazed, she sat on the bed and after a while raised her hand to untie her hair. The curled strands spilled over her shoulders and back in disarray. Song Xiaoxiao pulled the blanket over her, slowly lay down, and stared at the light on the ceiling, blurred into an indistinct patch. She wasn't sure if she was speaking to herself or to Li Shui. He won't come. After all, why would Shenwei ignore all those girls with simple backgrounds, sweet temperaments, and no complications, to go liking her, a woman entangled in troubles, laden with burdens, and difficult by nature? But she didn't regret it. Her life had already turned out this way, it couldn't possibly get worse. At least she had avenged herself, and her two younger sisters grew up safe. There was no longer blood on her hands. As for the rest, let it be. Song Xiaoxiao turned over, curling up into a ball. She closed her eyes and buried her face in the pillow, tears slowly streaming down from the corners of her eyes, gradually soaking a dark stain into the white fabric. The Yunyu Club was located far from the city center of Jinhai, close to the suburbs. Surrounded by a circle of tall and lush white-barked pines, it was a place with high privacy. The name Yunyu came from the names of Song Xiaoxiao's two younger sisters. Unlike other private clubs, its interior design wasn't ostentatious. The theme was inspired by a feather floating lightly in the clouds, adopting an extremely minimalist style. The club offered no special service projects but still attracted many admirers within social circles. Bai Jing had come here several times before to discuss matters with people, knowing it was Song Xiaoxiao's territory. After Yan Wei gave him the address, Bai Jing drove straight there, losing count of how many times he had called Li Shui along the way, only to receive no answers. Finally, as the car entered the shaded lane under the pine trees, he saw the distinctive, well-lit feather logo on the outer wall. But before Bai Jing could drive further inside, Li Shui's call came through. He immediately slammed on the brakes and parked by the side of the road. Concerned he might misunderstand something in his rush, he didn't mention the photograph but simply asked the simplest questions. Yet the person on the other end avoided answering directly, giving only vague responses. And while the person was speaking, Bai Jing heard the sound of a woman's voice through the receiver, followed by the abrupt termination of the call. Slowly lowering his hand, Bai Jing clenched his fingers into a tight fist, his knuckles turning white. The car was unlit, pitch black inside, while the building ahead sparkled with bright lights. Only through the faint glow could one vaguely make out the silhouette of the person sitting inside. Yet, his gaze remained lowered, obscuring his expression. After a long while, he finally restarted the car but couldn't even press down on the accelerator. Bai Jing slammed the steering wheel hard and forcefully pushed the door open, stepping out. He took only a few steps forward before suddenly stopping. Earlier, he had been worried that perhaps Li Shui was in danger, maybe caught in some sort of trap. But the person on the other end of the call had been fully aware and spoken clearly. So, why were they reluctant to answer his question? He wanted to go find Li Shui and demand an explanation, but that photo, those crossed legs, the woman's voice over the phone, and the chaotic images flooding his mind that seemed to twist his heart into pieces, all held him back. Bai Jing felt fear creeping in. Li Shui, under the influence of his aunt, had always struggled when it came to women. Tang Shui could find comfort in his arms when she cried. Fu Ying, no matter how unreasonable, was always indulged by him. And Song Xiaoxiao, she'd even brazenly snatched someone right in front of him. Bai Jing thought about who Li Shui was holding in that picture. It wasn't hard to guess. If the other party used his weakness toward women to keep him tied down, it didn't seem so difficult. Then, did Li Shui fall for her? If not, why didn't he come home? If not, why didn't he care about Bai Yi and Lin Yan? If not, why didn't he answer his questions directly? Bai Jing stood rooted to the spot, unable to take another step forward. A voice inside his head raged, cursing him for being so cowardly, for enduring such humiliation. Yet another crazy thought surfaced in his mind. What if he turned back now, pretending he knew nothing, pretending nothing had happened? Would Li Shui still stay with him and continue their relationship? In his haste to leave, he'd only worn a thin sweater. Now standing in the cold night wind, though already numb from the chill, his body burned with heat, like molten lava rushing from his heart through his veins, spreading throughout his body until it consumed both bone and flesh into ashes. Bai Jing instinctively touched the ring on his ring finger and, in a daze, wondered if all of this was just an illusion, much like the dreams he'd once had. Perhaps he'd merely forgotten which moment in time he was actually in. He didn't know how long he had stood there, nor what he was waiting for. Around him was only the heavy darkness of the night, thick enough to swallow him whole, with nothing appearing or coming. Not until several distant muffled explosions caused fireworks to burst forth across the sky did Bai Jing regain a sliver of consciousness, tilting his head upward. The dazzling fireworks ushered in the prelude to the new year, ascending to their peak amid cheers from the crowd, painting the heavens with fiery blossoms. But before anyone could listen to heartfelt wishes or confessions, they disappeared in an instant. The colorful lights reflected in Bai Jing's eyes, finally revealing his face clearly. His expression showed nothing. No pain, no sadness, his gaze as deep as stagnant water, unmoved even by such a grand spectacle. Chapter 108. The room was quiet, and the person on the bed slept soundly, one could hear her steady and even breathing. The fact that she fell asleep so quickly indicated that alcohol was considered a good thing for having a less tormented night. Li Shui glanced at his phone again, it was already 11:30. He stood up from the sofa, grabbed his coat, turned off the light in the room, then took one last look at the bed before heading out. He had indeed been a bit unusual today, spending so much time here. It was hard to define this feeling, but if he must describe it, it would probably be a kind of pity for a fellow sufferer. Both Li Shui and Song Xiaoxiao suffered fatal wounds within their original families and grew twisted under such harm, ready to resort to any means necessary at any cost to achieve their goals. In the end, not only did they destroy others, but also themselves. Song Xiaoxiao's obsession with Shenwei reminded him of his former self clinging tightly onto Bai Jing without letting go. But there was only so much he could do. He was no savior to anyone, nor could he interfere in other people's lives. Now, all he could hope for was that Song Xiaoxiao could have a pleasant dream tonight and break free from the chains that bound her soon. Upon leaving the room, Li Shui walked toward the elevator. As he passed by the man standing to the left side of the door, he didn't give him a second glance, assuming he was a server. He had already taken a step forward when he suddenly stopped. Li Shui turned around, standing firm in front of the man, asking uncertainly, "Shenwei?" The man who had been staring down at the ground without raising his head replied with a single sentence, "Mr. Li." Surprised, Li Shui asked incredulously, "You've just been standing here?" The man remained silent. "How long have you been here?" His question was met with silence once more. Li Shui had never felt as absurd and ridiculous as this. He threw off his coat, forcefully grabbing the collar of Shenwei's shirt, forcing him to look up, and said coldly, "Do you even know what might have happened in that room behind you if I hadn't been the one here today?" Shenwei neither spoke nor resisted, resembling a deaf-mute who couldn't comprehend the words. Veins bulged on Li Shui's forehead as he shoved the man harshly against the wall, repeating his question, "Do you even fucking know?" Shenwei finally reacted, gazing calmly at Li Shui as he answered, "I'm not worthy of her." Li Shui scoffed and let go, asking, "What she needs is a man who is worthy of her." He found this man hopeless and decided to leave after picking up his coat, saying, "All right, selfishness, that's all it is. No need to make yourself sound so noble." After speaking, he continued walking ahead, yet the man who had previously appeared calm lost his composure and grabbed Li Shi's wrist, asking, "What right do you have to say that? Isn't he suffering? Giving up the woman he views as his life to someone else, not daring to fight for her, not daring to dream or step out of line, isn't he suffering? But what can Shen Wei give to Song Xiaoxiao? He's just a bodyguard, replaceable by hundreds of others like him if she wishes. What qualifications or capital does he have to possess her? Song Xiaoxiao clearly deserves better, even the best, so why should she stay with someone like him, an insignificant ant? Even though he's never thought of himself as noble, he can't accept the selfishness mentioned by Li Shi either." Li Shi turned back to look at him, "Or what? Aren't you just not trusting her feelings, fearing that once you get involved with her, she'll grow tired of you again? So you decide to play the coward instead?" Shen Wei paused, withdrawing his hand into a fist beneath, replying, "No, I didn't think like that." "So what are you afraid of then?" Li Shi looked at this man coldly, taller than himself. "She doesn't doubt your motives being with her, so what are you afraid of? According to your logic, staying with her now is for her benefit. Once a man appears who is worthy of her and she also likes, you can retreat to your proper place, and everything will be fine." Shen Wei struggled to follow Li Shi's reasoning, finding some sense in it while still sensing something amiss. Unable to find rebuttal after several seconds of pondering, he simply said, "Mr. Li, I can't argue with you." Li Shi had no intention of continuing this conversation. At last, he said, "Your so-called selfless love only serves to move you, and for her, it's all bullshit. Be glad I was the one here today, because that gives you a chance to regret. But you should understand her nature better than I do. There won't be a next time. I've said my piece, now it's up to you to think about it." Li Shi didn't intend to convince Shen Wei. His temperament and ways of thinking were vastly different from Shen Wei's. If we followed Shen Wei's logic, wasn't he also unworthy back then when he was a lonely man saved from prison who loved Bai Jing? Wasn't that also a hopeless fantasy? But if he liked her, he would act on his feelings. A lifetime should first fulfill one's emotions before considering other things, otherwise, it'd be better to pray in a temple. He entered the elevator and descended to the first floor. Before reaching the entrance, the club manager rushed over from afar, saying, "Mr. Li, it's late at night now, and they've already prepared a room for you upstairs. Why don't you go back tomorrow?" Driving from here back to the city center would take at least 40 minutes, their arrangement was out of consideration for him. Li Shi hesitated for a moment. The manager continued, "Or I can immediately have someone bring the car over to drive you home." Li Shi didn't want to trouble others in the middle of the night. Moreover, it was too late, and he didn't plan to go to Bai Jing's place either. Since there was no rush to return, he said, "Lead the way, I'll leave tomorrow morning." The manager instantly broke into a delighted smile and personally escorted him to the room door. After entering, Li Shi threw his coat aside and pinched his nose bridge with a hint of weariness. He was just about to take a shower when suddenly the fireworks blooming in the distant night sky shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and lit up the room. He paused for a few seconds, realizing that midnight had arrived. Reflexively, he reached for his phone to look for Bai Jing's number, but then shook his head with a laugh and gave up. He felt like he'd spent too much time with Bai Jing and been infected by her odd habits, actually considering giving her New Year's wishes at this exact moment, as if he were some naive middle schooler. Not long after, a string of messages flooded his phone. Among them, Jin Yen sent a picture taken with Bai Hao. The two stood in a crowd, with a "Happy New Year" LED screen scrolling behind them. Jin Yen leaned on Bai Hao, squinting in laughter, making a "yeah" gesture to the camera. Fu Ying also sent a photo. Wei Zichen and Wei Zixing stood in line. One held a mini "Happy New Year" banner while the other clutched a unicorn piggy bank, subtly implying something without a doubt. Li Shi laughed upon seeing these photos and replied to everyone individually, sending 2 large red envelopes to Fu Ying, but couldn't help feeling a little guilty. What he did today wasn't exactly right. He'd clearly promised Bai Jing that they'd have dinner at home, yet he mysteriously disappeared all night. After pondering, he decided to return early the next morning, clarify everything to her, stay for a few more days, and properly spend time with the 2 kids. With thoughts lingering in his mind, Li Shi didn't sleep well all night. He set out not long after 8 o'clock the next morning without going back to change clothes, heading straight to Bai's house. But when he arrived, he didn't see Bai Jing, and Manager Su asked instead, "Wasn't Master last night looking for Mr. Li?" Li Shi's face immediately darkened. "When did he come looking for me?" No matter how calm Manager Su usually was, this news startled him enough to make him panic. He recounted what had happened last night, adding that except for Li Shi, no one else could have made Bai Jing so anxious for so long. Li Shi immediately took out his phone to call Bai Jing, only to find the phone switched off according to the voice prompt. He instructed the manager to ask the old family residence and dialed Zhuo Mingyuan's number himself. Zhuo Mingyuan had taken his wife and daughter abroad on vacation yesterday, but since Li Shi had never interfered in Bai Jing's personal matters after returning, he could only ask this far water to attempt rescuing this near fire. Zhuo Mingyuan was enjoying a big meal with his family at an exotic hotel when he received Li Shi's call. Upon hearing that Bai Jing had gone missing, He almost poked the steak on his fork into the air and shouted, "Ancestors, give me peace," before hanging up and starting to mobilize people. Finally, they tracked down Bai Jing's car parked in the company garage. By then, Li Shi had already woken Song Xiaoxiao, asking her to help check the surveillance cameras. Thinking that if there were still no updates, he would call the police. Old Su from the security team arrived at the garage first, sending photos to Li Shi confirming Bai Jing's car. He also informed Li Shi that the on-duty security guard confirmed Bai Jing drove himself there around midnight. Li Shi's heart eased slightly, deciding not to follow with a driver, and drove towards the company himself. On the way, he received a call from Yan Wei, saying they hadn't been able to reach Bai Jing and asked if they were together. His words indirectly accused Li Shi of neglecting Bai Jing. Yan Wei was usually not a gossipy person, but the strange situation made Li Shi curious enough to quickly pry every detail out of him. In an instant, he felt utterly speechless, unable to believe such a big misunderstanding had occurred purely by chance. As soon as he hung up, Song Xiaoxiao's message arrived, saying that according to the surveillance footage, Bai Jing had come to the club last night but hadn't gone inside. His car had been parked under the pine forest outside the entire time while he stood beside it, only driving away at 2 in the morning. Song Xiaoxiao was usually someone who enjoyed watching others' misfortunes, but now she felt a pang of guilt, stating that if Li Shi found Bai Jing, she could personally explain everything. Li Shi drove on and quickly glanced at the text during a red light, too preoccupied to reply. After reading the details though, his heart sunk, wishing he'd insisted on leaving from Song Xiaoxiao's room earlier so Bai Jing wouldn't have waited uselessly for such a long period. Upon reaching the company, Old Su and the team were waiting outside Bai Jing's office, having knocked with no response. The door was custom-built with high security standards. For convenience, during regular workdays, it could be set to open without requiring validation. Now locked, it required master clearance to unlock. They certainly didn't dare risk damaging it, leaving them anxiously pacing outside. This floor's offices weren't allowed random entry under normal circumstances, and Bai Jing's office was stricter still. Li Shi asked them to wait downstairs. After they left, he hesitated momentarily before pressing his fingerprint onto the reader. The blue light screen flickered a few times, then the lock clicked as the door opened automatically. Li Shi's emotions swirled with complexity. Previously, only Bai Jing and he had master clearance. He never thought, even after being away from the company for so long, Bai Jing hadn't removed his fingerprints. Pushing the door open, no one was inside the office. He moved further into the lounge area, finding it empty as well. Li Shi's heart leapt into his throat. Stepping out, he picked up his phone intending to call Old Su but halted mid-step. Thinking of something, he redirected toward his old office instead. Arriving at his destination, he found the door wide open. Stepping inside, he noticed the resting room's door was slightly ajar. Pushing it gently, bathed in the dim light streaming through the window, he saw a shadow lying curled up on the bed, uncovered by any blanket. Rushing over, he found the person with eyes closed, breathing heavily and erratically. His face was flushed abnormally red, stubble evident under his jawline, eyebrows furrowed in discomfort. One hand hung off the bedside, fingers lightly clenched around a photo that seemed about to slip entirely to the floor. Squatting down, Li Shi picked up the photo. It turned out to be their high school graduation picture. Next to the high school Li Shi, in the photo was a faint indentation, clearly from long-term finger pressure. Beyond that, scattered beneath the bed and next to the bedside table, there were many more photos, some taken before he left Jinhai, others from when he was in the convalescent home. Closing his eyes, Li Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the oppressive ache in his chest. He shoved aside the photos, stood up, and shook the feverish man on the bed, gritting his teeth as he barked, "Wake up." He shook several times before the figure slowly opened his eyes. But they were unfocused and showed no surprise at seeing Li Shi. Hesitating for a few seconds, the man tentatively raised his hand to gently caress Li Shi's face, his voice raspy, expression filled with both helplessness and an overwhelming tenderness. "I dreamed about you again," he murmured. Chapter 109. There was a period when he kept dreaming of Li Shi. There were no great and exciting adventures in these dreams, just fragments of their past peaceful times. There was Li Shi in the greenhouse fiddling with potted plants alongside him. There was Li Shi taking away his black coffee and replacing it with a glass of juice. There was also Li Shi who insisted on mending the bookshelf herself and sent him off to find tools. It was all too ordinary, but somehow it made it feel even more real. Thus, after waking up and opening his eyes, the feeling of emptiness at having no one by his side became even more profound. Bai Jing had already forgotten what time he left last night, but only subconsciously came here, to this place where Li Shi used to spend most of her time. But as soon as he arrived, he remembered that Li Shi would never come back again. That was why, at this very moment, he felt like he was still dreaming. The heat burning against his cheek side was terrifying, so Li Shi took his hand down, wanting to help him get up from the bed. However, after several attempts, Bai Jing didn't cooperate, causing Li Shi to grow both anxious and angry. "Don't you know you're sick? Get up." Bai Jing tightly gripped her hand and stayed motionless, silently resisting her. Li Shi lost her patience, unable to stop herself from cursing, but then saw him close his eyes, slowly lean his head over, and rest it against her palm. In a hoarse voice, he said, "If you go, you'll disappear. Startled, Li Shui felt her heart constrict, as if soaked in lemon juice. After a long silence, she found her voice again, "I'm not leaving." Bai Jing's lips curled into an exasperated smile, sighing, "You always deceive me." Always deceiving him. Even though he fell ill, he wouldn't let Wei Zhe inform Bai Jing. Even though he had decided to leave, he acted like nothing was wrong in front of him. Even though he spent the whole night with someone else, he kept Bai Jing in the dark. She always deceived him, and gave him no chance to remedy the situation. Even the word "try" was just preparation for abandoning him. Li Shui became so upset she wanted to ask Lao Su and others for help, but when Bai Jing heard her making a call, he repeated, "I'm not going anywhere." Seeing she couldn't deal with him, she could only ask Lao Su to bring over the doctor, yet the family doctor wasn't in Jinhai, and they couldn't risk seeking help from a stranger whose background was unknown. Finally, they ended up troubling Wei Zhe again. After hanging up the phone, Li Shui irritably remarked, "What are you doing? Acting like a child. I was with Song Xiaoxiao yesterday." Before she could finish, she was interrupted, "I don't want to hear it." Instantly annoyed, Li Shui replied sharply, "Fine, think whatever you want." This whole incident seemed so farcical that Li Shui almost found it amusing. Of course, she didn't deny her mistake, she should have explained clearly earlier. This habit and tacit understanding had formed between her and Bai Jing during their long-term coexistence. They had never been overly attached lovers who needed to report every move or act as if they couldn't endure being apart for even 5 minutes. She never expected the matter to escalate this way. Li Shui tried to pull out her hand, wanting to cover him with a blanket and fetch a glass of water. But before she even moved, she was suddenly pushed down onto the bed, finding herself under a heavy human firebrand. She pushed hard, but the person only held her tighter. Restrained in his arms, she struggled to breathe and icily remarked, "Fine, I give up. Burn yourself to oblivion and turn stupid, perhaps I'll then find someone smarter to like." This statement finally enraged the person atop her. Bai Jing raised his head and glared at her, his eyes filled with red bloodshot lines from lack of sleep. Furious, he exclaimed, "The Li Shui of the past wouldn't abandon me. The Li Shui of the past wouldn't like anyone else. The Li Shui of the past wouldn't put everything else above me." The more he spoke, the more he felt sad and wronged, and his voice gradually faded. Losing his strength, he buried his face in Li Shui's neck. Deep down, he knew well that even if Li Shui truly liked Song Xiaoxiao, there was no way they would have done anything improper last night. With Li Shui's disposition, if she really liked someone, it would be openly declared. Even if she changed her feelings, she would confront the matter straightforwardly as she claimed she would, choosing to communicate honestly. She certainly wouldn't create an uncomfortable situation where eating from the bowl while looking at the pot, making everyone involved awkward. But eventually, whether anything happened between her and Song Xiaoxiao had become insignificant. Bai Jing merely realized more deeply through this situation that his position in Li Shui's heart would never return to what it once was. After listening to his litany of accusations, Li Shui didn't feel the slightest bit angry. She raised her hand, threading her fingers through Bai Jing's hair, and teased, "But in the past, no matter how hard Li Shui tried, she could never win your heart. In the past, Li Shui had to almost lose her life for you to spare her a glance. And in the past, Li Shui waited all night only for you to bring Ningyu back into your arms." Though there was laughter in her voice, the rims of her eyes gradually reddened, "So tell me, why would the Li Shui now dare to give herself to you completely?" Between her and Bai Jing, things seemed to have always gone smoothly on the surface, but in reality, both of them carefully maintained a balance, fearful that even the smallest misstep might shatter all the fragile mends they had painstakingly stitched together. This man today was probably either confused from the fever or couldn't suppress his emotions any longer, breaking their unspoken agreement and spilling out everything buried deep within his heart. Li Shui sighed, "When I wanted to leave right after waking up, it was because I feared we'd end up like this." She paused, striving to keep her tone gentle so as not to sound like a threat. "Think it over again. Maybe it's not necessarily me you need. Maybe you can find someone else who loves you and whom you love in return, seeing you as more important than anything in the world. Perhaps." She wasn't able to finish her sentence. Because the person holding her tightly, hot tears were streaming down from his face, dripping onto her neck. Li Shui felt like she'd lost her soul for a moment, dazedly staring at the ceiling, her mouth silently parting before clenching her hand by her side tightly, as if her heart had been shattered into pieces. Neither of them knew when the tears had welled up in their eyes. Just in the blink of an eye, some liquid trailed down along the corner of her eye, sliding into her earlobe. They were like two answers mismatched to the wrong question. If the present Bai Jing had met the past Li Shui, they would have likely crafted a touching tale of mutual affection and support. If the present Li Shui had met the past Bai Jing, they could have remained safely distanced from each other, living their simple and tranquil lives. However, fate had cruelly misplaced them. Hence, the one desiring more but receiving none was inevitably destined to endure anguish. This was never Li Shui's intention, so she wanted to offer Bai Jing more choices and possibilities. Yet, she hadn't anticipated he would respond in this manner. Back then, old Wu had said Bai Jing shed tears for her sake, but Li Shui hadn't believed it. Not until this very moment when she personally experienced it did she realize just how deeply wounded this person must be, forsaking all dignity and poise, becoming utterly disheveled. Li Shi lifted her other hand and embraced the person on her body, reproaching Shen Wei when it was much easier said than done. What sort of coward and wimp indeed should also have someone come forward and scold him, Li Shi, instead. By the time Wei Zhe arrived, Bai Jing had already fallen asleep. After taking his temperature and conducting a brief checkup, he started an 4-drip and said that if the fever subsided tonight, everything would be fine, and a couple of days of medication would suffice. However, if the fever persisted, then a hospital trip would be imminent. After finishing tidying up, while glancing repeatedly between the two of them, Wei Zhe asked Li Shi, "Are you guys filming a TV drama?" Looking at Bai Jing who wouldn't let go even in his sleep, Li Shi sighed, "Spare me. If you still like him, be serious about it. If you don't like him anymore, make a clean break. It's such a simple truth, why think so much?" Wei Zhe was right, he did overthink everything, having the wrong mindset from the start. Li Shi said, "I've taken his feelings far too lightly, never really thinking how important I am to him. In that case, kick him off fast, and when I get back, I'll arrange for Fu Ying to set up blind dates for you." Wei Zhe. Li Shi helplessly called his name. "Not giving him up." Wei Zhe rolled his eyes, "You're such a hypocrite, tough talker but soft-hearted." After saying that, he didn't stay long, telling Li Shi to call if anything happened. Shortly after, Uncle Su sent someone upstairs with takeout. After eating, Li Shi watched over Bai Jing by the bedside until all the medicine had been administered and the needle was removed. Then he measured Bai Jing's temperature again, slightly relieved upon seeing it drop. Having barely slept a few hours last night and going through another ordeal this morning, Li Shi grew drowsy, and climbed into bed, falling asleep in Bai Jing's embrace. When he woke up again, it was already dark outside, and the bed was empty. Before Li Shi had the chance to get out of bed, the bathroom door opened. Bai Jing met his gaze and softly said, "Just took a shower, I woke up sweating all over." "Still have a fever?" Li Shi asked. Bai Jing's constitution was strong, a good restful sleep had helped him sweat out the fever, and he had improved significantly, no more fever. As soon as the words were spoken, silence fell over the room. Both of them had acted out of character that morning, so to face each other now in full awareness was inevitably awkward. Li Shi got out of bed and touched his forehead, it wasn't hot anymore. Seeing his damp hair, she frowned and said, "Go sit down." She then fetched a hairdryer and stood before Bai Jing, carefully drying his hair. Bai Jing didn't utter a word but silently cooperated with her movements. Just as she was about to leave after putting away the dryer, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Li Shi tried to pull away but couldn't. Then the other hand pressed against her lower back, forcing her to sit. Helpless, Li Shi could only put the hairdryer aside and straddle him, letting him hold her like this. "This morning I was delirious from the fever, so I said those things. I'm sorry." A strange discomfort stirred within Li Shi's heart as she brushed some strands of hair from Bai Jing's forehead and asked, "What are you apologizing for?" "It's me who made the mistake." After saying this, she went on to explain everything clearly from last night, adding that Bai Jing was foolish to stand in the cold wind for so long without seeking shelter or company. Bai Jing closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against hers. "I was afraid that if I saw you and there was no misunderstanding, that you'd want to break up with me. Afraid that you'd try to leave me again." Encircled by Bai Jing's warm breath, Li Shi felt her heart stabilize, closing her eyes as well and responding, "What do you have to be afraid of? You know I've always loved you more." With those words casually slipping out, words Bai Jing thought he would never hear again in his lifetime, he rolled his Adam's apple, swallowing the lump in his throat. Thankful that his eyes were still closed, otherwise he knew he would reveal another vulnerable expression. "From now on, it's me who loves you more, it's me who needs you, it's me who has something to ask of you. Can you trust me one more time? Give me another chance, and come home with me." Li Shi opened her eyes, looking at him earnestly, "You need to think this through. If I agree this time, there will be absolutely no turning back, not even room for regret." Bai Jing paused in silence, asking, "Why do you think that if you agreed, I'd give you a way out or room for regret?" At this, Li Shi burst into laughter, exasperated, "Fine." She nodded, "This time it's because you've drawn my attention." Just as she was about to kiss him, Bai Jing avoided her for fear of passing his illness. Li Shi already knew what was on his mind, raising her hand to cradle his face, and forcefully claimed his lips with an unyielding passion. It was a pure, chaste kiss, void of any lust but still leaving warmth blossoming in their hearts. Li Shi gently consoled him, starting from his jawline and trailing kisses up his cheeks until they reached his wet eyes. They decided not to go home that night. Li Shi worried that the person who had just improved might catch a chill again, so they resolved to stay there for the night. However, Bai Jing started feeling uneasy in his stomach after dinner. Once he took his medication, Li Shi laid down beside him, massaging his stomach while talking to him, occasionally having to respond to his affectionate kisses. He hadn't realized how long it had been since they last chatted so leisurely. They had shared nearly all their lives together, no matter what topic arose, either one would only need to say half a sentence for the other to finish effortlessly. Li Shi found himself astonished at how much they had to say to each other. But later, under the influence of the medicine, Bai Jing gradually grew drowsy. Despite his eyelids becoming heavier by the minute, he still reached out to kiss Li Shi, though his movements were weak and sluggish. Li Shi chuckled, leaning closer to allow him a languid kiss. If I wake up tomorrow and find out you were never here, that all of this was a dream. Clutching Li Shi's hand as sleep crept over him, Bai Jing's voice softened, his eyes slowly closing as his words blurred towards the end, I'll go insane, don't leave. For a moment, Li Shi's nose tingled with acidity, overwhelmed and speechless. Reaching out, she intertwined their fingers tightly and kissed his forehead. He had made up his mind clearly now, determined fully, whether it was like a moth rushing towards the flame or crashing into a wall until blood ran freely, he wanted to love Bai Jing again, to bet on an entire life once more. Regardless of the cost this time, he would willingly give it all. Chapter 110. Master Xing, I'm leaving. Jin Yan handed over the buffalo horn handle for the motorcycle Master Xing was modifying. He noticed Bai Hao's car had already turned around outside the shop, so he gave a quick goodbye to others, grabbed his scarf and hurriedly put it on before rushing out of the door. He got in the car, then took off the scarf and threw it onto the back seat. Bai Hao looked at him helplessly, unbuttoned and rebuttoned the wrong button on his coat, saying, next time, slow down. Don't rush. Jin Yan laughed and said, I'm afraid young master is waiting. How long we wait doesn't matter. Bai Hao fastened his seatbelt again before restarting the engine. This motorcycle shop was run by Scarface and Xiao Yu. It wasn't large, nor was it about making money, it was more like Xiao Yu creating a gathering place for enthusiasts. Since Jin Yan returned, he came here daily, as if his soul would stay there forever. Today, they were going to have dinner with Bai Jing and Li Shi. Li Shi had moved back a while ago, and with the new year approaching, she invited them this weekend to gather together. Bai Hao was just about to ask Jin Yan what he did at the shop this morning when halfway through his question, he received a call from the project manager. The piece of land they were bidding on was in collaboration with an extremely prestigious foreign design firm. The project manager had to communicate with the foreigners on design philosophy, housing types, materials, and also coordinate with domestic planning departments on various indicators. It was almost driving him crazy. Bai Jing let Bai Hao take charge of this project from the beginning to train him. That's why the call ended up reaching him. After Bai Hao finished listening to the main issues, he called overseas. Jin Yan sat beside him, listening to him chatter away in German that he couldn't understand a single word, sighing worriedly. Last night at the shop, Jin Yan had been incited by Xiao Yu for quite a while. Xiao Yu said that he didn't know much, no smarter than a paramecium, and thus didn't share many topics with Bai Hao, who was proficient in several languages and a high-intellect elite. Furthermore, as time passed, Bai Hao continued ascending higher, and their gap grew wider day by day. Sooner or later, problems would arise. If one day someone appeared around Bai Hao with similar interests, Jin Yan might be in trouble. Jin Yan gazed out the window, feeling increasingly uneasy, letting out another heavy sigh. Before he could indulge further in self-pity, an S1000RR motorcycle came by and stopped next to Bai Hao's car. This heavy-duty motorcycle had a jet-black body, sharp contour lines, and its shark head airbrush on the side cover was highly distinctive. The rider even wore a limited-edition helmet modeled after a famous Italian racing driver. Jin Yan's mouth almost watered at the sight. All thoughts about lacking common topics flew to the netherworld. He lowered the window glass, clutched the car door with his fingers, and stared at it greedily with shining eyes. His gaze was too strong to be ignored by the motorcycle rider. Dressed in black leather, the rider turned his head, gave him a thumbs up, then waited for the red light. As soon as it turned green, he gripped the handle tightly and dashed out, the roaring engine making one's scalp numb. Jin Yan couldn't resist whistling at the retreating figure. If Bai Hao hadn't pulled him back, he would have probably stuck his whole head out. So cool. A vein popped on Bai Hao's forehead. So impressive. Bai Hao gripped the steering wheel tighter. So manly. Bai Hao's face darkened. But these were things Jin Yan liked, and there was nothing he could do but turn the topic and ask, what were you sighing about earlier? Jin Yan had almost forgotten about it, but when Bai Hao mentioned it, he showed a worried expression once again. Bai Hao once told him, everything between two people should be voiced. One shouldn't suppress worries in their heart. As long as they were honest with each other, any problem could be solved together. Jin Yan actually wanted to tell him last night, but their intimacy before bed made them lose control, and later he forgot everything. His face turned slightly red, coughed, without mentioning Xiao Yu, and honestly revealed his concerns. Xiao Yu was right. If they met now, the difference in knowledge could indeed be insurmountable, hard to last long. But he and Bai Hao had lived together since childhood, building deep enough feelings that they didn't need common topics to consolidate their goodwill and connection. Those trivialities of life, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, even which tie Bai Hao should wear to work, or what Jin Yan would eat for dinner, even a hug, a kiss, were all common topics between them. After Bai Hao finished speaking, Jin Yan still stared at him dumbfounded. When he was little, whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, his young master patiently taught him. Therefore, his young master's implication was that if they could continue to like and rely on each other, then every single moment of their daily lives would be a lifetime's worth of common topics. Once Jin Yan realized this, he felt once again how brilliant his young master was, it seemed as if nothing in the world could stump him. By the time the car had stopped, he puckered up his lips, leaned over, and planted a heavy kiss on Bai Hao's face before happily getting out of the car. Fortunately, Xiao Yu wasn't around, otherwise, his magical paramecium brain circuit might have driven the latter mad with anger. It was also fortunate that it was Jin Yen, anyone else might have fretted over this issue for years without resolving their heartache. As soon as they entered the house and saw Bai Jing, Jin Yen stuttered, "Uncle, uncle. Uncle." Anyone hearing this might have thought he was about to shout, "Help." Previously, he always called Bai Jing Mr. Bai, which appeared far too distant. Bai Jing had already mentioned to him that there was no need to be so formal in front of him. Originally, Jin Yen wanted to call him Uncle Bai, but after much cajoling from Bai Hao, he finally changed to calling him Uncle, though he still felt somewhat uncomfortable and nervous doing so. Bai Jing asked them to sit down and instructed Mr. Su, the steward, to bring out the pastries and fruits that Jin Yen loved. He then went upstairs. When he opened the bedroom door, it was already afternoon, yet the curtains were still tightly drawn, not letting in a single beam of light. Bai Jing turned on the light, walked to the side of the bed, and leaned on his knees, leaning down to first kiss the person lying face down on the bed with half his face buried in the pillow, softly calling him to wake up. However, instead of responding, the other person completely buried his face into the pillow. Fearing that he wouldn't breathe properly, Bai Jing lifted him off the bed, flipped him over, and let him sleep resting on himself. Bai Hao and Jin Yen are here. Get up, Li Shi frowned impatiently, refusing even to open his eyes, rasping back hoarsely, "Get lost." Not only did the person who got cursed not get angry, but he even chuckled softly a few times, slipping his hand inside the blanket to gently massage Li Shi's waist, asking, "Do you still feel unwell?" Li Shi grabbed his hand and opened his eyes furiously, cursing, "Are you still touching me, damn it." It wasn't surprising that he was so irritable. Ever since he moved back in and resumed sharing a bed with Bai Jing, Li Shi felt as if this man had gone crazy. While outside, Bai Jing still managed to maintain some restraint. Whenever the two were alone, even if all Li Shi was doing was changing his shirt, Bai Jing would lose control. The most ridiculous incident was a couple of days ago when Bai Jing said he had to go on a business trip, and he kept fooling around with Li Shi the entire night. Given the commotion, Li Shi assumed Bai Jing would be away for 10 days to half a month. But just 2 days later, this guy returned. Li Shi couldn't even remember what time he fell asleep last night, all he remembered was that later on, he simply couldn't endure it anymore. In order to make this person finish quickly, he blurted out anything, nonsensical words, inappropriate comments, whatever. Even when his consciousness was blurred, in the bathtub, he was still being kissed while being held. "Yesterday was my fault." Bai Jing's hand stopped moving under Li Shi's grip, while the other slowly slid along his smooth spine, caressing. Li Shi responded with a sarcastic snort from deep within his nose. Bai Jing leaned down, his lips brushing against the tip of his ear, his voice low and husky, "But I can't control myself, seeing you makes me want you." Li Shi's ears burned, his heart skipped a beat, but his face showed irritation as he sat up, trying to put some distance between them. His hair was messed up from lying in bed, with curls sticking out from the top of his head. Bai Jing wanted to straighten it out for him, but just as he made a move, Li Shi thought he was going to mess around again and instinctively kicked out with his leg. Due to soreness in his lower back, he miscalculated the direction, and his toes accidentally stepped on Bai Jing's suit pants right in the middle. Both of them froze simultaneously. Bai Jing looked down, remaining silent, holding the delicate ankle and gently stroking up along the calf muscle. Li Shi slapped his hand away and glared at him, "Are you still in your fucking heat period?" Then he shoved the person away, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom, ordering him to hurry up and go greet Bai Hao and Jin Yen. Actually, Bai Jing hadn't really intended to do anything. Li Shi had slept until now and hadn't eaten any food yet, so he shouldn't be so reckless. But recently, Bai Jing's desire for Li Shi had become almost pathological. Ever since Li Shi moved back, although he seemed closer in attitude, Bai Jing still couldn't truly settle down, convinced that he had claimed this person, or that Li Shi would never leave him again. Instead, because they regained physical intimacy, it inadvertently intensified Bai Jing's possessiveness, making him yearn to keep Li Shi locked by his side at all times. Bai Jing glanced at the ring on his ring finger and sighed lightly. Chapter 111. Jin Yen hid behind the sofa, sticking out half of his head. While Lin Yen wasn't paying attention, he barked twice and immediately lay down again. The ant couldn't help but laugh and said in a lowered voice, "Little Mr. Jin, you will feel uncomfortable kneeling like this. Let me get you a cushion." He shook his head at the ant and didn't dare to make any sound. He crawled a few more steps, afraid that someone would expose his position. Lin Yen didn't know where the big brother who was just playing with him went. After hearing the puppy's bark, he turned his head around to look everywhere. Finding nothing, he anxiously grabbed Bai Yi's hand and told him about the woof woof. When Li Shu Yi came downstairs, Bai Yi had just found Jin Yen with him. He laughed and pounced onto Jin Yen. Jin Yen reached out to catch him and pinched his chubby cheeks. Li Shu Yi slowly walked over, looked down at Jin Yen from above, and said, "Crawl a few more rounds and clean the floor thoroughly." Jin Yen, embarrassed, scratched his head and stood up holding Lin Yen. Beside them, Bai Yi caught Li Shu Yi's pant leg and looked up calling for daddy. Li Shu Yi bent down and picked him up, asking the ant what the two kids had for lunch and when Bai Yi's early education teacher came today. The ant answered one by one. Li Shu Yi then looked at Bai Yi and asked him what the teacher taught today. Bai Yi started early education classes at the beginning of the year. His teacher tested him and said that his abilities in learning and memory were exceptional, but he didn't like interacting with people, so they needed to guide him more to speak. After answering the question, Bai Yi coincided with Mr. Su coming over to invite Li Shu-yi to have dinner. He let the aunt take the two children to play and pulled Jean Yan over to accompany him for a meal. Jean Yan protested that he had just eaten a lot of snacks, reluctantly walking to the table. Seeing the dishes on the table, steamed shrimp, sea cucumber tofu, steamed ribs, there wasn't a single dish he disliked. Smelling the aroma of the food, he couldn't help but swallow some saliva, sat down, and picked up his chopsticks, saying, "Well then, Uncle Li, you are also." Seeing Li Shu-yi giving him a sidelong glance, he quickly straightened his face and said, letting me think I wanted to have dinner with you. Having been by Li Shu-yi's side for many years, his sycophancy skills had reached perfection. He could smoothly change the topic without any pause. Li Shu-yi chuckled despite himself and pushed more dishes towards him while chatting idly. In just a few minutes, Sua Mingyuan arrived, holding a file and directly heading to Bai Jing's study. Passing by the dining room, he was surprised that Li Shu-yi was still having dinner. Li Shu-yi drank a sip of soup and replied indifferently, "Ask the person in the study, he knows best." As soon as these words were spoken, Jean Yan, who was chewing on the ribs beside him, got choked, turning red in the neck and casting an awkward and bashful look towards Sua Mingyuan. Sua Mingyuan instantly understood, showing a disheartened expression as if being chased by a ghost, and left the dining room hurriedly. When Fu Ying brought the twins over, Li Shu-yi had just finished eating. Upon seeing him, the two little ones ran over, each grabbing one of his hands and competing to speak in front of him. One wanted him to take Lin Yan home, while the other asked him if her dress looked good and if her hairpin was pretty, creating a noisy mess. Li Shu-yi didn't know whom to reply first, so Fu Ying lifted the two little beans up and said, "Go play with your younger brother and don't disturb your godfather." Jean Yan voluntarily led them to the children's room. "Where is Wei Zhe?" Li Shu-yi asked. "He has surgery today, probably won't be here until evening," Fu Ying said as she sat on the sofa and looked around but didn't see Bai Jing. She curiously asked, "Your partner?" "In the study." His answer was so casual, lacking the previous attitude of wanting to treat Bai Jing with mutual respect. Fu Ying couldn't help but sigh regretfully, "Does that mean I'll never have a reason to see handsome men anymore?" "You're not afraid Wei Zhe will get jealous?" Fu Ying blinked at him, "Don't you think it's interesting to see Dr. Wei getting jealous?" Only then did Li Shu-yi understand. This person was pretending to use his name to see handsome men, but actually wanted to tease her own lover for fun, making him unable to help laughing and shaking his head. While they were talking, a clamor arose from the children's room. Wei Xing hastily ran out, pulling on Fu Ying and saying, Mom, Wei Jichen cried. "What did your brother do now?" "He squeezed baby like. Xiao Zhisheng was somewhat anxious and didn't know how to explain, like this. Thinking for a moment, he gave a live demonstration, using his hands to press his cheeks together, puffing up his mouth high. And then my younger brother tried to push him away, and he fell. Both the brother and sister called Bai Yi younger brother and Lin Yan baby. After Li Shu-yi understood the situation and was about to get up, Fu Ying stopped him, "You don't need to worry. Wei Jichen is all thunder and no rain, he'll stop yelling in a bit. I will still check." This is not the first or second time that Bai Yi has fought with him. Knowing her son's character too well, Fu Ying couldn't help rolling her eyes. If he didn't provoke Lin Yan, Bai Yi wouldn't even bother to glance at him. Li Shui found it funny, but hitting wasn't right. The bad habits of Bai Yi should be corrected, so he followed Xiao Zhisheng to the children's room. In the study, after three people finished discussing serious matters, Sua Mingyuan suddenly asked Bai Jing, "Why don't you convince him to return to the company?" Li Shui had invested more than a decade of his life into the Bai family business. Not only did he secure countless projects, but also established the internal investment system and market review mechanisms which helped avoid many detours for those who came later. If he were to start his own business as a boss, there wouldn't be much concern. However, he never had that intention. In this case, it might be better for him to come back. Sua Mingyuan's words sounded considerate but were indeed selfish. It's not surprising because being in his position, one naturally thinks of maximizing benefits. In his view, why let Li Shui work hard for others, allowing profits to flow away? Where he wants to go, what he wants to do, is entirely up to his choice. Bai Jing's face turned slightly cold, "Don't mention it in front of him either." Sua Mingyuan felt uneasy inside, touched his nose, and said, "I spoke out of turn. In fact, Uncle Li doesn't want Uncle Bai to be put in a difficult position, does he?" Bai Hao suddenly looked up after tidying up the documents and interjected a sentence. He didn't explain further, but everyone present understood. Li Shui has been away for quite some time now. To be frank, many interest relationships have already been redefined and reshuffled. If he returns to take power, someone else would lose it, inevitably causing unrest and turmoil. This would not be a good thing for Bai Jing or the company. When Bai Heng was scolded by him, he couldn't even lift his head. Was it reasonable then that Bai Heng could leave and come back as he pleased like playing house? Although this isn't an unsolvable problem, regardless of its size, attention must be devoted to it. He didn't want Bai Jing to waste his energy, nor did he want to trouble himself with such disputes, placing himself in a fiery situation again. Zhua Mingyuan sighed inwardly, not knowing whether the young and sharp Li Shu-yi who feared neither heaven nor earth when he first entered the field or this experienced and clear-headed Li Shu-yi who now understands thoroughly without calculating gains and losses is better. That evening, when Wei Zhe arrived, they enjoyed a lively dinner together. In the past, when they came here, everyone knew they were entering Bai Jing's territory, and everyone acted politely, speaking and acting cautiously. Now, housekeeper Su directly reports all matters to Li Shu-yi, and despite Bai Jing sitting beside him, all arrangements are made under his authority. As for Li Shu-yi, he accepted it willingly, displaying a somewhat master-like demeanor while speaking and acting. So Wei Zhe could freely request whatever food he wanted, the gifts Fu Ying brought could be immediately placed in the living room, and Jin Yan didn't hesitate while playing with a group of kids, unlike before when he had to be careful not to damage or mess up anything. In the middle of the meal, Li Shu-yi received a video call from Song Xiaoxiao. She was enjoying a holiday in some island country, lying on the balcony of her beachfront villa drinking champagne and receiving a massage. Beside her, Shen Wei held the phone adjusting angles for her, serving as a free and responsible human stand, looking truly comfortable. She mentioned in a video that she brought gifts for the four of them in Li Shu-yi's family, thanking Li Shu-yi for coming to her rescue earlier. At the end, she added, but the gift for your Uncle Bai is just a bonus, don't expect too much, followed by a flying kiss before hanging up. Bai Jing's expression darkened at this remark, and Fu Ying laughed until her stomach hurt. Unconsciously, she remembered the last time they sat together like this, it was to persuade Li Shu-yi to undergo surgery. Back then, although the person across from them was smiling, his eyes seemed melancholic, treating his own life with apathy and even using the word funeral as a joke. His soul seemed to float in mid-air, barely anchored by these minor attachments. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had gone through another brush with death, endured many twists and turns, and finally returned to the world, regaining the scent of ordinary life. And during this period, Fu Ying looked at the person quietly passing dishes to Li Shu-yi, paying close attention to his every move. A lonely figure suddenly appeared in her mind, day after day guarding the hospital ward over that year. It must have been due to the wonderful atmosphere that made her sigh with such emotion. Fu Ying shook her head subtly, raised her glass to those at the table, and smiled once again, saying, Happy New Year. After dinner, as everyone was about to leave, Wei Zhichen somehow found a sack as big as himself and tried to put Lin Yan's foot into it while the baby was in the arms of an auntie. He claimed he wanted to take Lin Yan home with him. Once Fu Ying confiscated his tool, cries echoed throughout the house as Wei Zhichen lamented his broken dream. Only after Li Shui promised to bring Lin Yan over to play with him in a few days did he finally stop crying, sobbing pitifully as he was placed inside the car. Even then, his little hand still stretched out towards Lin Yan, yelling heartbreakingly, Baby. Lin Yan, wrapped up by Auntie Sue in a soft little cloak, came out to see them off. The baby had a pacifier in his mouth and his tiny hands would clench and unclench, waving goodbye to Wei Zhichen. When all the guests were seen off and the two children fell asleep, Li Shu-yi and Bai Jing returned to their room. After taking a shower first, he began browsing on his phone lying on the bed, so engrossed that he didn't even look up when Bai Jing came out from the bathroom. What are you looking at? Bai Jing got onto the bed and asked closely. Li Shu-yi lazily turned around, lying down on Bai Jing's chest, tossing him the phone while closing his eyes and said indifferently, Help me pick one. Upon checking the phone, Bai Jing found that the page was displaying a website for a foreign racing helmet brand. Buying this for Jin Yan. Li Shu-yi mumbled a lazy affirmation and added that Jin Yan had recently become obsessed with these. Since riding motorcycles was out of the question, it was too dangerous, they could just buy him a helmet to play with. The models selected, however, were priced exorbitantly. Bai Jing knew Jin Yan's character, something too expensive would be more of a burden. Placing his hand on the back of Li Shu-yi's head, he gently combed through his soft hair and said, Yan Wei played with these before, I'll ask him tomorrow. He also suggested that young people like Jin Yan usually had favorite racers, chasing after replicas or signed versions, so there was no need to insist on buying the most expensive ones. If Bai Jing hadn't mentioned Yan Wei, Li Shu-yi might have forgotten something important. Due to lingering feelings about Song Xiaoxiao's matter, Li Shu-yi couldn't help but speak well of Bai Jing, wanting to praise how deep Bai Jing's feelings were. Inadvertently, he let slip about Bai Jing sending someone back to his room that time and mentioning Bai Jing's firmness and resistance to temptation, exaggerating the small lover's appearance to such a degree that it seemed men would weep and women would go crazy. Listening to all this, Li Shui didn't feel jealous nor did he fully absorb Bai Jing's deep emotions. Instead, his curiosity grew about what made this small lover so extraordinary. Anticipating being grilled for answers, Bai Jing chuckled both lost and amused in reply, I can't remember her face. He wasn't lying to Li Shui, indeed, he couldn't recall the details, unless some random movement or demeanor accidentally reminded him of Li Shui at the time, which wouldn't normally draw much attention anyway. Li Shui found this answer rather dull, so after thinking for a moment, he picked the highest standard he could imagine, more handsome than Mingyu. Bai Jing froze momentarily upon hearing this name and remained silent. Realizing that Bai Jing's reaction changed significantly, Li Shui felt speechless. Mentioning Ningyu really had no other meaning, there was no grudge in his mind, it was just an off-the-cuff comparison. Ningyu was indeed good-looking, and why should he deny this objective fact just because Ningyu used to be his rival? Sitting up on the bed, Li Shui questioned seriously, are you still holding a grudge against the Ning family? Sitting upright as well, Bai Jing took hold of Li Shuyi's fingers, gently stroking the small crescent-shaped nail marks on his nails with his thumb and muttered softly. Enough is enough, Li Shuyi sighed deeply. What kind of relationship did your grandfather have with Grandpa Ning? Back then, Li Shuyi had fallen into Ning Yu's trap because of losing his bearings. Thinking about it now, those weren't real tricks, merely childish jealousy. Being a grown man, could he always complain to Bai Jing about how he had been bullied and ask for revenge? All of them were business people, sooner or later, they'd meet again. Why not make money together, achieve mutual benefits? Using him, Li Shuyi, as a reason to sever ties, brought no honor. Now that he didn't care anymore, considering the relationship between their older generations, they didn't need to take things too far. After hearing Li Shuyi's words, Bai Jing stayed quiet for a long time, suddenly chuckling lightly. I once hoped you would stay out of my affairs, but now that you seem to have stopped caring so much, calmly weighing pros and cons. Why am I not feeling happy at all? For a moment, Li Shuyi was speechless. He hadn't deliberately sought to become rational, and hence struggled to explain. As they went to sleep, Bai Jing held Li Shuyi tightly in his arms from behind. Li Shuyi, unable to fall asleep for a long time, decided to use the restroom. Just as he pushed Bai Jing's hand away slightly, the person hugging him immediately woke up, sitting upright and grabbing his wrist abruptly. Li Shuyi looked him in the eye until the panic in his gaze slowly subsided, then said, I'm going to the bathroom. Only after this did Bai Jing hesitantly loosen his grip bit by bit. Li Shuyi had spent the entire night pondering, and he made a decision while it was still dark outside. After breakfast, taking advantage of it being Saturday, he instructed the driver to prepare the car, saying he wanted to bring Bai Jing somewhere. All the way there, when Bai Jing asked him where they were going, he remained silent. When they reached their destination, Li Shuyi got out of the car and walked ahead a few steps while Bai Jing still lingered by the car, not moving. It was winter now. Even though there were plenty of evergreen trees here, the surroundings still felt cold and bleak. Standing on the steps, Li Shuyi turned back and urged Bai Jing to hurry up. Startled, Bai Jing asked, Am I really allowed to go up? Li Shuyi almost laughed at his words, or what? Did I bring you here just for sightseeing? He continued walking upward without looking back to see if Bai Jing was following or not. After returning to Jinhai alone, Li Shuyi had visited once before. He reported how his rehabilitation had been over the last 6 months, mentioning baby Li Nian as well. But that was all he said. When he stood by the gravestone, the person nearby hesitated with an unsure expression, hesitant and unwilling to move forward. Unable to bear it, Li Shuyi snapped impatiently, even if they don't like you or approve of our relationship, they can't scold you outright. What are you so afraid of? Hurry up. This was when Bai Jing finally stood beside Li Shuyi. It wasn't fear but rather because Bai Jing didn't feel worthy to appear in front of Li Wenjue and Li Wening. Even though Li Shuyi himself had already let go, the image of this person sleeping soundly next to the gravestone was etched into Bai Jing's mind, causing immense pain every time he thought about it. If spirits existed, Bai Jing couldn't help but imagine how sorrowful Li Wenjue and Li Wening must have felt when they saw their son lying unconscious there. It hurt Bai Jing too much to even think about it. Father, Auntie, this person, you've seen him before. You knew that at that time I liked him, but he didn't reciprocate. This kind of thing is fundamentally about mutual feelings, I can't blame him entirely just because he disliked me before. Now we're together, and everything is fine. In the future, I'll come every year with him. Maybe he will always be here, maybe one day it will only be me coming alone, or perhaps someone else will join later. No matter what happens, I will take care of myself. Don't worry about me. Bai Jing listened to Li Shuyi speaking, his whole body stiffened as if rooted to the spot. After Li Shuyi fell silent for a long while, Bai Jing finally managed to speak up in a strained voice. First, he called the same terms of respect that Li Shuyi had used, and nervously curled his fingers, whispering lowly, in the future, I will never leave him again. As for apologies or promises, those would just be meaningless empty words right now, there was no point in saying them. Not until he and Li Shuyi both grew old and frail would Bai Jing feel entitled to face their deceased relatives, explain himself, and ask for their forgiveness. Bai Jing originally assumed this trip would end here. That Li Shuyi brought him here and acknowledged him in front of his father and aunt was already beyond his wildest dreams. Unexpectedly, this man pulled out a box from his coat pocket and handed it to Bai Jing. Bai Jing suddenly lifted his head, staring at Li Shuyi with wide eyes, opening his mouth but unable to produce any coherent words. Li Shuyi raised an eyebrow, what? Don't want me to wear it? Saying this, he moved to take the item back, then forget it. Bai Jing immediately stopped him, hurriedly taking the box into his trembling hands and pulling out the ring. His hand shook so violently that he took another deep breath to calm down, then gripped Li Shuyi's left hand and slid the ring onto his ring finger. Letting out a light sigh, Li Shuyi said, we're together now, not because either of us owes or needs to compensate the other. So, you don't need to treat me so cautiously. If this isn't an equal relationship, it won't last long. Your mother is right, love is hard work, and I don't want to go through the trouble of starting anew with someone else. So, Bai Jing, do you understand what I mean? With red-rimmed eyes, Bai Jing leaned down and kissed the ring on Li Shuyi's finger, choking on his words, I. Struggling to compose himself, he nodded, I know. Shuyi, I love you too. Li Shuyi smiled faintly, leaning closer to place a tender kiss on Bai Jing's cheek, retaking his hand. That's settled. Let's go home. What exactly is definition? About the past, the present, and the future. Yet, the past is gone and irretrievable. Instead of dwelling on old regrets and missed chances, we should trust in the present and wait for the answers of the future. Life is long, and as long as we wait, those hopes and happiness we desire will eventually arrive. The end.